Pain. An indescribable tearing feeling came. Lin Chen wanted to open his eyes, but found he seemed to have no eyelids at all. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out, his throat empty, only a sticky, slippery fluid wriggling. His vision was a blur of black, white, and gray, all the surrounding things twisted and crooked, nothing like usual. The familiar sense of gravity was completely gone. Am I dead? Lin Chen's consciousness floated in the chaos. The last memory was a runaway big truck and the piercing screams of passers-by. Where is this? Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice exploded in the deepest part of his mind. Warning. Vital signs extremely weak. Warning. Host collapsing, form recombination complete. Current form, symbiote, tier 3/near death, remaining survival time, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. What is this thing? Symbiote? Lin Chen finally calmed down and looked at his body, only to be terrified to find he had really become a puddle of black sludge. No, more accurately, a black, gel-like fluid with its own consciousness. Venom? A scene from a movie he had watched appeared in his mind. It seemed very similar to his current state. He had become like Venom? Lin Chen's brain was struggling, this feeling was too strange. His vision was very strange, a full 360 degrees with no blind spots. He could feel the rough particles of the ground, sense tiny vibrations in the air, even taste the moisture in the air. But only within 5 meters, further away was complete chaos to him. Detected host's energy is draining. Please immediately find a host to parasitize, or you will completely perish. The countdown kept ticking. 9:42. 9:41. A shadow of death appeared in Lin Chen's heart. The feeling of life being drained every second made even his fluid body tremble uncontrollably. Damn it, parasitize, must find a host to parasitize, or I'm really going to die. Lin Chen struggled to move. He forcefully contracted his body, dragging a trail of black water on the rough ground. Every wriggle used up the little energy left in him. He had to survive. He had just crossed over, not even seen a girl in this world, how could he die in a puddle of mud? But in Lin Chen's perception, there were only weeds, dirty water, and mud. Not a person in sight, not even a rat. The weakness inside him kept pushing Lin Chen, only 8 minutes left, if he didn't find something to parasitize, he would die. At that moment. Bang! A dull sound and the crash of a heavy object hit 10 meters ahead, followed by the sound of a dagger hitting the ground. Dust rose, splashing a few drops of dirty water onto Lin Chen. Someone. Driven by survival instinct, Lin Chen instantly became excited, wriggling desperately toward that direction. Lin Chen struggled around a big stone in front, and suddenly his view opened. Of course, it was that strange view from below, everything looked huge in his eyes. Only now did Lin Chen see the surroundings clearly. It seemed to be an abandoned back alley, with broken, empty residential buildings on both sides. Rain mixed with a faint stench of rot, pattering on the ground. A human figure appeared in his perception. Lin Chen was overjoyed, finally someone. At a glance, Lin Chen gasped in his heart, Black-Stockings. The woman wore a pure white school uniform, her chest heaving and pressing forward. On her long legs were matte black stockings, outlining her perfect, graceful figure. As for her face, it was even more beautiful, pure beyond measure. Even if some dirt splashed onto her face from falling to the ground, it could not block her charm. These legs, so long, this tiny waist, so thin it's indescribable, and this face, truly stunning. Since survival meant parasitism, he had to choose the one with the longest legs, the thinnest waist, and the most pleasing face. Almost instantly, Lin Chen made up his mind, it had to be this black-stocking beauty. With that thought, Lin Chen began to painfully crawl his body forward, slowly approaching the woman fallen on the ground. The woman's name was Li Chen, but at this moment, she was severely injured, her breath weak, and her situation extremely bad. Run? Why stop running? A mocking voice came from the alley entrance, followed by the sound of footsteps. 3 burly men with fierce faces walked in. The leader was a bald man, playing with a metal dagger in his hand, his face wearing a disgusting lewd smile. TSK, no wonder she is the campus beauty of Su Middle School. Even lying on the ground like a dead dog, her figure still makes people furious. The bald man's gaze swept shamelessly over Li Chen, finally stopping at her torn chest and her long black-stockinged legs. These long legs are truly top quality. The order my brothers received is to ruin you, but the employer didn't say we can't have some fun first. Another man next to him also said with a grin. Big brother, I have already marked the spot, an abandoned residential building, no cameras, do whatever you want freely. Li Chen gritted her teeth, her fingers dug tightly into the ground, her nails breaking without her noticing, bleeding. At this moment, her heart was full of hatred and unwillingness. Who exactly wanted to harm her? If her spiritual root had not been ruined. If she could still cultivate normally. None of this would have happened today. From their appearance, it was clear the three men were desperate outlaws, probably just released from prison. Li Qianling's face was as cold as ice, almost no color visible. She turned to look behind her, a dead end. No way to retreat. Li Qianling picked up the fallen dagger, circulated her blood and energy, suddenly rose, her eyes turning fierce, and stabbed at the bald man in front. Dare to resist? Get lost. The bald man's face darkened, stepped forward, and kicked Li Qianling's lower abdomen swiftly. Hoof. Li Qianling let out a muffled grunt, staggered back several steps, and fell heavily to the ground. I have to say, for a third-level blood chi warrior, daring to strike me, you are bold. The bald man crossed his arms, smiling. I heard your spiritual affinity is only 17? From the much-celebrated Su middle school beauty, fallen to an ignored martial arts failure, how does it feel to go from heaven to hell? In this world, without martial talent, no matter how beautiful or brave, you are just trash. Li Qianling heard this, said nothing, her heart full of sorrow. She only painfully lifted her upper body, coldly staring at the three men. The bald man saw Li Qianling's gaze, paid no attention, walked in front of her with a lewd smile, slowly squatted and said, Come, let me check your development. Beast, die. Li Qianling, knowing it was futile, still refused to give up, raised the dagger again, mobilized the last bit of blood and energy, and stabbed viciously at the bald man. The bald man saw her move, eyes showing disdain, body unmoving, only activating his internal energy to form a blood energy shield around him, mocking. Overestimating yourself. If you can break my shield, I'll let you go today. A tall man behind saw this. She also let out a light laugh and said, Hee hee, this pretty girl is persistent, but with her cultivation, how could she pierce Big Brother's blood shield? It is just a trapped beast fight. Li Qianling ignored the man's words, her hands never stopping, and in front of everyone's eyes, she fiercely stabbed the blood shield. Bang! In the next moment, a sound that shocked everyone came from Li Qianling's hands. It was the sound of the shield breaking. Chapter 2 Parasitic. Is my body easy to touch? Li Qianling's dagger suddenly moved extremely fast for some reason, even producing a wind-slicing sound. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the bald man had no time to dodge and could only hurriedly raise his arm to block. SSS. The sound of metal entering flesh rang out, the dagger plunged into the bald man's forearm, and blood gushed out immediately. Ah! The bald man screamed in pain, stepping back several paces, clutching his arm and glaring at Li Qianling. Boss! How is this possible? The two big men behind shouted in surprise at the same time. Their big brother was in the 9th level of the blood realm, and Li Qianling was only at the 3rd level. How could she break his blood shield? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But facts speak louder than words, and what was happening in front of them left no room for doubt. Li Qianling herself froze, looking at the dagger in her hand in disbelief. I actually broke this beast's defense? That shouldn't be possible. But when her gaze followed her arm to the dagger, she was shocked to find that the originally bright white dagger was now covered in a layer of black fluid. The black fluid seemed alive, slowly wriggling. What is this thing? While Li Qianling was still shocked, a strange male voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Hello, Colonel Su Beauty. Li Qianling trembled at the voice, looked around, found no one, then returned her gaze to the dagger, whispering, Who are you? Lin Chen, my name is Lin Chen, you can also call me Venom. Lin Chen? Venom. I can help you, but there is one condition. Li Qianling's eyes flickered, and she asked without hesitation, What condition? The condition is, let me control your body. Li Qianling, always decisive, did not hesitate and said firmly, Fine. Where are you? What should I do? You are looking at me. Li Qianling's heart moved, her gaze focused again on the dagger, and indeed it was that sticky black fluid. Under her eyes, the black fluid on the dagger suddenly extended a tentacle, lightly touching her fingertip. At that moment, a sticky, cold feeling spread from Li Qianling's fingertip. In just 1 second, this cold touch spread from her fingertip, up her arm, to her shoulder, chest, thigh, feet, and finally covered her whole body. She opened her eyes, surprised to see her body almost completely covered by the black fluid, even half of her face. The previously torn Black-Stockings in school uniform had now completely merged with the black liquid, forming a layer of dark material that emitted a faint cold light. Even her delicate white shoes had turned black, fully covering her feet without a single gap, and her previous injuries were completely healed. From others' perspective, Li Qianling now looked like she was wearing an extremely fitting black bodysuit. This black suit tightly wrapped her exquisite body, showing her breathtaking S-shaped curves perfectly. At the same time, Li Qianling clearly felt inside her body. A strange power that did not belong to her own body surged in. Her speed, strength, reflexes, and vital energy, every function of her body was continuously improving as the black fluid flowed in. With her current level, she had no idea what kind of power this was. But Li Qianling only knew one thing, it seemed like she was lacking nothing anymore. Li Qianling suppressed the shock in her heart and suddenly realized that her body was slowly standing up. Her body was now controlled by the black fluid, while her mind was entirely gathered inside, becoming a mere observer of her own body. The sensation of watching her own body act without her control felt strange. Even though Li Qianling had mentally prepared herself, she still felt uncomfortable. She curiously watched, wondering how this black fluid was controlling her body. When Lin Chen's tentacle touched the tip of Li Qianling's finger, a soft, delicate sensation came through. She had never touched a girl's hand before, and she didn't expect that her first hand-holding experience would be in such a situation. And the person in front of her was such a beautiful black-stocking school beauty. The girl's hand was indeed ice-cold, but it felt so nice to touch. As Li Qianling completely relaxed her body, Lin Chen noticed that the resistance to parasitizing her was nearly zero, allowing him to quickly coil up. The moment Lin Chen successfully parasitized her, the system's voice emerged. Host parasitization successful, parasitic target, Li Qianling. Current host status, normal. Note, the host cannot be changed for now, but after each successful evolution, the host will have the option to change to another. In that instant, Lin Chen felt the weakness that had lingered inside him disappear completely, and an inexplicable sense of power surged into his heart. It was the power he, as a symbiotic being, had always possessed. However, when detached from a host, he could not unleash it fully. Now, in Li Qianling's body, it was fully manifested. Lin Chen let out a long breath in his heart. He had finally survived. And, parasitizing a long-legged black-stocking school beauty was far better than parasitizing something messy, right? Lin Chen sheathed his dagger, stepped back, and looked down at his now graceful body, secretly admiring, what a beautiful figure. In his previous life, he had never seen such a gorgeous creature. Even the beautiful goddesses on TV couldn't compare to the body he parasitized. However, this was also Lin Chen's first time experiencing a female form, and he couldn't help but feel curious. What is it really like to be in a girl's body? He curiously extended his hands and touched them together. So, this is what a girl's small hands feel like? Her skin, so tender, almost like water, and this cool sensation is amazing. It feels so perfect. It truly is something no rough man like me can compare to. Lin Chen looked down again and realized he couldn't see his own toes. This was such a unique experience that he found quite intriguing. Wow, it's so big, my line of sight is completely blocked. He was a bit curious and extended both hands in front of his chest, gently tugged, feeling the weight. He thought to himself. Damn, it's a bit heavy. This seemingly delicate school beauty, doesn't she get tired carrying such big things around? They wobble with every movement. What if she ran a few steps? And these long legs, those matte black stockings. Lin Chen reached out again and touched his thigh. Instantly, he felt a smooth texture, and the dense feeling was simply out of this world. So this is what black stockings feel like? It's so comfortable. After verifying, Lin Chen confirmed that he had indeed parasitized the ultimate of the ultimate. Wait, no. Why is this school beauty's spiritual root area so severely injured? But before Lin Chen could finish his thought, he suddenly felt his condition wobble, his control over this body rapidly weakening. A cold voice echoed in his mind, hey! Is my body that nice to touch? Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed but, as if driven by some force, he responded, it's nice to touch. Chapter 3, The Terrifying Combat Power of the Symbiote. Do you want me to help you strip and heal? Li Qianling felt speechless. What exactly is Lin Chen, a man or a ghost? Why is he so lewd? Although Lin Chen was parasitizing Li Qianling's body, their minds were independent individuals, and they could not sense each other. So, Li Qianling's sarcasm was lost on Lin Chen. This was nothing like the symbiote movies from his past life. Li Qianling gritted her teeth, coldly saying, you deal with them first, then I'll let you touch as much as you want. Lin Chen could tell that Li Qianling's tone wasn't quite right. Though he was lecherous, he wasn't the type to be overly forward, so he awkwardly laughed, don't mind, it was my first time as a girl, just curious, I'll take care of these scum right now. After saying this, Lin Chen immediately focused his mind, raising his head to glance at the three burly men in front, a cold smile curling at his lips. The three men, who seemed unbeatable in Li Qianling's eyes, were nothing to Lin Chen. In the alley, while Li Qianling's body was undergoing changes, the bald man also stirred his blood, halting the bleeding from his arm, and raised his head, glaring fiercely at Li Qianling. The lust in his eyes had diminished significantly. He stared at the strange decorations on Li Qianling's body, a chill inexplicably climbing from his feet to the top of his head. Trying to play tricks. A fierce glint flashed in the bald man's eyes, and he drew a dagger, shouting angrily, second, third, stop thinking about other things, this woman seems a bit strange, let's cripple her first. Then we'll have some real fun. With that, he erupted with a surge of energy, the aura of a ninth-level martial artist fully exposed. A blood-red aura spread around him and quickly gathered on the dagger in his hand. The originally shiny white dagger turned blood red in an instant. Dare to hurt me? I'll cripple you first. The bald man shouted, and the blood-red dagger was immediately raised, cutting through the air as it was viciously thrust toward Li Qianling's shoulder. This strike was fast, precise, and ruthless. Even for someone of the same ninth-level cultivation, one would need to be on high alert. One wrong move and they could get injured. Let alone Li Qianling, who was only at the 3rd level. If it hit, her arm would be completely crippled. However, Li Qianling was not the least bit panicked. She coldly stared at the approaching bald man. When the dagger was only half a meter away from her, Li Qianling slowly stretched out a hand. A delicate jade hand, wrapped in black liquid, slowly raised. Then, with a slight pinch, in front of the bald man's shocked gaze, she gripped it. Ding! A sharp sound of metal clashing echoed. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The dagger, which should have pierced through flesh and bone, was actually held fast between those two black fingers. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The bald man's eyes widened, full of shock. He frantically summoned all his energy, trying to force the dagger down or pull it back. But the alloy dagger he had spent most of his savings on seemed welded between those two black fingers. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't budge. This is impossible? The bald man was horrified. Li Qianling, who was clearly only at the 3rd level of blood power, how could she possibly catch a full-force blow from a 9th-level martial artist with one hand? However, what terrified him even more was Li Qianling's current state. Her once beautiful face wasn't fully exposed, as black liquid slithered like living vines around her. From her neck upward, it spread, then covered half of her face. Only one extremely cold left eye was exposed. Adding to that, the red and black lips curling upward were even more eerie. In the bald man's eyes, Li Qianling at this moment looked like a demon. Number 2, number 3, together, kill her. Faced with being unable to move, the bald man could not help but roar in anger. Hearing the bald man's voice, Lin Chen's mouth slightly lifted at the corners, 2 fingers pressing lightly, and the dagger instantly shattered. Then Lin Chen turned around, black fluid rapidly gathering on his palm, accompanied by a sudden force from his waist. Lin Chen slammed a heavy palm toward the bald man. Faced with this unstoppable palm, the bald man had no time to react, only barely activating his blood energy to protect his body. But his blood energy protection was like nothing in front of Lin Chen's palm. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The bald man's body flew backward, heavily crashing at the end of the alley, smashing into the wall, falling with serious injuries. Boss! The other two were furious, rushing toward Lin Chen. The scar-faced man on the left roared, raising a long knife and slashing toward Li Qianling's head. Die! However, faced with the chopping blade, black liquid on Lin Chen's body instantly flowed, covering his arm, then he lightly raised his left arm. Clang! The sound of metal hitting metal exploded. Sparks flew everywhere. The scar-faced man felt as if his blade had struck an iron mountain, his tiger mouth cracked, and the battle knife flew out of his hand. He looked in horror. The special A-grade alloy battle knife had even broken with a gap. And the opponent's arm covered in black material didn't leave a single mark. What kind of defense is this? Monster, this is a monster. His legs went weak, clearly scared out of his mind. At this moment, Lin Chen's left hand moved. The black fluid on his arm stretched and hardened instantly, turning into a thick black tentacle, its end forming a sharp spearhead. Without even looking, he stabbed straight toward a position behind him. SSSHH. A muffled sound. The tentacle, like a snake striking out, pierced through the shoulder of the tall man trying to sneak attack, pinning him completely against the wall. Ah! The tall man screamed and struggled, twitching to free himself from the wall, but no matter how he burst his blood energy, the tentacle was like steel, unmoving. Lin Chen looked at the tall man pinned to the wall, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. His blood smells so good. In the next moment, the black tentacle suddenly exuded a devouring force. It was like countless tiny suckers appeared, wildly devouring his blood energy. Lin Chen thought in his heart, devouring seems to be a talent I was born with. Monster, you are a monster. A man-eating monster. The scar-faced man saw this scene, his mind completely broken. He scrambled up quickly using hands and feet and turned to run. Run? Lin Chen sneered, a cold female voice slowly sounded. Can you escape? Lin Chen crouched slightly, black muscles on his thighs tightening. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, cement fragments flying. The black figure vanished like a ghost from the spot. The next second, Lin Chen already appeared above the scar-faced man, raising a long leg wrapped in black fluid, slashing down like an axe. The leg cut a black crescent in the air. It was the ultimate combination of violence and beauty. Boom! The scar-faced man didn't even have time to scream, his body was kicked straight into the ground, and when the dust settled, only a slightly twitching body remained. The fight was over. In just 5 seconds, the 3 ninth-stage blood energy warriors were all gravely injured and dying. The rain seemed to fall heavier and heavier, and in the alley, only the sound of dripping rain remained. The black figure standing in the rain was like a demon from hell. Lin Chen watched the blood spreading everywhere, flicked his fingers lightly, and shot out 3 black thin threads. Li Qianling's consciousness had been beside this battle all along, and when she saw her own body finish the fight in just 5 seconds, she was also utterly shocked. Was this the power erupting from her own body? She looked at her entirely black body, feeling the terrifying power inside her, and murmured, "This is me? No." In her mind, that male voice rang out again, with a hint of excitement and lingering satisfaction. "This is ours." Li Qianling was slightly stunned, then a wave of pain spread through her body. Lin Chen also felt it, and with a mischievous smile asked, "Your injuries are severe, huh? How about you take off your clothes and I help heal you?" Chapter 4, Spiritual Root Broken, Must Take Off Clothes to Heal. Li Qianling had been full of gratitude for Lin Chen, but hearing his words, her head immediately hurt. This guy saved her, but he was really shameless. "Forget it, I'll endure it myself." Hearing this, Lin Chen showed a disappointed expression. "I said, big school beauty, what about trust between people? I really want to heal you." Li Qianling was silent for a moment, then bit her teeth and said softly, "Then, can we think about it after we get home?" Sure, of course, good food is worth waiting for." Lin Chen grinned, naturally wanting to cross his arms, but 2 large balls blocked him. He paused, shook his head slightly, and said, "These 2 things on my body are a bit uncomfortable. Forget it, I'll deal with this later. I'll clean up the battlefield first." Li Qianling was speechless at this lecherous guy, and since she couldn't drive him out of her body, she could only pretend not to hear. But when she saw the 3 who still had a breath left, her eyes instantly became icy cold, full of murderous intent, and she said, "Lin Chen, can I handle these 3? "You handle them?" Lin Chen was surprised. This beautiful girl looked soft and weak, not like someone who could kill. Could she really do it? But since Li Qianling said it, Lin Chen naturally did not refuse. Of course. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and immediately released control of the body. As soon as he spoke, the black fluid that had covered Li Qianling's whole body quickly returned into her body, disappearing completely. Li Qianling's gaze changed instantly, from calm and excited to cold and deadly. Regaining control of her body, Li Qianling first stretched out her hands, clenched fists, feeling the power inside. It seems weaker than just now, but still far stronger than my own cultivation. Maybe this power can only be fully used if Lin Chen controls it personally. Even though he is inside me, it is not my own power. Lin Chen, inside Li Qianling, silently watched her every move. If it were him, these 3 people would have to die. Leave them to bring trouble? He would never do such a thing. Li Qianling slowly picked up her dagger from the ground, and leisurely walked toward the bald man. The bald man was already trembling all over with fear, and seeing Li Qianling coming, he stammered. Li Qianling, I was wrong, please spare me, I know who wants to kill you. Just spare my life, I will tell you everything." Li Qianling ignored him, her face cold as ice. She swung the dagger in her hand, and a scream immediately rang out. "Ah! My hand! Speak! I will tell you if you spare me, I beg you, ah!" Another flash of the blade, Li Qianling directly cut off his other hand. The bald man was truly scared now. This woman, she seemed so fragile, but when she took action, she was so ruthless. The bald man had no choice but to honestly confess. It was Yang Jingru. Yang Jingru paid us a sum of money to ruin you. Li Qianling's eyes flashed, as if remembering something, and she murmured. So it was that bitch. The bald man, dragging his ruined hands, struggled to kneel on the ground and kowtowed to Li Qianling. "I've told you everything, I told you everything, spare me, spare me." Li Qianling looked at him and suddenly showed a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of her mouth. "I never promised to spare you." Her hand raised the knife and fell. 3 cuts, directly severing his 3 legs. The bald man looked at his crotch with hopelessness in his eyes and let out the most tragic scream of his life, which abruptly stopped. Li Qianling ended his life with 1 strike at the moment of his greatest despair. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little startled. This Sioux City school beauty, although looking pretty, was in essence a ruthless person, kill when needed, without hesitation. Well, that's just to my liking. Lin Chen was truly afraid of ending up with a saintly person, and in the end, he'd have a whole mess of problems. The 2 of them only had roughly similar temperaments. That way, there wouldn't be too many disagreements in the future. Clearly, Li Qianling was also a decisive person. The other 2 saw their leader in such a miserable state, their pupils wide with shock, and their lips were trembling uncontrollably. But one of them was pinned to the wall by Lin Chen, and the other had his spine broken by Lin Chen. They were already lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Li Qianling didn't say a word. She walked up to the two of them, directly and decisively, and with 2 strikes, ended their lives. After finishing everything, Li Qianling turned and walked out of the alley, calmly heading down the small road in the rain. No one noticed that not long after the two left, the bodies of the 3 began to shrivel and dry up. 3 black threads were pulled back into Li Qianling's body. Lin Chen looked at his own panel. Current form, symbiote, tier 3. Current energy reserve, 35%. Parasite host cultivation, Qi and blood realm, 3rd level. After absorbing the 3 black threads, one of the data points on his panel blinked. The energy reserve increased from 35% to 36%. Lin Chen suddenly realized that his cultivation was different from others in this world. He only needed to devour to grow. But Lin Chen, having been a person in his past life, still had his own bottom line. As long as it wasn't someone who was extremely vicious and attacked him first, he wouldn't act in such a way. As they walked, Li Qianling suddenly spoke, "Lin Chen, thank you. It's nothing. But when I took control of your body, I noticed you were severely injured, especially your spiritual root." "What happened?" Li Qianling stopped when she heard Lin Chen's words, forcibly suppressing the hatred in her chest. Taking a deep breath, she slowly said, "My spiritual root should have been very good, but, a month before the spiritual root test, Su Zhong had a friendly exchange competition with another school. During the competition, a woman secretly used her means to cripple my spiritual root." Lin Chen was greatly shocked. "Your spiritual root was crippled? Who did it?" "The Si family, Si Yunyao." Mentioning this name, Li Qianling's eyes revealed uncontrollable fury, a clear intent to kill, her desire for revenge obvious. Lin Chen was puzzled. Since it was a friendly match, why didn't anyone stop her? She was very secretive, and no one should have noticed. Even if they did, so what? Who is she? The genius of the prestigious Si family. And what is the Si family? The #1 family in Jiang'an City. The current family head is incredibly powerful. And me? I'm just an orphan without parents. Why? I don't know. I had never met Si Yunyao before. The fight on the stage was our first time seeing each other. Although Lin Chen could not communicate with Li Qianling through their minds, he could still feel a wave of sadness coming from her body. A strange sense of protectiveness arose in his heart. This unbelievably beautiful school Belle seemed truly miserable. "Don't worry, I'll take care of you. No matter whose enemy it is, anyone who dares to mess with you, I'll crush them all." I believe you. Lin Chen carefully examined the injury to Li Qianling's spiritual root and was surprised to find that his power could act upon it. Lin Chen immediately said in a deep voice, "Li Qianling, don't be sad. I think I can help restore your spiritual root." Hearing this, Li Qianling trembled all over. "What did you say?" Lin Chen chuckled, "But I need your cooperation first." "How should I cooperate?" "You have to take off your clothes first." Chapter 5, Healing in the Residential Building, Breaking in Directly. "Okay. Then I'll trouble you," Li Qianling said with certainty. In this world, those who cannot cultivate martial arts can only stay at the bottom all their lives. Li Qianling did not want to be such a person. Lin Chen wore a triumphant smile and said cheerfully, "It's nothing, come on, it's time to heal you." Lin Chen's voice echoed in Li Qianling's mind, with a hint of mischievous laughter. "Ha? Here? Didn't you say back home?" Li Qianling's steps paused, a faint blush rising on her exquisite cheeks. "You are so badly hurt, I'll heal you a little first, or you might have aftereffects." Lin Chen chuckled, his tone slightly tempting. "Besides, on a dark, windy, murderous night, don't you want to kill someone? Going home isn't that fast. First I'll take care of that Yang, help you get revenge." Hearing Yang Jingrou's name, a cold light flashed in Li Qianling's eyes. "That wretch deserves to die." But immediately, Li Qianling's expression turned shy again. She bit her rosy lips, looked around, and whispered weakly, Then here do I still have to take off my clothes to heal?" Her voice grew finer, until barely audible, her ears red. Lin Chen said seriously, "Just take off your coat. I need direct contact with your skin for it to work." Feeling the pain from her body, Li Qianling knew her injuries were serious, especially at the spiritual root, unbearable to look at. No choice. Li Qianling looked around. The abandoned building was dark, empty, only the rain outside covering everything. Blushing, she walked to a hidden corner deep in the corridor, protected from wind and rain, bent her knees, and slowly sat on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Li Qianling stretched out her trembling hand and slowly pulled down the zipper. From the earlier battle and the rain, her inner clothes were already soaked, clinging to her skin. A proud curve was outlined, the tempting valley barely visible. Li Qianling slowly took off her coat, her fragrant shoulders half exposed, snow-white skin radiating deadly allure in the dim light. Lin Chen, you can start. It might feel a little strange, bear with it. The next second, a cold touch crawled slowly up Li Qianling's slender arm. A shiver of cold passed through, and Li Qianling couldn't help but tremble, letting out a soft moan. The touch was strange, like someone was gently licking her arm. Lin Chen's body followed Li Qianling's smooth arm, slowly moving to her round fragrant shoulder. Li Qianling felt a tickle on her shoulder and twisted her waist slightly. A pair of long black silk legs pressed lightly together, the taut matte stockings outlining perfect leg lines, emitting a charming luster. "Don't move, I'm in deep treatment." Li Qianling tightly closed her eyes, hearing Lin Chen's words, her cheeks so red it seemed they could bleed. But gradually, Li Qianling's gaze began to shine with surprise. Because she noticed that where the black fluid passed, not only did the pain vanish, but her body's strength seemed to increase greatly. However, one thing made Li Qianling very shy. For some reason, a faint heat and tingling appeared uncontrollably inside her body. As the treatment continued, this cold school beauty almost collapsed onto the ground. Finally, the pain on Li Qianling's body had basically disappeared, her skin restored to flawless whiteness. On her stunning face, a faint pink appeared, even more moist and delicate than before. Only the deep injuries remained, but the healing time was already insufficient. Li Qianling, how is it, the injuries healed well, right? Lin Chen, still reluctant to leave, contracted his body and reformed inside Li Qianling's body. Hearing this, Li Qianling felt as if she had been pardoned, her whole body drenched in fragrant sweat, as if she had just gone through intense exercise. She gasped heavily, embarrassed and angry at the same time, pulling up her shoulder straps, hastily putting on her school uniform jacket, her voice soft and sweet. You definitely did it on purpose just now. Isn't the injury healed? Let's go, I'll help you get revenge, just consider it interest for your healing." Hearing this, Li Qianling's face turned even redder. "Rogue Lin Chen. I knew you definitely did it on purpose." Saying that, Li Qianling slowly stood up, leaning on the wall, her long black silk legs taking dangerous steps into the night. On the way to the Yang family, Lin Chen also roughly understood the current state of this world. Over 100 years ago, the evil moon appeared, blue star mutated, expanding dozens of times in size. Then spiritual energy revived, humans developed spiritual roots, and martial arts became the mainstream of the world. But all beasts on Blue Star also mutated, developing various strange abilities and talents, collectively called abnormal beasts. The mainstream of this world was the confrontation between humans and abnormal beasts. No wonder those people dared to bully Li Qianling. Martial arts ruled, the strong dominated, it must be a chaotic world. Then why did Yang Jingru secretly want to harm you? I look good, her boyfriend liked me, then dumped that bitch, and she hated me to the bone. This person is sick, right? Born beautiful, can't help it, don't just talk about me, what will you do from now on? What else can I do? I have to symbiose, can only stay in you, but luckily, on you, a great beauty, it's not a shame for my elegant self. Li Qianling chuckled, are you handsome? Of course, back then I charmed thousands of girls, the perfect handsome man. Oh? So handsome? Show your true form for me to check? Lin Chen scratched his head, my level is too low, seems a bit hard by the way, the strongest of the Yang family, what level of cultivation? Li Qianling softly said. Should be a third-tier martial artist, Lin Chen, are you confident? Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart, third-tier martial artist? I seem to be a third-tier symbiote, seems the same level? How will I know if I don't fight? Lin Chen smiled lightly. Dare to touch my host, still want to live past tonight? I have a rotten life, just do it. If there's a grudge, it must be settled immediately. Scared? Better restart. Little Qianling, just watch. Li Qianling was somewhat excited by Lin Chen's words. This guy, though perverted, seems actually quite reliable? The sky darkened, the rain was almost over. The Yang family was also a notable family in Hongqiang district of Jiang'an City. And all this was thanks to a member of the previous generation, a martial artist at the Tide realm of the Yang family. Yang Zi. In the eyes of ordinary people, a third-tier martial artist. It had already become an existence that could only be dreamed of. At this moment, in the Yang family, the lights were flashing, bright as daylight. Yang Jingru had long returned to her room. Today, she was in a great mood, sitting on her bed, enjoying the night view outside. Li Qianling, that bitch, should be feeling pretty good right now, huh? Damn, she always wears a cold face pretending to be aloof, and now she dares to seduce my boyfriend. I'll see if, after today, she can still pretend to be aloof in front of me. In the pitch-black night. Outside the Yang family, a graceful figure slowly appeared, almost blending into the darkness. Li Qianling, Lin Chen, how about making some noise to draw out that Tide realm martial artist, then we can take the opportunity to escape and kill Yang Jingru. Lin Chen, hearing this, shook his head and said indifferently. There's no need for that. What do you mean, huh? Before Li Qianling could finish speaking, Lin Chen controlled her body and suddenly sprang up. All the power in her body gathered instantly in her right leg, and she kicked hard at the Yang family's front door. With a loud bang, the Yang family's door fell. Just kill your way in. Damn. Lin Chen, do you have to be so cool? Chapter 6, on a dark, windy night, the night to kill. Who dares to trespass in my Yang family and destroy my door? A furious shout came from deep within the Yang family. Then, a powerful figure surged forward, carrying rolling spiritual energy, instantly rushing into the front yard. It was the head of the Yang family, Yang Zi, a third-tier Tide Realm expert. With a single glance, he saw the figure standing atop the ruins, completely covered in black. His eyes narrowed slightly, and coldly said, "Who are you? Why did you destroy my doorstep?" A hoarse female voice came out, carrying a chilling coldness. "Yang family head, I'm here to spar with you." Before the words had even fallen, the figure shot out like a cannonball. Arrogant. Yang Zi, enraged, laughed ironically. Spiritual energy surged around him, undulating like tides, even forming a faint spiritual energy veil around his body. His fingers curled into claws, letting out a shrill sound as he slashed down at Lin Chen's head. Die. Humph. Lin Chen's mind stirred, and in the face of Yang Zi's claw that could crush rocks and split metals, instead of retreating, he advanced, his upper body bending back at an extremely strange angle, almost parallel to the ground, narrowly dodging the deadly strike. At the same time, his right leg, braced on the ground, suddenly exerted force, and the black fluid in his body rushed to his calf, slamming upward to strike Yang Zi's jaw. The series of movements was as smooth as flowing clouds, as fast as lightning. Yang Zi was startled in his heart. This guy's speed is incredible. He could only quickly withdraw his hand to defend, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Boom! A muffled sound exploded. The force of Lin Chen's kick was so great that even Yang Zi, a Tide Realm expert, felt his arms go numb. His whole body uncontrollably slid back several meters, his feet carving two deep grooves in the slippery ground. Faced with Lin Chen's strange and never-before-seen attack, Yang Zi was filled with horror. What a strange way of attacking, no fluctuations of spiritual energy, purely physical strength. What kind of path is this? I've never heard of it. But being a Tide Realm martial artist, he quickly regained his composure and charged again toward Lin Chen. This time, he no longer held back, his palms slapped together, creating a sky full of palm shadows wrapped in bloody spiritual energy, instantly blocking all of Lin Chen's escape routes. Evil Moon Palm. Faced with such a barrage of attacks, Lin Chen naturally felt the pressure from above and became more serious. The black fluid on his body quickly surged, condensing on his arms, and then he swung his arm horizontally, blocking in front of him. Clang clang clang. The dense sound of collisions rang out. Lin Chen withstood the storm-like attacks, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Although his whole body was shaken, with his blood surging, the fierce light in his eyes grew even fiercer. Yang Zi grew more and more astonished the more he fought. This guy's physical strength. How could it be so terrifying? His palms filled the sky as they struck down, yet this guy seemed not hurt at all? Absolutely ridiculous. Lin Chen had been waiting for an opportunity. Now. At the very moment when Yang Zi's old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet appeared. Lin Chen swung both arms, instantly the black fluid transformed into countless black tentacles, wrapping around Yang Zi's limbs like a huge net. Yang Zi's face was extremely dark. This move was too strange, he could only burst all his spiritual power and shatter these tentacles completely. Seemingly sensing the difficulty of the black-clothed female warrior in front of him, Yang Zi quickly instructed the Yang family behind him. Activate the Great Formation. Quickly. Upon hearing this, many Yang family members immediately exerted their cultivation and activated the Great Formation. Outside the Great Formation, only Lin Chen and Yang Zi remained. However, at the very instant the Great Formation closed. No one noticed that on the ground, a piece of black tentacle shattered by Yang Zi turned into an inconspicuous drop of black liquid, which, hidden by the rain, quietly slipped into the formation. Then, Lin Chen continued to attack Yang Zi. At this moment, inside the inner courtyard of the Yang family, Yang Jingru was hiding in her room, wrapped tightly in a quilt. The sounds of fighting and her father's angry shouts outside made her extremely fearful. She had an inexplicable feeling that tonight's events might have something to do with her trying to find someone to harm Li Chanling. Although this thought was absurd, even laughable, Li Chanling, an orphan at the third level of qi and blood, how could such a strong person stand up for her? But her heart was always uneasy. Perhaps it was related to a woman's sixth sense? It's okay, this is the Yang family, father is here, and the Great Formation, no one can hurt me. Once tonight passes, after that monster is driven away, she must have her father find out who was scheming behind the scenes. Suddenly. Tap. An extremely faint sound echoed in the room, like a single drop of water falling on the floor. Yang Jingru stiffened all over, instinctively holding her breath. She slowly poked her head out, using the dim light by the bed to look at the floor. Through the crack of the originally closed door, a mass of black sticky liquid was slowly wriggling in. It had no fixed shape, like living ink, silently flowing on the floor. What is this thing? Yang Jingrou's eyes widened, a chill shot up from the soles of her feet to her head. The black liquid seemed to sense her gaze, suddenly stopping its wriggling. The next second, it suddenly contracted and stretched, transforming in the blink of an eye into a sharp, black spike. It looked at Yang Jingrou on the bed. In that instant, Yang Jingrou felt as if death itself was staring at her. Terrified, she shrank toward the corner of the bed, hastily activating all her chi and blood, and frantically trying to grab the defensive spiritual weapon under her pillow. But the black spike moved too fast. Whoosh! Only a black afterimage remained in the air. As Yang Jingrou's hand barely lifted the spiritual weapon, the black spike shot out like lightning, piercing her chi and blood shield and precisely going through her heart. No! No! Yang Jingrou's body shuddered violently, eyes wide open, pupils shrinking sharply. She looked down, unbelievingly staring at the tiny blood hole in her chest. Blood gushed out, her life force rapidly draining. The fear in her eyes gradually solidified into deep unwillingness and confusion. Plop! Yang Jingrou collapsed weakly on the bed, the spiritual weapon in her hand slipping and hitting the floor with a crisp sound. The black spike, having completed its task, exhausted all its energy. It transformed back into a lifeless puddle of black sludge, quietly dripping onto the bedsheet, mixing with Yang Jingrou's blood. Outside the manor. At the moment Yang Jingrou died, Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. That cold curve, combined with the face covered in black fluid, made Li Qianling's face appear especially strange. It's over, he said faintly. He could sense that his clone had completed the task. Farewell. Lin Chen coldly smiled at Yang Zi, then with a powerful push of his legs, his whole body soared into the air, like a giant bird taking flight. After a few ascents and descents, he blended into the vast night sky and disappeared. Yang Zi watched the retreating figure, but did not give the order to chase. He furrowed his brows, feeling that something was off. The other had come with such momentum, destroyed the gate, fought a battle, and then just left? Could it really be just to test my strength? Yang Zi was puzzled, but he soon let out a breath of relief. No matter what, as long as no one was hurt, the destruction of a gate wasn't a big deal. Master, are you all right? A few of the Yang family's guards dared to approach. I'm fine, have someone repair the gate. Yang Zi waved his hand and turned to walk toward the inner courtyard. I'm going to check on Jingrou. This child has always been timid, with such a loud commotion tonight, she must be frightened. He quickly walked through the corridor and arrived at his daughter's bedroom door. Jingrou, it's all right, that strange person has already left. Yang Zi knocked on the door, his tone softening. However, the room inside was deathly silent, with no response. An ominous premonition surged in his heart instantly. Jingrou? Chapter 7, I want to take a bath, can you step aside? Yang Zi's heart skipped a beat, and he slammed the door open. The strong smell of blood rushed at him. In the light of the room, he saw the figure lying on the bed, her chest already stained red with blood. In that instant, the mind of this third-tier tidal realm powerhouse went completely blank, as if the entire world was collapsing in that moment. Jingrou. A shrill scream, filled with extreme sorrow, echoed throughout the entire Yang family compound. Yang Zi trembled as he rushed to the bed, picking up his daughter's body, still warm. When his gaze fell upon the black liquid stain on the bedsheet, his pupils instantly turned blood red. At that moment, all the doubts were cleared. The other party had never come to spar, nor to test his strength. Her target had always been Yang Jingrou. Ah! A violent surge of blood energy exploded from Yang Zi's body, instantly shattering all the furniture in the room, even tearing off a corner of the roof. His eyes were filled with fury as he roared. No matter who you are. No matter where you escape to. I, Yang Zi, swear. I will tear your body into pieces, tear it into pieces. Under the neon lights, in the corners where the light didn't reach, a shadow was slowly wriggling. Then a figure appeared in the shadow, a woman's body, full of curves, exceptionally graceful, her entire form covered in black. As she took a step, the black quickly faded, like the tide withdrawing into her body, revealing a cool and stunningly beautiful face. It was Li Qianling. After killing Yang Jingrou, Lin Chen controlled Li Qianling's body and quickly left the Yang family, avoiding surveillance, dodging crowded areas, and finally returning to Li Qianling's residence. It was an old, dilapidated residential building, with no elevator, and the motion-activated lights in the hallway were broken. Li Qianling lived on the top floor, the 6th floor. After regaining control of her body, Li Qianling only felt a wave of exhaustion. Clearly, today had been too exhausting. She dragged her slightly tired body up the stairs and pulled out the key to open the rusted security door. As the door creaked open, a faint, pleasant smell greeted her. Lin Chen, through Li Qianling's eyes, glanced around. The room was very small, about 30 square meters. A single bed, a simple wardrobe, and a desk took up most of the space. But the items were placed unusually neatly, the bedsheet without a single wrinkle, and on the windowsill, there was a small unnamed green plant, clearly something the owner had carefully tended to every day. Lin Chen's voice echoed in Li Qianling's mind, with a hint of teasing. Is this the room of Su Zhong's campus beauty? Although it's a bit small, the scent is really nice, sweet and soft, exactly like the scent on your body. Is this the legendary fragrance of a young girl? Li Qianling didn't feel any discomfort upon hearing this. Instead, she felt her tense nerves finally relax. She closed the door, changed her shoes, and replied in her mind with a bit of irritation. That's the scent of a cheap air freshener. What young girl fragrance? I'm already an adult. Hee, being an adult is great, there are more things you can do now. Li Qianling changed into a pair of white flip-flops and walked into the cramped bathroom, silently staring at her disheveled self in the mirror. Her pure white school uniform was stained with rainwater, large patches of mud, and some dried blood stains. The black stockings on her legs were torn beyond recognition, exposing large areas of her snow-white thighs. She first recalled today's events in her mind. It felt like a dream. After a while, Li Qianling bit her lower lip and said in a muffled tone. Well, Lin Chen, can I take a shower and tend to my wounds first? I feel all sticky, it's really uncomfortable. Go ahead. I also think your clothes don't fit you now, mainly because the front is a bit tight, making it uncomfortable. And those stockings, you should wear ones of better quality, they even have food safety certification. Lin Chen's reply was still full of playful charm. Upon hearing this, Li Qianling's beautiful cheeks immediately flushed, and even her earlobes became a bit warm. No, I mean, can you avoid looking? You're just right there on me. How am I supposed to take a shower? Avoid? Avoid what? Li Qianling, right now I'm parasitizing inside you, we are now one, you and I are intertwined. Besides, when I was controlling your body before, all the areas that needed to be close have already been close. From a biological perspective, I already know all about your figure. Don't worry about washing, don't treat me like an outsider. Although I, Lin Chen, am a bit lecherous, I will absolutely not look at what I shouldn't look at. Pfft, pervert. Li Qianling muttered, but she didn't feel any anger. Instead, she felt a sense of inexplicable security rising in her heart. In all her years, no one had ever spoken to her this way. And she knew Lin Chen was speaking the truth. After today's events, she no longer had the initial guard against him. No matter what his true form is, I've accepted it. But even so, asking her to strip and shower in front of Lin Chen was something she absolutely couldn't accept. That would be too fast, wouldn't it? Li Qianling just stood in front of the mirror, not moving for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Chen helplessly shook his head, then controlled his body to leave Li Qianling's body, gathering in her palm. Alright, hurry up with your shower, I'll gradually weaken if I stay out here too long. Li Qianling's eyes brightened, and she nodded. She stretched out her slender finger and lightly poked Lin Chen's form, only to see the black fluid bounce back with a soft, bouncy feel. When she poked it, a hole appeared, but it quickly restored itself to its original shape. Hee. It's fun, so squishy. Li Qianling started poking at Lin Chen nonstop, and Lin Chen, a bit annoyed, transformed into a large mouth and bit her slender, fair finger. A tingling sensation spread from Li Qianling's finger, making her face turn bright red. Then, she poked it 2 more times. Stop poking. If you poke me again, I won't be polite. Li Qianling said with a face full of disdain. You, a weak little lump, what do you mean by not being polite? Damn. Lin Chen suddenly changed, his body turned into dozens of tentacles, some of them reached out to wrap around Li Qianling, while the rest swayed in the air. What's wrong with being weak? Li Qianling, you better behave, or I won't be polite. Li Qianling trembled at the sight, her mind seemed to flash with some strange images, and she quickly withdrew her hand, waving it repeatedly. No, Lin Chen, change back quickly, this thing looks so creepy. Who can stand this? Humph. Didn't expect you, Su Zhong's campus beauty, to know so much. You must have watched a lot of those books, huh? Lin Chen snorted coldly, retracting all his tentacles, turning back into a lump. You better be polite to me from now on, or you'll taste the tentacle experience. Li Qianling dared not continue the topic and quickly changed the subject. Lin Chen, didn't you say you were a peerless handsome man? How did you end up looking like this? And what did you say your name was? Venom? What does that mean? I don't know how I ended up like this either, but this is how I am now. As for Venom, it's a movie I watched before. There was a character called Venom, and he looked like me right now. Venom? What kind of movie is that? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Lin Chen, it's not a movie from your world, so of course, you haven't seen it. Li Qianling's beautiful eyes revealed a look of surprise upon hearing this, and she whispered. You mean, you're not from this world? You come from another world? Chapter 8, Lin Chen, actually, you can heal without taking off clothes. Chapter 8, Lin Chen, actually, you can heal without taking off clothes. You could understand it that way. Wow, there really are other worlds? I really want to go see them. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment. Alright, hurry up and take a bath, I'll wait outside. After saying that, Lin Chen slowly wriggled his body and crawled out of the bathroom. Li Qianling's eyes flickered, watching Lin Chen's figure disappear, then she closed the door and began to gently take off her clothes. Soon, the sound of water splashing lightly filled the small bathroom. Lin Chen, bored, lay on the nightstand. In the same small room, watching the reflection of shadows on the bathroom glass door, listening to the sound of water from inside, Lin Chen felt it was kind of ambiguous. Half an hour later, the bathroom door was gently pushed open, and a flushed face first peeked out, looking around to make sure Lin Chen was obediently by the nightstand. Then Li Qianling came out, wrapped in an old bath towel, her wet long hair falling over her shoulders, her skin pink from the steam, making her look as delicate as a lotus in water. Her fair, long legs were mostly exposed to the air, with faint water droplets on her feet, making her look irresistible. Li Qianling slowly walked to the bed, sat down, then began drying her hair. Her eyes looked out at the night, the loneliness that had always been hidden in her gaze seemed to have faded away somewhat. Lin Chen. She suddenly spoke softly. I'm here. Lin Chen's voice responded immediately, not forgetting to make a cheeky remark. I have to say, after a good wash, you really look more pleasant to the eyes. No wonder you're the Suzhong campus beauty. Keep this level up from now on. Now, let's heal, right? Li Qianling ignored his teasing and, while drying her hair, spoke softly. Thank you. If I hadn't met you today, I might already be dead, or worse, something even more terrifying could have happened. Although your mouth is a little too sharp, and your background is unclear. But I can feel it, you mean me no harm. Although Li Qianling had already thanked Lin Chen before, she still couldn't help wanting to say it again. This feeling of being protected made her very attached. Hey, stop, don't hand out good person cards casually, but I really do mean no harm. Besides, you already thanked me, right? I told you, I'm also protecting myself. I have to find someone to depend on. If you die, won't I also end up as a box on the ground? We're purely a community of mutual benefit, grasshoppers on the same rope, understand? Hearing this, Li Qianling's lips lifted slightly, curling into a stunning curve. Lin Chen, no matter what the reason is. Li Qianling's voice became weak and gentle. Now, I am no longer alone, right? Once these words were spoken, Li Qianling's emotions suddenly surged violently. Although the two could not share their hearts, Lin Chen still felt her unrest. Lin Chen's voice paused for a moment, as if weighing how to answer this sentence. Of course. You are my host now, and unless something unexpected happens, I won't leave you for a while. As long as I'm here, no one can touch a single hair on you. But in return, can you eat more meat from now on? By my aesthetic, you are still a bit too thin, though everything is in the right place, the feel. Hearing this, Li Qianling exhaled a long breath, brushing her hair while smiling and interrupting Lin Chen. The feel how? Ahem, the feel is of course very good, but there's still a tiny bit of room for improvement. I mean your body's reserves are a little lacking, not enough for me to fully exert my power. Remember, the stronger you are, the stronger I am. Put. Li Qianling couldn't help laughing out loud, and in that instant, the dark little room brightened a bit. Think I'm too thin? Who is the one always saying my legs are long, waist is slim, feel is good? What, now you deny it? Those are two different things. As a person, you always have to pursue perfection, right? Lin Chen spoke seriously while talking nonsense. Also, I see your wardrobe is almost all jeans. That won't do. When we have money later, we need more sets of black and white stockings to change, and that thing called, right, horse oil socks. These pants fabric is breathable, good for me, breathing and exerting my power. Li Qianling's smile grew wider, looking at Lin Chen on the bedside table. She slowly turned her body, placing her legs not far from the bedside table where Lin Chen was. She spoke, even adding a playful tone. If you want to see me in stockings just say it, why make excuses? It's not like I won't let you see. By the way, are my legs really that pretty? As she spoke, Li Qianling slowly moved her right leg, placing it over the left. One high, one low, naturally revealing more scenery. If Lin Chen was in human form now, he would probably have a nosebleed. No one could resist this. A breathtaking school beauty, after bathing, voluntarily crossing her legs for you to see? Beautiful, of course beautiful. Not just the legs. Li Qianling's hair was finally dry. She carefully folded the towel and put it back in place. Then she slowly let go of the bath towel draped over her shoulders, revealing a magnificent view. It was like peaks ablaze, waves furious. Li Qianling kept her head down tightly, her cheeks already burning red, her red lips slightly parted, whispering. Lin Chen, like this, can you help heal me? Seeing this, Lin Chen's blood surged wildly inside, straight to his head. He quickly climbed onto Li Qianling, moving slowly across her body. Li Qianling's eyebrows lightly furrowed, feeling cold and tingling on her body. Her cheeks were burning, softly saying, "Lin Chen, is this taking advantage of me?" Lin Cheney spoke firmly, "What are you saying? I am helping you heal. We're one. If you're hurt, I'm not okay either." Li Qianling weakly said, "Like this, do you really have to take off your clothes to heal me?" Lin Chen coughed, feeling a bit guilty, and replied, "Actually, it's fine to keep them on." Li Qianling. An hour later. The chaos in your body, all except your spiritual root, has been healed. Can I put on clothes now? In theory, you should be able to. Then my spiritual root. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Let me rest for a bit. Li Qianling nodded and said softly, "All right." She quickly wrapped herself in a towel, entered the bathroom, and only came out after changing into her clothes. Lin Chen looked at Li Qianling after she put on her sleepwear and asked, "Do you want to practice now?" Li Qianling closed her eyes at the sound of his voice, threw herself on the bed in a big letter shape, and spoke despondently. "I can't practice, Lin Chen. I'm so tired, I have no strength left. I'll rest first and study practice tomorrow. I've set an alarm. Then rest." Li Qianling nodded, pulled the blanket from the side, and covered her body, leaving only her small jade-like feet exposed, slowly closing her eyes. This time, as she fell asleep, Li Qianling was smiling. For the first time in her life, she did not feel that bone-chilling loneliness and coldness when falling asleep. It was also the first time she felt cared for. The feeling of having someone by her side, it felt so good. "Good night, Lin Chen," she silently whispered in her heart. "Good night, Li Qianling." Lin Chen's voice also echoed deep within her consciousness. Soon, soft sounds of peaceful sleep filled the air. Li Qianling quickly fell asleep, still with a faint smile on her lips. After Li Qianling had fallen into a deep sleep, Lin Chen slowly climbed onto her hand, and a black ring appeared out of nowhere, which was Lin Chen's true form. As Li Qianling drifted into her dream, the black ring on her hand trembled slightly and transformed into countless nearly invisible black threads, which instantly entered her limbs and bones, attaching to the inner walls of her meridians. The originally congested and narrow meridians, under the enhancement of these black fluids, became wide and incredibly tough. Her previously damaged spiritual root was also becoming brighter and brighter. It was hard for Lin Chen though, staying up late to do such hard work. Chapter 9, Li Qianling's Spiritual Root Recovery. Practical Test. The first ray of morning sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting a patchy light on the narrow single bed. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The sharp sound of the alarm clock shattered the peace of the morning. Li Qianling's long eyelashes trembled slightly, then slowly opened her eyes. As her consciousness returned, she didn't feel the usual tiredness. Instead, her heart skipped a beat, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. "Lin Chen! Lin Chen!" She anxiously called out in her mind, her voice trembling slightly. There was no response. Her mind was filled with silence, only the rapid beating of her own heart. Fear immediately gripped her heart, and the feeling of falling from the clouds back into the mud almost took her breath away. Li Qianling was completely panicked. She suddenly sat up from the bed, her hands frantically searching her body, trying to find any trace of what had truly happened the night before. Everything from last night, the killing in the rain alley, the one who claimed to be Lin Chen, and that sense of regained power. Could it all have been a hallucination before death? Could she still be the martial arts failure, bullied by everyone? At this moment, her fingers touched something cold. She lowered her head and saw a pitch-black ring on the slender index finger of her right hand. The ring was not made of metal, but emitted a strange shimmering light, almost as if it had a life of its own, gently pulsating. In this moment, an immense joy and excitement surged like a tidal wave, almost making her cry with happiness. "It's not a dream. Lin Chen, it's real. From now on, in this cold world, there will be someone who will always be with me." Li Qianling took a deep breath, adjusting her excited mood, then the corner of her mouth lifted into a mischievous smile. She stretched out one of her delicate jade fingers on her left hand and gently poked the black ring on her right index finger, feeling its soft, bouncy touch, and sweetly said, "Lin Chen, it's time to get up. The sun is shining on your bottom." Don't disturb me, I'm exhausted from last night, let me sleep for 5 more minutes." Last night, he had been busy all night, almost depleting his own energy reserves. Now, only 12% of his energy remained on his interface. But as long as Li Qianling could grow quickly, all these sacrifices would be worth it. Lin Chen's lazy voice echoed in Li Qianling's mind, carrying a strong sense of morning grogginess. Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Li Qianling felt an unprecedented sense of peace. She glanced at the time, there were still 2 hours before school. "Lin Chen, I want to try cultivating. I have a feeling that I'm different from before." Yeah, you should start cultivating quickly, but I need 5 more minutes of sleep. Li Qianling sat cross-legged on the bed, adopting the cultivation posture she had long since memorized. She closed her eyes and began to operate the basic qi absorption technique. In an instant, she truly felt the earth-shattering changes happening inside her body. After her spiritual root was destroyed, every time she cultivated, the surrounding spiritual energy felt like thick glue. No matter how hard she tried to pull it, she could only absorb a little at a time, and when it entered her meridians, there was a vague, stinging pain. But now, everything felt completely different. The moment she started the technique, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be attracted by some powerful force. Instead of drifting over in small bits, it formed a small spiritual vortex, wildly pouring into Li Qianling's body. Moreover, she noticed that her originally congested and narrow meridians had somehow become wide and incredibly strong. Li Qianling was shocked in her heart. So much spiritual energy, and it's absorbing so quickly? Fast. But more importantly, inside her meridians, it seemed as though an immense amount of pure spiritual power had already accumulated. There was no need to refine it, all she had to do was think about it, and it could be directly absorbed by her body. This part of the spiritual power was naturally Lin Chen's work from last night. Lin Chen couldn't help it, Li Qianling's strength was too weak right now, and if he didn't quickly help her increase it, his own abilities would be limited. Crack! It was as if some kind of barrier inside her body had shattered. Qi and blood realm, 4th level, broken. Li Qianling was completely immersed in the exhilaration of her rapidly growing power. Every cell in her body was rejoicing, and her previously dry meridians were now filled with surging strength. Until the sunlight outside the window fully filled the room, Li Qianling slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath. The breath she released even formed a blood-red stream in the air, lingering for a long time. Qi and blood realm, 7th level. This cultivation speed was so incredible that even Li Qianling herself couldn't believe it, it felt like a dream. Li Qianling stretched out her hand, slowly feeling the blood and qi surging inside her. She finally felt hope again. The despair from when her spiritual root was destroyed, and when her spiritual affinity was measured at only 17, had completely disappeared. This cultivation speed, at least 10 times faster than before, no, 20 times faster. Li Qianling mumbled to herself. The light in his eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the genius in school with an 80 affinity for spiritual power, I bet they wouldn't be this good, right? Of course not. Lin Chen's voice rang out at the right moment, carrying a hint of pride. I didn't sleep much last night, but I helped you repair your ruined spiritual roots. It's already on par with those so-called geniuses, but I feel like your spiritual roots haven't fully recovered. But with my current ability, this is the best I can do. It's only possible because we share one body. If it were someone else, no matter how high their cultivation, success would be hard to achieve. Now your spiritual affinity should be at least 70 or 80 points. Hearing this, the last trace of gloom in Li Qianling's heart vanished, replaced by an infinite longing for the future. All she had left for Lin Chen was endless gratitude. She almost wanted him to return to his human form right then so she could hug him tightly. She reached out her left hand and gently stroked the ring on her right hand, a single tear hanging from the corner of her eye. With a slightly choked voice, she said, "Thank you, Lin Chen. I'm so grateful." Li Qianling was left speechless, her heart too full to express the overwhelming excitement she felt. For Li Qianling, what Lin Chen had done for her was like giving her a new life, and not just any life, but one destined to shine brightly. Lin Chen noticed the tear hanging from the corner of Li Qianling's eye and felt a little helpless. He quickly said, "Qianling, don't cry. It's nothing. The stronger you get, the stronger I can become too." After the excitement subsided, Li Qianling was about to calm herself and consolidate her rapid progress in cultivation when suddenly, she froze, as though she had thought of something, and joyfully exclaimed, "Lin Chen! I've reached the 7th level of qi and blood. The 7th level of qi and blood." Lin Chen was slightly stunned by Li Qianling's sudden joy. Right, the 7th level of qi and blood, what's the matter? Do you know what the 7th level of qi and blood means? What does it mean? Li Qianling took a deep breath and slowly said, "It means I now have the qualification to participate in the actual combat assessment and apply to a martial arts university. Do you know? In all of Suzhong, less than 1/10 of the students can get this qualification." Lin Chen, seeing Li Qianling's usual calm self so excited, couldn't help but feel curious. What exactly is this actual combat assessment? Chapter 10, Lin Chen's Evolution Method. Qianling, why aren't you speaking? Chapter 10, Lin Chen's Evolution Method. Qianling, why aren't you speaking? Li Qianling explained. In high school, students who reach the 7th level of qi and blood or higher are given the opportunity to take part in an assessment, which is the actual combat assessment. The test doesn't involve measuring data or fighting in the ring, but rather, we are sent to the city's border quarantine zone to engage in real combat with alien beasts. The more alien beasts you hunt, the higher your score. The ranking of the actual combat assessment is the basis for admissions to top martial arts universities, and the top 10 students will also get a chance to enter the spiritual energy pool for a cleansing ritual, as well as select a C-grade alloy weapon provided by the military. Furthermore, teachers from various martial arts universities and martial arts experts from Jiang'an City will be paying attention to the results. If some big shot takes an interest and accepts you as a personal student, you could really soar. Spiritual energy pool? What's that? The spiritual energy pool was formed during the awakening of spiritual energy, and it has existed for over 100 years. It contains very pure heavenly spiritual energy, making it a rare training holy land for martial artists. Lin Chen heard this and chuckled, his tone full of arrogance and confidence. Isn't that just an opportunity prepared specifically for you? Don't worry, with me around, not to mention the top 10, even first places within reach. The assessment will begin soon, and will show these sheltered folks what cruelty really is, while you can take a dip in that so-called spirit pool. Li Qianling continued her cultivation with immense joy, while Lin Chen began analyzing his own situation. Current form, symbiote, 3rd rank. Hosts parasite realm, chi blood realm, 7th level. Energy reserve, 12%. Looking at the energy reserve, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. It seemed he could only improve his cultivation through devouring, but there were no exotic beasts around. What happens when the energy reserve reaches 100%? Evolution tip: when the energy reserve reaches 100%, the symbiote may attempt to advance. Warning: simply devouring ordinary flesh and blood will only increase energy reserves and cannot break through the 3rd rank bottleneck. Lin Chen's heart sank. No breakthrough? System: how can I evolve to the next stage? To evolve to the 4th rank, a special high-energy substance is needed as a catalyst to induce a genetic leap for the symbiote. The only substance the host can currently access, mutant source crystal. Mutant source crystal? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, the name sounded like something rare. What is that? In this world, some powerful exotic beasts contain an energy core formed during the great changes of spiritual energy revival, which holds wild and primitive mutation laws. These crystals are usually located in the hearts or brains of exotic beasts, and only Beast King level or higher beasts have a chance to produce them. Additionally, in some gathering places of spiritual energy revival, there is a chance to find these things, which the host must search for. So, it's about hunting monsters for loot or finding rare materials. Lin Chen understood now. The exotic beasts in this world were essentially mutated wild animals, and it seemed the only way to get stronger was to deal with these monsters. After a while, Li Qianling consolidated her cultivation and had already stood up from the bed, stretching her stiff body. As she relaxed, her astonishing figure was fully revealed, with her long, white legs making Lin Chen stare in awe. Qianling, I want to ask you something. Lin Chen spoke. What is it? Li Qianling was in a great mood, and it showed on her face, making her look even more beautiful. She was tidying her slightly messy hair while responding lightly. Have you ever heard of the mutant source crystal? Li Qianling paused her actions, her brows furrowing slightly. After a moment of thought, she shook her head. Mutant source crystal? I've never heard of it. Is it a medicinal herb or a type of ore? No, it's probably related to exotic beasts. I heard it's a crystal formed within powerful exotic beasts. Upon hearing this, Li Qianling immediately took out her old phone with cracks on the screen and typed these 4 words into the search box. The search results were either empty or completely unrelated ads. There's nothing online. Li Qianling pouted her lips, clearly a bit disappointed for not being able to help Lin Chen. Maybe it's a more specialized academic term, or perhaps it's classified high-level information that can't be found on the regular web. Then what level of beast is the Beast King? Li Qianling replied, the rank of exotic beasts corresponds to that of martial artists, and is divided into 9 levels, although there are no distinct realm names. A Beast King should be a 5th rank beast. 5th rank beast? Lin Chen, a 3rd rank symbiote, would never be able to compete with a Beast King. But he wasn't surprised by the result, merely saying with a slight regret, sigh, it's normal for something that can help me evolve to be so hard to obtain. It looks like I can't rely on myself. You just said, it can help you evolve? Li Qianling quickly caught the key point, and she spun around, staring seriously at the ring on her hand and asking, are you saying that if you find this thing, you can become stronger, even change your current form? Will you be able to return to human form after you evolve? Yes, to make a qualitative change, I must consume this thing. As for whether it can return to human form, I really don't know. Lin Chen said casually. Forget it, no rush for now, we'll wait for a chance later. Go to school. Li Qianling suddenly interrupted him, jumping down from the bed, her eyes unusually firm. Huh? Why go to school now? So early? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Li Qianling quickly put on her shoes while saying, The library at school has a section in the collection hall specifically storing ancient martial arts books and beast illustrations. There might be clues there. Even if the library doesn't have it, I can ask the teachers or check the black market. I believe we can find it. Seeing her so urgent, Lin Chen felt a warm surge in his heart, but he teased with his mouth. Hey, what time is it now? I say, big school beauty, you are too impatient. Li Qianling seemed not to hear, walking to the cabinet, choosing a pair of brand new Black-Stockings, sitting on the bed and slowly putting them on. After putting them on, Li Qianling stood, turned slightly, admired herself a little, then looked at the ring in her hand and said, Lin Chen, how about this one? Very beautiful. But it would be even better if it had other colors. I'll buy it when I have time. Li Qianling opened the door, the morning cool wind lifted her long hair, bringing a breath of freshness. She stared at the ring on her hand, and on that cold, perfect face suddenly appeared a seriousness never seen before. Lin Chen, your matter is very important. Since you need it to evolve, I will definitely help you find it. Even if it is in the heart of the fiercest beast, I will help you dig it out. Hearing this, Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, feeling a kind of emotion he could not describe. He could feel Li Qianling's care for him, a feeling he hardly experienced in his previous life. After all, he was also an orphan. Li Qianling pushed open the house door, the fresh morning air rushed to her face, she tightened her clothes and stepped into the morning light. Along the way, the girl's figure was tall and elegant, wearing well-fitted clothes, her long straight legs wrapped in black stockings looked even more alluring. That cold and perfect face still showed no expression, as if nothing in this world could stir her emotions. However, if someone could peek into her heart, they would see that this cold school beauty was on the edge of collapse. Oh, Qianling, can you walk faster? That boy just now nearly popped his eyes out seeing you, pure pervert. Hearing this, Li Qianling quickened her pace. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen said again. Maybe walk slower, walking too fast, the waves make me a bit dizzy. TSK, look at that guy on the left, walks with toes out, obviously weak kidneys, young people these days still lack body strength. Wow. The girl on the right wears white stockings. But legs a bit bent, bad rating. My Qianling's legs are perfect, long and straight, simply a work of art. Hey. Qianling, why aren't you talking? Talk to me. Chapter 11 Dark Moon Organization, Li Qianling's deskmate. Chapter 11 Dark Moon Organization, Li Qianling's deskmate. Li Qianling's mouth twitched slightly, holding back the urge to pull off the ring on her hand and squeeze it hard, helplessly replied. Lin Chen, can you be quiet? I almost can't focus on walking. No. With this ghost face, if I don't talk to you, who do I talk to? It's so boring. Besides, I'm training your mind, so in the future when facing enemy trash talk, you can stay unmoved like a mountain, understand my good intention? Li Qianling sighed helplessly, could only ignore Lin Chen's voice, quickened her steps into the Suzhong campus. Early in the morning, Suzhong had not started classes yet, but the campus already had many students up early for morning exercise. Even some people's faces were already extremely exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes being quite obvious. It was clear that these people had probably stayed up all night practicing in school. Most of them were at the 6th level of Qi and Blood, trying their best to push their potential, hoping to successfully break through to the 7th level. This group of people was only one step away from taking part in the actual combat assessment and entering the martial arts university, and at this critical juncture, not many would be willing to give up. If they couldn't break through by tomorrow, it would basically mean they'd live a mediocre life forever. But the martial world is this cruel. Li Qianling watched their desperate actions and couldn't help but feel empathetic. Once, when her spiritual root had been destroyed, she had been just as frantic. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. But what she was lucky for was meeting Lin Chen, meeting a chance to defy fate. Perhaps this was a chance given to her by the heavens. Li Qianling sighed in her heart, but her steps never slowed, as she walked straight through the campus and headed directly to the school library. The library was quiet and still. Only the faint sound of a few people flipping through books seemed somewhat out of place in the otherwise silent atmosphere. The first and second floors had only common books, so there shouldn't be any information about mutation source crystals. Li Qianling headed straight to the third floor's special documents area, where records on mutated beast encyclopedias, ancient secrets, and various miscellaneous writings were stored. She quickly gathered a large pile of relevant materials and sat down to begin flipping through them. Encyclopedia of Mutated Beasts, nothing. High-level spiritual materials identification record, not here either. Great Xia's strange record, still nothing. The desk was already piled high with books, and Li Qianling flipped through them quickly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Time slowly passed. Hey, big school beauty, are we sure we're looking in the right direction? Do you really think the library will have books on such advanced stuff? Lin Chen complained, a little bored in her mind. Why don't you take a look at that book on the first floor, Essence of Controlling Women? Oh no,
Jade Woman's Heart Sutra?
Li Qianling was completely immersed, automatically filtering out his annoying words, her fingers still tracing over the yellowed pages of an old book titled Chronicles of Underground Forces in Jiang'an City. Suddenly, her fingers stopped. On the last few pages of the book, an inconspicuous line of small text caught her eye. Dark Moon, a mysterious underground organization in Jiang'an City, once reported the whereabouts of a mutation source crystal, possibly originating from the deep mist restricted area of a 5th-tier beast king.
Found it!
Li Qianling's heart jumped with joy, and she immediately called out to Lin Chen in her mind.
Lin Chen, look at this! Dark Moon Organization.
Lin Chen's consciousness immediately scanned the text, then he pondered.
An underground mysterious organization?
These organizations are usually not that simple, but there's nothing we can do. In a place like Jiang'an City, mutation source crystals are still too rare. Li Qianling closed the book, her eyes shining with excitement.
No matter what, this concerns your evolution. I must go see it, no matter what kind of organization it is.
But I heard that entering such underground organizations usually requires a threshold or a recommendation from someone, and what we're most lacking right now is strength and fame.
Lin Chen immediately corrected her. Strength is not what we're lacking for now, what we lack is fame.
Li Qianling turned to look out the window, her gaze glimmering with light.
Fame, huh?
Lin Chen, tomorrow is the practical assessment. With you around, I will definitely make a name for myself. After leaving the library, Li Qianling checked the time and saw that the first class was about to start. She didn't stay for long and walked straight to her classroom. The classroom was almost full, and just as Li Qianling stepped through the door, she felt a wave of gazes turning towards her. Most of them were boys, after all, a beauty like Li Qianling.
It certainly was quite attention-grabbing.
Li Qianling ignored the gazes and slowly sat down at her desk. Beside her, a small girl had already taken her seat. It was Li Qianling's deskmate. Her deskmate, named Leng Xiaoxing, had good martial arts talent, currently at the 8th level of Qi and Blood, and she was also quite pretty, though in a cute way. She was small in stature, loved wearing various little dresses, and always had her hair tied in twin ponytails. Her personality was quite cheerful, and she had no shortage of admirers in class. The two of them had been deskmates since the first year of high school, with no changes in seating arrangements in between. If anything, Leng Xiaoxing could be said to be the student with the best relationship with Li Qianling in the class.
When Leng Xiaoxing saw Li Qianling come in, she immediately broke into a smile. Li Qianling, you're here. I thought you weren't coming today.
Li Qianling smiled in response.
How could I not? Today is the last knowledge class before the practical assessment.
I heard the teacher will talk about the beasts in the blockade area.
Even if I can't take part in the practical test, it'll still be really useful to listen.
Leng Xiaoxing continued. But I heard some people in class say you've given up because your spiritual power affinity is too low and have already dropped out.
She said it so confidently, I thought it was true. Oh? Li Qianling became interested. Who said that?
Leng Xiaoxing pouted and said.
Who else could it be? It's Yang Jingru. After you left yesterday, she went around mocking you in class, saying you'd drop out tomorrow and definitely wouldn't come to school.
I even defended you a bit at that time, but she sarcastically responded.
Humph, that woman is so jealous, she's not as pretty as you and just goes around slandering you. Disgusting. Wait, how come she's not here today?
Usually, she's one of the first to arrive at class. Li Qianling remained unfazed, smiling gently.
Maybe something delayed her on the way. Xiaoxing, you don't need to defend me next time.
The more you interact with people like her, the more they'll get worked up. Just treat her like a street dog.
Leng Xiaoxing nodded. So what do you think the teacher will talk about today? If I knew, I'd be the teacher. True. Chapter 12, Strange Beasts, Parasites? Lin Chen is a beast?
After a moment, a middle-aged man quietly walked into the classroom empty-handed and made his way to the podium. It was their usual knowledge teacher, Zhang Qingde.
Zhang Qingde's face looked somewhat stern, with a touch of authority.
After scanning the classroom, he noticed about 10 empty seats and immediately snorted.
Humph. On the last class, so many people are absent. Sigh. Even if you can't participate in the practical test, it's still useful to learn more.
After saying this, he directly began the class. Students, tomorrow is the day for some of you to take part in the practical test, so this class will mainly focus on the practical test.
What is the practical test? Simply put, it's a real-life life and death trial. In your 3 years of high school, you've never encountered real beasts. Tomorrow will be your first time entering the blockade zone to face those terrifying beasts head-on. First, why is there such a practical test? Because the Great Xia Kingdom wants warriors who can actually kill enemies on the battlefield, not just cultivators who do nothing. But don't feel too much pressure. Every year, there are students who fall in the practical test, and it's not a small number. Statistically, the average is around 10%. That means, out of every 100 students,
nearly 10 people had died, and this death rate was definitely not low. So, the first thing today, I must tell everyone taking the test, only do what you can handle.
Don't show off.
If you feel your ability is not enough, giving up is also a wise choice.
Or just stay inside the camp and don't go out. At least your life will be somewhat safe.
Not seeking martial glory, living safely all your life, is also a kind of happiness. As your teacher, I feel both worry and hope for you. Worry that someone may die in the locked zone, hope that someone can show great skill and carve out a space in the world. How you do it, that depends on yourselves. After these words, all the students in the classroom fell into a strange mood. Some were sad, some were full of hot blood, some were moved. Li Chen, however, did not show much emotion. She was used to being alone and closed off, her heart was rarely stirred by others.
Lin Chen was the same. Zhang Chengde then started the last class.
The topic of the lesson was strange beasts. This time, Lin Chen listened very carefully. Li Qianling knew too little.
This was the first time he heard a detailed explanation about the classification of strange beasts.
He summarized it himself. The strange beasts of this world could roughly be divided into 3 types.
The first type is the brute-type strange beasts.
These beasts have 2 main characteristics. One is physical brute force, usually crushing in close combat, breaking armor with sheer strength, attacking head-on. The other focuses on body defense and damage reduction. This type of strange beast usually has the largest numbers and most complex varieties, but high-level ones are relatively fewer. It could be said that in every large-scale battle between humans and strange beasts, the ones charging ahead are this dense mass of brute-type beasts.
The second type is the swift shadow strange beasts.
These beasts focus on speed, moving quickly, sneaking, ambushing, and assassinating.
They are very hard to defend against and are nightmares for many warriors on the battlefield. Some powerful ones can even sneak into human living areas to carry out assassinations.
The third type is the psychic strange beasts, which focus on spiritual attacks, usually dealing ranged area damage, rarely appearing head-on on the battlefield, and are very troubling for humans. In most battles, humans want to deal with these kinds of beasts behind the lines, as every wave of their attacks brings heavy human casualties. Zhang Qingda's voice continued, and after explaining the rough classifications, he kept lecturing on the common strange beasts in this real combat test. He went through nearly 50 kinds of strange beasts before slowly stopping. Lin Chen listened carefully, finally gaining a basic understanding of these strange beasts.
Finally, Zhang Chengde added, strange beasts have countless varieties. These 3 main types are how humans roughly classify them.
In fact, some beasts have multiple advantages at once, for example, a beast with incredibly strong body defense and extreme speed. If you encounter this type, the best way is to run quickly, never go head-to-head. Some beasts are even more terrifying, almost perfect in every way, strong, heavily defended, extremely agile, excellent at hiding, able to manipulate the spiritual energy of the world, almost invincible at their level.
Never provoke them.
After listening, Long Xiaoxing was also shocked.
She looked at Li Qianling and whispered, Qianling, those beasts Teacher Zhang mentioned in the end are too strong, right? If we meet them, how can we win?
Li Qianling whispered back, don't worry. Those beasts usually live in the core area of the locked zone. We are only operating on the outskirts, we won't encounter them, don't worry. Moreover, among humans there are many martial arts masters, someone will deal with them. Zhang Qingda's voice came again. In short, to sum up, the strength of the exotic beasts is beyond doubt. Students, whether you are participating in the combat assessment or not, you must pay extra attention to safety. Any questions, students? If not, class is over. Teacher, I still have a question. Li Qianling immediately stood up, her voice loud, and the entire class's eyes turned to her.
Oh? What question does student Li have?
Li Qianling was silent for a moment, then asked in a deep voice. Teacher Zhang, I think I read a sentence in a book before, saying that besides these 3 types of exotic beasts, there are some beasts that do not belong to the 3 categories.
But the book didn't record it in detail. Do you know about it, Teacher Zhang?
Hearing Li Qianling's question, Zhang Qingda's brows slightly furrowed, obviously a bit surprised.
Li Qianling is right. Besides the 3 main types, there are some very rare exotic beasts. Because they are too rare, humans made a separate classification for them, called the bizarre class.
Bizarre class? Many in the class subconsciously repeated the words, they had never encountered this term before. In human society, those who could become real martial artists, reaching the enlightenment realm, were very few. So, to avoid creating a panic in society, the Daxia Kingdom blocked news about exotic beasts. Therefore, most people basically cannot get any news about exotic beasts online, let alone these very rare bizarre class beasts. Zhang Chengde said in a serious tone.
Yes, it's the bizarre class. This type of exotic beast is extremely troublesome.
They have very strange abilities, such as shapeshifting, rebirth, parasitism, disguise, and so on. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Qianling's heart jumped.
Parasitism? Isn't this describing Lin Chen's current state? Could it be that Lin Chen is an exotic beast?
Chapter 13 Li Qianling, I knew it, I am the most beautiful in Lin Chen's eyes. Chapter 13 Li Qianling, I knew it, I am the most beautiful in Lin Chen's eyes.
This thought almost immediately appeared in Li Qianling's mind. But Li Qianling's emotions did not fluctuate because of it.
Because she did not care at all what Lin Chen really was. She only knew that at her most dangerous moment, it was Lin Chen who stepped forward to save her. When she was most desperate, her spiritual root destroyed, and her future completely dark, it was Lin Chen who gave her a bright and glorious future.
This kind of life-saving grace made Li Qianling's heart fully trust Lin Chen unconditionally. Even if he really is an exotic beast, Li Qianling would not hesitate to fight alongside him. Moreover, Lin Chen himself said, he is not from this world. Although Li Qianling did not care, the ring in her hand began to stir slightly. Soon Lin Chen's somewhat doubtful voice came. Parasitism? Exotic beast? What the hell? I am an exotic beast? I turned into an exotic beast? Damn it!
I'm clearly a human, who knows how crossing over made me end up like this.
Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Li Qianling smiled lightly. Teacher Zhang didn't even mention you, don't be anxious.
Besides, even if you really are an exotic beast, I wouldn't abandon you.
Go away, go away. I'm human. Male gender, love female. Besides, have you ever seen an exotic beast like black-stockings, white stockings, or flesh-colored stockings? Li Qianling's heart laughed softly.
She didn't know why, but seeing Lin Chen slightly defenseless made her very happy. It was like a child who just got candy, happy and carefree.
However, on the surface, Li Qianling remained cold and indifferent. Although she trusted Lin Chen, this parasitic exotic beast still aroused her curiosity. Li Qianling immediately asked. Teacher, can you explain in detail about the parasitic beasts?
Zhang Chengde heard Li Qianling's question and slowly shook his head. There are very few records about these beasts, and they are usually classified. Even I only know that such strange beasts exist, but I don't know anything else.
Okay, thank you, teacher. Li Qianling sat down again.
With her leading, many students in the class stood up and asked a bunch of random questions. Before they knew it, class was over.
Lin Chen also quickly got out of his gloomy mood and began chatting playfully with Li Qianling about the exotic beasts.
The two enjoyed their conversation very much. However, as they were talking, Li Qianling began to notice something was off.
Lin Chen started displaying his traditional male virtues, loving women.
Qianling, you know, although your deskmate is small, honestly, she looks quite cute and has this protective vibe. Look at that girl in the 5th row of the 3rd group. Her face shape and outfit look really good, but she's a bit on the heavier side. If she lost weight, she might also be a goddess.
She has potential. I wonder if that guy has an eye for her. Hey, Qianling, look at the one by the window.
Her back looks pretty good, too bad she won't turn around.
I can't see what she looks like.
Li Qianling heard Lin Chen's words and felt her temples begin to throb. At first, she could bear it, but eventually, she couldn't take it anymore.
What is this? Talking about other girls in front of me? What does that mean? Is it because you think I'm not good-looking enough? Did you forget? You are the one parasitizing on me.
So, Li Qianling said coldly.
Lin Chen, if you really like them, why don't you go find them?
Lin Chen was stunned for a moment.
Why did this sentence sound so familiar?
Alright, it turns out that this kind of sarcastic tone from women is universally applicable in the universe, even someone like Li Qianling, a cold school flower, is no exception.
It sounded a bit creepy.
Lin Chen quickly smiled and explained.
No, how could they compare to you? Look at your deskmate.
She's not as curvy, not as slim, and she's not, cough, anyway, she's far from you. That so-called potential stock, well, it's still just potential.
What if she gets even fatter in the future? Unlike you, you already have the perfect figure. And the one by the window, the back view killer, you know?
I've seen plenty of those in my past life.
Can't look. It would ruin my first impression.
Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Qianling forced herself to hold back the urge to slightly smile, but inside, she couldn't help but hum lightly.
Humph.
In Lin Chen's heart, I'm still the most beautiful.
The last class passed unknowingly.
After greeting Lang Xiaoxing, Li Qianling headed straight to her training room. In Suzhou, only members of the school team have their own private training rooms, while others share training rooms with 10 or more people. The training room is equipped with various types of training equipment, such as strength training, speed training, reaction training, and so on.
However, because there were so many people, and Li Qianling's realm was too low, she hadn't had much opportunity to use the equipment. Also, Li Qianling had always been quite solitary, accustomed to being alone. Plus, with the title of school flower on her head, it made it hard for Li Qianling to make close friends in the training room. Since now she had Lin Chen, Li Qianling didn't plan to continue with those people. After testing her and Lin Chen's various data this time, she would move out of here completely. She had already planned it. After the practical exam, she would immediately join the Dark Moon organization, seeking an opportunity for Lin Chen to evolve. Lin Chen's thought coincided with hers. Just as Li Qianling mentioned the training room, Lin Chen's voice sounded. Qianling, actually, in our current situation, in the training room we might feel too restrained. I still prefer your small room filled with cheap air freshener smell. After all, I can be a bit freer there. But for now I need to test how much my combat power changes under your enhancement. The equipment at home is a bit insufficient. Li Qianling explained, but her steps suddenly paused, as a figure appeared before her that made her uneasy. It was a boy wearing brand-name sportswear, his hairstyle very neat, but his eyes full of lust. He was the only son of the school's academic affairs director, Wang Kai. Wang Kai, relying on his father's power and his own ninth-level blood and energy cultivation, always acted tyrannically at school. Long ago, he had already coveted Li Qianling, but at that time, they couldn't detect spiritual root affinity, so he dared not act recklessly. In Daxia country, such students had an extra layer of protection. Because no one knew if the seemingly ordinary student today might, one day, suddenly become a true peerless genius. Wang Kai naturally thought the same. If Li Qianling awakened some special spiritual roots, or had very high spiritual power affinity, that would be troublesome. But now he heard Li Qianling was a martial arts waste, and his impure thoughts could no longer be restrained. Wang Kai brought two followers, approaching with a lecherous smile, eyes shamelessly scanning Li Qianling's thighs wrapped in black silk in her chest, the gaze sticky and disgusting. Yo, isn't this our Suzhong campus beauty? Why walking alone at school? How lonely. Wang Kai reached out to block Li Qianling's shoulder, speaking filthily while doing so. I heard at the testing ceremony a few days ago, you only measured a spiritual power affinity of a little over 10? So you'll never cultivate martial arts in your life? Blood and energy at 3rd level for life? TSK, what a pity for this face, this body. But it's okay, I can help you. As long as you follow me later and serve me well, I can give you some martial arts cultivation resources, even get you a special university admission slot. How about that? Chapter 14, One Kick to Fracture, Ji Junfeng. You must know, with your current talent, wanting to be successfully admitted to a martial arts university, even the worst kind, is impossible. Li Qianling's steps paused, her body slightly stepping back to avoid his hand, brows furrowed, eyes full of disgust and contempt. Even without Lin Chen, the second-generation rich kid who only relied on power to bully, in her eyes, was nothing but trash. Get lost. The girl's red lips parted slightly, uttering a cold word. Wang Kai's smile instantly froze. People were coming and going at school, and many passing students stopped to watch, making him feel his face was losing dignity. Shameless. Wang Kai's face darkened, revealing a ferocious side. Pretending to be high-minded? You are just a useless person. Wearing this sexy to school, isn't it to seduce men? Pretending at what? Following anyone is the same, yet you pretend with me? As soon as Wang Kai spoke, most of the onlookers frowned. Thinking such words was one thing, but daring to say it aloud? Isn't this provoking trouble? Even if Li Qianling hurt him on the spot, the school could do nothing to her. It was just a pity that this Suzhong campus beauty, with only 3rd-level blood and energy cultivation, would never be a match for Wang Kai. In Li Qianling's mind, Lin Chen's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying a trace of chilling murderous intent. Qianling, this trash-spewing filth, don't hold back, take him down. That's exactly what I plan to do. Li Qianling's eyes turned cold, and the black ring on her right index finger flashed with a faint airy light. A force that didn't belong to her immediately surged through her limbs and bones. In the next moment, Li Qianling moved. Without any extra words, that long, straight leg shot up like black lightning, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, heading straight for Wang Kai's face. As Li Qianling charged toward Wang Kai, that terrifying speed stirred up a huge storm in Wang Kai's heart. How is this possible, this speed? How can this be Qi and blood 3rd realm? It's even faster than my own speed. Wang Kai's pupils constricted, he didn't even have time to defend, only feeling the breath of a Qi and blood 7th realm crashing towards him. Qi and blood 7th realm? Didn't she just reach the 3rd realm? Doesn't she only have a spirit affinity of 17 points? How could she break through 4 realms overnight? How talented a student must she be to have such terrifying cultivation speed? No. Impossible, she must have been hiding her strength all along. Well done, Li Qianling. But even so, Wang Kai still looked down on her in his heart. After all, he was Qi in Blood 9th Realm, and even if Li Qianling had reached Qi in Blood 7th Realm, so what? 9th Realm, he could easily take on 3 or 4 7th Realm warriors. He raised his hand, and immediately a dense surge of Qi and blood exploded, revealing his Qi and blood 9th realm power. Then his Qi and blood slowly gathered in his palm, and in front of the onlookers, he punched toward Li Qianling. The group of students from Suzhong were also incredibly shocked. In their eyes, Li Qianling's actions were undoubtedly insane. How dare she strike against someone with a much higher realm than her? Isn't this just asking for humiliation? Some even shook their heads helplessly and sighed deeply. She probably couldn't stand the fact that she has no martial arts talent, so now she's throwing a tantrum, right? Wang Kai wore a cold smile, as if he had already seen Li Qianling's pathetic state. However, when that small foot in black stockings really kicked him in the face, he finally understood what complete crushing meant. Wang Kai's mind completely lost the ability to think. He only felt a terrifying force coming from Li Qianling's foot. That was no ordinary Qi and blood 7th realm power, it even surpassed his own. It was a force as if coming from a wild beast of the primeval world. In the midst of Wang Kai's horror. Boom! A muffled sound. Wang Kai's entire body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, soaring through the air in a graceful parabola before heavily smashing onto the cement ground 5 meters away. He clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, with even his scream being kicked back into his stomach. The entire place fell into an instant silence. The surrounding students, who had been watching the spectacle, all stood with their mouths wide open, their eyes nearly popping out. The 2 lackeys by Wang Kai's side trembled all over and quickly backed off to a safe distance. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Li Qianling just kicked Wang Kai away? Wang Kai is Qi in blood 9th realm. How could a useless person with only a spirit affinity of 17 do this? How is that possible? Those long legs, SSS, this kick's power is terrifying. Li Qianling ignored the gazes of the crowd as she slowly walked toward Wang Kai, who was struggling to get up. At this moment, Wang Kai looked extremely embarrassed, his right hand covered in blood, his forearm clearly broken, and he stared in terror at the cold girl standing above him. Li Qianling raised her foot, mercilessly stamping it on his face, grinding the sole against him, and coldly said, "The son of the director of the Academic Affairs Office? A piece of trash. Don't let me hear any more filthy words from you. If you don't believe me, just try me." Wang Kai's face was deformed from the pressure, his mouth could only make muffled sounds, and the arrogance in his eyes turned into pure terror. However, among the crowd of onlookers, apart from shock, some strange voices began to emerge. A boy's face turned red, and he couldn't help but mutter quietly, "Holy shit, so cool. Although Wang Kai looks miserable, why do I kind of envy him? I wish I could be stomped on the face by the goddess like that. Although it's violent, but being stomped on by a school beauty's beautiful black silk legs seems like not completely unacceptable, right?" The person next to him looked at him with disdain and said, "Damn, bro, is that even possible? Are you seriously that suppressed?" Li Qianling slowly withdrew her foot and was about to continue walking toward the training room. But just as one storm ended, another began. Among the crowd, a tall, cold-faced boy pushed his way through, staring coldly at Li Qianling. He was wearing the red and black team uniform custom-made for the Suzhong school team, his arms crossed, and the gold badge on his chest, representing the team captain, shone brightly in the sunlight. Qi Junfeng, the vice-captain of the Suzhong school team, a true figure of influence in this year's senior class, with excellent talent. It was said that his current cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the opening mind realm, and he was a capable student of the Dean of Academic Affairs, Wang Changren. Li Qianling. As soon as Wang Kai saw Qi Junfeng, he was overjoyed, quickly saying, bro. You have to stand up for me." As he spoke, he struggled to walk behind Qi Junfeng. His terrified gaze toward Li Qianling immediately vanished, replaced by a look of hatred. He anxiously said, "Li Qianling. How dare you humiliate me like this in front of everyone, completely disregarding the school rules? Just wait, Captain Qi will make you pay the price." Chapter 15, Lin Chen, "Damn, this hypocrite, I'll kill him." Chapter 15, Lin Chen, "Damn, this hypocrite, I'll kill him." More and more students passed by, and the crowd grew larger. Some students who missed the earlier incident were shocked to see Wang Kai's fate. Holy shit, that's Wang Kai? His hand is broken? Isn't he at the 9th level of the blood energy realm? Li Qianling is that strong? Did she strike so ruthlessly? Shoo! Quiet. Don't you see Qi Junfeng is here? He's the vice-captain of the school team. Li Qianling is done for now, bringing the big shot after dealing with the little one. Although Qi Junfeng is the same age as us, he's practically like a teacher in Suzhong. What a shame for her face and legs. Offending the Academic Affairs Department, this matter probably won't be easily resolved today. Hearing the discussions around him, Qi Junfeng seemed to enjoy the feeling of being revered. He slowly stepped forward, looking down at Li Qianling with a proud expression in his eyes. Li Qianling, come with me. Qi Juanfeng's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Li Qianling coldly replied, why should I? Regarding your public beating of a student at the school gate just now, causing serious injury, you are suspected of intentionally harming someone on school grounds. The Academic Affairs Department requires a detailed explanation from you. Li Qianling's expression remained indifferent, not even lifting her eyelids, and she coldly said, no need for all that trouble. Whatever you have to say it here. If you're just here to pick on me because of this useless piece of trash, just say it directly. Don't try to beat around the bush, pretending to be some big shot. You. Qi Juanfeng's face stiffened, clearly not expecting this well-known school beauty to be so tough. Wang Kai, standing beside him, spoke with venom. Bro, look at her arrogance. She shows no respect for you as the vice captain. She must have used some dirty tricks. Otherwise, with her useless skills, how could she have hurt me? Dirty tricks? Lin Chen scoffed in Li Qianling's mind. It seems that kick just now was still too light. I should have disabled his third leg directly, so he wouldn't bark around. After all, Qi Junfeng is the vice captain, and he cares about his face, so he forced back the anger in his heart, took a deep breath, and put on an official-looking expression. Li Qianling, Wang Kai is right. Your spiritual affinity is only 17 points, and on the day your spiritual root awakened, your cultivation was only at the third level of Qi and blood. This is a well-known fact. How could a person at the third level of Qi and blood possibly defeat someone at the ninth level head-on? The only explanation is that you used some forbidden weapon or a sneak attack. Saying this, he stepped forward, his aura oppressive. As the vice captain of the school team, I have the responsibility to maintain discipline in Su Middle. If you do not cooperate, then considering your terrible actions, I officially inform you, your qualification for the senior third-year practical exam is revoked. When these words came out, the whole room went into an uproar. What? Revoke the practical exam qualification? Isn't that equivalent to destroying her future? This is too harsh. The practical exam is the only chance to enter martial arts university. Without the qualification, wouldn't her life stop here forever? This is clearly personal revenge. Others worked hard to reach the 7th level of Qi and blood. Qi Junfeng is too unfair. Sai, forget it, that group in the academic office, not one is a good person. I don't even understand why the principal lets them act freely. Li Qianling's eyes finally stirred, a trace of killing intent appearing. In this world, being unable to participate in the practical exam basically means completely losing the chance for martial arts university, only becoming labor at the bottom of society. Moreover, with Lin Chen's help, Li Qianling aims to win first place. This is not just punishment, this is trying to cut off her life path. Why? Li Qianling coldly stared into Qi Juanfeng's eyes, asking word by word. Because I am the school team captain. Because you violated rules and hurt others. Qi Junfeng sneered. What? You don't accept it? Don't accept it then. Damn it. Lin Chen's voice exploded in her mind, full of uncontrollable rage. Qianling. This bastard deserves a beating. When I get the chance, I will tear his face off and stick it on the ground as a floor mat. How dare he ruin your future, that is ruining my evolution path. I must kill him. A terrifying killing intent flowed into Li Qianling's limbs following Lin Chen's thought. Li Qianling felt her fingertips itch, the black ring seemed eager to turn into a sharp blade to kill the person in front of her. She took a deep breath and calmed herself inside. Lin Chen, calm down. In public, yesterday's matter with Yang Jingru is not over. If you reveal yourself now, we are really finished. The whole Jiang'an city will hunt us, then forget evolution, we won't even survive. Lin Chen curled his lips. I know, just seeing this kind of person pretend in front of me is too annoying. The practical exam starts tomorrow, there will be plenty of chances, no need to rush now. So now, how do you plan to handle this situation? Do you need me to give you away? Lin Chen's tone was cold, clearly he already had a plan in mind. No need, leave it to me, sometimes dealing with a hypocrite does not require action. Since Li Qianling had a plan herself, Lin Chen naturally said no more, she still had his trust. This school beauty is not just a vase. A mocking smile curled on Li Qianling's lips, her eyes swept the crowd, finally resting on Qi Junfeng, her voice cold and loud. Captain Qi, you said I sneak attacked, used forbidden weapons? I want to ask you, why would a person at the 9th level of Qi and blood, even in the school team, Wang Kai, be sneak attacked by me at the 7th level? Is he too useless, or is there a problem with your school team's exam system? Moreover, as long as one reaches the 7th level of vital energy, they can obtain the qualification for a combat assessment. This qualification is granted by the state and cannot be revoked without a major fault. What kind of thing are you? Say revoke and it's revoked? Since when did Su Zhong change his surname to Qi? Or are you just so eager to use privilege to cover up that some people are worse in skill and can't accept losing? Every word of this cuts to the heart. The students around, who had been afraid of Qi Junfeng's power and dared not speak, now started whispering after Li Qianling's challenge, and their eyes toward Qi Junfeng and Wang Kai became strange. Yes, a mighty 9th level vital energy was killed in a second by someone at the 7th level, and still had the face to say someone else ambushed? Isn't it shameful? Qi Junfeng's face instantly turned cold. A man like him cares most about his reputation, and now exposed in public, he was furious, and the spiritual power in his body exploded. Li Qianling, since you don't cooperate, I will have to act. But don't worry, I will enforce the law fairly and will not wrong you. Before his words fell, Qi Junfeng suddenly reached out a hand, fingers like claws, with a sharp wind sound, aiming for Li Qianling's shoulder. Li Qianling stood still, seeming confident in her heart. A middle-aged male voice suddenly cut in. Stop. What are you all doing? What does this look like? Qi Junfeng's hand froze in midair. Everyone looked back, and the crowd automatically parted to make a path, revealing a middle-aged man walking slowly with his hands behind his back. It was the director of the Academic Affairs Office at Suzhong, Wang Changren. Chapter 16, The Bet, Astonishing Spiritual Affinity. Chapter 16, The Bet, Astonishing Spiritual Affinity. Dad. You have to take my side. When Wang Kai saw his father, he immediately ran over crying and yelling. It's this woman. She not only broke my arm, she also humiliated Brother Feng in public. She must be expelled. Make her leave Suzhong. Wang Changren glanced at his son's pitiful state, his eye twitching, heart aching, and trembling. But with so many students watching, he had to maintain the image of a strict and fair teacher. He turned to Li Qianling, forcing a smile. Li Qianling, school is a place for learning, not for fighting. No matter the reason, injuring a classmate is wrong. And what Wang Kai said has some truth, your strength is too abnormal, it's possible you violated rules. To be responsible to other students and to prove your innocence, you should come with me to the academic office. If you are truly innocent, why fear coming with us? Or are you hiding something in your heart? This old fox speaks better than singing, Lin Chen mocked. Going to the academic office is like going into a wolf's den. Without cameras or witnesses, they can deal with you however they want, maybe even accuse you of fleeing from guilt. Li Qianling clearly understood this. She looked at Wang Changren's murky eyes and calmly said, What if I don't go? Wang Changren squinted, a hint of threat in his tone. Then it's guilt, resisting investigation. By school rules, I have the right to deal with you directly. Such school rules, Li Qianling suddenly smiled, a smile like melting ice and snow but with a bone-chilling coldness. Director Wang, you say my strength is abnormal, but what if I tell you the spiritual root affinity test a few days ago had a problem? Wang Changren froze, then his heart leapt with joy. Is this girl crazy? Or stupid? Spiritual root affinity is innate and cannot change. It was already tested during the awakening ceremony, this girl was just a 17-point useless one. Could it really mutate in a few days, or even be possessed by a ghost? He had originally been thinking of what excuse to use to make this matter solid. Unexpectedly, the opponent actually threw themselves at the gun. Li Qianling, this is what you said. Wang Changren suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth and said seriously. If your test results are still low, it proves that your previous strength indeed has an improper origin. At that time, I will cancel your qualification for the practical assessment. Li Qianling sneered and said. Fine, but if the test shows that my spirit root affinity is very high, I want you to give me 10 spirit crystals. Li Qianling originally wanted to say to have Wang Kai give up the qualification for the practical assessment, but then she thought, only when he goes to the restricted zone, will she have the chance to make a move. If there's a grudge, it must be repaid. In this regard, Lin Chen and Li Qianling are almost completely in agreement. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Changren hesitated. What are spirit crystals? They are treasures formed only when the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth condenses to a certain degree, and for martial artists, they are the best items for improving cultivation speed. Moreover, although this item is very versatile, it is also considered rare. One spirit crystal, converted into Daxia currency, is worth at least 1 million, and it is practically impossible to even buy it. Saying so, 10 spirit crystals would be enough for a normal Qi opening realm martial artist to raise several small levels, showing how precious spirit crystals are. But before he could think it over, Wang Kai suddenly interrupted, speaking angrily. Fine, I agree. If you lose, you'll have to be my nanny for life. You'll do whatever I say. Be at my beck and call, serve me tea, and even warm my bed. Wang Changren felt a headache upon hearing his son's words, his head buzzing. You fool! What's on your mind? Women, all you think about is women, and you dare to say that in front of so many people? You've embarrassed me so much.
Though Wang Changren scolded his son in his heart for being brainless, with everyone watching, he couldn't back down and could only tacitly accept the bet.
He was certain Qianling would lose for sure. Fine.
Li Qianling agreed crisply. The surrounding students exploded in an uproar.
Crazy. Li Qianling is absolutely crazy. She dares to take this kind of bet? Betting her whole life? Wang Kai is obviously lusting after her body.
Sai, probably forced into a corner, just throwing everything away.
Such a pity.
Under the crowd's watchful eyes, they arrived at the spirit root testing station. There was a brand new spirit root testing machine placed there, with a semi-transparent crystal column more than a person's height, engraved with intricate runes and scales.
Wang Changren crossed his arms, wearing a confident look.
Please, Li, the school flower. With so many eyes on you, I won't tamper with the machine. As long as you can surpass the 50-point passing line, I will treat your previous strength as a sudden breakthrough, no blame.
But if
He even lowered the standard to 50 points, because in his view, from 17 points to 50 points, that's an insurmountable gap.
It was impossible.
Li Qianling walked up to the machine, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, her fair, slender hand pressed heavily on the cold crystal ball.
Whum!
The machine started with a low humming sound. Then, a faint white light lit up at the bottom of the crystal column.
Wang Kai couldn't help but sneer and laugh. Ha ha ha.
I told you, trash is trash.
This little light? I don't think you can even reach 17 points.
However, before his laughter could even fade, it felt as if an invisible big hand had tightly squeezed his neck.
The next second. Boom!
That faint white light suddenly expanded and then erupted into an incredibly bright strong light. The light was no longer the dim white but had turned into a pure, rich, and even somewhat sacred golden white color.
The light pillar rose with a terrifying speed. 10, 20, 30.
Almost in the blink of an eye, it broke through the 50-point passing line Wang Changren had mentioned.
This machine is broken, right? Wang Changren's eyes nearly popped out. A gasp escaped without thinking. But the light pillar showed no sign of stopping. 60, 70. My God. Over 70.
That's already the threshold of genius, someone in the crowd said in shock. The light pillar continued to rise, though its speed gradually slowed.
75, 78, 80.
Finally, that dazzling light pillar, after surpassing the mark of 80, came to rest steadily on a breathtaking number.
The number was bright red, shocking to the eyes. 81. Chapter 17, Li Qianling, the number one genius of Suzhong. 9 major camps. Chapter 17, Li Qianling, the number one genius of Suzhong. 9 major camps. At this moment, the entire spiritual root testing platform was deathly silent.
Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Wang Kai opened his mouth wide, his face filled with utmost horror. Shi Juanfang's smile on his face completely vanished.
81 points? What a joke.
He himself, the second genius of this Suzhong class, only had 76 affinity points.
This woman actually has 81 points?
Even higher in spiritual power affinity than that elusive guy. This was no longer genius, this was a prodigy. A rare prodigy that Suzhong hadn't seen for years.
Wang Changren appeared calm on the outside, but inside he was already frantically calculating.
As the director of the academic office of Suzhong, he knew exactly what this number meant. It meant that as long as Li Qianling was willing, the 4 top academies of Dasha would compete to have her. It meant her future would hold infinite possibilities, even a small chance of becoming a master of martial arts.
And he had just thought of expelling such a person? And to give her to his foolish son as a plaything? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Changren muttered, as if grasping at the last straw for salvation. The machine must be broken. It must be broken. Li Qianling, I want you to test again. This time, I will check personally.
He lunged forward like a madman, trying to restart the machine. At that moment, a loud and commanding voice came from the entrance.
Irrelevant persons, all step back.
Everyone turned, seeing an elderly man with gray hair but vigorous steps walking quickly, followed by a group of the school's top leaders.
PR. Principal?
All the students watching the scene, upon hearing the principal's words, left the area. Of course, many did not go to prepare for tomorrow's practical test, but went around gossiping. Such a major event in school was excellent material for gossip. Wherever people are, the desire to share is always high. Seeing the principal, Wang Changren's legs went weak, almost causing him to fall to the ground. Principal Jiang Tiankai of Suzhong looked at Wang Changren with slight disdain and said calmly, "Get out. If not for the fact that your brother sacrificed for Suzhong, I would really want to."
Sai, never mind, you should learn from your brother. Focus on cultivation, not these trivial things. You're so old, yet still stuck at the peak of the opening realm. If your brother knew, he would be furious. And your son, tell him to stop acting up, alright? Don't you know his reputation in Suzhou? Must I take action against you?
When Wang Changren heard the word brother, he froze, and his eyes quickly darkened. His brother had died 10 years ago.
He had died in a sudden beast outbreak in Jiang'an City.
Wang Changren, lost and broken, walked beside Wang Kai and silently led him away, lost in thought. After speaking, Zhang Tiansai's eyes, full of brilliance, fixed on the number on the crystal pillar, his face creased into a blooming smile. After speaking, Zhang Tiansai's eyes, full of brilliance, fixed on the number on the crystal pillar, his face creased into a blooming smile.
81 points. 81 points. Heaven bless our Suzhou. Heaven bless my Suzhou.
He took 3 steps at a time and rushed in front of Li Qianling, his eyes eager as if looking at a rare treasure, with no trace of the usual lofty dignity.
Li Qianling, classmate. Good. Good. I really didn't expect it. In terms of spiritual affinity, you are truly Suzhou's #1 genius.
The previous spirit root test was the school's oversight, it caused you grievance. He kindly tried to shake Li Qianling's hand, but she slightly flicked away, calm and composed. Zhang Tiankai laughed heartily, not caring at all, his tone gentle enough to give goosebumps.
About what just happened, I have roughly understood.
Indeed, that Wang Kai provoked first, so your action does not count as breaking rules. From now on, if anyone dares to cancel your assessment again, they are going against me, Zhang Tiankai.
Against Suzhou's #1 genius.
While speaking, Zhang Tiankai also took out something sparkling from his storage bag. Li Qianling, these are 20 spirit crystals, 10 are from Wang Qingren's share, and the other 10 are a gift from me for your cultivation. Your training was delayed a little, you must catch up quickly. Li Qianling had never felt this kind of care before. Even though she knew this world is like this, if you have no value, why would anyone help you for no reason? Li Qianling quietly calculated the principal's goodwill in her heart, showing no trace on her face.
TSK, this is reality.
Lin Chen also sighed silently in Li Qianling's mind. In this world, only power is the only truth.
I know.
Li Qianling silently responded in her heart, fingers lightly stroking the black ring. Only you are the only one who reached out to save me when I was at my lowest.
Zhang Tiankai walked to the door of his office and pushed it open. Li Qianling followed behind.
He first walked slowly to the place for boiling water, made 2 cups of tea, handed one to Li Qianling, and then went to his seat.
Zhang Tiankai lifted his teacup, sipped lightly, looked up at Li Qianling, his eyes regaining their usual dignity, and said, Li Qianling, when did you discover that your spiritual affinity was abnormal? Without thinking, Li Qianling said, It was during the awakening ceremony a few days ago. After returning home, I started trying cultivation and found the speed extremely fast. Since then, I thought the school's test result might have some problem. Zhang Tiankai frowned and then asked, Then why didn't you report it to the school sooner? Why wait until today?
Hearing this, Lin Chen's cautious voice echoed in Li Qianling's mind.
Qianling, be careful, this old man seems to be testing you. Don't show any flaw.
Li Qianling nodded in her heart, Don't worry, I am prepared.
Li Qianling looked up at Zhang Tiankai and said calmly, I am not the type to seek attention. Since the school's test was wrong, I went along with it and secretly hid my strength. I know that the taller the tree, the stronger the wind will blow, so I don't want to reveal too early to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for just now, those people were too much, intolerable. Zhang Tiankai listened, nodded subtly, and said with a smile. Makes sense. Your mindset is mature.
Many people don't know how to hide their skill and fall early. Taking this opportunity, I will also tell you some things to pay attention to in tomorrow's practical assessment.
Lin Chen heard this and was slightly puzzled. Is this already the test? Zhang Tiankai sipped his tea again. Tomorrow, all of you will head to the quarantine zone in Jiang'an City.
There will be 9 camps in total within the quarantine area, each located in different spots, and each with different levels of danger. Among them, the safest are camps 3, 4, and 5 in the middle. However, in general, these camps have fewer exotic beasts around them, making it hard to earn high points. The most dangerous camps are the 8th and 9th.
These are the boundaries of the Jiang'an quarantine zone. About 100 miles further, you'll enter the true exotic beast area.
But because of this, the difficulty of gaining points at camps 8 and 9 will be greatly reduced.
Li Qianling, tell me, do you prefer the safer option, or the more dangerous one? Chapter 18, Li Qianling in a coma, number 7. Chapter 18, Li Qianling in a coma, number 7.
Principal, I choose to take the risk for the wealth. Li Qianling did not hesitate at all and made her choice straightforwardly. When Zhang Tiankai heard Li Qianling's answer, there was a look of appreciation in his eyes.
He waved his right hand and took out a badge. It was the Suzhou School Team badge? Li Qianling's eyes flickered. Could the principal be giving her a spot in the school team? But wasn't it said that the spots in the school team were already full? Principal, this. Zhang Tiankai smiled and slowly said. Are you wondering about the full spots in the school team? Don't worry about that.
I've already decided to revoke Wang Kai's spot and give it to you.
With this, you will have the right to choose a camp.
Listen to me, and you'll choose the 9th camp. Then, within the 9th camp, find Chen Yuan and join his team. I'll talk to him and ask him to take care of you. After all, your cultivation is too low, and you still have a long way to grow.
Chen Yuan?
Li Qianling was slightly surprised. This name was known by everyone in Suzhou, it was famous everywhere. Even with Li Qianling's cool temperament, she had some respect for him.
Chen Yuan.
The captain of the Suzhou school team, a true natural talent. He was the most outstanding student in Suzhou over the past 10 years, and even the principal often praised him without end. But very few people had seen him in school. He had never attended any classes, and no one knew exactly what he was doing. However, his position as the school team captain had never been contested. Because whenever he appeared, it left an unprecedented shock to his peers. The last time Chen Yuan appeared in Suzhou was 3 months ago, and by then, he had already reached the 8th level of his cultivation. He was 7 small levels above the vice-captain Shi Junfeng. Even the director of the academic affairs office, Wang Changren, was just 1 step away from him.
Who would dare to covet his position as the school team captain? Li Qianling silently thought.
No wonder this person's cultivation had improved so frighteningly. It turns out that for the past 3 years, he had been fighting exotic beasts in the quarantine area. Such a person, who has been sharpening himself at the edge of life and death every day, how could they be caught up with by those of us who only focus on cultivation in school? Lin Chen also learned about this school team captain named Chen Yuan through Li Qianling's words.
This Chen Yuan is indeed a remarkable figure.
According to what you said, his spiritual root hasn't even awakened, yet he's been risking his life in the quarantine area for 2 years?
Truly amazing. But don't worry, Qianling.
As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you surpass him completely in the future.
Li Qianling collected her thoughts and said to the principal.
So Captain Chen Yuan has always been in the quarantine area. He truly is a role model for all students in Suzhou. When Zhang Tiankai heard Li Qianling's words, he suddenly showed a wry smile on his face, shook his head, and sighed deeply.
But don't ever say that. This kind of behavior is absolutely not encouraged in the Great Xia Kingdom. Why does the practical assessment require a cultivation level of 7?
That's because, within the blocked zone, if your cultivation is insufficient, you're essentially walking to your death.
Sai, honestly, it's just that this guy's personality is too stubborn.
I'd rather he not go to such a dangerous place. With his talent, even if he cultivates at school, he wouldn't progress much slower.
Do you know how many life and death crises he's gone through in the past 3 years? Just the ones I know of, there have been at least 3. The most extreme one was when he encountered 3 third-level demon beasts all by himself. Li Qianling silently took note of the principal's words, and didn't ask any further.
She turned to Lin Chen and said,
Lin Chen, do you really think we should go to Camp 9 to find Chen Yuan?
I'm worried that his strength is too great, and it might be hard for you to perform well.
Lin Chen thought for a moment. Let's stick to the principal's plan for now. First, we need to learn about the specific situation of the alien beasts in the block zone. Once we're familiar, we can find an excuse to leave.
Zhang Tianchai spoke to Li Qianling about cultivation matters, and stopped when it was almost time for lunch.
Alright, Li, that's all I have to say. During the practical assessment, make sure to give it your best effort.
Okay, Principal, I will.
Li Qianling said as she stood up to leave.
Suddenly, Zhang Tianchai stood up ahead of her, placed his hands on the desk, and leaned forward, looking at Li Qianling. Li Qianling froze for a moment.
What was wrong with the principal?
Why did he have such a strange posture? In the next moment, she saw a golden flash in Zhang Tianchai's eyes.
Huh? What is this?
Then, Lin Chen's urgent voice suddenly echoed in her mind.
Be careful. Don't look into his eyes. Li Qianling was shocked. What's wrong?
But it was already too late. As soon as the words left her mouth, Li Qianling suddenly felt a dizziness in her soul, and she couldn't focus on what Lin Chen was saying next. Her whole body spun, and just a few seconds later, Li Qianling slumped softly onto the desk.
Qianling! Li Qianling, wake up!
Lin Chen's mind was desperately calling out, but at this moment, Li Qianling had fallen into a deep sleep, unresponsive. Lin Chen was in a panic, not knowing what the principal, Zhang Tianchai, was trying to do. Why, as the head of the school, was he targeting a student? His mind was racing. What should he do? Should he seize control of Li Qianling's body and charge out of here? But what was this damned old man's martial arts level?
Logically speaking, he should be much stronger than the ones from the Yang family, right? Even if he exposed himself, what chances did he have? Besides, he was in Su Zhong now, could he really break out?
As he thought, Lin Chen slowly calmed down.
Forget it, let's wait and see how things develop. If they really have ill intentions toward Li Chenling, then he would have to fight back.
After all, Lin Chen hadn't evolved yet, and he didn't have the ability to change hosts. If something happened to Li Chenling, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to escape either. Jiang Tianchai looked at Li Chenling, who was slumped over the desk, unconscious, and his eyes showed a complicated expression.
He then sat back down in his chair and picked up his cup. 10 minutes later, a figure walked in.
Lin Chen immediately shifted his perception towards her.
The person was dressed in black, a woman with an excellent figure and appearance, though she wore sunglasses, obscuring her full face. But from her, Lin Chen sensed a very dangerous aura. His heart sank. If it was just Jiang Tianchai alone,
Lin Chen still had a hope to escape. But with this black-clothed woman, it was almost a situation of death 99 times out of 100.
Chapter 19 Almost Exposed.
Chapter 19 Almost Exposed. Jiang Tianchai saw the black-clothed person walk in, quickly stood up to greet, walking while speaking with a serious expression.
Number 7, this is Li Chenling.
The woman called Number 7 slightly nodded at Jiang Tianchai, then quickly walked to Li Chenling's side.
Li Chenling, her first test of spiritual power affinity was 17? Today it has become 81? Jiang Tianchai hurriedly replied.
Yes, and her strength also, in just a few days, has risen from Qi blood level 3 to Qi blood level 7. Normally, even with spiritual affinity of 81 points, cultivation speed should not be this fast.
I don't know what has happened to this girl. Upon hearing this, Number 7 said lightly. You don't need to be so nervous. Sometimes the test is wrong. What if this girl really is gifted? Jiang Tianchai bitterly smiled.
Of course I hope the test is wrong, but since Su Zhong was established, in all these years, only 3 such cases have appeared, the possibility is too low.
Moreover, words that shouldn't be said, don't say them.
Number 7 coldly interrupted Jiang Tianchai.
Yes, my fault.
Number 7 ignored Jiang Tianchai, her gaze carefully scanning Li Chenling twice, then under the sunglasses, her eyes slightly frowned, saying lightly.
Preliminary check done, nothing seems wrong. Normally, a cultivator at this Qi blood level cannot hide anything from me.
I will fully investigate.
Hearing this, Jiang Tianchai's eyes instantly brightened, with a bit of joy. If Li Chenling had no problems, it would really be Su Zhong's luck.
Number 7 slowly raised her right hand, then a series of hand seals rolled, releasing a wave of energy. The wave slowly covered Li Chenling's body, beginning to penetrate inside. As Number 7's right hand moved, every corner of Li Chenling's body seemed fully examined.
From head to toe.
At this moment, Lin Chen was so terrified he dared not move. His ring, which was his true form, also began to feel like dead matter. He did not even dare release a single thought, afraid the woman would discover him. If exposed, then just as that Zhang said, his parasitic situation would definitely be treated as a strange beast.
That would truly be the end. Lin Chen withdrew all senses, silently waiting for the investigation.
Finally, the black-clothed woman's right hand slowly moved onto Li Chenling's right hand. From shoulder, to forearm, to fingers, finally covering the ring on Li Chenling's right hand. However, the moment the wave touched the ring that was Lin Chen's true form, Number 7 let out a doubtful voice.
Ha! This ring.
Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a chill run through his whole body.
Could it be discovered?
Lin Chen's mind immediately tensed to the extreme.
If anything went wrong, he would prepare to forcibly control Li Chenling's body to escape. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this ring?
Beside Number 7, Principal Jiang Tianchai was also heart-pounding, scared too. Afraid Su Zhong would lose another genius.
But in the next second, the black-clothed woman's words made him exhale a big sigh of relief.
Number 7 was silent for a moment, then said softly. The material of this ring is quite special, even I have never seen it, I don't know what it comes from.
Looks like this little girl also has some opportunities, huh?
Jiang Tianchai breathed a long sigh of relief, chuckling.
Of course, in this era, anyone slightly talented will meet all kinds of opportunities.
Number 7 reached out and pinched that ring, feeling its strange material, then ended her examination. Lin Chen realized the other had not noticed him, and a heavy stone in his heart fell straight down.
Damn! This woman, can't she just speak normally? Always startling me, nearly scared me to death.
Lin Chen raged silently in his heart.
Just a bit more, I would have collapsed under the pressure and revealed myself. Looks like I need to be calmer in the future. Number 7, how is it? This student is fine, right? Seems Su Zhong's luck is still good. This female student really is normal, don't be paranoid, there aren't that many weird monsters. Zhang Tiankai chuckled, showing a satisfied smile. You can't say it like that. In the current situation, any unusual thing must be paid extra attention. Number 7 was silent for a moment after hearing this. That's true. Monsters are constantly evolving, now more and more troublesome. There are also some unknown ghostly things disturbing the situation. Human situation is getting harder and harder. Alright, Li Chenling is fine, I'll leave first. I still have 3 abnormal warriors to examine.
After saying this, without waiting for Jiang Tiansai's reply, number 7 walked straight out of the office, leaving Lin Chen's perception. Through these conversations, Lin Chen also got a lot of useful information. First, inside Daxia, huge manpower and resources are being invested to investigate all warriors showing abnormalities. The reason for this phenomenon is nothing more than one thing: the pressure from monsters is too great. Second, the human situation now is not optimistic. It can be said it is a crisis from both inside and outside. Though Lin Chen is not from this world, he is human, and he cannot easily accept humans losing in this world. Third, and most importantly, his future actions must be much more careful. If Li Qianling is suspected again, Lin Chen felt it would not be this black-clothed woman, but someone of higher level personally stepping in. Thinking this through, Lin Chen felt a chill of fear. What he did with Li Qianling was indeed too high profile. For example, going to the Yang family that time. In the future, he must never act unless absolutely necessary. This world is still too dangerous. Chapter 20 Awakening, School Team Training Room. After number 7 left, Zhang Tiankai waved his hand, and Li Qianling, who was lying on the desk, twitched her body. Then she groggily pushed herself up from the office desk, reaching out to rub her throbbing temples. She only felt that something was stirring in her brain now, heavy and dizzy. What just happened? How did I fall asleep in the principal's office? Qianling, you're awake? Just now you were hit by this old man's method. Lin Chen's voice rang timely in her mind. Hearing this, Li Qianling's heart tightened, her mind cleared quickly, and she hurriedly asked in her heart. What just happened? Did I sleep for a long time? Not long, only about 10 minutes. Though Lin Chen's tone was light, there was a hint of relief. But those 10 minutes were really intense. Just now, a woman wrapped in black came in, codename number 7. Her aura was very strong, even the principal treated her with utmost respect. Number 7? Why would such a strong person come to Suzhou? Lin Chen sneered. He said lightly. What else could be done? They suspected that your affinity for the spiritual root has improved, and might have been parasitized by a beast, so they specially sent someone to give you a full body checkup. As soon as Lin Chen said this, Li Qianling immediately felt a cold shiver run up her back, and her fingertips involuntarily trembled. What? She found you? Li Qianling panicked. Lin Chen was her biggest secret, and she absolutely did not want anyone else to know. Fortunately, I have strong mental fortitude, and I hid it well. That woman didn't find me. Lin Chen chuckled, his tone full of smugness. That woman even touched the ring on your hand. It scared me to death at the time. Maybe because I'm not a life form from this world, they couldn't detect me. Phew. Li Qianling let out a breath, her heart that had been suspended in her throat finally fell back into her stomach. At this moment, Zhang Tiankai, who was sitting beside her, saw that Li Qianling had woken up and immediately told her what had just happened. Li Qianling, the principal had no choice but to act this way. After all, the changes in your data are too surprising. According to past experience, this situation is most likely caused by parasitism by a strange beast. For the sake of the school and Jiang'an City's safety, we had to conduct an individual inspection on you. There was no other intention. I hope you can understand the school's difficulties. Li Qianling could only nod. Principal, you are overestimating it. For everyone's safety, the inspection is necessary, and I have no objections. Although she felt upset inside, what else could she say now? Seeing that Li Qianling was so understanding, Zhang Tiankai nodded in satisfaction, gave her a few more instructions about tomorrow's practical assessment, and then waved, signaling her to leave. Originally, Li Qianling had planned to take this opportunity to ask the knowledgeable principal about the whereabouts of the mutated source crystal. After all, as the head of the school, his information was definitely much broader than the books in the library. But now, Li Qianling had completely given up on the idea of asking. Once she asked, it was possible to leave a hidden danger. In this world, except for Lin Chen, Li Qianling did not trust anyone now. The appearance of that woman in black reminded her that anyone could secretly doubt her. Regarding Lin Chen's evolution, no third party must know, not even the slightest clue should be revealed. The best way to avoid exposure was to handle everything herself. Li Qianling took the school team badge, walked out of the principal's office, and headed straight to the training room specially designated for the school team members. She definitely would not go to the previous training room where it was crowded with people, it was inconvenient. Since the principal had already given her the identity of a school team member, she might as well use it. Holding the school team badge, she walked with light steps straight to the training room specially built for the school team members. The room she went to was exactly Wang Kai's. Before she pushed the door open, she could already hear the sounds of smashing and roaring from inside through the wall. Damn! That bitch! She hurt me, yet nothing happened to her. The old man is also useless, actually giving 10 spirit crystals as compensation. Damn! Li Chenling, sooner or later, I'm going to pin you down, I'll kill you. Bang! Bang! The sandbag was slammed so hard that it made a muffled, thunderous noise. When Lin Chen heard this sound, he coldly said, "Damn it, a person who spews nothing but filth. Let this bastard live a little longer. When we get to the quarantine zone, I'll make sure to kill him." Li Chenling's expression remained unchanged as she reached out and twisted the door handle. The room was a mess, with barbells scattered all over the place. Wang Kai was venting his anger on a specially made sandbag. His left hand was wrapped in a bandage, and his right hand was swinging punches wildly. His face, which was once considered handsome, now twisted horribly. Hearing the door open, Wang Kai suddenly turned around. Upon seeing that it was Li Chenling, the fiery anger instantly vanished, leaving only a deep, overwhelming fear. "Why you, what are you doing here?" Wang Kai trembled as he spoke. "This is the exclusive training room for the school team. No one can enter without my permission." Li Chenling ignored his barking, holding the red-black metal badge between two fingers, waving it in front of his eyes. "Do you see it clearly?" Wang Kai's pupils suddenly contracted. That was the special badge of the team captain? Only official team members are allowed to wear it, and this one, the number on it was exactly the same as his own. "Impossible, this is my spot. This is mine. I passed the school team's test by my own ability, this is my spot." Li Chenling didn't bother to say another word, and with a swift motion, she grabbed his collar. Wang Kai only felt a surge of immense force hit him, and before he could react, his whole body was lifted off the ground. "You?" Li Chenling's voice was cold. "Now it's mine. Outsiders, get out." In the next moment, she flicked her wrist. Wang Kai's body, over 100 kilograms, was thrown straight out of the training room's door. He had already broken one arm, with poor balance, so he had no strength to resist. He fell out of the door, rolling and crawling, landing face first, hitting the hard floor tiles of the hallway. Ah! His painful scream attracted many passing students. Damn, is that Wang Kai? How did he get thrown out of his own training room? Humph. This is so satisfying. This guy is so unethical in his actions. That figure, it's Li Chenling. I heard her affinity for spiritual energy is 81 points. She's the true genius of Su Zhong. Wow, that's so awesome. Hey, you're wrong there. If we're talking about Su Zhong's top genius, it has to be Captain Chen Yuan. In the martial way, affinity for spiritual energy doesn't determine everything. Wang Kai, hearing the gossip around him, turned beet red, struggling with one hand on the floor, trying to get up. Li Chenling didn't even glance at him and lightly pushed him with her blood energy. Boom! The heavy alloy door slammed shut in front of him. Chapter 21, Triple Battle Power Boost. Su Yu. The room instantly quieted down. Li Chenling clapped her hands and wiped them with a look of disgust. Chenling, that was awesome. Alright, let's get down to business. Li Chenling walked to the almost brand new punch power testing machine in the room. This machine was supplied by the military and could withstand a peak chi opening level strike, much more accurately than the regular models outside. She stared at the punching power tester, slowly closing her eyes and adjusting her internal state. Then, Li Chenling suddenly opened her eyes, took a deep breath, held it, and immediately lowered her waist. Her waist began to exert force, transferring power from her entire body through her waist to her right fist. Her blood energy surged, and her muscles tightened. This time, she didn't use any of Lin Chen's power, relying purely on her own 7 levels of blood energy cultivation. Ha! Her pink fist broke through the air, carrying a burst of wind, and slammed hard into the black target spot. Bang! The numbers on the screen jumped wildly before slowly stabilizing. 353 kilograms. Li Chenling withdrew her hand and stared at the number, her brow furrowed. It's okay. The passing mark for 7 levels of blood energy is 300 kilograms. Though this result wasn't bad, it certainly couldn't be called excellent. Without Lin Chen, she would only be at a mid-level rank in the 7 levels of blood energy. Chenling, don't be discouraged. You've just reached the 7 levels of blood energy, and you haven't trained in martial arts yet. Then, Lin Chen smiled and said, let me show you what it feels like to be overpowered. Li Chenling's thoughts shifted, and she began to channel Lin Chen's power. That familiar icy feeling immediately spread from the ring, quickly covering every muscle in her body.
Her sense of strength surged exponentially. Ready? Let's go.
Li Qianling's eyes hardened, and she threw another punch. Without gathering strength or adjusting her breath, Li Qianling felt her entire body brimming with endless power, and she sent a simple, brutal punch straight at the machine in front of her. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and the entire heavy testing machine shuddered slightly. The target pad sank deeply under the force and took a long moment to spring back. The numbers on the screen turned completely red, soaring wildly.
1,059 kilograms. Li Qianling's pupils trembled slightly. This punch was terrifying. It had tripled the power. Lin Chen's voice rang out, TSK, not bad, Qianling. You actually increased your strength by 3 times. This boost is already very impressive. And that's just pure strength. If you add speed and reflex improvements. Li Qianling's eyes shone brightly, clearly satisfied with her punching power. Lin Chen, I'll test speed, vitality, and reflexes too. After saying that, she quickly moved to the speed meter and reflex testing area. 10 minutes later. A set of data came out that would shock any student at the 7th level of vitality. 100 meter speed, 3.2 seconds. Nerve reflex speed, 0.08 seconds. Vitality, 1,827 calories. What the hell? 7th level vitality?
If this data were shown outside, saying you were a martial artist at the enlightenment stage wouldn't be an exaggeration.
Even with Li Qianling's temper, she couldn't help but laugh loudly. Awesome. Is this what being overpowered feels like? Ah, so good.
Lin Chen also became excited inside her body. The pleasure of releasing power was intoxicating. Looking at the new punching machine, he wanted to test his own strength too. Qianling, should I try controlling your body for a test? Lin Chen's voice carried a hint of temptation.
I'll unleash the full power of the symbiote. Let's see if we can break this machine.
I feel like one punch could pierce even this alloy steel plate.
Li Qianling looked at the costly machine and firmly refused. No way.
Last time, you fought a 3rd stage title level martial artist with just your body. If you punch this, the machine will probably break, and then even if I had 10 mouths, I couldn't explain it.
True. Someday I'll find a durable machine.
I really want to test my punching power.
Li Qianling's lips curled slightly as she stepped out of the training room.
Outside, Wang Kai was already gone, leaving only a puddle of still-wet blood and a few students staring in awe. After testing her combat power, Li Qianling went to the school's martial arts room to select a martial art. This was a privilege for school team members. They could obtain one first-class martial art for free. After looking around, with Lin Chen's advice, Li Qianling chose a palm technique called mountain-splitting palm. This was because the martial art allowed a warrior to continually train their palms to crush enemies with pure body strength. Although this lowest-level first-class martial art could never match her enhanced body, at least it would not easily reveal that her body was abnormal. It could help conceal her true power. As for other martial arts, time was tight, so she would decide after the practical test. After taking mountain-splitting palm, Li Qianling had nothing else to do at school. Just as she was about to leave the martial arts room, a figure suddenly appeared before her.
Classmate, are you leaving already?
The voice was clear and bright, carrying a cheerful tone.
Li Qianling looked up and saw a clean, sunny face.
His white shirt was spotless, sleeves rolled neatly, revealing strong forearms. He wore fitted sports pants and shoes, radiating the aura of a bright, healthy boy. This person, Li Qianling, has some impression of him. Recently, the hottest topic on the school forum, besides discussing her, is this boy. Su Yu. It is said that Su Yu was previously an unknown figure, hardly attracting any attention. But after 3 months, he suddenly seemed to be on a roll, not only rapidly increasing in cultivation, but also advancing from the 4th level of Qi and Blood to the opening spirit realm within 3 months. Moreover, just a few days ago, during the Spirit Root Affinity test, he scored an astonishing 78 points, directly becoming another genius in Su Zhong. Because of his sunny appearance, Su Yu also became the idol in the hearts of countless girls.
Is something the matter?
Li Qianling's voice was cold as ice, her gaze not lingering even a second on his face, which would have made most girls scream.
Su Yu seemed unbothered by her indifference, instead smiling very politely, slightly leaning forward and saying, "It's nothing big.
I was just watching you pick martial arts earlier and was curious about how focused you were. But I heard that you were at the 3rd level of Qi and Blood last night. How did it spread that you reached the 7th level this morning?" Su Yu's gaze seemed very sincere, but Li Qianling didn't like the look in his eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Chen's voice echoed in her mind.
"Qianling, this guy seems a bit off." Chapter 22, Lin Chen, can this really speed up cultivation? Chapter 22, Lin Chen, can this really speed up cultivation?
Lin Chen's voice carried a tone of alertness and doubt.
"Qianling, stay away from this guy.
Although I don't know what's wrong with him, I have an uncomfortable feeling."
Li Qianling's heart stirred. What she originally thought was just a casual approach from him now seemed like this person might be more than he appeared. She took a subtle step back, increasing the distance between them, her tone becoming even more rigid. No comment. If there's nothing else, please move aside. Suyu heard Li Qianling's words and didn't get angry at all. He still kept his smile. Alright, Li, I've disturbed you, my apologies. Saying this, Suyu gently bowed in a very gentlemanly way, stepping aside to keep some distance from Li Qianling. Li Qianling no longer paid him any attention and directly sidestepped him, walking quickly toward the library's exit. After Li Qianling left the martial arts room, the sunny smile on Suyu's face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a faint look of contemplation. He put one hand in his pocket and absent-mindedly stared at the graceful figure with an excellent figure. She and blood going from the 3rd to the 7th level, and the change in spirit root affinity, what exactly happened? Back at the rented room, the small room was filled with the faint scent of air freshener. Li Qianling quickly ate a little something before preparing to begin her cultivation, the final sprint before the practical assessment. Her own cultivation was still too low. Even if she could increase it threefold, it would still not be enough. However, in most of the practical assessments, Lin Chen couldn't intervene. Once Lin Chen intervened, his true identity would be exposed, greatly increasing the risk of being exposed. So, for most of the time, Li Qianling could only rely on herself. Li Qianling sat on the bed, arranged herself into the cultivation posture, and was about to enter her cultivation state. At that moment, Lin Chen's voice, tinged with a mischievous laugh, echoed in her mind. Qianling, I have a way to speed up your cultivation, do you want to try it? Li Qianling was slightly stunned, very surprised. She quickly asked. Lin Chen, you have a way to speed up cultivation? What should I do? Lin Chen's voice sounded a bit mischievous. Heh, you don't need to do anything. Just listen to my instructions, how about it, do you dare to try? Li Qianling's face turned slightly red, hesitating for a moment. Then, as if thinking of something, she softly said. Yesterday, during healing, it was like that, what else would I be afraid of? You said it yourself, later don't make a sound. Li Qianling heard this and suddenly felt something was wrong, could it be that Lin Chen? Before the words fell, the black ring on Li Qianling's finger began to writhe. Immediately, a cold sensation rapidly spread from her fingertips. Lin Chen slowly climbed onto her body. Wherever he went, Li Qianling only felt her skin tingle as if countless tiny electric currents were running wild. In just a few seconds, Lin Chen selectively entwined around Li Qianling's body. Our Qianling's figure is really beyond words. Lin Chen's voice sounded in Li Qianling's ear, as if he was breathing on her earlobe. This touch, this elasticity. Lin Chen. You be serious. Li Qianling was both shy and angry, her body trembling slightly from the tingling, her breathing becoming rapid. Why rush, you can't eat hot tofu fast, how could I hurt you? Lin Chen restrained some of his smile. Listen carefully, to accelerate cultivation, the posture must be right. Now, lean forward, waist down, yes, like this, lower a bit more, hands on the edge of the bed, legs straight, but up. Li Qianling knew exactly what Lin Chen was thinking. Since the first time he touched her, she knew this guy was a lecher. Under Lin Chen's guidance, Li Qianling posed in an extremely exaggerated and tempting posture, every curve thrilling. Her waist sank into a shocking arc, perfectly outlining her slim waist and lifted curves. Wearing black stockings and a shirt, this youthful body looked like a work of art. Why must I pose like this? Li Qianling's voice trembled, this posture brought her an inexplicable shame. This is called the Lin Ke tail holding pose, it stretches the meridians to absorb spiritual energy faster. Lin Chen spoke seriously but nonsense. Ready? I'm starting. Lin Chen began absorbing the world's spiritual energy. Although as a symbiote, his power could only come from devouring and could not refine the energy. But absorbing it to help Li Qianling cultivate was completely possible. In this posture, Li Qianling felt a large amount of spiritual energy rushing into her body, and she was shocked. It really works? Lin Chen chuckled, of course, do you think I'd lie to you? It won't be like yesterday, we don't really need me to pose like this, right? Ahem, this what is our relationship? Helping each other, both benefiting, see, it doesn't matter. Li Qianling felt her cultivation rise quickly, intoxicated. She had just broken the 7th level, and now she was steadily moving toward the 8th. Lin Chen absorbed spiritual energy wildly while saying, Qianling, your waist, your legs, truly breathtaking. Li Qianling's face blushed, Lin Chen's words and the touch made her feel shy, but she did not argue. She took a deep breath, cleared her mind, and greedily absorbed the enormous spiritual energy. After a while, Lin Chen had had enough. Li Qianling sat cross-legged on the bed, while Lin Chen silently absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy for her. At the same time, in a secret basement of a mansion in Jiang'an City. Dim lights flickered, stretching two shadows long on the wall.
One person had white hair and beard, wearing a tang suit, the head of the Xi family, Xi Chinghe. Although he restrained his aura, the occasional sharp glint showed he was a terrifying martial arts master. Opposite him sat a person shrouded in a wide black robe. The figure seemed merged with the darkness, only a pair of cold eyes visible, no other features could be seen.
How is the arrangement over there? Si Chun lifted his teacup and took a light sip, asking softly, breaking the silence.
The man in the black robe let out an unpleasant laugh, even the sound was specially processed, impossible to hear the original tone.
Don't worry, everything has been set up. Although the blockade is guarded by heavy military forces, since we dare to act, naturally we have our way.
That's good.
The Xi family elder put down his teacup, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. This matter is not a small fight. If the military finds out, neither of us will get away.
Wealth comes with risk, master of the Xi family. The man in the black robe leaned forward slightly, his tone full of temptation. As long as the sacred object can fully awaken, everything can be negotiated.
The Xi family elder said coldly.
I don't care about your so-called sacred object. I only care about the things we agreed on in advance. I only care that after the matter is done, that thing.
As long as the sacred object awakens, the Xi family's benefits will naturally not be lacking. Chapter 23, Departure, the Blockade. Chapter 23, Departure, the Blockade. Early morning the next day.
When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Li Qianling woke from her sleep, slowly opening her eyes. The first thing she did was reach out to touch the ring on her right hand. When she felt Lin Chen's presence, Li Qianling let out a slight sigh of relief, then stretched heavily.
Ah!
A surge of energy and blood coursed through her body.
Qi blood realm, 8th level.
With Lin Chen's help, she broke through once again. Normally, for a student, breaking through one level of realm takes at least months. Feeling the power in her body, Li Qianling clenched her fists, eyes shining with unprecedented confidence.
Lin Chen, let's go. On the playground of Su Middle School, voices were loud and lively.
More than 1,300 third-year high school students gathered here, but only 152 could board the bus to the blockade. The remaining 90% of students could only stand outside the warning line, watching that small group who might change their fate with envious, jealous, and disappointed eyes.
After graduation, they would leave the big stage of martial arts cultivation, entering various professions in society.
Once leaving school, every cultivation resource becomes absurdly expensive, so for them, reaching the enlightenment realm in a lifetime is already extremely rare. This is the cruel world of martial arts, one slow step, every step is slow. Li Qianling slowly walked onto the playground, silently standing in a corner, waiting for the bus to start.
Qianling! Here, here!
Suddenly a voice came. From the crowd, a small figure hopped over, it was Long Xiaoxing.
She grabbed Li Qianling's hand, smiling cheerfully. Wow, Qianling, you look so good today.
Still so cold, but somehow even prettier.
Are you confident for the combat test?
I get so nervous just thinking about fighting the beasts myself, couldn't sleep last night.
Are those beasts really that scary? Li Qianling looked at Long Xiaoxing's smile and also showed a gentle smile, lightly patting her hand back. Don't be afraid. Follow what the teacher taught, when in danger, protect your life first. Points are secondary. Principal Zhang Tiankai walked quickly onto the podium. He looked at the 152 outstanding students of Su Middle School below.
His originally kind face became extremely solemn. He took a deep breath, his voice empowered by spiritual energy, sounding like a giant bell across the whole playground. Students, before you participate in the combat test, I have a few words for you. 3 years of effort, thousands of times of sweat and rain, will be tested in the coming time. All of you are fighting for a place in a martial arts university, but no matter the result, I hope you remember, the path of martial arts cultivates not just strength, but also heart. Zhang Tiansai's gaze paused on Li Qianling for a moment. With a faint, barely noticeable sense of anticipation, he swept his gaze over the entire crowd.
The blockade zone is not a practice field.
The exotic beasts will not show mercy just because you are students. There, the law of the jungle is the only truth. I wish each of you high scores and the honor of raising the reputation of Major Su, but more than that, I hope that on the day the assessment ends, I will see each of you return safely. Remember, at all times, safety is the most important thing. These words stirred the hearts of some students. Li Qianling, however, remained cold and indifferent, with no change in her expression. As the principal finished his speech, the 152 students boarded the specially designed armored buses bound for the blockade zone.
The vehicles started and slowly drove away from the noisy city, heading towards the unknown blockade zone.
2 hours later, the convoy stopped beneath a towering steel wall. This was the edge of Jiang'an City, the boundary between civilization and the wilderness. On the towering walls, heavy artillery was set up, and fully armed soldiers patrolled back and forth, creating a strong, oppressive atmosphere.
Everyone, get off the bus. Line up for inspection.
The blockade zone was heavily guarded because behind it lay millions of families, most of whom had no martial arts training and could not fight the exotic beasts. If the blockade's defenses failed, it would be a huge disaster. Therefore, the security check here was extremely strict. Anyone wanting to enter had to go through layers of screening. Li Chen followed the crowd off the bus, her gaze narrowing slightly as she looked at the various advanced inspection devices ahead. Lin Chen, this is a military-controlled area, the inspection equipment is much more advanced than the school's.
You. Don't worry.
Lin Chen's voice echoed in her mind, with a lazy tone.
With a powerhouse like number 7 so close, they couldn't detect me. These machines can't do it either.
As long as I don't stick out, no one will figure it out. Li Chen passed the security check smoothly and followed the crowd through the heavy city gates. The moment she stepped through, the scene before her changed drastically. On this side of the wall, there were no tall buildings of a bustling city, but rather a desolate city covered with ruins and vegetation. The broken overpasses stretched across the air like the bones of a giant dragon, and the collapsed buildings were covered in dark green vines. The streets were littered with abandoned car wrecks and deep, bottomless craters.
The desolate, ruined air was extremely obvious. Was this also part of Jiang'an City?
Lin Chen looked at the scene before him, and couldn't help but feel a sense of regret.
Yes. Li Qianling explained softly, her gaze complicated.
50 years ago, the beast tide broke out, and the exotic beasts broke through the outer defenses.
1/3 of Jiang'an City's districts fell. Although humans counterattacked and regained the territory, this area was already occupied by the exotic beasts. Everything became chaotic and violent, and it was too close to the beast zone.
The country feared that this area would be breached again, causing massive casualties, so it decided to turn this into a quarantine zone, to create some distance between the people of Jiang'an City and the exotic beasts.
This is the current blockade zone.
Lin Chen understood, in simple terms, this blockade zone was a place occupied by exotic beasts, but under human control. The exotic beasts inside probably weren't too powerful, which is why these senior students were brought here for a real-world assessment.
Soon, the group was brought to a temporary assembly square.
In the center of the square stood a huge electronic screen, displaying a holographic map of the blockade zone.
The map marked 9 red dots, each representing one of the 9 supply camps.
A man in military uniform walked onto the stage, his eyes scanning over the group of somewhat immature students like a hawk.
Now, start choosing your starting camps.
School team members have the right to choose, the rest will be assigned randomly. Attention, camps 3, 4, and 5 are in the central outskirts, relatively safe, with lower beast levels. Camps 8 and 9 are in the deepest area, facing the beast zones directly, extremely dangerous. The remaining camps 1, 2, 6, and 7 have medium danger.
Everyone, choose carefully. Chapter 24 Si Yunyao, she's too beautiful, just destroy her casually. Chapter 24 Si Yunyao, she's too beautiful, just destroy her casually.
As the man in military uniform finished speaking, all the school team members began going onto the stage one by one, leaving their identity information in the corresponding camps. The sound of the broadcast kept coming.
Zhang Wei, choose camp 3. Zhao Yuanli, choose camp 2. Most people were very rational, choosing the safe area in the middle.
After all, for most people, surviving the test and getting a passing score to enter an ordinary university was enough.
They never dared to dream of getting into any key martial arts university.
Even though they were school team members, some were still not impressive. When it was Li Qianling's turn, she did not hesitate at all. She walked up the stage with long legs and went straight to the farthest edge, leaving her information in Camp 9.
Li Qianling, choose Camp 9.
As soon as this broadcast came out, the whole place was shocked.
What the hell? Camp 9? Isn't Li Qianling just at the blood chi level? She dares to choose that?
That's the most dangerous place.
Although Li Qianling's power has improved and her affinity is high, this is a bit too much, right? There are often second-level beasts there. Meeting one by chance, and you die.
Maybe she wants to fight for high points, to see if she can enter a key martial arts university. After all, fortune favors the bold, but this is too dangerous.
Li Qianling ignored everyone's discussion and slowly walked down the stage. Lin Chen's voice sounded inside Li Qianling's body. Ha, what do these people know? My Qianling is going to the spirit pool. What's a mere key martial arts university? Even the top 5 martial arts universities have to beg her to go.
Li Qianling did not care about others' words, but for some reason, she always paid attention to Lin Chen's words, hearing every single one clearly. Her face flushed, then she said coldly.
Hey!
Lin Chen, when was I ever yours?
The selection process was quick. In less than half an hour, it was almost over, and next was the random assignment phase. At this moment, a very famous name in Jiang'an City came over the broadcast. Si Yunyao, choose Camp 9. Most people there looked up at the stage after hearing this name. A woman in a pure white dress stood quietly on the stage, radiating a commanding aura. She was beautiful, a very aggressive kind of beauty. Delicate features, skin whiter than snow, long hair falling on her shoulders, swaying lightly with her steps. In appearance alone, she was only slightly behind Li Chen, but her overbearing posture was something Li Chen did not have. Her gaze was calm, but if looked closely, pride could be seen in her eyes. And she had the right to be proud. Siyun had shown terrifying cultivation talent since she was young. With the full support of the Siyun family, her cultivation always crushed her peers. Even at Lingyun High School, the best high school in Jiang'an City, she was overwhelmingly first. In the whole school, no one could even land a move on her. And before the real combat assessment, she had already reached the 9th level of the Enlightenment realm, yes, the same level as Su Zhong's dean, Wang Changren. Most importantly, there were whispers spreading that she was said to have awakened a spiritual root, which not only had a high affinity for spiritual power but also carried a talent spirit technique, though no one knew exactly what it was. The talent spirit technique of the spiritual root was an extremely rare existence. Looking across the entire Jiang'an city, only a few warriors with talent spirit techniques could be found every year during the spiritual root test. Moreover, these warriors who possessed a talent spirit technique would treat it as their trump card, never revealing it easily. Once the outside world learned about it, there would be risks of being targeted. In the Great Xia Kingdom, the most well-known warrior with a talent spirit technique was one of the pillars of the kingdom, Feng Jingming. On Blue Star, everyone, including high-level exotic beasts, knew of his talent spirit technique, but no one ever thought of targeting him. Because his talent spirit technique was called absolute defense. The people below, who had previously been surprised when Li Chen chose the 9th camp, showed no surprise when they saw Si Yunao make the same choice. A talent like this, it should be like this. Li Chen, who had just stepped off the stage, stiffened when she heard that name. She slowly turned her head and looked toward the direction the voice came from. Li Chen saw her, that woman who she didn't know but who had almost ruined her. Si Yunao. The woman who secretly crippled her spiritual root in the friendly match. In this instant, Li Qianling's pupils suddenly contracted, and her hands clenched tightly. Boundless hatred erupted instantly, and it surged wildly in her mind. If it weren't for meeting Lin Chen, this woman would have made her fall into the abyss, never to climb out in this lifetime. How could she not hate? She hated her deeply, wishing she could tear her into pieces right then and there. But no matter how much she hated, Li Qianling did not lose her sanity. On the contrary, the more she wanted to kill, the calmer she became. She suppressed the killing intent boiling in her heart, and the rage in her eyes was instantly concealed, returning to the usual coldness. One day, she would take her revenge. Lin Chen naturally knew who had crippled Li Qianling's spiritual root. His voice rang in Li Qianling's mind, carrying a cold killing intent. Qianling, it was this person who crippled your spiritual root, right? Don't worry, once we enter the lockdown zone, I will find a chance to kill her and help you take revenge. If possible, let me deliver the final blow. Si Yunao seemed to sense Li Qianling's gaze and casually turned her head, her eyes sweeping over Li Qianling. The moment she saw Li Qianling, a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Oh? She can still cultivate? Si Yunao's heart stirred slightly, but it was only a momentary surprise. In her eyes, Li Qianling was just an ant that could be crushed easily, and even if she climbed up again, she would still be an ant. She didn't even stay on Li Qianling for more than a second before withdrawing her gaze. As if seeing nothing, she walked off the stage directly. That dismissive attitude was even more hurtful than direct mockery. After Si Yunao stepped off the stage, a tall boy approached her and quietly asked. Yao Yao, your gaze at that girl just now seemed a bit strange. What's going on? Do you know her? Si Yunao took the wet wipe from the servant, carefully wiped the fingers that had just touched the registration device, and said faintly. I suppose you could say that. In the last friendly match, I casually crippled her spiritual root. I didn't expect this person to be so lucky, she was able to recover. It seems she has some secret. We can send someone to investigate. The boy raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Crippled her spiritual root? Does she have a grudge against you? Si Yunao casually tossed the wet wipe into the trash can and responded indifferently. No grudge. She's just a little too good-looking. Chapter 25, Arriving at the 9th Camp, a Site of Desolation. That's reasonable. The boy casually replied. A commotion quickly arose among the people around, some excited, some wailing. Because the results of the random assignment were out. There were 9 camps in total, and the overall number of people needed to be roughly balanced. That meant, in the random assignment stage, more people would be sent to the 8th and 9th camps. For most people, this was not good news. This is also why a spot on the school team was so important. Having the right to choose could be very important sometimes. Your strength determined which camp you should choose to maximize the chance of gaining points. If strong people like Chen Yuan or Si Yunya went to the ninth camp, they could still kill wildly. But if someone with weak cultivation went to face second-tier beasts, they couldn't kill them, let alone gain points, and their life would be in danger. Sadly, there were only so many school team spots, and most people could not get their wish. What? I got assigned to the ninth camp? I just broke through to the 7th level of vitality yesterday. Damn, isn't going there like going to die? Someone looked at their assignment result, screaming heart-wrenchingly on the side. He knew that his dream of a martial arts university was basically over. Because he had already decided life was more important, and in the ninth camp, he would stay there until the end. Haha, I'm lucky, assigned to the first camp. There are fewer second-tier beasts there. With my 9th level vitality, I can still fight hard. Whoa, why am I, just at the enlightenment stage, assigned to the 4th camp? Can I change camps, hey? The enlightenment stage had already qualified to face second-tier beasts directly, so the 4th camp was not a good choice, gaining points would be much harder. Lin Chen nervously looked at the information, searching for her name. Soon, she saw a line of words on the big screen. Lin Chen, 9th camp. Lin Chen froze when she saw the message. Damn. Am I really assigned to the 9th camp? Mom, no, please. Lin Chen hugged Li Chen tightly and began to wail. I'm still so small, I'm still so cute, why assign me to the 9th camp? I can't beat those beasts. Whoa. As she spoke, Lin Chen actually began to cry from sadness. Lin Chen, damn. To her, being assigned to the 9th camp meant no hope. With her timid nature, how could she dare to face second-tier beasts? Wouldn't they tear her apart in minutes? Li Chen felt a little uncomfortable as Lin Chen hugged her and cried. Although their relationship was okay, this behavior was still too intimate. She was used to being alone and now felt uneasy. Li Chen quietly pushed Lin Chen away, then smiled and gently patted her head. It's okay, don't panic when you get to the 9th camp, just stay inside the camp, don't go anywhere else. Lin Chen, tearful, but I want to go to university, I want to keep practicing martial arts, I don't want to be a low-level person forever. Li Chen patted her shoulder, Xiaoxing, didn't you forget what the teacher and principal said? Life is the most important. If you can't cultivate, then just be an ordinary person happily. And even if you really go to university, it's not necessarily good. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The higher your martial arts cultivation, the greater the danger you will face in the future. Think about it, the death rate of warriors is far higher than ordinary people, right? Lin Xiaoxing knew this too, but she was too emotional to fully hear Li Chenling's comforting words at the moment. Her mood slowly calmed down. All right. Then, Lin Xiaoxing suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Chenling with sincerity. But, Chenling, aren't you going to hide with me at the camp? Do you really want to hunt the beasts at the 9th camp? Lin Chen, however, noticed the result of another person's assignment. Wang Kai. Chenling, look, that Wang Kai seems to have been assigned to the 9th camp as well. Li Chenling glanced at the big list above after hearing Lin Chen's words, and indeed, she saw Wang Kai's name in the 9th camp. A smile appeared on her lips. Perfect, I don't even have to look for him. Let this assessment make him disappear. At this moment, Wang Kai was filled with hatred. Originally, he was a member of the school team, so he could safely choose a safer camp. With some things his father gave him, he could easily earn points to get into college. But on the last day, Li Chenling stole his spot, leaving him only with the random allocation. Damn it, and he was randomly assigned to the 9th camp, the place he least wanted to go. There, even if his father came, no one would dare say they could get out alive. Bitch. This bitch. Just wait. All the camps had been assigned, and the stern man in military uniform walked back onto the stage. He scanned the crowd below and then said calmly. The spots have been allocated. Now, return to your camps and team up for rest. I announce, the 1-month practical assessment begins now. As his voice fell, 9 warriors appeared in front of the teams of the 9 camps. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The pressure from these 9 people was extremely strong. He could sense a strong threat from them. If they fought, any one of them would probably be extremely difficult to handle. You have to know, the strongest members of the famous Yang family in Jiangyan City couldn't even match him, and yet here, there were 9 who were even stronger. No wonder the military has such a foundation. Most of the elite forces of the Great Xia Kingdom are in the military, right? It seems that during this practical assessment, I can't just act recklessly. The leader of the 9th camp was a middle-aged man with an imposing look, his gaze cold but full of authority, as he stared at everyone in his camp. Follow me. Li Chenling stood up and walked. Lin Xiaoxing nervously followed behind Li Chenling, heading toward the 9th camp. If the scene Li Chen saw when she first entered the restricted area was one of devastation, then the scene she saw while heading to the ninth camp was terrifying. The sky was filled with yellow sand, gradually sweeping over the ruined city, as if trying to cleanse the bloody aura of slaughter that clung to it. Her perception, enhanced by Lin Chen, had improved significantly, so she could vaguely hear the roars of alien beasts from afar. The sound was terrifying, and some of the lower-level students even showed panic in their eyes. Although they had learned a lot about alien beasts in high school, when faced with them in reality, the fear still crept in, making their whole bodies cold. After some time, the group, no longer riding military vehicles, had driven for another 3 hours before finally arriving at the ninth camp. The huge checkpoint behind them had already disappeared, and when they looked around, all they could see was desolation. Chapter 26, The Rules of the Ninth Camp. Chapter 26, The Rules of the Ninth Camp. Lin Chen's voice echoed in Li Qianling's mind. That stretch just now was at least 200 miles. We should have reached the edge of the restricted area. Ahead should be the true area where the alien beasts are active. No wonder the ninth camp is so dangerous. If the alien beasts over there cause any kind of riot, isn't everyone in the ninth camp already dead? Li Qianling said calmly. Stop talking nonsense. The beasts across have not rioted for a long time. The last riot seems to have been 23 years ago, before I was even born. But there is one thing you're right about. As long as the beasts over there riot, the ninth camp will be the first to bear the brunt. Basically, 90% of us will die. Lin Chen chuckled, that's good. But don't worry, even if something really goes wrong, with my strength, taking you to escape should not be a problem. Lang Xiaoxing had been somewhat silent on the way. Actually, it wasn't just him, basically, everyone who had been randomly teleported here was in the same state. For this situation, the one at the front didn't say much either. He knew very well that this kind of combat assessment was essentially of little importance to the ninth camp. Every year, many students who come here quietly stay inside the camp, not daring to step outside. Even if they go out, it's just to wander around the nearby area, seeing if there are any beasts they can deal with. Very few could truly treat this combat assessment as a trial. Only in safer camps would people have a greater interest in fighting. He looked at the already gathered crowd and said loudly. This combat assessment, in the ninth camp, has a total of 1,575 students. Everyone. My last name is Liang Xiangwen. From the moment you step into the restricted zone and into the ninth camp, you are no longer students. You are warriors defending the country. For the next month, you will survive here and fight here. But our ninth camp has our own rules. First, no fighting or brawling inside the camp. Once discovered, your qualification for the combat assessment will be immediately cancelled. Second, I have already planned the activity areas within the camp for you. Any area outside of that, you are not allowed to enter without my permission. Third, everyone must hunt at least one beast each week. If not, your combat assessment qualification will be cancelled, and you will be immediately sent back to school. When these words were spoken, the people below went into an uproar. What? What kind of rule is this? There has never been such a rule in the combat assessment. Commander Liang, isn't this a bit too much? We were just unlucky to be assigned here, we didn't choose the ninth camp ourselves. Isn't this forcing people into a corner? With our cultivation, are you trying to push us to our deaths? Liang Xiangwen coldly said, shut up. This is a military camp, not your home. Here, I am in charge. You say there has never been such a rule in the combat assessment? Let me tell you. Not only has there been, but it's 100 times more difficult than what I just said. In the most dangerous situations, even a martial artist with a threefold blood chi cultivation has to face the real beasts. The people below fell silent, clearly intimidated by Liang Xiangwen's imposing aura. The killing aura from years of hunting beasts, combined with his terrifying martial arts cultivation, made everyone feel suffocated. Liang Xiangwen was a bit angry, but seeing these still very young faces, his expression gradually softened. Sigh. After all, this is a stable era, and I am stationed at the frontier just to let people behind live more peacefully. Forget it. Fourth, everyone, after hunting beasts and handing in materials, not only can you earn points, but our ninth camp will also give an additional point reward. These points can be exchanged for supplies from the ninth camp. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 spirit crystal. Upon hearing this, everyone below froze, standing there dumbfounded. What? Beast materials can not only be exchanged for points, but also for points? Double rewards? 10 points for 1 spirit crystal? A spirit crystal costs 1 million outside. Damn, this is good news. That way, I can get my parents a new house? Everyone's emotions were instantly ignited, even those who planned to stay at the camp until the end suddenly perked up. You have to know, once you leave school, these kinds of resources are so hard to get. Last time, Li Chanling bet with Wang Changren, she only dared to say 10 spirit crystals. Because she knew, if it were more, others might not bet. If the final result is that you can't continue entering the martial university, then if you can just casually exchange some supplies here at the 9th camp and sell them on the black market, wouldn't your life improve a lot? 1 spirit crystal, black market price 800,000. But if you work honestly, a monthly salary of 10,000? How many years would that take? But probably few people would do that. After all, 1 spirit crystal is enough for them to raise a minor realm. Many people started calculating in their minds, and most eventually reached a conclusion. Damn it, take the risk, fortune favors the bold. Everyone's mindset instantly shifted. Those who were sad about being assigned to the 9th camp before now all smiled. We have this kind of treatment, other camps don't, right? Ha ha ha. Liang Xiangwen watched the group below regain their fighting spirit and smiled. That's right. How can young people not have a bit of fighting spirit? And this 9th camp nearby isn't as dangerous as everyone says, right? Be a little careful, a little cautious, you still might not die. Liang Xiangwen is the radical type. For Liang Xiangwen, he had enough of these lifeless students. They were about to take the real combat test, yet still so cowardly. If not, then don't even participate. They have reached the 7th level of vital energy, not completely powerless. Everyone just thinking about being assigned to a safe camp, then gambling luck? He always thought, Dasha Kingdom should be like when it was founded, no lockdown zones, just send them into the mist forest to face the beasts. This action, though greatly increasing the chance of death, the grind between life and death is the best way to stimulate a person's potential. Especially these people, just awakening their spirit roots, the most easily changed. During that time, how many strong ones appeared? 5th level martial artists, comparable to beast kings, sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Now, in the whole Jiang'an city, how many 5th level martial artists are there? Back then, even people with spirit affinity below 50 could break through to the Tide realm. Now, in the public perception, those with spirit affinity below 50 are useless, unrelated to martial arts. So this time, Liang Xiangwen decided to add some rewards, and the results are obviously very good. He hopes among these students, some will appear that make him feel amazed. Sigh, if Jiang'an City had more people like Chen Yuan, how great would that be? Why even need a lockdown zone? Directly put the defense at the beast's doorstep, dare to come out? Kill them all. Thinking of Chen Yuan, Liang Xiangwen's eyes showed deep satisfaction. This kind of student is just his type. Too bad his cultivation isn't high enough. Taking Chen Yuan as a disciple would risk misleading him, otherwise he would have already. That's all I have to say. Next, everyone form teams. Note, each team is limited to 5 people, but can be less. Those confident enough can act alone. Chapter 27 Form Teams, Chen Yuan. Chapter 27 Form Teams, Chen Yuan. Instantly, nearly 2,000 people began forming their own teams. Everyone basically looked for people with similar cultivation and familiarity. At times like this, many people wouldn't talk about friendship anymore. Almost all who have reached the enlightenment stage go looking for teammates who are also at the enlightenment stage. After all, no one wants a weak link in their team. If a student at the enlightenment stage insists on bringing along someone at the chi blood stage, then in the end, it is very likely that no one at the enlightenment stage would want to team up with them. The practical assessment is not a game, it affects everyone's future. Of course, if the person has a strong background, then the practical assessment is nothing more than a formality for them. There are many ways to score high in the practical assessment, so usually, the top 10 people are all those with very deep backgrounds. Soon, everyone began to form teams according to their cultivation level. Long Xiaoxing grabbed Li Qianling's hand and asked excitedly. Qianling, how about we team up? I am Qi blood level 8, you are level 7, our cultivation is almost the same, it should be fine. I can help you find a few level 8 teammates. Lin Chen's voice echoed in Li Qianling's mind. Qianling, this little girl is actually quite good to you, willing to help you find teammates of higher level than herself. Li Qianling felt a bit warm inside. Putting strength aside, Lang Xiaoxing really cared for her from the bottom of her heart. But the principal had already arranged things for her, so she could not change her mind now. Probably Chen Yuan's side was already ready. Li Qianling looked a bit embarrassed at Lang Xiaoxing and slowly shook her head. Xiaoxing, this should not work, sorry. Lang Xiaoxing was a little surprised and asked. Qianling, what's wrong? Well, before the practical assessment, Principal Jiang already arranged a team for me. Lang Xiaoxing immediately widened her eyes and said in shock. What? Principal Jiang arranged a team for you? That biased old guy, why didn't he arrange one for me? So annoying, so annoying. Lang Xiaoxing stomped her foot, then quickly realized and slowly said. But Qianling, you are the #1 genius of Su Middle, I definitely can't compare. Looks like the principal has high hopes for you. Qianling, which team did the principal arrange for you? Li Qianling smiled slightly. Chen Yuan's team. Chen Yuan?
Lang Xiaoxing froze, her mind seemed to shut down for a moment, then she shouted.
You mean the elusive team captain who hasn't come to school for 3 years? Chen Yuan. It should be him. Are you sure it's the Chen Yuan who has reached enlightenment level 8? The handsome one. Li Qianling nodded again. After repeatedly confirming Li Qianling's words, Lang Xiaoxing wailed in despair. No. I also want to go. Whoa. Biased principal, I'm actually very strong too, I also want to hug a big thigh.
Chen Yuan actually already had a team, they were his old teammates, fighting together for over a year. If he wanted to form a new team with Li Qianling, he would have to leave his current team first. But there was no way. The principal personally called him and said that Su Middle had a genius whose spiritual root affinity was even a little higher than his, though her cultivation was still low, and asked him to watch over her and make sure nothing happened. Chen Yuan could not refuse. After all, the principal had helped him too much.
Yuan Di, are you going to leave the team?
In Camp 9, in a remote corner of a tent, 5 people sat around. The one speaking was a rough big man, wearing white clothes with red pants, his voice very coarse.
Chen Yuan silently nodded.
Yes, Brother Lei. I am also a student for this practical assessment, I should go back and join the assessment. Sitting next to Chen Yuan was a fair-skinned girl, not very beautiful, but her face looked very gentle.
She wore a light cyan dress.
It looked very clean. However, when she heard that Chen Yuan was going to withdraw from the team, she furrowed her brows slightly and spoke up.
Xiao Yuan, do you still need to take part in the practical assessment? The military has specially recruited you. After some time, you can just report there directly.
The military is no worse than those top 5 schools. Chen Yuan looked up at the woman who spoke, and flashed a sunny smile. Sister Bai Xian, of course, I have to go for the practical assessment. After all, the top 10 can go into the spiritual pool for cleansing. Besides, no matter what, Li Qianling is from my Suzhong, so I should help if I can.
It's fine, I'll be away from the team for just 1 month. After the assessment, I'll join you guys to hunt the alien beasts. You have to save me a spot here.
Bai Xianer's expression softened slightly, and she hummed.
Humph, but many people want to join Big Brother Lei's team. Do you think it's so easy to keep a spot?
Chen Yuan shook his head helplessly when he saw this scene. Big Brother Lei, then I'll go first. The team should already be gathering, and I'm afraid I'll be late if I don't go now. Lei Tian, dressed in a white top and red pants, nodded with a cheerful smile.
Go ahead. There's no mission recently anyway.
It's a good time for our team to rest. Chen Yuan walked out of the tent and quickly arrived at the team gathering site. He was dressed very casually. He wore a plain white short-sleeved t-shirt on top and black cargo pants on the bottom. His messy hair fluttered gently in the breeze, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, his high nose bridge, everything about him radiated a kind of coldness and calmness honed from living on the edge of life and death for a long time. This formed a sharp contrast with the students around him, who were either nervous or excited. As he walked through the crowd, his composed demeanor instantly attracted the attention of many girls and even some boys. God, who is that handsome guy? His aura is so incredible. He doesn't seem to be from our school? I've never seen someone like him. Hey, do you think he might be the young master of some noble family here to gain some experience? Doesn't seem like it. From his appearance, he really seems to be someone with true strength. Many girls couldn't help but stop in their tracks, their eyes gathering on Chen Yuan as whispers spread through the crowd. Some even more daring ones were already pushing each other, trying to get close and ask for his contact information.
Hello, I'm Rongyu, a member of the school team from Yuanzhong. Could I get your contact information? A girl actually had the courage to ask Chen Yuan for his contact information.
Everyone looked towards the girl.
She was wearing a light yellow long dress, tall and slender, with a delicate and beautiful face. She could certainly be called a beauty. Damn it! As expected, this world is just a big beauty trap. That guy doesn't even have to do anything, and beautiful girls just come up to ask for his contact information. Chapter 28, Let the Horse Run, but Don't Give It Grass? Chen Yuan's Invitation. Chapter 28, Let the Horse Run, but Don't Give It Grass? Chen Yuan's Invitation.
Chen Yuan looked at the girl walking toward him, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. For the past 3 years, he had mostly been in the quarantine area. The people who came here were all focused on training and rarely had such other thoughts. It seems that these newcomers haven't adjusted their mindset yet. Out of politeness, Chen Yuan silently gave her his contact information. The girl named Rongyu was ecstatic when she saw that Chen Yuan didn't reject her. She returned to her team and began showing off to her sisters. Soon, someone in the crowd with an eye for detail exclaimed, "Holy shit! Isn't that Chen Yuan?" the legendary captain of the school team from Suzhou. As soon as this was said, everyone suddenly remembered that Suzhou had a strange person who hadn't attended school for 3 years.
What? Is he the Chen Yuan who didn't attend classes for 3 years? No wonder I've never known where he was. Turns out he's been honing himself in Camp 9 all this time?
Daring to enter the restricted zone without even awakening his spiritual root, Chen Yuan really is a ruthless man.
No wonder he has a fierce power different from ours. Is this what a true blood experienced strong person feels like? Truly love it, love it. Oh my god, it really is him.
I've seen photos before, but I didn't expect the real person to have even more presence than the photos.
This sense of pressure, I've only felt it from the officer just now. As his identity was revealed, the curiosity in everyone's eyes instantly turned into deep awe and respect.
In this place where strength rules, someone like Chen Yuan, not only handsome but possessing absolute power, is practically the male god in most students' minds. For a moment, countless people were stirred, especially those students who thought they had some strength, their eyes shining with excitement.
If they could team up with Chen Yuan, wouldn't this combat test be an easy win? Not just surviving, even aiming for a top university wouldn't be a dream.
That's a leg strong enough to sweep through second-level strange beasts.
Boss Chen Yuan, can you take me with you?
Captain Chen, I'm at the 9th stage of vitality, but I'm about to break into the enlightenment realm, please team up with me. Chen Yuan ignored the fanatical gazes around him, walking steadily toward Suzhou's gathering area. Seeing their team captain arrive, the few school team members who chose the 9th camp were so excited they almost jumped up. Even the usually self-important vice captain Qi Junfeng was smiling widely, his eyes flickering with excitement he couldn't hide. He had heard from Wang Changrun that before the combat test, Chen Yuan was already recruited by the military into a special training program. He had worried that after the special recruitment Chen Yuan wouldn't join this test, but unexpectedly, Chen Yuan really came. With Chen Yuan here, this test basically had no surprises left.
Captain, you finally came.
The 4 school team members who had been waiting immediately rushed over, each extremely respectful, looking even more eager than if they had seen their own father. Suzhou's school team had 15 spots in total, but only 4 voluntarily chose the 9th camp.
Why?
Because these 4 were the top 4 of the school team, and they had privately made arrangements.
As long as Chen Yuan was willing to join the combat test, these 4 were very likely to become his teammates.
Strong together, sweeping the restricted zone.
Getting into a top martial university, not a dream. Captain, I see you haven't formed a team yet, right?
We're all ready, our equipment is top grade, and we can leave anytime. Qi Junfeng expressed himself impatiently. Chen Yuan stopped, his gaze sweeping over the 4 eager faces. His smile remained warm, but the words he spoke made the 4 feel a chill in their hearts. No need to rush, let's put the team forming aside for now. Qi Junfeng and the 3 behind him froze upon hearing Chen Yuan's words.
What does that mean? Is the captain not teaming with them? Does he want to go alone? That would be such a disadvantage.
Even though we aren't as strong as the captain, we are still the strongest in Suzhou, we aren't weak. Ignoring Qi Junfeng, though they were all in the school team, their friendships were almost non-existent. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Chen Yuan walked straight past these 4 Suzhou elites in the enlightenment realm, heading toward the corner.
There, standing, was Li Chen. Where is he going? Where is Chen Yuan heading? That direction seems to only have a few people, right? Today, Li Chen dressed lightly for easy movement.
A long light blue short-sleeve shirt, the collar long, covering her fair, slender neck completely. On the lower body, matching jeans, hugging those stunning long legs. Her waterfall-like black hair was simply tied into a high ponytail at the back of her head. Although not a single inch of her skin was exposed, this only highlighted the perfect, golden ratio of her body curves. Her waist, delicate enough to be held by a single hand, her long, straight legs, and her face, cold like frost, untouched by makeup, were all breathtakingly beautiful. She resembled a snow lotus at the peak of a mountain, stunning to the point of taking one's breath away, yet cold enough to keep anyone at a distance. Lin Chen's presence came alive in Li Qianling's mind, as he used her eyes to look up and down at Chen Yuan, clicking his tongue and saying, "This captain of the school team does have a bit of charm, but compared to my glorious beauty from back in the day, he's still 1,000 miles away. I guess he barely reaches 7 parts of my standard, but no more than that." When Li Qianling heard this, her usually cold eyes slightly brightened, and she silently thought to herself, "This guy, Lin Chen, always brags about how handsome he is, but there was never a reference point, so I couldn't imagine it. Now that I see it, if he really is 3 times handsomer than Chen Yuan, wouldn't that mean? TCH, stop bragging. Every day you take advantage of me when I'm in a vulnerable position, undressing for healing, sticking your butt out for training, doing all sorts of nonsense. I still haven't seen what you really look like." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen became somewhat displeased.
Bragging?
Wait until I evolve to where I can regain my human form. Be careful, I might blind your eyes.
And what do you mean by taking advantage of you? Everything I did was for you.
I might have taken a tiny bit of advantage, but come on, you can't just make the horse run without giving it any grass. Li Qianling listened to Lin Chen's words, not knowing how to respond at that moment. Her mind involuntarily recalled a scene from not long ago, and a tingling sensation spread through her body. You, pervert. While this exchange was happening in their minds, Chen Yuan had already walked up to Li Qianling. He looked at the extraordinarily beautiful girl before him, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Even in the city of Jiang'an, where beauties were everywhere, Li Qianling's appearance was one of a kind, especially with her cold and ethereal aura, which left a deep impression. But that was all. For someone like Chen Yuan, who had spent years at the edge of life and death, beauty wasn't his top priority for consideration. Li Qianling smiled slightly. Captain Chen Yuan, hello. Chen Yuan also nodded with a faint smile. Hello, Li Qianling. Would you like to team up? Chen Yuan's voice was not loud, clear and direct, yet it was like thunder on a calm day, suddenly booming through the crowd.
The entire place fell silent for a second, then erupted in an unbelieving uproar.
Everyone froze, their eyes wide as they stared at the two in front of them.
Chen Yuan is inviting Li Qianling to join the team? Chapter 29, Temporary Reversal, Jealous Lin Chen. Chapter 29, Temporary Reversal, Jealous Lin Chen. Why?
You have to know, in this blockade zone where strength is the measure, Li Qianling's cultivation at the 7th level of the Qi blood realm was basically a burden. Even the weakest second-tier beast could easily kill her. And Chen Yuan was someone who could casually kill second-tier beasts.
Isn't this just blatant cheating by taking her along? Did I hear that right? Chen Yuan actually wants to bring Li Qianling? This is outrageous. Although Li Qianling is indeed beautiful, this is a real combat assessment, not a beauty contest. Can looks really be of any use here? I think this Chen Yuan is just a shallow person.
He always acts so serious, but when he sees a beautiful woman, he can't even walk straight. This looks like a classic case of lust, trying to take advantage of the opportunity to get close to her. Exactly, my idol filter just shattered. I didn't expect the legendary Captain Su Zhong to be such a shallow person who only cares about looks.
So this is the privilege of the strong? To be able to act so recklessly just to chase a woman?
I also want to hold on to Chen Yuan's leg. I don't think I look too bad either. It's not bad, but compared to her, it's still not enough. The whispers around them grew louder, with various looks of envy, jealousy, and disdain intertwining, rushing towards the two like a tidal wave. The hardest to accept were the 4 members of the Su Zhong school team, left standing to the side.
Qi Juanfeng's face instantly turned dark. The 4 of them, experts in the enlightenment realm, offered themselves up but were rejected, only for them to turn and invite a useless person from the vitality realm?
This was simply a slap in their faces in front of everyone.
And now, there are only 3 spots left? How do we split the 4 of us?
Li Qianling has never really cared about the opinions of others, so she didn't mind the sounds around her in the slightest. But Lin Chen, listening to all these chaotic voices, inexplicably felt uncomfortable.
Did these people think that Chen Yuan had special feelings for Li Qianling?
If this spreads, wouldn't it affect her reputation? The thought of this made Lin Chen's heart inexplicably feel tight.
Without thinking, he almost blurted out. Qianling, no. You can't team up with him.
Li Qianling, who had just been about to accept Chen Yuan's offer, froze. Her words got stuck in her throat, and she swallowed them back down. She was a bit confused.
Hadn't they already agreed to first understand the situation together with Lin Chen before acting alone? What's going on? But since Lin Chen had said it, Li Qianling didn't hesitate at all.
She looked at Chen Yuan and gave a slightly embarrassed smile, awkwardly saying,
Captain Chen, I'm sorry.
My strength is too weak right now, so I don't want to cause trouble for you.
As soon as Li Qianling said this, everyone nearby was stunned. Wait, why? Chen Yuan even actively offered to take you, and you rejected him? You don't want to team up? Then I'll do it. I'm happy to join. Almost everyone thought Li Qianling must have lost her mind. Following Chen Yuan, you could easily get into a top university, right? Otherwise, what could she do as a Vitality Realm warrior in a place like Camp 9?
One wrong move, and she could be killed by an exotic beast. But some were too angry to accept this, such as Rongyu, who had previously asked Chen Yuan for his contact details. They felt that Li Qianling had shown no respect to Chen Yuan and instantly became displeased with her. But the most excited ones were definitely Qi Junfeng and the other 3. Although they found it absurd, they were also excited. Li Qianling not teaming up with the captain meant that the 4 of them could team up with Chen Yuan, right? Chen Yuan frowned slightly after hearing Li Qianling's refusal, his gaze filled with confusion and disbelief. When Principal Jiang had contacted him earlier, he hadn't said it would be like this. If he had known, there was no way he would have come here to form a team. Why? Chen Yuan asked, his tone tinged with anger.
Was she messing with him?
Li Qianling was caught off guard by this. Lin Chen's words were too sudden, but quickly, she thought of a reasonable response. Captain Chen, the practical assessment is not just a way to advance in studies, but also the best method to sharpen one's own strength.
My cultivation is too low right now.
If I follow you, I won't be able to improve much, so I want to challenge the blockade zone like you, using greater pressure to unleash my potential.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's frown relaxed.
Li Qianling's words coincided with his own thoughts, and after hearing them, a sense of admiration for her arose in his heart.
Genius? What is genius? It certainly isn't just something that can be represented by affinity with spiritual power.
Battle experience, mentality, willpower, and inner resolve, these are all indispensable.
Li Qianling was able to reject his invitation and actively choose to face the exotic beasts of the blockade zone.
In Chen Yuan's view, this could be considered the first step out of being a weakling. Chen Yuan recalled when he first arrived at the 9th camp, his cultivation was only at the 4th level of qi and blood.
Alright, I wish you progress and a better ranking. Chen Yuan nodded, turned around, and walked away.
Li Qianling watched Chen Yuan's back, her mind sinking back into her body.
Big bully Lin Chen. What are you doing, huh? I asked you before if you wanted to team up, and now you're backing out last minute?
Every time Li Qianling spoke to Lin Chen, her voice would carry so much emotion, completely different from her usual cool demeanor outside.
Well.
Inside Li Qianling, Lin Chen scratched his head, then awkwardly said.
Actually, there's no other reason. Maybe I just didn't want you getting too close to other guys. Just now, a lot of people were saying that Chen Yuan is after you.
Li Qianling heard Lin Chen's words and suddenly realized, this guy. But before Li Qianling could tease Lin Chen, his voice came again. I'm clearing things up in advance, I'm not jealous. I just think it's more convenient to act alone.
Li Qianling smiled slightly and playfully said.
I didn't say you're jealous, you're the one who said it.
Lin Chen suddenly asked seriously, why didn't you ask me why I turned down Chen Yuan?
Guess? Guess what? Guess all you want, I don't care. Li Qianling smiled faintly and didn't answer the question, turning around to walk towards the edge of the crowd. Since she had already turned down Chen Yuan's invitation, there was no way she would team up with anyone else. For the next month, it would just be her and Lin Chen.
Actually, this was fine too.
After walking a few steps, Li Qianling put away her smile and silently said in her heart.
Idiot, of course, I trust you unconditionally. Chapter 30, Big-Breasted and Brainless Zhou Duer. Chapter 30, Big-Breasted and Brainless Zhou Duer.
Chen Yuan walked towards his camp, passing by Qi Junfeng and the others, completely ignoring the smiles on their faces. The four of them were initially excited thinking Chen Yuan was walking towards them, but when he passed them by, their faces finally showed some anxiety.
A female voice came. Captain Chen. Zhou Duer called out. Aren't you going to participate in the practical assessment? You haven't formed a team yet, and we happen to have 4 people.
Chen Yuan stopped his steps, looked at the 4 of them, still with that gentle expression. I'm going to participate, but sorry, I'm not planning to form a team. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Duer's brain couldn't process things for a moment.
What does it mean, not planning to form a team? Is he rejecting her? Then why did he take the initiative to invite Li Qianling to form a team before?
She's also a girl, and she looks good too, with capital to flaunt.
And her strength is far better than Li Qianling's, so why was she treated so differently by Chen Yuan? Shi Juanfeng's face also turned sour. What does this mean? So we're just decorations, huh? You came here just for Li Qianling, didn't you?
Qi Junfeng felt his face burning, as if he had been humiliated by something.
Why? He's at the 3rd level of the open aperture realm, how could he be so worthless? Does he not even have the qualification to team up with Chen Yuan? Zhou Duer gritted her teeth, unwilling, and continued.
Captain Chen, we're all members of the Su Zhong team, and you, as the captain, should help your teammates. Even if you take us along to form a team, it won't affect you at all.
The other 2 also nodded. Captain, we can settle for the minimum share of points. Some people around whispered. If it were me, I would definitely help, we're all from the same school, why be so heartless?
Exactly, still the captain of the school team, not at all united and friendly. Of course, someone immediately argued back on the spot. So you are not Chen Yuan, after forming a team, the points have to be divided.
If you were him, would you take a few deadweights to split your points?
A girl snorted coldly and said.
So what?
Chen Yuan is so strong anyway, giving some points to others is good for everyone.
Later, Su Zhong will enter better universities, his reputation will be louder too. Immediately another girl echoed. If that's the case, why did you previously go find Li Qianling to team up?
I think you just liked her, but got rejected, then got angry out of shame. Suzhong's school team captain, also that kind of person, nothing special. A student assigned from Suzhong heard this and immediately angrily said.
What do you know?
Li Qianling is the #1 genius in Suzhong now. Others invited her to team up just because they want to do something for Suzhong.
Look at Si Yunyao, she teamed up with people from the Si family. Did she bring anyone from her school? Chen Yuan at least wanted to bring Li Qianling along, okay? TCH, I admit Chen Yuan is strong, but is he comparable to Si Yunyao? Others are almost breaking through to the third-level warriors. Chen Yuan's expression did not change.
Looking at Zhou Duer, he said lightly. Forget it, I still want to push into the top 10, take a spot in the psychic pool. Besides, the beasts I want to hunt are not something you can fight, one mistake and there's a life risk.
In just an instant, Zhou Duer was extremely angry, a wave of fury rising in her chest. She felt Chen Yuan's complete humiliation.
You could invite Li Qianling, so why can't I, who've lowered myself so much, be accepted?
Following you, Li Qianling has no life danger? Although in Chen Yuan's view, he was just calmly stating the objective fact. Zhou Duer was somewhat broken. Chen Yuan.
You selfish ghost, you just want Li Qianling's beauty, you don't deserve to be Suzhong's school team captain. Once these words came out, everyone around who hadn't left fell silent for a moment.
Damn, this person really dares to say it.
Before, those complaints were at least secret, no one said them openly.
No matter what, Chen Yuan is a genius they can't reach.
Qi Junfeng reacted fastest. The moment he heard Zhou Duer, he immediately stepped back a few steps, face back to smiling, showing he had nothing to do with this.
Didn't he feel angry? If it were someone else, they would have exploded. Why doesn't he dare to speak now?
Because he clearly knew the terror of the person in front of him. Hearing Zhou Duer's words, he felt if it were him, he would be on the edge of rage already.
However, Chen Yuan's reaction surprised everyone.
He did nothing, just lightly shook his head, sighed, and said faintly, "Idiot."
Then Chen Yuan left under everyone's gaze.
Seeing Chen Yuan leave, others knew there was no show to watch, and all scattered, setting up tents in corners of the candidate area.
Zhou Duer angrily looked at Qi Junfeng, fuming. Captain Qi.
This Chen Yuan is a lecher.
Let's find one more teammate.
I don't believe it, without him, I still can't get into a key university. Qi Junfeng sneered hearing this.
Find one more teammate? What are you talking about? Who said I would team up with you? Ah. Captain Qi, what did you say?
Qi Junfeng said mercilessly, I didn't say I would team up with you.
Zhou Duer was dumbfounded.
No, before the practical test we agreed to team up together, why does your word not count now?
Before is before, now is now. Who knew you were so brainless? Chen Yuan, you even dare to offend him?
One of the two people who had been silent all along, named Su Xingyan, also spoke up. You should know, Chen Yuan has been in the 9th camp for 3 years, and he has a good relationship with most people here. Plus, he was specially recruited by the military. I really don't understand where your guts came from to curse him.
Big chest, no brain, but it can't be like this, right?
Yeah, only Chen Yuan is so mild-tempered, not bothering with you.
If it were someone else, you'd probably be struggling.
But the three of us definitely won't team up with you, because if others target us, it's over.
Zhou Duer stood there dumbfounded, her mind in a complete mess. I just wanted to get Chen Yuan to team up with us. I was too excited and said that. Sigh. Let's go.
Qi Junfeng said faintly. The other two followed closely behind. Leaving Zhou Duer alone in the wind, feeling utterly helpless. She just felt full of grievance, surrounded by a bunch of liars.
In Suzhong, principal's office. Zhang Tiankai hung up the phone, looking a bit upset.
He really couldn't understand why Li Qianling had refused Chen Yuan's request to team up. She had a weak foundation but strong talent. Let Chen Yuan take her under his wing, bring her to a higher platform, then show off her talents, what's wrong with that?
Sigh. This is a prospect with an affinity of 81. I really hope she doesn't fall in the practical assessment. Chapter 31, what's the point of messing around in the lockdown zone? Let's head straight to the Tiangu Great Forest. Chapter 31, what's the point of messing around in the lockdown zone? Let's head straight to the Tiangu Great Forest. Li Qianling arrived at the edge of the exam area, set up a tent, and went inside to rest for a bit.
Inside the small tent, Li Qianling held a map in her hands. It was a detailed map that recorded all the areas near the 9th camp inside the lockdown zone.
The map was divided into 3 colors, green, yellow, and red. Green represented areas near the 9th camp, generally considered safe. Most of the beasts here were first-level beasts. Even if second-level beasts occasionally appeared, students could return to the 9th camp in the shortest time.
The yellow area represented a wider circle, which was more dangerous.
Over the years, the most accidental deaths of students occurred here. In this area, many of the beasts were second level. The red area, the outermost zone, was the most dangerous, not only far from the camp but extremely perilous. Even third-level beasts could be found there. So, under normal circumstances, no one would choose to go there. Li Qianling's eyes flickered, seemingly thinking about where to go next. In her mind, the only place to go was that red area. Lin Chen, where should we go next? Li Qianling quietly asked in her heart. When Lin Chen saw the map, he had already made a decision, but he wasn't sure if Li Qianling agreed. Soon, Lin Chen's voice came, I have an idea, but I don't know if you dare to go. What's there to be afraid of? Are we going straight to the red area? Let's leave now. The red area? What's so good about going there? Have you seen the forest on the other side of the red area? Li Qianling's heart skipped a beat, and she looked toward the outside of the red area. On the map, there was a black area, and 5 words were written next to it, Tiangu Great Forest. You mean, we're going straight to the Tiangu Great Forest? That's not part of the lockdown zone, and anything could happen with the beasts. Inside the lockdown zone, under military control, the highest level beast is only 3rd tier. If any higher tier beasts enter, they will be killed immediately. Over time, the strange beasts in the ancient forest of Tiangu also understood this. But if humans actively step into the ancient forest of Tiangu, it would be completely different. If you're lucky, you might encounter only some 3rd level beasts on the outskirts, but if you're unlucky, you might come across a beast king who occasionally goes out for a walk. Lin Chen smiled faintly. What's the matter? Are you scared to go? There's nothing to be afraid of, just a bit caught off guard for a moment. Li Qianling said lightly. It's better to go straight to the Tiangu forest, so we don't run into those troublesome people. And if you want to improve your strength, you'll need to devour a lot of strange beasts, which might raise suspicion in the blocked-off area. Li Qianling was not the indecisive type. She immediately stood up, gathered the things she had prepared earlier, and walked out of the tent, heading towards the outskirts of the 9th camp. As soon as she stepped out of the tent, Li Qianling felt some gazes on her. There was a hint of confusion and mockery in those looks. Let's go, find a secluded place, and you can leave your body to me. Lin Chen's voice echoed in Li Qianling's mind. Li Qianling nodded, then with a swift leap, her figure quickly ran towards the outside of the camp. Some people behind her looked at Li Qianling's back and disdainfully said. Chen Yuan invited her to team up but she refused, I really don't understand why. Humph, with just a mere chi and blood realm, daring to act alone in the 9th camp, she really doesn't know the limits. An hour later, inside a dilapidated building, Li Qianling's figure slowly appeared. Here, they were already 50 miles away from the 9th camp, having reached the yellow zone, where no one should be able to observe the situation. Lin Chen, it's up to you now. After Li Qianling finished speaking, she withdrew her mind, relinquishing control of her body and returned to her own inner self. Don't worry. As Li Qianling completely relaxed her mind, the black ring worn on her right-hand index finger melted like ink inside her body. A cold, slippery sensation quickly spread through Li Qianling's slender, fair fingers and extended throughout her whole body. The black liquid had its own consciousness, joyfully and merrily flowing and covering her skin, as if it were caressing her. In the blink of an eye, the originally fair and jade-like skin of Li Qianling completely disappeared. What replaced it was a layer of black fluid that clung to her body perfectly like a bodysuit. Even her cold and beautiful face was fully covered by the black fluid, leaving only her pair of eyes, radiating a chilling aura. Once again taking control of the body and feeling the long-lost physical sensation, Lin Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ha! Finally, I can move. Lin Chen was very excited inside. After all, in his current form, he could only talk and boast with Li Qianling every day, which was actually a bit boring. But Lin Chen lowered his head and his gaze swept over the body. Although the entire body was covered in black fluid, Li Qianling's already outstanding figure, now wrapped, had her stunning S-shaped curve accentuated even more, making her even more alluring. If she walked out now, although one couldn't tell it was Li Qianling, it would be obvious that she was a woman with a hot figure, which would definitely be too eye-catching. If someone with bad intentions saw her, it wouldn't be hard to trace it back to Li Qianling. I still need to cover up a bit. Lin Chen thought to himself and took out a mask from a nearby backpack, putting it on his face. Then he took out a large black robe that had been prepared earlier, swiftly putting it on. The large hood covered his head, and the loose robe concealed his figure. At this moment, he looked like a mysterious figure hiding his identity, with no trace of any feminine features left. Even the distinction between human and beast was difficult to discern. After doing all this, Lin Chen's eyes, glowing with white light, revealed a hint of longing. So hungry. Since crossing over, he had only eaten one meal, and it hadn't been enough. But now, in this lockdown zone, where beasts roamed freely, he could finally indulge in a grand feast without restraint. At this moment, Lin Chen's senses suddenly stirred.
Through the thick concrete floor, he faintly caught the faint scratching sound coming from the rooftop above. That was the sound of sharp claws scraping against the ground.
Ha, lucky.
Lin Chen grinned, and in a flash, he appeared at the edge of the broken wall on the building's outer side. He concealed his aura and, using the building as leverage, gently pushed off with his feet, sending his body directly to the rooftop.
Chapter 32, with a small move, he made it onto the leaderboard? Chapter 32, with a small move, he made it onto the leaderboard?
As he ascended, Lin Chen's desire grew stronger.
He could sense the smell of food.
On the rooftop, the wind howled. A group of more than 10 mutant beasts were perched there. They were mutated geckos, whose once small bodies had expanded to the size of crocodiles. Covered in gray-brown scales, with strong limbs and large mouths full of sharp teeth, green saliva constantly dripped from their jaws. The leader, surrounded by the others, was even larger, nearly 3 meters long. A row of sharp bone spurs grew along its back, and its yellow, slit eyes looked terrifying. This presence was unmistakably that of a second-tier mutant beast.
They lazily lay on the rooftop, basking in the sun, enjoying the peace of this lockdown zone.
Suddenly, the giant gecko leader raised its head and let out a low, rumbling growl, its eyes scanning the rooftop's edge.
The rest of the geckos tensed in response.
A figure in a black cloak, like a ghost, silently flipped over the edge and landed on the rooftop without making a sound.
Hiss.
Upon seeing a human invade their territory, the group of mutated geckos instantly erupted into a frenzy, arching their bodies and letting out shrill hisses. The second-tier gecko leader, even angrier, whipped its thick tail violently against the ground, opening its massive mouth wide, and charged at the figure in black, carrying the stench of blood. Facing the charge of these mutant beasts, Lin Chen, under his black cloak, let out a light chuckle.
They're ugly, but this smell actually isn't too bad. In the next moment, he moved. Against these first and second-tier beasts, there was no need for any fancy moves.
From under his wide cloak, several pitch-black, ink-like tentacles shot out instantly.
Puff puff puff.
A series of dull sounds echoed as the tentacles pierced through the heads of the first-tier beasts, nailing them in mid-air before they could even scream. The second-tier gecko leader, witnessing this, instantly shifted from cruelty to terror.
It instinctively tried to retreat, but it was too late.
Lin Chen's figure appeared above its head, and one dark hand, carrying an overwhelming force, slammed down onto its spiked skull.
Boom!
The concrete rooftop cracked, and the second-tier mutant beast had no chance to resist.
Its head was violently pressed into the floor.
Brain matter exploded out as its massive 3-meter body twitched a few times before going completely still. The battle began quickly, and ended even faster. In just a few seconds, the rooftop was no longer home to a single living mutant beast.
Lin Chen stood in the pile of corpses, slowly spreading his arms. Countless fine black threads surged from his body, piercing into the corpses of the mutant beasts. Chi and blood, energy. As his thoughts stirred, streams of pure chi and blood energy began to flow. Following the black silk thread, it surged into his body.
The feeling of hunger inside his body being instantly filled, the pleasure of his strength rising rapidly, made Lin Chen unable to resist letting out a comfortable groan.
Ah! So good.
The devouring process lasted for more than a minute, and after it ended, the energy reserves in Lin Chen's body finally increased slightly.
It went from 12% to 14%.
Looking at the mere 2% increase, Lin Chen was a little disappointed. It was too little. It seems that he still needs to devour third-tier exotic beasts.
Lin Chen shook the bloodstains off his hands and, with lingering intent, looked towards the far more dangerous Tiangu Great Forest. Li Qianling was witnessing Lin Chen devouring an exotic beast for the first time and was quite curious. Lin Chen, what does it feel like to devour an exotic beast?
Not much feeling. It's just like when you eat normally, but it seems that in this world, martial artists can stop eating once they reach a certain level of cultivation. But if I want to evolve, I have to devour.
So that's how it is, then can you only devour exotic beasts? Li Qianling asked again, then seemed to think it was inappropriate and quickly added. Like some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, can you devour those?
Lin Chen smiled slightly. Of course, as long as it's something with energy, I can devour it.
Even martial artists can be devoured. Li Qianling was shocked. Martial artists can also be devoured?
Yes, when I first met you, those 3 animals had already helped me verify that. Li Qianling remembered the scene when she first met Lin Chen, and smiled slightly. So, those useless ones can also be used. In the 9th camp, there was a scoreboard that recorded the top 100 people who earned the most points in the 9th camp. This leaderboard held great value, as every point could only be earned by killing exotic beasts, and the point cards would automatically tally the points. In all the years, the top 50 of any camp were basically guaranteed to enter top universities. Even if you were outside the top 50, as long as you had a name on the board, you could still get into a good martial arts university. However, this year, the first place seemed to have no suspense.
Currently, the first place on the leaderboard was none other than Si Yunyao. She had not wasted any time with team building. The Si family had already equipped her with a team, so as soon as she arrived at the 9th camp, Si Yunyao left the camp to hunt exotic beasts. Up until now, her points had reached 103. 1 point for first-tier exotic beasts, 10 points for second-tier, 100 points for third-tier, and so on. That meant Si Yunyao had already killed 10 second-tier exotic beasts and 3 first-tier exotic beasts. This kind of achievement was something that most people would find hard to reach even in a month. The leaderboard was placed in the center of the student area, and many people passing by would glance at it. Sigh, comparing people makes one feel like dying. You say we're all high school seniors, how can the difference be so huge? Bro, take it easy, there's a saying, the gap between people is even bigger than between a person and dog shit. The words may be rough, but you're damn right, that's way too rough. Lin Chen had just finished devouring all the exotic beasts. Meanwhile, as people were still marveling at the terrifying performance of Si Yunyao, the large scoreboard displaying real-time rankings suddenly flickered. A name suddenly bounced up, then shot straight into the top 100, firmly stopping at the 73rd position. 73rd, Li Chen, points, 23. This line of bright red text now seemed especially eye-catching. The crowd instantly erupted, and everyone's gaze was fixated on that name, with disbelief written all over their faces. You know, how much time had passed? Less than 2 hours. To earn 23 points in less than 2 hours meant she had at least hunted 2 second-tier exotic beasts and 3 first-tier exotic beasts. Or killed 23 first-rank strange beasts at once. In any case, for a student still at the Qi and Blood realm, it was simply a fairy tale. If you don't count those whose teams were already arranged by their families, Li Chenling was even the first among all solo students to appear on the list. Chapter 33, 3rd rank peak strange beast, Jade-scaled serpent. Chapter 33, 3rd rank peak strange beast, Jade-scaled serpent. Shi Junfeng, standing at the very back of the crowd, now wore a grim face as he directed the other 4 to set up a temporary camp. After all, the 3 of them had the power of the opening realm, so finding 2 more teammates to form a group was very simple. Since being publicly ignored by Qin Yuan, his mood had hit rock bottom. He originally planned to show off in the combat assessment and slap Qin Yuan's face hard, but before he even set off, he saw that name which made him somewhat disgusted. Li Chenling, that person who made him lose face in front of so many people. Shi Junfeng stared fixedly at the number on the screen, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitching uncontrollably a few times. 23 points? Impossible. He, a mighty opening realm triple master, was still doing preparatory work at the camp. Why did that woman deserve it? Because of her Qi and Blood realm cultivation? No, it must be luck. Shi Junfeng thought viciously in his heart. This woman must have just left the camp and met a few seriously injured or dying low-rank strange beasts, and picked up a huge bargain. Shi Junfeng thought like this, but it did not convince him. This Li Chenling was really strange. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the camp, Wang Kai was organizing his backpack with his intact left hand, while his right hand had not fully recovered. When he heard the exclamations around him, he instinctively looked up at the score list. The next moment, his whole body felt struck by lightning, frozen in place for an instant. That Li Chenling, whom he once saw as trash and never paid attention to, had actually started hunting strange beasts? And with such efficient killing? No. This is impossible. Wang Kai's lips trembled, his eyes full of anger and resentment. She must have used some shameful method, or Qin Yuan secretly helped her. Yes, it must be like that. Otherwise, with her realm, how could she get 23 points so fast? Elsewhere, Leng Xiaoxing was smiling, holding her backpack, chatting happily with her 4 teammates. When she heard someone call Li Chenling's name, she instinctively rubbed her eyes and looked at the big screen. After confirming that the name was indeed her good friend, Leng Xiaoxing's small mouth formed an O in surprise, her big eyes full of shock and confusion. She was really scared. 23 points. How many terrifying monsters must she have faced? Leng Xiaoxing looked down at her own hands, then looked up at that high-hanging name, a complex feeling rising in her heart. It turned out that Qianling's previous words about being confident were not to comfort her, but because she was truly ridiculously strong. This was the 9th camp, and everyone else was still thinking about survival, yet she had already gone berserk in killing? However, compared to these people, most others did not even pay attention to the score list here. Such early changes in the list were meaningless, the real combat assessment was still a long way off, and only the last to laugh would be the winner. Lin Chen controlled Li Chenling's body, becoming a dark ghost, rising and falling several times among the abandoned buildings, and finally completely leaving the previous battlefield. 2 hours later, Lin Chen finally passed through the entire abandoned city and crossed the blockade area. The scene before him changed abruptly. Behind Lin Chen were broken walls and ruins, a landscape full of scars. Although dilapidated, one could still see traces of human civilization remaining. The cold hardness of steel and cement. Ahead, there stretched an endless sea of green. That was the ancient forest of Tiangu. The trees here were astonishingly tall, each one needing several people to hug it. The lush branches and leaves blocked the sun, cutting the light into tiny patches. The air was filled with the damp, decaying leaf smell, mixed with a faint trace of blood. Instead of the wind howling through ruins, there was an eerie, relentless roar of beasts echoing in his ears. Now this place is interesting. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Facing this unfamiliar place, he didn't feel the slightest fear, instead, he felt a surge of excitement. The environment, filled with the raw scent of slaughter, made every cell in his body cheer with joy. Li Qianling's voice echoed in his mind, carrying a hint of concern. Lin Chen, be careful. This is no longer a restricted zone. There are no rules here, and no military protection. Here, both the mutated beasts and humans are extremely dangerous. Don't worry, I have it covered. First, I'll replenish my energy reserves to 100%. Lin Chen responded, and then with a thought, his senses spread like a tidal wave, reaching out in all directions. This was his innate talent as a symbiote. Before he had Li Qianling as a host, he was extremely weak and could only sense what happened within a 5-meter radius. But after parasitizing her, he had regained his peak state, and in this situation, the range he could sense had expanded many times. 300 meters. In his mind, every rustle of wind and movement of the grass within a 300-meter radius became crystal clear. A few first-level wind monkeys leapt from treetop to treetop, some poisonous insects hid in the grass, waiting for the right moment, and far away, a first-level cheetah was hunting. Lin Chen wasn't interested in these weak mutated beasts for now. He began to keep his exploration going, quickly moving forward. Lin Chen filtered out the weaker creatures, extending his attention further. Eventually, he locked onto a deep green pond. There, a terrifying presence coiled around. Found it, it's a big one. Lin Chen grinned, pushing off from the tree trunk, and shot out like an arrow released from its bow. The 300-meter distance vanished in an instant. Lin Chen hid behind a giant tree trunk, peering down through the thick leaves. On a massive green stone by the deep pond, coiled a giant creature. It was a 10-meter-long giant python, its body covered in emerald green scales that gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen in the dappled sunlight. Its triangular head was raised high, and as it hissed, its red tongue flicked in and out, sending a chilling shiver through the air. A third-level mutated beast, the green-scaled serpent python. Li Qianling whispered, though it was her first time seeing this creature, its distinctive features were so clear that she instantly recognized it. What the teacher had explained in class came rushing into her mind, and she began to analyze the situation for Lin Chen. Lin Chen, the scales of this green-scaled serpent python are as tough as iron, ordinary weapons can't hurt it, and they contain deadly poison. Its weakness is located 3 inches below the 7th cervical vertebra, where there is a reverse scale, and also its heart. But from its size, this should be a third-level peak mutated beast. Lin Chen, are you confident? Lin Chen chuckled, just a beast, what's there to fear? Without hesitation, Lin Chen's figure plummeted from the treetop, using gravity to accelerate. His body smashed toward the green-scaled serpent python like a cannonball. Hiss! The green-scaled serpent python reacted incredibly fast. As soon as Lin Chen dropped, it detected his presence. Immediately, the green-scaled serpent python swung its thick tail, the sound of the whipping air roaring as it lashed towards Lin Chen. This strike! The force was heavy and deep, even the air was sucked and made a booming sound. Compete with me in strength? Lin Chen sneered, neither dodging nor avoiding. Bang! A dull crash echoed through the forest. The massive snaketail was blasted away, smashing 2 thick trees nearby. And Lin Chen had only flipped in the air, landing steadily on the ground. This beast's body is really tough, it made my hand numb from the shock. Lin Chen said calmly, then his eyes flashed with fierce light, charging once more at the green-scaled python. Chapter 34, The Zhou Family Squad, Want to Steal the Kill? The green-scaled python was completely enraged, sticking out its long tongue, opening its bloody mouth, lunging to bite Lin Chen. Lin Chen dived from the top of a 100-meter ancient tree, creating a sharp tearing sound in the air. As the ruler of this pool, the green-scaled python's reflexes were extremely sharp. The moment Lin Chen fell, its body as thick as a water barrel tensed suddenly, the tail resting on the blue stone drew a green afterimage, sweeping out with tremendous force. The strike was heavy and strong, even the air was pulled and made a booming sound. Compete with me in strength? Lin Chen twisted strangely in midair, his feet wrapped in black fluid stamped hard on the trunk, gaining speed again. He did not dodge, but faced the snaketail like a steel whip, fingers tight, his arm covered in black fluid swelling for a moment, a punch smashed into the snaketail. Boom! They collided hard in the air, the dull impact echoing through the forest, making ripples on the calm pool. The massive snaketail was blasted away, smashing 2 thick trees nearby. And Lin Chen had only flipped in the air, landing steadily on the ground. This beast's body is really tough, it made my hand numb from the shock.
The enraged python let out a piercing hiss, its triangular head twisted, the bloody mouth opened, revealing 4 fangs dripping dark green venom. A thick stinking poisonous mist sprayed from its throat, instantly covering Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen's expression stiffened, he leaped, soaring more than 10 meters, avoiding the dark green poison mist. Then using the momentum of his fall, he clenched his right fist, striking the reverse scale just below the python's 7-inch point, a brutal hit. Boom! The power of this punch was more than 1,000 pounds.
The green-scaled python's huge body was smashed into the blue stone, shattering rocks flying.
It rolled in pain, 10 meters of body twisting wildly, trying to shake off the unwanted guest on its back. Its thick tail whipped madly at the surrounding trees, breaking the ancient trees one by one. Even Lin Chen's powerful body felt some strain under this terrifying force. Lin Chen's eyes were cold, he spread his arms, black fluid forming dozens of steel-like tentacles, gripping the ground and tree trunks tightly.
Get down!
Lin Chen shouted, all his strength exploding at that moment, his right leg like a battle axe smashed down heavily on the python's head. The green-scaled python let out a desperate dull sound, its entire head pressed deep into the soil. The once bright green vertical pupils gradually dimmed, the huge body twitched violently a few times, finally collapsing weakly by the pool. The huge snake head hung powerless, the body twitched slightly, already breathing in more than out.
Done!
Lin Chen clapped his hands, looking at the rich feast before him, the greed in his eyes was not hidden. This was a peak third-tier exotic beast, the energy inside could definitely boost his reserves by several %. Just as he was about to reach out, using the black threads to consume it, his movements suddenly froze. Lin Chen's eyes instantly squinted, and he suddenly looked to the left at the shadowy, dark forest.
Come out, you've been watching for so long, aren't you tired?
Lin Chen's voice was hoarse and cold. The forest was deathly silent, only the rustling sound of leaves blowing in the wind could be heard.
After a moment, a slight sound of footsteps echoed.
Several figures slowly stepped out of the shadows, spreading out in a fan shape, subtly surrounding Lin Chen.
There were 5 people in total.
The leader was a middle-aged man in battle armor, holding a mountain-cleaving sword. His face was stern, and his aura emanated a strong wave of energy that belonged to a strong practitioner in the Tide realm. By his side, there were 2 other men with equally strong auras, both of them at the 3rd level of the Tide realm.
At the very back, stood an old man in a black robe.
He lowered his brows, his seemingly murky old eyes occasionally flashing with a glint of sharpness, giving Lin Chen a feeling of being hard to read.
4th level? Lin Chen's heart sank in an instant.
However, when his gaze landed on the young girl surrounded by the group, not only him, but evenly channeling in his body, was startled. The girl wore a white dress, standing out in the muddy, blood-stained forest, appearing completely out of place, yet also seeming ethereal as if untouched by the mortal world. Her expression was indifferent, her eyes filled with arrogance, as if nothing in this world could catch her attention.
Zhou Ziyue, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family.
The Zhou family was also one of the top families in Jiang'an City, and Zhou Ziyue was the most talented person of this generation in the Zhou family.
Many people even thought she was on par with Si Yunyao.
But who was stronger or weaker had never been truly tested, so there was no conclusion yet.
Li Qianling's voice echoed coldly in Lin Chen's mind. Zhou Ziyue, she even came to the heavenly ancient forest? What does she want?
Lin Chen spoke to himself in his mind. It should not be good, now everyone is fighting for points, they definitely won't let go of the 3rd level exotic beast, if they make a move to snatch it later, stay calm. Those 3 with knives are 3rd level Tide realm, the old man I can't see through, he's likely 4th level.
Facing them head on, we're doomed.
If you reveal your identity now, it will be troublesome.
I understand. Li Qianling's voice was as cold as ice.
This score doesn't matter to me, I'm just worried that you won't have any exotic beasts left to devour, and your evolution speed will slow down. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled slightly, don't worry, I have my ways. At this moment, the 5 people opposite were also sizing up Lin Chen. Especially the middle-aged man leading them, his eyes filled with caution. In his perception, this person in the black robe and mask, who seemed like a strange figure, actually had no spiritual power fluctuations at all. But this seemingly powerless person had just used his physical strength to beat a 3rd-level azure-scaled serpent snake to death? What kind of skill was this? Innate divine power? Or did he have some hidden cultivation treasure?
Zhou Ziyue's indifferent gaze also lingered on Lin Chen for a moment.
For some reason, looking at this man in the black robe, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But this feeling came quickly and left just as fast. She didn't investigate further, simply casting a casual glance at the dying giant snake before losing interest. To her, this level of battle and prey wasn't enough to move her. The 2 sides faced off for several seconds, and the air seemed to freeze. Finally, the middle-aged man stepped forward, his mountain-cleaving sword trembling slightly in his hand. The tip of the sword pointed at the dead azure-scaled serpent snake on the ground. His tone was domineering and unquestionable. Put down the azure-scaled serpent snake and get lost.
The last word left his mouth, and a violent wave of spiritual power pressure instantly slammed toward Lin Chen. At the same time, the other two Tide Realm warriors also stepped forward, hands on their weapons, locking their murderous intent onto Lin Chen. He. Under the black robe, Lin Chen let out a hoarse, cold laugh. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes, hidden behind the mask, flashing with a dangerous light. What? You want to snatch it? The prey I worked so hard to catch, and you think you can just take it with a word? Chapter 35, Trying to take my stuff? Even the King of Heaven himself would lose a few teeth. Chapter 35, Trying to take my stuff? Even the King of Heaven himself would lose a few teeth. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his murderous intent stronger than ever. This green-scaled serpent was already part of our hunting plan. Do you think it would fall into your hands if you didn't make a move? If you were at your peak, I might have thought twice. But after that fight just now, you must be exhausted, right? Do you really think you can negotiate with us now? You can try, and see if you can keep me here. Lin Chen's voice was calm, but his feet moved silently. Countless barely visible black threads, emerging from the soles of his feet, burrowed into the ground and quickly extended to the dying green-scaled serpent, stabbing deeply into its body. Devour. Energy reserve, 14%. 15%. 16%. As Lin Chen felt the energy rising within him, he quickly calculated in his mind. He definitely couldn't win in a fight. The other three Tier 3 warriors weren't much of a threat, but that old man, seemingly a Tier 4, posed a huge danger to him. Once the fight started, even if he managed to escape, he would have to pay a price, and his symbiote's secret might be exposed. Friend, some things require a life to take, but also a life to use. The black-robed elder, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, his voice like dry wood rubbing together, hoarse and harsh. My young miss needs this Tier 3 mutant beast right now. If you leave, I can overlook your offense and even offer you some compensation. As the old man's voice fell, a presence, far more terrifying than the middle-aged man's, subtly spread out. Lin Chen only sensed it for a moment, and already felt a slight suffocating sensation. As expected, a Tier 4 Open Yuan Realm warrior. So, he revealed no sign of pressure. Little did he know, the black-robed elder across from him was also startled. Facing my full pressure, this guy didn't change his expression at all, showing no signs of any pressure. His strength is definitely that of a Tier 4 Open Yuan Realm warrior. Wasn't it said that there were no strong fighters around the perimeter of the Tiangu forest? How come I ran into one as soon as I came in? If it comes to a fight, I'm not afraid of him, but I'm worried about delaying my miss's important matters. For a moment, the black-robed elder didn't dare to make any large moves, just staring coldly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was feeling his energy reserves, and at this point, they had risen to 20%. Though the green-scaled serpent's essence wasn't completely drained yet, it was almost done. If this dragged on, the giant serpent would turn into a dried-up corpse, and any fool could tell that something was wrong. He quietly withdrew his tentacles, then lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the black-robed elder, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Compensation? You want to take my stuff, and then try to send me away? Lin Chen's voice suddenly became cold, a chilling undertone rising. Under his strange mask, it was as if a wild beast was waking up. Although reason told him that he should offer the serpent's body without resistance, and avoid a direct confrontation with a Tier 4 Open Yuan Realm warrior at all costs. After all, he wasn't at his peak right now, and if they got into a battle, the consequences were unpredictable. But who was he? When would it be someone else's turn to ride on top of him and defecate? Moreover, this group of people had the face of giving with superiority, completely igniting the brutality and madness deep within him. Lin Chen! What are you doing? Didn't you just say that facing them head-on has no chance of victory? Li Qianling urgently cried out in her mind. She could feel the insane killing intent Lin Chen suddenly released, and her heart was racing. Retreat? Whether I can win is one thing, but these bastards want to snatch my spoils, that's another matter. Lin Chen grinned savagely, and the murderous aura in his heart erupted like a volcano. Even if the King of Heaven comes, if he wants to touch my things, I'll knock out a few of his teeth. Before his voice even fell, Lin Chen mobilized all of his physical strength, along with the blood essence he had just devoured and not fully digested, without holding anything back. The power surged wildly in his right arm. A faint oppressive feeling began to emerge around Lin Chen. When the pressure reached its peak. Boom! The ground beneath Lin Chen's feet immediately cracked open, and the whole person shot forward like a cannonball, with an unstoppable momentum, towards the black-robed elder in the Kaiyuan realm. This punch had no fancy techniques, it only had extreme power and that crazy, reckless energy of no one else but me. This punch almost drained all his trump cards. Seeking death. The three middle-aged men at the third stage of the Tide Realm suddenly changed their expressions. They had originally thought that the other side would retreat when faced with difficulty, but they never expected that this black-robed freak was a complete lunatic. They hadn't even made a move, yet this guy actually took the initiative to strike? When did the Zhou family ever suffer such an insult?
But, under the violent wind of this punch, they felt difficulty breathing, as if they were locked onto by an ancient beast, their souls trembling slightly.
This is definitely the power of the Kaiyuan realm. The three of them immediately lost any thought of resistance. No matter who took the hit, they would either die or be severely injured and collapse. The black-robed elder, who had always appeared calm, finally changed his expression at this moment.
Good courage. The disdain in his murky old eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness.
An expert's true strength is clear at the first strike.
The terrifying power contained in this punch made even him, a fourth-stage expert, feel a sense of heart-pounding threat.
Damn it, it really is a fourth-stage warrior. Ha!
Elderly dared not be careless. His thick spiritual power surged out like a river breaking through a dam, gathering on his right palm. His hair and beard stood on end as he no longer cared about maintaining any senior demeanor. His figure flashed and blocked in front of everyone, his dry palm carrying the power to split mountains and rocks, smashing out fiercely.
Lin Chen didn't retreat in the slightest, and at the final moment, even sent a bit more power into the attack. Bang!
Fist and palm collided. A terrifying shockwave spread out from the two as the center, expanding in a circular pattern. The trees within a radius of dozens of meters were instantly snapped in half, and the falling leaves were crushed into pieces. Many low-level exotic beasts didn't even have time to scream before they were directly blasted into blood mist.
Amidst the flying dust, a figure staggered backward. Thud! Thud! Thud!
Elder Li's face turned red as he felt an overpowering brute force drilling into his body through his arm, shaking his blood and energy. He took 12 steps back, each one leaving a deep footprint on the hard ground, only then barely alleviating the terrifying force. Lin Chen, however, took advantage of the recoil, flipping in midair, and lightly landed back in his original position, without taking a single step back.
Chapter 36, You Can Call Me. Venom. Chapter 36, You Can Call Me. Venom. The entire scene fell into dead silence.
The three third-stage warriors all widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost.
Elder Li actually got pushed back?
That's a fourth-stage Kaiyuan realm expert.
In the entire Jiang'an city, there is a presence that ranks among the top, yet it was defeated in the hands of an unknown figure wearing a black robe? Who exactly is this person, and how could they be so terrifying?
Standing calmly in the back, Zhou Ziyue, whose expression had remained indifferent, finally showed a strong wave of emotion in her eyes, which resembled autumn water. She looked at the proud figure standing not far away, and a storm surged in her heart.
I know the strength of Elder Li best. Even among the family elders, he is a pillar. This person seems to have no spiritual energy fluctuations in his aura, relying purely on physical strength to forcefully shatter the Yuan realm?
Zhou Ziyue quickly calculated in her mind, her pride gradually subsiding, replaced by deep caution and curiosity.
A powerhouse like this could never be a nameless person. Who is he exactly? Could he be someone secretly trained by the military? Or a descendant of some hidden ancient martial arts sect?
In an instant, the young prodigy of the Zhou family felt her thoughts racing, urgently wanting to know the identity of this black-robed figure. Elder Li took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood in his body, and his gaze toward Lin Chen no longer carried any trace of disdain, even tinged with a hint of awe. He knew that although the earlier strike seemed to favor Lin Chen, if it came down to a full-out fight, Lin Chen might not be able to last. But he felt some fear in his heart. He had another task here. This black-robed, masked man, with such a reckless fighting style and terrifying explosive power, if it came down to a life-or-death battle, even if he won, the cost would be devastating. For just a mere third-level mutated beast, it's not worth it. After this punch, everyone was filled with fear toward Lin Chen, and they were all puzzled about his identity. But only Lin Chen and Li Qianling knew that Lin Chen's condition was actually terribly bad. His whole body was in a near-exhausted state, a faint sense of weakness slowly rising from his heart. His right arm was also numb, as if it were about to lose all feeling. Even the energy he had just replenished was completely drained.
And damn it, he had even paid a little more than that.
Right now, Lin Chen's energy reserve was only 9%. This meant that just that one punch had directly drained almost 10% of his energy. But Lin Chen still stood upright, his eyes behind the mask still wild and proud, without a trace of weakness showing. Li Qianling's expression was a bit hard to maintain, and after feeling Lin Chen's current state, she became very worried. But at the same time, she couldn't help but smile knowingly.
Lin Chen, indeed, has guts. She suddenly remembered something Lin Chen had said before, what's there to be afraid of? It's just a useless life, let's fight. If there's a grudge, we must get revenge. If you're scared and trembling, it's better to start over. Li Qianling realized that Lin Chen really was this kind of reckless, fearless fool. Although he often spoke without thinking and liked to take advantage of others in times of crisis, at the crucial moment, he had never let her down. Ha 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 ha.
Lin Chen suddenly laughed out loud, his voice hoarse and wild.
What great cultivation. This feels great.
Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back. Even though his body felt extremely empty at this moment, his momentum seemed to grow even stronger, as if the punch just now had been a casual action. He pointed at the still life of the green-scaled serpent on the ground, whose essence had already been drained, and said casually, "Since you could take my punch and not die, then why not take this reptile with you? Anyway, most of its essence has been consumed, and all that's left is an empty shell."
Lin Chen doesn't make a losing deal. Since his pride has been restored, what is there to wait for? Elder Li's expression froze slightly upon hearing this. Although Lin Chen's words were extremely arrogant, he couldn't bring himself to refute. A strong person has the capital to be arrogant.
Elder Li adjusted his clothes, and stepping forward, he slightly bowed to Lin Chen, his tone carrying the solemnity of a peer-to-peer exchange.
Your strength is astonishing, I admire it.
Earlier, I may have offended you, but this azure scale python is indeed very useful to us.
Since you graciously spared it, this favor will be remembered by the Zhou family.
Saying this, Old Li paused, eyes fixed tightly on the mysterious mask, and asked in a deep voice.
May I ask your honorable name?
Jianyan City producing a master like you is truly a sign of our ignorance. Zhou Ziyue also perked up her ears, her gaze burning as she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly.
You can call me Venom.
Lin Chen turned around, his black coat flapping in the wind, then his figure flashed, disappearing instantly into the dense jungle.
Only that low, hoarse voice lingered, slowly echoing through the air.
No one noticed that where Lin Chen had just stood, a single drop of black liquid, as inconspicuous as ink, quietly clung beneath a dead leaf.
Seeing Lin Chen finally gone, Zhou Ziyue slowly stepped forward.
In her hand appeared a delicate short blade, though she did not know when she had obtained it. With a flick of her wrist, a cold glint flashed, precisely stabbing the python's vital 7 inches, completely ending the beast's already fragile life. On the points token, a full 100 points were added, bringing Zhou Ziyue's total to 123, immediately catching up to Si Yunyao on the leaderboard, becoming second. Then, with practice skill, she cut open the snake's head and took out the 2 hardest fangs.
They were excellent material for making weapons. However, as those 2 fangs landed in her hand, a trace of doubt appeared on Zhou Ziyue's usually calm face. Strange. She lightly stroked the fangs, frowning. This azure scale python clearly has the aura of peak 3rd stage, so why is the essence in these fangs so severely depleted? It looks more like it just advanced to 3rd stage, strong on the outside but weak within. Even the corpse of the snake seemed a bit shriveled, not looking freshly dead. Perhaps this beast was heavily injured before, or just laid eggs and lost much vitality, or maybe the black-robed masked person just now caused its essence to scatter, its body broken. The middle-aged man stepped forward to take a look and casually explained. Zhou Ziyue nodded and did not think much, tossing the fangs into her backpack.
At the very moment she turned, that black liquid, long hidden beneath the leaf, seized the opportunity, silently attaching itself to the edge of her white combat boots. It then quickly slipped into the sole's grooves, disappearing completely.
Let's go.
Old Li looked at the sky, speaking in a deep voice. Miss, we should leave quickly. If we reach the spirit cave sooner, you can break through to 3rd stage sooner.
Mentioning the spirit cave, a flicker of anticipation and fire finally appeared on Zhou Ziyue's cold face.
Yes, if I can smoothly break through to 3rd stage this time, with the help of the spirit energy pool, none of Jiang'an City's young generation can match me.
People like Chen Yuan and Si Yunyao will be completely under my feet. But where exactly is this spirit cave? Why didn't I hear a single clue before coming?
Old Li smiled.
It's a family secret. With your current cultivation, naturally you wouldn't have access. Once you break through, you'll be able to access many family secrets. As for the location of this spirit cave, it's here.
Saying this, the black-robed elder pointed to his head without speaking it aloud.
Move out. The 5 quickly cleaned up the battlefield and swept deeper into the forest. 3 kilometers away.
Lin Chen sat atop a 100-meter-tall giant tree, removed his mask, revealing eyes full of icy chill. His perception followed the symbiotic organism that had split from that single drop. He clearly captured the images and sounds from 5 kilometers away. Unfortunately, with his current cultivation, he could only split off one symbiotic clone.
Earth Spirit Cave? Breaking through to the 3rd stage?
A wild, arrogant smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth.
Qianling, did you hear that? They seem to be going somewhere good. Since they stole our prey, we can also steal their opportunity. That's not too much, right?
Li Qianling's voice echoed in his mind, carrying a sense of relief after suppression.
Not too much. Not too much at all.
Asking for updates, for the bookshelf, for free gifts, thank you to all readers.
Chapter 37, The Mantis Catches the Cicada.
Night slowly fell, and the Tiangu forest was covered by a thick layer of darkness, only occasional moonlight dappled over the layers of decayed leaves. The chirping of insects around and distant low growls of beasts intertwined into a night song. Relying on the single drop of symbiotic tissue he had split off, Lin Chen hung calmly far behind the Zhou family's team. The distance was so great that the Zhou family had not noticed at all. Seeing the sky completely dark, the Zhou family decided to rest for a while. After all, night is the peak activity time for many strange beasts. Moving forward would increase danger. Only after confirming that the Zhou family had set up a defensive formation in a clearing to rest did Lin Chen stop moving.
Lin Chen, rest for a while.
You were seriously injured before, and your current state isn't very good. Li Qianling's voice carried a few hints of fatigue and concern. Lin Chen replied in his heart. You sleep first.
My energy reserve is too low now.
I must take this chance to replenish. Li Qianling's cultivation was too low, her mind easily tired, and under Lin Chen's persuasion, she fell into a deep sleep. After calming Li Qianling, Lin Chen took off his robe and lightly leaped, melting into the endless night. With 300 meters of full perception, Lin Chen moved like a black ghost, silently weaving through the dense forest. Soon, he locked onto a group of wind demon wolves foraging at night. This was a pack-living first-stage strange beast, individually weak, but strong in numbers.
The feast began.
Lin Chen licked his lips and fell sharply from the treetops, several black tentacles blooming in the air like death's lotus flowers. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of tentacles piercing flesh was especially heavy in the night of Tiangu Forest. Several guard wolves hadn't even cried out before their heads were pierced by the tentacles. The remaining wolves tried to fight back, but the black figure had already charged into the center of the pack. Lin Chen did not use any exquisite martial arts, relying entirely on the terrifying power and speed of the symbiote to slaughter. Every punch was accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, every swing of a tentacle brought a spray of bloody rain. In just half a minute, more than 10 wind demon wolves were all turned into corpses. Lin Chen stood in the center of the pile, countless black threads spreading from his feet into every wolf corpse. Blood and energy crazily surged into his body along the black threads, and the full feeling of hunger being satisfied made him let out a low, comfortable moan. Soon, the corpses of the wind demon wolves completely dried up, and Lin Chen saw his energy reserve had increased by 2%. Without stopping, Lin Chen continued toward the next strange beast. For most of the night, Lin Chen tirelessly wandered the forest edges. Where he passed, low-stage strange beasts almost disappeared. When the first ray of dawn pierced the darkness, Lin Chen reluctantly stopped. Looking at the system panel, his energy reserve had recovered from extremely low to 24%. Glancing at the sky, although still slightly unsatisfied, to avoid losing his target, Lin Chen still decided to quickly turn back. Before dawn, he had already returned to the tree trunk near the Zhou family's campsite.
At this moment, Li Qianling also woke up.
Lin Chen, let me take over, you rest for a while, I will call you once they set off. Li Qianling spoke softly. She felt an indescribable pressure from Lin Chen. Last night, Lin Chen's tireless hunting and terrifying eating habits made her deeply realize her own weakness. If she didn't try harder, she might truly become a burden to Lin Chen. She didn't want that, she wanted to help Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, then handed back control of his body. Li Qianling immediately sat down cross-legged, while monitoring the movements of the Zhou family, she began to cultivate. Suddenly, a strong spiritual power began to gather around Li Qianling, flowing into her body. Li Qianling was slightly startled, feeling a rush of emotion in her heart. She knew that Lin Chen was actively helping her guide the spiritual energy. She didn't speak further, sitting cross-legged on the 100-meter-high tree trunk, and under the protection of the dense spiritual energy, Li Qianling's cultivation began to rapidly push toward the 9th level of qi and blood. At this speed, in another half a day, Li Qianling should be able to break through to the 9th level of qi and blood. 2 hours later, the sun was high in the sky. Li Qianling, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Lin Chen, they've moved. In the next moment, the girl's cold eyes turned deep and black fluid covered her body once more.
Leave it to me. Lin Chen's voice was steady and confident.
Another half-day of stealth tracking, until noon, when the sun was at its peak, the Zhou family finally stopped in front of a very hidden valley. The entrance to this valley was narrow, surrounded by thorn bushes and vines half as tall as a person. If one didn't look carefully, they would never notice the hidden secrets inside. Elderly looked at the rock wall concealed by vines, and a faint smile of excitement finally appeared on his tightly drawn old face. Finally here. Zhou Ziyue's beautiful eyes also could not hide her excitement. She looked at the seemingly ordinary, even somewhat desolate, mountain wall, and her heartbeat began to quicken.
Is this the place my father mentioned that could allow me to break into a third-tier warrior?
Father said that as long as I can enter the Earth Spirit Cavern and use the spiritual liquid from the Earth veins there, I will have a 90% chance to break through to the third-tier tidal realm. The other 3 middle-aged men showed smiles on their faces.
As long as the young miss succeeded in her breakthrough, they would have completed their task, and they would be rewarded when they returned to the family. 3 kilometers away, Lin Chen stopped moving. Watching elderly push aside the vines to reveal a dark cave entrance, Lin Chen and Li Chanling hid in the tree canopy far away, their hearts also filled with excitement. Lin Chen, they've entered. What do we do? We can't just rush in and grab it, right? Li Chanling was somewhat eager but also worried about the fourth-tier elderly. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with cunning and ruthlessness. Grabbing it isn't an option, but since they want to meditate in peace, I'll send them a big gift. Li Chanling was confused. What big gift? Diverting the disaster eastward. The Zhou family's 5 people, with elderly leading the way. He boldly entered the cave, with the other 4 following closely behind. The inside of the cave was not spacious, the air damp and cold, with green moss hanging on the rock walls and slippery gravel underfoot. Before them was a tunnel that seemed endless, pitch black, and somewhat eerie. The deeper they went, the more odd their expressions became. Elderly, this place is so eerie. Why can't we feel any spiritual energy fluctuations? Is this really a treasure land? One of them couldn't help but question. Zhou Ziyue also spoke up. Yes, elderly, I've heard others say that ordinary treasure lands usually leak spiritual energy. Could it be that we took the wrong path? Chapter 38, The Crazy Third-Rank Strange Beasts. Chapter 38, The Crazy Third-Rank Strange Beasts. Oldly chuckled softly, his steps never stopping. The Earth Spirit Cave is not an ordinary treasure place, it is where the essence of the Earth gathers. It focuses on hiding the spirit and collecting energy. If the spirit energy leaks out, it will be wrong. Miss, stay calm and just follow the old man. The group moved about 100 meters through the winding, twisting cave, and suddenly the space ahead opened up, but it also ended. An ancient stone wall covered in moss blocked the way. No path left? Zhou Ziyue frowned slightly and looked at Oldly. Oldly did not speak. He stepped forward, his withered hand feeling along the stone wall for a moment. Finally, it stopped on a protruding rock that looked completely ordinary. His inner spiritual power surged instantly, pressing hard on that protruding rock. Boom! A deep, grinding sound rose, and the seemingly solid stone wall slowly slid to both sides, revealing a narrow, deep passage just wide enough for one person. As soon as the passage opened, an extremely dense, pure spiritual energy hit them, making their pores open in relief. This is truly a treasure place. Zhou Ziyue felt the spiritual energy and her eyes instantly exploded with strong excitement. Just from asking a few questions, she felt the cultivation inside her body slowly start to circulate. Oldly looked at Zhou Ziyue and smiled gently. Miss, follow this passage to the deepest part. There is a terrestrial vein spirit pool. You can close yourself inside and break through. We will protect you outside. Once the stone door closes, unless it is opened from the inside or forcibly broken by a 4th-rank peak strength, no outsider can enter. Thank you, Oldly. Zhou Ziyue suppressed her excitement, thanked him, and eagerly rushed into the passage. Oldly watched the stone door slowly close, perfectly sealed, returning to an ordinary stone wall, then he finally exhaled in relief. He turned, taking the other 3 guards back to the cave entrance, casually setting up several warning and defense formations, then sat cross-legged, ready to guard there. Little did they know, every move they made was being observed from afar by Lin Chen through that drop of symbiotic tissue. Lin Chen leaped down from a tree trunk, then began his plan. Blind force would not work. He had to use outside power, but in this ancient great forest, what outside power was there? Only strange beasts. Lin Chen's figure moved quickly through the shadows of the dense forest. He concealed all his aura, spreading his perception to the maximum, searching specifically for those hot-tempered big guys. Soon he found the first target. It was a 3rd-rank ironback bear, the size of a small mountain. The 3rd-rank ironback bear was lying under the cool shade of a tree, snoring like thunder, each breath creating a small whirlwind. Lin Chen silently moved to a position a dozen meters behind a tree, then stretched out his hand, swung his arm at the fat bear's face, and struck hard. Smack! A crisp, piercing slap echoed through the forest. The ironback bear's face instantly deformed, and the whole bear was sent flying 3 meters in its sleep, hitting a tree trunk heavily. It sat up, dumbfounded, holding its burning cheek. Before it could see who had attacked it, Lin Chen appeared nearby, raising a middle finger, then vanished into the dense forest like a shadow. Roar! The ironback bear instantly went berserk, its eyes bloodshot, roaring as it smashed several ancient trees, wildly chasing Lin Chen's direction. But it was not over. Lin Chen leaped a few steps and climbed a very tall ancient tree. On a horizontal branch, a 3rd-rank gale wind eagle, the size of a millstone, was perched. It spread its wings, carefully guarding 2 green eggs in the nest. The moment Lin Chen's figure appeared, several black tentacles shot out like lightning, accurately curling around the 2 bird eggs. Amid the fierce cries of the wind eagle, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth.
Under the angry gaze of the wind eagle, he slammed the two bird eggs forcefully against each other. Crack! The shells shattered, and the rich essence of life spilled across the ground. The wind eagle let out a nearly heart-wrenching wail, its feathers bristling, turning into a blue tornado that rushed straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed loudly, leaping down from the giant tree, his target the riverside not far ahead. There, a herd of simple-minded but extremely protective iron-armored rhinos were drinking by the river. The moment he landed, dozens of tentacles spread across the ground like venomous snakes. The rhinos, still lowering their heads to drink, had no time to react before the tentacles wrapped precisely around their front hooves and pulled sharply. Thud! 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 One by one, these multi-ton giants fell into the mud, utterly embarrassed. Lin Chen stood in the center of the riverside, controlling his tentacles to beat the iron-armored rhinos furiously, while letting out mocking, strange laughs at the leader of the herd. Roar! As expected, the rhino herd was completely enraged, raising their massive hooves and charging at Lin Chen recklessly. In just half an hour, this originally peaceful area exploded in chaos. Angry bear roars, piercing eagle cries, the heavy thud of rhino hooves, a messy symphony of sounds merged into a terrifying flood. Countless beasts with red eyes roared, chasing Lin Chen from all directions. While fleeing for his life, Lin Chen intentionally guided the massive wave of beasts toward the secret cave. Old Li sat at the cave entrance, suddenly frowning. He felt the ground beneath him trembling slightly, and the distant beast roars grew denser and more violent. What's happening? Just as the young lady closed her retreat, there's such a big commotion outside? A hint of unease rose in Old Li's heart. Someone beside him tilted their head to listen, unconcerned, saying, Old Li, you worry too much. The Tiangu forest has always been the beast's territory. Fights or migrations happen sometimes. As long as they don't come at us, it's fine. Hearing this, Old Li, though still uneasy, nodded and closed his eyes again, but his spiritual senses didn't dare fully relax. Another half-hour passed. 30 miles from the cave, Lin Chen was running desperately. Behind him, dust rose, and trees collapsed. At least a dozen enraged third-rank beasts and over 100 second-rank beasts clung to his trail. Li Qianling glanced back through Lin Chen's sight. Even with her calm nature, her heart raced. Damn, what a scene! If these beasts reached the restricted zone, they could sweep all the students of the 9th camp, right? But, this is damn thrilling. Li Qianling suppressed her excitement and said with eagerness. Lin Chen, is this enough? Shouldn't we send some stronger ones after them? That old guy is 4th rank. These 3rd-rank beasts can at most give him some trouble. To have real effect, we need an opponent equal in strength. Come on, Lin Chen. Go! Li Qianling even started cheering Lin Chen on. Hearing this, Lin Chen said helplessly. Stop giving advice from over there. My ass is about to be caught. Ah! Found it! A 4th-rank beast. Chapter 39 Secret Technique. 1000-Year Kill. Chapter 39 Secret Technique. 1000-Year Kill. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with cruelty. Without any hesitation, he charged straight toward the 4th-rank beast. It was a massive beast, its body like a tiger, with leopard spots and long limbs. Lazily lying on a huge rock, dozing off. Tiger-leopard beast. The tiger-leopard beast sensed someone invading its territory, slowly stood up, opened its bloody mouth, and let out a deafening roar towards Lin Chen. This roar carried the pressure of a 4th-tier beast. If it were an ordinary 3rd-tier warrior, they would probably be too scared to move. But Lin Chen wouldn't retreat. He came here precisely for this creature. In the blink of an eye, dozens of tentacles shot out, aiming to wrap around the tiger-leopard beast. However, the defense of the 4th-tier beast was far beyond Lin Chen's imagination. The tentacles slapped its fur, leaving only a few white marks, not even breaking the skin. Instead, the tiger-leopard beast became a little enraged by the provocation of this ant. Its body turned into a blur, its claws emitting a sharp sound as it tore through the air, slamming towards Lin Chen. Bang! Lin Chen raised his arms to block, liquid flowing over his arms, quickly forming a shield in front of him. However, after taking the full force of the tiger-leopard beast's 4th-tier claw, Lin Chen was still sent flying, crashing through 2 big trees before finally stopping. Damn, its skin is so thick. Lin Chen cursed under his breath, but seeing the beast tide approaching from behind, if he didn't draw the big guy away now, his plan would fail. Since its defense can't be broken, then don't blame me for not playing fair. I don't believe there's no weak spot on your entire body. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted in his mind, Qianling, close your eyes. Don't look. Li Qianling was still shocked by the strength of the 4th-tier beast. Hearing Lin Chen's words, she was momentarily stunned. What's wrong, Lin Chen? Why? Don't ask. Close your eyes. Although Li Qianling was full of doubt, she trusted Lin Chen, so she instinctively closed her eyes. In that very instant, the tiger-leopard beast, having missed its first attack, roared again, leaping high into the air, aiming to kill Lin Chen. At this moment, it was in midair, its abdomen and lower body completely exposed. Lin Chen's mouth curled into a cruel sneer.
Now's the chance.
With a sudden motion, both of his hands slammed into the ground, and several thick, hard, and enhanced black tentacles shot up from the ground beneath the tiger-leopard beast, like poisonous snakes bursting from their holes. Their target, the completely undefended.
Secret technique. 1000-year kill.
Whoosh!
The tentacles hit their target with pinpoint accuracy and pierced right through without any obstruction. The once mighty tiger-leopard beast froze mid-air, its legs instantly clamping together.
Then, a shrill, tragic, and deeply shameful scream rang through the sky, one so heartbreaking it would make anyone who heard it cry, and anyone who listened feel sorrow. Roar! Roar! The sound was so sharp, it almost pierced the clouds. At a far distance, Elderly, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them and looked towards Lin Chen, his eyes filled with confusion.
What happened?
Why would this beast make such a terrible scream? The tiger-leopard beast, humiliated by this strange shame, immediately exploded with all its cultivation. In an instant, it broke all of Lin Chen's tentacles, then staggered and landed on the ground. However, the tiger-leopard beast did not immediately attack Lin Chen. Instead, it tightly clenched its tail, its whole body trembling violently. After a few breaths, the tiger-leopard beast's eyes turned to the black-robed figure before it, and in the blink of an eye, they became blood-red, filled with a maddened fury. It was a hatred that would never rest until the end. It had never been so humiliated, nor so enraged. Even in battles with other fourth-tier beasts, it had never faced such a shameful defeat.
Li Qianling, listening to the altered scream of the tiger-leopard beast, felt even more confused. This sound, why does it seem so strange? It's as if it's been tortured by something inhuman? What did Lin Chen do to it that could make it scream like that?
Li Qianling thought and thought, unable to hold back anymore. She quietly opened her eyes just a crack.
Li Qianling was completely stunned.
She saw the mighty fourth-tier tiger-leopard beast clutching its hind legs, and behind it, a few glaring blood drops slowly dripping down.
Damn! Li Qianling was left dumbfounded.
In her mind, she instantly linked it to what Lin Chen had just asked her to close her eyes.
He probably didn't want her to see such a brutal scene, right? Silence. Dead silence.
After a long while, Li Qianling asked weakly in her heart with a trembling and incredulous voice.
Lin Chen, you didn't stab it in that place, did you?
Lin Chen, while turning and running madly, responded confidently in his heart.
Cough, cough, special times require special methods.
This is called attacking where it is necessary. If I don't thoroughly anger it, the other beasts are going to come after us.
And, the angrier it gets, the stronger it will be when facing the Zhou family, right?
Li Qianling looked at Lin Chen's rapidly fleeing figure, then heard the tiger-leopard beast behind her already completely going mad, roaring as it rushed towards them.
For a moment, she didn't even know what to say.
A complex expression that she had never shown before appeared on her cool face, a mix of shame and speechlessness. In the end, all she could do was let out a deep sigh.
This guy really has no bottom line.
But well, next, let the Zhou family experience the beast's enraged fury. Lin Chen began to madly flee toward the Zhou family's cave, creating a huge uproar along the way. Behind Lin Chen, there was only a nearly crazed tiger-leopard beast, and behind that, a large group of chaotic exotic beasts. There were all kinds, some running on the ground, some swimming in the water, a complete mix. But they all shared one thing in common, the overwhelming anger towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen occasionally looked back at the beast group, adjusting his speed to maintain an ambiguous distance from them. What he needed to do was to lead this group of exotic beasts to the cave entrance. At that point, when the enraged beasts discovered the Zhou family, a huge battle was sure to break out. And he would just sit back and reap the benefits. Li Qianling knew Lin Chen's plan, but at this moment, she still furrowed her brows tightly, staring with great worry at the beasts behind them.
Lin Chen, with so many exotic beasts, how are you going to get away?
Lin Chen's hurried voice rang out, "Don't worry, I'm well prepared." The distance to the cave's location was getting closer and closer.
10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers.
In his line of sight, the mountain had already appeared, and on the other side of it was the cave's location. Lin Chen suddenly stopped, waiting for the exotic beasts behind him for a few seconds. When the tiger-leopard beast was only about 100 meters away, Lin Chen spread his hands, and black liquid surged, forming countless tentacles. The moment the tentacles appeared, they shot straight up into the sky and hung on the tops of two ancient trees on either side. From a distance, it looked like a slingshot. Lin Chen stepped back a few paces, then used all his strength to tighten the tentacles to their limit, before suddenly pushing off the ground.
Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Chapter 40, The Dumbfounded Zhou Family 4, Whipping the Monkeys But Hard. Lin Chen's entire body was propelled like a cannonball under the force of the tentacles and his feet. He instantly widened the distance between him and the exotic beasts behind.
The tiger-leopard beast had already leaped towards Lin Chen, but it didn't expect Lin Chen to suddenly shoot forward, missing it completely.
Roar!
The tiger-leopard beast let out a massive roar, bursting with fury to follow. Lin Chen's leap carried him directly past the cave's location, landing 300 meters ahead of the cave entrance. As soon as he landed, he quickly dove into the prepared hole, immediately suppressing all his presence, spreading out his senses fully, and quietly observing the changes outside.
Next to land was the tiger-leopard beast. After landing, it lost track of Lin Chen's figure, and even his scent completely vanished.
The tiger-leopard beast froze for a moment, then began to roar madly in all directions, as if venting its inner unwillingness and anger. Blood was still dripping from its back, and now, it couldn't even find the person who had harmed it? Zhou Gang, who was guarding the cave, was startled when he saw the tiger-leopard beast fall from the sky.
Damn! A fourth-tier magical beast falling from the sky? Where did this thing come from? How did it suddenly land right in front of the cave?
Zhou Gang was a bit confused. The area they were in was on the outskirts of the Tiangu Great Forest, where usually only third-tier or lower beasts appeared. Fourth-tier beasts were already very rare.
But soon, Zhou Gang's expression turned excited. He quickly stood up and said to Zhou Li, "Old Li, that's a fourth-tier magical beast. If we go out and capture it alive, after the young lady's breakthrough, we can have you kill it. Wouldn't that directly give us 1,000 points?
And besides, the things on this fourth-tier beast are valuable too."
Zhou Li nodded slowly. "You're right. Fourth-tier magical beasts in the outer region are already very rare.
This fourth-tier magical beast delivered to our door, there's no reason to pass it up." As he spoke, Old Li sat down cross-legged, walking toward the entrance of the cave, his aura rising as he clearly prepared to take action. The other three followed suit. But before Zhou Li could remove the formation at the cave entrance, suddenly, a massive tremor came.
When the dust settled and the group looked again. Damn! Another third-tier beast? Is it at the peak of third tier?
Zhou Li's eyes showed signs of delight. Truly, one could sit at home and blessings would fall from the sky.
Ah, another third-tier beast. The young lady's luck is really something.
I bet once she exits the cave, she'll be able to reach the top of the rankings.
Zhou Haoshuan also chuckled, saying, "I'll take care of this third-tier beast. I've recently mastered a new martial skill, and I want to test its power." The Zhou family's 4 members were extremely happy. But the next second. Boom! Another tremor. The group looked forward, only to see another third-tier peak beast. Finally, someone noticed something was off.
Old Li.
Isn't this a bit abnormal?
Zhou Li paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "Indeed. Generally speaking, third-tier beasts already have some territorial awareness, and they don't usually appear together in such numbers.
And
I see that they seem to be very angry, as if something has provoked them." Zhou Chao, who had remained silent, suddenly froze, as if he saw something. He hurriedly pointed toward the tiger-leopard beast outside and said, stunned,
"Look at the tiger-leopard beast's back, isn't it dripping blood?"
As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the back of the tiger-leopard beast.
It really is dripping blood. It's even using its tail to hold something. What is this? This seems to be a male tiger-leopard beast? I think I understand why it's so angry. Such a strange preference in beasts in this vast Tiangu Great Forest? Why have I never heard of this before? Zhou Li interrupted their conversation. "Stop talking about random things. One beast per person, quickly." But before Zhou Li could finish speaking, boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds echoed as a large number of magical beasts landed, stirring up a cloud of dust.
The 4 members of the Zhou family were stunned. Zhou Li, who had been planning to go out and hunt magical beasts, also withdrew his cultivation and quietly stepped back a few paces.
What the hell does this mean? So many beasts? Is this a beast tide? Why did you come here?
Even Zhou Li saw so many strange beasts, it was really frightening. The other 3 were already trembling. If they got discovered, it would be over.
Alert! Protect the young lady. The formation I set has hidden aura and illusion ability. These beasts should not be able to find us.
Lin Chen accelerated too suddenly. By the time the many beasts landed behind, they could no longer see his figure. They all lifted their heads and roared, as if wanting to vent the anger in their hearts. But it was unclear if the beasts were too angry to have reason, or if the seal at the cave entrance had the hidden aura ability. A large group of beasts ran around on the spot, yet not a single one discovered the people inside the cave. The formation set by Zhou Li had the power of illusion. So to those low-level beasts, this cave did not exist, it was just a plain rock. Lin Chen frowned as he watched from behind, and could not help but complain in his heart, a bunch of beasts, they can't even find such a big cave entrance.
Useless. At this moment, in front of Zhou Gang, a few red-eyed demon apes appeared. They were furious, slowly moving along the cliff, nostrils twitching, as if searching for something everywhere. They moved closer to the formation, but in the end found nothing abnormal, and went toward the area away from the formation. The 4 Zhou family members secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, nothing was exposed. If a fight started, it would really be bad. Far away, Lin Chen spread his senses fully, always paying attention to the situation here. Seeing the demon apes walk past the formation without discovering the Zhou family members, he shook his head helplessly. Looks like I still have to act. A black tentacle stretched out from his hand, then along the ground, slowly extending into the cave underground. As the demon ape turned to go outside, Lin Chen controlled the tentacle, suddenly bursting from the ground, slapping hard onto the ape's rear. Smack! A crisp sound exploded around. Arg! Pain came from behind. The demon ape jumped 3 meters high on the spot, turned around, and saw the tentacle slowly retracting back into the mountain. Chapter 41, Reaping the Fisherman's Gain. The movement of this demon ape immediately caught the attention of all the beasts here. They all turned their heads, looking toward the cave. All the beasts' eyes began to show bloodthirsty light. Because they saw that flashing tentacle. Zhou Li's formation was not very clever. If these beasts didn't know, it would be fine. But if they sensed something was wrong, many third-rank beasts could still notice something was off. The many beasts simultaneously started moving slowly toward the cave. Their gaze was fierce, fangs exposed, saliva dripping onto the ground. Through the formation, upon sensing the demon ape's movement, the 4 Zhou family members' expressions changed instantly. Zhou Gang even roared angrily. Who is acting? Old Li, what should we do? This place is about to be exposed. The usually calm Zhou Li also broke into cold sweat. In front of him was a 4th-rank beast, and more than 20 3rd-rank beasts. So many beasts if they fought, it would be a bloody battle. What to do? The 4 immediately began quick discussion. Zhou Haoshuan hurriedly said. Old Li, in my opinion, we should quickly leave this place. So many beasts, we really can't stop them if they fight. Hearing this, Zhou Gang's anger surged, and he sharply rebuked. Zhou Haoshuan. What are you saying? The young lady is still inside meditating to break through, and you want us to retreat first? What are you thinking? Zhou Haoshuan stood firm, not backing down. The stone wall inside, unless you find the mechanism, it can only be broken by a peak 4th-grade warrior. What are you afraid of? Even if all the beasts here work together, they still can't break it. That won't do. Mrs. Safety cannot be compromised. I disagree. Then what do you suggest? Are we supposed to guard this cave? With so many beasts, can you stop them? The 2 began arguing. Zhou Chao, usually quiet, didn't speak, but waited for old Li's decision. Li's expression kept changing, clearly contemplating the 2 options in his mind. But in the end, he gritted his teeth, coldly saying, guard the cave entrance. Mrs. Closed door training must not be disturbed. Upon hearing old Li's words, Zhou Gang opened his mouth, clearly wanting to say something, but under Li's stern gaze, he swallowed the words back down. Don't worry. With me here, you'll be fine. Before old Li could finish speaking, his energy surged, and he looked sternly at the many beasts in front of him, coldly saying. All of you gather your strength, choose your first target, and wait for my command to strike. In a moment, I'll take down the formation and initiate the attack. 1 round, and the beasts' numbers will dwindle. Yes. The 3 answered in unison. The beasts slowly began to encircle the formation. The tiger-leopard beast led the way, walking at the front. It could clearly see that the tentacle just now came from this stone wall. It had been feeling a burning pain from behind for so long, and it couldn't stop wanting to squeeze its legs together. That tentacle was the culprit behind its humiliation. It was determined to tear it apart. At that moment, the formation suddenly dissipated. Leading the charge, Old Li and the other 3 warriors from the Zhou family, all in the Tide realm, rushed out of the cave with their strongest attacks. Each of the 3 charged towards a tier 3 beast, their concentrated attacks landing heavily on them. The attacks came too suddenly, and the beasts were caught off guard. In an instant, 1 beast died on the spot, while the other 2 were heavily injured and sent flying, losing all fighting strength. Meanwhile, Zhou Li directly charged toward the strongest tiger-leopard beast. After all, the tiger-leopard beast was a tier 4 beast. Faced with Zhou Li's attack, it hastily turned and used its most powerful side defense to block the blow. Bang! Its body was violently sent flying backward, crashing to the ground in a mess, leaving 4 deep scratch marks on the ground where its limbs dragged. Roar! A roar filled with endless fury exploded. Once again attacked, the tiger-leopard beast's eyes turned blood red, its anger completely replacing its reason. It no longer cared who these humans were, it only knew that in that direction, there was the culprit who had caused it unbearable pain.
The tiger-leopard beast's limbs suddenly exerted force, its massive body turning into an afterimage, bringing with it an overwhelming pressure, and it hurtled toward Jolie like a meteor.
Monster, don't you dare be reckless.
At this moment, Jolie's hair stood on end, the energy from his Yuan realm flowing wildly within him. With no unnecessary moves, he threw a punch, directly colliding with the tiger-leopard beast's sharp claws.
Boom!
The shockwave surged, and the surrounding stones instantly turned to dust. Oldly grunted, his feet digging 2 deep grooves in the ground as he staggered back several meters to steady himself. Jolie's gaze was incredibly serious. In terms of physical strength, he was far from the tiger-leopard beast's match. The tiger-leopard beast only needed to shake its body and it lunged at him again in a crazed attack. Its tail was still dripping blood, and every sharp pain spurred its ferocity, making its attacks wild but deadly.
It wanted to kill everyone around it. All the anger from its humiliation was now poured onto the 4 from the Zhou family.
After the 3 dealt with the first third-level strange beast, they also fell into a bitter fight with the other beasts. Zhou Haoxuan, Zhou Gang, and Zhou Chao, back-to-back, formed a triangular defense formation.
Around them, waves of second and third-level beasts with red eyes surged forward, trying to overwhelm them.
Kill! Zhou Chao shouted in anger. His mountain-splitting blade rolled with a bright flash, instantly slicing 2 charging wind demon wolves in half.
Zhou Gang also took up an axe, swinging it down onto the heads of the beasts.
All 3 were masters of the Zhou family, one-on-one against these beasts, they had the upper hand, and soon many beasts fell by their hands. Scalding beast blood splashed on their faces, which did not make them retreat but instead stirred a fierce survival instinct.
Yet, there were simply too many beasts.
If it were not for Jolie often repelling the tiger-leopard beasts, coming to temporarily help the 3, their situation would have been much worse. The iron-backed bear's huge paw struck down, shaking the ground. The fierce wind eagle dove from the sky, claws carving deep blood marks into Zhou Chao's back. And there were the magic apes dropping stones from above. For a moment, the front of the cave looked like a hell of war. Roars, screams, and breaking bones intertwined, and waves of blood stench rose high into the air. At a corner of the battlefield, beneath the ground, black threads, almost invisible to the naked eye, slowly spread under the earth, then broke through the surface, silently stabbing into the fallen beast corpses.
Li Qianling watched this and could not help but exclaim. Lin Chen, this move of yours is amazing.
Lin Chen's voice carried a trace of pride. Humph, offending me is not that simple.
This is the best feeling. Without lifting a hand, my energy reserves are soaring.
As more corpses piled up on the battlefield, Lin Chen's energy reserves climbed rapidly.
40%, 45%, 51%. Chapter 42, So It Is You Venom.
All the fallen beasts, from the outside, seemed no different. But on closer inspection, their essence had completely drained from their bodies. Even the parts where they usually gathered their essence were sucked dry, these corpses had become empty shells.
The fight lasted a full 20 minutes.
Finally, a piercing roar sounded, followed by the thud of a heavy body. That was the sound of a tiger-leopard beast falling. Once the tiger-leopard beast fell, Jolie was finally free, and the remaining third-level beasts were no longer a threat.
The battle was finally over.
Oldly was covered in blood, his once clean long robe was now tattered, and his left arm was twisted unnaturally, clearly gravely injured. He panted heavily, holding a bloody beast head, eyes fierce as if ready to devour someone.
The other 3 Zhou family warriors of the Tide realm fared worse.
Zhou Chao's thigh had been pierced by a saber-toothed tiger's tooth, barely able to lean on his blade. Zhou Gang's chest was smashed by the iron-backed bear's paw, caving in, his face pale as paper, clearly gravely hurt. Finally, Zhou Haoxuan, though least wounded, had already exhausted his spiritual power, hands trembling. They looked around, hearts full of the joy of surviving the disaster. Among the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, the huge tiger-leopard beast lay quietly. Around it, various beast corpses lay scattered in all directions. Zhou Gang, supported by Zhou Chao, said intermittently.
Finally finished killing. Oldly, I can't go on, I need to heal.
Not yet, clean the battlefield quickly. Oldly drew a deep breath. The smell of blood here is too strong, if it draws more terrifying creatures from deeper within, we will be finished. Jolie's voice was hoarse, and he forced himself to give the order.
Right now, the most important thing was definitely not healing.
If they didn't deal with the stench of blood quickly, it would only attract more trouble. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them could only endure the pain and walk towards the nearest tiger-leopard beast corpse, preparing to store it in their storage bags.
Just as one of them was about to touch the corpse,
a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! 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 For black, sharp tentacles, as dark as ink and as pointed as spears, suddenly shot up from the ground beneath the tiger-leopard beast, aiming directly at the 4 people's throats.
It's a trap!
Oldly shouted angrily. Despite being severely injured, he was highly alert, especially since he had already suspected something was off about today's events.
Everything seemed to be controlled by someone in the shadows. At the critical moment, he quickly retreated, pulling the other 3 people back with him. The 3, still in shock, retreated to the side, watching the black tentacles miss their target. Cold sweat immediately soaked their backs. Who is it? Come out. Fight me for 300 rounds. Oldly shouted fiercely, his gaze fixed on the ground, his left hand trembling slightly. No one answered. What is this thing? I've never seen such a strange beast before. Could it be a plant-based beast? The other 3 said in fear. Lin Chen completely ignored what they were saying. Since the attack had missed, he immediately retracted the tentacles back underground, as if they had never appeared. Lin Chen wasn't surprised by Oldly's preparedness. After all, the events today were just too coincidental. But what did it matter now? All that could be heard around them was the sound of wind blowing through the trees, as if invisible eyes were greedily watching them from the dark. Fear began to spread in everyone's heart. This invisible enemy was the most tormenting. Ah! Suddenly, as Zhou Gang was about to take out a healing potion, a black spike shot out from the ground, precisely shattering the bottle in his hand. Damn it, he's trying to wear us out. Zhou Gang gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, who is it? Come out. Come out now. Lin Chen, hiding underground, coldly watched the Zhou families come out? Only a fool would come out and clash with you. I want to see how long you can last with me. He wasn't in a hurry to kill. He continued to harass the 4 of them from the shadows, not giving them any chance to catch their breath or heal. Li Chenling added, the stench of blood has already spread. Soon, other strange beasts will come. They can't escape. As long as you don't go out, they have no way to deal with you. And they most likely won't run, because when faced with so many strange beasts before, the 4 of them never chose to leave. Lin Chen nodded. That's right. The standoff lasted for 10 minutes. Outside, there was the sound of rustling leaves, as strange beasts were slowly approaching. The pressure on the Zhou families suddenly increased. Zhou Gang couldn't help but say, Oldly. Let's retreat. If we don't leave now, we're all going to die here. Oldly looked at Zhou Gang and slowly shook his head, no, we can't retreat. Trust me, the strength of the enemy isn't greater than ours. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding in the shadows. Just hold on a bit longer. I'm using some methods to slowly search for where they're hiding. I believe we will get results soon. Whoosh! A tentacle suddenly pierced the ground, heading straight for Zhou Gang's face. Seeing this, Oldly slammed the tentacle with a heavy palm, crushing it to pieces. Humph! Cowardly things, only daring to use such sneaky tricks. In the next moment, dozens of tentacles erupted, targeting the least injured Zhou Haoshuan. This strike had been prepared by Lin Chen for a long time. Although the other 3 did their best to help, in the end, one of the tentacles still pierced Zhou Haoshuan's heart. Zhou Haoshuan was dead. Ah! No, I need to leave here. Zhou Gang's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Ah! He roared loudly, disregarding Elder Li's attempt to stop him, and turned, sprinting wildly toward the edge of the forest. Fool! Come back here. Elder Li's eyes were bloodshot with fury. But it was too late. In the instant the man ran out a dozen meters, Lin Chen's tendrils, like black cages, quickly closed in from all directions. Put! Blood splattered, and the man didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into a blood mist. Zhou Li saw another member of the Zhou family die, and he completely went mad. You rat! Get out here and fight me. Come out. Lin Chen, who had been hiding, finally decided not to remain hidden any longer. He was confident he could face the 2 of them now. Lin Chen stepped out from the hole in the ground, and his figure slowly appeared. He wore a red mask on his face, with a painted expression that seemed neither smiling nor crying. His body was completely hidden in a large robe, making it impossible to tell whether he was male or female. So it's you. Zhou Li looked at the figure, both shocked and filled with an extreme hatred. Venom. Chapter 43, The Direct Battle, What Kind of Monster Is This? Chapter 43, The Direct Battle, What Kind of Monster Is This? You've been following us the whole time? Was this beast tide also brought by you? Lin Chen did not deny it, simply coldly adjusting his robe. Why? Is it just because of that green-scaled snake python? It's just a 3rd-tier exotic beast. Lin Chen's voice was cold, just. If you dare to steal from me, you must be prepared for death. Elderly took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and spoke in a low voice. You have good skills. But I am the elder of the Zhou family. If you kill me, the Zhou family will chase you to the ends of the earth. If you retreat now, I can personally guarantee it.
I'll tell you about a tremendous opportunity and compensate you with 10 third-tier exotic beasts, and we won't pursue the matter of you killing my 2 Zhou family members." Lin Chen laughed lightly, his tone mocking. "The opportunity you're talking about. Is it the Earth Spirit Cave in the mountain?" As soon as those words were spoken, it was as if a lightning strike had hit Jolie's brain. Lin Chen continued. "And there's one more thing. Do you think it's better for you to be dead, or for your guarantee of character?" The moment those words dropped, Lin Chen's figure shot up, transforming into a black lightning bolt as he charged straight at Elderly. The remaining Zhou Chao, already heavily injured, was casually struck by Lin Chen's tendrils, which sent him flying, crashing into the stone wall, life or death unknown. The battlefield immediately became a one-on-one fight between Lin Chen and Elderly. "Arrogant little brat. You want to kill me? You're not capable of that." Elderly roared, having no choice but to raise his sword to meet the attack. But at this moment, he was already at his limits. The battle with the tiger-leopard beast had drained most of his spiritual power, and his body was covered in wounds. On the other hand, Lin Chen, having absorbed the essence of countless exotic beasts, had an energy reserve of 56% and was in peak condition. Bang! The fist and the sword collided. Lin Chen's fist, covered in black fluid, slammed hard into Elderly's long sword. The terrifying force erupted, and Elderly felt his hand go numb, his sword nearly flying out of his grasp. He was knocked back repeatedly, each step leaving deep cracks in the ground. "Is this all the strength you have? Where's the bravado you had earlier?" Lin Chen, seizing the advantage, transformed his arms into 2 massive black warhammers, smashing down like a storm. Elderly could only passively defend, being beaten back step by step, blood pouring from his mouth. "Wow, Lin Chen, you're just too strong now." Li Chenling marveled inside, but soon grew a little worried. "But still, be careful, the Zhou family is the top family in Jiang'an City. This old guy is after all a 4th-tier expert, he surely has his trump cards, it won't be so easy to kill him." Lin Chen responded easily, "Don't worry, I've got this." "I know in my heart." Lin Chen once pressed Jolie down, making him retreat repeatedly, without any ability to fight back. Bang! With another heavy punch, Lin Chen forced Jolie to step back again, several steps. Pushed to the edge, Elderly's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. "Damn poison, do you really think I'm made of clay?" Using the time from retreating, Jolie suddenly activated his spiritual energy, pouring it into his long sword. The long sword instantly burst out with a blinding red light, and a hot wave of air swept out. 4th-grade martial skill, Blaze Sunburning Heaven Slash. Jolie held the sword with both hands and, shouting furiously, slashed out a fireblade energy that was several meters long toward Lin Chen's position. The blade energy was extremely condensed, and the air seemed to slightly twist as it passed, carrying a terrifying high temperature that could burn everything. Lin Chen frowned slightly. This was the first time he faced the strongest martial skill of a 4th-grade expert. On that blade light, he still felt a strong pressure. He didn't choose to take it head-on, wanting to dodge, but the blade energy seemed to lock onto his aura, tightly following behind him. "Can't avoid? Then bring it on!" Lin Chen let out a low shout, and black fluid surged wildly all over his body, forming a thick black tower shield in front of him. Boom! The fire blade energy struck the tower shield with a heavy blow. The high temperature instantly burned the surface of the symbiotic tissue, making a sizzling sound as it turned into black smoke and dissipated. The immense shockwave passed through the shield, causing Lin Chen's internal organs to churn, and his body was blasted several meters away, with his feet gouging 2 deep trenches in the ground. Such terrifying power, if this person was at his peak, just this move alone might have seriously wounded me? Lin Chen shook his slightly charred arm, and his eyes became serious. Is this the power of a 4th-grade martial skill? Too bad, I can't practice martial arts. Li Chenling saw Lin Chen being knocked back, and her heart instantly jumped to her throat. Lin Chen! Are you hurt? Just some superficial wounds, not gonna die. Elderly saw his strike succeed but failed to severely injure Lin Chen, and his heart grew even more shocked. What kind of monster is this? What kind of martial skill is he practicing? Not only is there no fluctuation of spiritual power in his body, but his physical body can even withstand a 4th-grade martial skill? This is absolutely ridiculous. He had never seen such a terrifying physical body. No, I absolutely cannot let him recover. Jolie dared not hesitate and decisively took out an ancient blue copper mirror from his chest. Go! As he injected spiritual power, the copper mirror floated in mid-air, its surface facing Lin Chen, and it slowly started to light up as the spiritual power was infused. After a few moments, a strange blue beam suddenly shot out from the mirror. This beam was extremely fast, far surpassing the previous blade energy, even carrying a cold aura that could bind the soul. Lin Chen was just about to act, but he found his body seemed to sink into quicksand, and his movements became incredibly slow. Not good. It's a magical treasure. Damn it, the Zhou family really has deep hidden cards. At this moment, Lin Chen could only barely move his body, shifting his chest away from the strange blue beam, but there was no time to dodge completely.
Put. The blue light pierced through Lin Chen's shoulder without any resistance, leaving a blood hole that was transparent from front to back.
No blood flowed out from the wound, instead, it was covered with a layer of blue frost, which was continuously corroding his flesh and blood.
Hoof.
Lin Chen grunted softly and half knelt on the ground.
Lin Chen. Li Chenling was truly anxious this time. It's fine. I'm not dead yet.
Lin Chen's eyes flashed with fierce light. He suddenly tore off the frozen rotten flesh on his shoulder, and black fluid surged wildly at the wound, forcibly stopping the bleeding and repairing it. Meanwhile, the strange mirror, after one strike, had completely dimmed, falling to the ground. Jolie looked expressionlessly at the mirror falling to the ground, and his heart was filled with horror. This move consumed a lot of spiritual power, so even when he fought against the tiger and leopard beast earlier, Jolie had hesitated to use this move, fearing there might be some unforeseen change later. But Jolie never expected that even after using this trick, he still couldn't do anything to the poison in front of him. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 44, Blood Burning, Jolie's Death. Chapter 44, Blood Burning, Jolie's Death. At this moment, Jolie's mind was filled only with regret. It was a terribly wrong decision to provoke this creature just for a third-tier beast. Lin Chen saw the mirror fall and was delighted. As expected, he can only use it once. Such a terrifying treasure, if he could use it repeatedly, wouldn't that be overpowered? Lin Chen roared, his body erupting in boiling black liquid, unleashing all his power to break free from the last remaining sense of sluggishness, rushing toward Jolie.
Old man, what other tricks do you have? Show them all. Lin Chen roared.
Old Li watched as the poisonous liquid rushed at him like a demon, and a trace of despair finally appeared in his eyes.
Not even his final treasure could kill him?
He had no more tricks left, the poison had truly forced him into a dead end.
Jolie closed his eyes, and the next moment, he suddenly opened them, his eyes filled with determination. Poison.
We had no deep hatred, but you forced me so hard, now we shall both go to hell together. Old Li's face twisted, his hands forming seals, and his skin instantly turned as red as blood, his internal energy rapidly expanding. That energy was even faintly stronger than at his peak. Forbidden technique, blood-burning soul explosion. He was burning his own life force to trade for a brief peak of power.
Die for me.
Jolie turned into a burning blood-red fireball, moving at the fastest speed, appearing in front of Lin Chen in an instant, throwing a punch toward his heart. This punch gathered all his cultivation and life force. It was powerful enough to make any fourth-tier warrior retreat in fear. Lin Chen, seeing that Jolie still had a trump card, cursed loudly.
Damn. You still have more?
You old bastard, you're really hard to kill. If it were anyone else, they would have instinctively dodged this blow, but Lin Chen was no ordinary person.
Lin Chen's true fury was ignited. Dodge? Me, dodge his blow? A heavily wounded fourth-tier warrior? He didn't believe it, he was a symbiote with a terrifying physique, and yet he couldn't kill a heavily wounded fourth-tier warrior. He no longer held back, all his energy was mobilized at this moment. Ah, Joe, come.
I don't believe it, I'll see whose life is tougher.
Boom.
Countless black tendrils shot out from Lin Chen's body, intertwining and hardening in front of him, forming a massive black drill. This black drill, powered by all of Lin Chen's abilities, didn't dodge, didn't flicker, and directly clashed head-on with Jolie's blood-red fist. This was a no-frills, ultimate collision.
Boom. A deafening explosion echoed, as if thunder struck out of nowhere.
The terrifying energy storm swept the surroundings, blasting a massive pit into the ground within dozens of meters, turning countless rocks into dust. Dust and smoke filled the air, blocking out the sun. The terrifying shockwave from the collision spread out for hundreds of meters before gradually dissipating. For a long time, the smoke and dust slowly cleared. In the center of the deep pit, Lin Chen knelt on the ground, his black fluid almost scattered, revealing Li Chenling's pale skin. He coughed up blood in large gulps, his right arm nearly twisted out of shape, looking miserable beyond belief. And across from him, Old Li still stood in his punching posture. However, a massive hole had appeared in his chest, a mark left by the countless tendrils that pierced through him.
Cough, cough. Poison, you.
Old Li's lips moved as if trying to say something, but the brilliance in his eyes quickly faded away.
Thud.
His body fell heavily to the ground.
A fourth-tier Kaoyuan realm powerhouse, Jolie, was dead.
Who, hiss. Lin Chen struggled to rise from the ground. My whole body ached terribly, and I felt almost like I was about to collapse. Damn it, a fourth-tier martial artist really terrifying. Even severely injured, he could push me to this point.
He let out a sigh.
If the beast wave hadn't already consumed most of the old guy's spiritual energy earlier, I probably would have fallen here today. He could feel that in the final strike, Jolie died from a lack of life force.
He didn't have the power to defeat Zhou Li's last strike. The gap between great realms was indeed too big.
This made Lin Chen feel a sense of urgency. If a 4th-tier martial artist was this strong, dealing with a 5th-tier beast king would be extremely difficult.
Lin Chen, are you okay?
Li Qianling felt Lin Chen's extreme weakness and her heart ached. She knew a large part of why Lin Chen did this was to help her seize the chance inside. Otherwise, he could have waited until she grew stronger before taking revenge. After all, for Lin Chen, cultivation was nothing but devouring. It was extremely simple.
It's nothing, just a small wound.
Lin Chen grinned, showing a mouth of blood-stained white teeth. He dragged his severely injured body to the corpses of old Li and the others, and a large number of black threads emerged again. And these are the bodies of 4th-tier experts, a great supplement. As he devoured, Lin Chen's wounds healed visibly, and his breath gradually stabilized. This was the terrifying part of Lin Chen as a symbiote, even though he couldn't cultivate any martial arts or secret techniques. But his extremely strong body and recovery power still made him nearly invincible at the same level.
After a short while, the battlefield was completely cleaned, treasures collected, and the corpses gone, not a drop of blood remaining.
Lin Chen's wounds remained, even for a symbiote. Such heavy injuries didn't heal so quickly. But his energy reserves had already reached 59%.
The distance to evolution was not far.
Lin Chen slowly walked to the stone wall and looked at the protruding rock, a cold smile appearing on his lips.
Qianling, your chance has come, are you ready?
Li Qianling's heart was naturally extremely excited. With this chance, she could probably break through to the Enlightenment realm.
Lin Chen pressed firmly on the protrusion. Boom!
The stone wall slowly opened, and Lin Chen stepped inside. Lin Chen walked slowly along the tunnel, only wide enough for one person. With each step, the surrounding spiritual energy grew denser. It felt as if he were in a sea of spiritual energy. Inside the Earth Spirit Cave, it was so quiet that a needle could be heard falling. Only the faint sound of water from afar rippled through the empty corridor, stirring faint waves.
Truly an excellent treasure place.
Lin Chen admired inwardly, his tone very light.
Qianling, can you feel it?
The spiritual energy of the earth veins here is extremely dense.
The Zhou family really spent heavily to help Zhou Ziyue break through the Tide Realm.
Li Qianling's mind was extremely stirred. The pure spiritual energy constantly washed over her, making her blood suddenly start to boil on its own. This feeling, she had never experienced before. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Qianling laughed.
Thanks to you, now all of this is ours. This is what they call karma. Who told the Zhou family to move on our prey first?
Lin Chen corrected, not us, you.
I don't need this spiritual energy.
Lin Chen and Li Qianling chatted happily, passing through the tunnel until the view opened suddenly. A milky white spiritual pool appeared, several dozen feet across, the liquid inside like jade, rising with dreamlike white mist. At the smooth rocks at the edge of the pool, a neatly folded set of white clothes gave off a faint, delicate fragrance.
Chapter 45, The Desperate Zhou Ziyue. Chapter 45, The Desperate Zhou Ziyue.
Lin Chen's gaze quickly locked onto the center of the Earth Pulse spirit pool. There, a woman had her eyes tightly closed, half of her body submerged in the spiritual liquid. Amidst the swirling white mist, her moonlight-like flawless back could be faintly seen, with her damp black hair sticking to her snow-white, delicate collarbones. A few strands of hair hung in the water, gently swaying with the fluctuations of spiritual energy, creating ripples that spread across the surface.
This woman was Zhou Ziyue.
At this moment, she was in the critical stage of breaking through to a third-tier martial artist. Around her, pure spiritual energy had gathered into a tangible small vortex of spiritual power, rotating around her like stars surrounding the moon. Surrounded by the milky white pool water, she appeared ethereal, with an aura that seemed as if she were about to break free from her cocoon and emerge as a butterfly. The spiritual vortex stirred a gentle breeze, disturbing the calmness of the water's surface and dispersing the mist, revealing her extraordinarily beautiful face. Her skin glowed with a healthy, rosy tint, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, every gentle breath causing her chest to rise and fall.
Zhou Ziyue's heart was filled with an unprecedented ambition at this moment.
She could feel the tide barrier that had troubled her for the past half-year slowly dissolving. With just 3 more days, she would fully step into a whole new realm. Father, Elder Li. I, Zhou Ziyue, will ultimately become the brightest star in Jiang'an City, she thought to herself, already envisioning the scene where she would trample on talents like Si Yunyao and Chen Yuan underfoot after her breakthrough. However, she never expected that all of this would come to nothing, all because of her previous action of stealing a third-tier magical beast from Lin Chen. The moment Lin Chen stepped into the stone chamber's range,
an unprecedented sense of extreme danger pierced through Zhou Ziyue's spiritual perception like a sharp blade.
Only herself and the other 4 guards knew about this place, yet the dangerous aura that surrounded her could not possibly come from Elder Li or the other 3 Zhou family members.
Who?
Zhou Ziyue's eyes, like autumn waters, snapped open in an instant, her gaze filled with terror. The wet white dress clung tightly to her graceful figure, accentuating her alluring curves, but she no longer cared about modesty, only staring in panic at Lin Chen.
Venom! Who exactly are you? How did you get in? Where is Elderly? Where are Zhou Gang and Zhou Chao? What have you done to them?
Her heart was screaming madly.
This secret land of spirits is top secret, and Oldly is a tier 4 powerhouse. How could this monster sneak in unnoticed? The only explanation is that Oldly outside must have met with an accident.
Once this thought formed, it quickly devoured her last hope. Lin Chen stepped closer, his black robe rustling in the spiritual whirlwind. Under the mask, his hoarse, emotionless voice slowly echoed.
The dead don't need explanations. As for Oldly, if you act faster, you might be able to accompany him. Despair. An unprecedented despair completely consumed Zhou Ziyue.
She knew full well Oldly's strength. If Oldly was dead, how could she possibly survive? Lin Chen had no compassion or mercy. For this woman who had stolen his spoils, he only felt pure hatred and murderous intent. With a push of his foot, Lin Chen's figure was as fast as lightning, creating a black afterimage as he instantly appeared in front of Zhou Ziyue. With a fierce punch, he aimed directly at Zhou Ziyue's face. This punch was strong enough to make any tier 3 warrior take it seriously. If it landed solidly on Zhou Ziyue, she would undoubtedly die. But Zhou Ziyue, as the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, still had some life-saving methods. Just as Lin Chen was about to strike her, the jade pendant around her neck suddenly emitted a deep blue light, forming a transparent protective shield in front of her.
Bang!
Lin Chen's powerful punch slammed heavily against the shield. This jade pendant was Zhou family's life-saving treasure, capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a tier 4 warrior.
Lin Chen's punch only made it dim slightly. No wonder you're the genius of the Zhou family.
You've got plenty of treasures, but too bad, they're useless.
Lin Chen sneered.
1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. After a few moments, the shield shattered with a bang, and the explosive force flooded directly onto Zhou Ziyue. She flew backward like a kite with a broken string, her back crashing heavily against the hard stone wall with a muffled grunt. Zhou Ziyue fell to the ground, severely injured and near death. She coughed up blood, her cultivation completely shattered, unable to gather even a shred of energy. Her once proud head now hung limply, her autumn water-like eyes full of bitterness. Lin Chen showed no signs of stopping, and the second punch was about to land. Looking at the rapidly enlarging figure before her, Zhou Ziyue understood that most of her body had already stepped into the gates of hell. At this moment, to survive, there was only one possibility. Show her value. Zhou Ziyue suddenly raised her head, using every ounce of her strength to shout. Please spare me, senior. Don't kill me. If I stay alive, I can bring you more value. If I die, I'll be worth nothing. I am the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. I can learn all the core techniques of the Zhou family, and I also know the secrets of the major forces in Jiang'an City. As long as you need, I can find a way to get them for you. If you don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything. Chapter 46, Venom, how could it be you? Zhou Ziyue quickly finished speaking these words, then smiled bitterly, resigned to her fate, and closed her eyes. She had no way out now. From here on, whether she lived or died was not in her control at all. Lin Chen's fist stopped just 3 centimeters from Zhou Ziyue's forehead, the force of the wind scattering her messy hair, and Zhou Ziyue felt a sharp pain in her brow. Upon hearing Zhou Ziyue's words, Lin Chen admitted he was somewhat moved. His evolution required all kinds of resources. But these resources were extremely rare. If he had a massive family like the Zhou family as an information channel, he would certainly be able to obtain more useful information. Qianling has no background, and that's exactly when she needs a lot of high-quality martial arts. So Lin Chen quickly communicated with Li Qianling in his mind. Qianling, what do you think? As for background, the Zhou family is indeed strong. Killing this woman would be quick and decisive, but keeping her seems to be more useful. The Zhou family's martial arts seem to be quite good. If you practice them, your combat power will definitely improve after a breakthrough. As for Si Yunyao and Shen Yuanji, they surely possess many high-quality martial arts. If you don't have them, you'll be at a disadvantage when facing them in the future. Li Qianling fell silent for a moment. Right now, apart from Lin Chen, she has no background. In this brutal martial arts world, for someone like her, obtaining high-level martial arts is indeed difficult. Back in school, she only managed to get a martial art by joining the school team, and it was a low-quality first-grade martial art. Zhou Ziyue, if used well, could indeed be a big help. But that is not enough to make Li Qianling spare her life. What really moved Li Qianling was how Zhou Ziyue could help Lin Chen. If the Zhou family helps find the items Lin Chen needs for his evolution, it would definitely be much easier. Thinking of this, Li Qianling's tone became serious. Now that she's trapped, of course, she's speaking nicely. But once she gets out,
she will definitely try to get revenge on us. I'm afraid. What I mean is, we can spare her life, but we must ensure she can't cause any trouble. Otherwise, it's better to just kill her quickly. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then said. This way, I'll control her first. If the Zhou family notices anything strange, she can be used as a hostage. You break through first, and once you succeed, I will make my decision. You and I are connected, and I suspect that if you break through, I will also gain some benefits. Good. After they finished discussing, Lin Chen focused, and from the tip of his right index finger, a black, glue-like substance began to slowly form. This black substance seemed to have its own life, twisting rapidly at the tip of Lin Chen's finger. Lin Chen extended his finger and, under Zhou Ziyue's terrified gaze, suddenly pressed his hand against her chest. In an instant, the black toxic liquid seeped into Zhou Ziyue's skin, quickly flowing along her meridians. Zhou Ziyue let out a painful groan. She felt a cold, sinister force enter her body, finally merging into her heart and slowly calming down. Zhou Ziyue, I've planted a seed inside your heart. Lin Chen's voice was calm, without any sign of emotion. This thing is connected to my mind. As soon as I think of it, it will instantly explode inside your heart. At that moment, no matter how many life-saving measures you have, your organs will turn to pus and blood in an instant. Stay here obediently. Don't move. I'll only give you one chance. Remember, only one. Zhou Ziyue's face turned ashen when she heard Lin Chen's words, and in despair, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. She felt the coldness in her heart, knowing that her life was temporarily spared, but she had no idea what her future would be like. From being the proud heir of the Zhou family to now becoming a prisoner under this man, the fall was like being cast straight from heaven into the deepest hell. At this moment, she couldn't even hate Lin Chen. Her heart was filled only with regret for having taken Lin Chen's prey. She really shouldn't have stolen that beast. But alas, there's no medicine for regret in the world. Do you understand? Lin Chen coldly asked. Zhou Ziyue muttered in reply, I understand. Good, I want 3 martial arts techniques. Lin Chen spoke without hesitation. 1 technique for opening the qi, 1 for body movement, and 1 for attacking martial arts. Don't try to fool me with those common techniques. I know the depth of the Zhou family, and as the legitimate eldest daughter of the Zhou family, it's impossible for you to cultivate with a low-grade technique. Zhou Ziyue trembled her lips, hearing Lin Chen's words, her heart was filled with absurdity. This terrifying being who could kill old Li, is actually asking her for the method to enter the qi opening realm? Is this even reasonable? But under the threat of death, how could she dare to ask more questions? She can only honestly reveal the Zhou family's secret teachings. The qi opening realm technique 9 Revolutions True Qi Secret Art. The 4th grade martial art Floating Light and Shadow Step. And the highly destructive 4th grade attack martial art Shattered Starfinger. After obtaining these 3 techniques, Lin Chen transmitted them to Li Qianling in his heart. Li Qianling treasured them immensely, her emotions stirred up greatly. At this moment, she also let go of the hostility in her heart, eagerly memorizing the 3 martial arts techniques. Break through first, or there will be changes later. Lin Chen said in his heart to Li Qianling. Li Qianling nodded, okay, I'll take control of the body. After the sentence, the black liquid on Lin Chen's body receded like a tide. The black robe, the mask, and that terrifying aura all vanished completely. The black liquid began to seep into the body, climbing up the girl's ankle, and finally transformed into a delicate black ring, which was worn on her finger. In just an instant, Lin Chen and Li Qianling had completed the transfer of body control. The ethereal and cold Li Qianling appeared right in front of Zhou Ziyue, without any warning. That exquisite and flawless face, those eyes as clear as cold stars, made Zhou Ziyue, who was collapsed on the ground, fall into complete shock. Li Qianling? From Suzhong? Zhou Ziyue felt like her brain was about to explode. How is this possible? The black-robed masked figure who killed old Li, their true identity, is actually this stunning girl who only has blood qi realm cultivation? A senior high school student? Absurd. Simply absurd to the extreme. If it weren't for seeing it with her own eyes, no matter who told Zhou Ziyue, she would never believe this. It's just too ridiculous. How is it possible? It's you. You are the Venom. Chapter 47, Opening the Qi. Chapter 47, Opening the Qi. Li Qianling turned around, her gaze faintly swept over Zhou Ziyue. The cold aura around her seemed even more oppressive. Her tone seemed even colder than Lin Chen's. Zhou Ziyue, put away your unnecessary curiosity. Remember, you only have one chance. After speaking, Li Qianling no longer paid any attention to the extremely shocked Zhou Ziyue. She walked slowly towards the earth vein spirit pool, and in front of Zhou Ziyue, she began to unbutton the collar of her clothes and remove the outer garments. Li Qianling felt Lin Chen's gaze from the ring, causing her face to slightly flush. Zhou Ziyue sat far away, watching the figure walking into the water, her heart filled only with endless bitterness. What genius from the Sea family? What #1 young talent of Jiang'an City's younger generation? In front of this girl named Li Qianling, they are all jokes. Others can kill heaven opening realm warriors, but what about them? They are still struggling to break through the Tide realm. They are no longer on the same level at all. Although Li Qianling's power couldn't possibly be hers alone. But she could control it, she could use it, and that made it a part of her own strength. Thinking of this, Zhou Ziyue couldn't help but wonder if their little fights in Li Qianling's eyes were nothing more than child's play. This moment's encounter had undoubtedly shattered her pride as the Zhou family's genius to pieces. In the distance, Li Qianling had already removed most of her clothes, neatly folding them by the side of the pool, leaving only a few most intimate pieces on her. Her delicate and curvaceous body, with all its ups and downs, was faintly visible amidst the rising white mist. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her legs were long and straight. In the center of the spirit pool, Li Qianling's body had already mostly sunk below the water surface. Only a stunningly beautiful face appeared, along with those elegantly curved, pale collarbones. Beside her, a head of smooth, black long hair drifted casually over the water. As Li Qianling expected, Lin Chen's voice rang out again. Whenever in such situations, Lin Chen absolutely could not keep his mouth shut. Honestly, it has to be my Qianling, your figure is really much better than that Zhou Ziyue, this waist, these legs, tsk, so pleasing to the eye. Li Qianling blushed, pretending to be angry in her heart. Lin Chen, shut up. Stop joking, I need to focus on my cultivation. Lin Chen immediately fell silent, knowing this breakthrough of Li Qianling was extremely important. Only a true Qiao-level warrior could be called a real warrior. This realm is the beginning of everything. The more solid the foundation laid here, the higher the future achievements. Li Qianling, at the 8th layer of Qi and blood, almost immediately broke through to the 9th layer inside the earth vein spirit pool. After consolidating for a short while, the accumulation of her 9th layer Qi and blood reached its limit. Li Qianling took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation in her heart. She slowly closed her eyes, circulating all her Qi and blood, starting the most important leap in her life. Opening the Qi. Qi opening realm, the first true watershed in a warrior's cultivation path. This realm is divided into 3 steps, each extremely important. Step 1, Qi and blood condensation. Li Qianling's mind moved, and she began frantically circulating the pure Qi and blood inside her body. The Qi and blood, originally scattered like loose streams throughout her limbs and bones, began to slowly converge toward the Dantian under her guidance. Because her spiritual root affinity was extremely high now, combined with Lin Chen's constant guidance, her Qi and blood quality was astonishingly high. Zhou Ziyue saw this and was deeply shocked. The richness of this Qi and blood, even deeper than when she was at 9th layer Qi and blood back then, how did she do it? Li Qianling gritted her teeth, driving all her Qi and blood near the Dantian, then slowly compressing it forcibly into the Dantian in her lower abdomen. This step was still somewhat dangerous. A small mistake could cause a violent Qi surge, directly bursting the Dantian, and everything would be over. Finally, after nearly half an hour of effort, all the Qi and blood in Li Qianling's body was compressed into the Dantian. Looking inward, Li Qianling saw a crimson Qi and blood vortex in her Dantian. The vortex spun wildly, causing sharp pains, like a giant millstone grinding inside her, crushing her internal organs. Under this pain, fine beads of sweat appeared on Li Qianling's forehead, her face pale, her delicate body trembling slightly. Step 2. Opening the true Qi cavity. The true Qi cavity is the place where all warriors store spiritual energy, so it is the lifeline of every warrior. Opening the true Qi cavity is the most dangerous and potential testing step to break into the Qi opening realm. A warrior must control the Qi and blood vortex, smashing open a space in the void of the Dantian to store spiritual energy. This space is called the true Qi cavity. Every warrior forms a different true Qi cavity. The most distinguishable factor is its size. The size of the true Qi cavity directly determines a warrior's foundation and future achievement. In the legends of the Great Xia Kingdom, 100 Zhang true Qi cavity is the ultimate. But according to records, in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, 100 Zhang true Qi cavity has never appeared. For ordinary warriors, forming a 30 Zhang true Qi cavity is considered adequate. Being able to form around 50 Zhang is already very good, like Qi Juanfeng's level, roughly 50 Zhang. And someone like Zhou Ziyue, who gathers all the Zhou family's love, probably only opens around 70 Zhang true Qi cavity. This kind of thing with Si Yunyao might go a bit higher, but 80 Zhang is about right. Li Qianling gathered all her focus, controlling the whirl of her Qi and blood, and slammed it fiercely toward the void. Boom! Li Qianling felt a violent tremor at her Dantian, as if it could barely bear the weight. She forced herself to control the Qi and blood whirlpool, smashing it again and again at that invisible barrier. But the barrier inside her body was very tough, showing no sign of a true aperture opening. Li Qianling gritted her teeth, then directed all her Qi and blood toward the barrier, charging with full force. Lin Chen, who had been watching Li Qianling closely, was also suddenly shocked. Damn. This girl, so desperate? Take it slow. Why so rushed? He quickly focused all his attention on Li Qianling's dantian, ready to help if anything went wrong. Break for me. Li Qianling shouted deep in her heart. In the next moment, the red whirl of qi and blood exploded. Boom! Li Qianling felt her head thunder as if the world itself had split open.
An indescribable, searing pain spread through her body, the agony of the barrier tearing inside her. Li Qianling's face turned pale, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth.
But at the same time, a true aperture finally slowly formed, quietly floating at her dantian. Chapter 48, 99 Zhang True Aperture, Unprecedented. Chapter 48, 99 Zhang True Aperture, Unprecedented. The true aperture radiated a pure light around it, with a space inside, but the space was only about 3 Zhang now. The process of opening the aperture was far from over. The true aperture had just formed and still had some malleability. Next came the process of continuously expanding its size with repeated qi and blood strikes. Boom boom boom. Li Qianling controlled all her qi and blood, striking the newly formed true aperture again and again. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 30 zhang. 50 zhang. This was the limit of most so-called geniuses. Li Qianling said nothing, squeezing everything from herself. 60 zhang. A massive pressure came, all her capillaries began to burst. Blood dyed the surrounding spirit pool red, and her fragile body shook violently in the spring, as if it might collapse at any moment. 65 zhang. At this point, every zhang of expansion required exponentially more willpower and pain to endure. Li Qianling felt her soul being cut into 1,000 pieces. But it was not enough, she had to continue. 70 zhang. This was already the limit of most geniuses. In all classes of third-year students in Jiang'an City, very few could reach this level. But Li Qianling was still not satisfied. Her spiritual root affinity was 81 points, and Lin Chen had been silently helping her. How could she stop here? Most of the time, Lin Chen was the one helping her. Though he always said they complemented each other. Li Qianling knew clearly that the only thing she could offer him besides a host body was her beauty. Deep inside, Li Qianling was extremely proud. She refused to continue like this. She wanted to grow, to become stronger. She wanted to truly be able to do something for Lin Chen. And the size of the true aperture directly determined her future foundation. This time, she would push herself to the limit. Li Qianling's will suddenly became even firmer. She sucked every bit of qi and blood from her body and directed it all at the true aperture. 72 zhang. 73 zhang. Li Qianling's consciousness began to blur, her face extremely pale, blood even spilling from her mouth. After realizing her state was at its worst, she gritted her teeth and launched one last desperate push. Boom! Her true aperture emitted its final shockwave, and the final size settled at 75 meters. When her true aperture expanded to 75 meters, Li Qian's will finally reached a critical point. Her vision began to blur, and the aura around her finally started to disperse. Is this my limit? A trace of unwillingness rose in her heart. She truly wanted to keep going, but she felt she had reached her limit, powerless. At this moment, from a distance, Zhou Ziyue, watching Li Qianling, was completely stunned, her eyes wide open. When opening the true aperture, strange phenomena occur, and each layer of bloodlight represents 10 meters of true aperture. At this moment, around Li Qianling, there were 7 layers of bloodlight, with half a layer still faintly flickering. 75 meters of true aperture. This is already an incredibly terrifying level. She's still holding on? Can she continue? Zhou Ziyue's heart was filled with mixed emotions, remembering when she herself opened a 70-meter true aperture, exhausting countless precious family treasures. She had even been very proud of herself at the time, thinking of herself as a genius. But Li Qianling, 75 meters, still seemed extremely unsatisfied. A bitter feeling rose in Zhou Ziyue's heart. Is this the gap? What I'm so proud of, she doesn't care at all. Li Qianling had truly reached her limit, the true aperture was about to solidify, and once solidified, it could no longer be shaped. But just then, Lin Chen's voice erupted in Li Qianling's mind. Qianling, you've worked hard, take a break, from now on, leave it to me. Ha! Lin Chen, opening the aperture, seems like others can't help. Lin Chen chuckled, silly girl, did you forget? We are one, how can there be outsiders? As his voice fell, the black ring on his finger flickered slightly. The next moment, countless black threads shot through Li Qianling's meridians, directly entering the true aperture. Open for me. With Lin Chen's roaring shout, a thunderous sound echoed inside Li Qianling's true aperture, as if chaos itself was being born. Boom! The true aperture instantly began to expand again. 80 meters. 90 meters. Zhou Ziyue, standing by, was completely stunned. What did she just see? 8 layers of bloodlight? No. It's already 9 layers of bloodlight. 90 meters of true aperture? How is this possible? Zhou Ziyue was suffocating under the pressure of that terrifying force. Her own proud 70-meter true aperture was now trembling and bowing before it. 90 meters. This is the foundation of martial infants recorded in ancient texts. How is this possible? How could anyone in Jiang'an City open a 90-meter true aperture? However, Lin Chen's impact was not over yet. His voice roared, "Make it bigger." 95 meters. 96 meters. 97 meters. With each additional meter, Lin Chen had to face increasingly terrifying pressure. If it weren't for swallowing so many strange beasts earlier, he might not have been able to hold on. 98 meters. Lin Chen was trembling all over, the final push. Boom. 99 meters. The moment the 99-meter true aperture was formed, the spiritual energy in the entire stone cave stopped stirring, as if it had fallen into absolute stillness. 99 meters, only a hair's breadth away from the legendary perfect 100 meters. But this was already the maximum this body could withstand. Anymore, and Li Qianling's physical body would collapse and be reduced to ashes. 99 meters, this was already a legend in the Great Xia Kingdom. Since the founding of the country, no one had ever reached the 100-meter limit for the true aperture. Li Qianling was now the strongest in this realm. No one could surpass her, only walk beside her. Zhou Ziyue gazed at the near-perfect 9th layer of bloodlight, and all that was left in her heart was deep self-doubt and awe. Is this 98 meters, or 99 meters? At 70 meters, she was nothing but a speck of dust before Li Qianling. Huff, 99 meters of true aperture, at last it's barely visible, but unfortunately, there's no way to go further. I really don't know how much more twisted I need to be to reach 100 zhang of true aperture. I have a 3rd-level symbiotic body, and I still can't reach 100 zhang. I really doubt if anyone can actually do it. Li Qianling was so excited she couldn't contain herself. Lin Chen, you're amazing. The true aperture is complete, and the 3rd step is to draw the vast spiritual energy from the outside world, then condense it thoroughly. When the true aperture is completely filled with spiritual liquid, the martial artist's cultivation reaches the 9 levels of true aperture. The 3rd step, they are still working together with all their hearts. This is the time when the consumption of spiritual energy is most terrifying. The milky liquid surface of the earth vein spiritual pool starts thinning visibly to the naked eye. A terrifying suction force erupted from Li Qianling's body, pulling in large amounts of spiritual energy like a giant whale sucking water. Li Qianling's breath started climbing steadily. 1st stage of opening the aperture. 2nd stage of opening the aperture. As the earth vein spiritual pool was nearly exhausted, her breath finally stabilized at the 3rd stage of opening the aperture. Li Qianling opened her eyes and looked at the clear pool water around her, shaking her head involuntarily. Only the 3rd stage of opening the aperture. Lin Chen's voice came, "This 3rd stage of yours is no ordinary 3rd stage. With a 99 zhang true aperture, Li Qianling's spiritual energy is so deep that it's probably not weaker than most 7th stage opening the aperture martial artists. And with her ability to use Lin Chen's power to boost herself with triple full attributes, even a normal 9th stage opening the aperture, Li Qianling could still fight them." As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, suddenly, he felt some changes happening to himself. Lin Chen's heart surged with joy. It seemed like he had gained a new ability. He quickly looked at his system interface, and sure enough, a line appeared that was not there before. Talent, manipulation. Readers, please leave a 5-star review. Mooncakes, thank you all. Chapter 49, Talent, Manipulation. Chapter 49, Talent, Manipulation. Talent, manipulation. After awakening this talent, the host can try to manipulate cultivators whose cultivation is lower than theirs. Once successful, the other party will completely become the host's puppet, capable of reading memories, altering memories, and more. Note, the greater the cultivation gap, the higher the success rate. Number of manipulable targets, 1. Talent cooldown, 7 days. Who? Li Qianling slowly opened her eyes, and 2 faint wisps of clear energy flashed in her pupils. She exhaled deeply, and at that moment, her aura underwent a qualitative leap. If before she was an ethereal snow lotus, now she was like frosty ice with sword intent, carrying the power of life and death in her hands. She waded through the water and slowly walked up to the shore, her almost perfect body revealed inch by inch to the air. From top to bottom, from her proud chest to her slim waist, and then to her perfect long legs, all the way down to those delicate, tender, and rosy jade feet. The water droplets from the earth vein spiritual pool slowly slid down her silky, satin-like skin, making her appear both holy and alluring. Such a perfect body, even from afar, Zhou Ziyue could not help but feel inferior. She looked down at her own body and then slowly shook her head. Lin Chen, from within the ring, immediately spoke out, "Qianling, nice. Your true aperture is really impressive, your cultivation has increased, and your body seems even more upright, firmer. Nice, really nice. Every time Li Chen heard this, she couldn't help but blush. She quickly put on her clothes, covering her delicate body. Leave your body to me.
Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Chen immediately calmed her mind. Lin Chen, barefoot, slowly walked towards Zhou Ziyue, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Ziyue looked at Li Chen, who was now wrapped in black again, and fear surged in her heart. She instinctively took a few steps back and tremblingly said, Li Chen, what do you want to do?
I didn't do anything else. I know, but now, I have a better way. Lin Chen slowly raised his right hand, gently pressing on Zhou Ziyue's crown. Talent control, activate.
In an instant, countless black threads, barely visible to the naked eye, slithered from Lin Chen's palm, entering Zhou Ziyue's body, rushing straight to her brain and consciousness.
Ah!
Zhou Ziyue let out a piercing, tragic scream, her whole body convulsing violently as if struck by lightning. Her eyes rolled upward in that moment, and then the whites of her eyes were rapidly overtaken by a strange black, spreading across her entire eye sockets in a blink. On Lin Chen's side, he also did not feel comfortable. The moment the talent activated, Lin Chen felt as if his brain had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, even his body slightly unsteady. A stubborn mental resistance surged back through the connecting threads. It was Zhou Ziyue's instinct to survive, and her unyielding warrior will fighting in a final desperate resistance. Damn! Such a heavy mental burden. Lin Chen groaned, fine cold sweat instantly appearing on his forehead beneath the mask.
Controlling a living human is far harder than controlling a dead object or simply devouring.
He could clearly feel his energy reserves being consumed at an astonishing speed, evaporating a full 5% in just a few breaths. And this consumption was not only of energy but also mental strength. Even though the other was a 9th level enlightened warrior, one level below him, Lin Chen still felt a splitting headache.
Lin Chen slightly worried, could he fail? Behave.
Lin Chen clenched his teeth, a violent roar in his heart, mobilizing all his talent. Immediately, a domineering force, turned into a black mental flood, smashed through Zhou Ziyue's last psychological barrier.
As the barrier collapsed, countless fragments of Zhou Ziyue's memories poured into Lin Chen's mind.
Core secrets of the Zhou family, training insights from childhood, even the shy moment of peeking at the neighbor boy for the first time, and all the ambitions for this Earth Spirit cave trip, everything, meticulously. The sudden flood of this massive information made Lin Chen feel intensely dizzy.
He forced himself to endure the dizziness, rapidly sifting through these memories for useful information. After a few breaths,
Lin Chen, panting, slowly released his hand, stepping back a pace. Opposite him, Zhou Ziyue, originally slumped on the ground, slowly stood up. At this moment, Zhou Ziyue looked, except for a pale face, no different from an ordinary person. But her eyes revealed a heavy, dull feeling, as if without any spirit.
Zhou Ziyue's consciousness had not disappeared.
Deep within that body, her soul was terrified, watching everything. She wanted to scream, to run, to move even a finger, but her body seemed completely cut off, a cold, frozen prison. Watching her body become another's toy, while she could only observe, the despair was more terrifying than death.
Kneel.
Lin Chen calmed his breath, coldly uttering 2 words.
No hesitation, not even a moment of thought. Thump. The proud Zhou family young lady's knees hit the hard rock ground, kneecaps colliding loudly.
But her face showed no pain, still that wooden expression.
Smile.
Zhou Ziyue's mouth curved up, showing a standard smile, but it looked chilling. Inside her body, Li Chen, who witnessed the whole scene. At this moment, she was completely shocked. She could feel the strange power that Lin Chen had unleashed just now. It was a power system completely different from martial arts energy and blood, domineering, cold, and unreasonable.
Lin Chen, what kind of ability is this? Directly erasing a person's will, forcibly controlling the body? A hint of unhidden fear laced Li Qianling's voice.
Although she knew this method was for dealing with enemies. But seeing Zhou Ziyue, who was just alive, with her own pride and thoughts, instantly turn into a puppet, the visual and psychological shock was enormous.
This really feels like an evil cultivator.
Her consciousness is still there, I did not erase her mind, she can even clearly feel every movement of her body. But I cut off her control over her body, now she is just a puppet. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his temple, although the process was exhausting, the result made him very satisfied. Lin Chen could have chosen to completely erase her consciousness, making her his true puppet. But Lin Chen did not do this, because he thought of a better method.
With a hand chop, Lin Chen violently knocked Zhou Ziyue unconscious, then used his control talent to erase all related memory fragments in her mind.
And he hid the control method he planted within her body. After finishing all this, Lin Chen looked at Zhou Ziyue, lying unconscious on the ground, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
With this chess piece, the whole Zhou family would no longer hold any secrets for us. This is what true perfection looks like. Qianling, let's go.
Lin Chen slowly stood up, took out his mask and black robe, put them back on, and walked toward the exit.
Li Qianling asked in puzzlement. Lin Chen, just leave her here? Won't she expose your existence when she wakes up?
Don't worry, I erased her related memories. Now her memory only stays at the moment she just entered the tunnel.
Today's 5 chapters, plus 2 more tonight. Every piece of data in this book is very important to me. If this book ever made you laugh, cry, or feel excited, can you leave a 5-star review in the comments section?
Also, asking for a free gift helps me a lot, thank you.
Chapter 50, The Hunt Begins. Disordered Zhou Ziyue. Li Qianling quickly understood Lin Chen's intention and said with a smile. You have set up an absolutely reliable chess piece in the Zhou family. In this way, you might even get news about what you've evolved. So where do we go next?
Next? Lin Chen thought for a moment. First, increase my internal energy reserve to 100%, then.
I got information from Zhou Ziyue's memory about a heavily injured 4th-rank peak beast. Are you interested?
A heavily injured 4th-rank peak beast?
Li Qianling became interested. Go. We must go. Since we're here, we must get something big.
I heard materials from such 4th-rank peak beasts are already sky-high in the black market, easily selling for hundreds of millions. If we get it, we can not only exchange for a large amount of cultivation materials, but also have extra money to buy a new house.
The bathroom door in our current rental is even broken.
Lin Chen chuckled, broken? Broken is fine, since it is broken, no need to change the house.
Just remember to buy a few more pairs of stockings, maid outfits will do.
Li Qianling blushed immediately, scolding in a sweet voice, what do you mean by maid outfits? I only agreed to buy some stockings, nothing else. No, maid outfits won't do, JK works too, if all else fails, flight attendant uniform, nurse uniform, it's also acceptable. Hearing Lin Chen, Li Qianling's face grew redder and redder, and uncontrollable chaotic images appeared in her mind. Suddenly, her body became weak, and she angrily shouted. Get lost! On the outskirts of the heavenly ancient forest, in what was once the domain of the exotic beasts, a terrifying human hunter arrived. Lin Chen controlled Li Qianling's body, transforming into a black lightning bolt, wildly darting through the dense forest. His movements were devoid of any unnecessary flair, purely an art of killing. His senses were fully activated, like radar, and every living wave within a few hundred meters could not escape his lock-on.
Ahead, a massive ironback bear was gnawing on its prey.
In the next instant, several jet-black, spear-sharp tentacles shot down from the treetops.
Thud!
The tentacles easily pierced through the ironback bear's proud, hard armor, plunging deep into its flesh. The ironback bear let out a painful screech, about to struggle and fight back, but realized the power inside it was rapidly draining, like a burst dam flooding out. In just a few minutes, the enormous body of the ironback bear withered away, turning into a lifeless dried corpse.
Not enough, still not enough.
A glint of murderous light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he casually tossed the dried corpse aside, his figure charging forward again. For Lin Chen, this journey was like a grand feast of slaughter. In the outer regions, 4th-tier exotic beasts were rare. Lin Chen's strength was nearly invincible at his level, and most 3rd-tier exotic beasts couldn't last more than 3 moves, let alone those from the 1st and 2nd tiers. Whether it was the shadow leopard lurking in the shadows or the poisonous python coiled on the treetops, once Lin Chen set his sights on them, their fate was sealed. They would become his evolutionary nourishment.
60%. 70%. As the hunt continued, Lin Chen's energy reserve skyrocketed. Meanwhile, deep within the Earth Spirit Cavern.
In the sealed stone chamber, there was an eerie silence. The once milky mist-filled spiritual pool, brimming with spiritual energy, had now turned into a clear pool of water, the spiritual energy so faint it was negligible. Lying on the ground, Zhou Ziyue's wet dress clung tightly to her curvaceous body, and some parts of her clothes had been shredded when Lin Chen blasted them off earlier, exposing large swaths of pale skin. Her wet, disheveled hair fell messily across her chest, though a mess, it held a chaotic beauty. Suddenly, Zhou Ziyue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her red lips parted as she let out a painful moan.
Ah.
She slowly opened her eyes, and all she saw was the dim stone wall in front of her. Immediately after, a severe headache surged over her like a tidal wave, as if someone was hammering at her temples with a mallet. The sensation of her brain being torn apart made her curl up, her hands gripping her head tightly.
It hurts, what happened to me?
Zhou Ziyue gasped heavily, her eyes filled with confusion.
My clothes, why are they like this?
She had no idea what had happened. All she remembered was that Elder Li had opened the mechanism in the stone wall, and she had walked into the stone chamber full of joy, intending to break through to the 3rd tier using the Earth's spiritual liquid.
Then what? What happened? How did she end up here, fainted? What had occurred in between? Zhou Ziyue tried hard to recall, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember.
She staggered to her feet, but her legs gave way, and she almost fell. It was then that she realized, besides the headache, her whole body was in excruciating pain.
My whole body hurts, how could this be? A strange sense of panic surged in Zhou Ziyue's heart. She stumbled over to the spiritual pool, her gaze instinctively dropping to it. The next moment, she froze in place, her eyes wide open as if she had seen something unbelievable. The water, why has it turned clear? Wasn't this supposed to be a spiritual pool? Where's the spiritual pool? The once milky, jade-like water. The spiritual liquid of the earth's veins, which had transformed into mist, now turned into a clear pool of water. She trembled as she reached out her hand, scooping a handful of water, only to find a faint trace of spiritual energy. Could it be wasted? This earth spirit vein, wasted? Zhou Ziyue's voice trembled, a deep sense of disappointment enveloping her body. This was her hope for advancing to the third level, for surpassing all the geniuses of Jiang'an City. How could it be that just as she entered seclusion, the spiritual vein had dried up? And judging by the situation, it seemed she hadn't succeeded in her breakthrough. Although the spiritual energy within her body fluctuated, it still remained at the 9th level of the opening realm, and was even more chaotic due to the previous unconsciousness. Something's wrong, something is terribly wrong. Old Li. Old Li. Zhou Ziyue didn't have time to adjust her disheveled clothes, running towards the tunnel entrance in her torn dress. When she opened the stone wall and rushed out of the tunnel into the cave outside, the sight before her made her heart race. Although Lin Chen had cleaned up the battlefield and left no bodies behind, the traces of the battle couldn't be completely erased. There were deep knife marks on the rock walls at the entrance of the cave, and deep pits on the ground from powerful impacts. The air still carried a faint smell of blood, along with an indescribable aura of murderous intent. Someone has been here. A battle took place here. Zhou Ziyue's face turned pale as paper. Old Li. Zhou Gang. Zhou Chao, where are you? She ran out of the cave and shouted into the dark forest. However, all she received in response were the howling winds brushing through the treetops, and a few low, malicious roars of beasts from a distance. Roar! Suddenly, the bushes in front of her rustled, and a pair of eerie green eyes gleamed in the dark. Then, a massive third-level saber-toothed tiger slowly stepped out. It had clearly been attracted by Zhou Ziyue's shouting, now crouching low, saliva dripping from its mouth, greedily eyeing the lone human girl. A third-level beast? The big guys, there's one more chapter, still writing. Chapter 51, The Fury of the Zhou Family Head. Chapter 51, The Fury of the Zhou Family Head. Zhou Ziyue's pupils constricted. If it were any other time, as the genius of the Zhou family, she wouldn't fear a third-level beast too much. But at this moment, her head was pounding, her internal energy was surging, and her mind was in a state of extreme panic, making it impossible for her to exert much strength. Moreover, the most important thing was that Old Li and the others were missing. Without the protection of a 4th-level expert, how could she, a 9th-level opening realm cultivator, survive in this vast ancient forest? There were surely many 3rd-level beasts here. Damn it! I need to go back. Faced with the threat of death, Zhou Ziyue didn't hesitate for a second and turned to run back into the cave. The saber-toothed tiger let out a roar and lunged at her. The distance between them was shrinking, and just as they were only 3 meters apart, she dashed into the tunnel and slammed down the mechanism. The thick stone wall slammed shut with a resounding boom, blocking the 3rd-level saber-toothed tiger outside. Hearing the scratching sounds of claws against the stone wall outside, Zhou Ziyue let out a long breath. She leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down to the ground, gasping for air, her cold sweat already soaking through her dress. What the hell happened? Why are Old Li and the others gone? Why has the spirit pool dried up? Why did I faint? Countless questions swirled in her mind. There was no other way, she could only turn to her father for help. With trembling hands, she pulled out a smooth jade pendant from her chest. It was a gift from her father before she set out. After chanting a specific guiding spell, she could contact him. Zhou Ziyue chanted for a moment, and the jade pendant glowed with white light. A soft light curtain immediately unfolded in front of her, and through the twisting light and shadow, the figure of a middle-aged man appeared. The man was dressed in brocade, his face stern, and exuded an air of authority, his mere presence commanding respect without the need for anger. He was none other than the current head of the Zhou family, Zhou Yuanzhang. Zhou Yuanzhang had been reviewing documents in his study when suddenly he sensed movement from his jade pendant. His brows furrowed immediately, and he put down the matter he was attending to. You err? What happened? Isn't elderly supposed to be by your side? Why do you need to contact me? But when he cast his gaze upon the light screen and saw his usually proud and confident daughter now with disheveled hair, her clothes in disarray, curled up on the ground, Zhou Yuanzhang was instantly filled with fury. A terrifying murderous intent erupted from him, causing the items in the study to rattle. Father! Whoa! Upon seeing her father, Zhou Ziyue's tightly wound nerves finally snapped, and she couldn't hold back her tears. Father! Elderly is gone. Everyone is gone. What did you say? Zhou Yuanjing's voice rose several notches, disbelief evident in his eyes. Elderly is a 4th stage Kaiyuan realm expert, along with 3 tied realm guards. They were top-tier combat power on the outside. How could they have disappeared so suddenly? I don't know. I really don't know. Zhou Ziyue shook her head as she cried, speaking in fragmented sentences. I went into seclusion. Everything was fine. Then I passed out, and when I woke up, the water in the spirit pool had turned into clear water. I ran out to find Elderly, but I found signs of a fight outside, yet no one was there. Not even a body. There are so many strange beasts outside, I'm so scared. Daddy, I'm so scared. Hearing his daughter's incoherent description, Zhou Yuanjing's face darkened to the point where it seemed as if it could drip water. The spirit pool dried up? A 4th stage expert disappeared? No sign of life or death? This was simply a fairy tale. Who in Jiang'an City would dare to harm someone from the Zhou family? Who would have the ability to silently eliminate Elderly? Could it be that the other major families teamed up? Or did they encounter the Beast King? Countless speculations flashed through his mind, but he knew this wasn't the time to dwell on the cause. Yuer, listen to me, calm down. Zhou Yuanjing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Stay in the deepest part of the Earth Spirit Cavern. Do not go anywhere. The stone gate can only be broken by a 4th stage peak expert. You are safe for now. I will send family elders to escort you. Hold on. Okay. I'll wait here. Zhou Ziyue nodded tearfully. The light screen vanished. Zhou Yuanjing suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with a murderous light. Good. Very good. Whoever dares to harm my daughter, whoever dares to touch the foundation of my Zhou family, I will make them pay the price with their blood. On the other side of the forest, Lin Chen was unaware of the Zhou family's reaction. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Could they possibly suspect Li Qianling? During the hunting process, Lin Chen had witnessed some incredibly brutal scenes. He had seen many desperate or do-or-die loose cultivators, all of whom ended up dying in the Tiangu forest. And their bodies were quickly devoured by strange beasts, leaving no trace behind. But in stark contrast, there were the people from the big families or powerful forces. Aside from the Zhou family, whom he had outsmarted, he hadn't seen anyone else die. This was the true nature of the world. Most ordinary people would ultimately just become like everyone else. To stand out, one must take dangerous risks. In order to avoid any unexpected trouble, Lin Chen would steer clear of such situations. To this end, Lin Chen had deliberately chosen some more remote paths. Of course, because of this, Lin Chen accidentally encountered a 4th stage swift shadow-type exotic beast, the nightmare steed. This guy was not like the heavy-footed brute-type tiger-leopard beast he encountered before. It was extremely fast and agile, and it really gave Lin Chen a hard time. Lin Chen had to circle around with it for almost an hour before finally shaking it off completely. If it weren't for his incredibly strong body, taking a few hits from this nightmare steed, he really wouldn't have escaped so easily. But it's worth mentioning, during one march, Lin Chen saw a familiar figure, which surprised both him and Li Qianling. At that time, Lin Chen was moving along the stream, but noticed on the other side, atop a huge rock, stood a tall and handsome figure. It was a young boy, wearing a casual shirt, holding a long knife that shone with a cold light, seemingly made from some kind of sea-level alloy material. At his feet lay a 3rd-rank golden-striped tiger, freshly killed. You must know, to slay a 3rd-rank beast alone, this is almost a fantasy among students. Especially this person, he was only at the 9th stage of enlightenment. Chen Yuan, captain of the Su middle school team. Lin Chen and Li Qianling recognized him at a glance. Of course, mainly because he was handsome, leaving a deep impression. Chen Yuan also lifted his head. In his view he only saw a person in a black robe with a red face. Their eyes met in the air for a moment. This Chen Yuan, alone, hunting outside the restricted zone, daring to enter the Tiangu Great Forest, surely wants to compete with the big families for the top 10, and his cultivation seems already at the 9th stage of enlightenment. Lin Chen praised silently in his heart. Li Qianling also nodded. Captain Chen really is excellent. I feel he will eventually surpass those from the big families. That's not certain. Oh? Why do you say that? Lin Chen's mouth curved. He said softly, in my view, he has already surpassed those people. Some explanation. Weapon levels are simple. Simple weapons, developed by technology, from low to high ABCDEFG, highest G-level alloy, corresponding to 7th rank. Special weapons, called spiritual weapons, still divided from 1st to 9th rank. The 5th watch is over, hands hurt, tomorrow still coding all day, at least 5 watches. Request 5-star long reviews, request free gifts, these are really important for this work. Thanks to all the great people. Chapter 52, Point Distribution, Hearts Hard to Read. Chapter 52, Point Distribution, Hearts Hard to Read. After speaking, Lin Chen's figure flashed, silently disappearing into the dense forest. Chen Yuan frowned, staring in the direction Lin Chen went, gripping his knife tighter and tighter. What a terrifying aura! Just that moment, I actually felt a deadly threat. Chen Yuan muttered, a strong doubt rising in his heart. Who is this person? That look, why does it give me a strangely familiar feeling? Night deepened, the ninth camp brightly lit. Inside a tent temporarily set up, the atmosphere seemed a bit oppressive. Lang Xiaoxing lay on a camp bed, originally lively and cute, now her face pale, left leg in thick plaster, right arm wrapped in bandages, looking especially miserable. By her bed stood her 4 teammates, each also injured, but clearly much lighter than Lang Xiaoxing. Leading them was a short girl named Zhang Yanglan, now holding several point tokens, a joyful smile on her face. Xiaoxing, this time we took down a small beast group, 3 second-rank beasts, 17 first-rank beasts. After this battle, our team earned 47 points in total. Zhang Yanglan shook the tokens in her hand, her tone full of excitement. 47 points. For a 5-person team composed of Qi Blood stage students, this is absolutely a fortune. Don't underestimate these 47 points. In previous years, the average score of Qi Blood stage warriors was only 4.2 points. That is to say, all Qi Blood stage warriors participating in practical assessment only killed an average of 4 first-rank beasts, not counting those who died or had family connections. Every year, for Qi Blood stage warriors, if they could get 9 points, they could basically enter martial arts university. Lang Xiaoxing lying on the bed heard this number. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. With these points, even if I get seriously injured and can't earn more points later, I will have enough to get into a regular martial arts university. For Lang Xiaoxing, having a school to attend was already enough to make her content. A smile appeared on Lang Xiaoxing's face, and she gently said, Yang Lanjie, for this point distribution, you don't need to give me too much, just give me 10 points, and the rest, you can divide among yourselves. I hope one of us in this small team can make it into a key university. Hearing Lang Xiaoxing's words, the smile on Zhang Yanglan's face stiffened for a moment. She exchanged glances with the other 3 girls beside her and then cleared her throat and said, Well, Xiaoxing, this distribution doesn't seem right. You see, with your current injury, you won't be able to participate in the subsequent hunting operations, right? Hearing Zhang Yanglan's words, Lang Xiaoxing's heart skipped a beat and a bad feeling arose, So, after discussing it with everyone, we decided to distribute these 47 points like this. Zhang Yanglan paused and raised a finger. You'll get 1/10, that is, 4.7 points. The rest will be split among the 4 of us. What? Lang Xiaoxing suddenly sat up from the bed, and the pain from her wound made her grit her teeth, but she ignored the pain and glared at Zhang Yanglan with wide eyes. 4.7 points? Zhang Yanglan, do you have no shame? It was all thanks to my speed advantage that we were able to divert those 2 second-level wind demon wolves. I got seriously injured to create killing opportunities for you. My contribution is the greatest, so why are you only giving me 1/10? Ah, Xiaoxing, don't get so worked up. Zhang Yanglan quickly said. We do acknowledge your contribution, but you also have to be reasonable. You're injured like this, and you'll be lying in the camp for at least a month. We'll still be out there fighting. If we kill any beasts, you'll still get at least 1/10 of the points. Isn't that enough? If you take too many points this time, we won't have anything left for future distributions. The other 3 girls also spoke up. Yeah, we'll still hunt beasts, don't worry, your points won't be less. Exactly, you look so petty, but we'll go out to hunt beasts, and casually earn 50 points. By then, won't you have 9.7 points? Universities aren't that hard to get into, right? Lang Xiaoxing thought carefully, and it seemed to make some sense. She wouldn't be able to help much later, and getting 1/10 of the points did seem unreasonable. With that thought, Lang Xiaoxing showed an apologetic smile. Yan Lanjia, and everyone, I'm sorry, my thinking was a bit off. It's fine, so this time, just give me 1/10. When Zhang Yanglan and the others heard that Lang Xiaoxing agreed, their eyes immediately lit up. They quickly took out the points tokens. Lang Xiaoxing happily confirmed her share and, looking at the 4.7 points on her token, lay back down with a smile. Well, Xiaoxing, you rest well, we won't disturb you. We're getting ready to head out to hunt beasts. We'll definitely make sure you get into a university. MHM. Everyone, good luck, and make sure to be safe. The 4 of them hurried out of the camp tent and then set up another one on the other side of the student camp. The 4 of them looked at the 10.5 points in their hands and smiled. Ah, that Lang Xiaoxing is so easy to deceive. She actually agreed to the distribution plan. Indeed, if she hadn't agreed, and the matter went to the arbitration office, if it were strictly distributed by contribution, we wouldn't have had a chance. But now that she authorized it, the arbitration office won't intervene. She's such a fool. Now that I have 10.5 points, I'm guaranteed a spot at university. Only a lunatic would risk their life hunting beasts. From now on, we'll hand in a few beasts every week, and just wait for the practical exam to finish. In the center of the camp, there was a huge points leaderboard. It is always the place that all students taking the real battle test care about the most. Every change in ranking pulls many people's eyes. But since the real battle test started, the name at the very top has never changed. Si Yunyao, 1383 points. Look, first place is still Si Yunyao, the points have already risen to 1383. This guy is simply not human. A passerby points at the shining golden name at the top of the screen, letting out a cry of shock to the teammate beside him. Humph, what is there to look at? Someone beside immediately answers with a sour tone. She is the eldest lady of the C family. Such big families, don't they all have bodyguards? They specially beat the strange beasts half dead and let her finish them. These points come as easy as drinking water. Shoo. Speak quietly, be careful, trouble comes from your mouth. TCH, that is how it is. Not allowed to say it? Look at that point increase, the most crazy time, it rose by hundreds in one instant. With her at 9th stage awakening, can she kill several third-rank beasts alone? Only ghosts would believe. Sigh, in this world, where is absolute fairness? She was born well, has a good father, this is also a kind of strength. People like us, being able to get into a university is already not bad. The gap between people is bigger than the gap between people and dogshit. Chapter 53 Big also has big disadvantages. Chapter 53 Big also has big disadvantages. Everyone talks one after another, their tone full of envy, jealousy, and hate towards Si Yunyao. But that Zhou family's Zhou Ziyue, her points seem to not have moved for quite a long time, don't know what happened. Hey, look at the top 10, except that Chen Yuan, the others all seem to be people from big families and forces, right? You are right, it really is, this Chen Yuan is really awesome, without background support, he still forced his way into the top 10, now ranked 8th, 410 points. This is real ability. Humph, I think the value of these 480 points is much higher than that Si Yunyao. There are not few people from Suzhong around, hearing these words, they cannot help but lift their chests. That's right, Chen Yuan is the pride of our Suzhong. When talking about Chen Yuan, the hostility in the crowd slightly fades, replaced by a kind of respect. In this era, for someone like Chen Yuan to appear is also not easy. Most of the time, how can one person's strength fight against the strength of a family and forces? By the way, that Li Chenling who refused Chen Yuan's team before, what about her? Why no movement? Someone suddenly remembers that short-lived name. Li Chenling? She should have already fallen down long ago, but you can search her points. Let me see, eh? A bit strange, this person's points are still 23, haven't moved for several days. TCH, I already said she was just lucky. Probably just went out and picked up a few dying strange beasts, then hid and didn't dare move. Compared with real geniuses, far worse. Ha ha ha, maybe she is dead? Everyone laughs loudly, quickly throws the name Li Chenling behind their heads, and continues to talk about other topics. Why are Li Chenling's points so low? Because Lin Chen had already hidden Li Chenling's points token in a place, and did not carry it on his body. If he carried it and it counted automatically, the points from the strange beasts he slaughtered now, added together, would probably reach 3,000. If this is exposed, the whole blockade area would explode. Deep night, all is quiet. Deep in the Tiangu Great Forest, at the top of a giant ancient tree over 100 meters high. Li Chenling sits cross-legged on a thick branch, eyes closed, cultivating. Moonlight falls on her body, like putting a layer of silver veil on her, the 99 Zhang true aperture slowly runs in her body, every breath draws the surrounding spiritual energy into small storms. And Lin Chen turns back into a black ring. Slipping it onto her finger, he helped Li Chenling absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while checking his own data panel. Energy reserve, 94%. Sigh. Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh inside Li Chenling's mind. What's wrong? Li Chenling slowly opened her eyes, finishing a full cycle of cultivation. This is way too slow. Lin Chen complained. I worked so hard hunting almost the entire night, devouring 1/3 level monster and more than 10 second level ones, and guess what? My energy reserve only went up by 1%. At this speed, when will I ever reach 100%? How much is your energy reserve now? Only 94%. Hearing this, Li Chenling's mouth twitched a little, and she rolled her eyes in annoyance. 1% is already a lot, you know? You should understand me, I feel like crying right now. She looked inward at the terrifyingly large true cavity in her dantian, forcing a bitter smile. Look at the 99 zhang true cavity you opened for me. This thing is like a bottomless pit. These past days, you have been helping me draw in spiritual energy, but what happened? The spiritual energy droplets inside hardly increased at all.
To break through to the fourth opening, the spiritual energy I need is probably 10 or even dozens of times that of an ordinary person.
Who could handle that?
It seems that big also has its drawbacks, but I still like big. Lin Chen sighed, looked at Li Qianling's proud chest, and then grinned.
Don't worry. Once you grow stronger, a punch at your level will knock down little kids, and you'll understand how wonderful this 99 Zhang true cavity is.
Li Qianling seemed to sense Lin Chen's gaze, her cheeks slightly red, spitting lightly.
You are never serious. But speaking of which, shouldn't we move somewhere else?
The monsters in this small area are almost wiped out by you. No way, our activity range is still less than 1/10,000th of the entire Tiangu forest.
In a couple of days, it will recover. Tomorrow we work hard again, must reach 100%.
Then we will start looking for that heavily injured big guy. The inner area of Tiangu forest was a completely different world compared to the outer area.
Here the ancient trees were denser and older.
The thick trunks were like pillars holding the sky, and the dense canopies intertwined thousands of meters above, like a heavy green dome, blocking most of the sunlight. Thus, this place was shrouded in a dark and gloomy atmosphere all year round, with only occasional beams of light breaking through the gaps, casting dappled and eerie shadows. Even a single roar from a beast sounded like a muffled thunder rolling through the forest. Here, third-level monsters were just ants at the bottom, always at risk of becoming meals for something more terrifying. Suddenly, with a swoosh, a dense bush was cut open by a long blade. Then 5 figures stumbled out and reached the outer area. At this moment, the 5 looked nothing but miserable. The lead man wore a set of alloy armor, now covered with shocking scratches. The chest plate was dented, like it had been struck by a huge force.
The woman behind him looked even worse.
Her originally exquisite battlesuit was torn into strips, exposing large areas of snow-white skin, and her long hair was a complete mess.
The remaining 3 were also injured, walking with some staggering. But none had suffered major damage.
As soon as they left the inner area, they collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily.
One man couldn't help but curse loudly. Damn it, the military people are too perverted. Now, passing a security check requires 8 different personal information checks. One of them even tests DNA. At the moment, there is no way to enter the blocked area through normal channels.
The woman, while adjusting her hair, said with relief. Yeah, it's all thanks to the boss finding a relatively safe route, or else we would have been in danger passing through the inner region of the Tiangu forest. The wild beasts there are truly terrifying.
Damn it, do you all remember the bellow from the core area earlier?
It nearly scared me so much I lost control of my spiritual energy right there.
This damned place, there's no way I'm coming back here. Did it not scare you to wet your pants?
From the sound, it was at least a 6th grade beast king, equivalent to a Tian gang level martial artist.
How could that not be terrifying? Damn your grandmother's leg. You're the one who wet your pants. Chapter 54, Exclusive Information. Chapter 54, Exclusive Information.
The group quickly dissipated the tension that had been building up earlier, with each person sharing their thoughts. Upon entering the outer region, with their cultivation levels, they were practically able to move freely. The man leading the group interrupted the conversation, speaking coldly.
Enough, everyone shut up. The mission from the master cannot fail. We must act quickly.
If the sacred artifact does not awaken this time, we'll all be in big trouble. The preliminary agreement with the people from the Sea family is set for half a month later. According to the plan, we'll first find a safe place to recover and heal.
3 days later, we begin the operation.
At the edge of the Tiangu forest, after devouring the last wild beast, Lin Chen slowly withdrew his hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. His energy reserves were finally at 100%, it had been a long road.
Boom!
In that instant, an indescribable sensation of tremor swept through Lin Chen's consciousness.
Then, a faint feeling of completeness arose.
Lin Chen felt that this wasn't just an accumulation of energy, it was more like a subtle sublimation caused by a quantitative change. It was as if a bowstring that had been tightly pulled was finally drawn to its fullest, on the verge of releasing, in a peak state, unstoppable. His perception had undergone an astonishing transformation in this state of completeness. Although the range of his perception remained at 300 meters, there was no expansion in distance, but its clarity and sharpness had greatly increased.
Things that were previously undetectable could now be easily sensed.
In a state of full concentration, even the crawling of an ant under the decaying leaves, or the trajectory of a dewdrop sliding off a leaf tip. Even the faint tremor of the soil caused by a bug's faint chirping from deep beneath the ground appeared clearly in his mind. Not only that, his overall attributes, strength, speed, defense, had all seen a noticeable improvement. Although it hadn't reached the exaggerated level of a true evolution, the small breakthrough brought about by the 100% energy reserves made him feel like his current state was at its peak. If he were to fight Jolie now, he probably wouldn't end up heavily injured like last time.
However, Lin Chen carefully assessed the situation and thought that if he were to fight against Jolie at his peak, he would still be somewhat outmatched. Among martial artists, trying to surpass a formidable family expert who has many hidden trump cards was still too difficult. Against an average 4th grade expert, however, it would still be possible. He shook his head casually and said to Li Chanling, "Shanling, I wonder if I'll awaken any martial arts or skills once I evolve to 4th grade. Otherwise, if I only rely on physical qualities in a fight, it'd be a bit of a disadvantage. If I encounter some rough guy, it's fine. But if I meet a nimble opponent, like that nightmare steed from before, it'd be too frustrating. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me mad. When I find an opportunity, I'm definitely going to give that beast a 1,000-year kill." Li Chanling, hearing Lin Chen's words, spoke softly. "Don't worry, Lin Chen, there will definitely be one. If there really isn't, I will work hard to grow stronger, and next time I meet those tricky guys, I will take action and kill them." Lin Chen chuckled. "Then you better work hard. Oh, you are still far from me. But once you get that place in the psychic pool, you might be able to close the gap between us. I'm not weak now, okay? Among the students, except for the very strongest, no one else can match me. Hee, no matter how strong you are only at the 3rd enlightenment. You say that, but this enlightenment is as big as a lake. How can it advance quickly? Alright, I leave the body to you, I will rest a bit, then head straight to that 4th level mutant beast." Lin Chen released control over Li Chanling's body and focused on the system interface. On it, brightly flashing, were the words, "Can evolve." As long as he obtained the mutation source crystal, Lin Chen could try on the spot to break through to the 4th level symbiotic body. But unfortunately, Lin Chen had not received any information about the mutation source crystal yet. After the practical test ends, no matter what, he must start contacting the Dark Moon. For now, he would rest a bit, probably another big battle tomorrow. This time, it was rare that Li Chanling was training alone. Lin Chen had been hunting almost the whole day and was really exhausted. Feeling Lin Chen's spirit gradually sinking into sleep, Li Chanling suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. This guy, after coming to the locked area, seems like he hasn't really rested. Meanwhile, in another hidden camp in the Tian ancient forest. It was located in a wind-sheltered mountain hollow, with several layers of concealment formations surrounding it, perfectly blocking the energy and light inside. The campfire flickered, illuminating 4 figures. Leading them was a young man in light blue armor, handsome, calm, playing with a cold glint folding fan in his hand. This person was Su Qiming, the one from the Su family participating in the practical test, and the leader of the younger generation. His cultivation had already reached 9th enlightenment, just waiting for breakthrough. Sitting across from him was an old man with white hair and beard, or as steady as a mountain. He was the 3rd elder of the Su family, Su Changfeng, a true 5th level Taitian realm master. Also the elder sent to protect Su Qiming in this test. Beside the two, stood 2 burly middle-aged guards, Su Tai and Su Gang, both peak 3rd level experts. At this moment, the atmosphere in the camp was somewhat restless and excited. Su Changfeng's voice slowly sounded. It is said to be a 4th level mutant beast called the Earth-splitting demon bear. A few days ago, it recklessly entered the core area and was heavily injured by a 5th level beast king. It barely escaped and didn't dare stay in the inner area, so now it appears in the outer area. A 4th level peak Earth-splitting demon bear. Su Ming took a deep breath, his tone extremely excited. If it were at its prime, encountering it we could only run for our lives, but if it's badly injured and dying, it's simply a moving treasure trove. Not only is the material on it priceless, but killing it for the 1,000 points alone would instantly let me surpass Si Yunyao and take the top spot. Su Qiming spoke, folding his fan, eyes flashing with greed he could hardly hide. Elder Chanfeng, is this information reliable? Su Changfeng sipped tea, slightly nodding, serious. Young master, rest assured. This information was bought by the family for 50 million from the vice president of the Martial Association, exclusive intel. Don't worry, it is absolutely correct. Just returned from visiting relatives, keep going. 2 more chapters. Chapter 55, Earth-splitting demon bear. Dual-type mutant beast? Chapter 55, Earth-rending demon bear. Dual-type mutant beast? Su Tai muttered from the side in a muffled voice. Young master is right, we have already located its current habitat. It's inside a cave about 20 kilometers from here. Su Changfeng put down his teacup, raised his hand to calm everyone's excitement, and said in a deep voice. Though it is heavily injured, it is still a peak 4th level fierce beast. As the saying goes, a dying camel is bigger than a horse. We cannot be careless. If it is faking injury, or in a last burst of energy, its final attack could drag all of us down. Su Qiming calmed down a bit and asked. Then elder means. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Su Changfeng's cloudy old eyes. Tomorrow morning, we will set out for that cave. But once we arrive, do not approach recklessly. Su Tai, Su Gang, you two set traps and harass from a distance. We first use ranged attacks to test its strength, forcing it to act. If it reacts slowly or its aura is weak, we will rush in and surround it for the kill. If it can still unleash terrifying power, we retreat immediately and never linger. A perfect probe with stones. Su Ming admired, tapping his palm with a folded fan. We follow Elder's plan. This earth-rending demon bear, I will claim it. The first place in this practical test will surely belong to our Su family. The few of them exchanged smiles, as if the precious peak 4th level mutant beast was already in their hands. Little did they know, they were not the only ones eyeing this fat target. As the sky gradually brightened, Li Chen had trained all night, quietly staying in the tree, making no sound, afraid of disturbing Lin Chen's rest. Only when the ring on her finger sent a signal did Li Chen show some joy and say, "Lin Chen, you're awake." "Ah. A nap, so comfortable. Alright, get ready to move." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chen instantly changed back into the masked black-robed figure and rushed toward the location in Zhou Ziyue's memory. Zhou Ziyue's memory was clear. This intel cost her Zhou family 60 million, obtained from the deputy president of the Martial Artists Association. It was exclusive information, no one else could know. Normally, this news wouldn't be worth so much, but during the practical test, a heavily injured 4th level mutant beast was extremely valuable. Top 10, besides the psychic pool, were rumored to get extra rewards each year. Especially first place, the reward was incredibly rich. So the importance of points was obvious. The families in Jiang'an City did not dare enter the inner area, and in the outer area, 4th level beasts were rare. Once Lin Chen's energy reached 100%, his speed increased at least 30%, and he soon arrived at the location in Zhou Ziyue's memory. In front was a cave. Looking inside, it was deep darkness. The entrance was tangled with messy vines, and a few withered branches and leaves hung loosely. Others would need to enter to investigate, but for Lin Chen, 300 meters of perception was enough. Upon arrival, Lin Chen immediately spread out his sensing, scanning the entire 300-meter area. "Ha!" Lin Chen made a confused sound, then frowned, murmuring, "Could Zhou family's intel be wrong?" Within 300 meters, not a single beast, not even a first-level one. Li Qianling's voice came, "That shouldn't happen. Zhou family is a big family, they shouldn't make such mistakes." Then this guy moved, but since it is heavily injured, it can't have gone far. "I'll search carefully." Lin Chen moved while searching, and soon found the beast from the intel. It was a giant bear, towering 5 meters high. Its entire body was covered in thick, rock-like black-brown armor, with a faint earthy yellow glow shimmering across each plate. The bear's paws, as large as millstones, had claws that gleamed with a chilling light, as if they could tear through steel with a mere swipe. A 4th-tier peak beast, the earth-shattering demon bear. At this moment, it held a relatively large 3rd-tier saber-toothed tiger in its mouth. The tiger had long since died, and blood dripped from the bear's mouth, staining the ground along its path. This is the critically injured, dying one mentioned in the intel? Lin Chen squinted, carefully observing the beast. From the outside, the earth-shattering demon bear exuded a mighty aura. Its steps were steady, and its muscles, as firm as granite, bulged with explosive power as it walked. Even from a distance, Lin Chen could feel the suffocating pressure it gave off. Forget about being injured, this beast looked even stronger than the previous tiger-leopard beast by several times. "Lin Chen, the intel seems to be wrong. Should we retreat?" Li Qianling was worried about Lin Chen's safety. "It doesn't look like it's injured at all." Lin Chen furrowed his brow, not responding immediately. His perception was far sharper than Li Qianling's, and after several careful checks, he finally detected a clue. Something's off. Its aura is violent, but there's a sense of hollowness underneath, like it's all force with nothing inside. "You mean, it's bluffing?" "If it's bluffing, we can find out by testing it." A sharp gleam appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. If the intel was true, then this earth-shattering demon bear would be the perfect prey. Without finishing his sentence, Lin Chen raised his right hand, his 5 fingers suddenly splayed wide. Whoosh! 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 Several black, ink-like tendrils instantly shot out, transforming into sharp black spears. They made a piercing sound as they aimed for the demon bear's eyes, throat, and other vital areas. The earth-shattering demon bear, which had been walking, suddenly stopped in its tracks. Its eyes, which had once seemed murky, now became vicious and menacing. Facing the sudden attack, it showed no panic. It didn't even attempt to dodge. It merely raised one of its massive paws and casually swiped, as if swatting away a fly. Slap! A crisp explosion rang out. Lin Chen's attack, capable of piercing through the defenses of 3rd-tier beasts, shattered into pieces the moment it touched the bear's paw. Roar! The earth-shattering demon bear let out a deafening roar. The shockwaves caused leaves to fall from the surrounding trees. Its ferocious eyes instantly locked onto the tree where Lin Chen was hiding.
A terrifying earthy yellow glow suddenly erupted from its body, an energy shield formed by a soil elemental beast.
Lin Chen squinted his eyes, staring grimly at the earth-shattering demon bear below. A heavy feeling settled in his chest.
This guy wasn't just a brute force type beast, it was also a psychic type beast.
What the hell? This is called critically injured?
Chapter 56, The First Battle with the Earth-Shattering Demon Bear.
Li Qianling gasped aloud.
That swipe of its paw is stronger than the tiger leopard beast at its peak.
But Lin Chen, who was constantly maintaining his perception, keenly caught a detail.
At the moment of the swipe, the corner of the demon bear's mouth seemed to twitch slightly, and there was a momentary stagnation in its aura. Lin Chen, suspicious, tested it several more times and eventually confirmed his suspicion.
Something's wrong. It really is injured, and badly. A flash of insight appeared in Lin Chen's eyes.
It's internal damage. That swipe was powerful, but it was mainly because of its physical strength. Based on my calculations, this beast is currently operating at only about 30% of its full power.
30%? Li Qianling couldn't help but worry about Lin Chen.
Even at just 30%, it's still a 4th-tier peak beast.
Lin Chen, are you sure you can handle it?
Lin Chen slowly shook his head.
I don't have much confidence. Shall we go?
Go?
Are you kidding? Qianling, you know me, I only have one word, not afraid.
That's 2 words.
Damn it. Boom.
Lin Chen's legs instantly powered up, he kicked off fiercely, and the tree trunk under his feet exploded in an instant. His whole body shot down like a black cannonball, propelled by the recoil. In midair, massive black fluid surged over Lin Chen's body, forming into a giant black warhammer in his hands. With immense force, he swung it, smashing it down hard onto the ground-splitting demon bear's head.
Take my hammer. The ground-splitting demon bear was clearly enraged by Lin Chen's provocation.
Roar! It roared, standing upright, 2 giant paws glowing with earthy yellow light, and swiped them towards Lin Chen's warhammer.
Bang!
A thunderous sound shook the heavens and earth. The ground suddenly collapsed, dust flying everywhere. Lin Chen felt an indescribable, terrifying force hitting him, and he was sent flying backward for several meters. In midair, he flipped several times before barely landing, his feet carving 2 deep trenches into the ground. Meanwhile, the ground-splitting demon bear was also pushed back a few steps, its massive body swaying, and a flicker of pain appeared in its blood-red eyes.
Damn! This guy's skin is so tough, and his strength is huge.
Lin Chen shook his slightly sore arms, the excitement in his eyes growing stronger.
Come on!
His figure flickered, utilizing his powerful physique, and once again, he slammed towards the ground-splitting demon bear.
A series of huge sounds echoed as Lin Chen continuously attacked the ground-splitting demon bear.
Though the ground-splitting demon bear was powerful and had amazing defense, it was clearly at a disadvantage when it came to speed. Additionally, with internal injuries, its reaction was always half a beat too slow. For a moment, it was being overwhelmed by Lin Chen, with injuries all over its body. Though they were just surface wounds, for a peak-level 4th-tier beast, this was a great disgrace. Lin Chen was getting more excited. As a symbiote, he really loved this kind of punching-to-the-flesh feeling. It felt like his combat power increased with every hit.
This is awesome. This is real combat. Bring it on.
Roar! 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 The ground-splitting demon bear, however, roared in anger. Every move it made shook the ground slightly. Lin Chen was getting more into it, his every cell inside him cheering in joy. But just as he was about to give the dumb bear a heavy blow, something unexpected happened. In Lin Chen's view, the ground-splitting demon bear, which had been panting earlier, suddenly stopped its attack.
Its red eyes instantly darkened, turning into a deep blood-red color.
A violent aura, beyond imagination, erupted from its body, instantly sweeping across a 100-meter radius.
Ha!
Lin Chen's heart suddenly rang in alarm, and his hair stood on end.
He saw the wounds on the ground-splitting demon bear's body rapidly healing with the naked eye, and the weakening aura around it instantly returned to its peak state.
What the hell? Lin Chen was horrified.
Isn't this a strange beast? Why does it have a secret technique, just like that old guy from the Zhou family?
At this moment, the oppressive feeling from the ground-splitting demon bear surpassed even the one from Elderly, who had burned his life force. It was beyond what Lin Chen could handle right now.
Run! Run fast!
Li Qianling screamed in his mind. Without needing her to remind him, Lin Chen had already turned around the moment he sensed something was wrong. Dozens of tentacles grabbed the surrounding trees, and like a swing, he shot himself out with force.
Boom!
Just as he left his original position, a huge bear paw slammed down hard where he had been standing. The earth cracked open, and flying stones pierced the air. A giant crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared at that spot. A terrifying aftershock directly caused Lin Chen's body to tingle with numbness.
He didn't dare to look back, immediately beginning to run like crazy after swinging away. He ran several hundred meters in one go, then dared to look back. However, a scene that surprised both Lin Chen and Li Qianling appeared. The earth-rending demon bear, in its rampaging state, did not chase after them. It just stood in place, letting out a terrifying roar in the direction Lin Chen was escaping, then the red light on its body quickly faded, and its breath became weak and limp again. It cautiously glanced around, then turned, carrying its prey, slowly walking back into the cave. Hiding in the distant treetops, Lin Chen and Li Qianling looked at each other, their foreheads full of question marks.
Qianling, is this stupid bear not very smart?
Lin Chen calmed the wildly surging blood in his body, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and complained.
I provoked it so much, and it didn't even come out to kill me? Its speed just now should have been just as fast as mine. Normally, a beast of this level should hold grudges, it should never stop until it kills, right? Li Qianling was also confused. I don't know, maybe its burst cannot last long? Or maybe it's a homebody bear, doesn't like going far? A freaking homebody bear. Qianling, why are you not serious now?
Lin Chen was speechless. But they quickly calmed down, their eyes deep and fixed on the dark cave entrance. Lin Chen jumped down from the tree and slowly approached the cave entrance.
I think it can't last long, if so, we should be able to wear it down.
While Lin Chen was thinking of a way to exhaust it, new movement appeared within his perception range.
Someone's coming.
Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, quickly hiding all his aura. He looked around, moved silently, climbed a huge ancient tree nearby, thick enough for 3 men to hug, with dense branches, and hid deep in the treetop more than 30 meters above the ground. Through the layers of leaves, he saw 4 people cautiously moving through the side jungle. Leading them was a young master, holding a folding fan, elegant and clean. His face was slightly kind, but his eyes still could not hide a trace of arrogance.
Li Qianling clearly recognized him and quickly said.
Lin Chen, this person is a genius of the Su family, Su Qiming.
5th watch ended. Everyone, please leave a 5-star review, free gifts. Each one is extremely important to this book. Writing is exhausting, my head is dizzy. I beg all readers, gifts will get more chapters. Mooncake will go eat a meal first, then come back to continue writing. Tomorrow still starts with 5 updates. Chapter 57, 5 people staring at each other.
Chapter 57, 5 people staring at each other. The ones following him should be the Su family guards, similar to the Zhou family situation. Observe quietly and see how it changes.
Lin Chen replied, then began hiding in the tree.
Behind Su Qiming, Elder Su Changfeng with white hair and beard followed, along with 2 burly guards, Su Tai and Su Gang.
Elder, we've arrived, it's here. Su Qiming looked at the huge cave, greed shining in his eyes, lowering his voice in excitement. According to the information, that earth-rending demon bear is inside.
Su Changfeng nodded, his expression serious.
Everyone be careful, follow the plan. Su Tai, Su Gang, first use the armor-breaking crossbows to test and lure it out.
The 2 hiding in the tree, hearing Su Qiming's words, felt as if 10,000 wild horses ran through their hearts.
Li Qianling could not help but say. Information? Again information? Wasn't it supposed to be exclusive news? How does the Zhou family know, and the Su family also knows? Could there be other forces that know as well?
Lin Chen picked up the conversation, speechless. That vice president of the Martial Artists Association is really something.
And these big family people are too unreliable, how could they get tricked like this? Li Qianling, true, but these big families have money, if it were me, I would trick too. He, must trick.
Below, completely unaware of Lin Chen's presence, the 4 Su family members had already started moving.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
2 specially made armor-piercing crossbow bolts whistled sharply as they shot into the cave.
Roar!
The familiar roar sounded again. Not long after it had entered, the earth-splitting demon bear rushed out once more in fury. Its body still bore the wounds left by Lin Chen, and now it was struck by the crossbow bolts, which could be said to add new hatred to old.
It's out. Look at its condition, it's really badly injured. Su Qiming was overjoyed, its breath is shallow, its steps heavy, the information was indeed right.
This money was well spent.
Attack!
Su Changfeng shouted in a low voice and took the first strike. As a powerhouse of the 5th layer of opening Yuan, he immediately unleashed the Su family's ultimate skill, the cloud-repelling palm. Countless palm shadows filled the air like a rolling sea of clouds, with immense palm force crashing toward the earth-splitting demon bear. Su Tai and Su Gang dared not join the frontline battle but circled around, constantly harassing the bear with crossbow bolts and martial techniques. Su Qiming stood from afar, waving a folding fan in his hand, which was actually a fine magic weapon, shooting wind blades to slice through the bear's skin. Lin Chen looked at Su Qiming with some surprise. With only the cultivation of the 9th layer of opening the acupoints, how could he harm this beast? His gaze moved to the folding fan in Su Qiming's hand, and a trace of expectation appeared in his eyes. Xianling, this is a good treasure. I wonder when you'll be able to use such a magical artifact. Li Chenling, what, are you planning to grab it?
Lin Chen, not possible, no one else has offended me, but we. The earth-splitting demon bear was surrounded by the four of them, and at first, it was beaten back step by step by the Su family, with many new wounds added to its body.
Ha ha ha. This beast is done for.
Everyone, put in more effort, let's finish it off in one go. Su Changfeng was extremely excited, striking harder. However, Lin Chen, who was hiding in the trees and watching the scene, began to feel a sense of anticipation.
Having already been tricked by this foolish bear, surely the Su family wouldn't escape unscathed?
This stupid bear, it should still be able to unleash a final burst of power, right?
Sure enough.
Just when Su Changfeng thought victory was assured and was preparing to land a fatal blow on the earth-splitting demon bear, it happened.
Roar! The bear's eyes turned red in an instant once again. That familiar, terrifying aura erupted once more, sending a chill down everyone's spine. What?
Su Changfeng, halfway through his charge, turned pale with horror in his eyes.
Impossible? How could its aura suddenly explode like this?
But at this moment, it was too late for him to retreat. In this state, the earth-splitting demon bear's speed was astonishing.
A giant paw, wrapped in a yellowish glow, slammed down like a small mountain. Not good. Golden Belle shield.
Su Changfeng, being an old powerhouse, roared in the face of danger, unleashing his spiritual power, which surged outward to form a golden bell-shaped shield around his body.
Boom! The giant paw struck down, and the golden bell shield only lasted half a second before shattering with a loud bang. Put!
Su Changfeng was sent flying like a rag doll, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and he stumbled back more than 10 steps before he could steady himself.
Elder! Su Qiming and the others were terrified, their souls almost leaving their bodies. This wasn't heavy injury? This was outright terrifyingly powerful, wasn't it? I'm fine, hurry. Hurry and retreat. This beast is too terrifying. Having been struck, Su Changfeng quickly led the others to flee. But before they could get far, a noisy sound of footsteps and voices came from the forest below. Quickly! It's right ahead. The four of the Su family froze in surprise, and in their panic, Su Changfeng looked up at the trees around them and then pointed toward a spot with the thickest branches and leaves. Quick, climb the tree.
Lin Chen saw that the spot Su Changfeng pointed to was exactly where he was hiding, and his lips twitched uncontrollably.
Is this too much of a coincidence?
Su Qiming was the first to leap up, followed by Su Tai and Su Gang. Finally, Su Changfeng stayed behind to offer some cover. The four of them carefully squeezed onto a thick tree trunk, hiding their bodies with branches and leaves, fearing they would be discovered by the members of the Four Seas Trading Company. Su Qiming was full of doubt, just about to speak, when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of black.
What is that?
The four of them instinctively turned their heads to look. Above them, 2 or 3 meters up on a tree branch, sat a person completely cloaked in a black robe, wearing a strange red mask. The person crossed their arms, tilted their head slightly, and through the eye holes of the mask, stared at them softly, then spoke in a low voice, saying 4 words. Exclusive intelligence. In that instant, the air froze. The wind stopped, the leaves no longer shook, even the bear's roar below seemed distant.
Su Qiming. Su Changfeng. Su family guards. Lin Chen.
The 5 of them, 10 eyes, stared at each other deep in the tree crown.
The folding fan in Su Qiming's hand froze in midair, neither open nor closed.
But since they were all after the Rift Earth Demon Bear, there was no need to fight immediately.
Then, another movement appeared below. The 5 on the tree froze, then simultaneously looked down. Another group of people charged out from the other side of the forest.
There were 7 or 8 of them, all wearing uniforms embroidered with blue wave patterns, looking well-equipped and fierce. Leading them was a thin, sharp-eyed middle-aged man named Wan Tianhao, a devotee of the Four Seas Guild, his strength reaching the 4th stage of Kaiyuan realm. Next to him followed a proud young man named Zhao Feng. As soon as they appeared, they saw the Rift Earth Demon Bear at the cave entrance.
Zhao Feng laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. So it's here. And it looks like it just went through a big fight, its aura hasn't settled. This exclusive intelligence was right worth every penny. Chapter 58, Now am I qualified? On the tree, 4 of the 5 looked at Su Qiming at the same time. Su Qiming. This people from the Four Seas Guild are here too? Is this also exclusive intelligence? Lin Chen chuckled, this intelligence is really sold as exclusive. Wan Tianhao, excited, said. Heaven helps me.
It seems the earlier fight exhausted a lot of its strength.
This is like a gift for us. This time, the president gave a death order, we must get the corpse of this beast. Everyone, follow orders, form the formation. Surround and kill this monster. The next scene was unusually consistent.
The 4C's guild members charged forward with confidence, Wan Tianhao leading the attack, the others forming a support formation. Just as they were about to succeed. Roar! The beast exploded for the third time. A terrifying air wave swept across again. What the hell? How can it still transform? Zhao Feng screamed in fright, almost dropping his long sword. Wan Tianhao was even more in the front line, slapped back several steps, his face pale. Retreat! Quickly retreat! This beast is not normal! Wan Tianhao shouted. Seeing the 4C's guild members about to flee, Su Changfeng on the tree suddenly spoke. We cannot let them run. This Rift Earth Demon Bear's explosive state cannot last long. After 3 bursts, it must be near exhaustion. If we let them escape, when the bear recovers, we will have no chance at all. Lin Chen's eyes also flashed. Indeed, this stupid bear was fierce, but such abnormal explosions must have a cost. If they could work together to kill the bear, it would be acceptable. Go down! Lin Chen shouted, jumping down first. The 4 Su family members followed without hesitation. Thud! 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 5 figures fell from the sky, landing directly in the retreat path of the 4C's guild members. Who? Wan Tianhao, terrified, spun around, holding his long knife across his chest. When he saw the newcomers, his pupils shrank slightly. Su family people? Su Changfeng? Then his gaze fell on the mysterious person in black robes, frowning even more. Lin Chen did not recognize these people, so he naturally did not speak first. Brother Wan, don't rush to leave. Su Changfeng said with a smiling face. This earth-splitting demon bear is already at the end of its strength, now is the weakest moment. If we join forces, we can surely take it down. Although both sides had their own hidden intentions, they also knew that opportunity should not be missed. Good. Then let's join forces. Wan Tianhao was also a decisive man, immediately making a decision. But let me say this first, how will we divide the spoils? Su Qiming immediately said. Someone from my Su family is participating in the actual combat test. The 1,000 points from this kill must go to my Su family. For the other materials, 2/10 is enough for us. Wan Tianhao sneered. You can have the points, but I want 9/10 of the corpse materials. The two of them went back and forth, and quickly reached a preliminary agreement. The Su family took the points and 1/10 of the materials, the rest went to the Sea High Merchant Guild. As for Lin Chen? From beginning to end, no one asked his opinion. In their eyes, he was just a wandering cultivator who appeared out of nowhere. Maybe he had some strength, but in front of the two huge powers, the Su family and the Sea High Merchant Guild, he had no voice at all. Li Qianling said coldly inside Lin Chen, it seems they completely don't take you seriously. Lin Chen's eyes under the mask narrowed slightly, his voice cold, really? Then let them see. Just as Su Qiming and Wan Tianhao were about to make the final decision. Lin Chen's hoarse voice suddenly interrupted. What about me? The scene instantly fell silent. Wan Tianhao turned his head, his eyes full of doubt. You're not from the Su family? Su Changfeng quickly said, no, he has nothing to do with my Su family. Hearing this, Wan Tianhao immediately showed a look of contempt, snorting coldly. A hidden and sneaky guy, you're not even from the Su family, yet you want to share? Zhao Feng behind him even sneered, laughing while cursing. Kid, take a look at yourself in the mirror. Without status or background, you dare to stand here and talk terms with us? Look at your outfit, clearly a shady person. The people of the Sea High Merchant Guild immediately burst into laughter. The Su family members simply watched silently, clearly approving this attitude. In this world of survival of the fittest, having no strength or background is a sin itself. However, the next second, the laughter abruptly stopped. Lin Chen moved. Without any warning, without a word. Boom! The ground cracked. Lin Chen's figure disappeared from the original spot and appeared extremely fast in front of Zhao Feng. His black robe billowed, and a fist as black as ink, shining with a metallic black light, carried a terrifying sonic boom straight toward Zhao Feng's face. Fast! Too fast! How dare you! Wan Tianhao roared, hurriedly using all his cultivation to raise his palm just in time to block Lin Chen's attack. Boom! The two solidly clashed fists. Wan Tianhao was knocked back 3 steps by this punch, the rocky ground beneath him crushed. The entire scene fell silent. Only now did Zhao Feng realize what had just happened. His legs went weak, and his heart was filled with endless fear. This person's strength is not less than Wan Gongfeng. He had actually offended such an expert, just now he almost died. This. Su Chanfeng and Su Qiming's pupils shrank violently, their eyes on Lin Chen instantly changing. One punch could push back a 4th-level Kaiyuan realm expert? Although Wan Tianhao responded hastily, this mysterious person's physical strength was just too terrifying. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his fist, lightly shook his wrist, his voice under the black robe still calm and hoarse, as if that punch was insignificant.
Now, do I have the right to a share?
Wan Tianhao looked at Lin Chen, his face unchanged, still calm and relaxed. But only he knew that inside his wide sleeve, his whole right arm was trembling violently, and his palm was sending waves of piercing pain.
Just now, Lin Chen only swayed slightly and then stabilized his body. When an expert makes a move, you can tell immediately.
That punch just now made him realize, the mysterious person before him is definitely a ruthless character.
His strength probably is not below mine.
If we turn hostile now, the Su family would surely watch from the sidelines, and we would be the ones to suffer.
Good. Your strength is impressive. Wan Tianhao took a deep breath and showed a full smile on his face. Just now my subordinates were rude and offended you. Since you have this strength, naturally you have the right to join in the division. What do you want?
Lin Chen glanced at the distant earth-splitting demon bear and said calmly, I am not greedy.
I only want the fur of this earth-splitting demon bear.
Also, after it dies, I want to have control over its body for 1 hour.
After 1 hour, the rest belongs to you. Chapter 59, The Second Battle. Chapter 59, The Second Battle. Fur? Control over the body?
Wan Tianhao and Su Qiming both froze for a moment.
This request is a bit strange.
Fur is valuable, but on a 4th-level exotic beast, the most valuable is definitely its essence, blood, and bones.
Only the fur? And also to be alone with the corpse for an hour? Does this person have some special habit?
Everyone looked at Lin Chen strangely.
But no matter what, this condition is very favorable to them, almost not touching their core interests. Good. Our Su family has no objection. Su Qiming spoke first.
Our Four Seas Business Association also agrees.
Wan Tianhao nodded. Since it's agreed, no more words, let's discuss the specific combat details.
Lin Chen turned, his gaze looking into the cave. Before the cave, the atmosphere was deadly. The three sides, originally wary of each other, under the drive of interests, now reached a brief and subtle balance.
Lin Chen led the melee attack team, cooperating with Su Changfeng of the Su family's long-range spiritual suppression, and also Wan Tianhao's endless treasure bombardment from the Four Seas Business Association. A deadly net against the earth-splitting demon bear was already spread. Attack!
With Su Changfeng's loud shout, the battle erupted instantly. Su Changfeng attacked first, his hair standing on end, in his hand suddenly a green jade staff appeared. With the mad injection of spiritual power from his body, the top of the staff shone brightly, the surrounding air instantly became humid and sticky. 4th-level martial art, Cloud Lock 1000 layers. Dozens of white cloud chains formed from water vapor, like spirit snakes leaving their dens, wrapped from all directions toward the earth-splitting demon bear. These cloud chains looked soft, but were extremely tough.
Once wrapped, they contracted violently, greatly restricting the opponent's movement.
Next, Wan Tianhao also did not fall behind. He smiled coldly, waved his sleeves, and 3 black command flags shot out, forming a trident shape around the earth-splitting demon bear.
Form the array. Ghost Howl Shadow Thunder.
The flags rooted into the ground, instantly spewing black smoke, in which countless fierce ghosts seemed to scream mournfully. Dark purple shadow lightning condensed in the black smoke, carrying corrosive and destructive power, smashing head-on toward the bear.
Roar!
The earth-splitting demon bear let out an angry roar. It could feel the threat from these attacks. It suddenly lifted its front paw, heavily striking the ground. A soil yellow light shield rose instantly, trying to block the onslaught. However, while it was distracted by defending against these 2 attacks, a black shadow like a ghost cut into its inner circle.
It was Lin Chen.
At this moment, under the black robe, Lin Chen's body completely exploded with power. He had no flashy martial arts, only condensed his strength to the extreme.
Take my punch.
Lin Chen used the momentum from running, leaping into the air, all the black fluid crazily flowing toward his right fist. Then, it struck heavily onto the soil yellow shield.
Boom!
The dull crashing sound made everyone's hearts in the crowd tremble for a moment.
Smoke and dust filled the air.
The seemingly indestructible earth-colored energy shield of the earth-shattering demon bear started to violently shake under Lin Chen's fierce strike.
After resisting for a moment, it shattered like glass.
The immense impact caused the giant body of the earth-shattering demon bear to stagger back several meters, its already wounded side suddenly tearing open, blood spurting wildly. Su Qiming and Zhao Feng watched in stunned silence. The physical strength of this person in the black robe and mask was simply outrageous.
Even fiercer than a demon beast of the same level.
This punch's momentum was even greater than the combined attack of Su Changfeng and Wan Tianhao earlier.
What a chance! Su Changfeng's eyes gleamed brightly. Cloud Lock, bind. The cloud chains seized the opportunity, tightly wrapping around the earth-shattering demon bear's limbs. In thunder, fall.
Wan Tianhao seized the chance, dozens of Yin thunderbolts accurately struck the demon bear's wounds, exploding it on the spot, with flesh and blood flying everywhere and a stench of burnt flesh filling the air. Roar! The earth-shattering demon bear let out a painful scream. After enduring a triple attack, it completely fell into madness. Its limbs were bound by chains, and it struggled wildly, every roar and twist shaking the earth slightly. The familiar aura that the three of them knew so well appeared once again. Peak of the fourth stage. Lin Chen looked at the earth-shattering demon bear with a serious expression, coldly saying, "Both of you, hold on for just a bit longer, it will definitely die." Su Changfeng and Wan Tianhao immediately nodded when they heard Lin Chen's words, stepping forward, ready for even fiercer combat. For a moment, the area in front of the cave was filled with flashing lights and continuous booming sounds. Lin Chen was like a rock in the midst of a storm, standing firm against the earth-shattering demon bear's front. Every punch he threw and every block he made seemed effortless. Su Changfeng's martial arts had reached an extraordinary level, though he didn't have Lin Chen's monstrous physical strength, he didn't dare to directly withstand the earth-shattering demon bear's attacks. But every strike he made landed on the most vulnerable spots of the bear, frequently interrupting its continuous attacks, buying Lin Chen precious time to catch his breath. And then there was Wan Tianhao, who truly showed the wealth of a Four-Seas Chamber of Commerce member, fighting with an overwhelming style. The number of magic tools was numerous. Lin Chen even noticed that this guy had at least 3 or 4 different magic tools in his hands. There was also a set of formations, and a D-class alloy longsword. With the three of them working together, even though the earth-shattering demon bear exploded in fury, it was still retreating step by step, its wounds growing more severe. At this rate, in less than half a minute, the earth-shattering demon bear would definitely die. Su Qiming and Zhao Feng stood farther away, watching the battle, both wearing excited smiles. It's a win. This mysterious person may have an unknown background, but his strength is truly terrifying. He can face the rampaging earth-shattering demon bear head-on and not fall behind. Su Qiming waved his fan, his eyes flashing with a hint of admiration, but more with caution. Zhao Feng snorted coldly. "Oomph, just a brainless thug. Once that beast is dead, if he knows his place and takes the skin and fur and leaves, then fine, but if he dares to ask for more." "Oomph." Hearing this, Su Qiming gave him a disdainful glance, revealing a look of contempt. But just as the situation seemed to be turning in their favor, Lin Chen's brows, hidden under his mask, grew tighter and tighter as the battle went on. His senses had already gone through a minor enhancement. After reaching 100% energy reserves, his sense of danger had become extremely sharp. Lin Chen communicated with Li Qianling in his mind. "Qianling, did you feel it? There's something wrong with the bear's aura." Li Qianling hesitated and replied. "I haven't felt any strange aura, but I've observed its behavior, and it seems a little off. Content is blocked. This big guy seems like he never really used his full strength." Chapter 60. This damn thing is a 5th-rank beast king. Yes. Lin Chen sidestepped, avoiding a bite from the earth-rending demon bear, then quickly analyzed in his mind. Compared to the power it has shown, its recovery ability is way too strong. That punch I just threw clearly damaged its heart meridian. It should have slowed down, but look at its attack frequency now, not slowing, but getting faster. And the energy flow in its body is really strange. Lin Chen had the devouring talent, his perception of energy far beyond normal people. No, I keep feeling uneasy. At this rate, something bad might happen. Li Qianling immediately nodded and quickly said, "Better be safe, find a chance to run first, then act from the shadows." Lin Chen was reckless by nature, but now facing a peak 4th-rank strange beast, he could not afford any carelessness. Decision made, Lin Chen already began planning his retreat. After taking a palm from the earth-rending demon bear, Lin Chen violently retreated dozens of meters, landing behind the two of them. The next moment, Lin Chen immediately posed as if ready to fight desperately. His hands raised high, black fluid surged wildly over his body. Above his head, a huge black sphere formed, looking extremely oppressive, as if gathering energy for some earth-shattering attack. At the same time, Lin Chen shouted at Su Changfeng and Wan Tianhao. "You two, this beast's skin is too thick. Killing it will take time. I worry that delay could be dangerous. I have a trump card, once used it is infinitely powerful, enough for a guaranteed kill. But I need 10 breaths of time to charge. During these 10 breaths, I must not be interrupted, or all my effort is wasted. This beast is temporarily yours, don't let it interfere with me." Su Changfeng and Wan Tianhao were first stunned, then extremely happy. This mysterious person is going all out? Good. This is the best news. Let him consume energy using the forbidden technique. When he enters a weak period, the loot division will be more in their favor. Good. Taoist, just charge. During these 10 breaths, I will hold it no matter what. Su Changfeng shouted heroically. Wan Tianhao's eyes glittered, laughing. Yes. Taoist,
use your power without worry. This beast won't cross the thunder pool. Zhao Feng, you go too. Don't hold back. To let Lin Chen charge safely, the two no longer held back. They actively went in front of Lin Chen, using their strongest moves while attacking the earth-rending demon bear. 5 breaths, 3 breaths. Su Changfeng and Wan Tianhao attacked wildly while silently counting, waiting for the earth-shattering strike from behind. But, when they reached 1, the expected burst from Lin Chen did not appear. Instead, a very slight sound of air braking moved at an unbelievable speed, disappearing. Su Changfeng and Wan Tianhao instinctively looked back. The black-robed figure that had been charging had already retracted the huge black sphere. The whole person, like an arrow leaving the bow, stepped on treetops, running madly without looking back. The speed was so fast, it was as if a ghost was chasing from behind. In just a few breaths, he had already run hundreds of meters away. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Su Changfeng? Wan Tianhao? I damn your venom.
Wan Tianhao froze for a full second, then shouted angrily, almost spitting old blood on the spot.
This is your forbidden technique? Where is your big move? Why the hell are you running? Isn't this just a 4th-rank strange beast?
Su Changfeng trembled with anger.
It was about to succeed, and you ran away at the last moment, scoundrel. A scoundrel can't be trusted. One sacrificer, although now it's just the two of us.
Don't panic too much, this guy is already at the end of its strength. If we team up and take it down, we can share the spoils more.
Alright.
However, before they could finish speaking, a terrifying, soul-chilling pressure suddenly exploded from the earth-shattering demon bear behind them.
Roar!
This roar was no longer just a sound wave, it carried a shockwave of energy as if it were solid.
The sky changed color.
The once clear sky seemed to darken, and the gravity within a 500-meter radius suddenly multiplied several times. The shattered stones on the ground bizarrely began to float, then instantly shattered into dust. The earth-shattering demon bear's massive body once again grew larger, its original 5-meter-high frame forcefully increased to 7 meters. The rock armor on its body completely fell off, replaced by a shimmering crystal armor glowing with a dark golden light. Especially in the center of its forehead, a crack appeared, and a vertical eye slowly opened, with a faint golden light flowing inside. A pressure belonging to a Tier 5 beast, in an instant, swept across the entire area.
Tier 5.
The sword in Su Changfeng's hand clattered to the ground, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his teeth chattering uncontrollably.
At this moment, they all understood.
This earth-shattering demon bear was not on the brink of death from injury, but was actually trying to break through that sky-high chasm, attempting to ascend to the Tier 5 Beast King realm. What was previously called a serious injury was simply the moment it was trying to break through, the emptiness of its internal power.
Damn it! This is a Tier 5 Beast King in the making.
Su Changfeng and Wan Tianhao cursed in unison.
We've been tricked. That damn bastard used fake information to fool us and even stole my money. What Tier 4 peak? What injuries? This is a recently ascended Tier 5 Beast King. A Tier 5 Beast King, that's a terrifying existence that can rival a human Heaven Gang realm expert. This is not something their level can handle. Let alone them, even the patriarch from their family would have to think twice. Run. Split up and run.
Su Changfeng reacted the fastest, after all, he was an old hand at this and instantly exploded with a strong survival instinct in this life-or-death situation. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood, burning his life force to cast a secret technique, grabbing the now-stunned Su Qiming, and turning into a flash of bloodlight to flee backward. Wan Tianhao also howled fiercely, immediately taking out an extremely rare Godspeed talisman, activating it and sticking it to his foot, and with Zhao Feng, they fled madly. But they were still a step too slow, and the earth-shattering demon bear king slapped them on the back, sending them flying. Taking advantage of this force, Wan Tianhao quickly distanced himself from the battlefield and fled desperately.
Roar!
The earth-shattering demon bear king coldly watched the fleeing insects but chose not to chase. It had just broken through, and its realm was not yet completely stable, and having been attacked by 3 people for so long, it was already heavily injured. To be safe, it decided to stabilize its realm before anything else. But the earth-shattering demon bear king clearly wasn't going to let them off that easily. It raised its right foot and stomped heavily on the ground.
Boom!
Countless sharp, spear-like rock spikes erupted from the ground, crazily shooting towards the direction in which the 4 of them were fleeing.
Ah!
A scream came from the west. A member of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce had lagged behind a little and was directly pierced by the earth spikes, instantly turning into a bloody corpse.
Chapter 61, The Shi Family, Shi Yunyao.
In the depths of the forest, Su Changfeng was running wildly, holding Su Qiming, with 2 other members of the Su family following behind.
Elder, is that a beast king? It's terrifying, it's terrifying. Su Qiming's face was pale, tightly gripping his folding fan, no longer showing any of the dignity of a noble family young master. Shut up. Save your strength and run.
Su Changfeng at this moment was burning with anxiety, that shadow of death always hovering over his heart. However, just as they were about to rush out of a dense forest, thinking they had escaped with their lives, on the originally empty forest clearing ahead, somehow, a group of people had appeared. They stood quietly there, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Leading them was a girl in a white long dress, tall and beautiful, but her eyes were cold as ice, showing a pride that kept everyone away.
The eldest daughter of the Si family, Si Yunyao.
Behind her stood two old men in black, their aura deep like an abyss, both experts of the 4th level of Kaiyuan realm.
There were also two others, warriors of the 9th tide.
Lin Chen, who had been hiding in the shadows, observing the situation through sensing, felt his mind shake the moment he saw Si Yunyao appear, and suddenly, things began to connect. In almost an instant, he roughly restored the truth in his mind.
The intelligence must be fake. The vice president of the Warriors Association has a deep connection with the Si family.
The Si family and the vice president of the Warriors Association worked together, on one hand trying to eliminate the geniuses of the Su family and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, maybe even the Zhou family was in the Si family's plan. On the other hand, the Si family certainly had their eyes on the earth-cracking demon Bear King, but they did not want to cooperate with anyone, using others to collide with it first, later seeing if there was a chance to succeed alone. The Si family really has great methods, no wonder they are the first family of Jiang'an City, and Si Yunyao clearly holds a much higher status than geniuses of other powers, even the two black-clothed Kai Tian realm men obey her without question. Li Chenling had also understood everything, her tone dark, killing intent uncontrolled as she said, "That bitch, sooner or later I will kill her." When Su Changfeng saw the Si family members, he was shocked, quickly stopping, watching Si Yunyao with extreme caution.
Elder Su, how did the earth-cracking demon Bear King taste?
Si Yunyao played with the cold ice longsword in her hand, looking faintly at the miserable Su family too, a mocking smile on her lips. Su Changfeng slammed on the brakes, his pupils shrinking violently.
Earth-cracking demon Bear King? How do you know? Si Yunyao, all this was a trap set by your Si family?
This is the Tiangu Great Forest, danger everywhere, beasts abound, naturally our Si family is here to hunt. Si Yunyao said lightly.
But, we are hunting not just beasts, but people.
Before her words fell, a commotion also came from the bushes on the other side. Wan Tianhao, covered in blood, brought Zhao Feng and rushed out, just encountering the scene. Having struggled for so many years, he immediately saw that the Si family here had no good intentions, and his heart sank to the bottom.
Wolves in front, tigers behind.
Wan Tianhao gritted his teeth, looking at the Si family blocking the way, and said in a deep voice, "Miss Si, our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has no past grudges or recent conflicts with your Si family. Can you do me the favor of letting me take Zhao Feng away?
I will repay this favor greatly in the future." Wan Tianhao tried to seek peace. Do me a favor? Si Yunyao sneered.
Wan Tianhao, when your Four Seas Chamber secretly worked with the Su family to snatch our Si family's business in Yang City, did you ever think to do us a favor? At that time, our Si family was caught in your trap, the losses were incalculable.
Today, it is time to claim some interest back. When she said interest, the killing intent in Si Yunyao's eyes suddenly exploded. Si Long, Si Hu, attack directly. Leave no one. At Si Yunyao's order, the two black-clothed elders behind her moved instantly. Two terrifying auras erupted, their fearsome martial arts power immediately revealed completely.
After sensing these two auras, Su Changfeng and Wan Tianhao were terrified beyond belief, and Su Changfeng shouted in disbelief.
No, impossible. They actually broke through to Kaitian 7th layer. A year ago, they were only Kaitian 5th layer. Wan Tianhao also looked at the two black-clad warriors with fear in his eyes. He never expected that when the Si family acted, it would be two warriors at Kaitian 7th layer. Old ghost of the Si family. You bully people too much.
Seeing the two charging directly at him, Wan Tianhao roared in anger, knowing there would be no mercy today, he could only fight desperately. But he had already been injured in the previous battle with the Rift Earth Demon Ape, and later had been hit by it after breaking to 5th stage. Now facing the Si family elders at their peak, he was no match. He had no fighting spirit, thinking only of escape, but precisely because of this, after just 10 moves, with the two working together, Wan Tianhao was kicked high into the air.
The next moment, Poochie.
A Si family elder's palm, like an eagle's claw, shot out, easily tearing through Wan Tianhao's protective spirit energy, directly piercing his chest.
Ugh!
Wan Tianhao's eyes widened, blood gushing from his mouth, his body collapsing softly to the ground.
The honored of the Four Seas Chamber, dead. One, honored one.
Zhao Feng nearby was terrified, turning to run.
Want to run?
Si Yunyao snorted coldly, drawing her icy longsword. Swish! A streak of ice blue sword energy tore across the sky, sweeping past Zhao Feng's neck. Zhao Feng's body still ran forward from inertia, but his head had already flown high, his face still frozen in extreme terror. Si Yunyao looked at the headless corpse, speaking coldly.
Such a wretch, deserving to have my name mentioned with it?
As for the remaining two-third stage warriors of the Four Seas chamber, Si Long and Si Hu each struck with one fist, reducing them to nothing but bones. In just a few breaths, the Four Seas chamber was completely wiped out. Su Changfeng, who was fleeing for his life, saw the scene and instantly felt rage and despair. Young master, today it seems impossible to survive, my fault for trusting that guy's information. Su Changfeng looked at Su Qiming beside him with sorrow. Su Qiming was already paralyzed with fear, trembling as he grabbed Su Changfeng's sleeve.
Elder, save me. I don't want to die. Sigh.
In Su Changfeng's mind, memories of fighting on the front lines against the strange beasts with the Su family had surfaced. At that time, the Su family head had saved him more than once. Thinking of this, Su Changfeng looked again at Su Qiming, then sighed deeply, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He took out a pill, placing it in Su Qiming's hand, and quickly said, "This is a tortoise breath pill. When I hold them off, run 5 kilometers away, find any hidden place, bury yourself, then take this pill. Whether you live or die depends on fate. Young master, remember, if you survive, tell the family head that it was the Si family who killed me." After speaking, Su Changfeng slapped Su Qiming's back, sending him hundreds of meters away, then turned sharply, eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at the rushing Si Long, Si Hu, and Si Yunyao.
Want to kill me?
Blood burst. Today at dawn, finished writing.
Last night after dinner, wrote until 3 in the morning, just woke up.
Looking at the back end, the world had collapsed, so quiet, few people supporting for love, sob, fainted crying in the bathroom. I want to cry, I want to rage. I feel uncomfortable.
Oh woo.
I want to turn into a 5 nuts mooncake and stick to your teeth. Begging for updates, reviews, free gifts, all you big hands, please move for some luck and wealth.
Gifts bring extra updates.
Chapter 62 Blood Burst. Zhou Ziyue appears. Chapter 62 Blood Burst. Zhou Ziyue appears. Boom. As the words fell, Su Changfeng's eyes instantly turned blood red, filled with murderous intent. His whole body instantly expanded, all the blood in his body burning at this moment, turning into a terrifying, ultimate destructive energy. Afterward, he surprisingly had no thought of running for his life, but instead, with rolling waves of energy, charged straight at Si Yunyao. At this critical moment, Su Changfeng actually chose to use the Su family's forbidden secret art, exploding himself directly, in order to buy time for Su Qiming to escape. The self-explosion of a 4th rank, 5th stage strong cultivator, how terrifying its power was, even Si Long and Si Hu dared not take it head-on.
Not good.
Protect miss. The two elders of the Si family changed faces, unable to chase after Su Qiming, hurriedly working together to lay down a thick spiritual barrier in front of Si Yunyao. Boom! A huge explosion roared into the sky, and the violent shockwave destroyed all the trees within hundreds of meters. Elder Su Qiming, who had already run some distance, felt the waves behind him and immediately understood what had happened. He could only let out a painful wail and continued burying his head, running frantically into the depths of the forest. Elder Su, when I return to the Su family, I will make the family head avenge you. When the smoke cleared, only a huge deep pit was left in the scene. Next to the deep pit, Si Long and Si Hu slowly removed their defenses, standing again behind Si Yunyao. Their faces were a little pale, but it was nothing serious. As for Su Changfeng, he had long been reduced to bones and dust. Su Qiming had also long disappeared into the deep forest, now hiding somewhere, waiting until the effect wore off before awakening again.
Stop chasing, he ran fast.
Si Yunyao waved her hand, dispersing the smoke in front of her, her face still cold, not excited at all from eliminating a few competitors. She turned and looked toward the direction of the distant cave. There, the Beast King who had just advanced was gradually stabilizing, but still gave off a weak aura.
10,000 points.
The beast pill of a 5th rank Beast King, and its body. Si Yunyao licked her red lips. This is the real great opportunity, let's go. Meet that beast. However, just as the Si family was about to move, a cold clear voice suddenly came from the other side of the forest. Sister Si, such killing intent. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and the Su family kill at will, aren't you afraid this will anger the two forces outside? Si Yunyao paused, sharply turning her head. She saw a girl in a light purple long dress, walking slowly with an elder. The girl had a noble aura, though her face was slightly pale, her eyes showed strong confidence. Spiritual power surged around her like tides, she had just broken through to the 3rd rank title stage.
It was the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Ziyue.
Next to her, Elder Zhou Wu watched the Si family carefully.
Zhou Ziyue?
Si Yunyao narrowed her eyes, feeling the aura from her was not weaker than her own, a chill crossing her heart.
You also broke through? Humph, it seems there are many opportunities in the ancient heavenly forest. And Elder Zhou Wu.
I didn't expect the Zhou family head would send you both here, they really value their precious daughter.
Zhou Ziyue smiled lightly.
Mutual respect, your C family's move is also large, sending 2 7th-stage Kaitian warriors just like that. I also heard the commotion just now, a 5th-rank beast king at this level. Sister C, do you think your family alone can handle it? Si Yunyao said coldly, whether I can handle it or not, no need for you to worry.
What, do you also want a share?
Not a share, Zhou Ziyue shook her head, her gaze sharp, it's cooperation. That earth-splitting demon bear just broke through, though its realm is unstable, it is still a beast king. Now it is at its weakest, but its last counterattack will be terrifying. Since the Su family and 4C's chamber people are out, why not our 2 families join forces? Kill the beast king and divide the spoils.
If we don't join forces, do you think my Zhou family will watch your C family go hunt it? Si Yunyao was silent for a moment.
Although she was proud, she was not a fool.
Zhou Ziyue was right.
When facing a beast king, even if it was a weak one, having more power meant more certainty. Moreover, the Zhou family's strength was intact, especially with Zhou Wu, who, it was said, had already reached the 9th level of the heavenly opening realm years ago. If a real fight broke out, it would only result in both sides suffering heavy losses.
All right. Si Yunyao finally nodded.
Then we will join forces.
But I'll make it clear beforehand, if we succeed, the points will be mine. You can take everything else.
No problem.
The 2 top families of Jiang'an City formed a brief alliance at that moment.
The group, mighty and grand, marched toward the cave.
Half an hour later,
the battlefield in front of the cave erupted into a fierce and earth-shaking battle once again.
This battle was far more intense than the previous one. Zhou Tianqing battle formation, trap.
2 elders from the C family joined forces to set up a grand formation, directly trapping the Earthshatter Bear King. Ice seal for 1,000 miles. Zhou Wu waved his hands, and suddenly, a snowstorm descended within the formation, constantly slowing the Earthshatter Bear's movements. Time and time again, the battle raged, and even the Beast King was about to collapse. The continuous bursts of power and the aftermath of interrupted breakthroughs had drained its life force, leaving it on the brink of death. Its originally dark gold armor now dimmed, and the wound on its abdomen was so deep that the bone was visible. Golden blood spilled everywhere. However, the Si and Zhou families were not faring much better.
The Beast King was too strong.
Especially the Beast King, a fusion of brute strength and spiritual power, far beyond their expectations.
The battle lasted a full 15 minutes.
Both sides suffered heavy casualties. One person from the Si family was severely injured, another lightly hurt, and Zhou Wu from the Zhou family had blood at the corners of his mouth, his breath weak. But the Earthshatter Bear King was now on the verge of death. Its strength had dwindled by 90%, and it could no longer stir up any trouble. Si Yunyao and Zhou Ziyue looked at the Earthshatter Bear King, who was now a pitiful sight at the mouth of the cave, both showing signs of joy. Because it had been agreed from the start that Si Yunyao would get the points, and the body would belong to the Zhou family. So, Si Yunyao began to guide a spirit weapon in her hand from a distance. It was a wristband, silver white and translucent, shimmering with a cold light, exuding a chilling aura. At a glance, it was clear it couldn't be a common item, at the very least, it was a 4th-tier spirit weapon. Si Yunyao's face gradually became pale, but the aura on the wristband grew increasingly fierce. Finally, under everyone's watch, the silver-white light from the wristband reached its peak, about to unleash its most powerful strike. Meanwhile, the Earthshatter Bear King, heavily injured and locked by the aura of 3 mighty heavenly opening realm warriors, had no strength left to move. Roar! It could only unwillingly roar, unable to accept the fact that, after just breaking through to Beast King, it was about to be hunted down. No one cared about the Earthshatter Bear King's roar. Everyone's attention was on Si Yunyao. Heavenly Spirit Ring. Go! Si Yunyao coldly commanded, and in an instant, a brilliant silver beam shot out from the heavenly spirit ring. But just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 63, Zhou Ziyue, what are you doing? In the stunned gaze of everyone, Zhou Ziyue, who had been standing still all along, suddenly erupted in action, kicking fiercely towards Si Yunyao. This scene caught everyone completely off guard. The 3 heavenly opening realm powerhouses had all focused their minds on the Earthshatter Bear King, ensuring it had no chance to avoid Si Yunyao's strike. Any mistake would make it impossible for Si Yunyao to adjust in time, and delay could result in unforeseen changes. Si Yunyao, too, was fully focused on the Earthshatter Bear King in front of her, never expecting Zhou Ziyue to do such a thing. From her perspective, even Zhou Wu was fully dedicated to helping her control the Earthshatter Bear King. Zhou Ziyue had no reason to do this at all. What good could it possibly bring him? But the truth was right before everyone's eyes. Under Zhou Ziyue's kick, Si Yunyao was sent flying on the spot, and the angle of the Tianling ring also shifted, missing the earth-splitting demon Bear King and shooting straight into the air. Look, what is that?
Such a powerful energy wave. Could it be a treasure has appeared? Many of the surrounding martial artists had seen this scene and could not hold back their curiosity and greed, rushing over here. At the scene, for a moment, everyone was stunned. The previously normal atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. A great battle was about to erupt at any moment. The angriest, of course, was Si Yunyao. Seeing the 10,000 points she was about to get disappear, she could no longer maintain her usual cold and proud demeanor, and shouted at Zhou Ziyue angrily. Zhou Ziyue. You're crazy. You bastard. I will kill you. Saying this, Si Yunyao ignored her nearly depleted spiritual power, raised her long sword in her right hand, her killing intent overflowing, and charged at Zhou Ziyue. Zhou Ziyue watched Si Yunyao coming at her eyes flashing a moment of confusion and fear. But soon, Zhou Ziyue recovered. Feeling that real killing intent, she refused to be inferior, and used the Zhou family martial arts to fight back against Si Yunyao. Star-shattering finger. The moment the two young ladies clashed, the situation changed instantly. The three who were originally restraining the earth-splitting demon Bear King immediately changed their focus. Even their own young lady was fighting, at this moment, who could still care about the strange beast. No one knew what the other was thinking, and the earth-splitting demon Bear King had not completely lost its combat power. Once someone attacked the earth-splitting demon Bear King, they might expose a flaw, and maybe even lose their life here. After all these considerations, the three could only stand in tense standoff. No one dared to act against the earth-splitting demon Bear King. Sensing this chance, the earth-splitting demon Bear King quickly ran, its huge body gradually disappearing into the forest. The three could only watch helplessly as it silently escaped, no one daring to intervene. Sigh, that Zhou fellow, what on earth is he doing? This is a beast king. And we just let it escape. This is so infuriating. In the minds of the three, this thought dominated. Even Zhou Wu frowned, completely unable to understand Zhou Ziyue's motives. But no matter what, Zhou Ziyue was still the genius of the Zhou family, so he could not question her on the spot. However, Zhou Wu decided that when they returned home, he must talk to Zhou Yuanzhang properly. Such self-damaging behavior was absolutely not the style of the Zhou family. If Lin Chen knew Zhou Wu's thoughts, he would definitely comment. Who says it's self-damaging? Isn't this good for me? And now Zhou Ziyue, she's now a Lin. Si Yunyao and Zhou Ziyue clashed, and in just half a minute, they had fought nearly 10 rounds. Neither of them could defeat the other. Zhou Ziyue became increasingly shocked, even slightly afraid. This person had just activated the Tianling ring, consuming so much spiritual power, and yet could still fight her to a standstill? How could she be so strong? If she were at her peak, how could Zhou Ziyue even win? Si Yunyao was equally furious, unable to deal with this bastard. Si Yunyao was extremely proud. She had never lost to anyone of the same level, not even once, even though her innate spiritual power was depleted and she was at an absolute disadvantage. But she still felt that against a martial artist of the same level, she should be invincible. After another strike, the two retreated separately. They each retreated to stand beside their elders. Si Yunyao could no longer calm herself and was about to rush out again, but Si Long reached out to stop her. What are you doing? I will kill that wretch. Si Yunyao shouted angrily. Si Long hesitated slightly, leaned close to Si Yunyao, and said softly. Miss, we cannot fight them now. If we did, at best it would be a bitter victory, but if the follow-up is not handled properly, the consequences neither you nor I could bear, even the Si family could not bear. Hearing Si Long's words, Si Yunyao slowly calmed down. Compared to that matter, this beast king, even her ranking in the combat test, no longer seemed so important. After regaining her senses, Si Yunyao quickly returned to her original state, her eyes coldly fixed on Zhou Ziyu, and she said viciously. Wretch, just wait, I will kill you. Being threatened openly, Zhou Ziyu naturally did not show any weakness. Heh, if you can, then come. At the moment when the Zhou family and the Si family were on edge, full of killing intent, the earth-rending demon Bear King, which had just survived a life-and-death catastrophe, was already dragging its massive and shattered body quickly away from the battlefield. This beast king, which had just reached the 5th stage, now felt only frustration and terror in its heart. This time it was injured far too heavily. Breaking through to the 5th stage had already exhausted the years of accumulated foundation within it, leaving it extremely weak. Yet it had to face repeated harassment from that group of humans, and finally, 3 top experts attacked it at once. It was so close, just a little more. If the intervention of the girl in the purple dress had been even half a breath later, it would have completely perished. After escaping death, it decided that it must find a hidden, safe place. Until it fully recovered to its peak, even if the sky fell, it would not step out a single step. Using its familiarity with the ancient sky forest, it weaved left and right, choosing dangerous areas where scents mixed and miasma spread, to cover the scent of the blood constantly dripping from its body. But this earth-rending demon Bear King, thinking it had escaped life and death, did not realize
Behind it, a black figure like a ghost was following closely, tracing its path relentlessly.
Chapter 64, The Yellow Sparrow Behind. Chapter 64, The Yellow Sparrow Behind.
Lin Chen's black robe flapped as he followed, and under the red mask, his eyes burned with near-crazed heat. He risked greatly, even exposing some abnormality in Zhou Ziyu, to save the life of the earth-rending demon Bear King, but his heart was not good.
Lin Chen sought only one thing, the mutation source crystal. When he first came to this world, Lin Chen already knew. Those terrifying beasts that reached the Beast King level or above, in the moment of their transformation, might condense a mutation source crystal within their bodies. For ordinary martial artists, this might be the core material to forge divine weapons or refine high-level spirit weapons. But for Lin Chen as a symbiotic being, this mutation source crystal was necessary for him to evolve to the fourth stage. Yet the probability was extremely low. In the entire area around Jiang'an City, even at the outskirts of the ancient Sky Forest, a fourth-stage peak beast was extremely rare, let alone a beast king that had just broken through to the fifth stage. Faced with the enormous temptation of the mutation source crystal, how could Lin Chen not gamble a chance? He did not know whether this earth-rending demon Bear King had a mutation source crystal inside. But this might be his only chance to touch the opportunity for evolution in this combat test.
Lin Chen, do you really think there is a mutation source crystal inside it?
Li Chenling's thoughts rang in Lin Chen's mind.
The voice carried a slight, uncontrollable tremor.
All the way, Lin Chen and Li Chenling had been in an extremely excited state.
Especially Li Chenling, whose excitement inside was even stronger than Lin Chen's. She understood Lin Chen's deep desire for evolution too well, and even more clearly, what Lin Chen's power increase meant for her. Li Chenling's heart pounded. Suddenly, her thoughts jumped with a hint of alluring colors. If Lin Chen really evolves to a fourth-tier symbiote this time, how would his life form change?
Could he truly transform into a human shape?
The two of them had been symbiotic for so many days, with Lin Chen attached to her, closely linked to everything about her. Lin Chen could clearly sense every beat of his heart, and even every inch of skin on his body was enveloped under his control. Although Li Chenling had grown accustomed to this absolute intimacy, she still felt a bit of regret, as she didn't even know what Lin Chen really felt. She had never seen Lin Chen's true form, and had never truly touched even a single finger or inch of his skin. This soul fusion, yet with a physical barrier, made this young girl at the peak of her youth secretly feel an unusual longing. She didn't want to stay like this forever, she also wanted to go out with Lin Chen, hand in hand, shopping, eating together. She wanted to look at the stars with him, and gently hug him.
Upon hearing Li Chenling's inquiry, Lin Chen responded. I don't know if it's possible. This thing purely depends on luck.
But even if there's no source crystal, the corpse of a fifth-tier beast king, and that freshly formed beast core, are still of extremely high value.
This deal can never go wrong.
The earth-shattering demon Bear King finally stopped moving.
Ahead of them was a cliff.
It dragged its heavy steps and crashed through the vines at the cave entrance, walking inside.
As it entered the cave, the Beast King turned around, vigilantly scanning the dark forest around it.
After confirming that no one had followed, it suddenly lifted its scarred giant bear paw and fiercely slapped it against the rock wall above the cave entrance.
Boom!
Accompanied by a deep rumble, large rocks cascaded down from the cave ceiling, instantly sealing the wide entrance. From the outside, it looked like a collapsed mountain ruin, and anyone passing by would never suspect that behind the rubble, a fifth-tier beast king was hiding. Lin Chen stopped his steps at an ancient tree, 100 meters away from the cave entrance. He spread his senses toward the collapsed cave ahead. Within a 300-meter range, any slight fluctuation could not escape his notice. Lin Chen's perception pierced through the thick rock and soil, locking onto the earth-shattering demon Bear King hiding inside. At this moment, the earth-shattering demon Bear King had already collapsed in the cave, panting heavily. The dark golden crystal armor on its body had lost its luster.
But the Beast King's vitality was still terrifyingly strong. It wasn't dead yet. It's exhausted, we must not give it any chance to recover,
Lin Chen said to Li Chenling in his mind.
Without hesitation, Lin Chen took a deep breath and activated all his energy.
These energies gathered toward his right arm like a raging river pouring into the sea. Gradually, a tough, red-black patterned tentacle grew from his right hand. The tip of this tentacle was sharp as a spear, emitting a chilling, eerie glow. This was Lin Chen's strongest strike that he could condense at this moment.
Go!
The tentacle swelled rapidly with the wind. The stone pile, which had just exploded open, fiercely stabbed toward the head of the Earth-split Magic Bear King. In that moment, facing a life-and-death crisis, the Earth-split Magic Bear King could only barely flip over on the ground, avoiding its head from being pierced. But its body was completely pierced by Lin Chen, sending a chilling sensation deep into its heart.
Roar! The immense pain nearly drove it mad. However, its injuries were far too severe.
It could only lie there helplessly, its chest rising and falling violently, letting out continuous roars. Lin Chen staggered over to the Earth-split Magic Bear King's side. In order to deliver a killing blow, Lin Chen had not left himself any way out just now. After all, he only had a third-tier cultivation, while the other was a genuine fifth-tier beast king. Under normal circumstances, even ordinary fourth-tier warriors would find it difficult to break its defense, let alone take its life. Looking at the giant beast, Lin Chen's expression grew solemn as he gathered his tendrils once again, preparing to strike the beast king with a fatal blow. But this time, the tendrils failed to penetrate the earth-split magic bear king's skull. Damn! The defense of this fifth-tier beast king's skin and bones is shockingly tough. Lin Chen cursed under his breath. At this point, he was already almost drained of energy, and still couldn't break this creature's defense. Lin Chen, what should we do? We can't kill it? Li Qianling asked anxiously, as she noticed the predicament Lin Chen was facing. Lin Chen looked at the earth-split magic bear king, and a ruthless glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. Just because its exterior couldn't be broken, didn't mean its insides were equally indestructible. Qianling, listen carefully. Lin Chen's voice echoed deeply in her mind. I'm going to enter this bear's body in the form of a symbiote. What? Li Qianling was startled by Lin Chen's crazy idea, her heart shaking. Lin Chen, are you insane? That's a fifth-tier beast king. Your body is only third-tier. Chapter 65, The Mutated Source Crystal. Chapter 65, The Mutated Source Crystal. Li Qianling was genuinely scared. Not only was she afraid of losing this powerful pillar of support, but also because, over these days of companionship, she had developed an emotional dependency on Lin Chen that she could not sever. If Lin Chen really died inside this bear's belly, she didn't even know how she would survive alone in the perilous Tiangu Great Forest. Lin Chen softened his voice and patiently comforted her. Worried about me? Don't worry, my physical body is really strong. The earth-split magic bear king, tormented by its injuries, once again helplessly opened its massive blood-red mouth. Now! Lin Chen seized the opportunity and, with a thought, the black fluid that had been attached to Li Qianling's body flowed away like a tide. Qianling, quickly find a hidden corner and hide. No matter what happens, stay safe. Otherwise, when I wake up, I won't be able to find you. Lin Chen's voice rang out for the last time in Li Qianling's mind, and then completely detached from her body. A mass of black fluid slipped from Li Qianling's fingertips, and as it touched the ground, it shot up and directly entered the earth-split magic bear king's massive blood-red mouth. The moment Lin Chen entered the earth-split magic bear king's body, he felt as though he had entered a hot, damp, and foul-smelling prison. Around him were sticky, dark red walls of the esophagus, the muscle tissues contracting and writhing violently in pain, trying to squeeze him out. The air was thick with the suffocating stench of blood and strong gastric acid, but luckily, Lin Chen was currently in a fluid form with no sense of smell. Lin Chen controlled his body and quickly slid down the esophagus wall. Soon, he fell into a huge cavity, which was the earth-split magic bear king's stomach. And it was at this moment that his symbiotic body, which had been somewhat lethargic due to energy exhaustion. Suddenly, his body started to tremble uncontrollably. It wasn't fear, but a madness and longing originating deep from his genes. Lin Chen felt every cell in his body cheering and shouting wildly, desperately yearning. That extreme desire for evolution instantly broke through Lin Chen's rationality, causing his soul to shudder. No need to guess anymore, Lin Chen instantly confirmed it. The mutated source crystal. This bear actually has a mutated source crystal inside it. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen roared madly in his heart, he had won the bet. This earth-splitting demon bear king was truly blessed by the heavens. At the moment it broke through to the fifth stage, a mutated source crystal was indeed formed inside its body. After the overwhelming joy, Lin Chen no longer had any hesitation. He transformed his body into the sharpest drill, following the direction of the aura he sensed, and began to penetrate through the flesh of the earth-splitting demon bear king. The earth-splitting demon bear king outside let out a painful roar. Roar! Driven by its survival instinct and the intense pain, it suddenly flipped over. Its 7-meter-tall, mountain-like body started to wildly crash and roll inside the narrow cave. Boom! 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 Its huge paws wildly slapped at everything around it. The entire cave shook violently, with large rocks collapsing from the ceiling and crashing onto its crystal-armored back, producing a deafening roar. Li Qianling, hiding in a dark corner of the cave, was behind a protruding rock, her once cold and beautiful eyes now full of concern as she looked at the scene before her. With her current cultivation, just a brush could injure her, a collision could kill her. However, what made Li Qianling feel even more desperate was the bear king's roar from the pain. It was just too loud. The sound pierced through the mountain, rolling like thunder and spreading across the quiet outer edge of the Tiangu forest. This is bad. It's too loud. If this goes on, it will definitely attract the nearby hunters. Li Qianling thought anxiously in her heart. Those rogue cultivators, mercenaries, etc., once they hear the beast king's dying scream, they will definitely swarm over. Li Qianling turned her head to look at the small opening that Lin Chen had blasted open, now emitting a faint light. At this moment, stones were still rolling down. Though the opening was not large, if someone came following the sound, they would immediately see the scene inside.
I better block the opening again. She looked at the earth-splitting demon bear king that was still rolling around on the ground. Lin Chen is fighting inside, I can't just watch here. I can't become a burden to him. Li Qianling held her breath, moving swiftly and cautiously. She used her 3-level opening spiritual power to the fullest, avoiding the earth-splitting demon bear king. Finally, she safely reached the opening. Moments later, the gap Lin Chen had blasted open was once again covered by several huge rocks. At this moment, the earth-splitting demon bear king's mournful roar gradually weakened. Its massive body twitched a few times before letting out a heavy sigh and collapsing heavily to the ground, completely silent. The beast king had fallen. With the death of the earth-splitting demon bear king, the cave fell into silence. Inside the earth-splitting demon bear king's body, Lin Chen finally arrived at the core of this giant beast's dantian. It was a peculiar space glowing with a soft light, and in Lin Chen's perception, not far ahead, 2 objects were quietly floating. One of them was a bead, the size of an egg, round and flawless. The surface of the bead shimmered with a faint yellow light, like a cloud of mist, and inside, it seemed to contain a miniature vast ocean. That was the beast pill that could only be formed by a 5th-stage beast king. The land-shattering demon bear king was a crystal formed from the condensation of earth element's spiritual power and energy essence. Successfully forming a beast pill marked the creature's life-level leap, truly transforming it into a king-level being. If sold, it would fetch a sky-high price. However, Lin Chen did not even glance at this precious beast pill. All his attention, all his frenzy, was completely fixed on the thing next to the beast pill. It was a small, irregular, thumb-sized pale golden crystal. It did not have the overwhelming, ocean-like pressure of a beast pill, instead, it seemed extremely reserved and calm. But if one looked closely, the inside of the crystal was hollow. Inside, a mysterious liquid flowed quietly, emitting a mesmerizing golden glow. The liquid seemed to have its own life, moving slowly along a profound path inside the crystal. Each movement released a life force that made Lin Chen's soul tremble. This is the mutation source crystal. Chapter 66, Lin Chen's unconsciousness, tremendous stir. A cry of wild joy erupted from Lin Chen's heart. He could no longer suppress his instinctive desire, transforming into a huge black net, and lunged fiercely at the pale golden crystal, wrapping it tightly in his fluid core. The very moment Lin Chen touched the surface of the mutation source crystal. Crack! A faint breaking sound came. The golden crystal shell instantly dissolved, and the small drop of flowing pale golden liquid merged into Lin Chen's body in an instant. Boom! In the next moment, a vast and terrifying energy aura erupted from that tiny drop of liquid. A dazzling pale golden glow spread madly in a circular ring from the body of the land-shattering demon bear king, radiating in all directions. It rippled directly outside the cave and continued spreading into the distance. Lin Chen's consciousness was awake for less than half a second before succumbing to the energy and falling unconscious. In the last moment before his awareness was completely swallowed by darkness, Lin Chen sent a voice to Li Qianling. "Hold this place, don't move, wait for me to wake." Before the words fell, Lin Chen's consciousness sank completely into a sea of gold. And his dark symbiote began its deepest evolution. Breaking through the 3rd stage of the symbiote was only a matter of time. But outside the cave, the pale golden glow from the explosion had completely stirred chaos. Although the glow lasted only a brief instant and vanished without a trace. To the eyes of martial artists who lived on the edge of a blade, such a phenomenon absolutely meant a great opportunity, a great treasure. When Li Qianling saw the golden glow spreading toward the mountains outside, her heart sank to the bottom of a valley. Oh no, this is too loud. It can't be hidden at all. Li Qianling's heart was filled with unease. She never expected that the noise caused by Lin Chen devouring the mutation source crystal would be so exaggerated. What should I do? Lin Chen has fallen asleep. Without his power, if I encounter those family masters or mercenaries, I won't even have a chance to fight back. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down from panic and began thinking of a plan. At that moment, a series of small, scattered footsteps came from the ruins outside the cave. Li Qianling's pupils shrank sharply. So soon? And judging by the sound, there were quite a few people. At this time, 3 groups arrived outside the cave, totaling about 20 people. Some were lone wanderers trying their luck nearby, while others were mercenary teams temporarily formed to hunt 3rd-stage beasts. These people were already drawn to this area by the roar of the Beast King before, and the golden strange sign that shot up to the sky just now directly pointed out the exact location for them. These 3 groups of people met at the cave entrance without planning. Although their eyes were full of guard against each other, even faintly showing killing intent, now all their thoughts were on the broken stones at the cave entrance. This movement is definitely a heavy treasure appearing. And from the scene just now, it is very likely some heaven material and earth treasure left by that strange beast that screamed. In one of the teams, an old man with a goat beard narrowed his eyes and greedily stared at the messy pile of stones that Li Qianling had just pushed up. No matter what it is, this pile of stones is clearly put up by someone just now to hide things from people's eyes.
Among another group, a bald big man licked his cracked lips, and fierce light flashed in his eyes. Move these broken stones away first and take a look. If there is really treasure, we each rely on our own ability to fight for it. How about it? Someone suggested. Everyone exchanged glances for a short moment, and all nodded in agreement. As the stones blocking the entrance were completely cleared, the scene inside the cave slowly appeared in front of everyone. With just one look, everyone's heart shook hard, and they sucked in a cold breath. That was a giant bear as tall as 7 meters, even though dead it still released a terrifying pressure. The dark golden crystal armor on its body was broken, but the aura that belonged only to a king-level creature still made these warriors standing outside the cave, whose level was at most Tide Realm, feel a bit suffocated. This is a 5th-rank beast king? Silence. Dead-like silence. But in an instant, crazy greed filled every person's mind. This is a 5th-rank beast king. An existence they could not even see in normal times. This one corpse, if placed on the black market outside, would be enough to exchange for wealth and glory they could not spend in several lifetimes. However, just as these people's reason was about to be swallowed by greed, and they were ready to rush forward to grab the corpse, someone suddenly cried out, pointing with a fearful gaze toward the inside of the cave. Everyone followed the direction he pointed and looked up. They saw that in the shadow behind the huge bear corpse, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. That person wore a red mask on the face, and was dressed in a wide black robe that almost dragged on the ground, completely covering the body shape. This outfit, inside the dark cave entrance, looked especially glaring and terrifying. Especially the right hand, still holding a knife, and blood was still flowing on the knife, clearly the blood of that beast king. Among the 3 groups, one leading middle-aged warrior first froze, then his eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted in fear. Black robe, red face. Venom! It is actually you! After this period of hunting, the name of Venom had also begun to spread in the Tiangu Great Forest. And its most obvious feature was black robe and red face. This leading warrior had personally seen a hunting by Lin Chen in the outer area. That black-robed figure, with only one punch, smashed a 3rd-rank strange beast known for defense into pieces. That kind of pure body strength left an extremely deep impression on him. At this moment, after seeing Venom here, this leading warrior's legs went soft in fright. He directly rolled and crawled, like a lost dog, turned and ran desperately toward the outside of the forest. Run! Quickly run! That is a killing god! His panic instantly infected the others. The remaining people also let out bursts of shocked cries, turned around and rushed to escape outside, afraid that if they ran slower they would be swallowed alive and torn apart by that black-robed demon. However, after this group of people ran in panic for about a few hundred meters, the few people running at the back gasped heavily and looked back. Gradually, someone slowed down, eventually stopping. Wait, everyone, wait for a moment. A young warrior wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. Look behind us, why hasn't he chased after us? The 5th watch is over. Still asking for a wave of free gifts, asking for 5-star reviews. Big guys, move those money-making hands, the mooncakes will thank you. Bigger gifts, really more updates, no upper limit. Chapter 67, Restless, the first test. Chapter 67, Restless, the first test. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks, looking back at the cave with uncertainty. Sure enough, behind them it was silent, and the figure in the black robe didn't chase them out. The crowd that had originally scattered, each with their own thoughts, began to gather again in an open area. Once the fear faded, that suppressed greed grew wildly again in their hearts, like wild grass. They gathered together and began whispering to each other, discussing things. A lone cultivator who had been running blindly earlier complained angrily to the middle-aged man who had fled first. Who the hell was that guy? Was he really that terrifying? Why did you run? The middle-aged man, still shaken, swallowed nervously and said with a panicked face. You don't understand. I've seen that man in the black robe with the red face make a move with my own eyes. That's terrifying physical strength. One punch killed a 3rd-tier exotic beast, crushing its flesh and bones into rubble. A monster like that, not even a 4th-tier chi-gathering expert would dare to go up against him. Listen to me, don't let greed cloud your judgment. If you lose your life, what's the point of any treasures? Hearing the middle-aged man's description, there was a hissing sound of people gasping in fear, and many of them seemed to reconsider. But in this world, there's never a shortage of desperate people who would risk their lives for money. Oomph, one punch killing a 3rd-tier beast? That must have been when he was at his peak. A tall man with a cruel scar cutting across his face stepped forward, pushing through the crowd. His name was Blood Wolf, a seasoned mercenary who had lived on the edge of a blade for years. His cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the tidal realm. He held a heavy B-grade alloy war knife that emitted a faint blue glow. The scarred Blood Wolf sneered as he scanned the crowd, his eyes full of disdain. A bunch of cowards. Did none of you think for a second? That beast just now was a 5th-tier beast king.
Do you really think a 5th-tier Beast King is just a piece of clay?
I won't hide it from you, this Beast King was recently a target of the C and Joe families. Though I don't know how it ended up in his hands. But even if that black-robed man is so powerful, killing an injured Beast King, he must have paid a heavy price for it. That earth-shattering scream and that golden light just now clearly shows that the black-robed man must have used his life-saving trump card. He became more and more excited, his eyes almost bursting with greedy flames. At this very moment, he must be at his weakest. If he really had the strength to kill, when we broke open the cave earlier, he would have charged out and slaughtered us all.
Why did he just stand there acting mysterious? It's most likely because he's completely drained.
This analysis from the scarred man acted like a powerful stimulant, instantly hitting everyone's weakness.
Makes sense. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. If we can kill him and take the Beast King's body, we'll be set for life. Not just that. The venom must also be extremely valuable. If we can kill him and take that too, we'll all get rich.
Everyone started to agree, and their eyes once again burned with the fierce light of starving wolves.
But just then, someone weakly spoke up.
That's what you say, but a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Which of you dares to try? At these words, everyone's eyes turned toward him. His face turned pale.
He waved his hands quickly and hurriedly said, "Don't look at me.
I'm not going, I'm afraid of dying."
Among the crowd, silence fell again.
Greedy as they were, no one wanted to be the first to try. And so, no one spoke.
At this moment, someone made a move.
Pay.
Scar-faced Bloodwolf clenched the B-grade ally battle knife in his hand, spat on the ground, and said viciously, "The brave live, the timid starve. If you won't go, I will."
I don't believe he's as terrifying as you say. After speaking, he turned and walked back toward the dark cave alone, his steps heavy and full of killing intent. The 20 or so people behind him did not follow, but they all held their breath, staring at Scar-faced Bloodwolf's back without blinking. They were all waiting. The moment the black-robed, red-faced man showed the slightest weakness, they would rush in like mad dogs and take everything inside. Scar-faced Bloodwolf knew the thoughts of the people behind him. He slightly curled his lips and thought, "Once I get it, I'll retreat to the military zone immediately." Inside the cave, the light and shadow were dim. Scar-faced Bloodwolf stepped over the scattered stones with the Blood Wolf step and entered the cave. His gaze passed over the huge corpse of the Beast King and landed on the black-robed figure sitting cross-legged in the shadow behind the corpse. As Scar-faced Bloodwolf approached, Lin Chen slowly opened her eyes.
Through the narrow eye holes of the mask, 2 eyes as cold as ancient ice pierced straight into Scar-faced Bloodwolf's.
At this moment, Lin Chen, though in mortal danger, was not panicked at all.
Her mind was surprisingly calm. She knew that she could not show the slightest fear. In her current state, weakness was a catalyst for death.
She slowly spoke.
Her voice echoed in the hollow cave, full of undeniable threat. "I usually don't kill humans, only beasts.
But if you dare take one more step, you die." This simple sentence, combined with the crimson mask, mysterious black robe, and the corpse of the 5th-rank Beast King, instantly created a terrifying mental pressure. Scar-faced Bloodwolf's steps suddenly stopped. His heart thumped violently, and doubt crept into his mind. Those icy eyes, that fearless tone, made his previously firm judgment waver.
Could it be this person still has strength left? He swallowed and his knife handle was wet with sweat.
He instinctively wanted to retreat, but thought of the dozens of eyes behind him watching.
If he was scared off by a single sentence, how would he survive in the mercenary world later?
Besides, that was the corpse of a 5th-rank Beast King.
Pretending to be a god.
I want to see how much strength you really have. Scar-faced Bloodwolf clenched his teeth and let out a roar to bolster his courage. The tidal-level spiritual power in his body surged without reserve, infused into the B-grade alloy battle knife in his hand.
The battle knife immediately shone with dazzling blue light.
He thrust his legs hard, leaped high, and swung the knife down violently toward Lin Chen's head.
Everyone stared without blinking, waiting for the result of this strike.
Meanwhile, Lin Chen, sitting calmly in place, began to move.
Chapter 68, One person repels strong enemy. Chapter 68, One person repels strong enemy.
Lin Chen's hands, hidden in the wide sleeves of her black robe, had long been ready. Her left hand tightly held the bronze ancient mirror captured from Jolie.
Lin Chen had obtained Zhou Ziyue's memory and naturally knew its activation method.
The only requirement was an extremely large amount of spiritual power support. As the scarred man stepped into her attack range with a fierce blade wind, a sharp killing intent suddenly erupted in Lin Chen's eyes beneath her mask.
Seeking death.
In fact, when the scarred man first entered the cave, Lin Chen had already begun to activate the ancient bronze mirror. At this moment, she pretended to make a gesture with her right hand, activating a spiritual light to conceal the fact that she was relying on a spiritual weapon, while her left hand, hidden beneath her black robe, suddenly activated the bronze mirror.
Buzz. A clear buzzing sound rang out. Immediately, under the horrified gazes of everyone outside, a terrifying beam of light shot out without any warning. Compared to the beam that Jolie cast, the one Li Chen released was even less than 1/10 of his, but against this level of warriors from the Tide Realm, it was already more than enough. The speed of the beam was incredibly fast, and it even had the ability to slow down the enemy's movements. When Lin Chen fought Jolie, even with Lin Chen's strength, he almost got hit by this thing head-on. One can imagine the terrifying nature of this treasure. The scarred man's body suddenly felt heavy, his battle blade, raised high, almost unable to fall, leaving him with no way to avoid it. In an instant, the beam, carrying the power to destroy and erode everything, struck directly at the scarred man's body. There was no violent explosion, no tragic screams. The veteran mercenary, with his Title 3-tier cultivation, silently developed a huge, transparent hole in his chest under the mysterious beam's impact. No blood flowed out, because the flesh around the hole had already been completely carbonized, and a burnt scent wafted in the air. The scarred man's body, due to inertia, crashed heavily in front of Li Chen, his eyes bulging out, still reflecting intense shock and fear. With a single strike, just a brief hand gesture, a warrior from the Tide Realm was instantly reduced to ash. Hiss. Outside the cave, the sound of people sharply inhaling could be heard in unison. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. The power of that beam had even exceeded their understanding of 4th-tier experts. They knew that the poison's current state was definitely wrong. He killed the scarred man, but didn't follow him out, and that was the best proof. However, after witnessing the miserable state of the scarred man, no one had the courage to be the second person to step into the cave. Inside the cave, everything seemed calm and tranquil. Li Chen, still sitting in her original position, at this moment, with the black robe concealing her, exhaled a long, heavy breath. Her heart was racing, and her palms were full of cold sweat. Though she had killed the enemy in one blow, it had drained nearly 90% of her spiritual energy. But, this intimidation was still not enough. She had to make them fear as much as possible, forcing them to retreat on their own. Only then could she buy more time for Lin Chen's evolution. Thinking of this, Li Chen's eyes revealed a cold light. Since it was like this, Li Chen endured the weakness within her body, slowly stood up, and walked to the entrance of the cave, standing proudly before it, her eyes coldly staring at the crowd outside. Without a word, her right hand began to make another gesture. In an instant, another beam of light shot out, and Li Chen targeted a warrior closest to the entrance of the cave, killing him once again in front of everyone. That person never understood why the poison killed him and not someone else. Those who approach the entrance, die. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The crowd completely erupted in chaos. The middle-aged man, leading the escape, pointed at the entrance and trembled as he shouted. "Did you see that? Did you see that? I told you that was a killing god. Even if he's weakened, killing a Tide Realm expert is as easy as squashing an ant. If Li Chen had only killed the scarred man, perhaps the people outside would fear, but it definitely wasn't the same as now. She could still walk out of the cave and kill people. Doesn't this mean the poison didn't kill because it couldn't, but because it didn't want to?" Seeing the people outside retreat like a tidal wave, Li Chen gritted her teeth and endured the terrifying weakness, returning deep into the cave. Right now, she was basically on the brink of exhaustion. The first time she acted, she relied on her terrifying 99-foot true chi. The second time, she relied on the 20 spiritual crystals on her. Therefore, she couldn't act again in the short term. But compared to the current predicament she was in, Li Chen was more worried about Lin Chen's safety. Her gaze was filled with deep concern as she looked at the abdomen of the earth-splitting demon bear king. She could feel Lin Chen sleeping there. "Lin Chen, you must succeed in your evolution. I won't leave, I'll wait for you to succeed." Under the pressure of Li Chen continuous slaying of two people, time quietly passed for a day. But Li Chen didn't feel the slightest relaxation. She always felt that the group of people outside would not retreat easily. The martial artists who dared to enter the Tiangu forest all put their lives at risk. Even if they were not as brave as the scar-faced man, they weren't that cowardly either. She had a vague premonition that her deterrence was about to lose its effect, and the next attack would only be even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Li Chen gently bit her lip, and her hands unconsciously tightened into fists. A beast king's corpse was too valuable. Valuable enough to make many people lose their reason, even willing to risk their lives. Sure enough. Although the people outside were scared by Li Chen, their greed didn't fade in the slightest. After retreating 3 kilometers, they stopped. Only the man who had seen the poison in action turned and left. Everyone else shook their heads, thinking the man was too timid. Soon, murmurs began to rise again from the crowd. Various insidious and cruel plans were brewing. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. There were even a few hunting teams nearby who had heard the news and arrived. Among them, there were 2 strong warriors at the 9th level of the Tide Realm.
The arrival of these two ninth-level Tide Realm experts undoubtedly injected a shot of adrenaline into the undecided crowd. Although the poison had a record of killing a peak stage 3rd-tier beast with a single punch, generally speaking, martial artists were stronger than ordinary beasts.
Something's wrong, this is really wrong. Chapter 69, Awakening, Collapsingly Channeling. Chapter 69, Awakening, Collapsingly Channeling.
One of the recently arrived 9th-level Tide Realm experts, after learning the whole story, lowered his voice and looked around with flickering eyes.
Everyone, have you noticed?
That so-called poison didn't step out of that cave for a whole day after killing people.
That's right.
If he really had the strength left, he would have left with the Beast King's corpse long ago.
Why would he stay in that dark cave?
Another newly arrived 9th-level Tide Realm expert, dressed in a grey robe and holding an iron staff, snorted coldly. Either he's seriously injured, and the earlier action drained all his energy, so he doesn't dare to leave the cave. Or, there's something more precious than the Beast King's corpse deeper in the cave, something he simply can't bear to leave, or it just happens to be at the crucial moment for refining. As soon as these words were spoken, a heavy gasp echoed through the crowd. A treasure. A treasure more valuable than a Tier 5 Beast King's corpse. What could it be? Greedy flames burned fiercely in everyone's eyes, almost burning their reason to ashes.
We can't wait any longer.
That poison was just bluffing.
Now that we have two senior experts here, we'll kill him right now.
Yes.
Everyone, let's go together. I don't believe he can kill us all.
Alright, let's go together. Life and death are all in fate. Whoever survives will get the supreme treasure. The crowd began to stir, the sound of weapons being drawn rising and falling, and the oppressive killing aura seemed to press heavily through the air into the cave.
Deep inside the cave, there was a deadly silence.
Li Chen still sat cross-legged, and after a day of recovery, the spiritual energy in her body had restored about 80%, enough to use the bronze ancient mirror once. But at this moment, her expression was not good. She had probably predicted it. The people outside were reaching the limits of their patience, and the footsteps in the distance were faintly approaching. And behind her, inside the huge bear corpse, Lin Chen still showed no signs of awakening.
Lin Chen.
A faint, tragic smile curved at the corner of her lips. Li Chen looked back, gazing deeply at the belly of the corpse, and the worry in her eyes gradually turned into a resolute will to die. She silently began to activate the bronze ancient mirror, and in her mind, the thought of death had already arisen. At that moment, a familiar, lazy voice that made her soul tremble suddenly rang deep in her mind. Sigh, I have to forcefully wake up Qianling, thank you for holding them off for a day.
Lin Chen?
That call was like a beam of light thrown into the abyss of despair. Li Qianling's delicate body trembled violently, and the bronze ancient mirror in her hand clanged to the ground. Because she was too excited, her chest, already heaving slightly, now rose and fell wildly. Even the oversized black robe she wore shook and lifted a little, revealing vague shapes and a different kind of alluring charm. She bit her lips hard, trying not to cry out, but her eyes instantly turned red, and her vision became slightly blurred.
Lin Chen, you finally woke up. I missed you so much. When you suddenly fainted, do you know how scared I was? Can you feel the outside world?
She shouted in her heart with a trembling voice. Next, Lin Chen's voice, with a little silly laughter, sounded again.
Hee, look how worried you are.
Actually, I woke up soon after fainting, but because I was evolving, I couldn't move much.
Now, with the great enemy ahead, I have no choice. Qianling, let me tell you a secret. After devouring that mutated source crystal and evolving, I seem to have unlocked some new abilities.
Hearing this, Li Qianling's eyes lit up, and she asked impatiently.
What new abilities? Can you transform now?
Lin Chen deliberately paused, a smile in his tone. Transformation is probably not possible yet, but now it seems I have the chance to change hosts, hee.
Every evolution gave Lin Chen a chance to change hosts.
These words struck Li Qianling like thunder, instantly shattering the joy she had just felt. She was stunned, standing dumbly, even forgetting the sounds of the people outside getting closer.
What did Lin Chen just say? Something about changing hosts? Change hosts? He can change hosts now? What did he mean by saying this? Is he telling me he will abandon me?
Usually rational and calm, Li Qianling suddenly became extremely emotional, and her thoughts rushed chaotically toward the outside.
Yes, Lin Chen evolved and became stronger. And herself?
Just a weak woman with only 3 levels of enlightenment, relying on him for protection in every battle.
In the vast Tiangu forest now, what use is her cultivation?
Even a 3rd-rank mutated beast could leave her dead without a burial place.
For Lin Chen, she really was a burden, wasn't she?
If he could find a stronger host.
Maybe I already got the complete mutation source crystal long ago.
Then I wouldn't have to risk my life, forcing evolution in such a dangerous place. Yeah, I have no background, no strength, no resources.
Leaving me is only good for Lin Chen.
In the eyes behind Li Chanling's mask, the light slowly dimmed, replaced by a heartbreaking sadness and acceptance of fate. She sniffed, holding back the pain that cut her heart like a knife, and whispered in a humble, trembling voice. Is it really like that? Then that is a good thing. Finding someone stronger, you'll be safer, you'll grow faster. It's okay, Lin Chen, I don't blame you. It's my own failure. During this time, I really thank you. Without you, I would have died in that alley long ago. You stayed with me so long, I'm already satisfied. As she spoke, Li Chanling finally couldn't hold back, squatting against the stone wall, hugging her knees, quietly sobbing. She looked like a little kitten about to be abandoned by its master, pitiful to the extreme. She remembered the first day she met Lin Chen. That day, she had just finished bathing, sitting at the bed, drying her hair while asking Lin Chen. From today on, I won't be alone anymore, right? She remembered Lin Chen's answer clearly. But now. At this moment, Li Chanling even felt like she had returned to that rainy day, in the alley of the abandoned residential building. Even the sense of powerlessness was even stronger. After all, back then, at worst, it was just death. Chapter 70 Lin Chen, am I the kind of person who forgets all for gain? Chapter 70 Lin Chen, am I the kind of person who forgets all for gain? Still inside the bear's corpse, Lin Chen saw Li Chanling squatting and crying, and froze for a moment, then panicked. He swore he really just wanted to joke a little, to lighten this dull, oppressive atmosphere. Usually, teasing a little, she wouldn't react like this. Who would have thought, this time the girl actually took it seriously? This little girl can't even hear the humor in his words? What Lin Chen didn't know was, Li Chanling always had something suppressed in her heart. She really seemed unable to help Lin Chen, so in this, she felt guilty and very sensitive. Looking at Li Chanling's shoulders rising and falling, Lin Chen felt a flash of heartache. No matter her current strength, Lin Chen could feel her care and concern for him. When he was evolving, Li Chanling listened to him, waiting in the cave for him to wake up. She clearly had the chance to leave first to save her own life. After killing 2 people at the start, she wanted to leave, and no one dared to stop her. Lin Chen knew she worried he wouldn't find her after waking up. She really cared about him. Whoosh! The dead beast king's body trembled suddenly. A pitch-black fluid leaped from the corpse's wound. The liquid traced a shadow in the air, landing precisely on Li Chanling's chest. Then the black fluid sank into her clothes, fitting her chest, slowly entering her body. Li Chanling felt warmth spread through her body. That familiar safety, wrapped tightly, filling every inch of her body, instantly returned. The black fluid gently covered her body, as if Lin Chen was touching her. Flowing through her pores and meridians, merging back with her flesh and blood. Chanling, you silly girl. Don't cry, I just said it like that. Lin Chen's urgent, gentle voice exploded in her mind. You really believed it? Am I the kind of person who forgets all for gain? Besides, the people outside, let alone if they have evil hearts or not. Is he a good person? Those guys are rough men. How can they compare to my Chanling, who is soft and smells so good? I'm not a pervert. Why would I hug those rough men when there's a beautiful woman around? Stop crying, see, I'm back. Feeling Lin Chen's eager explanation and the powerful strength filling his body again, Li Chanling's sobs gradually weakened, and soon, she broke into a smile. You jerk. It's this time and you still scare me. Do you know, yesterday someone almost broke in. Lin Chen, don't joke like this again. Okay, I know, I won't do it again. Hearing Lin Chen's affirming response, Li Chanling felt both angry and happy. The heavy stone in her heart finally dropped, replaced by an unprecedented sweetness and shyness. She suddenly remembered that this guy, just now, he seemed to have merged while touching that place, and when he merged with her, he even touched her all over. He also said her body was soft and smelled good, such a shameless person, ugh. Big pervert. However, after their fusion, Li Chanling soon noticed something was wrong. Although Lin Chen had returned and his breath had become deeper and more terrifying, this power felt incredibly hollow. Lin Chen, what happened to you? You seem so weak. Li Chanling asked with concern. Lin Chen sighed helplessly when he heard this and spoke in frustration. Sigh, don't mention it. That bear, although it had the mutated crystal, it just broke through and had been fighting so many times. The energy in the crystal was not enough for me to complete my full evolution. The good news is that I've passed the evolutionary threshold. Now, I can barely be considered a half-step 4th stage symbiote. The bad news is, I haven't fully evolved, and I was forced to wake up early. Now, I'm in an extreme state of hunger, and I must devour vast amounts of flesh and blood energy to fill the gap in my evolution. Otherwise, this evolution won't be complete. If I don't get enough energy, I might even regress. Hearing this, the worried look in Li Chanling's eyes slightly tightened. Vast amounts of energy? She slowly raised her head, looking through the dark cave opening, at the crowd outside, and those dozens of greedy eyes. At that moment, there was no trace of the previous weakness and tears in her beautiful eyes behind the mask. Instead, what replaced it was a cold, bone-chilling killing intent, and a hint of excitement. Li Qianling's lips curled into a cold, beautiful arc, and she softly said, "Lin Chen, looks like you're lucky." Outside the cave, the wind howled. Now, more than 30 people had gathered outside the cave. Under the lead of two night-cycle tide realm experts, they began to slowly approach the cave entrance. Everyone's aura began to stir, and some people even had expressions of resignation to death on their faces. The atmosphere became tense and deadly. The falling leaves in the air drifted in the wind, and before they could even touch the ground, they were crushed into pieces by the surrounding killing intent. Just as everyone was within 100 meters of the cave entrance. Clop, clop, clop. Suddenly, a heavy and slow footstep sound came from deep inside the cave. The more than 30 pairs of eyes outside instantly widened, staring at the dark cave entrance. Breathing seemed to stop at that moment. Is Venom coming out? Has he finally been unable to stay inside? Is he trying to escape, or is he coming out to confront us? Then, a familiar yet strange figure slowly walked out. Still wearing a black robe and a red face. Now, this outfit seemed to have become synonymous with Venom. Venom calmly walked to the center of the cave entrance, the black robe fluttering in the wind. But at this moment, no one's gaze stayed on him. Because in his left hand, he was dragging a huge black bear corpse, as large as a small mountain. That was a 5th-stage beast king. Even after death, the lingering pressure still made the surrounding air feel suffocating. The coagulated blood trailed from the beast king's wound, leaving a shocking red mark on the ground. And his right hand casually gripped a round object, about the size of an egg. That was the beast core of a 5th-stage beast king. The surface of the beast core shimmered with an enchanting pale golden glow, and the pure energy fluctuations rippled out like waves of water. Beast core. That is the beast core that only a beast king can condense. Its price in the outside world is at least several billion. And it is definitely priceless. Chapter 71, Kill them all, leave none alive. Chapter 71, Kill them all, leave none alive. The bald man roared in anger and, carrying the large flower-patterned axe, leaped into the air, aiming a deadly strike at Li Qianling's head. The one-eyed thin man, seeing this, was not willing to be outdone, immediately drawing his dual blades and aiming them straight at Li Qianling's chest. The other warriors around, seeing these two make their move, all jumped into action as well. They shouted loudly, drawing their weapons, using their martial arts, fearing that if they waited too long, they would miss out on the huge benefit. In an instant, a seemingly deadly trap had been set. But Li Qianling remained surprisingly calm. She did not retreat a single step, just standing still in her place. The wind from her spiritual power blew through her long hair, and the pair of cold eyes behind the mask were as icy as frost, devoid of warmth. She raised her delicate finger and lightly brushed the edge of the mask. Then, the corner of her mouth lifted in a cruel yet beautiful arc. "Lin Chen, it's up to you." "Got it." Boom. The moment the words were spoken, Li Qianling retracted her consciousness, her delicate body trembling violently as black fluid once again covered her entire body. Lin Chen had taken control of Li Qianling's body. In that instant, a terrifying aura spread from beneath the black cloak. It was the aura of a 4th-stage symbiotic creature. The bald man and the one-eyed thin man's faces changed drastically. They felt a terrifying sense of horror surge through them, causing their scalps to tingle, as though they were being stared at by a monster from the abyss. But the arrow was on the string, it had to be released. "Stop with the tricks. Die." The bald man roared once more, seemingly to bolster his courage, as his internal energy surged even hotter, and he swung the large axe down with tremendous force. The one-eyed thin man did the same. In the next moment, the three clashed heavily. Boom! A huge sound echoed, and immediately, a chilling scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Two tentacles appeared in front of the poison fluid, one stretching across the top of its head, the other blocking its chest. But these two seemingly fragile tentacles actually absorbed the full force of two ninth-stage tidal realm warriors' attacks. In fact, not even a single mark appeared on the tentacles. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? The bald man shouted in panic. At this moment, he was truly afraid. The strike he had used all his strength for, which he had thought would surely cut this trickster in half, had not even budged a tentacle. How could he fight like this? Seeing this, the bald man decisively released his grip and abandoned the 3rd-stage spirit weapon axe, attempting to flee. The one-eyed thin man was in the same state, his face filled with panic, dropping his dual blades and running. The warriors following them were equally terrified, with only one thought running through their minds at this moment. This damned poison fluid is just pretending to be weak, waiting for us to gather before making his move together. Two ninth-stage tidal warriors abandon their treasures and flee for their lives. But Lin Chen would not let them escape so easily. In the next moment, two tentacles shot out from Lin Chen's body with great force. The two people's back hearts were directly pierced. The two of them slightly turned their heads, using their peripheral vision to see two tentacles, which really scared them to the point that their hearts nearly burst. In the critical moment of life and death, the bald man suddenly slapped his chest, and a mouthful of essence blood sprayed out directly, then, under his control, turned into a blood-colored shield. Blood shield. The other one then took out a spirit weapon shaped like wings, activated it, and his speed suddenly increased dramatically. Seeing the actions of these two, Lin Chen slightly smiled and softly said, "Humph, do you think you can escape?" His voice was very light, but it clearly reached the ears of the two. Under the black robe, Lin Chen slowly extended one hand, and tightly clenched it towards the direction the two were desperately running to. In a flash, the two tentacles instantly turned a blood-red color, their speed increased drastically, and they caught up with the bald man who had fallen behind. Bang! The sound of the shield shattering followed. The blood shield, which cost half of his essence blood, failed to even slightly hinder the attack. Ah! Almost the next moment, a scream rang out. The tentacle pierced directly through his back heart and ruthlessly stabbed out from his chest. The bald man widened his eyes, filled with extreme disbelief. He felt his life force wildly draining away. He felt that his chi, blood, and all the spiritual energy inside his body seemed to be constantly devoured by the tentacle. In his final moments, he slowly turned his head and looked at Lin Chen behind him, slightly raising one hand and saying his last words in life. "You are evil." Before he could finish his words, he was already dead. The one-eyed, thin, tall man, seeing this scene, was even more terrified. His speed underfoot increased even more. When he saw that Lin Chen stayed in place and did not chase him, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. It must be that this monster is slower than me, that's why he doesn't want to pursue me. Phew. Finally escaped, next time I will never wade through such murky waters. Sigh. It's also my fault for being greedy. Greed makes people fall into the abyss. This is truly not false. But just as this man was pondering in his heart, a tentacle suddenly shot out of the ground about 10 meters in front of him. Then, with a sharp whistling sound, it went straight for his forehead. The two of them actually directly rushed toward each other. The one-eyed, thin, tall man had already pushed his speed to the limit, so before the horror in his eyes could even fully form, the tentacle pierced through his skull. With a plop sound, Lin Chen took his life. Though it sounds long, from the moment the two martial artists attacked Lin Chen to their deaths, it took only a few breaths of time. The surrounding martial artists didn't even have time to react to what happened. Run! Many people heard this and hurriedly thought to flee. Lin Chen looked at the martial artists scattering in all directions, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly pressed his hands together, and then dozens of tentacles shot out rapidly from under his black robe. They spread out in all directions. These people were just a rabble. The highest cultivation level among them was only the 7th stage of the Tide Realm, and under Lin Chen's hands, they had no room to struggle. In just a split second, all their bodies were pierced by the tentacles, and they were all hung in mid-air, swirling around Lin Chen like celestial flowers scattered from the heavens. From a distance, this scene was extremely bizarre. "Master Venom, spare me, please spare me, I know where a treasure is." "Ah, I didn't recognize the greatness of the senior and offended you. Senior, look at how I didn't strike, spare me, please." Lin Chen watched these people with interest and said to Li Qianling. "Qianling, do you think we should let them go?" "Let them go?" Li Qianling's voice was ice-cold. "Humph, that is the king of hell's business. Kill them all, leave not one alive." Today at dawn, Mooncake went to work yesterday, writing late every night, dizzy and blurry-eyed, hoping not to disappoint the dear readers. I read all the comments, very grateful for many readers' love. Mooncake will keep working hard. I don't know how long I can continue the dawn updates, but I will try my best. Finally, asking for a wave of free gifts, asking for a wave of 5-star reviews. Also, gifts mean extra chapters. Come on, rich people, squeeze Mooncake hard. Chapter 72 Ability, Sharing. Chapter 72 Ability, Sharing. Good. As the words fell, the warrior hanging in midair suddenly felt a powerful devouring force coming from the tentacles. Their blood, spiritual power, even life force, all flowed along the tentacles, like rivers merging into the sea, pouring crazily into Lin Chen's body. No, don't. Ah. For a moment, screams, shouts, and pleas for mercy merged into one. But it did not last long. With evolution completed, Lin Chen's devouring speed was greatly increased. In just about 10 breaths, only corpses remained in midair. After devouring, Lin Chen closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and let out a comfortable sigh. Refreshing. So refreshing. The energy of dozens of warriors poured into his body, instantly turning into the purest nutrients, crazily filling the huge gap left when he evolved to 4th stage due to lack of mutation source crystals. He could clearly feel the floating hunger in his body slightly easing. His genes were further evolving, his power rising step by step. He took a small step closer to fully stabilizing the 4th stage realm. Huff, but still not enough, still so hungry. Luckily, there is this 5th stage beast king. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, the tentacles behind him whipped sharply. Bang! 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 Dozens of dried corpses, like autumn leaves in the wind, were casually thrown off the cliff beside him. The abyss completely swallowed their last traces. The spiritual weapons and resources in their hands were all collected by Lin Chen. Unknown to him, at this moment, a pair of terrified eyes had seen the whole scene from beginning to end. He was a title stage warrior, belonging to the Warriors Association. To complete a task, he came alone to the ancient heaven forest, and just now, he noticed a huge commotion here. Out of instinctive caution, this warrior did not reveal himself, but watched quietly from the shadows. As a result, he saw this shocking and world-stirring scene. This guy, what is his background, so terrifying, and he even has devouring ability. Never heard of such a terrifying warrior in Jiang'an City. With fear in his heart, he hurriedly got up, ready to retreat. Rustle. In his hurry to step back, he accidentally stepped on a pile of dry branches. Lin Chen's perception was so strong, he almost instantly noticed the anomaly. Someone. Lin Chen thought silently, stepped off, and the tentacles whipped in the wind, rushing toward the source of the sound. The man realized he was exposed, and immediately stopped hiding, running as fast as he could. Then, how could a title stage warrior escape from Lin Chen's hand? Soon, there was no more movement from him. A token appeared in Lin Chen's hand, made entirely of special alloy, the back showing a tall hall, looking like a building of some organization. The front had a big bold character in flying style. Woo! After confirming no one else was secretly observing him, Lin Chen retracted his violent aura. The many tentacles, like tides, withdrew, slipping back into his robe, adhering to Li Qianling's soft skin. Vanished without a trace. The mountains and forests fell silent again, only the sharp stench of blood lingering in the air. Lin Chen's clothes bore no blood, his expression calm, as if the brutal massacre just now had nothing to do with him. He casually lifted the Beast King's corpse from the ground and tucked the 5th-tier beast pill into his chest. His figure flashed, like a ghost, rushing down the cliff and disappearing without a trace. Just as Lin Chen leapt down the cliff, Li Qianling cried out in alarm. Lin Chen, what are you doing? This is a cliff thousands of feet high. There are too many people in the forest. I need to find a safe place. I have very important matters to handle. The wind howled in her ears, the weightless thrill of rapid falling making Li Qianling feel a sharp rush of excitement. This was a bottomless abyss, darkness stretching below, like a fierce beast with an open mouth ready to swallow them whole. After a few breaths of falling, the black fluid covering Li Qianling's body suddenly erupted. Dozens of thick, tough black tentacles burst out from under the black robe, whistling through the air, stabbing violently into the cliff. Boom! Rocks on the cliff were shredded by the tentacles, large chunks falling into the abyss, no echo returning for a long time. Under the strong pull of the tentacles, Lin Chen's rapidly falling body suddenly paused in midair, then stably hovered at the cliff's midsection. Lin Chen did not stop. He manipulated the thickest tentacles to hammer forcefully at the smooth cliff face before him. In just a few dozen breaths, a spacious, dry hidden cave, several zheng deep, was carved into the cliff by Lin Chen. Retracting the tentacles, Lin Chen landed steadily inside the cave. As soon as he landed, he casually threw the split-earth demon bear king corpse he had been holding onto the ground. The heavy corpse hit the cave floor, sending up a cloud of dust. Then, countless thin black threads spread out from his body. In the air, they formed an impenetrable net, tightly wrapping the Beast King's corpse, furiously devouring the essence and energy inside. As Lin Chen devoured, Li Qianling suddenly shivered all over. She opened her eyes wide, her face under the mask full of disbelief. Lin Chen, what is happening? Li Qianling's voice trembled. In that instant, she clearly felt a vast, ocean-like spiritual force suddenly enter her meridians without warning. The spiritual force was pure beyond measure, requiring no effort to refine, and directly merged into her true cavity. Her cultivation, originally stagnant at the 3rd stage of opening the orifice, began to rise rapidly. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, continuing to devour while explaining. Ha ha ha, surprised? This is a new ability I unlocked after evolving. Sharing. Simply put, I can now take the energy I devour and directly feed it into your body to raise your level, though much of the energy will be wasted in the process. Of course, we are one, so if you want, you can also feed the spiritual energy you absorb back to me. Li Qianling was shocked beyond measure, but quickly remembered something. No! Lin Chen, stop! You just said your 4th-tier evolved energy has a huge deficit. If it's not replenished, you might even fall back. Chapter 73 Li Qianling, good night. Chapter 73 Li Qianling, good night. If you share this energy with me through your talent, will there be any loss?
Lin Chen nodded carelessly. Even though we are one, our life forms are different. Converting across life forms wastes a lot. The energy from this 5th-tier beast king that can be fed to you is only about 1/10 of its original energy. 1/10? Li Chenling heard this number, so anxious that her eye rims turned red. This is too wasteful, Lin Chen. Stop quickly, keep the energy for your own evolution. I have spiritual roots myself, I can cultivate slowly, I do not need you to waste such precious resources for me. With you here, my martial path realm is not important for now. Hearing this, Lin Chen's tone gradually became serious. No, Qianling, that was before. From now on, your martial path realm is very important. Li Qianling was a little confused. Why? Because the mutated source crystals are not enough, the evolution of my genetic level is hard to complete completely. Devouring energy can only maintain the current state, but the evolution of genes, no matter how much energy I devour, it is useless. In order to delay the dissipation of energy as much as possible, I decided to fall into a deep level of sleep, until you find some mutated source crystals again, to completely complete the evolution of my genetic level for me. Qianling, in the days ahead, you may need to face them by yourself. What? You are going to sleep? Li Qianling was suddenly shocked, her face turned pale. She had long been used to Lin Chen staying by her side, and at this moment she was extremely shocked. But Li Qianling was not a hesitant person. She quickly gathered her emotions and said firmly. All right. Lin Chen, do not worry. I will give up the practical combat assessment now and go find mutated source crystals for you. I will definitely find them for you. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly and sighed. Sigh, calm down first, do not be so anxious. A girl like you being so proactive is a bit not reserved. Li Qianling's mind fiercely glared at Lin Chen. You guy, at a time like this, you are still joking with me. He. Lin Chen chuckled and continued. Qianling, listen to me. With the energy of this bear and those people, I will not have problems for a short time. You just proceed step by step, first obtain the qualification of the spirit washing pool, let me replenish another wave of energy, and you can also raise your own realm. After the practical combat assessment ends, then think about the matter of mutated source crystals. But you must remember, do not try to target the Beast King again. This time being able to obtain part of mutated source crystals is already extremely lucky. Listening to Lin Chen's words, the emotions in Li Qianling's heart gradually calmed down. Alright. From now on, gather the mind, guide spiritual energy to rush into the true apertures, raise the realm. Li Qianling said no more, immediately sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and immersed all her mind into her body. As Lin Chen continuously devoured the corpse of the Beast King, that vast spiritual power fed back like surging river water, endless and unbroken, and all poured into the true apertures. This kind of terrifying speed of improvement was even faster than the speed of improvement in the Earth Vein Spirit Pool before. In just a few breaths of time, Li Qianling's martial path realm had already reached the 4th level of aperture opening. Facing the breakthrough of the realm, Li Qianling showed no joy at all, still keeping calm and quiet, continuously guiding and absorbing the huge energy. Time slowly passed. 5th level of aperture opening. 6th level of aperture opening. 7th level of aperture opening. A layer of faint black impurities began to seep out on the surface of Li Qianling's body. That was the scene of impurities deep inside her body being expelled after washing the meridians and cleansing the marrow. Her aura also kept rising step by step at a speed that made people stunned. One day later. When that wave of feedback energy finally gradually calmed down, the spiritual power inside her body had already become powerful to a level she once did not even dare to think about. 9th level of aperture opening. Only one last step away, she could step into the tidal realm. In terms of realm, she stood shoulder to shoulder with the top geniuses of the entire Jiang'an city. And one must know, her 9th level of aperture opening was a 99 Jiang-sized 9th level of aperture opening. In terms of cultivation difficulty, it was much harder than others. Now, the total amount of spiritual energy she could store at her peak state. At least it would be many times more than those geniuses. Let alone the 99 Jiang true aperture, it would also grant her a stronger ability to absorb spiritual energy, as well as a recovery ability. Li Qianling suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance flashed from her clear pupils. She clenched her delicate fist, feeling the overwhelming, terrifying power surging within her body, her heart filled with indescribable shock and ecstasy. At the same time, a deep sense of gratitude surged in her chest. How is it, Qianling, how does it feel, isn't it exhilarating? Lin Chen's cheerful voice echoed again. But the remaining energy, even if I give it all to you, won't be enough to break through to the tidal realm, I'll keep it for myself first. Saying this, Lin Chen started devouring again. Half a day later, the huge 5th-tier earth-splitting demon bear king on the ground had completely withered, becoming a lifeless, dry corpse, like a withered piece of wood. All the energy had been consumed by Lin Chen.
It must be said, the energy contained in the Beast King was truly terrifying. Just this one, with most of the energy wasted, still successfully created a 9th level expert in the aperture. And there was still so much left, barely alleviating his hunger. Finally, most of the energy deficit has been filled. Lin Chen's voice carried a deep sense of exhaustion. After speaking, Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, seemingly gathering his final strength. Before falling into a deep sleep, he whispered, "Lastly, here's a small gift for you, to focus your mind." A warm and strange energy suddenly pierced from the center of Li Qianling's brow into her mind, deeply penetrating to the very depths of her soul. Li Qianling only felt a sense of floating and bliss spread throughout her body, and the faint spiritual energy, invisible to the naked eye, now seemed incredibly familiar to her. The spiritual root in her dantian also grew hot, as if something was being upgraded. "I helped you further refine your spiritual root, and its affinity has increased from 81 to 83. Your future cultivation speed will increase significantly. Additionally, I have left a small portion of independent energy inside you. You can use it to access my abilities, but it's best to use it to activate my perceptive talent. It's energy efficient, and the range is about 500 meters. Of course, if it's a life or death situation, you can also use this energy to forcefully awaken me. Li Qianling, good night." Chapter 74, Astonishing Martial Arts Talent. Chapter 74, Astonishing Martial Arts Talent. With these words, Lin Chen's consciousness completely fell into deathly silence. The black fluid clinging to Li Qianling's skin all seeped into her body, then solidified into a ring, quietly fitting onto her finger. It was pitch black, with no shine, like a lifeless object. "Lin Chen? Lin Chen!" Li Qianling softly called out his name in her mind twice, but received no response. That lazy voice that had always accompanied her, occasionally teasing her, had vanished. Only the howling wind outside remained in the vast cave, and an inexplicable feeling of loneliness surged in her heart. But Li Qianling quickly took a deep breath, and her gaze became resolute. She couldn't always hide under Lin Chen's wing. Since he had given her the power of rebirth, she must protect him and herself during this time. The mutated source crystal. Li Qianling mumbled to herself. She slowly raised her hand, gently removing the red mask, which seemed to smile and cry at the same time. As the mask fell away, an exceptionally beautiful face, capable of causing the downfall of a kingdom, was revealed in the dim cave. Her skin was as white and delicate as jade, with a faint reddish glow. Her facial features were perfectly proportioned, with arched brows, delicate red lips, and her beautiful eyes revealed an expression of aloofness and coldness. Her long, black hair flowed smoothly over her rounded, fragrant shoulders. A few mountain breezes blew by, lifting the stray long hairs from her fragrant shoulders, making them sway gently in front of Li Qianling. After a moment of silence, Li Qianling untied the loose black robe draped over her body. Her figure, considered to be of the highest quality, was fully exposed. Li Qianling wore a slightly tight, light blue short dress underneath, perfectly outlining her proud figure. Her full chest seemed about to burst out of the garment, and beneath her slender waist were a pair of long, straight, and powerful jade legs. She casually kicked the Beast King's corpse off the cliff, then stepped forward, walking to the edge of the cliff, and looked down below. At this moment, Li Qianling's eyes were as bright as stars, filled with anticipation for the future, as well as a cold and confident sharpness, like a sword unsheathed. What should she do next? Li Qianling pondered in her heart. Just having the 9th level of the opening realm isn't enough. Si Yunyao has already broken through the tide realm, and Chen Yuan should be close to breaking through as well. Although she had ample spiritual energy, she only had spiritual power without martial arts techniques. Against a real expert, she would still be unable to win. The memory Lin Chen obtained from Zhou Ziyue appeared in her mind. 4th grade martial art Fugue Flicker Step. And the extremely powerful 4th grade attacking martial art Shattered Starfinger. One martial art for body movement, and one for attack. Such martial arts are incredibly difficult for ordinary martial artists to obtain. If it weren't for a large family like the Zhou family or a big power, there are generally only 3 ways to obtain them. The first way is to join the military, defend the borders, accumulate military merit points, and exchange them. However, this kind of 4th grade martial art requires a huge amount of military merit points. Most people would choose to settle for 3rd grade martial arts instead. The second way is to join the Martial Artist Association. The Martial Artist Association is a relatively civilian organization. As long as someone is a martial artist and passes the review, they can join. Because of this, the Martial Artist Association has a good reputation among the common people. In the Great Xia Kingdom, besides the government, the Martial Artist Association is the largest organization, with its influence spread across every part of the kingdom. There is even a branch of the Martial Artist Association in Jiangyan City. But because this organization is so vast, it is strictly monitored by the Great Xia Kingdom. It's even more difficult to obtain this level of martial arts through the Martial Artist Association. The third method is to trade goods. However, this channel is unimaginably difficult. Fourth grade martial arts in the Great Xia Kingdom are no longer something that money can buy. They can only be exchanged with goods. It's said that an ordinary martial artist simply cannot acquire such resources. Li Qianling took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and brought up the method to practice the flicker step from her memory. Without any hesitation, she immediately began to try in the narrow cliffside cave. Spiritual energy flowed along the specific meridians in her legs, and the first few steps were a bit stiff. But at this moment, Li Qianling displayed her terrifying comprehension. After only 13 attempts, she completely understood the flow of spiritual energy in the nodes of her legs. With a swish, her figure instantly transformed into several blurry afterimages, darting and weaving through the cave, as light and swift as a butterfly flitting through flowers. The flicker step was mastered. After another day of continuous practice, Li Qianling pushed the flicker step to the small achievement stage. If anyone from the Zhou family were here, their eyes would be wide in shock. Even the most talented person in the Zhou family would need a large amount of time to cultivate this footwork to the small achievement stage. What kind of monster is this Li Qianling? In just one day, a fourth-grade martial art, from first touch to small mastery, was trained, such a terrifying speed, not only shocking the Great Xia, but enough to stir Jiang'an City. Even Li Qianling herself was startled, realizing she had never had much time to train martial arts before, and only today noticed this. So my talent in martial arts is really this high? Li Qianling murmured to herself. After resting for a while, Li Qianling continued to practice another offensive martial art, the star-shattering finger. Again, an extremely terrifying speed, and after about one more day. Li Qianling opened her eyes, slowly stood up, stabilized her posture, and raised her right hand. The vast spiritual power in the 99 Zhang true cavity flowed like a river reversed, instantly forcibly extracted and compressed into the tip of her fair index finger. The extremely refined spiritual energy turned into a dazzling sharp star, pointing directly at the hard cliff without hesitation. Poochie! A muffled sound came out. No extra force leaked, the solid rock wall was pierced as if it were tofu, leaving a deep, bottomless black hole, with web-like cracks spreading around. In such a short time, two fourth-grade martial arts, which ordinary people need months to reach the threshold, were mastered by Li Qianling smoothly like flowing clouds. This astonishing martial comprehension had already surpassed all the geniuses in Jiang'an City. Moreover, this comprehension had far exceeded the limit of 83 points of affinity. Li Qianling herself did not know why. She looked inward, focusing on her spiritual root. Could it be related to my spiritual root? She still remembered, Lin Chen had told her that her spiritual root seemed somewhat abnormal. Chapter 75, Innate Spiritual Skill. Leap. Chapter 75, Innate Spiritual Skill. Leap. Right now, this place was completely safe, she could carefully explore. Li Qianling returned to the deepest part of the cave, sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and sent all her mind into the spiritual root glowing with a soft halo. As her mind delved deeper, the previously calm spiritual root suddenly trembled slightly. Immediately, an irresistible huge suction force suddenly exploded from it. Li Qianling felt the world spinning, her soul seemingly freed from the body, forcibly pulled into a strange world. When she regained awareness, she found herself in a vast void space. Where is this? Li Qianling murmured, why was there a space inside her spiritual root? She had never sensed it before. There was no sky or ground, only countless silver threads weaving, entangling, breaking, and recombining in the void. She felt confused and stepped toward an unknown direction. She didn't know how long she had walked, the surroundings never changed, as if she had been treading in place from the beginning. This was the disadvantage of a commoner martial artist, with no background. In places with inheritance, many people are told before awakening their spiritual root that once your mind is pulled into the space of the spiritual root, it means you have the possibility to awaken an innate spiritual skill. In this space, what a martial artist must do is not wander randomly, but calm the heart, focus the mind, and carefully comprehend the mysteries inside. The so-called innate spiritual skill is gained through such comprehension. When Lin Chen first helped Li Qianling repair her spiritual root, due to his own strength, he couldn't repair it completely. So Li Qianling's innate spiritual skill showed no sign at all. Not long ago, Li Qianling's spiritual root affinity increased by 2 points, perhaps reaching a certain requirement, which triggered this strange change. Fortunately, Li Qianling seemed to notice something was wrong. She slowly stopped walking, no longer wandering aimlessly, but instead focused her gaze on the white threads flying erratically in the void. She observed quietly. Every intersection of the threads caused the surrounding space to twist and fold like ripples in water, exuding an indescribable mystery. She stood quietly in this void, her expression gradually relaxing. Slowly, she no longer felt surprised or hesitant. Instead, she felt an unprecedented sense of intimacy within this space. That feeling was like she was naturally meant to be here. Why do I feel this way? Such a strange feeling, what are these threads? Without thinking, she reached out her hand, her fingertips gently touching a silver thread that slowly passed in front of her. Buzz! The moment her fingertip touched the thread, the entire void froze abruptly. Countless silver threads turned into flowing light, rushing into her soul through her fingertips. There was no pain, only a sudden clarity of understanding. Li Chen felt as if she had become a part of this space. The profound and obscure aspects of space, the violent collapses and folds, became clear in her mind. As the silver threads continued to flow in, a strange transformation was happening inside her body. Those silver threads kept gathering in her mind, intertwining, entangling. Eventually, an illusory silver rune slowly emerged and began to solidify over time. No one knew how long it passed, but deep within Li Qianling's soul, the silver rune finally took full shape. In the next moment, the rune flashed, then deeply imprinted itself onto her spiritual root. At the same time, a sense of destruction suddenly flooded into Li Qianling's mind, and her consciousness was immediately forced out of that strange space. Ah! Li Qianling cried out in surprise, suddenly opening her eyes, and her consciousness returned to her physical body in the cave on the cliff. A flash of silver light disappeared deep in her eyes. She glanced at the time, her heart jolting. In that space, she hadn't felt the passage of time, but after coming out, she realized that 7 days had actually passed in reality. She opened her hands, feeling the new, peculiar fluctuation within her body, something entirely different from spiritual power, and her heart was thrown into turmoil. This is a talent spiritual skill. This was the legendary talent spiritual skill. Only a very few geniuses, when awakening their spiritual roots, will awaken a talent spiritual skill alongside it. And Li Qianling, to her amazement, possessed it too. With a thought, the related understanding of this talent spiritual skill appeared in her mind. It was called Leap. As the name suggests, it was a method of teleportation that involved stepping into the realm of space. With just a thought, she could ignore terrain obstacles and instantly cross the space to appear at another point in sight. To verify her guess, Li Qianling took a deep breath, her gaze locking onto a protruding rock on the other side of the cave. She activated the silver rune on her spiritual root, and the vast spiritual power inside her body was instantly drawn away like water from a broken dam. There was no sound of air being torn, no afterimage left behind. The spot where Li Qianling had been standing was left with only a faint ripple in the space, while her body had suddenly appeared beside the rock 10 meters away, without any warning. So fast. It was simply unstoppable. Li Qianling stared in awe at the place where she had just been standing. This pure space traversal was absolutely a game-changing, one-hit kill ability in actual combat. Whether used for surprise attacks or for escaping danger, it was simply unbeatable. But after the surprise, Li Qianling's face turned slightly pale. The fine beads of sweat seeped out on her forehead, and a weak feeling even surged through her body. She gave a bitter smile and turned her attention inward to her true aperture. This leap, though defying the heavens, had extremely strict limitations. First, the distance. With her current realm and soul strength, the maximum distance she could teleport was only a mere 10 meters, unable to move even a fraction further. Secondly, the terrifyingly immense spiritual energy consumption. Even though she possessed the unparalleled 99-foot true aperture, with spiritual energy reserves far beyond others of the same tier, that short 10-meter jump had drained nearly a third of her spiritual energy. This meant that in her peak state, she could only perform the teleportation 3 times consecutively before her true aperture would be completely depleted. If an ordinary 9th-stage aperture opening martial artist tried it, they would probably not even manage one jump, and they would be instantly drained to a lifeless husk. Chapter 76, Urgent Bounty. The Black-Robed Masked Warrior. Chapter 76, Urgent Bounty. The Black-Robed Masked Warrior. Although the consumption was enormous, as a surprise trump card, it was already lethal enough. Li Qianling clenched her delicate fist tightly, and her cold gaze revealed a sharp glint. With the flickering shadow step, star-shattering finger, and now this elusive teleportation talent, she finally had the strength to stand on her own in this vast Tiangu forest, to face the upcoming tests, and to find the source crystal of the anomaly for Lin Chen. However, after the brief joy, Li Qianling's brows furrowed slightly. She thought calmly to herself, the flickering shadow step and star-shattering finger were signature martial arts of the top Zhou family from Jiang'an City. If she encountered someone from another family during the actual combat tests, or if she used them openly in a fight outside, it would definitely cause a huge stir. If the Zhou family found out that an outsider had stolen their secret arts, they would certainly pursue her relentlessly, even suspecting that she had something to do with the abnormal deaths of Zhou Ziyue, Zhou Li, and the others. Without a reasonable and legal source, these martial arts were like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Li Qianling paced back and forth in the cave, her mind racing at high speed. She needed to create an excuse to make it seem perfectly reasonable that she had learned them. Li Qianling tossed the black robe and mask she had taken off into the abyss, then checked once again the supplies and spiritual crystals she was carrying. After confirming everything was in order, she walked to the edge of the cliff, looked down at the bottomless abyss below, and then glanced up at the steep cliff above. If it had been before, she would have never had the courage to even climb up. But now.
Li Qianling took a deep breath, infusing the power of her ninth-stage aperture opening into her limbs and bones. Her body was as agile as a spirit ape, and with a single leap, her hands tightly gripped the jutting rocks on the cliff face. Her legs suddenly pushed with great force, and her body shot up like a sharp arrow toward the top of the cliff. Her powerful physical strength allowed her to move across the steep cliff as if it were flat ground. In no time, she successfully scaled the towering clifftop without incident. Standing once again on the solid earth of the Tiangu forest, Li Qianling closed her eyes, her thoughts shifting slightly as she began to try communicating with the special power Lin Chen had left inside her. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out from her, expanding instantly to a distance of 500 meters. Within this range, the rustling of the wind, the chirping of birds, and even the heartbeat of low-level mutated beasts hidden beneath the soil all became clear in her senses. This feeling of control over everything made Li Qianling feel incredibly at ease. She opened her eyes, glanced around to determine the direction, and then her figure flickered. In an instant, she turned into a blur, swiftly and nimbly speeding toward the outer edge of the Tiangu forest. The sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled light and shadows on the soil of the Tiangu forest. Li Qianling's figure was like a light breeze. With a few quick movements, she arrived at the place where Lin Chen had discarded the points token over 10 days ago. She brushed away a thick layer of fallen leaves and slapped her hand on the ground, creating a small pit in the earth. The token, symbolizing Li Qianling's status in the practical assessment, was quietly lying there. She bent down, picked it up, and casually hung it at her waist. 10 days have passed. I wonder how the leaderboard looks now, but based on past experience, the top 10 scores should have reached at least 5,000 points. With half a month left until the end of the assessment, it might be a bit hard to make it into the top 10. But no matter what, for Lin Chen, I must get in. If it doesn't work. Li Qianling mumbled to herself, her gaze turning towards the depths of the Tiangu Great Forest. This forest was vast, and the deeper it went, the more powerful the exotic beasts became. If it were any other 9th-level chi-refining martial artist, entering the inner region would be considered a death sentence. But for her, Li Qianling, she had some confidence. That confidence came from the talent Lin Chen had granted her, perception. After picking up the token, she didn't immediately return to the 9th camp to check. Instead, her gaze turned to the nearby area, her cold eyes gleaming with a spark of excitement. 9th level Chi Refining Realm, 99-foot True Orifice, plus 2 4th-grade martial arts skills, along with a pile of miscellaneous spiritual weapons and pills. With this kind of setup, it could almost be called top tier. She was now eager to test her strength through real combat. Buzz! Li Qianling activated her perception with Lin Chen's power, instantly sensing a 500-meter range. At the same time, she began to move quickly. Soon, her perception locked onto a huge 3rd-level iron-armored rhino. Li Qianling slightly curled her lips. A big guy, I'll use you for some practice. As soon as her words fell, Li Qianling's graceful figure appeared right in front of the iron-armored rhino. Roar! The iron-armored rhino noticed the intruder. Its eyes turned bright red, and it stomped its thick limbs like pillars, charging towards Li Qianling like a heavy tank. The ground seemed to tremble slightly, and the thick trees along the way were easily smashed by it. Come at me. Faced with such power, Li Qianling did not retreat but instead advanced. Flickering light step. Her figure blurred in place, leaving a series of illusory afterimages. The iron-armored rhino's powerful charge, capable of splitting mountains and rocks, missed completely. Before the iron-armored rhino could turn its cumbersome body around, Li Qianling had already floated lightly above its side, just above its ribs. Her right index finger curled slightly, and the immense spiritual power within her body was instantly compressed into the tip of her finger, turning into a dazzling star-like glow. Star-breaking finger. Poochie! A muffled sound echoed out. There was no flourish. The iron-armored rhino, known for its incredible defense, had its tough armor pierced as easily as paper before the star-breaking finger. The starlight directly pierced its side, deeply stabbing into its heart, leaving no room for struggle. Bang! The massive body fell to the ground with a thud, sending dust flying everywhere. So strong. Li Qianling looked at her fingertip, her heart filled with shock. Is this the power of the Zhou family's martial arts? Is this the 99-foot True Orifice that Lin Chen bestowed upon me? It's ridiculously strong. But at that moment, a thought of Si Yunyao flashed through Li Qianling's mind, and a trace of killing intent appeared in her eyes. Just one Zhou Ziyue already possesses such terrifying martial arts. How terrifying must Si Yunyao be? Back then, Si Yunyao, even while overexerting herself, could still fight to a standstill with Zhou Ziyue. Next, Li Qianling began to sweep through the nearby area in a frenzy. With her 500-meter perception range and terrifying movement techniques, she entered the outer regions of the Tiangu Great Forest as if it were no man's land. No matter if it was a 2nd-rank or 3rd-rank strange beast, it could not survive more than 3 moves under her hand. The token on her waist also began to rise in points, climbing from the pitiful 20-something to 287 by the time she paused her hunt.
But even the speed of increase was still too slow. This area, after all, had been visited by too many people, and it should be counted as the part of the ancient Tian forest with the fewest strange beasts.
Especially with so many families and factions coming here to hunt strange beasts for points.
So after half a day, Li Qianling had only found 2 third-rank strange beasts. Li Qianling raised her head, looking into the depths, a trace of hesitation showing in her eyes.
Could it be that she really had to go to the inner area?
Just as Li Qianling was deeply troubled, her token suddenly shook violently and flashed a dazzling red light.
Li Qianling stopped and picked up the token to take a look. It was actually a bounty issued jointly by the Combat Assessment Committee and the Jiang'an City Garrison Army.
Emergency bounty. Recently, a mysterious masked black-robed warrior has appeared in the blockade area, extremely cruel, specifically targeting participants of the combat assessment.
The Army and Combat Assessment Committee jointly issue this bounty.
If any assessment student can kill this black-robed demon cultivator or capture him alive and hand him over to the army, the reward is 10,000 combat points or equivalent military merit points.
Li Qianling was stunned. A black-robed demon cultivator? She herself was the black-robed red-faced one, and now there was a masked black-robed one too? These days, can no one show their real face to others anymore? The 5th watch of the day is over.
I have entered a crazy writing state, writing more than 6 hours every day after work.
Begging for free gifts. Readers who haven't rated yet, please move your lucky little hands and give a 5-star review. Your support is my greatest motivation.
Gritting my teeth, Mooncake continues the 5th watch.
Chapter 77, Lang Xiaoxing's Anger.
Looking at this bounty, Li Qianling's brows slightly furrowed, a trace of thought flashing in her eyes.
Targeting students specifically?
This is absolutely a poisonous tumor. But since the matter had already blown up so much, even the army issued a bounty.
Why didn't the army's strong ones just kill him directly?
With the army's strength, sending a few Kaoyuan level or even higher masters here, any scattered cultivator in the blockade area would have no chance.
Could the army have other concerns? Li Qianling guessed quietly.
From this bounty, she seemed to sense something. After a moment, she shook her head. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. 10,000 points. Her attention was quickly drawn to the reward of 10,000 points on the bounty. Because she had been secluded to cultivate, she had wasted 10 full days. Now, the time until the end of the combat assessment was getting closer and closer.
Those true geniuses, by now their points must be astronomical.
The strongest, Xiyunyao, might already be close to 10,000. Even if she hunted third-rank strange beasts non-stop 24 hours a day on the outer perimeter, catching up to enter the top 10 would be extremely difficult.
And the inner area was far too dangerous. Li Qianling was unwilling to take the risk unless absolutely necessary.
If I can get this 10,000 points, there will definitely be a place for me in the top 10. But such a strange person, the danger of trying to kill him is probably not low. A resolute light flashed in Li Qianling's eyes. This might be her only chance. She made a quick decision, abandoning the aimless hunting in the forest, and turned to dash toward the 9th camp of the blockade area. That black-robed demon cultivator targeting assessment students, she had no news of him now.
First, go back to the camp to ask around and gather intelligence. The fastest way to find the other party.
At the same time that Li Qianling rushed toward the camp, at the edge of the sealed area in Jiang'an City, inside a simple house with heavy guards. This is the Jiang'an City Garrison Headquarters, the highest organization of the Great Xiao military in Jiang'an City, and the absolute core of military control over the entire sealed area. In the spacious and bright combat command room, the Jiang'an City Garrison commander, Lu Yuan, stood with his hands behind his back in front of a huge holographic map, frowning. He was big and strong, imposing without anger, and his straight military uniform made him look like an unshakable iron tower. Behind him stood the overall person in charge of this real combat assessment, Li Changfeng.
General Lu, that black-robed magic cultivator matter has already caused considerable panic in the student camps.
Many school teachers have complained to us. Li Changfeng's tone carried some anxiety.
Why doesn't the military send a team directly to capture him? Why issue a bounty for students instead?
Few of these students have even reached the title realm. How could they deal with that black-robed magic cultivator? Lu Yuan slowly turned, his deep gaze pressing on Li Changfeng-like substance, and said in a low voice.
Changfeng, do you really think I, Lu Yuan, am the kind of person to joke with students' lives?
No, I just really don't understand. Li Changfeng lowered his head.
Lu Yuan sighed, walked to the desk, and sat down, lightly tapping the surface with his fingers.
The reason I have the military stay put has 3 points of consideration.
First, this is supposed to be a real combat assessment. The path of martial arts is full of blood and cunning.
That black-robed magic cultivator is cruel, but according to our intelligence, his strength is at most 9 stages of awakening, still within the limits the students can handle.
True geniuses should learn to find survival in such dangerous environments, even counterattack the hunters. If the military handles all dangers, what is the point of this real combat assessment? Raising a bunch of greenhouse flowers will only send them to die on the alien battlefield. Li Changfeng nodded slightly. This indeed matched the military's usual Ironblood style. But he knew Lu Yuan must have even deeper concerns. Then what is your second point of consideration, General?
Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and his voice dropped very low.
Recently, around Jiang'an City, dark currents are surging fiercely.
Have you noticed, recently deep in Tiangu Forest, strange movements happened often, as if a great demon was about to awaken, and just a few days ago, that movement suddenly disappeared.
Not only that, the organization that has been lurking in the shadows, hasn't it been too quiet lately? Quiet enough to feel scary.
Li Changfeng shivered all over.
You mean, they are brewing some big conspiracy? Exactly. Lu Yuan snorted coldly.
Several important energy veins in Jiang'an City, and the sealed spot of that spiritual energy relic, are the top priority of our military defense. That black-robed magic cultivator targeting students is very likely a smokescreen released by them, just to test us, or lure our top forces away.
At this critical moment, our tidal realm and above strong warriors must not leave the set defense lightly. Understand?
Understood, sir. Li Changfeng suddenly realized, cold sweat soaking his back. Compared to the safety of the whole Jiang'an City, the casualties of a few students were not a big price. Moreover, no news of true geniuses falling had appeared yet.
Alright, go explain this to the heads of the schools.
I want to see if any kid in this batch can take down this 10,000-point bounty. After Li Changfeng left, Lu Yuan's eyes gradually grew serious, and then he let out a long sigh, murmuring, I hope my plan will work.
This guy. Camp 9, Evaluator's Area. The once lively camp now carried a heavy, oppressive atmosphere.
Lan Xiaoxing's left leg was in a thick cast, her right arm wrapped in bandages, leaning on a simple metal crutch, limping painfully toward the tents at the far end of the camp. Sweat dotted her forehead, her eyes were red, she bit her lip tightly, and her stubborn gaze was full of anger and grievance. Finally reaching a spacious, comfortable tent, Lan Xiaoxing, barely catching her breath, shouted loudly,
Zhang Yanglan! All of you, come out! The tent flap was lifted, and Zhang Yanglan came out with 3 other girls. Chapter 78, Human Hearts Are Dangerous.
The scoreboard. Their faces were rosy, some still eating sunflower seeds, a sharp contrast to Lan Xiaoxing's miserable appearance.
Oh, isn't this our Lan Xiaoxing? Why not stay in your tent to heal and come here shouting? Zhang Yanglan leaned against the tent pole, her tone full of flippancy and mockery. Lan Xiaoxing's hand on the crutch trembled slightly with anger. Zhang Yanglan, do you have no shame?
We agreed I would only take 4.7 points, the rest of the points were yours to earn. I was supposed to get into university later.
But it's been several days.
Only about 10 days left before the real test ends.
You stay in the camp eating and drinking all day, never going out to hunt monsters. When will you even start?
Ah, Xiaoxing, how can you say that? A girl nearby rolled her eyes and sneered.
Look at the time.
The camp has been full of rumors these 2 days, saying a black-robed demon cultivator is killing any of our students who are alone.
Going out now is just suicide. Do you think we are so foolish to risk our lives for a few points for you? Another girl agreed, speaking with righteous tone. Exactly, someone is targeting us outside, how dare we act? You useless baggage, stop dreaming here.
Lan Xiaoxing was almost furious, shouting.
Then at the beginning? This black-robed demon only appeared recently, why didn't you hunt monsters before? At first we were still injured, how could we go?
Lan Xiaoxing, usually kind and not good with words, felt tears welling up at these words.
You are twisting facts. You don't dare to go out, then redistribute the points from the previous hunt. Give me back my points.
At these words, Zhang Yanglan and the others looked at Lan Xiaoxing like she was crazy, then burst into harsh laughter together.
Ha ha ha, give them back? Lan Xiaoxing, are you out of your mind or just skipped your medicine today?
Zhang Yanglan tossed her sunflower seed shell casually, completely tearing off her mask of hypocrisy, crossed her arms, and said with full ridicule.
Since you came to us today, I'll be honest with you. My points are already 10.5, this score guarantees admission to an ordinary martial arts university. Why should we risk our lives? Fight those crazy beasts to the death? Your whole life is only this much, failing to get into university is your own bad luck, yet you want to drag us down with you?
Zhang Yanglan became harsher as she spoke. That points distribution plan, you agreed to it yourself, even the arbitration office won't intervene.
You want points? Dream on.
After Zhang Yanglan finished speaking, the 4 women looked at each other, and instantly burst into laughter.
You bunch of liars. So despicable. I actually thought of you as good teammates at first, as partners. You bunch of wretches.
Lan Xiaoxing screamed hoarsely. In her rage, she raised her intact hand, trying to grab Zhang Yanglan.
You cripple, get away. Don't dirty my clothes.
A trace of disgust flashed in Zhang Yanglan's eyes. She suddenly lifted her hand and pushed Lang Xiaoxing's shoulder hard.
Lang Xiaoxing's legs were already weak. How could she withstand Zhang Yanglan's shove?
Her whole body instantly lost balance, falling heavily to the ground, the cast hitting the floor with a crisp thud, pain making her tears burst out.
Ah!
Lang Xiaoxing held her leg, curling on the ground in agony.
Bah!
What kind of thing, Lang Xiaoxing? The four of us originally wanted to keep surface peace with you, never expected you to come over so aggressively. Since so, from now on, our team is officially disbanded. About the points, just forget it, don't come bother us anymore. Zhang Yanglan said coldly, and the four all agreed to approve Lang Xiaoxing's team removal request.
After the approval, Zhang Yanglan turned and called the other three. Sisters, let's go in, it's much more comfortable inside. The four walked into the tent, chatting and laughing.
With a swish, the heavy curtain was pulled shut, mercilessly isolating Lang Xiaoxing outside. Many passing students watched from afar, pointing and whispering, but no one came to help. They didn't know Lang Xiaoxing, and in this assessment camp where strength speaks, sympathy is the cheapest thing. Gritting her teeth, holding back tears in sharp pain, Lang Xiaoxing used her crutch to slowly get up from the ground. She looked at the tightly closed tent door, bitterness swelling in her heart. It's all my fault for being too easygoing. If I had demanded points based on contribution from the start, I could have at least gotten 15 points. Why did they treat me like this?
I didn't do anything wrong.
Lang Xiaoxing's heart was full of grievance, but there was no one to tell. She could only drag her broken body back to her dark little tent, step by step. Then lie on the bed silently enduring. On the bed, she thought of her deskmate, Li Chenling. Though always cold, for 3 years as deskmates, she had been relatively kind, never bullying her.
4 hours later.
Li Chenling hurried back to the 9th camp, dusty and tired. She first glanced at the ranking list. The first in 9th camp was still Si Yinyao, 8,756 points.
Second, Yang Hongyun, 7,473 points. Fifth, Zhou Ziyue, 6,178 points. Sixth, Qin Yuan, 5,618 points. 10th, Su Qiming, 4,281 points. Li Chenling frowned slightly. She expected these scores to be high, but not this high.
And this was only the 9th camp's ranking. There were 8 more camps. Although major families and big powers usually choose the 9th camp because points are easiest to get here, there were also geniuses in the other 8 camps, so every year, 1 or 2 spots appear outside. Calculating this way, she only got less than 300 points in half a day. With about 10 days left, at this rate, she definitely couldn't reach top 10.
Li Chenling couldn't accept this result.
She must enter the spirit energy pool, because there, Lin Chen can absorb more energy to maintain his current level. So returning to the 9th camp to deal with this black-robed demon cultist was the right decision.
Chapter 79, Leave it to me. Chapter 79, Leave it to me.
After looking at the points ranking, Li Chenling. She walked into her own tent, ready to rest for a little while.
Suddenly, her phone rang.
It was a short voice message, with uncontrollable sobbing in it.
Chenling, I was tricked by them, my points, my whole university is ruined. Hearing that voice, Li Chenling's face instantly turned ice cold.
In this vast Suzhou, and even in the whole Jiang'an city, besides Lin Chen, Lang Xiaoxing was her only friend. This little girl, a bit simple, but had once shown kindness when she was isolated, was one of the few soft spots in her heart. As for running all the way back from the Tiangu forest to help Lang Xiaoxing, Li Chenling might not be at that point yet. But she had already returned to the 9th camp, and a small effort, she still felt, was worth helping Lang Xiaoxing, for 3 years of friendship.
Li Chenling casually closed the tent door, then strode quickly toward Lang Xiaoxing's tent.
Lifting the curtain, Li Chenling saw a Lang Xiaoxing completely different from her memory. She hugged her knees, curled up in the corner of the bed, her eyes swollen and red from crying, and even the bandages and plaster on her body were smeared with dirt. Li Chenling's heart twitched sharply, a nameless rage instantly shot to her head.
The always kind and cute Lang Xiaoxing was bullied into this state? Xiaoxing, what exactly happened? How did you end up like this?
Li Chenling hurried to the bed and held Lang Xiaoxing's hand. Seeing Li Chenling, Lang Xiaoxing could no longer control her emotions, hugging her tightly and crying out loud. She told, bit by bit, how Zhang Yanglan and the other 3 had tricked her into agreeing to the point distribution plan, how they locked her in, and just now how they pushed her down and insulted her, all in detail.
Chenling, I really feel so wronged. I was hurt to save them, but how could they treat me like this? Lang Xiaoxing's voice was hoarse from crying.
Why, I was truly sincere to them. I really thought they would also hunt some beasts for me.
Now, they get to go to university, but I have no chance. Chenling, do you think I'm stupid?
After hearing everything, a bone-chilling cold flash passed through the depths of Li Chenling's eyes. If Lin Chen were awake now, he would immediately know this was the look of someone ready to kill. Just like when she saw Si Yinyao.
Don't cry, Xiaoxing.
Li Qianling took a bottle of healing potion from her storage ring. Lin Chen had killed so many martial artists, the spiritual weapons and potions on his body were countless. Drink this, your wounds should heal quickly.
Leave the rest to me. Lang Xiaoxing trusted Li Qianling very much, and without hesitation, drank the potion in one gulp.
The moment she drank it, her swollen red eyes lit up.
The potion worked so well?
Immediately, she felt a warm current flow to her wounds, the severe pain was greatly reduced, she could even barely walk on her own. Lang Xiaoxing dropped her crutch, jumped happily on the ground a few times, then hopped over to Li Qianling, hugged her arm, and said,
"Thank you so much, Qianling. How much is this potion? I will definitely pay you back later."
Li Qianling heard this and smiled silently. If she remembered correctly, this potion was probably taken from that bald man of the Title IX, stored carefully in a small exquisite box, clearly very valuable.
Li Qianling didn't know its exact value, but in her estimation, at least it must be over 10 million, right?
Something worth this much, Lang Xiaoxing might not be able to pay back. Looking at Lang Xiaoxing's very sincere eyes, Li Qianling shook her head slightly, showing a faint smile. I bought this potion for 100,000, if you want to repay, let's just say this amount.
100,000?
Lang Xiaoxing opened his mouth wide, his big sparkling eyes showing extreme disbelief.
Qianling, you must be lying to me. 100,000 can buy this potion effect? How is that possible?
I don't care, just tell me, how much is this potion really?
We are friends, I can't take such a big benefit from you.
Hearing Lang Xiaoxing's words, Li Qianling walked while helplessly saying, "Since you are so determined, this potion costs about 10 million.
Xiaoxing, see if you can afford it." Li Qianling said while smiling, also reaching out to touch Lang Xiaoxing's head. "What the hell? What did you say? 10 million.
I spit.
Can this thing still be sold if I spit it out? Aren't you disgusted? Get lost. 10 million is 10 million, I will definitely pay you back."
The two walked and talked. Since Lin Chen fell asleep, Li Qianling was this relaxed for the first time.
"By the way, Qianling, what are you taking me to do?" "Do? Those people dared to bully me, I'm taking you to get justice," Li Qianling said coldly. Qianling, maybe forget it. Lang Xiaoxing nervously tugged Li Qianling's sleeve.
"There are 4 of them, and all are at the 9th level of Qi blood realm. You can't beat them alone, and the camp forbids private fights you don't need to because of me.
I said, leave it to me."
Li Qianling's voice was soft, but carried an unquestionable dominance.
"Oh, okay then." They quickly arrived at Zhang Yanlan and the others' tents. "Zhang Yanlan, come out." Li Qianling's voice was cold, yet extremely penetrating, instantly spreading to the nearby tents.
The 4 inside heard the noise and cursed while coming out.
"Who is shouting here, can't people rest?"
Zhang Yanlan came out of the tent, seeing Li Qianling, sneered, hands on hips.
"Oh, I wondered who it was, isn't this that Su Division beauty Li Qianling? I heard she jumped from a useless person to the top genius of Su Zhong." "What, you useless thing, think finding a so-called top genius is enough? Nowadays any cat or dog dares to bark in front of me."
The mean girl next to her chimed in, eyes scanning Li Qianling up and down. "Li Qianling, I advise you not to meddle. This Lang Xiaoxing agreed to the points allocation himself, you want to fight for him, have you measured your own weight?"
Chapter 80, Live Capture of 3rd Stage Single Horn Thunder Tiger. The 9th camp boils.
In the 4's impression, although Li Qianling's spirit root affinity was 81 points, her cultivation was ordinary, only at Qi blood realm, even if improving fast, now at most at 9th level.
No need to be polite to her.
Li Qianling looked at the 4 girls calmly, said no useless words, not even a single argument.
Li Qianling never liked talking, she liked direct action, or ignoring directly.
Lin Chen was like that too, but when facing her, that guy always seemed talkative, and very lustful. Next second, a terrifying pressure, solid-like substance, erupted from her seemingly delicate body without reservation.
Boom!
The surrounding air seemed emptied in an instant, wild spirit power turned into a visible wave, sweeping outward. 9 levels opened. This pressure for the few Qi blood realm students felt like Mount Tai crushing down. The laughter of Zhang Yanlan and the other 3 stopped abruptly, their expressions instantly froze, replaced by an extreme fear as if they had seen a ghost. They only felt their legs go soft, and with a few thuds, they collapsed directly to the ground under Li Qianling's overwhelming presence. Their bodies trembled violently, as if they were shaking like sifted rice.
Opened, the 9th level of Qi opening? How is this possible? Zhang Yanlan's voice was trembling, her eyes almost popping out.
Not just them, the onlookers who had gathered to watch were also stunned.
What the hell? Am I blind? That aura, it's definitely the peak of Qi opening. Didn't Li Qianling just take the actual combat test? Wasn't she still in the Qi and blood stage? How did she go straight to the 9th level of chi opening in just a few days? Oh my god, this is like, even if she was on drugs, it wouldn't be this ridiculous, right? This kind of progress speed, it's probably beyond even the likes of Si Yun-ao, right? When did Su Zhong produce such a terrifying monster? The exclamations and amazement around them continued.
Lang Xiaoxing stood beside Li Chanling, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, shocked to the point that she forgot why she was even here.
She stammered, Chanling, you broke through to the chi opening stage? Or, the 9th level? How did you do it? Li Chanling didn't respond, still calmly staring at the 4 women in front of her.
Lang Xiaoxing was clearly used to Li Chanling's cold demeanor and didn't think much of it. Zhang Yanglan and the others finally reacted, and in the face of someone who could slap them to death with a single blow, their fear surpassed everything. Zhang Yanglan quickly shouted at the top of her lungs, someone.
Help! Someone's trying to kill. This is the 9th camp, and there are rules here. You can't fight privately.
Li Chanling, if you dare to attack here, the military will definitely cancel your test qualifications, and they will arrest you. She screamed at the top of her lungs, using the military rules as her only shield. Li Chanling's eyes flashed with a hint of violence at the threat from Zhang Yanlan, her fists clenching secretly. If this were in the ancient forest of Tiangu, the 4 of them would have turned to ashes by now, they wouldn't still be standing here shouting. But she quickly took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the impulse to slap these 4 scum to death. Zhang Yanglan was right, openly defying the military rules would have too high a cost. Not only would she lose her qualification, but she would also lose the chance to earn the 10,000 reward.
This was about Lin Chen, and Li Chanling would never allow anything to go wrong.
Li Chanling glanced coldly at the 4 women lying on the ground, her gaze as indifferent as if she were looking at 4 corpses. She turned her head and coldly said to Lang Xiaoxing, Xiaoxing, wait here for me, don't go anywhere, I'll be back soon. After speaking, Li Chanling turned around and suddenly shot forward, like an arrow leaving the bow, rushing out of the camp, quickly disappearing from the crowd's view. A group of onlookers exchanged glances. Where did she go? Is she afraid of the military rules? Did she run away? TCH, I think it's just a bluff. What's the use of having the realm but not daring to act? Who would dare to disregard military regulations in this camp? Yeah, if she can't hit or kill anyone, it's pretty uncomfortable to watch. It's better to just ignore it, out of sight, out of mind. Zhang Yanglan and the others breathed a long sigh of relief when they saw Li Chanling leave, helping each other to get up. Although their legs were still shaking, they stubbornly started shouting again, humph, so what if it's the 9th level of chi opening? Here in the 9th camp, she's just a paper tiger who scares people. If she's so capable, let her come and kill me. Lang Xiaoxing was also filled with doubt. She didn't know what Li Chanling was going to do, but she knew that Li Chanling had told her to wait here for her. She should wait for her to come back. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye amid everyone's chatter. Just when many thought Li Chanling had left and would not return, a heavy and oppressive set of footsteps suddenly sounded at the camp gate. Bang! 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 As the sound drew closer, everyone instinctively looked toward the camp entrance. In the next moment, the entire 9th camp fell into a deathly silence, followed by a roar of gasps like a tsunami. Li Chanling appeared, walking slowly in a short skirt. Her face showed no extra expression, as if she were just taking a casual walk. But what made people's scalps tingle was that her right hand casually dragged a thick beast tendon rope. At the end of the rope, tied clearly, was a 3 to 4 meter long, black-spotted, horned thunder tiger. A 3rd-tier exotic beast. This was a genuine 3rd-tier exotic beast. At this moment, the horned thunder tiger was covered in blood, its limb bone seemingly smashed by some terrifying force, only able to be dragged helplessly by Li Chanling. Its mouth kept making faint whimpering sounds, like a dead dog at Li Chanling's hand, completely at her mercy. What the hell? What is that? What is that? Brother, that's a 3rd-tier exotic beast, a horned thunder tiger. A 3rd-tier exotic beast. Oh my god. She actually captured a live 3rd-tier exotic beast? The most ferocious thunder tiger? Can a human really do this? So insane. Even for a Chaoshi level master, killing a 3rd-tier exotic beast is not hard, but to cripple it and capture it alive, what kind of terrifying control power does that require? The 9th camp completely erupted. Chapter 81, Greed That Can't Swallow the Elephant. A large number of examinees, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the tents, staring dumbfounded at the scene. Even the military squad leader stationed at the 9th camp was alerted by the huge noise, arriving fully armed with a team of soldiers. When they saw the exotic beast Li Chanling dragged, these experienced soldiers were all stunned, deep shock flashing in their eyes. Some of them had been guarding the restricted area for years. Yet it was their first time seeing a participant in a real combat test dragging back a still-living 3rd-tier exotic beast. Li Chanling's expression did not change at all, ignoring the gazes around her.
She dragged the horned thunder tiger straight to the open space between Lang Xiaoxing and Zhang Yanglan's group of 4. Bang!
With a flick of her hand, the over 1,000-pound horned thunder tiger was slammed hard in the middle of the 5, raising dust all around. Zhang Yanglan and the others were already terrified, retreating step by step. They collapsed to the ground, shaking in fear as they looked at the still-breathing third-tier exotic beast.
Li Chanling looked at Lang Xiaoxing, a faint smile appearing on her cold face, and said lightly, "Xiaoxing, go and kill it."
At this, the whole scene erupted in shock.
What the hell? This is blatant cheating. Bringing back a crippled third-tier exotic beast for others to finish for points? Someone couldn't help shouting. Why is this fair? We risk our lives to kill first-tier exotic beasts, why can't she just grab third-tier points directly? A jealous boy shouted. But just as he finished, a rational student beside him sneered and retorted. Unfair? If you can find a friend willing to cripple a third-tier exotic beast and let you finish it, then you could do the same. You think no one does this? Those few big families. How did the young masters and young ladies of the major factions get those thousands of points? Do you not know? Their families have bodyguards in the open Yuan realm to help hunt monsters. What's a mere 100 points to them?
This Li Chanling caught the monster with her own strength and gave it to her best friend.
If you have the ability, go catch one too. If you're useless, just shut up. Keep on blabbering, and it makes people look down on you even more.
The boy's face immediately turned red, unable to say a word for a long time. Lang Xiaoxing was completely stunned. She looked at the third-tier alien beast in front of her, which was on the verge of death but still exuding terrifying pressure.
Then, she glanced at Li Chenling's calm and indifferent face. Shock, gratitude, disbelief, all kinds of complex emotions flooded her mind in an instant.
So, Xianling left not because she was afraid, but to go get points for herself. A third-tier alien beast, that's a full 100 points. Not to mention ordinary martial arts universities, even top martial arts universities would find that more than enough.
Xianling.
Lang Xiaoxing's eyes moistened, and she didn't know how to express her gratitude with words. At that moment, Zhang Yanglan and the others, sitting slumped on the other side, looked at the third-tier alien beast right in front of them, their eyes turning red.
That's 100 points. Regret. Endless regret gnawed at their hearts like a poisonous snake.
If they hadn't been so ruthless today, if they hadn't kicked Lang Xiaoxing out of the team. According to the rules, even if Lang Xiaoxing made the final kill, they would at least get 10 points. This way, they could go to a better university.
That's an incredible stroke of luck.
But now, because they forcibly ended the team with Lang Xiaoxing, none of this has anything to do with them anymore.
Damn it. Damn it.
Zhang Yanglan looked at Lang Xiaoxing's excited expression, then at the dying thunder tiger, and deep in her eyes, a flash of extreme madness and greed suddenly passed by. The thunder tiger was now less than 3 meters away from them, and it was bound, completely losing its ability to resist. In the camp's rules, whoever lands the final blow, the system will automatically assign the points to them. Thinking of this, Zhang Yanglan secretly exchanged a vicious glance with the other 3. The 3 immediately understood, they were from the same school and had been training together for a long time, so they had this tacit understanding. Grab it. As long as we act first and kill it, the system points will be ours. In the camp, Li Chenling definitely won't dare to do anything to us in front of the military. Zhang Yanglan screamed wildly in her heart. Do it. Zhang Yanglan gave a low shout, and the 4 of them instantly jumped up from the ground. They all instantly activated their internal energy, drew out their weapons, and rushed at the thunder tiger's head like starving wolves. Ha, these points are ours. My God. They're trying to steal the monster. The onlookers gasped. Lang Xiaoxing was also shocked. Xianling, they. However, facing the almost shameless theft by the 4, Li Chenling not only didn't stop them, but the corner of her mouth even curled into a slight arc. Because she knew that although the thunder tiger's limbs were disabled, she had intentionally left some strength inside it. In other words, this third-tier alien beast still had the ability to unleash one last strike. And the one to launch this final strike would be its tail. Li Chenling had already planned when she came here, if these 4 weren't so greedy, she would decide to let them go. Of course, temporarily. Just as Zhang Yanlan and the others rushed in front of the thunder tiger, their short blades about to stab into its eyes, their faces already showing extreme joy and greed. If we kill this alien beast, we each get 25 points. But just at that moment, the originally tightly closed eyes of the thunder tiger suddenly opened, revealing its blood-red eyes filled with endless hatred and brutality. Roar! A terrifying roar exploded in the center of the camp, shaking everyone's eardrums with a buzzing sound. The unicorn thunder tiger, on the brink of death, unleashed the last bit of strength within it. Although it could not stand, its thick tiger tail was like a steel whip. With its last ounce of energy, it fiercely swept towards the 4 people rushing towards it. Boom 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 boom.
for loud crashes rang out. The smiles on Zhang Yanglan and the others' faces instantly froze.
They didn't even have time to scream before they felt as though a small mountain had slammed into them head-on. Their bodies flew through the air like kites with their strings cut, spraying large amounts of blood mixed with shattered internal organs, flying far away. They finally slammed heavily into a tent more than 10 meters away.
After landing, the 4 bodies only twitched instinctively twice before falling completely silent, their lives unknown.
But it seemed like they were unlikely to survive. The whole place fell into dead silence. The 5th watch was completed today.
The mooncake begs.
Please give me a free gift, please give me a 5-star review.
Character summons extra chapters. 10 chapters at most. The mooncake is doing its best. Chapter 112, Zhou Ziyue, watch me play Tang Yi like a fiddle.
Hearing Li Qianling's words, Suyu chuckled.
For what?
Of course, it's for your body.
This guy's talent is really too poor.
I have devoured so many martial artists just to reach this level. Saying this, Suyu slowly stretched out his hand and pointed at himself. As soon as he said this, Li Qianling suddenly understood. A term flashed through her mind.
Weird type exotic beast, parasitism.
It turns out that what Lin Chen sensed was wrong because Suyu, in front of her, had already been parasitized by a weird type exotic beast. Li Qianling's gaze became extremely serious, and she coldly asked.
Parasitism, then why must it be here?
Before Suyu could answer, Zhou Ziyue, hearing this, immediately retreated a few steps in shock.
Parasitized? Suyu, you've been parasitized?
Her face was full of terror. Suyu glanced at her indifferently, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. As expected, she was a waste raised by a powerful family.
When faced with a problem, all she could do was panic. Not as composed as Li Qianling.
Suyu turned his gaze back to Li Qianling.
Why here?
Because. I don't know if there's also an exotic beast inside you.
If I charge in recklessly, what if I can't defeat it?
Oh?
It seems that in this formation, you can detect that I haven't been parasitized by an exotic beast?
On Suyu's usually bright and sunny face, a greedy expression finally appeared. This scene was very different from his usual image, it looked very out of place.
Ha! With a true chi of 99 Zhang and 83 points of affinity, even in the whole of the Great Xia Kingdom, you are among the top genius.
It's just a pity, you have no future. After speaking, Suyu's momentum exploded, reaching the title 4th level.
Even stronger than the black-robed demon cultivator before. By parasitizing you, I will be invincible among peers.
Suyu roared and then charged toward Li Qianling. Li Qianling coldly looked at Suyu rushing toward her. The next moment, her thoughts moved. Zhou Ziyue, who had been somewhat startled on the side, moved. All other expressions instantly disappeared from her face, her eyes flashing with an overwhelming murderous intent. Zhou Ziyue's long sword flashed, and a faint sharpness began to spread around her. Without any hesitation, she immediately struck, her sword tip pointing straight at Suyu.
Heavenly Gang Sword Technique.
A 5th-grade sword technique, the strongest martial art of the Zhou family, created by the first head of the Zhou family. From the name, one could tell that the head of the Zhou family had already reached the Heavenly Gang realm in his martial path. Even back then, there was a saying in Jiang'an City, as long as someone could comprehend more than half of the Heavenly Gang sword technique, the power of killing could look down on those of the same rank. But unfortunately, in more than 100 years, not to mention understanding half of it, no one has even been able to start this martial art.
Zhou Ziyue can be considered the person in the Zhou family today who fits this martial art the most. The sword light flashed by, carrying an overwhelming sharpness. Fast, too fast.
In an instant, before Suyu could reach Li Qianling, a sharp sword aura stabbed straight past him as he turned aside. That sharp feeling even made Suyu's body feel a cutting sensation. He was shocked, forcibly stopping his movement, turning his body, and threw a punch toward Zhou Ziyue. At the same time, Suyu's somewhat panicked voice came.
Zhou Ziyue. You can see through illusions? Were you pretending before? Why? Could even you see my identity?
Zhou Ziyue ignored Suyu's roar, putting all her mind into the long sword in her hand, making it even faster.
Zhou Ziyue naturally did not see Suyu's true identity. But as Lin Chen said, this Zhou Ziyue now has the surname Lin. Lin Chen is asleep, so does that make her surname Li? Truly 3 surnames, what a mess.
Actually, Li Qianling did not want to team up with Suyu at first, because this guy was a little strange.
But why did she agree when she saw Zhou Ziyue? Because Li Qianling could control Zhou Ziyue.
By using a trace of Lin Chen's power, Li Qianling could manipulate Zhou Ziyue through Lin Chen's control talent.
So the moment Zhou Ziyue appeared, Li Qianling controlled her for an instant.
Zhou Ziyue was not stupid, she immediately understood her situation. She knew that in such absolute control, she had no room to resist, only obeying Li Qianling could let her continue living. So all along, Zhou Ziyue was acting according to Li Qianling's instructions. At first, when teaming up, she argued on purpose to show conflict between them, lowering Su Yu's alertness. When first encountering the black-robed demon cultivator, Li Qianling, not wanting to expose her sensing talent, sent Zhou Ziyue to scout, and the demon's self-explosion caused her serious injury. Later, when the Yang family had acted, Li Qianling still gave Zhou Ziyue a death order, to block the first black-robed demon. Otherwise, why would Zhou Ziyue work so hard? They were just forming a team. Of course, all of this was laying the foundation for this final sword. Under Li Qianling's control, Zhou Ziyue naturally knew Su Yu's position, but she knew to wait for the perfect moment to strike. So Zhou Ziyue did not wander, instead sitting cross-legged, appearing to recover her cultivation, secretly gathering power. At that time, she sat cross-legged, hands on the long sword, quietly pouring her spiritual power into it, waiting to strike. And Su Yu's mind was fully on Li Qianling fighting the black-robed demon. Seeing Zhou Ziyue still, he ignored her. He could never have imagined, all of this was an illusion Li Qianling showed him. All for this unexpected sword. Between the sword light's inhale and exhale, it already stabbed before Su Yu. Su Yu's face was fierce, a punch shot out. Black spiritual energy surged in the sky, gathering on his right fist, almost solidifying. This terrifying punch surpassed the strongest hit of the previous black-robed demon. But this sword, Zhou Ziyue had secretly charged for too long, almost draining all her spiritual power in one strike. Though Zhou Ziyue's martial cultivation was not as high as Su Yu's, this 5th-rank martial art was solid and real. The two collided violently. In just half a breath, Su Yu's punch was directly pierced through. Su Yu's expression changed, his eyes quickly glanced at the position where Li Qianling was, and seeing that she did not intervene, he quickly turned his body, trying to dodge Zhou Ziyue's sword. Zhou Ziyue's attack was momentarily blocked by Su Yu's punch, slowing it down by half a beat. If this continued, he should have been able to dodge it. Seeing this, Zhou Ziyue gritted her teeth and pushed the last bit of spiritual power within her into the sword. The sword's blade flickered, the sharpness extending half an inch, and before Su Yu could dodge, it viciously pierced into his body. The sword's edge entered his body, and instantly, it began to wreak havoc inside him. Su Yu's face changed as he felt the injury and gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, damn it. I didn't expect to be ambushed here. This guy definitely shouldn't have discovered me. Where did I go wrong? Li Qianling. If it weren't for the earlier injury she dealt me, and having to keep an eye on her every move, how could Zhou Ziyue, a mere amateur, harm me? Chapter 113, Leap. One strike to kill. Su Yu sensed the situation inside his body and realized that although Zhou Ziyue's sword energy was incredibly sharp, it seemed to be running out of power, which caused him to sigh in relief. Luckily, the injury isn't too severe. It should be more than enough to deal with Li Qianling, who was already running on empty. Su Yu kept his focus on Li Qianling, but at that moment, he raised his right hand and struck fiercely at Zhou Ziyue. This strike carried immense force. Even at her peak, Zhou Ziyue would have had to take it seriously, let alone now, when she was completely drained. As long as it landed, Zhou Ziyue would definitely die. At this moment, Zhou Ziyue's face was filled with bitterness. She slightly turned her head and glanced at Li Qianling, seemingly seeking help. Die! Su Yu roared. But at the moment he struck, the figure of Li Qianling suddenly disappeared from the corner of his eye. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu's body went cold, a wave of unprecedented life and death crisis hit him like a thunderbolt. The next moment, Li Qianling's cold voice drifted into his ears from behind. Talent spiritual skill. Leap. Hearing this, Su Yu's soul trembled violently. This is talent spiritual skill. Even though he had been extremely cautious, monitoring Li Qianling's every move, he never imagined that she would possess such an incomprehensible ability. Able to disregard space and appear behind him in an instant. This is a domain that only those at the 7th rank would begin to dabble in. At this moment, Su Yu truly panicked. A powerful aura was about to erupt from his body, far surpassing anything before. However, before this aura could peak, he heard a sharp sound. SSS. A sound like a sharp blade piercing through flesh echoed. Su Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, his handsome, sunny face froze in an instant, and the rising aura from his body instantly began to dissipate. His right fist, raised high in the air, had lost its power and slowly dropped. Su Yu's gaze was filled with disbelief. He lowered his head in a daze, staring blankly at the finger that was now sticking out from his chest. A slender finger. Star fragment finger. It was this finger, carrying the violent force of the star fragment, that completely shattered his heart. Su Yu could feel his life rapidly draining away from his body. Cough, 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 you. He had always been proud and arrogant, even dismissing those from the 9th camp, believing they could never detect his true identity. But he never expected that he would fall into Li Qianling's hands. His 99 feet of true understanding, his 83 spiritual root affinity, his glorious martial path, at this moment.
The life completely dissipated. Along with it, his life passed away. Die. Li Chenling calmly withdrew her hand, still stained with blood. But she didn't care, looking at Suyu, who was still standing, and kicked him down with one foot, casually taking his storage bag. After doing all this, confirming that Suyu was really dead, Li Chenling finally let out a long breath. Phew. Finally, it's over. At this moment, she was truly exhausted, her 99 Zhang true opening empty and hollow, all the spiritual energy completely consumed. Her face was deathly pale, her entire body aching faintly, her body swaying as if even standing was extremely difficult. Li Qianling hurriedly took some energy recovery pills from her storage ring and swallowed them, then began to meditate on the spot. Clang! Zhou Ziyue's long sword also fell to the ground, her consumption even greater than Li Qianling's. She plopped down on the ground, her hands propping up her body, her pale face tilting back. She gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling, sweat dripping from her neck, sliding between her breasts. A pair of long, beautiful legs stretched out straight, lying flat on the ground, slightly spread apart, no longer maintaining even the slightest grace of a young lady. The two women, in this way, exchanged no words, focusing on restoring their spiritual energy. After a moment, Li Qianling suddenly opened her eyes, her face becoming extremely serious again. Zhou Ziyue also sensed something strange, weakly glancing at Li Qianling, then at the surrounding illusion, helplessly and fearfully saying, Li Qianling, why hasn't this formation dissipated yet? Didn't the black-robed demon cultivator already die? Li Qianling did not speak, her mind was running wildly, her thoughts surging. She quickly ran through everything that had happened from when she first learned about the black-robed demon cultivator's information to now. Looking back from the result, many things now seemed unreasonable. Li Qianling pondered. If Suyu's goal was just me, why did he have to get so close to me and give me the chance to discover the flaw? And she didn't believe that, if she could spot Suyu's anomaly, the military experts in the blockade area, so many of them, had no one noticed it? His cultivation speed was clearly abnormal. Thinking of this, Li Qianling spoke in a serious tone. This isn't that simple, the black-robed demon cultivator only killed the examiners, while ignoring loose cultivators, it must be forcing the military to take action, so this matter must be related to the military. So Suyu's goal is definitely not just to parasitize me, he definitely has other schemes. And with his cultivation, achieving other goals would definitely be impossible, so Suyu is just a decoy, the real mastermind must be someone else. And this person's cultivation should far exceed ours. Zhou Ziyue's face grew even paler upon hearing this, her voice trembling slightly. I just wanted to get into the top 10, why? I can't contact Elder Zhou now, how can we fight against that mastermind? Li Qianling calmly said. I'm afraid, even if we contact Elder Zhou, it will be of no use. Zhou Ziyue became even more restless upon hearing this. But Li Qianling, on the other hand, was not too anxious, she had already prepared. After killing the head of the Yang family, Li Qianling had secretly contacted Principal Jiang Tianchai from Su Middle School. Calculating the time, the military should have already sent someone nearby. Suyu would definitely not know about this because when she was leading the chase against the black-robed demon cultivator, she had distanced herself from Suyu before contacting Jiang Tianchai. This was to avoid Suyu finding out in advance. That meant, her life was definitely not in danger. Thinking of this, Li Qianling slightly put down her heart. But in the next instant, her mind seemed to be fiercely struck by something. Wait! Chapter 114 Li Qianling's analysis, the mastermind behind the scenes appears. Before, I was still confused, if the target is me, doing this, isn't it too troublesome? Could it be that the person behind the scenes the target is people of the military? If thinking like this, everything seems to be explained, Suyu is just a chess piece, pulling up the hatred of the military. As for whether I will discover Suyu, actually it is not important, if Suyu wants to expose himself, there will always be a way, it's just that after he probed my talent, he had the thought of parasitizing on me. Then I notified the military people, wouldn't that be harming the military people? A faint feeling of anxiety appeared in Li Qianling's heart, this was the first time since she decided to hunt down the black-robed demon cultivator. But this anxiety was not because she might harm the military people, but for herself. If the other party really has this purpose, how could there be no preparation? Then her warning in advance, can it really guarantee her safety? What if everything is within the other party's calculation? Thinking like this, Li Qianling frowned, and suddenly felt something was a bit wrong again. The military has been in the blockade area for so many years, could they really be so easily played by that person? Li Qianling continued to replay the events ahead. Back then in Suzhong, just because my spiritual root affinity suddenly surged once, there was a strange number 7 appearing to probe my body. Then Suyu is also a person who rose suddenly, could it be that there was also a number 7, or number 8 who came to probe his body? If it is like this, then the matter of Suyu being parasitized was a face-up card from the very beginning, the military not only did not intervene, but also let the other side hunt the examinees. Doesn't this mean that the military is actually also playing a game with the person behind the scenes?
No way, my cultivation is really not enough to be seen, the information I can get is really too little, the game between both sides is not something I can see the whole picture of. But from the existing information, at least the military is not without preparation, then my safety should still have some guarantee, but at the necessary moment, I can only wake Lin Chen and flee for life.
The mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole behind. Who exactly is the mantis, and who is the oriole?
While Li Qianling was carrying out a storm in her mind, Zhou Ziyue had empty eyes, not knowing what she was thinking in her head.
The progress of things indeed did not go beyond Li Qianling's expectation.
Before the two women rested for long, the formation suddenly shook violently. After that, the ground under the two women's feet also began to tremble slowly. An extremely huge pressure suddenly came out from under the ground. In just an instant, it suppressed the two women onto the ground, completely unable to move. Li Qianling crazily circulated the remaining spiritual power in her body, but under the absolute gap in strength, she was also powerless. Deep inside Li Qianling's body, Lin Chen's sleeping main body also seemed to tremble slightly under this pressure, as if there were signs of awakening. Following that, there was an extremely cold aura spreading out from under the ground. How could Li Qianling not understand? The real person behind the scenes was hiding underground. She clenched her teeth tightly, the corner of her mouth had already overflowed with blood because of this pressure. She cursed angrily in her heart, and was about to wake Lin Chen.
Humph. Devouring spirit beast, so it really is you.
A burst of grand and furious shout sounded, and then it seemed that an invisible fluctuation swept across the bodies of Li Qianling and Zhou Ziyue. In an instant, she felt a burst of ease on her body, all the pressure disappeared. Li Qianling stood up, raised her head and looked at the man in midair. This person's face was not outstanding, but at the place of his brows and eyes, the edges and corners were sharp and clear, carrying a kind of toughness like carved by knife and chisel. Dressed in military uniform, a majestic aura constantly emanated from him, confronting the cold and ominous presence lurking beneath the ground.
This person was none other than the officer beside Lu Yuan, LV Yanhui.
After reporting the beast-tied intelligence, he was sent by Lu Yuan to secretly follow and protect Li Qianling.
He observed all of Li Qianling's actions along the way.
Even though he was a powerful expert in the Tian gang realm, he could hardly find any flaws in Li Qianling's behavior. Whether it was her calmness when faced with unexpected situations or her experience in combat, she did not seem like a high school student.
Especially the last leap she demonstrated, it left him in disbelief. A gifted spiritual technique. And it was a space-type gifted spiritual technique. Instant activation. No wind-up. This was simply the ultimate assassination weapon. If she grew to his level, there would be countless people secretly sweating for their safety. The only issue, perhaps, was that she seemed a little too cold, lacking the idealistic sense of defending her country like other passionate youth. But this was not a big deal, it might just be due to her tough upbringing, and this behavior was normal. In the future, he could pay more attention to her, and in time, Li Qianling would become a top-tier force of the Great Xia nation. LV Yanghui looked down at Li Qianling, a stern smile appearing on his face as he slightly nodded and said, "Li Qianling, Zhou Ziyue, both of you did well. Leave the next matter to me. Once I deal with this beast, I will personally request credit for both of you." Li Qianling also slightly nodded. "Then thank you, Commander." Li Qianling and Zhou Ziyue stood up, about to leave the array's range. He. Did I let you leave? LV Yanghui, who gave you the courage? Lu Yuan cannot act, and yet you dare to move around under my eyes?
A sinister and eerie voice came from deep beneath the ground, cold as ice, as if a 1,000-year-old frozen block, sending a chill down one's spine.
In the next moment, the entire array shook violently.
The tremor wasn't the kind of violent earth-shaking, but rather like a dormant will suddenly waking up, a slight shiver deep into the soul. The previously gray illusion suddenly changed color. The gray faded away, replaced by an ink-black darkness so deep it seemed bottomless. Only the array patterns on the ground glowed with a dark red light, eerie and terrifying. Li Qianling looked at the changing array, her face changing slightly. It turned out that the previous array was not in its complete form at all. Blood-devouring return to origin array, activate. As the cold voice fell, the array patterns in the sky spread outward at a visible speed. Every array pattern it passed, the spiritual power in the air was completely absorbed by the array. Li Qianling felt a terrifying pressure, and her perception talent instantly opened up. She then clearly felt that this newly activated array was fundamentally different from the previous Soulmist illusion array. The Soulmist illusion array only created illusions, confusing warriors trapped within it, causing them to lose their direction and thus their combat effectiveness. But this blood-devouring return to origin array used the array itself as a medium to directly devour the essence, blood and spiritual power of all beings trapped within. What was even more terrifying was that the array's power did not spread evenly but had a clear direction. At this moment, it was like a pair of invisible giant hands tightly gripping every meridian in her body, trying to devour the spiritual power she had just barely restored within her 99 Zhang true aperture. The earlier broken chapter didn't feel right, so I snuck in a chapter at work. If it weren't for having to work at 7 a.m. today, I would have stayed up late to finish it last night. Looking for a free update reminder, good reviews, and gifts. Chapter 115, Soul-Devouring Beast Emperor, number 7 reappears. Li Qianling's face was very ugly, constantly circulating the spiritual power in her body, forcibly shrinking all the spiritual power of the 99 Zhang true aperture inward, resisting this devouring force in this way. But even so, she still felt the spiritual power in her body slowly leaking away. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if one's soul was being pulled out of the body bit by bit. LV Yanghui obviously also noticed the terror of this formation, the light in his eyes flared, and his entire aura instantly rose to its peak. The pressure of the peak Tiangang realm poured out from him, forcibly creating an invisible barrier around him, Li Qianling, and Zhou Ziyue. Li Qianling and Zhou Ziyue felt light in their bodies under his protection. At that moment, the ground began to crack. Shocking fissures spread from the center of the formation to all directions, stones and soil flying to the sides. A chilling and strange aura came with it, suffocating anyone who only smelled it. Then, in the horrified eyes of Li Qianling and Zhou Ziyue, a huge strange beast slowly crawled out from underground. Its body was so huge it made the heart fear. In Li Qianling's perception, its shape was barely like a toad, but it had 6 thick strange limbs. Every limb that touched the ground sank it into a deep pit. Even just one front limb was like a thick house pillar, covered with black, night-like, silk-gloss scales. The edge of every scale glowed with a faint dark red light, as if stained with blood. Its skull was huge, face fierce, no whites in its eyes, only 2 bottomless black pupils. In the center of each pupil floated a blood-red spiral pattern. The pattern slowly rotated on its own, anyone meeting its gaze would feel their soul being sucked into the spiral, unable to escape. After this strange beast appeared, a terrifying pressure poured out in all directions as if solid. After feeling this aura, the usually calm LV Yanghui instantly changed his expression. This aura. Soul-devouring beast. You have actually advanced to Beast Emperor. LV Yanghui was a Tiangang realm expert who had seen countless storms and waves. But at this moment, when the aura of the Beast Emperor struck him, a look of shock still appeared in his eyes. Beast Emperor equals a 6th stage human martial artist. And he was only a 5th stage Tiangang realm. A huge realm gap was like an unbridgeable chasm, growing even bigger at higher levels. LV Yanghui immediately decided and pressed the emergency help button on his tactical wristband. But all that responded was silence. In this strange formation, all communication was cut off. He slightly lowered his head, glanced at the interface on his wristband, heart sinking, then slowly exhaled. It's over. The signal in this area was completely blocked. And all of this, probably from the moment he entered the sealed zone, had been within the plan of this soul-devouring beast emperor. LV Yanghui slowly closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. In his bright eyes, the fear had completely disappeared, replaced by eyes full of battle intent and a hint of death will. He looked deeply at Li Qianling. This girl is a good seedling, he could not let her fall here. However, the soul-devouring beast emperor's attention did not seem fully on LV Yanghui. It opened its black spiral pupils, slowly turning its huge head, its gaze falling toward a dark place outside the formation. With a hint of disdain, he said, "Now that you're here, why hide? Your concealment technique can't fool me." As soon as the words fell, the previously calm air suddenly rippled in a way almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Then, a figure silently and without a sound emerged from the ripple in mid-air. It was a woman. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with pale, jade-like skin, delicate features, and a slightly cold, ethereal presence that made her seem untouchable. Her silver-gray hair was tied up in a simple black hairpin, with a few strands falling at the side of her face, gently swaying in the wind. She wore a fitted dark gray tactical combat suit, a wide tactical belt strapped around her waist, with several different small storage devices hanging from it. The most striking feature was her eyes, which were a rare light silver, unlike ordinary people's. At that moment, her silver eyes were locked onto the spirit-eating beast emperor, with an icy and profound gaze. If Lin Chen were awake, he would surely recognize her at once. She was the one who had once examined Li Qianling's body, number 7. Though she had been in black clothes and wearing sunglasses back then, this appearance and body figure could not have been hidden from Lin Chen. Number 7 landed soundlessly, her silver eyes scanning the battlefield, quickly assessing the current situation. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed. She spoke coldly, her voice clear and devoid of emotion. "Open the formation, and we will retreat. Otherwise, with your recent breakthrough to the 6th stage, and your unstable cultivation, you may not be able to leave unscathed under our joint assault." When number 7 arrived, she believed she could remain hidden with her concealment technique, while Lu Yanghui restrained in the open. Together, they should have been in an undefeatable position even facing a peak 5th stage exotic beast. However, to her surprise, the enemy had already broken through. This was completely against reason. Number 7's silver eyes darkened.
She knew the spirit-eating beast's background well.
10 years ago, her teacher had encountered it. Back then, its strength was only equivalent to the 5th stage, 5th level of humans.
10 years, from the 5th stage, 5th level to the 6th stage beast emperor?
If it were a human, it would be understandable, but for an exotic beast, such a leap was extremely difficult.
This was almost unthinkable. How many martial artists had it devoured to accumulate such a terrifying foundation?
Number 7 gazed at it, her beautiful eyes cold.
She knew a great battle was inevitable. Hearing Number 7's words, the spirit-eating beast emperor didn't hesitate at all. Instead, it threw its head back and let out a deafening laugh. The laughter, carrying the beast emperor's oppressive force, resonated throughout the entire space covered by the formation.
You're right, my strength is still unstable.
But...
The black swirling pupil slowly contracted, the bloodthirsty desire in its eyes suddenly intensifying tenfold.
If I devour you both, won't I be stable?
Before the words had even left its mouth, its enormous body suddenly surged into action. 6 monstrous limbs erupted simultaneously, and the ground exploded under the terrifying force, with stones flying in every direction. The spirit-eating beast emperor's mountain-like body turned into a black shooting star, heading straight for Lu Yanghui.
Chapter 116, Fierce Battle. You think you can devour us? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Lu Yanghui roared.
Facing the spirit-eating beast emperor's attack, Lu Yanghui crossed his arms in front of his chest. At that moment, his entire spiritual power surged, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his arms. The golden light quickly condensed, forming a thick, mountain-like shield, which then took the full force of the spirit-eating beast emperor's strike.
Boom! A violent sound rang out. The spirit-eating beast emperor was indeed a 6th stage beast emperor. The sheer power was terrifying.
Lu Yanghui was sent crashing into the ground 3 feet deep, his body sliding back nearly 10 meters before he managed to steady himself. He paid no attention to the soreness and numbness in his arms. Lu Yanghui's face darkened slightly, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes.
Number 7, left wing.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Number 7's figure appeared like a silver lightning bolt, silently and without a sound, above the left wing of the spirit-devouring beast emperor. She swiftly drew a small storage device shaped like a jujube pit from her tactical belt, which was entirely silver-white. Then, with a gentle flick of her index finger, the storage device was activated mid-air, instantly releasing a dense barrage of tiny golden needles. These were no ordinary golden needles, they were products of advanced technology from the Great Xia Kingdom. Each needle was etched with barely discernible runes, and infused with pure spiritual energy accumulated by Number 7, making it a disposable, high-level weapon. With just one of these needles, there was absolutely no chance of survival for anyone below the 5th rank. Even for warriors at the Heaven Gang realm, a careless mistake could lead to death.
1,000-needle spirit strike.
The dense golden needles poured down like a torrential rain, aimed directly at the spirit-devouring beast emperor's relatively weak eyes and neck.
Humph.
The spirit-devouring beast emperor let out a low grunt, and the dense, pitch-black scales on its neck tightened suddenly, bouncing the golden needles away. Only a few needles managed to slip through the gaps in the scales and sank into the flesh of its neck.
But the spirit-devouring beast emperor's eyes didn't even flicker.
The minor injuries were nothing more than a mosquito bite to it. Its head suddenly turned toward Number 7, and its bloodthirsty mouth opened wide, dark, devouring power gathering in its throat. In the next instant, a jet-black beam shot from its mouth, striking fiercely toward Number 7's position. The speed of this attack was terrifyingly fast. Number 7's figure flashed, and her concealment technique was activated instantly, causing her to vanish into the air, narrowly avoiding the terrifying light beam. Where the beam passed, the ground was torn open, creating a massive trench. The stones that landed at the edge of the trench, upon barely touching the devouring force, instantly turned into a pile of grayish-white powder, scattering into the air. Li Chen, who was at the edge of the formation, watched the scene unfold before her eyes, and an unprecedented chill surged through her heart.
Such terrifying power, if a warrior were struck by that beam, what would the outcome be?
She dared not think further. On the other side, Lu Yanghui didn't hesitate for a moment. Taking advantage of Number 7 distracting the spirit-devouring beast emperor, his hands swiftly formed a complex hand seal.
Radiant light domain, expand. Boom!
A massive golden circular light shield rapidly expanded outward from Lu Yanghui's body, quickly reaching a diameter of 30 yards, completely enveloping the spirit-devouring beast emperor. Once the radiant light domain was activated, the opponent within it would be thoroughly suppressed in every aspect: attack, speed, and spiritual energy flow efficiency. It was Lu Yanghui's trump card, a secret technique he almost never used in battles. As soon as the radiant light domain appeared, the spirit-devouring beast emperor's massive body clearly felt the invisible pressure. It slowly turned its head, and its dark, swirling pupils locked onto Lu Yanghui for the first time, with a trace of genuine scrutiny.
Not bad, no wonder you dare to come alone to the trap. But still, not enough.
The spirit-devouring beast emperor's deep voice sounded, and then the dark spiritual energy within its body began to surge wildly. A terrifying devouring force erupted from its body, relentlessly consuming Lu Yanghui's radiant light domain. Lu Yanghui could only feel his spiritual energy rapidly draining at an alarming rate. In just a few seconds, it had decreased by a full tenth. He was horrified and quickly severed the connection with the radiant light domain. If it continued to absorb, wouldn't he soon be drained into a dry corpse? With Lu Yanghui no longer in control, the light of the radiant light domain began to quickly fade. Boom! Then the spirit-devouring beast emperor's 6 strange limbs stepped on the ground at the same time. Under that terrifying force impact, the golden light curtain formed by the radiant domain shattered into countless fragments and slowly scattered away in the air. Lu Yanghui spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turned deathly pale. Obviously, the radiant domain being forcefully broken caused a huge backlash to the caster himself. But he did not retreat, quickly took out a pitch-black pill from his chest, and raised his head to swallow it. The moment the pill entered his throat, a scorching aura burst out from inside his body. Lu Yanghui's face quickly regained some color of blood, and his spiritual power also recovered to a certain degree. That was a wartime emergency pill specially developed by the military for high-level warriors, priceless. Lu Yanghui only had 2 left, and now he used one of them. On the other side, number 7, who reappeared, had already quietly moved to directly behind the spirit-devouring beast emperor while Lu Yanghui attracted attention. She held a slender silver dagger-like spirit weapon in each hand, thin like willow leaves. The surface of the daggers flowed with clear blue-white light. That was a 5th-tier spirit weapon that number 7 had continuously tempered for many years with pure spiritual power, carrying penetrating power itself. Number 7's silver eyes were calm like water, not a trace of panic could be seen, but her hands were already trembling slightly. Not because of fear, but because she clearly knew that with her and Lu Yanghui's current level, fighting head-on with a 6th-tier alien beast that had just broken through to Beast Emperor, how difficult this battle would be. Especially, this alien beast was a strange type of alien beast, possessing extremely strange devouring power. At the same time, its physical body strength was also extremely powerful. It could actually completely ignore her first attack. But she had no way to retreat. If this spirit-devouring beast emperor stabilized its cultivation here, with its terrifying talent of devouring spiritual energy, after a few years, what kind of disaster would it become? Kill! Number 7 shouted violently in her heart. Her 2 daggers stabbed out at the same time, the target directly pointing at the gap between the scales on the neck of the spirit-devouring beast emperor. But the spirit-devouring beast emperor had always known number 7's position. When she attacked, its huge body slightly shifted to the side trying to dodge. But it was not good at speed after all, and just breaking the radiant domain also caused a slight stagnation in the power inside its body. So number 7's 2 daggers still deeply stabbed into the gap in its neck. In just an instant, that silver-white penetrating power surged into the body of the spirit-devouring beast emperor and exploded violently inside its body. Chapter 117 Terrifying Devouring Power, An Unbridgeable Gap. Aooo. The spirit-devouring beast emperor let out a roar, that sound mixed with anger and pain, shaking Li Qianling's mind into a brief buzzing. It was injured, and the injury was not light. The spirit-devouring beast emperor angrily turned around, its huge tail suddenly swept across, like a long whip, carrying terrifying wind pressure directly whipping toward number 7. Number 7 instantly used concealment and barely avoided the main body. But the airwave brought by that tail still lifted her body and threw her out. Her back heavily hit the boundary of the formation, making a dull sound. She supported herself with the dagger and slowly stood up. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. In her silver eyes, it became even more serious. This beast emperor that had just advanced not long ago was even more difficult to deal with than she imagined. Is this the strength of a 6th-tier alien beast? Taking the chance while number 7 restrained it, Lu Yanghui launched another attack. He brought his hands together, between his palms a vortex-like golden spiritual power condensed. That spiritual power became thicker and thicker, hotter and hotter. After a few breaths, Lu Yanghui let out a furious roar. Prison suppression palm. With this low shout, Lu Yanghui suddenly struck out a palm. A golden giant palm as tall as 10 zhang, shaped like a stone tablet, appeared out of thin air. Carrying an overwhelming sense of oppression, it smashed down from above onto the soul-devouring beast emperor. This was the strongest palm technique he had ever mastered in his life after entering the Tiangang realm, called the prison ceiling palm, because legend said its power once pressed a 5th-rank peak-level beast 3 meters deep into the ground. Completely suppressed. Boom! The sound of the prison ceiling palm striking the soul-devouring beast emperor was like a heavenly pillar collapsing, and the ground around the impact point cracked into wide, sprawling fissures. Where the cracks extended, the earth below was overturned, stones flew, and dust filled the sky. However, when the dust cleared, LV Yanghui's pupils shrank sharply. In his sight, the soul-devouring beast emperor still stood tall. Its 6 strange limbs bent slightly, its body sinking, clearly bearing a tremendous force.
Half of the scales on its back had shattered under that strike, revealing black flesh that glowed faintly underneath. But it still stood firm. Those pitch-black spiral pupils stared at LV Yanghui, the murderous light in its eyes growing even fiercer. Not bad, interesting. But far from enough. In the next moment, the devouring power within the soul-devouring beast emperor fully erupted. That black force gushed from the gaps in its scales and formed a thick black light curtain around it. Then, within that curtain, ghostly human figures began to appear. They were the warriors it had devoured in the past. 1, 2, 10, 100. Each figure twisted and struggled in pain inside the curtain, as if trapped forever, never to be freed. At this moment, all these figures transformed into blades of the soul-devouring beast emperor, sweeping toward LV Yanghui in number 7. Soul-swallowing blades. The soul-devouring beast emperor spat out 3 words. The black blades covered the 2 of them, each carrying devouring power. If any blade hit, its devouring power would consume a portion of their spiritual energy. Seeing this, LV Yanghui shouted loudly, "Spread out." Almost simultaneously, number 7 leaped in the opposite direction, and the 2 used their spiritual energy to form the strongest possible defense. LV Yanghui took out a palm-sized bronze mirror with his right hand, its surface engraved with dense ancient runes. It was a 5th-grade defensive spiritual weapon awarded by the military after he achieved great merit entering the Tiangang realm, rarely used in daily life. Hunyuan Mirror, Protect. The bronze mirror suddenly emitted dazzling light, forming a circular shield in front of LV Yanghui. The countless blades fell on the shield, bursting with explosive sounds. But even with the protection of the spiritual weapon, several blades pierced the edge of the shield, cutting deep grooves into LV Yanghui's arm and shoulder, deep enough to see bone. Blood gushed out, dyeing his uniform dark red. At the same time, the devouring power on the blades tortured him severely, and his spiritual energy dropped significantly. Number 7's situation was equally difficult. But compared to LV Yanghui, it was slightly better. Her body movements were exquisite beyond compare. Thanks to unmatched agility, she moved through the sea of blades. But humans slip, horses stumble. At the last moment, a blade grazed her side, leaving a slit in her silver-gray combat suit, blood seeping out, and the devouring power on the blade erupted violently. Her silver eyes darkened, and she quickly cleared all the devouring power. In Li Qianling's perceptive sight, the balance of this battle was clearly tilting toward the soul-devouring beast emperor. She bit her lip tightly, resisting the devouring power sent by the blood-returning formation. She could feel that, as time passed, LV Yanghui in number 7's spiritual energy was depleting at a rapid rate. The Beast King of Soul Devourers, it was not only draining the spiritual power of the 2, but also using this formation to constantly devour the residual spiritual energy in the battlefield, turning it into its own strength. This was not a fair battle, it was a war of attrition. If this continues, the 2 will inevitably be drained and die here. Zhou Ziyue. Li Qianling's gaze shifted to Zhou Ziyue, who had already fallen unconscious due to the formation. This was an excellent chess piece, and unless absolutely necessary, Li Qianling did not want to give up. Especially the sword technique of the Zhou family. Li Qianling had witnessed its power with her own eyes, and she was deeply envious of it. Li Qianling gently patted her back and sent a thread of spiritual energy into her body. Zhou Ziyue's brow trembled, and then she suddenly opened her eyes and slowly sat up. Her mind was still somewhat muddled, but when she locked eyes with Li Qianling's cold and clear gaze, the confusion instantly disappeared. In the distance, Lu Yanghui and number 7 were becoming more and more in sync, but they were also growing more and more powerless. Number 7 took the last specially crafted array symbol from the inner pocket of her combat suit. The symbol, drawn with cinnabar, depicted complex ancient array patterns, emitting a blazing red light as number 7 infused it with her spiritual energy. Earthfire Rift Mountain Talisman. She threw the array symbol directly beneath the Beast King of Soul Devourers. As the talisman hit the ground, a massive eruption of earthfire spewed from the cracks in the ground, creating a scorching barrier of flames around the Beast King, temporarily trapping it. Seizing this brief moment of respite, Lu Yanghui shouted in a deep voice. Number 7, we can't hesitate anymore. Number 7's eyes flashed slightly, but she said nothing. Her hands, still holding the dagger, began to tremble slightly. They both knew there were no reinforcements, no escape. If the fight continued, even if they used all their trump cards, they would be exhausted and die at the hands of the Beast King of Soul Devourers. Chapter 118, The Death of Lu Yanghui. The 2 stood silently on the ground, waiting for something. The Beast King's gaze pierced through the barrier of earth fire. Despite the numerous burns on its massive body from the flames, it still radiated an intense murderous intent. Breaking through the earth fire was just a matter of time. Its dark pupils slowly moved between Lu Yanghui and number 7, finally resting on Lu Yanghui. It was assessing who would be worth prioritizing for slaughter. Lu Yanghui felt that gaze and shuddered in his heart. His expression showed a hint of sadness, but he did not retreat by even a step. He deeply looked at number 7.
then turned his head and looked at Li Chen, who stood resolute at the edge of the formation. Number 7 met Lu Yanghui's gaze. After a moment, she slightly closed her eyes, then opened them again, silently nodding and starting to gather her strength. Lu Yanghui slowly turned his body, facing the Beast King of Soul Devourers directly. He gripped the mixed yuan mirror in his hand, then, unexpectedly, gently placed it back on his waist. He took off his tactical wristband and placed it on the ground beside him. One by one, Lu Yanghui silently removed all of his tactical equipment, placing each item at his feet. Only his blood-stained military uniform and his unwavering, patriotic eyes remained. He took a deep breath, standing upright like a sword, his peak Tiangang realm aura beginning to burn at this very moment. It was not the normal operation of spiritual energy, but burning. He was burning the accumulated cultivation from 40 years of bloodshed in this instant into a blazing torch, burning his entire body. Golden light violently erupted from Lu Yanghui's body, growing brighter and hotter by the second. His face appeared calm and serene in that blinding golden light, even a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. Lu Yanghui looked at number 7 one last time, and softly said, "Remember to tell my son, his father and mother both died on the battlefield. We did not disgrace him. And, tell him, when he grows up, he must avenge his parents." Number 7 nodded slightly, her eyes already a little wet. "Also, no matter what you do, make sure to take Li Chen with you. She is the true genius of our Daxia kingdom. Give her a share of the property behind me, and if possible, let her join you. I personally have great hopes for her." After saying the last sentence, he straightened his chest and, facing the massive body of the soul-devouring beast emperor, charged with a roar. He left number 7 and Li Chen a resolute back. Soul-devouring beast. Taste death. His roar shook the array around them. At this moment, the power released by a heavenly gang realm warrior burning all his cultivation had already surpassed the beast emperor. The soul-devouring beast emperor finally showed a trace of fear, its black spiral pupils suddenly shrinking, a cautious low growl escaping. "Damn it, you've gone mad." Boom! The two forces collided head-on in midair, the shockwave tearing the entire space of the blood-devouring returning array apart. Li Chen felt a blank in front of her, hearing nothing but the deafening roar in her ears. She was thrown dozens of meters by the shockwave, hitting the ground hard, the taste of blood and sweetness rising in her mouth, blood uncontrollably spilling from her lips. Zhou Ziyue was also thrown to the ground by the airwave, letting out a painful groan. Li Chen struggled to lift her upper body, raised her head, and looked toward the place of fierce battle. Number 7, taking advantage of the moment when Lu Yanghui used his life to release his strongest strike, had already gathered all her power. The spiritual power concentrated on those twin daggers was the essence of her lifetime cultivation, her ultimate card. She struck. A terrifying silver-white swordlight, at the instant of number 7's full release, pierced through the wounded soul-devouring beast emperor's defense and stabbed deep into its body. Aoo! The soul-devouring beast emperor let out a painful and angry roar, staggering back several steps. Then number 7 gritted her teeth and directly caused the dagger she had nurtured for years to explode inside the soul-devouring beast emperor. The soul-devouring beast emperor cried out in pain again. Taking this chance. Number 7 grabbed Li Chen collar with one hand, and with the other pulled the collapsed Zhou Ziyue, running madly toward the edge of the array. But in this urgent moment, no one noticed. A thin thread of black mist, like drifting silk, silently separated from the wounded body of the soul-devouring beast emperor with the chaotic shockwave. Then, drifting with the airwave, it precisely entered Li Chen body, disappearing without a trace. The soul-devouring beast emperor was heavily injured, and the array naturally became unstable. Number 7 broke through the array, carrying the two out, stumbling onto the outside ground. She hurriedly sent Lu Yuan a report of what had happened, and the terrible news of Lu Yanghui. After finishing everything, number 7 turned back, her silver eyes shrouded in shadow. Within the blood-devouring returning array, the golden light was rapidly fading. The array slowly disappeared. Lu Yanghui's figure stood there, already motionless. Then, that towering figure, under the gentle wind, silently shattered. No flesh, no bones, only the blood-stained uniform remained, falling onto the cracked land, flipping gently with the wind. Flipping, farther and farther away. The soul-devouring beast emperor did not chase them out in the end. It was heavily injured, and now had long disappeared, hiding to devour the remaining spiritual power, having no time to care for the three. This battle can also be said to have reached its original purpose. It originally only wanted to use Suyu to lure out a human expert, to devour them, and completely stabilize its advanced foundation. It just didn't expect that two would come at once, causing it to suffer a heavy injury. The spirit-devouring beast emperor's eyes flickered slightly, then on its terrifying lips, a smile spread. But fortunately I have already sent part of my original power into that woman's body. This guy is much stronger than Suyu. Around, the wind whispered lightly. Li Qianling stared blankly at that distance, at the blood-stained military uniform that entered her eyes. There were no tears in her eyes, but there was something heavier than tears, settling inch by inch. The word 7 told her before Lu Yanghui died, she heard them all through perception. Li Qianling had to admit, her mood at this moment was a bit complicated. In her whole life, except for Lin Chen, it seemed no one had ever been this kind to her. This head of the sealed area, probably seeing her for the first time, right? Why share part of his wealth with her? Is it because of her talent? Some people, because they cannot stand it, act secretly to completely cut off another's martial path. While some, in their own way, help the genius of Daxia country grow faster. Thinking of this, a cold smile rose on Li Qianling's lips. This naked contrast made her heart feel even more bitter. Her fists clenched silently. Still not strong enough. And also, he is a hero. Chapter 119 Three Brothers. Zhou Ziyue now also had a face full of shock, along with some inexplicable expression. Such a powerful martial artist, just gone in an instant. 9th level of Tiangang realm. The Zhou family could become a great family in Jiang'an City all because the first generation head of the Zhou family was a Tiangang realm martial artist. Such an expert, enough to found a family or even a power, actually chose this way to end his life. Zhou Ziyue felt too shocked, too unbelievable. Compared to him, her previous messy thoughts were nothing, just petty. For the first time, Zhou Ziyue felt a sense of shame, not because of cultivation, but because of character. 7 saw the last place Lu Yanghui stood, that blood-stained uniform swaying gently in the wind, as if giving a final farewell. Her lips pressed tightly into a line, silver eyes surging with emotions she could not control. Those usually calm eyes were now covered with a thin layer of mist. She did not cry. But her hands were trembling. Military people, she had dealt with quite a few. For them, 7 had a deep respect. No matter their cultivation, they were the most admirable people in Daxia country. They had been stationed for years on this desolate land of the sealed area, far from bustling cities, far from wives and children. Day after day, year after year, quietly guarding humanity's last line of defense. No flowers, no applause, not even names remembered by ordinary people. They are always ready, when Daxia country needs them. At a single command, this group rushes forward with cries. To bear all the pressure from the outside for all ordinary people of Daxia country. Lu Yanghui, this year had just passed 40. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of Tiangang realm. Once breaking through, he would become a true top force of Daxia country, guarding a sealed area. Within the military of Jiang'an City, he had already gained very high prestige and military merits. It can be said, once this beast tide ends, if he is still alive, he will surely be greatly used. But such a person, at the life and death moment, without hesitation, left the last hope of life to others. Number 7 recalled the scene from not long ago. In that moment when their eyes met, they had already made a decision with a silent understanding. Today, one of them would definitely not make it out alive. It could be her, number 7, or it could be him, Lu Yanghui. But in the end, with the choice made by the Beast King, Lu Yanghui didn't hesitate for a moment and generously met his death right before her eyes. Number 7 thought, if the Beast King had chosen her instead, would she have been as free and unfaltering as he was? In that moment, when Lu Yanghui burned himself, number 7 had already asked herself. She would step forward, but she couldn't be that carefree. The last few words Lu Yanghui spoke before his death still echoed in her ears. He spoke of his son, Li Qianling, and the future of the great Xia kingdom. But, he never mentioned himself. Number 7 took a deep breath, swallowing the bitterness with great effort. But at the same time, a raging fire of fury was burning wildly in her chest. This time, they had suffered a great setback at the hands of the alien beasts. A top-tier powerhouse at the 9th level of the Tiangang realm had fallen right here, in this desolate land. She, number 7, would remember this blood debt. The Beast King, one day, she would personally tear it apart piece by piece. Number 7 took one last look at the direction where the military uniforms had fallen. Then, with a swift turn, she grabbed the unconscious Zhou Ziyue with one hand and supported the equally weak Li Qianling with the other. Her footwork was pushed to its limit, transforming into a silver streak of light, rushing madly toward the headquarters of the blockade zone. At the highest command headquarters of the blockade zone. In the underground command center, Lu Yuan stood before the holographic tactical map, deploying defense strategies against the beast wave, when his special communicator suddenly vibrated. He glanced down. It was an encrypted message from number 7. Lu Yuan's gaze rapidly scanned through the lines of text. At first, his expression remained unchanged, still that of an iron-faced, impartial commander. But as his eyes moved to the last few lines of the message, something shattered in his sharp, eagle-like eyes. His finger trembled slightly. The communicator almost slipped from his palm. Lu Yanghui had died in battle? Lu Yuan slowly closed the communicator, holding it tightly in his hand. His hand gripped it so tightly that his entire body seemed to tremble slightly.
He said nothing, made no movement, and simply stood there in silence. So still, that the busy staff and communicators in the command center did not notice the abnormality in their supreme commander at that moment. In Lu Yuan's mind, it was as if a gate had suddenly been shattered, and countless images rushed in like a tide. 15 years ago. That year, he had just been appointed as an officer at the Jiang'an city garrison, full of youthful enthusiasm and ambition. Lu Yonghui and Zhao Tianhu had been with him back then. Zhao Tianhu was a rough man, loud, quick-tempered, always shouting about killing alien beasts to gain merit. But Lu Yonghui, he always quietly stood behind him, never competing, like a silent boulder. Lu Yuan remembered very clearly, there was one time when the three of them entered the blockade zone for a cleanup mission and were ambushed by a fourth-tier alien beast. At that time, Lu Yonghui had the highest cultivation, at the 7th level of the tidal realm, while Lu Yuan was only at the 6th level and Zhao Tianhu was at the 5th. That was the closest they had ever come to death. Zhao Tianhu's right leg was bitten off by the alien beast, and he rolled around on the ground, screaming. Lu Yuan, from behind, watched as he desperately tried to pull the beast away. It was Lu Yonghui alone who carried Zhao Tianhu's more than 200 pounds of weight and ran 300 miles with the alien beast in pursuit. Only then did they finally reach the military district, where they encountered reinforcements. And when they saw the reinforcements, Lu Yonghui directly passed out, falling to the ground, unconscious. Afterward, Zhao Tianhu, holding Lu Yonghui, cried loudly, saying, "Old Lu, why the hell didn't you throw me away and run yourself?" Lu Yonghui just smiled and said one sentence, "If I had thrown you away, who would have blocked the knife for our commander?" Years later, Zhao Tianhu, always careless, got lucky, made a great contribution, and was promoted to independently manage the 9th camp. Lu Yuan thought Lu Yonghui's abilities were no less than Zhao Tianhu's, so he also wanted to assign him an important position. He even thought about recommending him to serve as second-in-command in other blocked zones. With Lu Yonghui's qualifications and strength at the time, this would have been completely deserved. But Lu Yonghui refused. He came to see Lu Yuan and, for the first time in a long while, said a lot of words. He said, "Old Zhao just got promoted, and I get promoted too, what will people outside think? They will say that Lu Yuan only promotes those close to him, and that the blocked zone is their three brothers' family kingdom. I don't want to make things difficult for you, Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan was silent for a long time, but in the end, said nothing. He just patted Lu Yonghui on the shoulder. From then on, this matter was left unsettled. Lu Yonghui continued to serve as his assistant, quietly and diligently, like every other day in the past. Whenever Lu Yuan was in a bad mood, he would find Lu Yonghui and Zhao Tianhu to drink after work. The three big men squeezed into a small tent, drinking from dusk until dawn, with only a few plates of peanuts and a jug of homemade liquor. When Zhao Tianhu drank too much, he would cry, hugging the jug and saying he missed his wife and wanted to go back to take care of his children. When Lu Yonghui drank too much, he would laugh, and before long, he would fall asleep against the wall. Lu Yuan had the best alcohol tolerance of the three, he never got drunk, always being the last one to stay awake. At that time, he was already the chief of the Jiang'an City Guard. He was the backbone of the entire blocked zone army, and he couldn't afford to get drunk. The two brothers knew this, so they never tried to stop Lu Yuan from drinking. If he wanted to drink, they drank together, and if he didn't, the brothers would happily drink alone. He would silently cover Zhao Tianhu with his military coat, then help Lu Yonghui to bed. Then he would sit alone by the door, looking at the gray sky above the blocked zone, and smoke a cigarette. Those days were like a blank space in the midst of a tense life. Though meaningless, they were indispensable. He had once promised Lu Yonghui that once the beast threat in Jiang'an City's blocked zone was eliminated, he would personally request merit for him and Zhao Tianhu. He promised to let them return to Jiang'an City in glory and live a peaceful life for the rest of their days. He had promised. But now, Lu Yuan slightly tilted his head, the harsh white light from the ceiling lamp stung his eyes, making them feel a bit sore. A drop of scorching liquid slid down from the corner of this towering man's eye, slowly dripping down his sharp, knife-like face. The tear slid down his chin and fell onto his tightly clenched fist. Lu Yuan slowly raised his hand and gently wiped away the wet streak on his face with his fingertip. He lowered his head, looking at the slight dampness on his fingertip, and in that moment, he seemed to lose all his strength. He seemed a little absent-minded. How many years had it been? He had shed blood on the battlefield, suffered fatal injuries. Once, a fifth-tier beast pierced through his chest, and he walked past the gates of hell, unconscious for 7 whole days and nights. Even then, his first words when he woke up were, "How's the situation on the front line?" He had never shed a tear. From the moment he stepped onto this path, he had told himself that as a general, he could bleed, but never shed tears. But today, he made an exception. For a brother who had been with him for 15 years. That moment of confusion lasted only a few seconds. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's aura suddenly froze, like ice sealing a river. All the sadness, anger, and unwillingness were all suppressed by his willpower. His gaze regained the sharp and cold brilliance, as if the tear that had fallen earlier never existed.
He immediately opened the communicator and sent an order to number 7, instructing her to quickly bring Li Chenling and Zhou Ziyue back to the headquarters, and also assigning her a secret mission for the future. Then, he picked up another encrypted communication line and reported the news of LV Yang Hui's sacrifice to the military department of the Great Xia Kingdom, where his information would be updated, and the news would be passed on to his family. The Great Xia Kingdom would also send people to deliver his martyr's compensation to his family. Of course, there was also the honor he had as a soldier. After completing all of this, Lu Yuan turned and walked to the giant holographic tactical map. His eyes swept back and forth over the area on the map representing the Tiangu Great Forest, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. The spirit-devouring beast emperor, the beast tide. These two events were definitely not a coincidence. The spirit-devouring beast emperor had been lurking deep in the blockade zone for many years. He had once sent out a secret squad to search for it, but had never found anything. Now, it suddenly appeared and just so happened to coincide with this unprecedented beast tide. There must be some connection between them. What is the existence in the depths of the Tiangu Great Forest trying to do? Lu Yuan did not tell Zhao Tianhu about LV Yang Hui's death. It wasn't because he didn't want to say, but because he couldn't say it. With Zhao Tianhu's temperament, once he knew about old LV's death, he would definitely blame himself and go crazy. And now, the 9th base was facing the most terrifying beast tide attack in decades. Zhao Tianhu had to stay focused, without any distractions. This sorrow, let him carry it alone for now. 9th base, frontline position. The beast tide was like an endless black ocean, surging toward them from the direction of the Tiangu Great Forest. Zhao Tianhu stood at the highest point of the command tower, hands gripping the railing, staring dead ahead. The fierce wind howled, making his military coat flap loudly. Under the gray sky, the horizon had completely disappeared. In its place was a dark, endless wave, stretching as far as the eye could see. It wasn't water, but alien beasts. Hundreds of thousands of alien beasts. Their running sounds merged, creating a continuous, low rumble. It was as if a huge heart deep within the earth was beating wildly. The roar of the beasts even drowned out the mechanical hums of the camp and the shouts of the soldiers. Everyone could feel the ground beneath their feet shaking continuously. Attention, everyone! The target is directly ahead, 30 kilometers away. All spiritual energy weapon systems, online. Zhao Tianhu's voice thundered like a sudden explosion. First wave, spiritual energy cannon array, target the front of the beast tide. Second wave, spiritual energy tank units, form a fan-shaped formation. Third wave, spiritual energy rifle formations, load armor-piercing shells, prepare to intercept. Yes. The moment the orders were transmitted, the 9th base started moving like a finely tuned war machine. In the open ground in front of the camp, dozens of massive spiritual energy cannons had already been pushed into firing positions. Each cannon's barrel was over 2 meters long, made of titanium alloy, with intricate reinforcement patterns engraved on the surface. High-purity spiritual crystals were placed into the energy chambers, and the barrels began to emit a low humming sound, with blue and white light gathering brighter at the cannon's mouth. Behind the cannon array, more than 20 heavy spiritual energy tanks were arranged in a curved formation. The tank turrets slowly rotated, and the thick barrels all aimed directly ahead. Further back, over 1,000 infantry soldiers held spiritual energy rifles, densely lined up behind the defensive fortifications. The muzzle of each gun flickered with icy blue light, the bayonets reflecting the dim daylight. The beast tide was approaching. 30 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 15 kilometers. When that black flood advanced to 12 kilometers from the position, Zhao Tianhu finally saw the face of the front line of the beast tide. It was a dense mass of first-tier strange beasts. All kinds of strange beasts were there. Their eyes were blood red, saliva dripping with stench from their mouths, limbs digging frantically at the ground, raising clouds of yellow dust. Behind them were larger second-tier and third-tier strange beasts. In the further dust, a few huge figures could be faintly seen moving slowly. They were 5th-tier beast kings. They did not rush forward, but followed slowly from the rear, like generals in the middle army, coldly watching the front. 10 kilometers, the lookout shouted hoarsely. Zhao Tianhu clenched his fist tightly. Chapter 121, Battle begins. He could feel the nervousness of the young soldiers behind him. Some hands holding guns were slightly shaking, some breaths were rapid and irregular. He didn't even need to look back to know what expressions were on their faces. Fear. This was the most normal reaction of humans facing this level of disaster. But fear or not, no one retreated. 9 kilometers. Zhao Tianhu took a deep breath. Psychic cannon formation. Ready. The voice of the cannon formation commander came. 8 kilometers, fire together. My order is the signal. The beast tide continued to advance. 1 kilometer was nothing to these frenzied beasts, gone in an instant. The ground trembled more violently. A foul, bloody smell spread through the air, the unique scent of the beast tide. 8 kilometers. Zhao Tianhu swung his right arm down sharply. Fire! Boom boom boom! Dozens of psychic cannons roared at the same time. Blazing blue-white beams shot from the cannon barrels, dragging long tails of flame, roaring across the gray sky. The moment the beams hit the front of the beast tide, the ground shook. Boom! Terrifying explosions erupted among the beasts. Each psychic shell hitting the ground raised a fireball dozens of meters wide. Inside the fireball, countless first-tier strange beasts were instantly vaporized by the scorching psychic blast, not even a chance to scream. The barrage from the shells covered nearly a kilometer of the beast tide's front. For a moment, fire shot high, thick smoke rolled, pieces of beast bodies were thrown tens of meters into the air by the blast. Well done! A young soldier couldn't help clenching his fist and growling. But his joy lasted only a few seconds. When the smoke cleared a little, everyone saw a scene that stopped their hearts. The front of the beast tide was indeed blasted into a horrifying empty zone. Countless beast limbs and arms lay scattered, blood soaking the ground into dark red. But behind that empty zone, the black flood still surged. It was as if their volley had only thrown a stone into the sea. After the ripples faded, the sea surface was still calm. It even seemed the scale of the beast tide had not decreased at all. The beasts in the rear trampled on the corpses and debris of their companions, charging forward crazily. Blood and flesh were crushed into paste by countless hooves, mixed with soil forming a slippery dark red carpet. Those in front fell, and the ones behind immediately replaced them. Those behind fell, and more from the rear filled in. Endless, never stopping. This was the most terrifying part of the beast tide. Not the strength of individuals, but the endless numbers enough to break the mind. Psychic tank unit, fire. Infantry square, free shooting. Zhao Tianhu continuously gave orders. The muzzles of the psychic tanks spat out thick psychic beams. Every beam of light that fell into the beast horde created a scorched trench stretching dozens of meters, annihilating the alien beasts on either side of the trench. Thousands of psychic rifles fired simultaneously, dense blue tracers weaving into a death net in the air. Countless first and second tier alien beasts turned into shredded meat and blood mist under this curtain of bullets. The camp was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder and burnt flesh, while the endless sounds of explosions, gunfire, and alien beast roars intertwined in the air. Under the first wave of firepower coverage, the advance of the beast tide was significantly restrained. The black torrent formed a blurry boundary line 5 kilometers from the defense line, with countless alien beast corpses piled into mountains, creating a natural barrier. But Zhao Tianhu's expression showed no sign of relief. Because he saw that behind the beast tide, large 3rd and 4th tier alien beasts began to slowly move forward. They had been waiting. Waiting for the lower tier alien beasts to consume humanity's ammunition and energy. This was not a group of irrational mad beasts blindly charging forward. When the beast tide was still 30 kilometers away from the 9th camp, it had already begun to show order. The lower tier alien beasts were driven to the front to serve as cannon fodder, the mid-tier alien beasts waited for the right moment behind, and the high-tier beast kings commanded the rear, overseeing the entire battlefield. Something was directing them. A deep unease surged in Zhao Tianhu's heart. Report, Commander. The first batch of energy crystals for the psychic artillery formation has been depleted. Requesting ammunition supply. Report. The energy crystal supply for the 3rd row of psychic tanks is less than 20%. Report. The anti-tank shells for the infantry formation are over half consumed. The psychic rifles are overheated and need cooling. A series of anxious reports flew in like snowflakes. Zhao Tianhu's face darkened, bit by bit. He suddenly turned his head and shouted sharply. Yuan Xin. How much energy crystal is left in storage? Yuan Xin's face was filled with anxiety. He looked down at the tactical terminal in his hand, then raised his head, his lips moved a few times, but his voice seemed choked. Say, Commander. Speak. Yuan Xin swallowed a dry lump of saliva, struggling to utter a heart-stopping sentence. The energy crystal reserves in the camp are completely exhausted. The moment those 5 words reached their ears, everyone around froze. Exhausted. Without ammunition, the psychic artillery was just a pile of scrap iron. Without energy crystals, the psychic tanks couldn't even be started. Without energy, the psychic rifles were no better than sticks for kindling. And ahead, the black beast tide had already climbed over the mountains of its fallen comrades, roaring and surging once more. The 5 kilometers of buffer distance had vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhao Tianhu remained silent for a few seconds. In those few seconds, he didn't look at the beast tide ahead, but turned and looked at the young faces behind him. Those soldiers, some only 18 or 19 years old, with fuzz still on their lips. Others were already in their 40s or 50s, their temples graying with the wear and tear of time. On their faces were fear, tension, but more than anything, a silent determination. No one retreated. No one ran.
Zhao Tianhu slowly drew the battle knife from his waist, a knife that had been with him for over 10 years. The blade was stained with blood, and it seemed to still carry the murderous aura left from slaying countless alien beasts. He gently wiped the edge with his thumb, the sharp gleam of the blade reflecting off his weathered face. Zhao Tianhu exhaled a long breath. In that breath was the courage and responsibility of a soldier of the great Xia nation. In it was the hope of the thousands of homes behind the blockade area. Then, he gripped the hilt tightly, facing the vast beast tide, and spoke in a voice calm to the point of being tragic. All soldiers of the 9th camp. His voice, filled with spiritual energy, echoed through the entire defense line. Every soldier heard the voice of their commander. Kill. Chapter 122, when one side is in trouble, help comes from all directions. That single word, like a thunderclap, exploded deep in everyone's soul. Thousands of soldiers gripped their melee weapons tightly, battle knives, long spears, anything at all. They were ready to use their flesh and blood to block that black sea. Zhao Tianhu raised his battle knife, about to leap from the command tower, leading the charge into the beast horde. Wait! A hoarse, urgent shout suddenly came from behind. Zhao Tianhu froze and turned his head. A young officer was stumbling wildly down the road from behind. His left arm seemed injured, half his sleeve soaked in blood, but he didn't care, running and shouting with all his might. Brother Zhao! The entire 8th camp is coming to help. They brought all their spirit crystals and weapons. Zhao Tianhu froze in place. His battle knife hung in midair, not falling. What? Really? His voice was strangely hoarse. The young officer reached him, his legs gave way, he knelt on one knee, panting heavily. His face was covered in sweat and blood, but his eyes shone brightly. The brothers of the 8th camp said the 9th camp is everyone's brother. In special times, without orders, if a brother is in trouble, even if they have to empty the camp, they will come. As he finished speaking, Zhao Tianhu saw it. On the horizon behind the officer, a convoy of dozens of heavy transport vehicles roared forward. Each vehicle was loaded with spirit crystal boxes that glimmered and all kinds of technological weapons of the Great Xia Kingdom. Military flags fluttered in the wind, boldly embroidered with a large 8. Zhao Tianhu felt a sharp sting in his nose. His Adam's apple moved up and down, forcing back the overwhelming emotions. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Zhao Tianhu laughed to the sky, the laughter bold and rough. But if someone looked closely, they would see his eyes were slightly red. Quick! Distribute to the soldiers immediately, prepare for the next round of volleys. The moment the spirit crystals arrived, the spirit energy cannons, which had gone silent, roared again. The energy chambers were filled, and the barrels glowed with piercing blue-white light. The spirit tank's engines let out deafening roars, turrets spun rapidly, locking onto targets again. All-line firepower, volley. Boom boom boom. The artillery covered the front of the beast tide again, blasting back the creatures that had reached close. Yet Zhao Tianhu knew the supplies from the 8th camp would not last long. The scale of this beast tide was too terrifying, 2 camps' forces alone were like a drop in the ocean. Just as anxiety filled his heart, another voice came through the communicator. Commander Zhao. The first assault group of the 7th camp, with all camp spirit crystal reserves, has arrived at the 9th camp flank. Requesting to join the defense. Zhao Tianhu froze for a moment. Then, the 6th Camp Heavy Artillery Brigade, reporting to the 9th Camp. The 5th Camp Armored Battalion, full speed to arrive. All spirit crystal ammo brought, requesting to join the defense. 4th Camp. 3rd Camp. 2nd Camp. Messages kept coming like snowflakes into Zhao Tianhu's ears. From the horizons in all directions, convoy after convoy, armed forces, flowed together like a steel flood. Flags fluttered, from 8 to 7 to 6, one after another, waving in the smoky battlefield. The soldiers arriving from other camps were all dusty and worn. Some had even lost a boot, some carried scratches from scattered beasts along the road. But their eyes, every one of their eyes, burned with the same thing. Faith. Zhao Tianhu stood on the command tower, watching this scene. His lips were trembling violently. Big drops of tears rolled down his rugged, determined face, falling silently onto the steel plate beneath him. Zhao Tianhu wiped his face fiercely with his sleeve, wiping away those tearful, unworthy drops. Then he raised his head, and with all his strength, he let out the loudest laugh of his life, facing the brothers who had gathered from all directions. Ha ha ha. Good. Brothers. You've all come. You've all come. That's great. At this moment, the 9 major camps of the blockade area arrived at the front line, facing the beast tide directly. Except for the necessary key positions, where enough manpower was left, all the military forces in Jiangnan City's blockade area gathered at the defense line of the 9th camp. Nearly 30,000 soldiers, shoulder to shoulder, with knives and guns standing tall. The barrels of the psionic cannons were all aimed forward, and the blue and white energy light illuminated the entire sky as bright as day. And in front of them, the beast-tide seemed to have grown even more terrifying, and one could vaguely see that in the Tian ancient forest, a large number of exotic beasts were still leaping out. The Tian ancient forest was just too vast, nearly 50 million square kilometers, and the number of exotic beasts inside was countless. Even just the portion of the forest adjacent to Jiang'an City's blockade area had a terrifying number of exotic beasts. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a fierce battle, the most brutal war in decades in Jiang'an City, was intensifying.
Number 7, along with Li Chen and Zhou Ziyue, after traveling a long distance from that extremely remote blockade area, finally saw this wave of the beast tide. Number 7 carefully guided the two girls, keeping a safe distance, and they moved along the edge of the beast tide for a long time before finally arriving at the highest command headquarters of the blockade area. This place was far from the front lines, with heavy alloy protective walls and layers of defensive formations safeguarding the headquarters, making it the safest place in the blockade area. Number 7 took the two of them into the headquarters, casually found an empty resting room, and settled them in. The room was small, simply furnished, with only 2 military cots and a low table. But for the two girls, battered and exhausted at this moment, this place was already like heaven. When Zhou Ziyue was placed on one of the military cots, she was half unconscious, murmuring something unintelligible. Li Chen was in much better condition, as her psionic energy had recovered about 1/10 during the return journey. Just as number 7 was about to leave, an anxious figure rushed in quickly. It was Zhou Wu. He had received Zhou Ziyue's message at the first moment. At this moment, Zhou Wu, the guardian of the Zhou family, had a face full of anxiety, his previously neatly combed hair now somewhat messy. As soon as he saw Zhou Ziyue lying on the military cot, her face pale, Zhou Wu's heart immediately twisted in his chest. He rushed forward, took 3 steps in 2, and carefully helped Zhou Ziyue sit up, checking her injuries. After confirming that her life was not in danger, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Then, Zhou Wu turned around, bowed deeply to number 7, his tone filled with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life. The Zhou family will never forget this debt." Chapter 123, The Origin of the Soul-Eating Beast King. Number 7 stood there, her silver eyes lightly scanning Zhou Wu. She had never had a good opinion of the people from these noble families. It wasn't that the current Great Xia Kingdom didn't have families with a sense of national and people concern from the founding of the nation, but that kind of proportion had become very low. So now, when she saw someone from a noble family. This is how number 7 always acts. No need to thank me. I saved Li Chen. Saving her was just a matter of convenience. Her expression was emotionless, her voice ice-cold, and her words were direct, without leaving any room for sentiment. Zhou Wu's face showed a hint of awkwardness, but after all, he was trained by the Zhou family, a man with deep patience, and he did not get angry. He still respectfully cupped his hands in gratitude, without showing any sign of neglect because of number 7's cold attitude. Then, Zhou Wu instructed the 2 attendants from the Zhou family who were behind him to carefully lift Zhou Ziyue, preparing to take her back to the Zhou family for systematic treatment. Before leaving, Zhou Wu seemed to remember something and stopped in his tracks, speaking seriously. "Senior, the head of the Zhou family has learned of the disaster in the blockade zone, and he is very concerned. The family had specifically instructed someone to prepare a batch of war supplies overnight, including 3,000 military-grade spirit crystals, 500 healing pills, and a batch of defensive formation materials. At this critical moment, everything will be donated to the military for free, without asking for a single cent." He paused for a moment, standing upright, his eyes filled with a stern intent. At the same time, the family head sent a message: the Zhou family, though an old prestigious family, will never act like a turtle when faced with a great enemy. The family head has ordered me to lead 30 elite members of the Zhou family, immediately heading to the front lines, to follow the military's orders, and fight side by side with the soldiers. Upon hearing these words, number 7 slightly turned her head. In her silver eyes, which had always been as cold as ice, there was finally a subtle fluctuation. She was silent for a moment, her voice softer than before. It seems your Zhou family has some guts." Zhou Wu didn't say anything further, leading his people away. Number 7 watched them leave, her thoughts unknown as they disappeared into the distance. She then turned and walked towards Li Chen. At this moment, Li Chen was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Though her spiritual power had recovered somewhat, her face was still as pale as paper. The wounds on her body had been simply treated to stop the bleeding, but the exhaustion of her vital energy and spirit would not recover in a short time. The spiritual energy in her 99 true veins had almost been depleted, and this feeling of weakness could not be easily erased. Number 7 crouched down, looking directly into her eyes. Her silver eyes stared at Li Chenling's face, with a complex expression. There was admiration, scrutiny, expectation, and a trace of something undefinable. Li Chenling. Number 7's voice was not loud, but it was clear and resolute. "You stay here and heal properly. The defense level of the headquarters is the highest, it's absolutely safe." She stood up and glanced at Li Chen once more. "You did well with the matter of the black-robed demon cultivator. The rest is beyond your level to worry about.
Rest and recover, don't worry. Li Chen nodded slightly, her voice hoarse but calm. Thank you. Number 7 didn't linger, turning and leaving. She still had too many things to do. The information on the beast tide needed to be compiled, the movements of the soul-eating beast king needed to be tracked, and the relics left behind by LV Yanghui needed to be sorted out. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Yuan had assigned her a new mission. It was extremely urgent, and even her recovery could only happen on the way. The sound of her footsteps gradually faded, finally disappearing at the end of the corridor. In the room, only Li Qianling was left alone. The surroundings were so quiet that the only sounds that could be heard were the distant muffled sounds of cannon fire and her own weak and steady breathing. Li Qianling closed her eyes, sitting cross-legged, ready to meditate and heal. But as she settled her mind, preparing to heal, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In an instant, a wisp of black mist appeared inside her body from an unknown place. The mist was extremely small, so tiny it could almost be ignored, but it moved like a poisonous snake. A silent movement traveled through Li Qianling's meridians. Li Qianling was instantly filled with horror. What is this? When did it enter my body? She desperately tried to recall, every scene from the battlefield flashing rapidly in her mind. The moment Lu Yanghui burned his cultivation, the moment the shockwave swept everything, the moment number 7 grabbed her to escape the formation. It was at that moment. Li Qianling remembered, at that time, she seemed to feel a gust of wind brush past her, but she didn't pay attention. Now she realized, there was a wisp of black mist that had entered her body. What exactly is this thing? Li Qianling gritted her teeth, dark outcomes beginning to appear in her mind. Could it be? Before Li Qianling could confirm her guess, the black mist stopped hiding and slowly began to condense. In Li Qianling's mind, a vague and enormous phantom appeared. The outline of the phantom was exactly like the soul-devouring beast emperor, 2 black whirlpool pupils slowly emerging on its head, carrying an overwhelming gaze of scrutiny and greed. You think leaving the formation lets you escape my palm? A chilling voice rang in Li Qianling's mind. Li Qianling knew the voice very well, it was the soul-devouring beast emperor, the one for which Lu Yanghui had risked his life to survive. Li Qianling's heart plummeted. Soul-devouring beast emperor. It was indeed it, it wanted to control her body just like it had controlled Su Yu. The beast emperor's voice carried a leisurely tone, as if toying with prey, as though everything was under its control. You killed my previous host, Li Qianling, shouldn't you repay me? Li Qianling's pupils shrank sharply. The previous host Su Yu. TSK. The phantom of the beast emperor clicked its tongue, the 2 whirlpool pupils slowly turning in her mind, as if savoring a rare treasure. 99 zhang of true acumen, innate spiritual skill leaps, 83 affinity, and this inexplicably strong body wonderful, truly wonderful. With each word, the phantom's aura grew denser, and the greed became more blatant. Ha ha ha. Your foundation is far stronger than that useless Su Yu. Heaven helps me, truly heaven helps me. Its laughter roared in Li Qianling's mind, piercing deep into her soul. Innate, parasitize. The moment the phantom spoke the last 2 words, Li Qianling felt a thunderous explosion in her mind. An irresistible force poured from the black mist. Like an invisible giant hand, it gripped her consciousness tightly, then violently pulled it away from the center of her body. The parasitism had begun. Today 6 chapters. No gifts, purely voluntary extra update sob. I can't ask for anything, can I just ask for encouragement? Almost crying. Chapter 124, The Shaking Soul Flame. This feeling was completely different from being parasitized by Lin Chen. When Lin Chen parasitized her, although he could control her body, her mind could still fully feel her entire body. If she wanted to regain control, she could act at any time. But facing the soul-devouring beast emperor's parasitism, Li Qianling only felt extreme terror. The feeling was beyond words. It was like standing at your own doorstep, helplessly watching an intruder break in. Occupying your room, your bed, everything of yours. And you can only be pushed into a corner, curling up in an ever-shrinking space, powerless to resist. In just an instant, the soul-devouring beast emperor's primal power blasted Li Qianling's mind to the far corner of her mental sea. Her control over her own body suddenly dropped to only 30%. The worst part was that Li Qianling lost the chance to awaken Lin Chen because her mind couldn't control that part of her body. Her fingers uncontrollably twitched slightly, then became completely rigid, frozen in place. She couldn't move anymore. Not even a single finger could be lifted. From the outside, she just quietly sat cross-legged in the room, recovering from her injuries, with no difference from before. But inside her body, a silent and fierce battle for control was unfolding. All her mind, all her will, was forced into the struggle for control of her body with the spirit-devouring beast emperor. It was a silent war taking place in the sea of consciousness. There were no roars, no explosions, only 2 wills crashing, squeezing, and devouring each other in the endless darkness. Li Qianling's spirit was indeed stronger than what was considered normal. Li Qianling's mind was incredibly firm.
From a young age, she had been through countless hardships and darkness. The long nights spent in the orphanage, the director who had ulterior motives for her since she was a child, and the obscene looks that roamed freely over her body. There were also the hardships she faced on the path of cultivation, the rumors spread about her while studying, the pain after Si Yunyao destroyed her spiritual roots, and the contempt and indifference of others when her affinity was only 17. Her growth had always been full of bumps and struggles. That's why, when she saw Lin Chen, this beam of light, she wished she could pour all of herself into it.
But Li Qianling firmly believed one thing: what doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
All of this, Li Qianling faced with cold eyes. After becoming sensible, when facing the long nights, other children would cry, but she wouldn't. She would lie alone, staring at the ceiling until she fell asleep. By the time she was 12, Li Qianling had started to grow taller, and her body had already surpassed many adults. This also attracted the director's greedy eyes. Faced with the orphanage director who had ulterior motives for her, Li Qianling didn't hesitate at all. While everyone was out for a spring outing, she secretly returned and set the director's office on fire. She also stole everything valuable from the director's office. Li Qianling escaped from the orphanage amidst the chaos, and thus began her life of wandering. Facing a world with no relatives, she didn't know how long it took, but she finally arrived at Jiang'an City. With the jewelry she had stolen from the director's office, Li Qianling used the money to hire someone to pretend to be her parents and bribed the school staff to help her enroll. During her school years, because of her beauty, she was ostracized by most of the girls in her class and even became the subject of nasty rumors. Up until she was 18, the treatment she received was better left unsaid. Anyway, Li Qianling continued studying until senior year, when she met Lin Chen in that small alley. The gears of fate finally began to turn. All of this, it was like a pile of dry firewood, forging Li Qianling's will into an unbreakable sword. Even carrying a trace of madness. It could be said that, among her peers, few wills could compare with Li Qianling's. But this time, her opponent was not human. It was a 6th-level Beast Emperor. Even just a strand of the 6th-level Beast Emperor's original power would crush her, surpassing 4 great realms. The difference in their life levels was something that even a strong will couldn't make up for. It was like an ant, no matter how tough or unyielding it was, could never stop the giant foot that fell. Li Qianling could only hold on desperately. She gathered all her consciousness together, fiercely holding on to the last territory in the sea of consciousness. Every time the Beast Emperor's original power struck, she was like a rock standing in the midst of violent waves, letting the waves crash against her, but never retreating a single step. But the rock will eventually be eroded by the waves. An hour passed. Li Qianling's consciousness was already full of holes. She only had a pitiful 1/10 control over her body. Another hour passed. Only 1/20 remained. The shadow of the soul-devouring Beast Emperor let out an impatient low growl in her sea of consciousness. A mere human at the Qi awakening stage should have completed the parasitism in an instant. How did you do it? How have you held on for so long? The 2 black whirlpool-like pupils stared relentlessly at the faint glimmer of consciousness curled up in the corner, filled with shock and confusion. When it had parasitized Suyu before, it had completely taken control of his body within just a few breaths. But this girl, only at the Qi awakening stage, had lasted for 2 hours. Why was her will so strong? But while surprised, the soul-devouring Beast Emperor was not worried. Because the outcome was already decided, no matter how strong her will was, she couldn't hold on much longer. Her consciousness was slowly fading, that final fragment of her mind, like the last shaking leaf on a branch in late autumn, was about to fall at any moment. Li Qianling's consciousness began to grow blurry. She felt herself floating in endless darkness. No direction, no sound, only the devouring power of the soul-devouring Beast Emperor constantly gnawing away at the last of her territory. Cold. It was getting colder and colder. Her body seemed no longer her own. Her memories began to flash before her eyes like a revolving lantern. The children at the orphanage, the director with a lewd smile, the man and woman pretending to be her parents. The playground at Suzhong, torn textbooks, the scene where everyone excluded her, the lonely nights eating cold steamed buns in the rented room. And the scenes of her training hard, the face of Yun Yao during the friendship tournament, and that rainy alley. All the images started flashing quickly, eventually stopping at one figure. That existence in the dark alley, the first one to appear in her life. No towering body, no handsome face. He didn't even have a human form, just a mass of pitch-black, shapeless fluid. But it was this strange being that changed her entire life. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. As her mind was being devoured, Li Qianling still gathered a tiny bit of strength and sent weak thoughts, almost imperceptible, deep into her body's dark corner. It wasn't a shout, nor even a sigh. It was just a faint, fleeting thought full of longing. Like a falling leaf drifting into a deep pool. Silent and unnoticed.
The third hour slowly passed. Li Qianling's control over her body had dropped to a pitiful 1%. That last flicker of consciousness had weakened to the extreme, like a gust of wind could extinguish it completely. A tear silently slipped down the corner of her eye. Li Qianling hardly ever shed tears. She had gone through so many things, always gritting her teeth and enduring, never crying. But this time, it wasn't out of fear nor out of frustration. It was simply because there were too many things left unsaid to him. Lin Chen's consciousness was asleep. It was an extremely warm, extremely peaceful sleep, as if the whole world had turned into a soft blanket, wrapping him tightly in it. In this warm darkness, he felt no pain, no worries, and didn't need to think about anything. He only needed to sleep quietly. And often, a faint warm breath would constantly flow into his body. Though very tiny, it appeared all the time. It made him feel very comfortable. He did not know how much time had passed. His consciousness began to have some fluctuations, blurry and hazy, like a very faint light, piercing through layers of darkness, landing on his eyelids. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a familiar and small space. The mottled walls had several traces of water stains, and the lampshade on the ceiling light had already yellowed. An old single bed pressed against the corner, with a plastic alarm clock missing a corner on the headboard, ticking away. This is the rental room he used to live in. Lin Chen froze for a moment. Familiar memories quickly surged into his heart. He sat up from that familiar small bed and looked down at himself. A pair of human hands, wearing a gray short-sleeved t-shirt washed until slightly faded, on a body he knew best. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right, pouring through the slightly yellowed glass, casting a warm patch of light on the wooden floor. The breeze was gentle, carrying a faint scent of a summer morning. Lin Chen walked barefoot to the window and reached out to push open the slightly rusty window. Creak! A warm wind, carrying the smell of soil and grass, rushed in, softly brushing his cheek. Outside was the old alley he knew very well. This alley was mostly filled with elderly people. Lin Chen was an orphan with little money, so he chose to live here. Both sides of the alley were lined with phoenix trees, their thick green leaves slightly swaying in the sunlight, casting dappled shadows. Under the old locust tree at the alley entrance, Grandpa Wang sat in his rattan chair that had been rocking for many years, a small radio on his lap, singing Beijing opera in soft, wavering tones. Grandpa Wang had lived in this alley the longest. Before Lin Chen came, he was already here. The old man was old, his children worked far away, and he lived alone. Every time Lin Chen saw him, he felt the man was very lonely, and his children were quite unfilial. If he had such kind parents, he would surely honor them every day. But for this, Grandpa Wang only laughed gently and said, "Little Lin, life is full of unhappiness. 8 or 9 out of 10 times, when children grow up, they must have their own lives. As for filial piety, my child, in their childhood, they have already fulfilled the greatest filial duty of their life." On the first day Lin Chen moved in, it was Grandpa Wang who helped him move the old bed to the 3rd floor. At that time, Grandpa Wang still said with full energy, "Young man, living alone outside is not easy. If you lack anything, come to Grandpa, don't be polite." Lin Chen remembered one particularly cold winter, when his window leaked wind and he could not sleep all night. Early the next morning, Grandpa Wang somehow found a thick cotton curtain and shakily climbed to the 3rd floor to nail it up for him. From that day on, Lin Chen felt much warmer at night and never suffered from the cold again. And then there was Grandma Zhang next door. She often cooked extra and brought a bowl over. Sometimes it was steaming braised pork over rice, sometimes just a simple bowl of tomato and egg noodles. "Little Lin, young people can't just eat instant noodles and buns, these junk foods are bad for your stomach." Grandma Zhang always said this, then turned and left before he could thank her. Gradually, Lin Chen got used to it, and whenever he had time, he would run to Grandma Zhang's house to help clean. Old people always had many inconveniences. He was still young, doing some chores after school was no problem. Lin Chen put away his thoughts, walked to the kitchen, and opened the small rice cooker. Inside the pot was the leftover white rice from yesterday. He took 2 eggs and a handful of chopped green onions out of the fridge. The oil in the pan heated up, and when he cracked the eggs in, they sizzled with a crisp sound. The egg liquid quickly puffed and curled in the oil, giving off a familiar and warm aroma. Lin Chen poured in the leftover rice and skillfully stirred it with a spatula. The grains of rice jumped and collided in the iron pan, making a fine crackling sound. This was the fried rice he had eaten for many years. Simple, cheap, and filling. When it was ready, Lin Chen put the rice in a chipped porcelain bowl and carried it to the small table by the window to sit. The sunlight fell just right on the table, warm and soft. He ate bite by bite, watching the alley outside the window. The alley was lively. A few children were chasing a yellow kitten that had run from somewhere, their laughter clear like little bells. A little girl in a floral dress ran fastest. She grabbed the kitten, then turned and gave her friends behind her a bright smile. That smile was pure, like the first star of a summer evening. Lin Chen watched and, without realizing it, a faint smile curved his lips. "The weather is really nice today."
he said to himself, then continued to eat. Suddenly, Lin Chen frowned, as if he heard a faint voice calling his name in his mind. He stopped the chopsticks, trying to listen clearly, but then heard nothing.
What does this mean? Am I having auditory hallucinations at such a young age?
Lin Chen scratched his head and continued eating. After finishing, he washed the bowl and put it in the chipped cupboard. Then he went back to his bedroom and pulled a cardboard box from under the bed.
The box contained some old books, an MP3 player, and a faded red scarf.
That red scarf was knitted by Grandma Zhang herself many winters ago as a gift to him.
Little Lin, since you are alone and no one is taking care of you, take this scarf, don't think it's ugly. Chapter 126, Awakening.
Lin Chen took out the scarf and smelled it at the tip of his nose.
There was no smell left on it.
He folded the scarf and put it back in the box.
The afternoon sunlight became lazy.
Lin Chen moved a small stool to sit at the doorway. Grandpa Wang had changed the radio channel from opera to storytelling.
It is said that Guan Yu, warming the wine to slay Hua Xiong, showed such heroic spirit.
Grandpa Wang listened fascinated, squinting his eyes, unconsciously patting the armrest of the rattan chair with one hand, murmuring along. Lin Chen leaned on the doorframe, half closing his eyes, listening to the gentle storytelling, feeling a lazy drowsiness come over him.
Everything was so peaceful and beautiful.
It was as if all the strife and killings in the world did not exist. Only this old alley, only the blue sky above, only these simple and warm neighbors. Leaning on the doorframe, Lin Chen seemed ready to fall asleep. In this half-dream, half-awake state, he suddenly heard that voice again. The voice was light, far away. Light as a sigh drifting in the wind, distant as if from another world. Yet it was so familiar, familiar enough to make his heart jump in that instant. Lin Chen slightly furrowed his brows, pricking his ears to catch it.
What was that sound? He couldn't hear clearly again.
The sound was too faint, like a very thin spider thread, ready to break and vanish with any breeze. Lin Chen shook his head, thinking he misheard, and continued to rest against the doorframe with closed eyes.
But the voice appeared again. This time, it was a little closer.
It was not heard by the ears, but directly sounded in Lin Chen's heart. The voice seemed to pierce countless layers of obstruction, coming painfully and tremblingly from a far unreachable place.
Lin Chen.
Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up from the stool and looked around.
Everything in the alley was as usual. Grandpa Wang was still listening to the storytelling, and the children were playing and laughing in the distance. No one was calling for him.
But that feeling, the feeling that something extremely important was slipping through his fingers, only grew stronger. At dinner time, Grandma Zhang came with a bowl of soup as expected. Shaolin, I made some pork rib soup.
Drink it while it's hot. Thank you, Grandma Zhang.
Lin Chen took the bowl and took a sip.
The warm soup slid down his throat, the warmth spreading all the way to his stomach.
But for some reason, he felt like something was missing. That feeling was strange, like a puzzle that seemed complete, but when looked at closely, the most important piece was missing right in the center. But that piece seemed so incredibly important. What could it be? Night fell. Lin Chen lay on that creaky little bed, staring at the ceiling. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a silvery trail of light across the floor. He turned over and closed his eyes. Then the voice came again. This time, it was even clearer, but also more faint. So faint it was heartbreaking. It wasn't a shout, it wasn't a cry for help.
It was just a name, whispered again and again, softly.
With warmth, with reluctance, with an indescribable, gentle emotion.
Lin Chen. Lin Chen.
The voice sounded so familiar, it was as if it was the voice of a girl. Lin Chen sat up from the bed. His heart was pounding violently, a wave of unprecedented anxiety and unease swept over him. This feeling wasn't fear, but a deeper, soul-deep attachment. It was as if somewhere he couldn't see, someone extremely important to him was going through something terrifying. She was suffering, she was holding on, but she was about to give up. Lin Chen suddenly stood up, barefoot, and rushed to the window.
The alley under the moonlight was silent, Grandpa Wang's lamp had already been turned off, and Grandma Zhang's window was dark.
There was nothing, but the voice was getting weaker. Weaker, like a candle flickering in the storm.
About to go out at any moment.
Lin Chen's heart jolted, and immense pain surged through his entire body, and at that moment, he curled up in agony, his eyes instantly turning red. In that instant, an image flashed through Lin Chen's mind without warning. It was a dark, damp alley, and it was still drizzling. At the end of the alley, a young girl was lying on the ground in a sorry state. Her school uniform was covered in mud and blood, her long hair was scattered, covering most of her face.
She was trembling, but she wasn't crying.
She just bit her lip tightly, staring with her cold, stubborn eyes at the darkness in front of her. Alone, abandoned by the entire world.
Boom!
The image hit Lin Chen's soul like a heavy hammer.
He remembered. He remembered everything. The girl he had met in the alley. The girl who had fused with him, someone so important to him. Li Qianling. Lin Chen's body trembled violently. The walls of the rented room began to crack, and the ceiling started to crumble. Outside the window, the sunlight, the alley, the old locust tree, Grandpa Wang's vine chair, Grandma Zhang's pork rib soup. All the warmth and beauty shattered like broken mirrors before his eyes. The fragments scattered. Endless darkness surged in. He woke up. His consciousness finally returned to Li Qianling's body. But at the moment of awakening, what did he see? In his consciousness, Li Qianling's once clear sea of consciousness was now almost entirely occupied by a black consuming force. Only in the farthest corner was there still a sliver of light. A faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of light was making its final, desperate struggle. That light had dimmed to its utmost, like a flickering candle in the deep winter snow night. It was stubbornly flickering in the endless darkness, relying on the last bit of obsession. That was Li Qianling's will. She could barely hold on, but she hadn't given up yet. Even if only 1% remained, even if for her, the entire world had already been swallowed by darkness, that faint light still remained. It did not extinguish. Nor did it perish. Lin Chen looked at that glimmer, and his heart felt as though something had gripped it tightly. The pain wasn't from the body, but from a sharp, deep agony, far more intense than any physical injury. He almost lost her. If he had woken up even a moment later. Chapter 82, The Barefaced Scheme. Dead silence. All the onlookers were terrified, covering their mouths, not daring to even breathe loudly. And the soldiers nearby, maintaining order, were all frozen in place. The squad leader's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his gaze towards Li Qianling was filled with deep caution. A scheme. This is a barefaced scheme. The squad leader marveled in his heart. This seemingly cold and beautiful girl had a depth of calculation that was terrifying. She had calculated these four people's greedy nature, knowing that they could never resist the temptation of 100 points. She had deliberately thrown the three-stage mutant beast, which still had strength left, between the two sides, just to make them act first and try to seize it. Then, using the mutant beast's hands, she could openly and legally kill them. In this entire process, Li Qianling had never used any of her own strength to attack the four people. Even if the military were to investigate, they could only blame the four for being too greedy, trying to hunt the mutant beast, only to be killed by it. Li Qianling had not violated a single rule in the camp. What a cruel method. What a deep mind. At that moment, everyone in the 9th camp secretly swore to themselves that unless absolutely necessary, they would never provoke this woman named Li Qianling. Looking at the four lying in pools of blood, there was not the slightest trace of pity in Li Qianling's cold eyes. She turned her head, looking at Lang Xiaoxing, who was still in a daze, and once again, that faint, refreshing smile bloomed on her beautiful face. Xiaoxing, go, kill it. Lang Xiaoxing swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart. She gripped the dagger tightly, with trust in Li Qianling, and with heavy steps, slowly walked to the nearly dying single-horned thunder tiger. Each step was a test of her courage. Just now, it had suddenly attacked and hurt people, and the scene was fresh in her mind. Lang Xiaoxing couldn't help but be afraid. But she believed in Li Qianling. She knew she wouldn't harm her. The road seemed to stretch on forever, and half a minute later, Lang Xiaoxing finally stood in front of the single-horned thunder tiger. Without hesitation, Lang Xiaoxing gripped the dagger with both hands, aimed for the tiger's eye socket, and thrust it in, targeting the brain. The thunder tiger's body stiffened suddenly, then it went completely limp, its life extinguished. At the moment of the thunder tiger's death, Lang Xiaoxing's score token on her waist suddenly began to vibrate. She looked down, and on the screen that had only a pathetic 4.7 points, the numbers started jumping wildly. Finally, they settled at a number that felt like a dream to her. 104.7 points. This was enough to get her into a top university. Lang Xiaoxing looked at the score token in her hand, her face filled with disbelief. That string of numbers felt like a light of salvation shining through the darkness. Her eyes immediately reddened, and she tightly hugged Li Qianling's arm, choked with emotion, unable to speak a single complete word. The students around who also took part in the real combat assessment, at this moment their eyes were almost jealous to the point of dripping blood. Simply envy, jealousy, and hate to the extreme. This little lowly called Lang Xiaoxing does not need to go and fight those terrifying alien beasts with her life, she only needs to move her hands in the camp and add a finishing strike. More than 100 points are steadily in hand. If it were not for still needing some face, plus fearing the terrifying strength Li Qianling just showed, many people really wanted to slide to their knees on the spot, crying and begging this campus beauty of Su Middle School to take them along too. Li Qianling ignored those gazes around as if she did not see them. She lightly patted Lang Xiaoxing's back and took her to turn around and leave this place. Very soon, the military medical soldiers in the camp hurried over carrying stretchers, preparing to treat the injuries of the four girls Zhang Yanglun.
But the leading military doctor only lowered his head to check their breathing and carotid pulse, then shook his head expressionlessly. It seems, these emergency devices will not be used. A martial artist of the Qi and Blood realm, how could they withstand a strike from a third-tier alien beast? Not far away, among the military garrison team stationed in the student area, a new soldier who had just enlisted not long ago witnessed the whole process. His brows tightly furrowed together, his eyes filled with anger and confusion, he could not help but complain in a low voice to the officer beside him. "Officer, is no one going to manage this? Such open and blatant cheating, it is too unfair to the other students who are struggling and fighting in the blockade area. Even if this Lin Chen enters a first-class martial arts university by relying on this kind of method, she is nothing but a waste, just wasting a quota of the country for nothing." The officer coldly glanced at him, did not speak, and turned around and left. Instead, an old soldier beside them, with a scar on his face and weathered by hardships, patted the new soldier's shoulder, his tone carrying a kind of cold sharpness that has seen all the vicissitudes of the world. Short-sighted. Being inexplicably scolded, the new soldier felt very dissatisfied in his heart, his face flushed red, but because of the other party's status as an old soldier he did not dare to talk back in question. The old soldier sighed, his gaze deep as he looked toward the direction of the Tiangu Great Forest in the distance, and began to explain to him in a low voice. "New recruit, do you think the high level of the military are blind? Why would they let this kind of situation go without control?" What the new soldier felt confused about was exactly this question. He immediately looked at the old soldier with a face full of expectation. The old soldier's slow voice came. "At the beginning of the founding of Great Xia, in order to resist alien beasts, too many martyrs and heroes emerged in Jiang'an City. They all deserve admiration, deserve respect. Those heroes who survived, each spread branches and leaves, established families and various forces. And after 100 years of time, many of that group of people are already gone. As the situation of Great Xia gradually stabilized, these aristocratic family forces that originally threw their heads and shed blood for the survival of humanity, gradually changed their flavor. They began to become selfish and self-interested, began to monopolize resources, greatly cutting off the upward channels of civilian martial artists. They take all kinds of benefits given by Great Xia, yet are unwilling to step onto the front line again, to contribute a share of strength for the borders of Great Xia. Without enough benefit driving them, they are absolutely unwilling to send out their core forces again to help the military fight against alien beasts. And the reason Jiang'an City insists on holding this grand and mighty real combat assessment every year, on one hand it is indeed to select talents among civilians. But on the other hand, it is to let those aristocratic family forces, in order to compete for the quotas of top universities and high-ranking rewards, take the initiative to send their experts and juniors into the forest to hunt alien beasts. The old soldier paused, his eyes became sharp. So, between the military and the aristocratic families, a kind of tacit understanding that cannot be put on the surface has long been formed. As long as it is not directly making a move to snatch in a blockade area like the camp. Assassination, once you enter the Tiangu Great Forest, as long as you can earn points, no one will care about you. You can bring 10, or even 100 bodyguards to help you weaken the exotic beasts, and you can make the finishing blow. Kill however you like, the more you kill, the better. The more points, the better. You might not know, but after this practical test every year, the defense pressure on our military in the blockade zone is greatly reduced. And the cost for our Xia kingdom is merely those few spots in the top universities. The veteran looked directly into the new recruit's eyes. Now, do you still think there's something wrong with this kind of cheating? Chapter 83, Zhao Tianhu's Inquiry, and the Severed Arm of Qi Junfeng. The new recruit stood frozen, completely silent after hearing the veteran's words. This brutal and realistic rule deeply shocked his heart, which once believed in fairness. Li Qianling's shocking cultivation of the 9th stage of Qi refining at the center of the camp naturally caught the military's attention. The news quickly alarmed the head of the 9th Battalion, Zhao Tianhu. Zhao Tianhu, a swift and decisive soldier, immediately cancelled the ongoing military meeting upon receiving the report, deciding to personally meet this unbelievable genius from Suzhong, the campus beauty. He also wanted to check if her current condition was normal. After getting permission, Zhao Tianhu entered Li Qianling's tent, and upon seeing the commander, Lin Chen tactfully returned to her own tent. Li Qianling's tent was truly simple, just a straw mat on the ground, a few chairs, and that was all. As soon as they met, Zhao Tianhu's eyes scanned Li Qianling up and down. So you are Li Qianling? Indeed, heroes come from youth, Suzhong has truly struck gold this time. Li Qianling calmly replied, Sir, you flatter me. It's just luck. Ha ha ha, in martial arts, what luck is there? Even if you encounter some opportunity, it's still your own fate. Zhao Tianhu praised Li Qianling heartily. Then, with a shift in tone, the pressure of years in high command instantly poured out as he asked sternly. However, I've checked your records. Just over 10 days ago, when you entered the camp, you were clearly at the 8th stage of Qi refining. How could your cultivation have surged to the 9th stage in such a short time? This speed is rather shocking, don't you think?
In the face of Zhao Tianhu's inquiry and pressure, Li Qianling's face showed no panic. She had long been prepared for such a situation, and immediately spoke in a calm tone, repeating the explanation she had given to Principal Jiang Tiankai at school. Words like cumulative effort, extreme potential triggered by life and death, sudden enlightenment, and so on flowed out smoothly. Additionally, Li Qianling mentioned that she had found an opportunity in the Tiangu Great Forest, which seemed to make everything more reasonable. Just as Zhao Tianhu furrowed his brows, still a bit doubtful, his specially made military phone in his pocket vibrated urgently. Zhao Tianhu took out his phone and saw that it was an encrypted message from the upper security department. The message contained only one short line. Li Qianling has passed the S-class physical examination, confirmed to be her true body, with no foreign beasts or abnormal energy fluctuations. Upon seeing this message, Zhao Tianhu's tense face immediately relaxed. No abnormalities, that's good. This means, Jiangyan City truly has produced an unparalleled genius who can break through large stages in just half a month. In another 10 or 20 years, wouldn't Jiangyan City produce a 6th, even 7th stage martial artist? In that case, the pressure on the blockade zone will be greatly reduced. Ha ha ha. Good. Good for sudden enlightenment. Our Daxia martial arts world has successors. Zhao Tianhu eagerly continued to converse with Li Qianling, and his words subtly hinted at his desire to recruit her into the military's special department ahead of time. Li Qianling, have you ever thought about joining our military development? Honestly, the military's training department is not worse than those 5 schools outside. You know Chen Yuan from Suzhong, right? He has already been specially recruited into the military training department. With your talent, the resources you could get in the military would probably be much more than Chen Yuan. What do you think? Li Qianling didn't even think about it and immediately refused the offer in her mind. The reason was simple. The military was known for strict control. With Lin Chen involved in her life, how could she possibly come into the military site? Commander, right now the most important thing is to gain points. I have never considered joining the military organization. Li Qianling rejected him, and seeing he was in a good mood, she took the opportunity to ask. Commander Zhao, I just returned to camp. About that black-robed magic user on the bounty, does the military currently have any clues? Hearing this, Zhao Tianhu's face darkened, he shook his head, and sighed. This matter is complicated. I don't really know the specific details. All we know is that the guy's methods are extremely strange. The higher-ups haven't ordered us to send a master of Kaiyuan realm directly. They only issued the 10,000-point bounty. Zhao Tianhu pointed to the west side of the camp. The bodies of the students he killed are currently stored in the temporary morgue on the west side. If you're interested, you can go see for yourself. But be very careful, that guy is not simple. Okay, thank you, Commander Zhao. Li Qianling said goodbye to the commander and returned to her small tent to rest for a while. She sat cross-legged, circulated the surging spiritual power in her body for a full cycle, and ate a few high-calorie compressed biscuits to restore her strength. Then, she took off the dusty light blue short dress and changed into a clean, tight black combat suit. This outfit seemed tailor-made for her, accentuating her curves naturally, and perfectly outlining her slim waist and long, straight, amazing legs. The black fabric created a strong contrast with her snow-white skin. Li Qianling tied her waterfall-like black hair into a neat high ponytail. Combined with her always cold and perfect face, she looked like a sharp ice blade just drawn from its sheath. As she lifted the tent flap and stepped out, a staggering figure suddenly fell to his knees like a pile of mud at her feet. Li Qianling frowned slightly, looked down, and a strong sense of disgust rose in her heart. The one kneeling was the person who, back at school, tried to cancel her exam qualifications by relying on the director of the academic office. Vice captain of Suzhong school team, Shi Junfeng. His high-handed and disgusting attitude at school was still fresh in Li Qianling's mind. It seemed Lin Chen once said he wanted to use his face to polish shoes. But what surprised her was that Shi Junfeng no longer had any of his former pride. He was covered in mud and dark red blood, his face pale as a corpse. The most shocking thing was his left sleeve was empty, flapping weakly in the cold wind. A person had cut off his arm. Li Qianling looked down at him coldly, saying nothing, her eyes showing not a shred of sympathy. Li Qianling! Shi Junfeng ignored the astonished gazes around him and cried out loudly, his head hitting the ground heavily, his voice hoarse and broken. Please. I know I was a beast before, I am not human. But I beg you, help me, help Suzhong's brothers get revenge. Chapter 84, The Spread of News. Shi Junfeng wiped his tears while he began to cry out tragically. It turns out that he, along with 2 other capable brothers from Suzhong's school team and 2 experts from other schools, confidently set off for a hunting mission in the locked area. With their strength as opening realm martial artists, they were basically not at great risk in the locked area. And that was indeed the case. In the first half of the month, they made significant gains, each earning more than 100 points, enough to enter a key martial arts university. But then, an unforeseen disaster struck. They encountered the rumored black-robed masked man. He was like a demon from hell, with strength that utterly crushed them. In the end, 4 of them died at his hands, and only Qi Junfeng barely managed to escape, but lost an arm. In Qi Junfeng's team, the 2 from Suzhong had been training with him for 3 years, and they were as close as brothers. Qi Junfeng couldn't bear the blow. Captain Chen Yuan is always elusive, I can't get in touch with him at all. I just heard that your cultivation has reached the 9th level of opening the realm. I beg you, you're also a student of Suzhong, you have to avenge them. Qi Junfeng said, tears streaming down his face, desperately clutching his chest. Looking at Qi Junfeng, who was kneeling and begging in front of her, Li Chenling felt a moment of complexity in her heart. But this complexity wasn't out of sympathy, it was a lament for this cruel martial world. The weak are prey to the strong, and just a while ago, someone who was high and mighty had now fallen to the state of a crippled insect. Li Qianling's eyes turned cold, and her right hand shot out suddenly. Slap! The crisp sound echoed. Li Qianling slapped Qi Junfeng's face hard, and the terrifying force sent him flying, crashing heavily into a pile of junk nearby. Qi Junfeng immediately felt stars in his eyes from the blow. Li Qianling withdrew her hand, not even glancing at him, and with her long legs, she walked straight away. Qi Junfeng collapsed onto the ground, his eyes completely dimming, filled with despair. Indeed, even Li Qianling, who was at the 9th level of opening the realm, was unwilling to make a move. Now, everyone else remained silent in fear. Who would dare to provoke that black-robed man now? At the moment when his heart was as dead as ashes, Li Qianling's cold voice, like ice, reached his ears through the breeze from afar. This slap is the price you pay for what you did in school. As for that black-robed masked man, I will go kill him. But remember, I'm not doing it for you, I'm doing it for the 10,000 points. Qi Junfeng was stunned for half a second, then suddenly reacted. The joy in his bloodied face exploded in an instant. He ignored the intense pain from his severed arm and frantically kowtowed to Li Qianling's retreating figure, shouting with joy and tears. Thank you, thank you. As long as he can be killed, as long as I can take revenge. Meanwhile, in the Suzhong principal's office, Zhang Tiankai sat behind a large rosewood desk. His once energetic face now seemed to have aged 10 years. In his hand, he tightly gripped a casualty report that had just been faxed from the military. Looking at the names of the Suzhong school team members, each one marked with a black border, his old, murky eyes were full of sorrow and regret. These kids, they're all my Suzhong's kids, how could this happen, sigh, damn it. However, just as he was heartbroken, the phone on his desk rang urgently. Zhang Tiankai picked up the phone, his expression somewhat hesitant. He was truly worried, afraid of hearing more bad news. Fortunately, there was still no news about Chen Yuan and Li Qianling. These 2 kids were Suzhong's hope. Hello, this is the principal's office of Suzhong. I am Principal Zhang Tiankai. Ah, so it's Principal Jiang. Congratulations, congratulations. Suzhong has produced a monstrous genius this year. Zhang Tiankai, upon hearing this, trembled slightly, his aged body straightening as if his back had become more upright. A monstrous genius? It must be Chen Yuan, this boy, Chen Yuan, always manages to surprise me. In Zhang Tiansai's heart, there were 2 geniuses in Suzhong, but when it came to a monstrous genius, it was only Chen Yuan. No, no. Principal Jiang, it's Li Qianling. Li Qianling? Zhang Tiansai's voice rang out in disbelief. How could it be her? Although she has an affinity of 81, she's only at the Qi blood realm. No matter how much she improves, the best she can do is just break through into the Qi awakening realm. How can she be considered a monstrous genius? On the other end of the phone, a laughing voice echoed. Principal Jiang, if Li Qianling hears this, she might not feel too good. She just returned to the camp recently, and when she came back, she was already at the 9th level of Qi awakening. She even single-handedly captured a 3rd-tier Thunderbolt Tiger in front of the military. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tiansai's hand holding the receiver trembled violently. What did you say? Li Qianling. Qi awakening 9th level? Captured a 3rd-tier Thunderbolt Tiger? Is that for real? You're not kidding me, are you? You don't believe the military? The general personally saw it, and it can't be fake. Bang! Zhang Tiankai accidentally knocked over a precious purple clay teacup next to him, shattering it into pieces, but he didn't even notice. After a brief moment of utter disbelief, an uncontrollable joy erupted in his heart like a volcano, overwhelming him. He suddenly stood up from his chair, trembling with excitement. His previous sorrow was almost completely swept away. Qi awakening 9th level. In just half a month, from the Qi blood realm to the Qi awakening 9th level. What kind of monstrous genius has Suzhong produced? Zhang Tiankai laughed to the heavens, and even tears of excitement appeared in his eyes. Heaven bless Suzhong.
This year's martial arts exam in Jiang'an City, Su Zhong will surely make an astonishing breakthrough. On the other side, in Jiang'an City, Hongqiang District, Yang's residence. In a dimly lit, soundproof room, Yang Ziyi, the head of the Yang family, was frowning and speaking in a low voice with a middle-aged man in a grey robe sitting cross-legged across from him. At that moment, the Yang family's trusted housekeeper barged in, staggering. He leaned close to Yang Ziyi's ear and reported the latest news from the 9th camp of the restricted area.
Li Chenling? Qi awakening 9th level? Her combat power is terrifying?
Upon hearing this news, Yang Ziyi's hand, holding a walnut, instantly crushed it into powder. His pupils suddenly contracted, his heart uncontrollably racing, and an indescribable anger surged up his spine to the back of his head. Through his recent covert investigation, he had already found out the only abnormal thing his daughter, Yang Jingru, had done before her death. She spent a fortune hiring 3 ruthless criminals who had just been released from prison to assassinate Li Chenling.
Chapter 85, The Yang Family's Actions, An Unexpected Encounter with Su Yu.
And that very night, when the 3 criminals went missing, a mysterious woman with an incredible figure, wearing a mask and a strength so terrifying that even he, the family head, felt a chill down his spine, directly barged into the Yang family mansion.
Li Chenling, the schoolflower of Su Zhong, must have an amazing figure, and considering the timing, could it be too much of a coincidence? How could an 18-year-old high school student possess such an absurd level of cultivation in just a few days? Yang Ziyi paced back and forth in the secret room, a murderous intent gradually emerging within the room. Could it be that mysterious female martial artist who barged in is actually someone behind Li Chenling? Does this mean that Jingrou's death is connected to Li Chenling? The more Yang Ziyi thought about it, the more he felt this possibility.
No, this matter cannot be left like this.
We must get to the bottom of it.
If Li Chenling is really behind this, I will make sure she has no place to bury her body. Yang Ziyi suddenly stopped walking, gritting his teeth and glaring at the grey-robed man across from him, who had remained silent the entire time. He walked straight to the safe in the secret room, took a deep breath, and pulled out a jade box exuding a strong spiritual aura.
Brother Hong. Yang Ziyi pushed the jade box toward the grey-robed man, opened the lid, and inside lay a crystal-clear, priceless mid-grade spirit crystal.
His tone carried a ruthless force that could not be refused.
Will you come with me to the sealed area? I suspect that my daughter's death is connected to someone.
The grey-robed man called Brother Hong frowned slightly, hesitation flashing in his eyes.
Master Yang, the sealed area is tightly controlled by the military now. Entering to cause trouble is far too risky.
If it succeeds, I will give you my Yang family's 3rd-grade martial art with both hands.
Yang Ziyi's eyes reddened as he added the offer.
A glint of sharpness flickered in the grey-robed man's eyes, greed briefly flashing, and finally he nodded heavily. In Hongqiang City, our 2 families have always been close.
I watched your daughter grow up too. Don't worry, I will not stand by this time. Camp 9.
Following the directions, Li Chenling arrived at a remote, simple temporary military tent on the west side of the camp. Inside were the bodies of examinees cruelly killed by the black-robed masked man. But only a small part, more had vanished. She lifted the heavy curtain, and a sharp smell of disinfectant mixed with a faint blood stench hit her. The tent was dimly lit, a dozen bodies neatly covered with white cloth.
Li Chenling walked forward expressionlessly and lifted one of the white cloths.
She carefully observed the body, its face twisted in pain, and frowned slightly. She extended her long, pale fingers, gently touching the body through special medical gloves.
Very clean. Li Chenling thought silently.
Besides the fatal penetrating wounds, there was no poisoning, corrosion, or extra spiritual traces on the body.
Sense. Open. Li Chenling no longer hesitated, quietly commanding in her mind.
Using the talent given by Lin Chen, a glimmer of light passed through her eyes. In an instant, the internal muscles, meridians, even residual spiritual energy of the body appeared in her mind like a holographic map.
Something is wrong.
Her heart leapt as she immediately found the blind spot. She realized the meridians inside the dead person were completely shriveled. Normally, even in death, a martial artist's dantian and meridians would slowly release cultivated spiritual energy into the world. But the spiritual energy in this body was dried up, not a trace left. This way of dying someone forcibly took all the spiritual energy from the body. Li Qianling's eyes turned cold. She immediately went to the other bodies and probed them with her sense in the same way. Without exception, all had their spiritual energy drained to death. Moreover, Li Qianling carefully checked the name tags and records beside the bodies. She arranged the deaths in order, and a pattern emerged. Those who died were all small famous geniuses from major schools. And the later the death, the higher their spiritual affinity score in school tests. This meant that the person hunting them grew stronger, so they continuously targeted higher-level cultivators. These are only a few days old. At this rate, that masked black-robed person may have already reached the title realm. That black-robed person was consuming these geniuses like supplements. While Li Qianling pondered, a clear, familiar sunny male voice suddenly came from the tent entrance.
Li, you noticed it too, right?
Li Qianling's figure paused imperceptibly, quickly hiding the gleam in her eyes, and turned her head to look. The person who had arrived was dressed in a clean and neat white tracksuit, with a trademark, refreshing, and bright smile on his lips. It was the boy who had actively approached her in the martial arts room before, Suyu.
Is it him?
Li Qianling remained calm on the surface, but she was on high alert.
She instinctively released a faint breath to probe the other party.
However, this probe made the calm depths of Li Qianling's heart stir with violent waves.
Opening the acupoint's 8th level?
Li Qianling's beautiful brows furrowed tightly together, and a flash of surprise passed through her cool, unmasked eyes.
This guy, how did he progress so fast?
When I met him in the martial arts room a few days ago, although he also claimed to be a newly emerging genius in Suzhong, his cultivation had clearly just entered the opening acupoint's realm.
Just a few days later, he had risen to the 8th level of opening acupoints?
Such an absurd speed of upgrading.
If I am progressing because I have Lin Chen inside me, then what about him?
Li Qianling got straight to the point, her tone carrying a hint of cold scrutiny.
Suyu, right? What's going on with your cultivation?
A few days ago, you were definitely not at this level. Suyu seemed to have already expected her to ask this, and was not the least bit flustered. He raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, revealing a slightly shy smile, and naturally explained. A few days ago, I went to the deepest part of the restricted zone, and was chased by 2 third-level mutated beasts. But I was incredibly lucky and accidentally found a crimson spiritual fruit that emitted a strange fruit fragrance. At that time, I was somewhat cornered by the chase, so I swallowed it, and unexpectedly underwent a complete transformation, breaking through several levels, from the 4th level of opening acupoints to the 8th.
After saying this, Suyu stared intently at Li Qianling's stunning face, with a playful glint in his eyes as he asked in return. But what about you, Li? Aren't you just as jaw-dropping?
From the blood chi realm to the 9th level of opening acupoints, that's speed.
I think it might be even more ridiculous than me eating the spiritual fruit, right?
Li Qianling's eyes were unwavering, and she repeated, with a faint tone, the same reasoning she had used on the superior. Both of them tacitly avoided probing further into each other's secrets and returned the conversation to the body in front of them. Suyu walked over to the body, pointing at the shriveled meridians, his expression turning serious. These people's spiritual energy has been completely drained. That man in the black robe is using the guise of hunting to practice an extremely evil devouring technique.
And, it's not a mutated beast, it's a human.
And the more talented the person, the better they are for him.
Li Qianling coldly responded. Exactly.
Suyu gave her an appreciative glance, then slightly leaned forward, his tone becoming sincere. Li, now the students in the entire camp are terrified, and the military doesn't know why they aren't intervening. Right now, in this 9th camp, the only ones with the courage and strength to fight against that black-robed man are probably you and me.
The reward of 10,000 points, plus the honor of eliminating a disaster for the people, how about, we team up?
Suyu extended his right hand, his eyes looking at Li Qianling with genuine sincerity. Li Qianling looked at the hand that hovered in midair but did not immediately take it. Her mind was quickly calculating the pros and cons.
This Suyu definitely has problems.
Whether it's his strange story about eating the spiritual fruit, or Lin Chen's previous wariness towards him, they all point to the fact that this person is extremely dangerous. There's a secret hidden within him. However, facing the mysterious, elusive, and unknown strength of the masked black-robed man, she alone would indeed be overconfident. If there was someone else, also at the 9th level of opening acupoints, leading the way, and using their body as a shield when danger strikes, it might not be a bad option.
But, is this guy really trustworthy? Right, with such fast progress and already under investigation by the higher-ups, what about him? Has he been carefully checked?
Just as Li Qianling hesitated, the tent's flap was suddenly thrown open, bringing with it a wave of fragrance and a female voice, proud and sharp, speaking inside.
Forming a team? Such an interesting thing, how could it happen without me?
Li Qianling and Suyu turned their heads at the same time. A tall girl in a pale cyan short skirt strode in. Her face was beautiful, but her brows showed an uncontrollable pride. She was the prodigy of the Zhou family, Zhou Ziyue, now ranking high in the 9th camp's points list. Not just her, through the lifted flap Li Qianling saw several calm and composed disciples from powerful families and forces standing outside. Clearly, these geniuses who had been crazily gaining points deep in the forest had all returned to the camp. Their points were still firmly in the top 10, but following normal steps to catch up with Si Yunyao, who was far ahead, was now impossible. Thus, this 10,000-point bounty became the only shortcut for them to suddenly turn the tables and seize first place. Seeing Zhou Ziyue appear, a glint of sharp light flashed in Li Qianling's eyes. She stopped hesitating and turned to Suyu, her cold voice echoing inside the tent.
Fine, we can team up.
Suyu's smile immediately became brighter, naturally withdrawing his hand. However, Zhou Ziyue let out a soft laugh, strode in front of the two, crossed her arms, and sized up Li Chen from head to toe. Her eyes were full of disdain and provocation. Li Chen, right? Ninth level enlightenment, indeed surprising, but hunting black-robed people isn't something you can do just with your level. I also want to join this investigation team. As for who finally gets the 10,000 point bounty, let's rely on our own skills. Facing Zhou Ziyue's condescending tone, Li Chen slowly turned, her beautiful eyes like eternal black eyes staring directly at Zhou Ziyue, coldly replying without mercy. Want to join? Fine. But don't show your noble family airs in front of me. If you hold us back, I won't mind handling you too. Li Chen, how dare you look down on me? Zhou Ziyue's expression turned icy. She shouted coldly, unleashing her tidal level cultivation without holding back. Tidal level? Su Yu exclaimed. As expected from a big family's child, already reaching tidal level so fast really makes one feel inferior. Li Chen, however, showed no expression, standing her ground, coldly snorting as her 9th level enlightenment aura also rose. For some reason, Li Chen's 9th level aura was extraordinarily strong, even not inferior to Zhou Ziyue, the tidal level warrior. Su Yu's eyes became serious. How many true depths had Li Chen really opened? Boom! The two terrifying auras collided violently in the small mortuary tent. The wild energy wave directly lifted the tent flap, even pulling out the steel nails several inches. Outside, the students who were watching were all shocked by this sudden burst of terrifying pressure, stepping back in fear, staring at the tent in awe. Oh my god! What's happening inside? Aren't fights forbidden in the camp? Those are Li Chen and the Zhou family's eldest daughter, Zhou Ziyue's auras. This is like gods fighting. In this tense, glaring standoff, Su Yu stepped half forward, a sunny smile still on his lips. Alright, first let's cooperate to find that guy. Later, we'll rely on our own skills. Both women snorted coldly, restraining their auras, signaling agreement to Su Yu's words. Thus, this temporary team, each hiding their own agenda, officially formed. Since the consensus to form a team had been reached, the atmosphere inside the tent between the three people slightly eased. Su Yu, dressed in pristine white sportswear, with a smile that made others feel like they were bathed in spring breeze, was the first to break the silence. He spread his hands, looking at Li Chen and Zhou Ziyue in front of him, and spoke casually. Ladies, since we've already teamed up, let's discuss some serious matters. This black-robed demon cultivator comes and goes like a ghost. In such a large blockade zone, we can't just wander around like headless flies, right? Do you have any good tracking methods? Zhou Ziyue crossed her arms, her figure accentuated by the close-fitting light blue skirt, making her tall and poised. She slightly raised her delicate chin, her eyes carrying the pride of a noble family's young lady, and with a cold snort, she said. What's so hard about this? Since this person specifically targets top talents from major universities, we just need to use ourselves as bait. In this 9th camp, the three of us are already considered top-tier talents. As long as we leave the camp in a grand manner and go to the blockade zone to openly hunt exotic beasts, I don't believe that the sneaky rat will be able to resist showing up. Li Chen, upon hearing Zhou Ziyue's words, slightly nodded and coldly said. Although Miss Zhou's method is simple and brutal, in the current situation with no substantial leads, it is indeed the most effective method. Instead of looking for him, let him come find us. Since he specializes in hunting genius candidates, targets like us, with our 9th level of enlightenment and even the Tide Realm, are definitely his best targets. Su Yu's eyes flashed with appreciation as he clapped his hands and laughed. You two are truly women of great talent. Let's do as you say, let's prepare and set off immediately. No need to prepare, just head out directly. Li Qianling's cold voice rang out. However, in the next instant, a sudden change occurred. Ah! Help! Murder! Demon Cultivator! The black-robed demon cultivator has entered the camp. A terrifyingly shrill and miserable scream, accompanied by frightened shouts, exploded from a nearby open space outside the tent like a thunderclap. Today's 5th watch has ended. Mooncake is slow, writing 10,000 words is hard. Mooncake, as usual, kneels and begs all the great ones, asking for updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Still, gifts lead to more chapters. Is there a big shot around? Ha ha. Chapter 87, Provocation on the Face. Next came the continuous sounds of spiritual energy colliding and the dull sounds of fighting. The entire 9th camp was instantly thrown into chaos. The faces of the three people inside the tent changed at the same time. The black-robed demon cultivator? He actually dares to directly break into the 9th camp, which is heavily guarded by the military? Zhou Ziyue's beautiful brows stood up, her eyes filled with disbelief and anger. Let's go. Let's go out and have a look. Li Qianling reacted extremely quickly, without any hesitation, her figure suddenly flashed and turned into a black shadow, instantly rushing out of the corpse tent.
Suyu and Zhou Ziyue followed closely behind. When the three of them rushed to an open space outside, the scene before them made all three of them gasp. Among dozens of panicked students, there stood a terrifying figure. The person was shrouded in a large, tattered black robe, with a hood on their head and a completely black mask on their face. A faint smell of blood and a cold, sinister evil aura were continuously emanating from their body. And at the feet of this black-robed demon cultivator, three bodies of candidates were already lying haphazardly. The three students had died horribly, their faces twisted to the extreme, their eyes still filled with terror, unable to believe that they were staying in the 9th camp and had not gone out, yet still ended up dead. Li Qianling stared at him. At this moment, the cultivation aura released from the black-robed demon cultivator was astonishingly at the 9th level of enlightenment. Li Qianling's heart felt a slight doubt. A mere 9th level of enlightenment dares to provoke the military's authority like this. Who exactly is this black-robed demon cultivator? Suyu also slightly narrowed his eyes, and on his handsome and bright face, for the first time, a trace of solemnity appeared. Zhou Ziyue's gaze seemed eager. If she could capture him, she would become the top of the assessment. The black-robed demon cultivator stood in the pool of blood, slowly raising his head, the eyes hidden behind the mask like two venomous snakes, coldly scanning the students trembling around him. At this moment, a thunderous roar, solid as if it had substance, broke through the air from the military command center in the middle of the camp. Extremely arrogant. Do you really think the 9th camp is made of mud? Die. Accompanied by this roar that shook the heavens, a burly middle-aged man in a senior officer uniform instantly descended from the sky. This man was the deputy general beside the commander Zhao Tianhu of the 9th camp. As the words fell, he reached out his hand across the distance toward the black-robed demon cultivator, instantly forming a giant golden hand made of spiritual energy, pressing down on the black-robed demon cultivator. This strike fully revealed the terrifying power of a top-level heaven-opening realm cultivator. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked dry in that instant, and the violent spiritual pressure pressed down like Mount Tai, making all the students present feel a faint suffocating sense. At the same time, it made them feel a surge of longing. Is this the strength of a top-tier warrior? Just one strike, and it shakes the heavens. When will I be able to become a strong warrior like him? In that instant, the enormous golden hand in midair had completely covered the head of the black-robed demon cultivator. Bang! A loud explosion, dust flying. The spiritual energy giant hand precisely clutched the black-robed demon cultivator tightly in its palm. The violent power even pressed a huge deep pit into the surrounding ground. How dare you act like this, thinking no one in my military dares stop you? The deputy general roared. However, an extremely strange and chilling scene appeared. The black-robed demon cultivator, completely restrained by a heaven-opening realm expert, unable to move at all, did not show even a hint of panic or fear. He didn't even struggle, only slowly turned his head, and the strange mask seemed to twist with his movement. He lifted his head, calmly staring at the deputy general in midair, and suddenly let out a wild laugh like a night owl. Bounty on me? Ha ha ha, really interesting. I suggest you military officers take action yourselves. Relying on these students who have only played house in greenhouses, what's the point? Come out to die? At this point, the black-robed demon cultivator's gaze sharply shifted, passing through the terrified crowd, landing precisely on Suyu, Li Qianling, and Zhou Ziyue standing on the outskirts. Want to find me? Want to claim that 10,000-point bounty? If I didn't want to reveal myself, who could find me? But I can give you a chance. As long as you leave the protection of the 9th camp, I will come to find you. Don't be cowardly turtles. As soon as his words fell, before the deputy general in midair could crush him completely, a violent surge of energy suddenly pulsed within the black-robed demon cultivator. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. The deputy general's eyes widened, shouting, desperately pushing the spiritual energy giant hand to stop his self-destruction. However, he could not stop it. Boom! In front of thousands of onlookers, the black-robed demon cultivator's body violently exploded. Yet, the expected blood-red mist did not appear, only wisps of black smoke rose in midair. Then quietly dissipated between heaven and earth. Damn it! Damn it! I'm furious to death. At this moment, the deputy general felt a burning heat on his face. With his dignified strength of the 9th level of open heaven realm, he actually could not keep this mere 9th level of aperture opening black-robed demonic cultivator. It was truly a great shame, a great shame. At this moment Zhao Tianhu had also rushed to the scene. He looked at the mess all over the ground and the self-exploded black-robed demonic cultivator, and was also extremely angry, but had no way at all. Chief, sorry, I failed to capture him alive. This is simply unbelievable. A person at 9th level of aperture opening, how could he have such a terrifying self-explosion method? The deputy general fell back to the ground with a somewhat pale face, his expression full of self-blame and confusion. Zhao Tianhu took a deep breath, suppressing the wild anger inside his heart. It's not your fault, this is not his main body. It's just a clone. He would rather pay the price of one clone, just to crazily provoke the dignity of the military. This person is simply a madman. Hearing this sentence, the surrounding students burst out with a wave of desperate exclamations. That terrifying existence just now who easily killed 3 people in front of them, with cultivation as high as 9th level of aperture opening, and could even self-explode in front of a strong one of open heaven realm, was actually only a clone? At this moment Zhao Tianhu, although extremely angry in his heart, also felt a deep helplessness. The martial arts practiced by their military people were all the kind that were broad and grand, upright and honorable, used on the front battlefield to clash head-on with alien races or large-scale beast tides, killing techniques. But facing this kind of extremely sinister methods, not fighting you head-on, and always playing with clones and self-explosion strange demonic cultivator, there was simply no good way to deal with it. Even if you had the power of 1,000 pounds, it felt like hitting into a swamp of mud. This black-robed demonic cultivator, although his own cultivation is indeed not worth mentioning to the high-level military, but these methods are truly too troublesome. Chapter 88 Reward Increased. Heaven-defying rewards. Besides that extremely strong concealment technique, he actually also masters such a profound and unfathomable clone technique. Zhao Tianhu secretly calculated in his heart. What exactly is the origin of this person? How could such an evil cultivator suddenly appear in Jiang'an City? And why does he insist on staring at these students participating in the real combat assessment? Ordinary rogue cultivators are not weak either, why does he not kill them? Could it be that one of his goals is to anger the military? The rogue cultivators in the blockade area mostly came in to hunt alien beasts for the treasures on their bodies. For these people, the military had always adopted a policy of not interfering, letting them act on their own. So if the black-robed demonic cultivator killed rogue cultivators, Zhao Tianhu would also be angry, but absolutely not like this. Countless questions circled in Zhao Tianhu's mind. He even produced a trace of doubt and resentment in his heart. I, a small camp chief, indeed have no way to deal with this guy, but could it be that the one powerful being stationed as the guardian also has no way? Just letting this demonic cultivator mess around under our noses like this, treating the military's dignity as nothing? Why not just take action directly and slap this annoying guy to death? At this moment, Li Chenling standing at the back of the crowd had already regained calm. At the moment the black-robed demonic cultivator just appeared, Li Chenling had already activated perception. She stared without blinking the whole time at every move of that black-robed demonic cultivator, trying to find even a trace clue of the opponent's main body. However, there was none. There was no abnormality at all. In the field of perception, that black-robed demonic cultivator was like a completely independent individual, without any strand of spiritual power thread or mental link connected to the outside world. At the moment he self-exploded, it was complete destruction, clean as if he had never existed in this world at all. This made Li Chenling's brows deeply wrinkle. A trace of seriousness flashed in the eyes. Even Lin Chen's perception talent could not detect the signs of this clone technique. The depth behind this dark cultivator was probably far greater than imagined. Everyone else who had thoughts about the 10,000-point bounty now had their own considerations. This sudden face-to-face hunt and provocation completely shattered the psychological defenses of most ordinary candidates in the 9th camp. The whole camp instantly fell into a state where everyone felt threatened, every sound a warning of danger. Those civilians who usually had a bit of courage now shrank in their tents like frightened quails, not daring to go out at all. What a joke! This guy dared to provoke even the 9th camp. Do they still dare to hunt beasts outside? For a university spot, face a 9th level enlightened dark cultivator who could kill you at any moment? Unless their brains are full of water. They have the initiative when hunting beasts, but facing this black-robed dark cultivator, they are nothing but fish on the chopping block. Because of this black-robed dark cultivator, this year's real combat assessment in Jiang'an City was almost meaningless for 90% of civilian students. Their only hope now was to survive in the 9th camp until the assessment ended and then safely go home. In this gloomy despair, only the core heirs backed by great families or powers could, relying on deep foundations, calmly leave the camp to hunt beasts and earn points. The gap in class was fully revealed in this life and death crisis. The military obviously realized the seriousness of the situation. The assessment system could not be destroyed by one person. Soon after, the military command released the latest notice over the camp loudspeakers, instantly igniting the entire lockdown area. The military increased the bounty. The original 10,000-point reward was doubled to 20,000 points. Moreover, the notice added a condition that drove all martial artists crazy. Any candidate who could kill or capture the real body of the black-robed dark cultivator could choose any 4th-rank martial art and one 4th-level spiritual weapon from the military's treasury. As soon as this news came out, all candidates were shocked. The atmosphere of fear in the camp was instantly replaced by a frenzy called greed. If the profit was big enough, there were always people willing to take the risk. This reward was not just generous, it was almost unbelievable. 20,000 points could instantly catapult any candidate who had scored 0 to the top of Jiang'an City's real combat assessment, securely gaining entry to the top martial university and its terrifying top reward.
Not to mention the 4th-rank martial art and 4th-level spiritual weapon, which could not be bought on the market even with money, a true family heirloom for a top family. Where there is a great reward, there will be brave men. Not only did the students go crazy, even those wandering martial artists living on the edge of the lockdown, living dangerous lives, were somewhat stirred by this shocking news. These wandering martial artists gathered outside the camp's barbed wire, eyes bloodshot, angrily cursing. Some protested to the soldiers on guard.
Why is this? Why is such a high bounty limited only to candidates? Don't we old hands have more chance to succeed? Yes. Why isn't this bounty open to us?
You military are discriminating against wandering martial artists.
I also want to help the military. Could you inform the High Command? I will definitely capture that black-robed dark cultivator. Many wandering martial artists were trying to seize the opportunity.
The soldiers on guard, however, ignored them with cold faces.
After this crazy increase in the bounty,
the geniuses in the camp who thought they had power, background, and skills could no longer sit still. Anyone with the ability to act was completely stirred up. Looking at the leaderboard, the top 20 talents who had once believed the situation was settled and that they could only follow the plan now, they were all beginning to think about hunting the demon cultivator. They analyzed the situation with each other. Although this demon cultivator had just shown his 9th-level breakthrough, he relied on strange sneak attacks and clones. As long as they prepared enough trump cards, and if they could find his real body, they could easily capture him with their combined efforts.
Li Chen, Suyu, and Zhou Ziyue walked slowly. Suyu had his hands in his pockets, glanced at the explosion site that the military had cleaned up, and turned to the other 2 girls saying,
"You both heard what that guy said earlier. Since this black-robed demon cultivator claimed he would come to find us himself, then it's less trouble for us. My suggestion is to head deeper into the blocked zone, continue hunting the exotic beasts, and wait for him to come to us."
I agree. Li Chen responded briefly.
She would not put all her hopes on this bounty.
If it didn't work out, she would find another way. Zhou Ziyue also sneered. I've been struggling to find him.
If he dares come, I'll show him how powerful I, Zhou Ziyue, am.
Chapter 89, Re-entering the Blocked Zone. Suyu's goodwill. With their opinions unified, the 3 of them wasted no time and immediately headed for the camp gate. However, since the next operation would be in the blocked zone, strictly monitored by the military, not in the completely rule-free depths of the Tiangu Great Forest.
According to the practical assessment rules of Jiang'an City, no student is allowed to bring personal bodyguards or escorts into the blocked zone. Thus, Zhou Ziyue's powerful family guardian, Zhou Wu, had to helplessly remain at the junction between the Tiangu Great Forest and the blocked zone, unable to accompany them. This also added a certain level of uncontrollable danger to this bait plan. When Li Chen and the others, carrying their backpacks, walked towards the camp gate with calm expressions, they immediately caught the attention of those around them.
Look! It's Li Chen and Miss Shou. Have they gone mad? That black-robed demon cultivator just threatened them by name, and now they dare leave the camp? Is this the courage of geniuses? Or is it that people die for money, and for that bounty reward, they're willing to risk their lives? Long Xiaoxing looked at Li Qianling's figure with deep concern in her eyes. She pressed her hands together in front of her chest, silently praying in her heart. Qianling, you must come back safely, you can't get hurt.
Qi Junfeng watched Li Qianling leave, his eyes full of complexity, muttering to himself.
Go. Go and kill him. Li Qianling, you must kill him. The environment in the blocked zone was much more desolate than the Tiangu Great Forest.
This area had once been a prosperous suburban district of Jiang'an City, but was later reduced to ruins by the impact of the exotic beasts. The broken skyscrapers stood like giant tombstones in the wilderness, broken overpasses hanging in midair, and thick mutated vines mercilessly devoured the traces of old human civilization. After leaving the camp, the 3 of them immediately formed a triangular formation, keeping a distance of several meters between each other. This allowed them to support each other in case of surprise attacks, while also guarding against possible betrayal from their teammates. They pushed forward into the heart of the blocked zone, maintaining high alertness for the demon cultivator's appearance while casually clearing out low-level exotic beasts along the way. However, things didn't progress as smoothly as they had imagined. 3 days, a full 3 days passed. The black-robed demon cultivator who had boasted so much that day seemed to have disappeared into thin air, like vapor. She never showed her face in front of them again. Could it be that this magic cultivator is actually a coward, seeing the 3 of them together, thinking the bones are too hard to chew, so he hid again? In these 3 days, Li Qianling's inner restlessness began to grow uncontrollably. After all, the restricted zone had been repeatedly cleared by the military and major forces, and the number and quality of beasts here were far lower than inside the Tiangu Great Forest. During these 3 days, she ran hundreds of kilometers every day, encountering mostly first and second-tier low-level beasts. Bang!
Li Chanling's long beautiful legs, filled with wild spiritual energy, smashed the head of a leaping second-tier bloodthirsty lone wolf into pieces. She glanced at the number on the points token at her waist, frowning into a river-shaped crease. 1,345 points. Li Chanling calculated quietly in her heart. This score, in another camp, might have caused a stir. But in the 9th camp, where geniuses gathered, this score could not even make the top 20. Moreover, as the countdown to the real combat test approached day by day, the top prodigy's points kept growing at a terrifying speed. Too slow. At this pace, even until the test ends, I cannot gather enough points to enter the spiritual energy pool. Lin Chen's evolution urgently needs massive energy. I cannot just waste time like this. Li Chanling's fingers unconsciously clenched, a trace of annoyance flashing in her cold eyes. She had already made a silent plan in her heart. If in the last 3 days, that damned black-robed magic cultivator still refused to appear, she would decisively abandon this team mission. Even if it was extremely risky, she would charge into the inner area of the Tiangu Great Forest to get points. She could not put all her hope on a vague bounty. Unlike Li Chanling's restlessness, Suyu and Zhou Ziyue had appeared unusually calm over these 3 days, even leisurely, as if traveling for fun. Zhou Ziyue needed no explanation. Backed by the Zhou family, her previous points had already accumulated to a terrifying number, basically locking her in the top 10. She came here purely to fight for those 20,000 points, wanting to press Si Yunyao under her feet and take the top seat. Of course, there were also bounties for martial arts and spiritual martial arts. As for these scattered beast points along the way, she didn't bother to look at them, too lazy to act when encountering beasts. Suyu's performance, however, made Li Chanling a little stunned. He seemed to put all his focus on tracking the black-robed magic cultivator, not caring at all about the surrounding beasts, completely unconcerned whether his points increased. On the first day, the 3 encountered a lone second-tier scale-armored pig. That beast had thick skin and flesh. As soon as it appeared, Suyu smiled and stepped forward. Li Chanling originally thought he was trying to steal points and prepared to act, but she saw Suyu move like the wind, easily dodging the pig's charge. Then he pointed his fingers like blades, and 2 sharp spiritual energy white blades precisely cut the pig's 2 hind legs. With a thud, the pig fell to the ground in despair, screaming like a slaughtered pig, completely losing mobility, only half a breath left. After doing all this, Suyu did not immediately kill it, instead patting the dust off his hands, smiling, and turning his head, then kicked the 1,000-pound scale-armored pig in front of Li Chanling. Li, here you go. Suyu's sunny, handsome face was full of ease. Li Chanling was slightly stunned, her hand holding the short sword frozen in midair, a flash of extreme shock and caution in her eyes. What does this mean? Giving points to herself? It seemed he had seen through Li Chanling's doubts. Suyu shrugged indifferently and explained in a carefree manner. Don't look at me like that. I have little interest in earning a few points by hunting low-level beasts. My goal is only the 20,000-point bounty. I saw you killing with such enthusiasm along the way. Clearly, Li, you really need those points. Since you need them, I'll do you a favor, I'll beat them halfway, and then give them all to you. Faced with Suyu's kindness, Li Chanling didn't know how to respond. Lin Chen had told her that this guy was no simple character. But right now, Li Chanling needed the points more than anyone. Having someone help her mend her points would rise much faster. Put. Li Chanling stepped forward expressionlessly, a flash of cold light passed through her hand as she unceremoniously stabbed it into the heart of the scaled boar. Blood splattered, and her points card at her waist pulsed again. Li Chanling then turned her head, her cold, beautiful eyes staring straight at Suyu as she calmly said. Thank you. I really need the points. But I don't like owing anyone favors. After this practical exam is over, I will repay you with double the training resources for these points. Suyu looked at Li Chanling's cold, distant expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He waved his hand nonchalantly, his smile still radiant. Ha, Li, you're too polite. We're all students of Su Zhong, helping each other is only natural. It's just a few points, don't dwell on it. Chapter 90, Traces Reappear. At noon on the 4th day. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the air shimmered slightly from the heat. The 3 of them were sitting in the shadow of an abandoned factory, taking a brief rest. At that moment. Buzz buzz buzz. Li Chanling, Suyu, and Zhou Ziyue's phones all emitted an urgent vibration at almost the same time. In the silent ruins, the sound seemed especially jarring. The 3 quickly pulled out their phones and opened the screen. It was an urgent notice pushed out across the military's intelligence network. The content of the notice was simple, but a bit gruesome. Just 20 minutes ago, another team of 5 mid-stage Chi opening students was tragically ambushed by the black-robed demon cultivators in the blockade zone. The entire team was wiped out. The victims were either overly confident in their own strength, or they were unfortunate enough to be in a remote area and didn't have time to retreat back to the camp. Li Chanling immediately brought up the military map on her phone,
her long fingers quickly locating their position and quickly making a judgment. They were killed near the abandoned third mining area, less than 23 kilometers from our current location.
23 kilometers?
Zhou Ziyue stood up suddenly, her previously somewhat bored expression instantly turning sharp.
This distance isn't too far, let's go immediately, maybe we can find some clues.
Su Yu's gaze became deep, and he said in a low voice. No time to waste, let's go check it out.
We cannot let him run away again.
The three exchanged a glance, and without further words, they immediately exploded with powerful spiritual energy waves, their figures flashing as they rushed toward the destination. The three top talents sped through the desolate wilderness of the blockade zone at top speed. About half an hour later, they covered the 23 kilometers of ruined terrain, arriving at the crime scene, covered in dust and a chilling aura. This was the edge of an abandoned mine, overgrown with brown weeds. The surroundings were silent, not even a whisper of wind. As soon as they stepped into this area, a faint smell of blood hit their noses.
Li Chen slowed her pace, scanning the area warily.
Soon, she spotted 5 corpses scattered around the edge of the mine.
She walked closer.
She crouched down, extending her hand to carefully begin examining the 5 fresh corpses. It was almost identical to what she had seen a few days ago at the 9th Camp's morgue tent. There were no obvious fatal injuries from a violent struggle on the surface of these corpses, but the meridians within their bodies displayed an eerie withered state. The spiritual energy that had once filled them was completely drained, not a trace left behind. As she observed, a deep trace of confusion flickered in Li Qianling's cold eyes. All the spiritual energy is gone, but, this flesh and essence of blood, they remain almost entirely intact.
Li Qianling's fingers gently pressed against the corpse's somewhat stiff but still elastic muscles, silently making comparisons in her mind.
No one in this world was more familiar with this kind of devouring sensation than Li Qianling.
Because of Lin Chen, who could only increase his strength by devouring.
But Lin Chen's devouring seemed far more powerful than this. No matter if it was spiritual energy, essence blood, anything that contained energy, he could devour it all. Enemies drained by Lin Chen would end up as nothing but dried corpses.
But the method of this black-robed demon cultivator seemed more selective. It seems, he can only devour spiritual energy? Li Qianling's brow furrowed slightly, her mind working quickly.
Then why does he only choose students taking the test, and not target the more abundant spiritual energy of the scattered cultivators in the sealed area? What this black-robed demon cultivator was doing seemed almost like he was deliberately carrying out some kind of task.
Just as Li Qianling was lost in thought,
a faint ripple of spiritual energy, almost imperceptible, spread through the air like a small stone dropping into a calm lake.
Li Qianling's face tightened, and without hesitation, she silently commanded in her heart. Perception, activate.
Buzz. Invisible waves expanded wildly in all directions from Li Qianling, forming a hemisphere, covering a domain of 500 meters in radius.
In an instant, a clear image was projected in Li Qianling's mind. Just to the right of them, about 300 meters away,
there was a huge weathered rock, covered with moss, towering 7 or 8 meters high. And behind that rock, in its blind spot, was hiding a figure.
A black-robed demon cultivator.
Through her perception, Li Qianling could even see the posture of the man in her mind. He was crouched behind the stone, his strange mask pressed against the cold surface of the rock, watching her direction through a crack with a sinister, mocking gaze. That gaze was like a venomous snake hiding in the grass, watching its prey that had already stepped into the trap.
Li Qianling's heart jolted, her heartbeat skipping a beat.
But there was not the slightest change on her beautiful face.
She continued to maintain her crouched position, inspecting the corpses, not showing any extra movements.
Even though she had noticed the black-robed demon cultivator, she absolutely could not reveal that she had discovered his presence. She knew well that her perception ability was one of her most secret and powerful trump cards.
Unless absolutely necessary, when she needed to strike to kill, this ability must not be exposed to anyone.
Li Qianling quietly took a deep breath, stood up, and pretended to casually brush off the dust on her hands, quietly waiting for the right moment. At this moment, Zhou Ziyue, standing nearby, had also finished inspecting another body. She slowly straightened her back, and her proud face was now filled with seriousness. She reached for the hilt of her sword, her sharp gaze scanning the empty ruins around them.
Something's wrong, Zhou Ziyue said coldly, her voice clear and distinct in the silent air. Didn't that guy make some wild threats in the camp? Are you provoking us by saying you'll come find us yourself?
These 5 people were dead in less than 20 minutes, and we arrived so fast.
I have a strong intuition that black-robed dark cultivator hasn't gone far. He might be hiding nearby, watching us in secret. Hearing Zhou Ziyue's analysis, Su Yu's heart suddenly jolted.
He immediately reined in his smile, his eyes sharp like an eagle's, scanning around, yet on the surface he still showed a trace of puzzlement and said, I scanned with my spiritual energy, but I didn't seem to sense any unusual spiritual fluctuations. Zhou Ziyue cast Su Yu a scornful glance and snorted coldly. That's because you're too dull.
For a killer skilled in concealment, hiding spiritual fluctuations is just basic skill.
But as long as a person exists, they will change the surrounding environment.
Zhou Ziyue lifted her long legs clad in silver boots, sharply looking toward the large rock 300 meters away.
The airflow behind that rock seems somewhat unnatural. And from this distance, it allows a full view of the area.
Zhou Ziyue's analysis was meticulous, though slightly forced, it still seemed reasonable.
She suddenly rose, drew the long sword at her waist, and the blade immediately exhaled 3 feet of chilling sword energy. Without any hesitation, Zhou Ziyue took a long stride, her figure flashing forward with killing intent, heading straight for the rock. Behind her, Li Chen remained frozen, not moving. Her eyes stirred, showing some unusual thoughts.
Within her perception, she clearly saw that as Zhou Ziyue approached, the black-robed dark cultivator hiding behind the rock did not flee. Instead, his muscles tensed, and his spiritual energy began gathering frantically. He was about to strike. Chapter 91, Can this guy still self-destruct? Suyu seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere. He slightly focused, his gaze flickering like a coiled leopard, staring at the direction Zhou Ziyue was heading, 2 clusters of dazzling spiritual light vaguely forming in his hands. The tension reached its peak, the air seemed about to solidify. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual energy hurricane surged. Immediately, the huge rock was violently shattered from within by a raging force. Amid flying fragments, the black-robed dark cultivator suddenly leapt out from behind the rock. His hands formed claws, black and strange spiritual energy twisting around his 10 fingers, howling through the air, aiming directly at Zhou Ziyue's throat. This strike was fierce, tricky, and blisteringly fast, clearly with a one-hit kill intent. However, Zhou Ziyue was no ordinary person. Trained by the Zhou family as a genius, she was prepared. Facing this sudden deadly ambush, Zhou Ziyue didn't even blink. She reacted at lightning speed, her feet gliding in an arcane step, the floating light shadow step. Her figure moved strangely half a foot to the left, narrowly dodging the deadly claw. At the same time, the long sword in her hand rang sharply, her wrist flicking, casting sword shadows like a blooming silver lotus, enveloping the black-robed dark cultivator's chest. Such fast reaction. Such fierce sword technique. Watching from afar, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim loudly. This Zhou family genius truly lives up to the name. Li Chen did not speak, but in her heart she slightly nodded in agreement. Zhou Ziyue's split-second adaptation and counterattack perfectly demonstrated textbook battle skill, worthy of a tide-level genius warrior. Clang! 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 A series of dense metal clashes thundered across the scene. Spiritual energy scattered everywhere. Zhou Ziyue's long sword clashed fiercely with the demonic cultivator's claws, which were covered in eerie black energy. But after only a few rounds of combat, Li Qianling's expression changed. Through her perception, she keenly noticed that the spiritual energy inside the black-robed demonic cultivator seemed to have grown even more terrifying. The power he displayed now seemed far stronger than the avatar she had seen a few days ago at the camp. That avatar at the camp had barely touched the threshold of the 9th layer of opening, while the one before her now, his spiritual energy was so powerful that it was completely on par with a true tidal realm expert. The two figures turned into black and silver afterimages in the ruins, with violent sword chi and black claws tearing the ground around them into terrifying fissures. After several rounds of combat, neither side had the upper hand, neither could do anything to the other. Just as they clashed again, both were forced to retreat several steps by the powerful backlash. The black-robed demonic cultivator suddenly let out an extremely insane laugh. Ha ha, the little girl from the Zhou family is indeed something. You managed to dodge my full-force strike, but next time, I wonder if you'll be as lucky. Before his voice had faded, the next scene that sent shivers down everyone's spine played out once more. The black-robed demonic cultivator showed no hesitation, once again performing the suicidal move that he had used at the camp, a method with no solution. Self-detonation. His thin, emaciated body surged with spiritual energy, radiating a violent fluctuation. Madman. Zhou Ziyue's beautiful face instantly paled, her pupils sharply contracted. The distance between them was now so close, there was no time to dodge. At this life-or-death moment, Zhou Ziyue squeezed every bit of her tidal realm spiritual energy to the limit. Her sword danced wildly in front of her chest, forming an impenetrable silver sword net. At the same time, a high-grade spirit crystal-embedded defensive rune on her armor was activated, turning into a faint blue shield that enveloped her entire body. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion echoed through the wilderness. A massive cloud of dust rose into the air. The violent shockwave, like a hurricane, swept through the area, stripping away layers of earth. At the epicenter of the explosion, Zhou Ziyue let out a muffled groan of pain. The sword net she had been so proud of was instantly torn apart, and the faint blue shield of defense lasted barely half a second before cracking like glass and shattering. Zhou Ziyue's entire body was thrown into the air like a kite with its string cut, violently tossed by the terrifying shockwave. She tumbled through the air for dozens of meters before crashing heavily into a pile of abandoned steel, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough. Cough, cough. As the dust settled, Zhou Ziyue struggled to climb out from the pile of steel. At this moment, there was not a trace left of the noble, high-class demeanor she usually had as a young lady of a great family. Her skirt was torn and ragged, exposing her fair skin in many places, and she could hardly conceal her figure. Her hairpin had come undone, and several strands of bloodied hair clung to her pale cheek. She knelt on one knee, propping herself up with her sword, and suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Bastard! What is this? Zhou Ziyue trembled with anger, her beautiful eyes turning red from frustration and rage. She slammed her fist into the ground, creating a deep pit in the hard earth, and cursed without regard for her image. This bounty is impossible to accept. What the hell is this monster? If it can't be beaten, it wants to self-detonate. If it wants to self-detonate, it just does it. Is life so cheap? Facing this mad dog-like, reckless idiot, we have no way to deal with it. Even if I find him 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it's always a clone self-destructing. How am I supposed to catch him? Forget the points, I don't give a damn about them. The proud genius of the Zhou family felt deep frustration and despair in the face of this roguelike tactic. Far away, Su Yu and Li Chanling had quickly retreated when the explosion occurred, avoiding the core impact, so they were unharmed. Seeing the two of them, Zhou Ziyue became even angrier. And you two, you were just watching the show, enjoying it, right? Why didn't you take action? Su Yu heard this and slowly shook his head, speaking softly. Miss Shou, you're mistaken. Since you went forward alone, it was clear you intended to take the points and rewards for yourself. Li and I gave you that opportunity, but it's your own fault you didn't seize it. Li Chenling coldly stared at Zhou Ziyue without saying a word, but her meaning was clear. Zhou Ziyue was left speechless by Su Yu's remark. The reason she went forward alone was indeed to take the rewards for herself. What if that was his real body? And this guy was only at the 9th level of chi opening, so she wasn't afraid. But Zhou Ziyue never expected that this guy could even self-destruct. Looking at the embarrassed Zhou Ziyue, Su Yu calmed his mind, stepped forward, and focused his gaze on the large pit created by the explosion, quickly thinking. After a moment, Su Yu turned his head, his expression serious, and immediately retorted sharply. No, Miss Shou, calm down. You need to understand the fundamental logic of martial arts. Su Yu pointed at the large pit on the ground. In this world, energy is conserved. I don't believe his clone technique comes without a cost. I believe every time he creates a clone, there must be a terrible price paid, perhaps his lifespan, or some irreplaceable essence blood. He's only at the 9th level of chi opening, there's no way he can truly create infinite clones. That clone just now was stronger than the one in the camp, which proves that he's increasing the cost to deal with us. Hearing Su Yu's logical analysis, Li Chanling, who was standing beside him, also softened her cold gaze and nodded slightly. She adjusted her slightly messy tight suit, took a step forward, and spoke calmly and with conviction. I agree with Su Yu's view, and we need to think from a larger perspective. The military's high-ups definitely know more about this demonic cultivator's details than us students who only observe surface phenomena. Li Qianling glanced around and analyzed clearly. The military is not foolish. Since they dared to issue this bounty, it means if we find the right method, we definitely have a chance to succeed. If this demonic cultivator really has the ability to create infinite clones and self-destruct, the military would never release such a bounty and let us die for nothing. Today, 5 updates. Please give free gifts. Please leave a 5-star review, this book still hasn't received any ratings yet. I don't know if I can manage 5 updates tomorrow, I'm so tired. Chapter 92, Caught in the Net? Extra update. Thanks to all the readers for the explosive support and celebration. After hearing this, Su Yu's eyes shone with excitement, repeatedly agreeing. Li, you're absolutely right, you hit the nail on the head. No wonder you're a person who can catch a tier 3 beast at the 9th level of chi opening, your calmness is admirable. Zhou Ziyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Though she still felt resentment in her heart, she had to admit that Li Qianling's analysis made a lot of sense. She swallowed a healing pill, forcibly suppressing the boiling blood within her body, gritting her teeth and standing straight. Fine, if that's the case, let's continue. I want to see how many more times he can self-destruct. Next time, you two take over, I'm injured and will stay out for now. After resting for a moment, Li Qianling looked at the military radar map on her wrist. She suddenly stood up, extending her long, fair fingers. Casually pointed at a completely opposite direction on the holographic map. Why don't we go there and take a look? According to the map, the ruins over there are the densest, there should still be many high-level beasts lurking, and anyway we don't know where the magic cultivators are, I'll go there first to earn some points? Ah, classmate Li really has a strong desire for points. Alright, let's go. The three set off once more.
Over the next dozen hours, the small team of 3 top geniuses moved like a sharp blade, conducting a long raid across the wilderness of the lockdown zone. They headed north, rushing a full 200 kilometers. Along this 200-kilometer journey, Li Qianling was like a killing machine without any emotion. Her enormous 99 Zhang true cavity, paired with the secretly attached crushing starfinger's terrifying power, made second and third level beasts easy prey, slaughtered like chickens and dogs in her hands. Zhou Ziyue seemed completely unaware that the technique Li Qianling used was their Zhou family method. She even admired that Li Qianling's palm technique was too powerful, surprisingly equal to their Zhou family ultimate, the crushing starfinger. With Suyu deliberately luring the monsters in Zhou Ziyue's disdain, Li Qianling gained a lot of points during this time. Looking at the token finally breaking past 3,000, her anxiety eased slightly. However, peace is always short-lived. Suddenly, VRRR. The 3 phones vibrated again. Another small team had met a cruel fate. Li Qianling immediately stopped, took out her phone, and checked the newly updated coordinates from the military. Her mind raced, calculating distance and direction. Only 23 li from our current position. Li Qianling lifted her head, her gaze sharp as a knife. For them, this distance was just a moment's work. Go! The 3 hesitated not at all, turning into 3 streaks of light, racing toward the incident 23 li away. Soon after, they arrived at the scene. It was a half-collapsed underground air raid shelter entrance. However, by the time Li Qianling and the others arrived, there was no movement at all. Except for a few shriveled corpses lying messily on the ground, the surroundings were silent, not even a sound of wind or grass moving. The black-robed magic cultivator, this time, seemed to have learned the lesson, had already escaped early. Li Qianling spread her senses and detected nothing unusual. Li Qianling said nothing, quietly walking to the corpses to check them. The deaths were exactly the same as before, their spiritual energy completely drained. She slowly stood up, letting the cold wind from the air raid shelter blow her long black hair wildly. Li Qianling lifted her absolutely beautiful, as if sculpted from ice and snow face, her gaze slowly sweeping the broken ruins and gray sky around. In those deep, beautiful eyes, a light flickered that no one else could understand. Countless clues intertwined and collided in Li Qianling's mind. Just as she was thinking, her phone rang again. Her brows slightly furrowed, a trace of doubt flashing across her cold, beautiful face. At this moment, who would be sending her a message? She took out her phone, the screen lit up, a message from Leng Xiaoxing. Li Qianling opened the screen, her eyes scanning the words. Just a glance, and her eyes suddenly froze, her brows tightly locked together. The content of the message was short, but full of shock. Qianling, the camp is going crazy now. That black-robed killer was actually captured alive by the genius Yang Hongyun from the Yang family. Seeing this message, Li Qianling felt an indescribable weight and doubt rising in her heart. Captured alive? How could it happen so fast? Not long ago, this guy had just exposed himself in front of Zhou Ziyue. Moreover, although Yang Hongyun is the rare talent of the Yang family, strong in ability, capturing the black-robed demon cultivator alive so quickly seems far too simple. Beside Li Qianling, Suyu and Zhou Ziyue both keenly noticed the change in her expression. Zhou Ziyue showed a trace of curiosity on her face and asked, Li Qianling, what's wrong? From your expression, it seems some great event has happened? Li Qianling said nothing, only turning the phone screen over, handing it to the 2, and said coldly, See for yourselves. The 2 immediately leaned forward. When Suyu's eyes fell on the line of words on the screen, the sunny smile on his face instantly froze. Then, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, he suddenly straightened up, a sneer full of contempt and anger appearing at the corner of his mouth. Humph. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suyu's voice suddenly rose, his tone full of certainty, even with a hint of frustrated anger. He waved his hand and pointed at the phone screen, saying, That young guy definitely has a problem. He's faking it. The black-robed demon cultivator is still free. Li Qianling took back the phone, her expression still icy cold. She did not refute Suyu, because her own instinct told her this matter carried a strong smell of conspiracy. For the Yang family to suddenly announce the capture of a demon cultivator at this critical moment was far too coincidental. Zhou Ziyue frowned, her phoenix-like eyes scanning the slightly out-of-control Suyu, asking with a tone of scrutiny and confusion. Suyu, why are you so certain? Yang Hongyun is after all a top genius of the Yang family, he must be carrying treasures granted by the elders. Also, the Yang family would have no reason to joke about the military's bounty at this time, right? Why do you insist that the black-robed demon cultivator is still outside? Suyu took a deep breath, seeming to try to calm the unrest in his heart. He looked at Zhou Ziyue, raised 3 fingers, and analyzed sternly. First, you all just saw the methods of that black-robed demon cultivator. He can not only devour spiritual energy, but also control the extremely rare clone technique, even making clones explode without hesitation. Such a decisive and cunning outlaw, even if encountering a master of Tidal Realm, escaping is more than enough. Even if Young Hong Yun is strong, at most he is early Tidal Realm strength, so how could he silently capture the person alive? Suyu paused, lowering the second finger, his gaze becoming sharper. Second, time. Not long ago, this black-robed demon cultivator just committed a crime here. How could he be caught at the 9th camp so fast? Third, and most important. A gleam shone in Suyu's eyes. That demon cultivator's concealment ability is extremely strong, able to sneak into the camp without the military detecting his real body. The blockade area is so large, how could Yang Hongyun find his true body precisely in just a few days? This is completely unreasonable. Chapter 93 Interrogation. After hearing Suyu's forceful analysis, Zhou Ziyue fell into thought, her brow tightly furrowed. Li Qianling did not speak immediately, only giving Suyu a deep look. This Suyu, when analyzing the black-robed demon cultivator, seemed overly emotional. His certainty even exceeded what a bystander should have. Why did he care so much about the black-robed demon cultivator? However, Suyu's analysis indeed hit every key point word by word. At this very moment, in the military stronghold of Camp 9 within the blockade zone, in a specially designed underground interrogation room for high-risk prisoners. The entire interrogation room was built from half-meter-thick titanium alloy, and the walls were etched with glowing restraining formations. Above, a high-wattage incandescent light emitted a blinding cold light, illuminating every detail in the room. The air was filled with a mixture of unpleasant odors, almost making one gag. In the center of the room, a heavy interrogation chair stood. At this moment, a person was firmly locked in the chair. This person wore a tattered black robe, and the hood had been torn off, revealing a pale, emaciated face with deep sunken eye sockets. His body was covered with various scars, including whip marks, burns, and terrifying wounds from spiritual energy that had torn his muscles apart. Blood dripped from his body onto the metal floor, pooling into a small dark red puddle. The interrogation was being carried out by two middle-aged military officers. Both of them were professionals in interrogation, specializing in breaking the will of the toughest prisoners. However, faced with torture so extreme it could cause even an ordinary martial artist's mind to collapse, the black-robed devil cultivator captured by Young Hongyun remained as silent as a stubborn stone, despite hours of interrogation. Though his face was pale and he gasped heavily, the eyes hidden beneath his disheveled hair held no trace of fear. Instead, they occasionally gleamed with a strange, mocking light. "Sir, this guy's resolve is too strong. He's withstood all the usual punishments without a single sound." One of the interrogators wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over to the lead interrogator, his tone showing some frustration. "This guy can endure all that?" The lead interrogator frowned deeply, his eyes glaring at the prisoner in the chair. He knew that while the Yang family had sent this man, confirming the story, the high-ranking military officials still had doubts. Now, they must extract a concrete confession and evidence to close the case. Continue with the methods. I don't believe there's a mouth that can't be pried open. Use the bone-breaking needles, drive them inch by inch into his meridians. The lead interrogator coldly issued the order. The interrogation resumed. Another 2 full hours passed. Accompanied by chilling sounds that made one's scalp tingle, the prisoner finally let out a few low growls, almost like a wild beast. Only when the final bone-breaking needle pierced his spine did he finally slump down like a pile of mud, completely giving up resistance. He weakly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes staring at the two interrogators, his mouth twisting into a pitiful smile. "Stop, stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The lead interrogator raised his hand, signaling for his subordinates to stop the torture. He walked in front of the prisoner, looking down at him with a cold, bone-chilling gaze, his voice icy. "What's your name? Are you the black-robed devil cultivator who has been mercilessly slaughtering exam students in the blockade zone recently?" The prisoner coughed violently several times, spitting out a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He breathed weakly, then nodded feebly, admitting. "Yes. I admit it. I am the black-robed devil cultivator. Those students, I killed them all. I killed them to cultivate my demonic arts. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Upon hearing the confession, both interrogators' eyes flickered with a glimmer of joy. However, they did not let their guard down, for the military always valued solid evidence. "Just your word is not enough. Since you claim to be the black-robed devil cultivator, show us the powers you're famous for. Your devouring power and your clone self-destruct technique." The lead interrogator turned and pressed a button on the wall. Soon, the heavy metal door opened. 2 soldiers pushed a huge, specially made steel cage inside. Inside the cage, a massive second-tier iron-armored boar was locked up, constantly roaring with anger, its body radiating violent spiritual energy. The chief examiner waved his hand, releasing the prisoner's right hand from restraint. "Come, show me how you absorb it." The prisoner, claiming to be a black-robed magic cultivator, took a deep breath.
He shakily lifted his blood-stained right hand, and through the gap in the cage, pressed it hard against the thick scales of the iron-armored boar. In the next second, an incredible scene unfolded. A viscous black light suddenly appeared in the palm of the prisoner's hand. The black light seemed alive, instantly seeping through the beast's scales. The iron-armored boar, which had been wildly ramming the cage, stiffened violently, then let out a piercing, tragic scream. Under the shocked eyes of the two interrogators, visible strands of pure spiritual energy were forcibly stripped from the beast's body, one by one. Then, like rivers merging into the sea, the energy slowly flowed into the prisoner's body along his arm. The prisoner, whose face had been pale from torture, regained a trace of color after devouring the energy. His wounds also began to slowly heal. The two interrogators exchanged glances, both seeing horror reflected in the other's eyes. This strange method of absorption was unheard of, exactly matching the descriptions in the autopsy report. Record it. The chief examiner suppressed his shock and ordered the soldier responsible for records, then looked back at the prisoner and coldly said, "And? What about your clone self-detonation?" The prisoner did not speak. He closed his eyes tightly and formed a very complex and strange seal with his hands over his chest. The recently absorbed spiritual power began to flow, and a black shadow slowly separated from his back. The shadow gradually solidified, eventually forming a clone that looked exactly like him. Compared to the clone that had provoked the 9th camp earlier, this clone was extremely weak, seeming like it could vanish with a single gust of wind. The military personnel did not doubt it, since the original was already so weak, let alone the clone. "This is my clone, cough cough," the black-robed magic cultivator weakly explained. "As long as I control it with a strand of my divine will." Before he finished, the clone suddenly lunged forward without warning, its body emitting a blinding red light from within. Retreat. Chapter 94, Stubborn Suyu. The chief examiner's face changed, immediately pulling his subordinates back while raising a thick spiritual energy shield. Boom! A faint explosion echoed through the interrogation room. The clone exploded violently. Good. Excellent. Seeing this, the interrogators were not afraid, instead, they excitedly slammed the table. Absorbing spiritual energy, clone self-detonation. The method perfectly matched. Identity confirmed. This was a major success. The chief examiner carefully collected all video evidence and testimonies, too excited to tidy himself, and rushed out of the underground interrogation room straight to Commander Zhao Tianhu's command center. When this ironclad evidence was laid on Commander Zhao Tianhu's desk at the 9th camp, the military leader, known for his iron-willed toughness, could not help but roar with laughter. Ha ha ha. Good. What a magnificent young family prodigy, young Hongyun. Truly solved a huge problem for our military. Zhao Tianhu pounded the desk joyfully. In recent days, because of the black-robed magic cultivator, he had endured protests and pressure from various schools. He hadn't dared sleep soundly, fearing that upon waking he might find more corpses of genius students. At last, the fishbone that had been stuck in the throat was finally pulled out. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianhu strode toward the microphone for the camp's loudspeaker and grabbed the communicator. He took a deep breath, and his deep, commanding voice instantly spread through countless loudspeakers, reaching every corner of Camp 9 and even the surrounding blockade area. Attention all live combat evaluation trainees. This is Zhao Tianhu, the highest commander of Camp 9. I hereby announce that the black-robed demonic cultivator who had harmed multiple trainees in the blockade area has been successfully captured by young Hongyun, a trainee from the Yang family, and handed over to the military. After the military's strict interrogation and verification, their identity has been confirmed. The bounty mission is hereby concluded. On behalf of the military, I thank young Hongyun for his heroic performance. I also announce that, due to the bounty upgrade, young Hongyun will receive 20,000 points for live combat evaluation and a huge reward, a 4th-grade martial art and a 4th-grade spiritual weapon. These few sentences were like a heavy bomb dropped onto a calm lake. With the operation of the military's main system, the points leaderboard automatically refreshed. The name of the former number 1, Si Yunyao, was instantly overshadowed by a golden light. Replacing it was a name shining with dazzling brilliance. Yang Hongyun. And the long string of numbers behind his name made people's eyes go dizzy. 27,989 points. Not only had he surpassed Si Yunyao, the original leader, by more than 10,000 points, but he had also left everyone else far behind, relegating them to a place of dust. Yang Hongyun sat firmly at the top of the leaderboard, overlooking all like a god. As the news spread, and the leaderboard experienced such a world-shaking change, Camp 9 fell into a few seconds of stunned silence. Then, an earth-shaking cheer erupted, like a tsunami. We caught him. We really caught him. Long live. Yang Hongyun is awesome. The Yang family is awesome. Finally, I don't have to stay in this crappy tent and mold anymore. Brothers. The bounty is over, the black-robed demonic cultivator is gone. Our college dreams are saved. Let's go out and kill the alien beasts.
All the trainees, those who had been so terrified of the demonic cultivators that they didn't dare step out of the camp, were now as if filled with adrenaline, bursting with excitement.
They screamed in excitement, finally able to leave this suffocating camp.
In no time, large numbers of trainees rushed out of the camp's gates. Their eyes shimmered with a desire for the future as they re-entered the blockade zone, determined to find and fight the alien beasts to save their almost broken college dreams.
Far in the depths of the blockade zone,
the three of them also received the news. Suyu stared intensely at the glaring 27,989 points and the four big words "bounty mission" ended on the screen. His eyes instantly turned red as if they were about to bleed, and the hand holding the token trembled violently.
Bang!
Suyu slammed the token hard onto the ground and, in a fit of rage, screamed.
This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be.
He angrily paced back and forth, his hands frantically tugging at his hair. His once sunny and handsome face was now twisted with anger.
How could the black-robed demonic cultivator be captured by him? Is the military blind? What kind of illusion did that guy use? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe that useless Yang Hongyun could catch him. Li Qianling quietly watched Suyu, who was in a frenzy.
Her eyes remained calm, but inside, she was filled with complex emotions. She turned her head and looked at the still slightly stiff body of the genius that had just been drained of all its spiritual energy. The residual aura on this body created a sharp and ironic contrast with the so-called capture news.
Li Qianling didn't know what the truth really was. Was it the Yang family who hired someone to pretend to be the black-robed magic cultivator, even tricking the authorities, or did the real black-robed magic cultivator appear here and get caught by Yang Hongyun himself?
Li Qianling naturally believed it was the former.
But what could she do about it?
The military had already issued an official report. In this live combat assessment set by the military, the official report was absolute truth.
Even if you knew it was fake, even if you had the corpse as evidence, if you told the military, would they admit they were fooled by the Yang family? Would Zhao Tianhu slap his own face? Li Qianling didn't know. Moreover, she still had no trace of the black-robed magic cultivator.
She shook her head helplessly, took a deep breath, and forced those complicated emotions down into her heart. What she needed was points. Since the bounty path was blocked, she couldn't waste even a second here.
Facts speak louder than words.
Li Qianling spoke coldly, as if not only saying it to Suyu but also to herself. Since the military has already sealed the verdict, the bounty is over.
Our team has no meaning anymore. Forget it, disband. With that, Li Qianling wasted no time and turned to leave toward the inner area of the Tiangu Great Forest. She wanted to use the last moments to go to the most dangerous place, to fight back into the top 10 that belonged to her. Stop. Don't go.
Seeing Li Qianling leaving, Suyu, in panic, took a sudden stride forward and spread his arms to block her path firmly. His eyes carried a kind of stubborn madness. The military must be wrong.
Or maybe the Yang family used some vile trick we don't know to fool them.
Chapter 95, The Real and Fake Black-Robed Magic Cultivator.
Lu Yuan.
Suyu shouted loudly, his chest heaving violently.
Think about it.
This black-robed magic cultivator is so proud and cunning, he doesn't even care about the military's Kaiyuan level, and even dared to split his body openly to the camp to provoke them. Such a madman who doesn't fear death, how could Yang Hongyun catch him so easily?
And alive.
Use your brain, this makes no sense at all.
This is a complete conspiracy.
Li Qianling, blocked in her path, frowned slightly and looked at him coldly. Whether it makes sense or not has nothing to do with me.
I only look at results. The result is, Yang Hongyun is first on the points list, and my points aren't even in the top 20. Move.
At this moment, Zhou Ziyue, who had been watching coldly from the side, finally could not stay silent. She stepped forward with her long graceful legs, her phoenix-like eyes filled with scrutiny and suspicion locked on Suyu.
Since receiving the news earlier, Suyu's reaction had been too abnormal.
Even if he doubted this matter, even if he was jealous of Yang Hongyun's high score, he shouldn't have lost his reason so much.
Suyu.
Zhou Ziyue crossed her arms, her tone carrying both questioning and caution. Why are you so sure?
Even if the military reported it, even if Zhao Tianhu personally confirmed the identity, why do you insist the black-robed magic cultivator is still free? What do you really know? Why do you seem to have an almost obsessive desire regarding the black-robed magic cultivator?
Faced with Zhou Ziyue's pressing questions, Suyu froze for a moment, opening his mouth as if to explain something. Finally, he hung his head low and spoke softly.
However, the moment he was about to speak,
without warning, a cold violent wind suddenly howled from above the three of them.
Whoosh!
The speed was so fast that it even created a sonic boom in the air. Li Qianling's pupils shrank instantly, with her perception talent activated, her dynamic vision far surpassed ordinary people.
At that very moment,
She clearly saw a tall figure, wrapped entirely in a loose black robe, like a ghost in the dark night. From a towering tree several meters to their side, the figure pushed off and shot toward the blockade's outer edge at lightning speed. As the shadow passed, the hood of the robe slightly lifted, revealing a masked face, with eyes glinting with bloodlust and coldness. It was the black-robed demon cultivator. Almost simultaneously, Li Qianling, Suyu, and Zhou Ziyue all thought of this name in their minds. In fact, it was directly revealed before their eyes. The real black-robed demon cultivator, not only not caught, but was wandering right under their noses. Chase! Suyu let out a wild roar, and his spiritual power, at the 8th level of qi condensation, exploded instantly, turning into a white shadow, desperately chasing after that black shadow. Li Qianling hesitated slightly, unsure of what to think, but quickly followed suit. Zhou Ziyue, however, showed no hesitation. At this moment, there was no need for any more useless words. The three of them, like three streaks of light, closely followed the black-robed demon cultivator, disappearing from their original positions. At the same time, at a heavily guarded secret military base on the edge of Jiang'an City's blockade zone. This was the heart of the Jiang'an City's military forces, the core of the guarding mansion. Inside the command center, Lu Yuan, the guard commander of Jiang'an City, stood quietly with his hands behind his back, in front of a tactical map. The map flickered with dense red and blue dots, representing the distribution of various forces within the blockade zone. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, his sharp eagle-like eyes filled with deep worry and contemplation. The recent situation had been too strange. The terrifying anomaly in the deep forest of the Tiangu mountain that was about to awaken had suddenly disappeared, and the rebel organizations that had been lurking in the shadows were unusually quiet. This calm seemed like a harbinger before the storm. But then, another black-robed demon cultivator appeared. While Lu Yuan was deep in thought, an urgent knock echoed through the command room. Knock knock knock. Lu Yuan's thoughts were interrupted, and he slightly turned his head, his voice deep and authoritative. Come in. The door slowly opened. Lu Yuan's assistant, Lu Yonghui, quickly entered, his face unable to hide the joy. He stood at attention in front of Lu Yuan and gave a formal military salute. Commander, good news. Lu Yonghui reported loudly. Lu Yuan turned around, his expression still composed, asking indifferently. What good news? It's rare to see you so happy. The major took a deep breath and reported. We just received confirmation from Zhao Tianhu at the 9th camp. The black-robed demon cultivator that caused panic in the blockade zone has been captured. Oh? When Lu Yuan heard this, his expression didn't show joy, but instead, his gaze sharpened. A powerful, unique aura from someone in a high position instantly spread, and the air in the command room seemed to grow heavier. A deep suspicion and alertness flashed through his eyes. Captured? How was it done? Who caught him? The major clearly hadn't expected this reaction from Lu Yuan. He paused for a moment, then quickly answered honestly. It was a student from the Yang family, participating in the live combat assessment, named Yang Hongyun. He captured the black-robed demon cultivator alive and handed him over to Zhao Tianhu. Zhao Tianhu personally directed the interrogation. The suspect confessed to his crimes without hesitation and even demonstrated techniques of devouring alien beasts' spiritual energy and self-detonation of clones, with irrefutable evidence. So, Zhao Tianhu has closed the bounty and awarded Yang Hongyun with points. As for the remaining rewards, they haven't been given yet. A student from the Yang family? Captured alive? And Zhao Tianhu, that fool. When Lu Yuan heard this, his expression darkened. A cold, sharp laugh involuntarily curled at the corner of his mouth. Go see. Lu Yuan spoke without a single wasted word. He suddenly grabbed the black military coat draped over the chair and strode toward the door. Prepare the vehicle. Go to the 9th camp immediately. Yes. The major realized this might not be simple, and cold sweat trickling down his face, hurried to follow. Moments later, an off-road vehicle bearing the highest military clearance plate stopped steadily at the entrance of the 9th camp command post. Zhao Tianhu had already received news that Lu Yuan was coming. Although he was still secretly happy about closing the case, facing this top boss, he dared not slack even a bit. He quickly led a group of officers to stand in formation at the door to greet him. Boss Lu. Zhao Tianhu saluted. How many times have I told you? Call people plants while working. Zhao Tianhu's face immediately stiffened. Yes. Director Lu. Lu Yuan gave Zhao Tianhu a cold glance, his face darkened, and he strode down from the car, tossing out a chilling, cutting sentence. Where are they? Lead the way. Chapter 96, No Witness. Is your brain full of shit? Zhao Tianhu sharply sensed the suppressed fury on Lu Yuan, and his heart skipped a beat. What's up with old Lu today? Something feels wrong. He didn't dare ask more and hurriedly ran ahead to lead, bringing Lu Yuan to the interrogation room. The metal door slowly opened. Lu Yuan stood at the doorway, his tall figure almost blocking the light from outside. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and those eyes, sharp as knives, pierced the black-robed demon cultivator tied to the chair, covered in blood. Lu Yuan said nothing, only quietly observing the so-called black-robed demon cultivator. As time passed, Lu Yuan's gaze grew colder and colder. He suddenly raised his hand, waving to Zhao Tianhu and the others behind him. "Everyone, get out. Close the door." Zhao Tianhu and the others looked at each other, but military orders were like mountains, they dared not disobey and quickly retreated. The heavy metal door closed again, leaving only Lu Yuan and the black-robed demon cultivator in the interrogation room. Lu Yuan slowly walked in front of the black-robed demon cultivator, pulled over a chair, and sat down heavily. He leaned slightly forward, eyes calmly staring into the eyes of the black-robed demon cultivator, and said coldly, "Tell me, who exactly are you?" The prisoner swallowed a mouthful of spit mixed with blood, gritted his teeth, and shouted hoarsely, "I've already confessed everything. The interrogation record is clear. What more do you want from me? I am the black-robed demon cultivator who kills without blinking. I've killed so many people, I deserve death. Just kill me. Give me some satisfaction." But Lu Yuan just quietly watched him perform. When he finished shouting, Lu Yuan suddenly let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Ha! Should I praise your loyalty, or say the Yang family is ridiculously bold?" Lu Yuan stood, hands pressing on the interrogation table, looking down at the prisoner. "Humph. Such audacity. Relying on some influence in Jiang'an City, now daring to openly use a scapegoat to deceive the military. Do you really think military rules are just for show?" The prisoner's body trembled slightly, but he still clenched his teeth and did not yield. "I don't understand what you're saying. I am the black-robed demon cultivator." "Oh really?" Lu Yuan's cold smile grew even more grim. He suddenly bent down, close to the prisoner's ear, speaking in a voice only they could hear. "Here is some bad news for you. Less than half an hour ago, 5 genius students died at the hands of the black-robed demon cultivator again." At these words, the black-robed demon cultivator's face finally showed a flicker of unhidden panic and fear. I really am the black-robed demon cultivator." His voice trembled. Could someone outside be pretending to be me? Yes. That must be it. I am the real one, and the one outside must be killing in my name. Idiot. I can give you a chance. Help me expose the Yang family's blatant deception of the military, and I will spare your life. I might even offer you some rewards. How about it? The prisoner in front of him, upon hearing these words, seemed to lose all strength in his body, slumping in his chair. He trembled as he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he slowly closed his lips again. His eyes were somewhat dazed, as if he had already left the cold interrogation room. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his mind, 2 sweet smiles appeared. One was calling out to him, "Daddy," and the other was gazing at him lovingly, her red lips slightly parted, saying, "Honey, come home quickly. I made your favorite dish. You nur. Qian." The black-robed demon cultivator muttered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Lu Yuan frowned and pressed his ear close to his mouth. "What did you say? I can't hear you clearly." No response. When Lu Yuan lifted his head and looked at the man in confusion, he suddenly fell silent. The man in front of him had killed himself, all his meridians shattered, dying in silence. Lu Yuan stared at the faint smile still lingering at the corner of his mouth. The coldness in his eyes deepened, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Was this guy really that afraid of the Yang family? Was he willing to go to such lengths to ensure there were no witnesses to his death? This was clearly a scapegoat. A pawn helping the Yang family gain rewards. Although Lu Yuan wasn't entirely sure what methods the Yang family used, it was undoubtedly dishonorable. These aristocratic families. Many of them have become parasites of the great Xia Empire. Wait for me. Don't let me find any evidence. Lu Yuan flung his sleeve and turned sharply to stride towards the door, kicking open the heavy metal door with a forceful bang. Outside, Zhao Tianhu and the others were anxiously waiting. When they saw Lu Yuan come out, Zhao Tianhu was about to approach and ask about the situation. Bang! Lu Yuan slapped the nearby wall with the back of his hand, leaving a deep handprint in the steel wall. His eyes wide with fury, he pointed at Zhao Tianhu's nose and began to curse without restraint. Zhao Tianhu. How have I taught you? Is your brain filled with shit? Someone leads a dog to you and says it's a wolf, and you believe it? Then the Yang family casually sends a death warrior who knows a bit of dark arts to perform a play in front of you, and you dare to close the case? You actually have the nerve to broadcast a reward for this across the district? You really make me mad. From now on, the 9th camp will be led by your deputy. You better go stand at the door and guard it.
Zhao Tianhu was scolded so fiercely that he was stunned, standing there speechless. But his deputy took the initiative to speak up on Zhao Tianhu's behalf. Sir, Officer Zhao was confused for a moment. He had been under so much pressure from the black-robed demon cultivator incident, and wanted to uplift the morale of the testers quickly. Please, sir, retract your order. No need. Zhao Tianhu roared and turned to leave, saying, I'll go. I made a mistake, I admit it. Seeing this, his deputy grabbed him and looked at Lu Yuan with a pleading expression. Lu Yuan looked at Zhao Tianhu's pitiful state and sighed in helplessness. He slapped his forehead and scolded again. You really want to go guard the door? At least you're still one of mine. If you don't feel embarrassed, I do. Zhao Tianhu scratched his head and muttered, I'll do whatever the chief asks me to do. Zhao Tianhu, I shouldn't have let you come to manage the 9th camp in the first place. You've been with me for 10 years, right? Couldn't you learn something from old Lu? Why can't you ever guess my thoughts? You're humiliating the military by letting the Yang family step all over us. You're playing with the lives of those innocent students who ran out because of your broadcast. You're dismissed as expected, but guarding the door is cancelled. Immediately send out the information. Call all the assessors back, the Yang family side, you must deal with it for me. Right now, immediately. After cursing, he didn't even give Zhao Tianhu a chance to explain, snorted angrily, and swept his sleeves as he left, leaving only a back filled with endless rage. Deputy General Yuan Xin quickly spoke up after Lu Yuan left. Commander, what should we do now? Hearing this, Zhao Tianhu grunted. I am not the commander, I was dismissed. Commander Yuan, I will follow your orders from now on. Chapter 97, Human Blood Bun. The Obnoxious Yang Family. 9th Battalion, only Commander Zhao exists, no Commander Yuan. Seeing Zhao Tianhu still not moving, Yuan Xin continued gently. Oh my brother, you know Commander Lu's temper, all these are just angry words, would he really dare to punish you? Over the years, from top to bottom, there must have been 10 or 8 times like this, right? The brothers in the 9th Battalion all know clearly, you don't need to feel ashamed. Hearing this, Zhao Tianhu suddenly sighed deeply. Sigh, this time is different from the past. In the past, though I made him angry, my work was still fine, the beasts I killed were only more, not less. But this time, I trusted the Yang family wrongly, I am sorry to the assessors. If the commander punishes me, I accept the punishment willingly. Commander Yuan, no need to speak more, Zhao Tianhu will handle this immediately. After speaking, Zhao Tianhu held back a breath and left. He immediately sent messages to all the assessors, urgently summoning them back, saying there may be more than one black-robed demon cultivator. Then, full of rage, he rushed straight to the Yang family's camp. This man, always known for explosive temper and iron-blooded toughness, had been toyed with by the Yang family, and his anger was sky-high. Good, you Yang family. How dare you use such low tricks to fool me? Using me as a tool for your ranking. Yang family camp. Yang Hongyun was smiling, looking at the points token in his hand. An elder of the Yang family, Yang Wenhao, beside him, could not help laughing. Ah, this trick really works, Zhao Tianhu was really stupid, he actually fell for it. This time not only Hongyun got first place, but also got a free 4th rank martial art and a 4th rank spirit weapon. Our Yang family's strength will increase greatly. Ha ha ha. Yang Hongyun put down the token, his face showing faint unease. Elder Wenhao, is the person you sent reliable? Will he betray the Yang family? And Zhao Tianhu will find the truth sooner or later, what then? Yang Wenhao chuckled. Don't worry, young master. This person is loyal. His wife and daughter are in the Yang family's hands, he will act as we instruct. And Zhao Tianhu, even if he finds out, so what? We just need to insist that this is the Black Shadow Demon cultivator we caught. The interrogation is military, the public notice is military, what's it to us? Even if they suspect, even if they catch the real Black Shadow Demon cultivator, we can still say the Black Shadow Demon cultivator may not be just one person. This plan, by the time Zhao Tianhu announces it, is already unsolvable. Hearing this, Yang Hongyun relaxed and said lightly. That's good, but the mother and daughter must still be dealt with. No trace can remain. If the military finds evidence, it will be a big problem. Yang Wenhao smiled lightly. Young master, rest assured, I have already handled them cleanly. A moment later, Zhao Tianhu, furious, rushed to the luxurious camp the Yang family built temporarily in the 9th Battalion. Yang Wenhao! Get out here! Zhao Tianhu stood outside the tent, his roar like thunder, shaking the surrounding tent slightly. Inside the tent, a commotion arose. Soon, the curtain was lifted. Yang Wenhao walked out slowly with Yang Hongyun. Compared to Zhao Tianhu's thunderous rage, Yang Wenhao appeared unusually calm. He wore a priceless silk robe, even holding a steaming cup of top-grade spirit tea, his eyes showing no panic, only a faint smile at the corner of his mouth that made people extremely uneasy. "Oh, isn't this Director Zhao? Why so angry? Did the Yang family fail in any way in hosting you?" Yang Wenhao took a slow sip of tea. "Stop pretending in front of me." Zhao Tianhu roared furiously. "What is going on? How dare your Yang family? Using a fake to replace the black-robed demon cultivator to cheat the military out of a huge reward. Are you tired of living?" Faced with Zhao Tianhu's accusations, Yang Wenhao showed no fear, instead wearing an innocent and round expression, handing his cup to his attendant and spreading his hands. "Director Zhao, isn't what you're saying unreasonable? Our Yang family acted strictly according to the military's bounty rules. The rules say that capturing the black-robed demon cultivator completes the bounty mission and earns the reward. My family's prodigy, Yang Hongyun, risked his life alone in the restricted zone to capture him and handed him over to the military immediately and unconditionally." Yang Wenhao stepped in front of Zhao Tianhu, a flash of contempt in his eyes, his tone becoming firm. "What? We followed the rules to catch the bad guy, helping the military solve the problem. What's wrong with that? You personally interrogated him, you have all the methods," he confessed, "and you publicly praised our family's achievement. Why now do you arbitrarily declare we caught a fake? Show proof, the Yang family will accept it, but not baselessly slandering us. You." Zhao Tianhu was momentarily speechless, choked by this shameless logic, eyes wide. General Lu confirmed with his own mouth, the real demon cultivator just killed someone. "So what?" Yang Wenhao sneered, stepping closer. "Director Zhao, did the military's bounty notice clearly say there is only one black-robed demon cultivator?" "No." "Then Director Zhao, isn't it possible they are a group? Isn't it possible someone else is imitating the crime? Even if there really are other demon cultivators outside killing people, does that erase our family's merit for catching one of the killers?" Yang Wenhao raised his voice sharply, turning to shout at the surrounding crowd who had gathered. "Everyone, judge fairly. Our Yang family spent money, effort, and people to catch the thief for the military. Without solid proof that this person is a fake, they want to cancel the reward just based on assumptions, dumping blame on our heads. Acting this way will chill the hearts of all those who serve faithfully. If the country faces danger again, who will dare to step forward? You." Zhao Tianhu, though a ruthless warrior on the battlefield, felt utterly speechless facing these cunning old families skilled in words and politics. You are shameless. Nonsense. Chapter 98, Using Their Own Way Against Them. This is the aristocracy. Zhao Tianhu's hands shook as he pointed at Yang Wenhao, face red, unable to find a single strong word to counter. At this moment, his heart was full of sorrow. Damn it, these aristocratic families, for rewards, for bounty, are willing to go to such shameless lengths. It's all my fault for being too rash, Zhao Tianhu swore silently in his heart. Think carefully before doing anything from now on. No, think 9 times before acting. He originally just thought he was a reckless man, and it was enough to go to battle and kill enemies. But at this moment, Zhao Tianhu realized just how useful Commander Lu's teaching had been to him. Zhao Tianhu thought through the theory and found that the more he argued, the more right the other side seemed, and the more he argued, the more he looked like a guilty abuser. He knew that if he kept entangling here, it would only make himself and the military more ashamed. Good. Good. Very good. Zhao Tianhu ground his teeth and said good 3 times in a row. He glared viciously at Yang Wenhao. I remember this account. You Yang family, just wait. After speaking, Zhao Tianhu angrily waved his hand and walked out of the Yang family camp. This makes me furious. It's simply too much. Too much. He roared repeatedly, but was helpless against this open scheme. They insisted there was only one demon cultivator, insisted they caught the criminal matching the traits, and he even admitted it himself. How could he prove they deliberately cheated for the reward? Just as Zhao Tianhu was at a loss, almost spitting blood from anxiety. Someone walked into the tent, it was Yuan Xin. Zhao Tianhu quickly saluted, Commander Yuan. Yuan Xin was a bit helpless about this title, but let it be. He stepped forward and whispered an idea into Zhao Tianhu's ear. Commander, against these shameless rogue families, we cannot reason with them. They like playing word games, right? Then we use their own way against them. A flash of brilliance appeared in the deputy general's eyes. Since they insist there's only one demon cultivator, it's easy. Our military has many of our own trainees in the sealed zone taking the tests. Why not immediately arrange for some clever military children to go catch any wandering cultivator who knows some spirit-absorbing evil arts? Just dress them like a black-robed demon cultivator and let them admit they are the culprit. Then who gets the reward points? Since there are multiple demon cultivators, shouldn't we split the reward after confirming? Then the Yang family's fancy words can be used back on them exactly.
After hearing this, Zhao Tianhu suddenly stopped.
A flash of inspiration hit his mind, he slapped his thigh hard, and the angry face immediately bloomed into a joyful smile. Brilliant! This is truly an excellent idea. Zhao Tianhu laughed loudly, pointing at Yuan Xin.
You little rascal, full of bad ideas, but today they work.
Do as you said, arrange it immediately. Fast. Big in public. Ah no. Commander Yuan, Zhao Tianhu offended you, please don't hold it against a small man. Zhao Tianhu. You're addicted, aren't you? Get the hell out. The military's execution power is extremely terrifying. Less than 2 hours after the Yang family finished showing off, the gate of the 9th camp was pushed open again. An excellent military trainee, full of excitement and pride, escorted by a large group of soldiers, dragged a beaten black-robed demon cultivator, walking proudly into the camp. Report. Commander. Trainee encountered an evil black-robed demon cultivator in the east of the Seal Zone. After a desperate fight, successfully captured alive. Requesting commander's inspection and reward. The military trainee shouted loudly in the square, voice spreading across the entire camp.
This scene instantly made all the onlookers in the camp confused.
What's happening? Wasn't the black-robed demon cultivator just caught by Yang Hongyun? How did another one appear? Is this thing mass-produced? Could there really be two?
While everyone whispered, still confused, Zhao Tianhu, who had been full of anger, wearing a sharp military uniform, walked proudly to the camp's broadcast microphone. He cleared his throat, and in an extremely serious tone, he began the broadcast for the entire district.
Attention all students.
Due to the current complex situation in the lockdown zone, one of our students has just captured a criminal suspect who claims to be a black-robed demon cultivator. The methods of the two are similar, and both meet the reward criteria. The military, maintaining fairness, impartiality, and precision, must be cautious in distributing the reward until it is confirmed who the real serial killer is.
Therefore, I announce. Effective immediately, the temporary reward points previously awarded to student Yang Hongyun are revoked.
The reward is now pending. It will only be distributed after the military thoroughly verifies all suspects' identities.
As the broadcast finished, a beep echoed.
The leaderboard was refreshed again. Just moments ago, Yang Hongyun had enjoyed several hours at the top, feeling the cold chill of the heights. His 27,989 points instantly vanished, losing 20,000 points. His name fell straight from the top, landing back where it had started, once again being trampled under the feet of people like Si Yunyao.
At this, the entire Yang family erupted in chaos. This was a duck already cooked and eaten, forcibly pulled back out of the stomach. Yang Wenhao was so furious he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ignoring any sense of decorum, he stormed with his family to the military command to argue. However, as soon as they arrived at the door, Zhao Tianhu, standing on the steps, threw back their exact words from just a few hours ago, word for word, with no change. What's the matter? Head of the Yang family, what's wrong with the military catching criminals? You say he's not the real murderer? Do you dare to be certain that the notice says there's only one demon cultivator? The military is being cautious and investigating. If the points were issued wrongly, wouldn't that hurt the hearts of our military soldiers who shed blood and sweat? Don't you think so, head of the Yang family?
Looking at Zhao Tianhu's smiling face, Yang Jiqi was shaking with rage, pointing at him, stammering for half a day. Eventually, everything went black before his eyes, nearly fainting, and he could only leave in disgrace, supported by his subordinates. Meanwhile, Li Chen and the others, chasing the black-robed demon cultivator through the vast lockdown zone, were also receiving relevant messages from the custom communicator vibrating continuously at their waists. First, there was news of the Yang family capturing someone for a fake reward. Then, the points were revoked. Looking at the absurd messages on the communicator,
Li Chen, leaping rapidly from tree to tree, paused for a moment.
In her beautifully captivating eyes, a deep sense of speechlessness, sarcasm, and an uncontrollable chill gradually emerged.
So that's it.
She finally unraveled the entire logic behind the situation. The Yang family faking rewards for points was just the surface of the competition for interests. But what truly sent a chill to her heart was the extreme selfishness and cruelty hidden behind this matter. These big family members, in order to ensure their children received the reward, not only fabricated lies. The most terrifying part was that they knew better than anyone that the real black-robed demon cultivator, who could kill the talented cultivators at the opening chi level, had not been caught and was still at large. They clearly knew that once the military fell for this false signal of safety would be released. Those thousands of ordinary students who had been hiding in the camp to stay safe would rush out of the safety zone, re-entering the lockdown area to hunt beasts without any defense. That wasn't offering ordinary students the opportunity to pursue their dreams. That was offering up thousands of innocent lives as if they were weeds, to the black-robed demon cultivator lurking in the shadows, to be selected for blood sacrifices at will.
So this is the aristocratic families? At midnight. The mooncake was slightly adjusted for a while, and then the manuscript was stored. Later, we will continue with 5 more updates depending on the opportunity. Still, I hope everyone will support this book. Your support is the greatest motivation for my writing. I beg you. I beg for free gifts and 5-star reviews. Gifts still come with extra updates.
Li Qianling sneered coldly in her heart, her gaze sharpening like a knife. She was not a good person, and during this period, she had killed quite a few martial artists. But those people were all ones who had evil intentions towards her. She would never put over 1,000 examiners in such a dangerous position for her own selfish reasons.
In the eyes of those high-ranking people, the lives of these examiners without any background meant nothing at all.
Beside her, Suyu, who had been racing alongside them, also saw the message on his communicator. He snorted coldly.
Humph. I knew it. The black-robed demon cultivator would definitely not be captured so easily.
Although Zhou Ziyue came from a noble family, seeing such underhanded tactics, she suddenly felt somewhat guilty. She could only press her red lips tightly together, saying nothing, focusing on chasing.
Stop talking. Li Qianling's cold voice rang out crisply in the forest. Her gaze locked firmly onto the black shadow ahead, a few hundred meters away, flickering between the swaying tree shadows.
Her aura surged to its peak in this moment, the spiritual energy from her 99-foot cultivation realm pouring out wildly.
We have only one goal now.
Li Qianling's voice carried a murderous intent. Catch up to him, kill the real black-robed demon cultivator, those 20,000 points and the reward can only be ours. As soon as her words fell, Li Qianling's speed increased again, rushing straight toward the black-robed figure. The wind howled in their ears, the ruined cityscape on both sides blurred into vague shadows, speeding backward. The 3 of them pushed their movement to the limit, relentlessly chasing the black shadow ahead. They had already moved quite a distance, now finding themselves in a very remote part of the lockdown zone.
The black-robed demon cultivator seemed to be running out of spiritual energy, his speed beginning to decrease.
Li Qianling was pleased when she saw this. Then, just as the 3 were about to close the distance. In the moment when their distance shrank to less than 50 meters, a sudden change occurred. Boom! There was a deafening explosion, and a half-man-high thicket on the right side of Li Qianling exploded without warning. Mud and broken branches flew out like hidden weapons, making a tearing sound in the air. Immediately after, a figure, also wearing a large black robe and radiating a chilling murderous intent, shot out from an extremely tricky and ruthless angle. The target of this black figure was extremely clear, with an overwhelming sense of oppression, aiming straight for Li Qianling's face. This sudden, fatal change caused the 3 of them, moving at high speed, to all feel a violent shock in their hearts, their pupils contracting sharply. How could there be 2 black-robed demon cultivators? The same large black robe, the same masked martial artist, even the cold, bloodthirsty aura was almost identical. Li Qianling's footsteps suddenly halted, forcing her to stop her body. With a dangerously narrow angle, she barely dodged the attack of the black-robed demon cultivator that suddenly charged out. Before Li Qianling could speak, Suyu's reaction was even faster. He suddenly turned his head, staring at the black shadow that had appeared out of nowhere, coldly asking, "Who are you?" The black figure that had ambushed them didn't answer Suyu. It just stared at Li Qianling, letting out a strange laugh like a night owl. Ha ha ha. Li Qianling, no wonder you are a top genius. The vital spiritual energy contained in this body of yours must be extremely sweet. Before the words had finished, his hand suddenly shot out, his fingers curling into claws, spiritual energy surging in his palm as he ruthlessly reached for Li Qianling's fair face. At the same time, the battle right ahead also changed instantly. The first black-robed demon cultivator, who had been frantically fleeing, actually stopped as soon as he sensed the attack from behind. He slowly turned around and coldly scanned the pursuers. In the next second, his foot sole fiercely stepped on the ground, the whole person borrowed this rebound force, and rushed straight toward Suyu who was closest to him. Looking at the black-robed man coming with fierce momentum, Suyu let out a low roar, his eyes instantly bloodshot. The spiritual power inside his body completely boiled at this moment, and actually reached the 9th level of opening orifices. White spiritual power light poured out, condensing into a faint halo on the surface of his body. He did not retreat, clenched both fists tightly, and directly faced him head-on. Boom! 2 powerful forces fiercely collided in midair. Visible airwaves rolled and spread around, shaking the surrounding dust into rising clouds. Under this violent collision, Suyu let out a muffled groan, his whole person like being struck by lightning, shaken by that irresistible huge force and forced back 5 or 6 steps in a row. Suyu steadied his body, his chest rising and falling violently, the chi and blood inside his body surging, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this guy, his realm has actually risen again a lot. Crossing the barrier of a big realm, he at the 9th level of opening orifices was simply not the opponent of this black-robed demon cultivator. Zhou Ziyue. Stop watching the show, come help quickly. Suyu shouted at the top of his voice. Zhou Ziyue at the side saw this, her face also turned cold. She knew deeply the principle that if lips are gone, teeth will feel cold. Immediately with a clang pulled out the treasure sword at her waist. As her wrist turned, the sword body burst out a dazzling and sharp blue sword light. Her figure was light like a swallow, leaping up, carrying a sky full of sword shadows, decisively joining the battle. Within the vast blockade area, two battle zones formed. On one side, Suyu and Zhou Ziyue, two top geniuses, joined hands to resist that unfathomable first black-robed demon cultivator. On the other side, Li Qianling alone, by herself facing the second black-robed demon cultivator who came out midway and whose every move was deadly. But judging from the battle situation, the battle on Li Qianling's side was even more dangerous. The dull collision sounds of fists and feet never stopped. Facing the fierce killing moves, Li Qianling's face was calm like water. She pushed that fourth-grade movement technique to the extreme. The black tight combat suit wrapped her graceful body. Within blade lights and fist shadows she was like a dancing butterfly, again and again by a hair's breadth avoiding the opponent's fatal attacks. In the short exchange, Li Qianling had already figured out the opponent's background. The opponent's strength could not be underestimated. The spiritual power fluctuations released were absolutely the real Tide Realm. And definitely not just entering the Tide Realm, at least also had the strength of the fourth level of Tide Realm. But what made Li Qianling puzzled was that this demon cultivator who claimed to devour her spiritual energy had a fighting style full of hysterical madness. Some moves when used even carried a feeling of injuring the enemy 1,000 while hurting oneself 800. Several times, the opponent even actively gave up defense, risking taking Li Qianling's heavy hit, just to exchange for the chance to tear her throat with claws. Another strike. Li Qianling swiftly turned sideways, her flexible waist bending backward, at the same time a high kick directly toward the opponent's face, forcing the other side to give up attack and switch to defense. The more Li Qianling fought, the more she felt something was wrong. This person was too impatient, even could be said to be extremely eager for quick success. This person, is he really that black-robed demon cultivator? Chapter 100. Everywhere are black-robed demon cultivators. A killing setup targeting Li Qianling. Or is it that someone is killing using another's shell? The moment this thought appeared, Li Qianling's heart shook, suddenly recalling a previous scene. It seemed the truth was waving at her. Perception, open. Li Qianling no longer hesitated. But in the next instant when perception opened, all the hair on her body suddenly stood up. Danger! A suffocating dangerous aura climbed up her spine. Within the fully open perception vision, she clearly saw that just 400 meters behind her, under the ground, there is actually one person still hiding. There, a third person is hiding. Still in a black robe and masked. The third black-robed demon cultivator? How is this possible? Damn it, Li Qianling was a little stunned. What does this all mean? One by one, no one is showing their true face, and they all start acting like black-robed demon cultivators? Was there originally more than one black-robed demon cultivator? Or did they know the military had a somewhat careless attitude, and that's why they acted like this? Too chaotic. Everything feels strange. What exactly has the military hidden in this incident? What do the real black-robed demon cultivators really want? And why is Suyu so obsessed with the black-robed demon cultivators? Could there even be other forces from Jiang'an City involved? Countless questions twisted together, making her mind a complete mess. However, before she could sort through these thoughts, the black-robed demon cultivator in front of her attacked again. Li Qianling, wary of the person hidden behind her, no longer dared to fight openly, so she could only barely defend. Underground, the hidden person peeked out a gaze, coldly staring at Li Qianling's back, frowning slightly. After fighting for so long, why hasn't her spiritual energy weakened at all? At this rate, when will be the best time for me to act? At that moment, he saw the person fighting Li Qianling glance in his direction. He understood, this was a signal for him to strike. Thus, from Li Qianling's perspective, 400 meters behind, that shadow, like a coiled poisonous snake, suddenly moved. Only one word could describe the attack. Fast. So fast it was unbelievable. No roar of spiritual power, no sound of robes cutting through air. Only a trace of cold light hidden in the shadows, silently slicing through the stagnant air. It was a spiritual dagger gleaming with cold light, like the fingertip of death, pointing straight at the back of Li Qianling's heart. At the same time, the person fighting Li Qianling from the front exploded in action. Both palms flashed, black palm shadows weaving quickly in the air, like a huge net, completely sealing all of Li Qianling's escape routes. Attacked from front and back. A net of heaven and earth. No way to escape. This was clearly a carefully planned, deliberate, ultimate trap targeting Li Qianling. But at this moment, a flash of understanding passed through Li Qianling's mind, all the clues seemed to become clear, intertwining in her mind. So that's how it is. Just need one more opportunity. But the current crisis must be solved first. To avoid revealing her gifted perception, Li Qianling only slightly increased the distance from the underground person, moving closer to Suyu. So even though she was prepared, the situation was still very dangerous. Now there were only two options. The first was to use the spiritual weapon Lin Chen had seized from the ancient sky forest. But that risked exposure, and if someone with intent noticed, it would surely bring trouble. The second was to use her own innate spiritual skill. Just as Li Qianling was about to make her choice, a figure wrapped in white spiritual energy forcefully cut into the battle from the side. It was Suyu. At this moment, Suyu did something completely unexpected by everyone. He forcibly pushed back the first demon cultivator entangling him, leaving Zhou Ziyu alone there, and rushed madly toward Li Qianling. Hold on! Li Qianling! He let out a roar, using some unknown secret technique, his aura breaking some kind of restraint, surging violently once again. He even directly broke through the awakening realm's spiritual fluctuation, rushing into the tidal realm. Just a moment before the dagger spiritual weapon was about to pierce Li Qianling's back. With a violent surge of spiritual power, Suyu's large hand slammed fiercely onto the side of the spiritual dagger. Clang! A sharp clang echoed through the blockade zone. Under Suyu's sudden burst of overwhelming strength, the dagger, which was about to pierce through the heart, shifted its trajectory slightly. The sharp edge grazed Li Qianling's back, dangerously slicing a long gash. The cold metallic touch mixed with the chill in the air lightly skimmed across Li Qianling's back skin. Li Qianling's nerves finally relaxed slightly at this moment. Luckily, she wasn't pushed to the edge, and she hadn't revealed any of her trump cards yet. However, the deadly battle in front of her still raged fiercely. Although Suyu had sent the hidden weapon flying, he too suffered backlash from the secret technique, panting heavily. But he turned around without hesitation and blocked the third black-robed demon cultivator, who had failed in the sneak attack. With Suyu's interference, Li Qianling could finally focus entirely on facing her opponent. At this moment, the spiritual power deep within Li Qianling's meridians began to surge wildly, eventually gathering at the tips of her right hand's two fingers. At her fingertips, a brilliant and deadly light, like stars, flickered. Star-crushing finger force. Then, she changed her fingers into a palm, concealing the star-crushing force within her hand, and launched a fierce attack at the person in front of her. Faced with Li Qianling's terrifying finger force, the opponent was caught off guard, briefly falling into a disadvantage. Seeing the situation go awry, he quickly drew a long sword, a spiritual weapon, and swung it at Li Qianling. But Li Qianling's gaze was terrifyingly cold. Not only did she not retreat, she instead met the blade head-on. With her perception talent and exquisite fourth-grade body technique, she weaved through the dazzling sword light and blade shadows, her body shifting unpredictably. Every move was perfectly executed, and every strike of her star-crushing finger landed precisely at the most vulnerable, most painful points on her opponent's spiritual dagger. Boom! 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 With a series of collisions, Li Qianling completely dissolved the frenzied onslaught of the tidal realm expert, forcing him to retreat step by step. At the other end of the battlefield, without Suyu's interference, Zhou Ziyue's situation became perilous. She was facing the first demon cultivator, whose methods were strange and vicious, and after only a few rounds, she had fallen into an utterly crushing disadvantage. Damn it! How is this guy getting stronger as he fights? I can't hold on much longer. Clang! With a crisp sound, Zhou Ziyue's sword was struck out of her hand by the demon cultivator with a palm, sending the sword flying and embedding it into the distant ground with a buzzing sound. Zhou Ziyue's hair was disheveled, looking disheveled and desperate as she screamed frantically. Suyu! Hurry up and come back to help. I can't hold on any longer, I'm going to die. Hearing Zhou Ziyue's piercing cry for help, Li Qianling knew there was no time to waste here. If Zhou Ziyue were defeated and killed, the real black-robed demon cultivator would be free to act, and the situation would once again become uncontrollable. A cold light flashed in Li Qianling's clear eyes, and a plan formed in her mind. In a rapid dodge, she intentionally tripped on an exposed tree root, causing her body to stagger obviously. The opening under her left rib was immediately exposed, a fatal gap appearing without any defense. She had deliberately created a deadly opening. Seeing this once-in-a-lifetime perfect opportunity, the black-robed person took the bait. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed all the remaining spiritual power within him, gathering it into his right fist, and with terrifying force, charged forward. Straight to Li Qianling's left rib under. Looking at the deadly punch, a cold smile appeared on Li Qianling's lips. Her previously staggering body suddenly stabilized at this moment. And she activated the power left in her body by Lin Chen before he fell asleep. Amplification. 4 times all attributes. Boom! A visible spiritual energy rose from Li Qianling's body. With the terrifying enhancement of 4 times all attributes, her speed was so fast that a phantom appeared. Li Qianling avoided the opponent's punch, which gathered all his cultivation, and slapped heavily on his chest. This slap merged with the profound foundation of her 99 Zhang true acupoint, integrated with the penetrating power of the star-shattering finger, and further added the 4 times all attributes explosion granted by Lin Chen. Since the beginning of martial arts, within the acupoint opening realm, no one should be able to take this slap. Boom! The black-robed demon cultivator immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, mixed with shattered internal organs, and flew back violently. When he hit the ground, Li Qianling had already arrived below him, delivering another slap directly on his back. The black-robed figure was sent flying more than 10 meters, and in the next instant, Li Qianling leaped fiercely, her figure reappearing in midair, raising her right leg, rotating halfway, and kicking the demon cultivator's abdomen. Put! Another large mouthful of blood spewed out. Li Qianling kneeled on one knee, landing firmly on the ground, while behind her, a broken body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a huge pit in the earth. Li Qianling's gaze was cold as she said faintly, "Long time no see, Yang family's patriarch. You? How could you?" Seeing the old face twisted in pain and shock, Li Qianling showed no fluctuation at all. She looked down from above with cold eyes, as if staring at a corpse. From the moment the opponent used the evil moon palm, Li Qianling recognized him. There were no extra black-robed demon cultivators. This was clearly Yang Ziyi, who had disguised himself as a black-robed demon cultivator, deliberately bringing a tidal realm helper to this desolate wilderness to seek revenge on her. Using someone as a tool, covering up the truth, his plan was loud and clear. So it was really you that night. He coughed up blood violently as he screamed, his voice filled with grief. It was you who killed Jing Ro. Li Qianling walked with her long legs, calmly approaching Yang Ziyi. She looked down at him, slightly raising her chin, a cold smile forming at the corner of her lips. Yang family patriarch, I have to admit, you are indeed a smart person, being able to deduce my true identity from just a few clues. She paused deliberately, then slowly lifted her right foot, wearing black combat boots, her tone revealing unmistakable disdain. However, your strength is a bit lacking. Go reunite with your daughter. Without giving Yang Ziyi any chance to continue his nonsense or beg for mercy, a flash of killing intent appeared in Li Qianling's eyes. She lifted her foot, the star-shattering finger force erupted, and stomped down heavily on Yang Ziyi's head. Crack! The skull was crushed, red and white matter splattering out. Speaking of which, Li Qianling had to thank Yang family patriarch for his interference. If it hadn't been for him, she would still be led around by the nose by that black-robed demon cultivator. But now, the roles had reversed. The moment Yang Ziyi was seriously injured, the third black-robed person, who had been hiding in the shadows to ambush Li Qianling, no longer cared about family ties or heavy bounties. He suddenly turned around, abandoning his struggle with Su Yu, and fled for his life. Su Yu! Help me hold him off. We can't let him escape. Li Qianling caught sight of the fleeing black figure from the corner of her eye, and shouted coldly, her voice filled with unyielding murderous intent. I can't beat him. He's a true tidal realm. Su Yu gritted his teeth, his originally sunny and handsome face looking somewhat pale from overusing his spiritual power. Although his combat ability exceeded the usual limits, facing a master of the tidal realm who was determined to escape, he still felt powerless. Just 10 seconds. After the job is done, after the reward is completed, I won't take a single point. All of it is yours. Li Qianling's cold voice came again, carrying an incredibly tempting offer. A brave man is bound to appear when there is great reward. Hearing the offer of 20,000 points, Su Yu's face slightly changed, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. All right. For the points, I'll do it today. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qianling's toe sharply pressed against the ground, and with a sky-high killing intent, she charged straight at the third black-robed man, who was tightly entangled by Su Yu. At this moment, the black-robed man was already in a state of panic due to Su Yu's desperate fighting style. When he caught a glimpse of Li Qianling closing in from the corner of his eye, he was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. Yang Ziyi, you damned old bastard. You dare to trick me. I'll never let you go even as a ghost. Sensing death closing in, he let out a desperate roar filled with regret and curses toward Yang Ziyi. However, fists are no match for 4 hands. With Su Yu desperately holding him back, preventing his escape, how could he possibly withstand Li Qianling, whose speed was like a ghost in her 4 times attribute explosion state? In just a few breaths of time, the defense of this tidal realm martial artist was completely torn apart by the combined effort of the two. He only felt a tearing pain in his chest as Li Qianling's palm struck him violently. The violent spiritual power instantly invaded his body, and his heart couldn't withstand the terrifying force, exploding into a mist of blood. The black-robed man's eyes bulged out, his body stiffening as he fell backward, dying in hatred. As Li Qianling and Su Yu had just dealt with 2 tidal realm enemies, the sound of Zhou Ziyu's almost collapsed scream came from a distance. Why aren't you coming to help? He's going to kill me. Zhou Ziyu's voice was already extremely agitated. Under the assault of the black-robed demon cultivator, she had been forced into a desperate situation, and every block seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing her cry for help, Li Chen and Suyu did not hesitate for a moment, not even pausing to check the spoils. In perfect coordination, one on the left, one on the right, they transformed into two streaks of light, with a fierce momentum, attacking the black-robed demon cultivator who was preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Zhou Ziyue. The black-robed demon cultivator, who was fully suppressing Zhou Ziyue and ready to strike her down, suddenly sensed the spiritual fluctuations approaching from both sides, cursing inwardly. He quickly turned around, the black spiritual energy within him surging. He thrust both hands out, palms spraying out thick black killing aura, intending to withstand the joint attack from Li Chen and Suyu with his own strength. Seeing this, Zhou Ziyue gritted her teeth and also blasted out a palm. Bang! The three palms and spiritual powers clashed violently in midair. With a deafening dull impact, a visible violent shockwave spread out from the three of them, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding air seemed to be humming violently. Even though the black-robed demon cultivator was strong, he had just entered the tidal realm, how could he withstand the combined blow of the three? Caught off guard, he suffered a heavy loss. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, splattering a mist of blood in midair. He didn't dare to engage with the three any longer, using the massive recoil force to flip in midair and dissipate the impact. After landing, he didn't even have the courage to look back. As his spiritual power flowed, his body turned into a streak of black light, fleeing in a panic. He's seriously injured. Absolutely do not let him run away. Suyu raised the back of his hand and forcefully wiped the blood that was dripping from the corner of his mouth. A flash of madness gleamed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and shouted toward the fleeing shadow. Chase! With that, he prepared to take action. At this moment, Zhou Ziyue, who had barely saved her life, gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. Don't chase him? Her face was pale, and with lingering fear, she looked at the retreating figure of the black-robed demon cultivator, her voice trembling slightly. What if there are more ambushes ahead in the direction he's running? If we catch up and he uses the damn self-explosion clone skill again, what will we do? Impossible. Suyu suddenly turned around, his tone resolute, loudly analyzing. Think carefully. Every time before, when he faced military experts or encountered danger, he would detonate his clone without hesitation. If he could self-destruct to escape just now, when you had him entangled and he was facing me and Li Qianling's combined assault, he would have self-destructed without hesitation. Suyu's eyes gleamed with wisdom and certainty. But he didn't. He'd rather take the hit from us and endure internal injuries than choose to self-destruct. What does this prove? This proves that this time, the black-robed demon cultivator is undoubtedly his real body. Listening to Suyu's analysis, Li Qianling snorted coldly, her stunning face still showing no expression. She took out an extremely rare potion and handed it to Zhou Ziyue before without hesitation chasing after the target. In just a few moments, her figure had already faded from Suyu's line of sight. Seeing that Li Qianling had already taken the lead in the pursuit, Suyu did not hesitate any longer. His figure flashed, quickly following behind. Watching their determined backs, Zhou Ziyue hesitated for a moment before taking out the Zhou family's even more precious healing pill and swallowing it, then followed closely behind. About a minute after everyone had left the battlefield. Less than a kilometer from the blood-soaked land, in a secluded ruin. The seemingly empty air suddenly rippled with a transparent shimmer, like the disturbance of water waves. Then, the light slightly distorted, and a black-clad warrior seemed to appear out of nowhere. This person was the mysterious cultivator who had previously broken through from the Tian ancient forest and arrived at the edge of the blockade zone. But unlike before when there were 5 of them, now there was only one. He lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the cracked array on the ground, his skin twitching violently as he looked down, full of sorrow. Damn, what bad luck! Why am I so unlucky? While grumbling under his breath, he crouched down and gently took out several crystal-clear spiritual stones from his robe, carefully repairing the damaged array. I deliberately chose such a remote corner to set up the array, yet I still ran into a group of people coming here to fight to the death. As he repaired the array, his mind involuntarily replayed the scenes from the recent battle. Ha, this is interesting. He muttered to himself. That Li Qianling seems very unusual. A breeze blew by, lifting a few fallen leaves, and the mysterious lone cultivator's figure once again blended into the newly activated concealment array. He disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been there. After running for dozens of miles, the black-robed demon cultivator finally stopped in front of a desolate rocky shore. He was panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, his black robe rustling in the wind. He slowly turned around, and his eyes, hidden behind the mask, stared intensely at Li Qianling, who relentlessly chased after him. His gaze was filled with confusion. It seemed like he couldn't understand how this girl, who was at the 9th level of enlightenment, could unleash such terrifying speed and endurance, enough that even he, a practitioner in the Tide Realm, couldn't shake her off.
But soon, this confusion was overshadowed by a burst of wild joy. Kick. The black-robed demon cultivator let out a creepy laugh, his voice hoarse. Li Chen, you really are a persistent ghost. But do you really think you can kill me? Li Chen came to a steady stop 10 zhang away from him, her face calm, with a murderous intent gleaming in her cold eyes. She slightly furrowed her brows, saying nothing, as the spiritual energy from her 99 zhang true qi instantly surged, ready to strike. At that moment, the black-robed demon cultivator suddenly let out a deafening roar. Jin Ling formation, rise! With his shout, he stomped heavily on the ground. In an instant, eerie gray formation patterns began to light up on the previously calm rocky beach. These patterns, like living creatures, wildly spread and intertwined in the dirt, quickly forming a massive and complex formation that completely enveloped the area where Li Chen was. Ha ha ha! You want to kill me? The black-robed demon cultivator laughed arrogantly, his voice full of pride and cruelty. You've been chasing me for so long, is it not enough? Since you three are so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Chapter 103, The Trace of Si Yunyao. With the full activation of the formation, a dense gray mist spouted from the ground, instantly swallowing Li Chen. Li Chen felt her vision blur, and everything around her, the scattered rocks, the withered trees, even the sky and the black-robed demon cultivator's figure, vanished at that moment. In their place was an endless grayness and deathly silence. Suyu and Zhou Ziyue also fell into this formation. Suyu was immediately shocked, exclaiming, "Formation! Illusionary formation! This guy was prepared all along, leading us here on purpose." Zhou Ziyue also cried out, "I can't see. It's all darkness around me. It's over. I can't even reach Elder Zhou, what should we do?" The three of them were all trapped in the illusion. If ordinary cultivators were trapped in it, they would lose all perception of everything around them. But Li Chen seemed flustered on the outside, yet calm on the inside. With her innate sense, she swam through this maze like a fish in water. Meanwhile, deep in the Tiangu forest, hundreds of kilometers away from the blockade area. This place was a forbidden zone for ordinary human martial artists, deep within the Tiangu forest. Towering ancient trees reached into the clouds, with dense branches and leaves forming a green canopy, blocking out all sunlight. A faint miasma lingered within the forest all year round, and the light was dim. In this gloomy atmosphere, the silence of the forest was broken by a series of footsteps. A group of people soon appeared, and at the forefront was a woman dressed in a pure white gown, with a delicate and fair face and an extremely graceful figure. It was Si Yunyao. As the genius of Jiang City's #1 family, Si Yunyao had always carried a faint air of arrogance on her face. However, at this moment, her delicate face no longer held the usual pride and composure, but was instead filled with deep seriousness and tension. She carefully stepped forward, lightly treading on the fallen leaves beneath her feet, making no sound whatsoever. In her hand, she held a palm-sized, compass-like spiritual weapon made from an unknown metal. This spiritual weapon was inscribed with extremely intricate runes, and it was now emitting a faint blue glow, with a delicate needle trembling wildly in the center of the compass. Besides Si Yunyao, the elders of the Si family were closely following her. Si Long and Si Hu. The two of them had reached the 7th level of the open sky realm, making them some of the top experts in Jiang'an City. However, they still had to be cautious on the outskirts of the ancient forest, where one wrong move could lead to death. Behind Si Long and Si Hu, two more individuals followed, both of whom had reached the peak of the tidal realm, even showing faint signs of breaking through to the open sky realm. But the most mysterious figure was the warrior trailing behind them, cloaked in complete shadow. It seemed that he didn't communicate with anyone from the Si family, but kept a fixed distance, always quietly following behind. "Miss, we've entered the inner perimeter. There are often Tier 4 beasts here, and sometimes even beast kings appear. We need to be cautious." Si Yunyao nodded slightly without speaking, focusing all her attention on the spiritual weapon in her hands. The group moved like ghosts walking on a razor's edge, cautiously making their way through the dense forest. Suddenly, Si Yunyao stopped in her tracks, freezing in place. "What's wrong, miss?" Si Hu immediately gripped his battle knife tightly, asking nervously. Si Yunyao didn't answer. She stared intensely at the spiritual weapon in her hands. The needle on the compass, which had been wildly shaking, was now firmly pointing straight ahead. At the tip of the needle, a bright blood-red light flickered rapidly, emitting a disturbing, heart-pounding aura. Si Yunyao slowly raised her head, her expression grave as she looked ahead. Before them was an ancient forest, thick with lush greenery, vines intertwined, and shrubs growing wild. At first glance, nothing could be seen, not even the shadow of the most common low-tier beast. It was eerily quiet. But Si Yunyao knew this was not safety, it was the calm before the storm. She took a deep breath, quickly forming hand seals, channeling pure spiritual energy into the weapon she held. As the energy poured in, the blue light on the compass grew brighter, and an invisible detection wave expanded outward in a fan shape, centered on them.
After a moment, Xi Yunyao's expression changed instantly, and her voice trembled with barely contained fear. The scan, it detected, a terrifying beast is sleeping 3 kilometers ahead. What level is it? Xi Long asked in a deep voice. Tier 5 Beast King. Xi Yunyao's face grew even more serious as she spoke each word slowly. It's a Tier 5 Shadow Wind Wolf. Upon hearing Tier 5 Shadow Wind Wolf, Xi Long and Xihu's pupils shrank suddenly, and they inhaled sharply. A Tier 5 Beast King was in existence on par with a human celestial realm expert. The Shadow Wind Wolf was notorious for its speed and cruelty. Once targeted by it, even if they worked together, they might survive, but it would be a truly desperate and ugly struggle. Miss, the Beast King is too fast. Should we go for another one? However, a fiery, crazed light burst from Xi Yunyao's eyes. No. This is the one. This beast just had cubs, it's at its weakest right now. Start the plan. Xi Yunyao took a deep breath, her gaze cold and determined. Hearing Xi Yunyao's command, Xi Long and Xihu exchanged a look, both seeing the madness in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they suppressed their auras completely. Like two ghosts, using the dense vegetation around them for cover, they silently made their way towards the Shadow Wind Wolf's den 3 kilometers away. 3 kilometers was nothing for a warrior at the open sky realm. But in this perilous inner perimeter, it took them a full 10 minutes to reach their destination. It was a massive natural cave. Around the cave entrance lay countless huge beast bones, giving off a strong stench of blood and decay. Deep in the cave, a massive creature over 10 meters long, its body covered in black silk-like fur, lay sleeping on the ground. Every breath it took stirred tiny black whirlwinds inside the cave. The terrifying pressure of a 5th-rank beast king, even in slumber, made Xi Long and Xihu feel their hearts pound with fear. Beside the massive body of the she-wolf, 3 fluffy Shadow Wind Wolf cubs, each the size of a calf, played with each other. They did not yet know that death had silently arrived. A sharp and cruel light flashed in Xi Long's eyes. He knew there was only one chance: if they failed and woke the she-wolf, success would be impossible. He made a hand gesture to Xihu, and instantly they pushed their spiritual power to the limit. Attack! With a roar that echoed deep in their hearts, Xi Long and Xihu burst from hiding like 2 bolts of lightning. The battle blade in Xi Long's hand exploded with dazzling light, cutting through the air with a terrifying howl, ruthlessly striking the 3 cubs. Xihu also unleashed a powerful palm strike, glowing with golden light, attacking one of the Shadow Wind Wolves. Slish! The sound of blades slicing through flesh and bone rang sharply through the cave. The 3 cubs didn't even have time to scream before Xi Long's furious blade cleaved them into pieces. Scalding blood shot into the air, staining the cave walls red, and the thick smell of blood spread quickly. Awah! At the moment the cubs' blood splashed, the sleeping 5th-rank Beast King suddenly opened its eyes. They were like 2 enormous blood-red lanterns, filled with endless rage, shock, and soul-shattering pain. It saw its children cruelly torn apart and the 2 humans preparing to escape. But in the next moment, a palm struck its body with full force. Already extremely weak, Xihu's full-strength strike sent it flying, crashing heavily against the cave ceiling. Aoo! In the next instant, a mournful roar that shook the sky, seeming to tear the heavens apart, erupted from the Shadow Wind Wolf. This roar carried the terrifying pressure of a 5th-rank Beast King, becoming a tangible shockwave that uprooted massive trees around the cave, tearing them into flying splinters. As the roar spread, the nearby strange beasts began to move. Among beasts, higher ranks naturally dominate lower ranks, and a 2-rank difference forces submission. Thus, this roar of the Shadow Wind Wolf forcibly commanded all nearby 3rd-rank and lower beasts, who charged toward the fleeing humans. From afar, it looked like a tide of beasts. Run! Having struck successfully and seeing this scene, Xi Long and Xihu didn't dare pause even for half a second. They unleashed secret techniques, pushing their speed to the limit, and raced madly towards Xi Yunyao. Behind them, the completely enraged 5th-rank Beast King became a black hurricane of destruction, filled with relentless hatred, chasing after them. At the same time, several kilometers away in a clearing, Xi Yunyao was sweating heavily as she set up the formation. Her hands moved like butterflies through flowers, quickly forming hand seals and embedding strange, energy-radiating base stones into the ground. At the very center of the formation, she carefully took out a crystal, the size of a fist, from a specially made jade box. It glowed in a strange dark red color, as if blood were flowing within it. This was the spiritual item, the Blood Spirit Crystal, personally handed to her by the head of the Sea family. The Blood Spirit Crystal held an irresistible, fatal temptation for any exotic beast, driving them into the most primal madness and bloodlust. Because it could directly stimulate the bloodlines of these beasts, and if they could swallow it, their bloodlines would evolve. Xi Yunyao placed the Blood Spirit Crystal at the center of the formation. Then, with a wave of her hand, she took out dozens of large, specially made metal barrels from her storage ring. These barrels were filled with the essence blood of various exotic beasts that the Sea family had collected over the past few days. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, Si Yunyao smashed all the metal barrels. In an instant, the massive amounts of exotic beast essence blood poured out like a flood that had breached its dam, rushing along the patterns of the formation.
Formation, activate. V-Room. The entire formation was instantly activated, and a thick dark red beam of light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. The aura of the blood spirit crystal, mixed with the intense blood power of the essence blood from dozens of high-level exotic beasts, began to spread at an incredible speed in all directions. In the forests far away from her, a dark current slowly began to stir. Countless hidden exotic beasts, upon smelling this aura, had their eyes glow unnaturally red, and they let out low, greedy growls from their throats. For this aura, which could evolve their bloodlines and drastically increase their power, they had no resistance. A large number of exotic beasts began to leave their caves, stopping whatever they were doing. The two exotic beasts that had been fighting to the death over territory just a second ago suddenly stopped and turned to run towards the source of the scent. Even the exotic beasts that were in the middle of mating forced themselves to suppress their primal instincts and wildly rushed toward the source of the smell. The fury of the shadow wind wolf and the temptation of the blood spirit crystal intertwined, causing the entire Tiangu Great Forest near Si Yunyao to erupt into chaos. Si Yunyao felt the movement around her, and even with her personality, she couldn't help but feel a slight fear in that moment. The terrifying roars of beasts rising from all directions were something she had never heard before. At that moment, an exotic beast with blood-red eyes suddenly leaped out from the grass in front of Si Yunyao. Si Yunyao swiftly drew her sword with her right hand, instantly slicing it in half, causing it to fall to the ground and adding a hint of blood to the already bloody atmosphere. What are Si Long and Si Hu doing? Why aren't they back yet? Si Yunyao took half a step back and said through gritted teeth. According to the plan, these two should have returned by the time Si Yunyao activated the formation. The two peak-level guards of the tidal realm, who were standing beside Si Yunyao, were now filled with fear and nervousness, circling around her and occasionally looking at her with pleading eyes, hoping she would give the order to retreat soon. Only the person far behind, following the Si family, remained calm, as if the surrounding beast roars were nothing but air in his eyes. The waiting time always passed extremely slowly. Another 10 seconds had passed, yet Si Yunyao felt like several minutes had already passed. But she did not wait for the two elders. What she got was the escalation of the crisis once again. Moo! From deep within the Tiangu Great Forest, a deep, ancient, and seemingly timeless roar came. The sound seemed like a bull's roar, but it was a million times louder than thunder. This roar carried a terrifying pressure that could not be described in words. It ignored the distance of space, it ignored the physical barriers. It directly exploded in the very depths of Si Yunyao's soul. At the moment that the bull's roar sounded, the entire Tiangu Great Forest seemed to be pressed on pause. The wind stopped, the leaves stopped swaying, even the fifth-tier shadow wind wolf that was crazily chasing them showed an extremely brief stiffness. But immediately after that, came utter, unrestrained madness. This bull's roar added fuel to the beast tide that the Si family had schemed so carefully. A fire that, if mishandled, could set itself ablaze. In an instant, within 100 miles of the formation near Si Yunyao, all the exotic beasts, whether it was the weak first-tier iron-armored pig, or the powerful fourth-tier, fifth-tier beast kings, all completely lost their sanity at that moment. Their eyes turned blood-red like drops of blood, their muscles wildly expanded due to extreme excitement, veins popping out, as if they were about to explode at any moment. At this moment, all they could think of was one thing: destruction. Destroy everything they saw in front of them. Boom! The earth began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Countless exotic beasts rushed out of caves, from tree canopies, from swamps, crazily streaming out, gathering into black torrents. These torrents merged with each other, finally forming a terrifying beast tide capable of devouring heaven and earth. Upon hearing this bull's roar, the faces of the Si family members changed instantly, turning as pale as paper. What? What was that sound? Requesting good reviews, requesting free gifts, the groundwork is almost done, the plot is about to begin. Chapter 105, The Beast Tide Begins. Si Yunyao widened her eyes in terror, feeling her soul trembling in that bull's roar. Si Long and Si Hu, who had just escaped, were now drenched in cold sweat. As heaven-opening experts, their sense of danger far exceeded ordinary people. In that bull's roar, they sensed a deadly threat that could crush them into dust in an instant. Young miss. The situation is out of control. This is no ordinary beast tide. A terrifying presence has awakened deep in the forest. Si Long's voice became sharp and hoarse due to extreme fear. It seems like it's using our hands to trigger a beast tide. Young miss, forget the plan. If we don't leave now, we will all die here. Si Hu roared, not caring for etiquette anymore, grabbing Si Yunyao's arm and squeezing every last bit of spiritual energy from his body, rushing her toward the direction of the blockade zone. This part of the Tiangu Great Forest near the blockade zone had now become synonymous with chaos. Countless exotic beasts, like a black ocean breaking its dam, with an unstoppable, terrifying force, rushed toward the human territories.
Giant trees were being knocked down in huge patches, crushed, hard rocks turned to dust underfoot, and wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass remained, as if the apocalypse had arrived. On the outer edges of the Tiangu Great Forest, this place was always active with a large number of scattered cultivators who, for the sake of training and resources, fought bloody battles. Old Wang, Thin Monkey, and Scarface were an experienced scattered cultivator team. They had just gone through a hard battle, successfully hunting down a peak third-tier bloodthirsty frenzied lion. At this moment, the three were sitting on an open patch of land, excitedly dividing the precious materials from the exotic beast.
Ha, Old Wang, we're going to make a fortune this time. This lion's fur is intact, at least worth 100,000, enough to exchange for a ton of cultivation supplies, then we can go to the Spring Breeze Tavern in the city and enjoy ourselves for a while. Thin Monkey said, while skillfully skinning the lion, his face beaming with excitement. Old Wang took a puff of his dry tobacco, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Yeah, after this big job, we'll go back and rest for half a month. The atmosphere in the forest these days feels a little off.
The number of strange beasts was far fewer than before, it was still better to leave early. Just as Old Wang finished speaking. Buzz. The ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. At first, the shaking was very light, like heavy trucks passing in the distance. But after just a few seconds, the tremor grew sharply, turning into violent shaking. Stones on the ground began to jump wildly, the nearby trees shook violently, and leaves fell like heavy rain.
What's happening? An earthquake?
Scarface jumped up, gripping his battle knife, cautiously looking around. Old Wang pressed his ear to the ground and listened, his face immediately turned pale, he lifted his head sharply, his eyes full of unprecedented horror and despair.
No, it's not an earthquake, it's a beast tide. What? Skinny Monkey and Scarface were terrified.
They looked in the direction Old Wang was pointing.
Far in the depths of Tiangu Forest on the horizon, the once blue sky was completely covered by rolling yellow dust.
Under the sky full of dust, a black line was rapidly enlarging at a despairing speed. When they saw what the black line really was, all three of them stopped breathing.
It was endless countless strange beasts.
In the sky flew bloodthirsty demon bats, iron-feathered thunder eagles, like a black cloud covering the sun. On the ground ran iron-armored rhinos the size of tanks, windspeed demon wolves, even raging giant apes over 10 meters tall. Their eyes were red, their mouths exhaling bloodthirsty aura, forming an unstoppable flood, crushing forward with the momentum to destroy everything.
Run! Run fast!
Old Wang let out a scream of extreme misery, leaving behind the priceless strange beast materials on the ground, and turned to run. Skinny Monkey and Scarface, suddenly awakened, exploded with all their strength, fleeing for their lives. Yet, in front of the terrifying beast tide, their cultivation seemed so ridiculous and powerless. They had run less than 2 kilometers. Boom! A huge third-tier iron-armored rhino slammed into Skinny Monkey from behind. Ah! Skinny Monkey only managed a short scream before being smashed into a cloud of exploding blood in midair. Chunks of flesh and bone mixed with blood fell like rain to the ground.
Skinny Monkey!
Scarface's eyes were about to burst, but he dared not stop running. The next second, several green wind blades fell from the sky, precisely cutting off Scarface's legs. He screamed as he fell to the ground, his hands crawling desperately on the earth. Before he could struggle to get up, more than 10 red-eyed windblade wolves pounced, their sharp fangs instantly tearing his throat, ripping him to pieces alive. Old Wang, the most powerful, ran desperately in front, tears and snot covering his face. He heard the screams of his brothers behind him but did not dare to look back. He only wanted to survive. But suddenly a huge shadow appeared ahead. A raging giant ape over 10 meters tall blocked his path like a small mountain. The giant ape's red eyes were full of cruel mockery, it raised its giant palm the size of a millstone, roaring through the wind, slamming down hard.
No! Bang!
A horrifying muffled sound. Old Wang's voice stopped abruptly, he was smashed into a mass of meat, deeply embedded in the soil.
Scattered hunters in Tiangu Forest, sensing the commotion, were all terrified, fleeing for their lives.
But in front of this terrifying beast tide, individual strength was as weak as ants.
Screams and cries of despair intertwined into a symphony of hell. Above the ancient Tiangu Forest, the air was endless and continuous.
Blood dyed the ground red, countless wandering cultivators were left with nothing but bones in this sudden disaster. The beast tide advanced at a speed that was shocking, in just 3 hours, it had already surged out of the edge of Tiangu Forest, violently crashing into the military blockade. Inside the abandoned ruins of a city within the blockade, a testing team composed of 5 top high school students from Jiang'an City had just gone through an extremely grueling battle. The 5 of them cooperated perfectly, revealing all their cards, and finally together they killed a powerful early third-stage mutant beast, the mutated scale-armored boar.
Who finally killed this beast? Chapter 106, The Team Dies Miserably, Emergency Assembly.
Captain Lin Chen collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily, although covered in injuries, his face was full of excitement and joy that could not be hidden.
Captain is mighty. The points from this third-stage mutant are enough for all of our team to safely enter Jiang'an Martial University.
A female team member with a ponytail shouted excitedly, her eyes sparkling with beautiful dreams of future college life.
Haha, it's all the result of everyone's effort.
By contribution, I will take 40% of the points, and each of you 4 takes 15%.
Fine.
The other 3 team members also showed relieved smiles, beginning to imagine the celebration feast after the test. However, just as they were immersed in the joy of victory, Lin Chen suddenly sharply sensed that something was wrong. He saw, not far away, in a puddle full of rainwater, the water surface was violently vibrating at high frequency, waves spreading wildly in circles. Then, he felt the ground beneath his feet start shaking rhythmically, as if 1,000 armies were charging toward them.
What is happening?
The smile on Lin Feng's face froze instantly. He suddenly stood up, an extremely ominous premonition rising in his heart. He turned his head, following the direction of the vibration, looking toward the position of Tiangu Forest. In the next second, Lin Feng's pupils shrank to the size of a needle, his whole body feeling as if the blood had completely frozen.
What did he see?
He saw the horizon completely swallowed by rolling yellow dust.
In that dust, countless towering trees were knocked down and crushed in rows. And behind the fallen trees was a mutant beast tide surging like a black tsunami. That is what?
The female team member with the ponytail followed Lin Feng's gaze. When she saw the scene clearly, the weapon in her hand clanged to the ground. She collapsed to the ground in terror, her voice trembling so she could not form a full sentence.
Run! Run! The beast tide is coming!
Lin Chen let out a heart-wrenching roar, pulling the female team member up from the ground, ignoring everything else, and turned to run toward the 9th camp with all his might. The other 3 team members also awoke as if from a dream, unleashing all the spiritual power they had left, desperately fleeing. But they had just gone through a bitter battle, their spiritual power already gone 70 to 80%, and their physical strength severely overdrawn. Their speed, in front of the mutant beasts in a frenzy, was as slow as snails.
Roar! A deafening roar sounded behind them.
A long-bodied, lightning-fast 4th-stage gale leopard, like a green phantom, instantly crossed hundreds of meters and pounced directly on the rear of their team.
Help!
Captain, save me, shouted the male team member at the back in despair. But Lin Chen had no time to look back.
Splat!
The gale leopard's claws, sharp like steel blades, easily crushed the male team member's head. Red and white things splashed everywhere. A headless corpse under the force of inertia ran forward 2 steps, then heavily fell into a pool of blood.
No! A Chang!
The ponytail female team member turned her head and saw this scene, let out a shrill scream, tears burst out of her eyes. But death did not stop its steps because of her tears. Right after that, countless strange beasts surged up like a tide. A violent iron-armored crocodile directly smashed another team member into minced meat. Several bloodthirsty demon bats fell from the sky, their sharp claws pierced through the shoulder of the 3rd team member, kicked him alive into the air, then he was instantly torn into pieces by several flying beasts, blood rain poured down. Lin Chen also let go of the hand holding the ponytail female team member. He took one last look at her face, then turned and kept running wildly. With only her own speed, the female team member was quickly caught up by the beast tide. She looked at the surroundings in despair, those big mouths dripping with saliva, full of fangs, and made the last helpless whisper of her life.
Dad, Mom, I don't want to die. I got into Wu University.
The next second, her delicate body was mercilessly trampled over by countless thick beast hooves, turning into a pile of minced meat. Team leader Lin Chen was the last one to die. He used all his strength to swing the long sword in his hand, cut down 2 first-level strange beasts, but then was bitten on the neck by a 3rd-level shadow wolf in one bite. At the last moment of life, Lin Feng's eyes were full of reluctance toward this world, and that deep powerlessness and despair in front of absolute strength. This opening realm team full of hope, just like this under the crushing of the beast tide, did not even raise a single wave, and was completely eaten away, leaving no corpses or bones.
Whoa!
At the moment the beast tide rushed into the blockade area, inside the 9th camp, the alarm representing the highest level disaster suddenly sounded. The piercing alarm sound was like sharp blades, instantly cutting through the original calm above the camp. On the tall watchtowers around the camp, one after another dazzling red warning lights began to spin and flash crazily, lighting the entire camp into a blood-red color, as if foretelling the coming mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The door of the command center was suddenly pushed open, the highest commander of the 9th camp Zhao Tian who rushed out like a furious male lion. He strode quickly to the highest point of the camp, raised a high-power tactical telescope, and looked toward the direction of the Tiangu Great Forest. When he saw the rolling yellow dust covering the sky and the sun, and under the dust that dense endless beast tide, this battle-hardened iron-blood tough man, his face instantly turned iron green. The hands holding the telescope even slightly trembled. Damn it! How could such a terrifying beast tide break out? This scale simply never seen before. Just looking at the scale, it is probably about twice as terrifying as the last beast tide. Zhao Tianhu gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. In his eyes, blazing anger and determination had already begun to burn. He did not hesitate at all, suddenly turned around, and toward the adjutant Yuan Xin beside him let out a heaven-shaking roar.
Pass my order. The whole camp emergency assemble. Sound the level 1 battle alarm.
All heavy firepower immediately enter firing positions. All combat personnel, even the cooking squad, all of you pick up weapons and go to the front line.
Yes. Yuan Xin with red eyes accepted the order and left.
In less than 3 minutes, the entire 9th camp, like a precise war machine, instantly ran at full speed. On the wide square, thousands of fully armed, solemn-faced soldiers had already lined up. The spirit energy rifles in their hands flashed with cold light, one heavy spirit energy tank after another let out deafening roaring sounds. Slowly approaching the defensive position. All the soldiers' eyes were filled with determination. All the soldiers knew the mission they were carrying.
Chapter 107, When Crisis Strikes.
Some of them had stayed in the barracks for 10, even 20 years. During this long time, these soldiers enjoyed the generous benefits of the Great Xia Kingdom, with discounts on martial arts exchanges, resources for cultivation provided, and even their families were treated better by the locals. But over all these years, it seemed like they had only been guarding here, with no real danger ever threatening them. Now, the time had finally come when they were needed.
And in the time of war, there lies the greatest opportunity.
As long as they could survive, military achievements, promotions, and everything else would no longer be so distant.
Zhao Tianhu strode to the front of the ranks, his gaze incredibly serious as he looked at every soldier below.
He did not use a loudspeaker, but instead infused his internal spiritual power into his voice, making it roar like thunder in each soldier's ears.
Brothers!
Zhao Tianhu's eyes widened, his gaze as sharp as a blade, sweeping over each face present.
You all heard it. The beast tide is coming. And it's an unprecedentedly terrifying beast tide.
I know, some of you may be afraid, because what we are facing are hundreds of thousands of frenzied beasts.
But can we retreat? No.
Thousands of soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens.
Yes. We cannot retreat.
Zhao Tianhu suddenly drew the war blade at his waist, pointing it toward the sky.
Because behind us is Jiangnan City.
There are our parents, wives, children.
And millions of unarmed civilians.
If we retreat even one step, they will become the beast's food, with no burial place.
Today, the 9th camp is the first line of defense for Jiangnan City.
I, Zhao Tianhu, will live and die with you. As long as there is one person left in the 9th camp, we will never let a single beast step over our line of defense.
9th camp.
Fight to the death, no retreat. 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 The earth-shattering roar echoed over the camp, and a brutal, tragic, iron-blooded killing aura soared into the sky. These soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom, when facing a certain death situation, did not retreat a single step. They resolutely turned around and marched with firm steps toward the direction of the beast tide. In stark contrast to the iron-blooded spirit of the military soldiers, were the students who had come to participate in the actual combat assessment in the camp. When the highest level of alarm went off and they saw the apocalyptic scene of the beast tide in the distance, all the students were left dumbfounded. Although they had good talent and cultivation, they had never seen such a terrifying spectacle, as if the world was ending.
After a brief silence, panic spread through the student group like a plague. Beast tide, it's the beast tide. We're going to die. I don't want to die. Let me out. I want to go home. I want to find my mom. Countless students collapsed.
They cried and screamed, running around the camp like headless chickens. Some were so terrified that their legs went weak and they collapsed on the ground. And among these panicking crowds, the children of noble families, who usually look down on others, also displayed their ugly sides.
In front of the Yang family's tent,
Yang Wenhao's face turned as pale as paper, his body trembling like a sieve. When he learned of the unprecedented beast tide, the only thought in his mind was, to escape.
Quick! Hurry and pack.
Take all the valuables. Yang Wenhao screamed hoarsely as he commanded the Yang family's guards.
Yang Hongyun had completely lost the arrogance of the Jiangnan City genius. He tightly grabbed Yang Wenhao's sleeve, his voice trembling.
Elder, what about the qualification for the spirit washing pool? Are we not going to take it?
Purify the soul? Purify my ass. What use is qualification when life itself is gone? Yang Wenhao slapped Yang Hongyun on the back of the head, cursing angrily. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood. Hurry and leave. The Yang family members didn't even say a word of farewell.
Relying on their clan's power, they rushed out of the 9th camp, heading toward the rear defensive line. However, not all students were cowards. Amid the chaotic crowd, there were still young faces full of passionate courage. Although their faces were pale, and their hands holding weapons trembled slightly, their eyes shone with firm determination.
We are also warriors. We have enjoyed so many resources from the country's training. Now that the country is in trouble, how can we be deserters? A student holding a long spear shouted angrily, turning resolutely and running toward the army. That's right. Fight these beasts. Better to die than run. More and more passionate students were infected by this spirit, drawing their weapons, ready to live and die with the soldiers, using their own bodies to block the beast's advance. At this moment, Zhao Tianhu's majestic and furious voice echoed through the broadcast, reaching the entire camp. Nonsense! All of you get back here! Zhao Tianhu stood at the front of the army, looking at the charging students, eyes red as he shouted. You bunch of unripe kids, what are you coming up for? Do you want to die? You are the future of the Great Xia. The hope of humanity. As long as we soldiers are not all dead, it is not your place to fight on the battlefield. Zhao Tianhu suddenly turned his head, giving the strictest order to the overseeing squad behind him. Transmit my order. Immediately organize all the assessment students, forcefully evacuate them. Bring them all back to the headquarters in the lockdown zone. Anyone who dares to resist, knock them out and take them away. The future of the Great Xia must not be lost here. Under the army's strong measures, those passionate students were forcibly pulled to the rear and stuffed into evacuation troop vehicles. Watching the troop vehicles leave the camp one by one, Zhao Tianhu felt a slight relief in his heart. But suddenly, two figures flashed in his mind. Li Qianling and Chen Yuan. One was the genius who had suddenly emerged in this assessment, astonishingly talented. One was the iron-blooded man even he greatly admired. They had no family background, no protector's shield. At this moment, they were still deep in the lockdown zone. Talents from powerful families always have people protecting them. But these two children, without background, how could they possibly survive in such a massive beast wave? Zhao Tianhu's heart throbbed sharply, a flash of extreme anxiety and pain in his eyes. They are truly the geniuses of my Great Xia. The hope that could carry humanity's banner in the future. They must not fall in the beast wave. Zhao Tianhu suddenly turned, grabbed a reconnaissance company commander beside him, and shoved a specially made military locator into his hand. Listen! Li Qianling and Chen Yuan are still deep in the lockdown zone. Take your team immediately, drive the fastest psychic battle vehicle, follow the coordinates on their tokens, and bring them back to me. Zhao Tianhu stared firmly into the commander's eyes, speaking word by word. At all costs. Even if your entire company is wiped out, bring these two Great Xia geniuses back alive. Understand? Mission guaranteed. Chapter 108, Lu Yuan's response, Inside the Illusion. The commander saluted with the most standard military gesture, without hesitation, turned, took several elite soldiers, and drove the vehicle into the corner of the lockdown zone untouched by the beast wave. Jiangyan City, the highest command headquarters of the lockdown zone. Inside the huge underground command center, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Countless correspondents were frantically typing on their keyboards, with anxious reports echoing one after another. However, among the many figures, one seemed to be relatively relaxed. Zhang Tiankai. He had actually come from Suzhou, all the way to the blockade zone personally. However, in this critical situation, no one was paying attention to him. Commander Lu Yuan, the highest military commander of Jiangyan City's blockade zone, stood silently in front of the giant holographic tactical map. His brow was tightly furrowed, and in his deep, dark eyes, there was an overwhelming murderous intent and seriousness, struggling to break free. On the holographic map, the red light dots representing the alien beasts had already gathered into a vast red ocean. This red flood was advancing at a terrifying speed, heading straight towards the 9th Battalion. Chief! The adjutant, Lu Yanhui, with a pale face, walked up behind Lu Yuan, his voice trembling as he reported. According to the latest data sent back from satellites and frontline drones, the scale of this beast wave has surpassed 300,000. There are even multiple terrifying energy fluctuations detected from 5-tier beast kings. This scale of a beast wave is the largest in nearly 20 years. Bang! Lu Yuan suddenly slammed his fist onto the alloy control panel in front of him, and the hard alloy surface was instantly dented, creating a deep pit. The largest in 20 years. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth as he spat out these words. No matter what caused this beast wave, there's no retreat for us. Lu Yuan suddenly turned around, and his sharp eyes flashed with determination as he loudly issued an order. Pass on my order. Immediately initiate Jiangyan City's highest-level war plan. Mobilize all available armed forces, including the City Defense Army, reserves, and even the registered martial artists of the Martial Arts Association. Except for leaving necessary forces to hold the key roads in Jiangyan City, all other forces must head to the front lines. Full-speed reinforcements to the front. No matter the cost, we must stop the beast wave at the 9th Battalion's defense line. The blockade zone's boundary cannot be lost, this is the only buffer zone for our Jiangyan City. Yes.
the entire command center erupted in a thunderous response.
The adjutant next to Lu Yuan was about to go and carry out the orders, but was called back. Lu Yanhui, you don't need to go to the front for now. There's another task I need you to handle. With Lu Yuan's command, the entire Jiang'an city blockade zone was in chaos. At the front lines of the blockade zone, those soldiers originally stationed in the 1st to 8th battalions, upon seeing the massive beast wave clouds covering the sky, didn't wait for the headquarters orders. Brothers! The comrades in the 9th battalion are holding the line with their lives up ahead. Can we just watch them fight alone? The captain of the 1st battalion drew his combat knife and roared. No! We live and die together. All troops, listen up. The target is the 9th battalion. Full speed ahead. Support our brothers. At that moment, soldiers from the 1st to 8th battalions volunteered one after another. Transport vehicles loaded with soldiers and ammunition, armed helicopters equipped with heavy missiles, roared out of their respective camps, rushing madly toward the 9th battalion's direction. The military spirit of the Great Xiao nation was fully displayed at this moment. When one side is in trouble, 8 sides come to aid. Even if the front is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, a life or death peril, they advance without hesitation. The speed at which the beast wave advanced was faster than anyone could imagine. Those alien beasts, driven mad, knew no fatigue, no pain. They trampled over their fallen comrades' bodies, rushing forward like a storm. In just 1 hour. In a mere 1 hour, this terrifying beast wave had already crossed a vast distance and was less than 50 kilometers away from the 9th Battalion's position. In just this short hour, a horrific one-sided massacre unfolded within the blockade zone. All human warriors still trapped inside the blockade zone, unable to evacuate. Whether those seasoned, battle-hardened wanderers or those self-assured, team-hunting groups, almost the entire army was wiped out. The earth was completely stained with a shocking dark red. Severed limbs, broken entrails, crushed skulls, were scattered everywhere. The once prosperous cities, now abandoned ruins, were completely leveled by the iron hooves of the beast tide, not a single intact brick left. The air was thick with a suffocating, overpowering smell of blood. However, on the ground that no one noticed, thin streams of blood seemed to be drawn down into the earth by some mysterious force. 50 kilometers was but a half-hour journey for the beast tide. On the walls of the 9th camp, Zhao Tianhu and thousands of soldiers could already clearly see the beast tide on the horizon. Despair and oppression hung over everyone like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on their hearts. But no one retreated. They gripped their weapons, fully charged and ready, their eyes fixed forward, waiting for the final, brutal clash. The moment Li Qianling entered the illusion, the gray mist engulfed her like a tide. The surroundings were dead silent, and she could see nothing. But Li Qianling's face remained calm, without a trace of panic from start to finish. Perception, activated. Invisible waves spread from her body, silently unfolding in this gloomy illusion. In an instant, a clear image was projected in her mind. The boundary of the illusion, the path of the formation, and the current position of the black-robed magic cultivator were all laid out in her perception, crystal clear. This formation was essentially useless to her. And the black-robed magic cultivator was located 30 meters in front of her. He had his back to her, his hands slowly extending, clearly controlling the entire burning illusion array, waiting for the prey to completely collapse mentally in the illusion before striking with ease. Li Qianling's gaze darkened. She adjusted her breathing, her footsteps silent as she ghosted toward the black figure ahead. Just as she closed the distance to 15 meters, the black-robed magic cultivator suddenly spun around. Kak. Those bloodthirsty eyes locked onto her from behind the mask, filled with shock and disbelief. But soon, that shock was overlaid by a cold, sinister aura. You can actually move freely in the illusion? You can see through my formation? His voice was hoarse, carrying an unmistakable hint of terror, but it quickly turned into a deeper madness. Interesting. I must say, I'm getting more and more intrigued by you. No wonder the head of the Yang family was willing to go to any lengths to take your life. This girl, at the 9th level of the opening realm, what else are you hiding? Chapter 109, The Battle Against the Black-Robed Magic Cultivator. After learning of Li Qianling's profound foundation, the Black-Robed Magic Cultivator finally unleashed his full power. At the moment the Black-Robed Magic Cultivator spoke these words, Zhou Ziyue and Su Yu also heard his voice, both instantly shocked beyond measure. Li Qianling, your true meridian is 99 Zhan? 99 Zhang true meridian? Li, how did you do it? Li Qianling's perception clearly caught the surging, ocean-like tidal spiritual power within the cultivator's body. The weight, the depth, was so overwhelming that even she, at the opening realm, felt as though she could barely breathe. But Li Qianling was no longer the person she was back in the alley. She had grown much stronger under Lin Chen's guidance and had learned so much. During this time, every battle Lin Chen fought, she learned countless lessons from it. Li Qianling could be said to be a direct experiencer. This led to Li Qianling's combat experience becoming incredibly rich.
So, in the face of this environment, she relied on her floating light and flickering shadow step to maneuver while rapidly calculating all the trump cards she could use in her mind. From the several times the black-robed demon cultivator struck, it was clear his attack pace was incredibly fast, and the path of his claws was unpredictable. Moreover, his devouring power was not simply a skill but a passive corrosion attached to his attacks themselves. As long as his attack touched her, even just a graze, the spiritual energy inside her would be consumed.
If he managed to grab hold of her, the consequences would be unimaginable.
What made Li Qianling even more wary was his terrifying resilience and strength. Just now, his claw did not use its full power, but it had already caused her bones to make a muffled sound. Had it not been for her constitution being far beyond that of other cultivators of the same realm due to Lin Chen's constant refining, that blow would have directly broken her arm. This was a true ruthless person. A strong cultivator of the tidal realm, forged from the spiritual energy of other beings. And he was a whole realm above her. Li Qianling took a deep breath, and her eyes turned completely cold. She glanced at Su Yu and Zhou Ziyue, still trapped in the illusion, and her eyes suddenly flashed. Since that's the case, there was nothing left to hesitate about. No matter what happens next, she had to deal with the present situation first. Open. Within her 99-foot true aperture, the vast and overflowing spiritual power suddenly erupted in an explosion. At the same time, the power sealed inside her body by Lin Chen before he fell into slumber was quietly activated by Li Qianling at this moment. For time's full attributes, explosive power. The sensation felt like the entire world slowed down in that instant. Li Qianling's speed increased fourfold, so fast that almost afterimages were left behind. Her black tight-fitting combat suit roared loudly as it flapped under the terrifying speed, and her hair was blown into the air by the force of the wind. In almost an instant, she reached a speed that was almost identical to the black-robed demon cultivators. The black-robed demon cultivators' attacks suddenly appeared slow and clear in her eyes. Li Qianling's lips curled into a slight smile. Her right hand clenched into a fist, then transformed into a palm. The overwhelming, mighty power of her star-crushing finger no longer concealed itself. It exploded like a dazzling star in her palm. She didn't dodge. Instead, she faced the black-robed demon cultivator's claw head-on and struck. Boom! The two immense forces collided in midair, releasing a deafening sound like thunder. The surrounding illusion was swept away by this terrifying shockwave, creating a huge vortex. The gray mist wildly rolled in all directions. The two sides stalemated for almost 3 breaths. But after these 3 breaths, the black-robed demon cultivator suddenly retreated several steps. He looked down at his right hand. The palm covered in black spiritual energy was slightly trembling, and waves of pain came from the center of his palm. What? You are definitely not just a mere loose cultivator. Who exactly are you? He raised his head, and for the first time, true seriousness appeared in his eyes. This Li Qianling, a girl who had only opened the 9th aperture, had just struck a blow that shook his tidal realm spiritual energy. Even if she was at the 99-foot true aperture, it shouldn't be possible. And this person's martial arts, isn't it the same as that girl from the Zhou family? The Zhou family is a major family, yet they would let an outsider learn their martial arts? What exactly is the relationship between Li Qianling and the Zhou family? The black-robed demon cultivator was confused, but Li Qianling did not answer, nor did she give him any time to think. While he was still in shock, Li Qianling's figure swiftly shot forward like lightning. Her floating light and flickering shadow step took a tricky angle, and her left palm already howled toward him. On her left hand, the broken star finger force stacked layer upon layer, directly striking his right ribs. After all, the black-robed demonic cultivator was a battle-hardened Tide Realm expert, and even in shock, his combat instincts were extremely sharp. He instantly sidestepped to block a palm. Bang! The two palms collided, and Li Qianling's body was shaken back several meters, while the black-robed demonic cultivator also retreated half a step. Her own palm also let out a muffled sound under the piercing force of the broken star finger. His expression suddenly changed. Bastard! I actually got hurt by a chi opening realm. The crimson in the black-robed demonic cultivator's eyes grew even darker. Die for me! The black-robed demonic cultivator leapt, appearing in midair, then sharply brought his hands together. Above his head, a gigantic palm imprint, over 10 meters wide, quickly formed. And the moment it solidified, it slammed straight toward Li Qianling's head. Most importantly, behind the giant palm imprint were countless smaller palm imprints filling the sky. Cold light flared in Li Qianling's eyes. She knew this was his strongest strike. If she could endure it, with her terrifying spiritual energy reserves, the battle would begin to turn in her favor. She glanced at Zhou Ziyue beside her, then gritted her teeth and charged straight into the shadow of the palm. The 99 Zhang true orifice was boiling wildly. All spiritual energy rushed into Li Qianling's body. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Facing the first enormous palm imprint, Li Qianling was heavily slammed to the ground. Immediately after, she had to face wave after wave of attacks. Suppressing the surging spiritual energy and blood in her body, Li Chenling quickly got up, pushing her footlight shadow steps to the extreme. She weaved through the countless palm imprints like a fish, her movements eerie and unpredictable. Every dodge, aided by her perception talent, was precise, always avoiding attacks at critical moments. But even so, the black-robed demonic cultivator's assault was too strong, too fierce, too dense. After forcibly enduring 7 or 8 back-and-forth attacks with body technique alone, Li Chenling had been grazed twice. Her right shoulder and side of her waist each felt a burning pain corroded by black spiritual energy. The devouring force was tearing at the spiritual energy inside her. It was only because of her deep true orifice foundation that, compared to others, she was far less miserable.
Chapter 110, The Fall of the Black-Robed Demonic Cultivator. This formation still exists? As for the black-robed demonic cultivator, his situation was far worse than it appeared. Each time struck by the broken starfinger, its piercing force drilled into his body like a drill, hitting the most fragile points inside him. It continuously drained his spiritual and physical energy. Especially after the earlier rib strike, which had already caused a slight disruption in his spiritual energy flow. Combined with his reckless full-power attack now, the spiritual energy consumption to try to finish Li Chenling in one strike was enormous. But he stubbornly refused to retreat. Just because of a chi-opening realm, how dare you? He violently exploded a mouthful of essence energy, his spiritual power soaring to its peak, his eyes turned completely blood-red, like a bloodthirsty Azura. His palms carried devouring force, charging straight forward with unstoppable momentum. This was a merciless, violent strike, a terrifying power burned out at the cost of essence energy. The ground cracked deeply under this overwhelming spiritual force, and the array runes vibrated. Li Chenling felt the terrifying force rushing at her and suddenly smiled. This was exactly what she wanted, the opponent's ultimate explosion, one strike to decide the outcome. She bent down, lowering her body to the ground, and with a movement of her mind, the black fluid Lin Chen had left in her body began to slowly circulate. Almost half of the fluid began to slowly appear on Li Chenling's right hand, completely enveloping her fist. Lin Chen is a 4th-stage symbiote, and symbiotes cannot practice martial arts or absorb spiritual energy, all they possess is terrifying physical strength. Although Lin Chen is currently in deep sleep, Li Chenling can only unleash a small fraction of his power. But even this is still a terrifying boost for Li Chenling at this moment. Come! Li Chenling muttered a low shout in her heart, and her body transformed into an invisible shadow, charging directly into the black destructive force, crashing head-on. The profound foundation of 99 Yang and true aperture, the penetrating power of the broken starfinger, Lin Chen's 4 times full attribute explosion, and Lin Chen's ultimate physical enhancement all converged in her right fist at this moment. Boom! A terrifying roar exploded within the formation, far more shocking than any previous collision. The black-robed demon cultivator's eyes widened in shock, then his face showed an extreme disbelief. Put! The black-robed demon cultivator's right hand exploded instantly upon impact. It was completely shattered by Li Chenling's punch, breaking his body apart. This? What kind of power is this? The black-robed demon cultivator was horrified, and as soon as he opened his mouth, a large mouthful of blood spurted out, mixed with chunks of dark red tissue. His entire body was sent flying by Li Chenling's strike, flipping through the air for several dozen meters before he clumsily crashed to the ground. He struggled to lift his head, and his eyes, once filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, now showed fear for the first time. You? How could you? Li Chenling had already leapt to his front, and the moment her feet hit the ground, her body suddenly sank, activating her floating lightstep, with her right palm striking heavily against his back. Bang! Another dull sound rang out, and the black-robed demon cultivator was once again knocked flying, landing more than 10 meters away. He struggled to prop himself up, but his meridians had been shattered by the repeated impacts of the broken starfinger, and his spiritual energy could no longer circulate or condense. Li Chenling stepped forward, her clear, cold eyes showing no trace of pity. She leapt into the air, drawing a curve through the sky, and her right leg rose high, delivering a powerful kick to the black-robed demon cultivator's abdomen. Put! The black-robed demon cultivator spat another mouthful of blood, his body growing increasingly stiff, and he fell heavily to the ground, unable to move again. His eyes slowly lost focus, and he seemed to be murmuring something, his voice growing weaker and weaker. Li Chenling knelt beside him, her long hair lifted by the aftershocks, softly fluttering in the gray air of the illusion. She observed him for a moment, confirming that his breath had completely faded, before slowly standing up. The black-robed demon cultivator had fallen. This was the hardest battle Li Chenling had fought since entering martial arts. The opponent was truly a tight-stage powerhouse. The suppression of such a vast gap in realms, even with Lin Chen's 4-fold attribute enhancement, the terrifying 99 Zhang True Aperture Foundation, and her own power, still came at a heavy price in this battle. The greatest price, of course, was the use of half of the cards Lin Chen had left for her. She looked down at her right arm, where the previously consumed and corroded area had turned black, with a faint, sharp pain coming from her meridians. There was also a torn wound on her waist, and blood had soaked through her clothing.
Furthermore, her spiritual energy had been mostly exhausted, and her current state was far more miserable than it appeared. But there was not the slightest extra expression on her face. In fact, it became even more serious. Because this formation had not dissipated yet. She slowly stretched out her hand, took a healing potion from her storage ring, and swallowed it. Then she closed her eyes, letting the chaotic spiritual power inside her slowly calm down. At the same time, her senses were still spreading in all directions. Suyu, on the east side of the illusion, was still groping around without any direction. Zhou Ziyue, in the northwest corner of the illusion, because of her previous heavy injuries, had given up walking and was now squatting on the ground, holding her long sword, healing her wounds while cautiously watching her surroundings. The fight just now had been extremely loud, and although the two could not tell directions, they could still sense it. But now, everything seemed to have quieted down, and Suyu could not help but ask aloud. Is it over? Li classmate, what about the black-robed demon cultivator? Li Qianling said lightly, he is already dead. Li Qianling. You killed him? You killed him all by yourself? Yes. Li Qianling replied lightly, turning her back to Suyu. Amazing, truly amazing. But you said before, the points are all for me, you can't cheat, okay? Of course. Zhou Ziyue, however, was full of unwillingness. She had always wanted to personally kill the black-robed demon cultivator to surpass Si Yunyao and become first, but now she had been beaten by Li Qianling. How did this person do it? How could she kill him inside the illusion? No. Zhou Ziyue was suddenly shocked. How could the black-robed demon cultivator be dead, and the formation hasn't dispersed yet? Could it be that the one who just died was also his clone? Suyu seemed to recall this too and hurriedly said. Very possible. Li classmate, quickly tell me your location, the three of us must meet to deal with the coming changes. Li Qianling replied lightly, then gave a set of directions. Suyu, walk about 500 meters west, and you will see me. Zhou Ziyue, move 300 meters toward the southeast. Many people are asking about the protagonist's return, soon, very soon. Some think that writing the male lead as asleep is a flaw. But I personally think this part of the story is necessary. Because after the female lead inhabits the male lead's body, she hasn't had much chance to show herself. I know everyone wants to see Lin Chen, but this book has a single female lead, and unlike other books, this one has the male and female lead sharing one body. The female lead's role will be very large and will continue until the finale. The male and female leads complement each other. So the female lead having a rich character is good for the story's development. Don't worry, everyone, in about 10 chapters, the male lead will definitely return. A kingly return, strong and refreshing, awesome. Many also say my pacing is slow. Honestly, this is my personal writing style. I usually write in more detail, not always chasing fast-paced excitement, so dear readers, please forgive me. Chapter 111, The True Mastermind. Hearing this, the two quickly stood and moved toward Li Qianling's location. During the meeting process, Zhou Ziyue was extremely alert, as if guarding against something. Suyu was more relaxed, moving according to Li Qianling's directions, still loudly praising. Li classmate, it is truly breathtaking. That black-robed demon cultivator's methods are strange, his strength real, reaching the Tide Realm, yet you alone cut him down in the illusion. Su Zhong's #1 genius, truly well-deserved. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Li Qianling's position. Just when Suyu's figure appeared 10 meters in front of Li Qianling, Li Qianling suddenly moved. No warning, no build-up. Her right hand hidden in her sleeve shot out suddenly. A bronze ancient mirror burst forth a cold white light at this moment, carrying immense spiritual power, howling straight at Suyu's face. This strike. Fast, precise, ruthless, without a trace of hesitation. Suyu was caught off guard and instinctively recoiled to the side, but he felt as if some force had slowed his movement. Even though his reaction speed was already extremely fast, he was still half a beat too slow. Shoo! A sharp sound rang out. Suyu's left arm couldn't dodge in time, hit by a streak of white light, flung away, and fell to the ground, giving off a faint burnt smell. From the impact, Suyu's whole body fell backward, his back smashing hard against a rock with a dull thud. He froze in place, his face stunned, the usually sunny and handsome face flashing a trace of genuine shock and disbelief. But quickly, Suyu's lips slowly, calmly curled into a chilling smile. I really underestimated you, how did you discover it? His voice remained gentle, even carrying a casual, effortless tone, as if the broken arm meant nothing at all. Only the slightly pale face betrayed the injury on his body. Li Qianling's strike had hurt him, but it shouldn't be serious. And indeed, that was exactly the case. Suyu's charred severed arm slowly floated from the ground, silently reattaching to his body. Flesh grew, bones healed, in just a few breaths, the arm was intact again, as if the previous scene had never happened. In the distance, Zhou Ziyue, walking toward Li Qianling, was startled by the commotion, looking around in confusion and asking loudly. What happened?
Why are they fighting again? Could it be that the one killed just now was only a clone? Suyu ignored Zhou Ziyue's words. To him, someone who couldn't even see through a formation was not worth his attention. Only the Li Qianling in front of him was the one who truly stirred his heart. What a delicious scent! Suyu licked his lips. Li Qianling stared at Suyu with extreme caution in her eyes. The main reason she could sense Suyu's abnormality was Lin Chen. Yes, the Lin Chen who was already in deep sleep. If he hadn't told her during their first meeting that the person was somewhat abnormal, Li Qianling probably wouldn't have guessed the truth so easily. But at first, Li Qianling never suspected Suyu was the black-robed demon cultivator. At most, she thought there might be other unusual aspects. Even in real combat assessments, though his cultivation increased at an astonishing speed, she only thought he might have his own opportunities. Just like her own encounter with Lin Chen, in less than a month, his cultivation leaped from Qi Blood level 3 directly to Enlightenment level 9. All of that seemed normal. But one incident after another made her start doubting Suyu. The first incident was that Suyu seemed extremely obsessed with the black-robed demon cultivator, insisting even after the military announced that he was still at large. Of course, this could also be understood as Suyu being obsessed with the rankings. Li Qianling was not entirely sure. After all, she herself did not believe such an arrogant black-robed demon cultivator could be captured so quickly. But since there was a hint of suspicion, Li Qianling decided to test it slightly. She deliberately took the two of them, hunting beasts all the way, until they were over 200 kilometers from the place where the black-robed demon cultivator first appeared. Yet the second strike of the black-robed demon cultivator still happened within 20 kilometers of her. Coupled with the first appearance at the 9th camp, Suyu seemed to also be in the camp. Li Qianling deepened her suspicion of him. There was also another time, when Li Qianling suggested giving up chasing the black-robed demon cultivator, that black-robed demon cultivator just happened to pass right in front of them. It was as if he was in a hurry to prove he had not been caught by the military, really a bit too coincidental. But Li Qianling still felt it was too ridiculous. These clues could not count as any substantial evidence. What really made Li Qianling certain that Suyu had a direct connection with the black-robed demon cultivator was a sentence he accidentally shouted. Speaking of which, it was also Yang Ziyi who helped Li Qianling. At that time, Yang Ziyi disguised himself as the black-robed demon cultivator and rushed straight toward Li Qianling. Even though facing life and death danger at that moment, Li Qianling still heard Suyu's words. "Who are you?" Those words, without any hesitation or doubt, seemed as if Suyu had already recognized the other as a fake black-robed demon cultivator. When Yang Ziyi used that move, Evil Moon Palm, Li Qianling confirmed that his identity was not the real black-robed demon cultivator. Then she fully understood. Suyu, even if he was not the black-robed demon cultivator, must still be deeply involved. Once she realized this, watching Suyu's later actions became very clear to Li Qianling. After Li Qianling killed Yang Ziyi and his assistants, she once joined in to strike at the black-robed demon cultivator at that time. From Li Qianling's perspective, Zhou Ziyue was already seriously injured, unable to restrain the black-robed demon cultivator. The other should have been able to avoid, but he did not. Instead, risking his injury, he had to take it directly. Plus Suyu's eager posture to chase after, how could Li Qianling not understand? He was, for some purpose, constantly drawing her toward a specific area. Even though she did not know what Suyu's purpose was, Li Qianling had already left a backup plan, not overly worried. Thinking of this, even now, Li Qianling still felt a lingering fear in her heart. All along, she had always been cautious of Suyu. If just now she had let him get close without any guard, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Qianling stared coldly at Suyu, without answering his question, but instead asked back. "You went to so much trouble to lure me here, what exactly is your purpose?" Chapter 127, Don't be afraid, I am back. Lin Chen did not hesitate anymore. His consciousness, like a broken dam of floodwaters, carried all the power of the fourth-stage symbiote, rushing violently into Li Qianling's mind sea. He transformed his will into an indestructible barrier, firmly blocking in front of that faint light, not letting any force harm her heart and mind. At the same time, a warm and powerful force, like spring wind turning into rain, slowly wrapped around Li Qianling's collapsing consciousness. That feeling was like a traveler who had wandered through a whole winter of blizzards, finally stepping into a small room with a burning fireplace. Warm, safe, and steady. "Don't be afraid." Lin Chen's voice sounded gently in her mind sea. The voice was not loud, it could even be called very soft. But it pierced through all the darkness and cold, clearly landing on Li Qianling's fragile mind. "I am back." Simply 4 words. No heroic speech, no blood-pumping declaration. But just these 4 words made the faint light about to go out tremble suddenly. Then, the light began to brighten. Bit by bit, as if reignited by some power, the faint light began to spread around, from a dying candle gradually becoming a stable flame. Li Qianling's consciousness finally stabilized. She slowly came back to herself. In the endless darkness and bone-chilling cold, she felt that familiar, extremely familiar aura.
The breath was warm and embracing, as if there were invisible arms gently holding her in his embrace, keeping all the cold and fear locked outside. It was him. It really was him. Li Qianling's consciousness suddenly snapped awake. In that moment, all her strength, all her calm, all the cold defenses she had built up over the years shattered before Lin Chen's words, "I'm back." It wasn't a collapse, it was a melting. An uncontrollable emotion surged from the deepest part of her heart. It was the relief of surviving the disaster, the relief of finally waiting for reinforcements after struggling alone for hours. It was wild joy, grievance, and above all, longing. It was really just a little bit more, and Li Qianling would never have heard that voice again. But these complex, indescribable emotions all turned into one simple sentence. "Lin Chen, aren't you still not recovered?" Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a barely noticeable pain. "Will forcing yourself to wake up cause any harm to you?" Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart warmed. That warmth slowly spread from his chest, warmer than all the sunlight, all the bone soup, and all the red scarves in his dreams combined. At this point, his body was about to be completely taken over by the 6th-level Beast King, and his consciousness was about to sink forever. The first thing she said was not a plea for help, not a complaint, not even the joy of surviving a catastrophe. It was concern for him. "Don't worry." Lin Chen's voice carried a comforting smile. His consciousness gently stroked the spark of light that had rekindled in Li Qianling. That feeling was subtle, like a warm hand gripping another hand that had already frozen in the winter, passing all its warmth to the other without holding back. And Lin Chen's consciousness, feeling the breath of that pitch-black source power, not only showed no fear but instead revealed an uncontrollable excitement. This guy's aura is so much better than that mutated source crystal scent. A battle began once again at this moment. The source avatar of the soul-devouring Beast King had already occupied most of Li Qianling's sea of consciousness. At this moment, it was steadily devouring the remaining resistance, consolidating its control over this body. In its eyes, the victory was already decided. That stubborn little girl was merely a cornered beast fighting back. Give it half an hour more, and it could completely erase her consciousness and perfectly take over this nearly perfect body. But at that moment, a breath it had never felt before suddenly erupted in the sea of consciousness. That aura had some essential similarity to its devouring power, yet it was entirely different. If the soul-devouring Beast King's devouring power was a murky, greedy undercurrent, then this newly appeared power was a bottomless, ink-black abyss. No matter how violent the undercurrent is, it is still just water. But the abyss can devour all the water. The source avatar of the soul-devouring Beast King suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Its massive will, which had occupied the entire sea of consciousness, trembled instinctively the moment that aura appeared. "You actually have a mysterious existence inside you?" The soul-devouring Beast King's voice was filled with shock and fear. "Why didn't I sense it before? What exactly is this existence?" It had carefully examined Suyu's body before, and before parasitizing Suyu, it had already confirmed that there was no alien beast inside him. Likewise, before deciding to parasitize Li Qianling, it had conducted repeated probes through formations. Nothing at all. Inside Li Qianling, apart from her own spiritual power, there was no trace of any alien beast's aura. But now, an existence that it could not detect at all suddenly emerged at this most critical moment. How is this possible? Lin Chen's consciousness slowly took shape in the sea of consciousness. He had no physical form, but in this battlefield of consciousness, his presence was like a towering mountain, steady and unshakable. He coldly said, "Beast! How dare you touch my people? If I don't destroy your true body in the future, I will not take the surname Lin. No, I will destroy your entire race. Damn it!" Simple insults, pure enjoyment, no bluffing, no deliberate intimidation. What Lin Chen said, each word came from the bottom of his heart. Lin Chen's 2 sentences made the essence avatar of the spirit-devouring beast emperor feel a deep, almost instinctive fear. That fear did not come from the power shown by the other party, but from a deeper suppression in the source of life. It was like a mouse encountering a cat. After speaking those 2 sentences, Lin Chen, carrying the remaining will of Li Qianling, sounded the horn for a full counterattack. Lin Chen's consciousness turned into a dark flood, engulfing the devouring power that was completely different from the spirit-devouring beast emperors, crashing violently into the sea of consciousness domain where the other was entrenched. Bang! The 2 devouring powers collided head-on in the sea of consciousness. Chapter 128, The Complete 4th Stage Symbiote. The Heavenly Demon Race? At that moment, the entire sea of consciousness seemed to be torn apart. Countless ripples erupted in the pitch-black space, and fragments of consciousness scattered like meteors in all directions. The spirit-devouring beast emperor's devouring power pressed forward first. After all, it was a 6th-stage beast emperor. Even though it was only a trace of source power, the energy contained within it was extremely terrifying. That pitch-black power was like a greedy giant beast, opening its invisible mouth, trying to devour Lin Chen's consciousness whole. However, the moment the spirit-devouring beast emperor's devouring power touched Lin Chen's power, it froze. It could not devour Lin Chen's power at all? How is this possible? I am the spirit-devouring beast, a top-ranking race among alien beasts. How can there be a power in the body of a mere open-gate martial artist that I cannot devour? What kind of monster is this? Lin Chen's devouring power, although outwardly similar to the spirit-devouring beast emperor's, was fundamentally different. The spirit-devouring beast emperor's devouring power was a talent bestowed by the alien beast bloodline. It was greedy, powerful, capable of devouring a martial artist's spiritual energy, but in the end, it only devoured spiritual power. On the other hand, Lin Chen's devouring power came from the symbiote's inherent ability. The symbiote was a one-of-a-kind existence in this world. Lin Chen's devouring was never limited to spiritual power, blood energy, vital essence, flesh, or any other form of energy. He could devour it all. Moreover, as Lin Chen's symbiote advanced, he might unlock even more advanced devouring powers. Lin Chen's devouring was a higher dimensional devouring. No, impossible. How can you possess a higher level devouring power than me? I am from the spirit-devouring beast race. The essence avatar of the spirit-devouring beast emperor let out a terrified screech. It felt that its devouring power, in the part that came into contact with Lin Chen's power, was being devoured in return. That feeling was terrifying. It was like you reached out to grab a bundle of cotton, only for it to suddenly turn into a black hole, devouring your hand, your arm, and your whole body. Die! Lin Chen's deep, enraged roar exploded in the sea of consciousness. The next moment, he unleashed his devouring power completely. A deeper, more intense pitch-black power erupted from Lin Chen's consciousness. Like an awakened ancient giant beast, with the momentum to destroy everything. Rushing toward the original essence clone of the soul-devouring beast emperor. Where that power passed, the mental sea space originally occupied by the soul-devouring beast emperor was not inch by inch, devoured, digested. Those pitch-black devouring powers, belonging to the soul-devouring beast emperor, in front of Lin Chen's strength, melted and dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye, absorbed. No! Don't come! Who exactly are you? You are definitely not human. Could it be that you are from the Heavenly Demon Clan? The original essence clone of the soul-devouring beast emperor let out an extremely terrified screech. Lin Chen, hearing the roar across, was somewhat indifferent. Heavenly Demon Clan? What nonsense, I am human. The soul-devouring beast emperor frantically contracted its territory, trying to gather the remaining original power together to form a final line of defense. But Lin Chen's devouring power was like a raging flood, entering every gap, unstoppable. With every bit of the soul-devouring beast emperor's original power devoured, Lin Chen could clearly feel the emptiness caused by evolution being filled little by little. It was like a person starved for a long time finally getting a rich feast. The original power of the soul-devouring beast emperor was, for him, a custom-made tonic. As time passed, the original essence clone of the soul-devouring beast emperor retreated step by step in front of Lin Chen's devouring power. From occupying 90% of the mental sea, to 80, 70, 50. Then to 30, 10. Finally, when the last wisp of pitch-black original power was completely devoured by Lin Chen, the entire mental sea finally returned to calm. The original essence clone of the soul-devouring beast emperor had all traces of its existence completely erased from this mental sea. And Lin Chen, after devouring this wisp of 6th-rank beast emperor original power, finally filled the deficiencies and emptiness caused by evolution within him, even gaining some extra power. He finally completed his final tempering in the blazing fire. The full potential of the 4th-rank symbiote awakened completely at this moment. Lin Chen became a true, complete 4th-rank symbiote. Lin Chen did not feel the slightest attachment, the remaining power, he did not absorb a single bit, but instead fully converted it to Li Qianling through shared talent. Li Qianling let out a soft hum, her extremely weak mind gradually recovering under the nourishment of this power. By the time the soul-devouring beast emperor's original power was fully consumed, Li Qianling's mind had recovered to about 80%, the rest would slowly heal with time. Li Qianling did not care about her recovery, softly said. Lin Chen. I thought I would never hear your voice again. Now that voice was only filled with grievance. Lin Chen's mind smiled slightly. Qianling, I heard your voice in that world. Li Qianling lowered her head, her face slightly blushing. She opened her mouth slowly, hesitating several times before speaking. Finally, she lightly bit her red lips, and weakly spoke to the empty room in front of her. Lin Chen. What's wrong? Stammering? I am so scared. Hearing this, Lin Chen's mind jumped. He paused for a moment, then said cheerfully. Scared of what? With me here, no one can hurt you. Deep in the distant blockade zone. The soul-devouring beast emperor itself, hiding somewhere underground to heal, suddenly trembled violently. Puff. A large mouthful of pitch-black blood gushed from its huge mouth, splashing on the ground, corroding the hard rock into smoking holes.
A whoa! It let out a painful and angry roar, the sound echoing layer by layer in the underground rock. Who exactly? Who dared to swallow part of my original power? The two pitch-black whirlpool pupils of the soul-devouring beast emperor spun violently. His eyes were full of disbelief and mad anger. That strand of origin power was the essence it specially split out. Although the amount was not much, it was also a part of its life origin. And now it was completely devoured by an unknown existence? How could this be possible? It was of the spirit-devouring beast race. In this world that had just revived, was there still a higher devouring talent than its spirit-devouring beast race? If one really had to say, there was only that one strange beast race, but... The spirit-devouring beast emperor seemed to remember something, and then muttered, impossible. Chapter 129 Refeeding from Lin Chen, momentum surges like tide. Everything seemed to return to calm. The origin clone of the spirit-devouring beast emperor had already been completely destroyed, and the space of the sea of consciousness was once again filled by Li Qianling's awareness. Lin Chen's awareness floated in the sea of consciousness, slowly feeling his brand new state after evolution. The power of the fourth-rank symbiotic body flowed inside him. That kind of complete and perfect feeling made him let out a long breath. He turned his awareness and looked at Li Qianling beside him, who was slowly recovering. Lin Chen, having nothing to do, followed the flow and sensed Li Qianling's current cultivation realm. In the next second, a big question mark appeared in his awareness. Wait. Lin Chen was a bit confused. Your cultivation is a bit strange? How come after so many days, your spiritual power reserve has not increased at all? It shouldn't be like this? With Li Qianling's terrifying foundation of 99 Zhang true aperture, plus 83 points of spiritual root affinity. Logically speaking, even if she did not break through to the Tide realm, at least she should have reached the peak of the 9th level of aperture opening, a state ready to break through at any time. But now what he felt, although her total spiritual power was huge, compared with his estimate before he fell asleep, there was almost no difference. What was going on? Lin Chen's awareness carried a trace of confusion, then he tentatively said with uncertainty. Li Qianling, could it be that during the time I was not here, you have been slacking off? There was silence for a moment. Then, Li Qianling's awareness carried an extremely obvious dissatisfied emotion and fiercely glared over. Although there was no real gaze on the level of awareness, Lin Chen swore, he clearly felt a murderous glare from that wave of awareness. Damn Lin Chen! Dead Lin Chen! Li Qianling's annoyed voice exploded in the sea of consciousness, and that always cold tone now carried a rare bit of grievance and anger. I gave all the spiritual power I got from cultivation to you, didn't you feel it at all when you were sleeping? The moment this sentence came out, the sea of consciousness fell silent for an instant. Lin Chen's awareness froze for a moment. All the spiritual power? All? He suddenly remembered, when he was sleeping, it seemed that he often had a very warm feeling, like his whole body was wrapped in a quilt. If that was the case, then... In these days, Li Qianling trained hard every day, fought, hunted strange beasts, and all the spiritual power income she got. She did not keep a single trace for herself. She sent all of it to him who was sleeping. Through the shared talent, after a big discount, she sent it to him. She would rather let her own cultivation stay stuck at the 9th level of aperture opening, would rather fight desperately against Tide Realm enemies from a lower level, just to ensure that he got enough spiritual power nourishment in sleep, so he could recover faster. Even though this action had almost no effect on Lin Chen, this intention was heavy and weighty. He also believed, if Li Qianling got a treasure full of spiritual energy, she would still not hesitate to share it with him. Lin Chen's awareness was silent for a long time. So long that Li Qianling thought he had disconnected. Qianling. Lin Chen finally spoke, his voice very soft. In that voice there was no more teasing and joking from before. There was only one kind of extremely sincere and warm emotion. Thank you. These 3 simple words, but they were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Li Qianling's consciousness trembled slightly. It seemed she hadn't expected Lin Chen to say those words in such a serious tone. After a brief moment of silence, Li Qianling softly hummed. That humph contained so much. It held a feigned calmness after being moved, a sense of relief after finally letting go, and sweetness after accumulated longing was finally answered. But Li Qianling didn't say much more, only smiling as she said. I just wanted to do something for you, but what you've done for me is much more than what I've done for you. And then Li Qianling stopped talking. Lin Chen gave a dry laugh and quickly changed the subject, to avoid ruining the atmosphere that had finally become happy, turning it into a cringeworthy situation. Alright, I get it. Just as Li Qianling was about to say something, her body suddenly underwent a change. Because Lin Chen had completed the true evolution of the 4th-tier symbiotic body, as the symbiotic host, Li Qianling also received a powerful feedback from the symbiote at this moment. The 99 Yang true acupoint within her body began to tremble violently under the infusion of the symbiote's evolutionary power. The 9-layered barrier of the acupoint, which had been as stable as a mountain, began to show clear signs of loosening. Lin Chen sensed this change immediately, his consciousness vibrating. Qianling. My evolution is feeding back to you. Your realm is loosening. Take this chance, and directly break into the tidal realm. Li Qianling had noticed the change in her body even earlier than Lin Chen. Before Lin Chen's voice even fell, she had already begun to channel the spiritual power within her true acupoint. The vast 99 Yang true acupoint, which contained enormous spiritual power, was now drawn upon by Li Qianling and began to flow rhythmically within her true acupoint. Tidal realm. The spiritual energy surged like tides, breaking the shackles of the true acupoint. This is the path every martial artist must take from the acupoint realm to the tidal realm. It is divided into 3 stages. The first step, gather the tidal force. This first step is about accumulating spiritual power. The stronger the accumulation, the more tides the spiritual power can create, and the higher the success rate of breaking through the realm. Li Qianling sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly closed, sinking all her mind and spirit into the vast 99 Yang true acupoint within her. Inside the true acupoint, the vast spiritual power was like a silent deep sea, beginning to flow slowly under Li Qianling's guidance. At first, the flow was extremely weak, like a hidden current. But as Li Qianling continued to urge, the flow gradually quickened. This was not simply urging the spiritual power, but a process of accumulating the tidal force. The spiritual power began to gather from the bottom of the true acupoint, and the entire acupoint's spiritual power surged up. Tiny beads of sweat appeared on Li Qianling's forehead. The 99 Yang true acupoint was too vast, and to mobilize all the spiritual power within it required an enormous amount of mental focus. Ordinary martial artists' true acupoints were only 30 or 40 Yang, and even they found it difficult to constantly gather spiritual power. But her true acupoint was several times, even more than 10 times larger than an ordinary person's, making the task of gathering the spiritual power even more unimaginable. Qianling, I'll help you. Lin Chen's consciousness actively intervened at this moment. Then, the power of the 4th-tier symbiotic body began to resonate with Li Qianling's spiritual power. With Lin Chen's assistance, the speed of accumulating the tidal force suddenly increased by several times. Inside the 99 Yang true acupoint, the spiritual power, which had previously flowed slowly, now surged like countless streams converging into a mighty river. Li Qianling gritted her teeth, compressing and accumulating the spiritual power within the true acupoint again and again, until the internal spiritual power began to stir restlessly. When she madly wanted to break through the shackles, this surge of gathering power reached the limit of what she could bear. Enough! With a thought, Li Qianling gathered her power and released it. Chapter 130 9-fold barrier break. 5th level of meridians. Step 2, 9-fold barrier break. Boom! The power accumulated at the bottom of the true cavity completely erupted at this moment. The vast spiritual power compressed to the extreme surged wildly from the bottom of the true cavity, forming the first tidal wave. First wave. The tidal wave of spiritual power howled toward the top of the true cavity. The wave was several meters high, carrying a crushing force, hitting the top of the true cavity hard. At the very top of the true cavity, there was an extremely hard barrier. That barrier was called the cavity sky wall. It was a seal naturally formed when a warrior opened their cavity. It was the ceiling of the true cavity, also the last chasm between the opening realm and the tidal realm. Only by breaking through the cavity sky wall could spiritual power flow out of the true cavity, enter the meridians, and complete the transformation from opening to tidal. The bigger the true cavity, the thicker and stronger the cavity sky wall. Li Qianling's true cavity was 99 meters. The hardness of her cavity sky wall far exceeded ordinary imagination. The first wave hit the cavity sky wall with a deep rumble. The whole true cavity shook, but the wall did not move, not even a crack appeared. The tidal wave of spiritual power was bounced back, surging inside the true cavity. But Li Qianling was not discouraged, because the first wave was only a path opener. The rebounded tidal wave collided and merged with the power at the bottom, and after a brief chaos, an even fiercer wave rose again. Second wave. Nearly twice as high as the first, the tidal wave howled toward the cavity sky wall. This time, at the moment the wave hit the wall, Li Qianling clearly felt a tiny tremor from the wall. It had an effect. But still no cracks. Third wave. Fourth wave. Fifth wave. Each wave higher than the last, each wave fiercer than the last. Every tidal wave carried the spiritual power of the previous rebound, growing like a snowball, then crashing against the cavity sky wall more violently. By the fifth wave, a very fine crack appeared on the surface of the cavity sky wall. The crack was like a spider thread, almost negligible on the thick wall, but its appearance meant the wall had begun to loosen. Li Qianling's face was flushed, sweat running down her cheeks.
5 waves were enough to satisfy most warriors, enough to break through most warriors' cavity sky walls. After all, this counted as excellent talent. But for Li Chen, it was just a tiny crack. 6th wave. This wave's spiritual power was so dense it shocked the mind. The tidal wave surged upward, with a force that seemed to tear the true cavity itself, crashing into the cavity sky wall. Crack. The crack suddenly widened, from a spider thread into several clear gaps, spreading outward. The cavity sky wall began to tremble. 7th wave. The tidal wave soared again, with a world-destroying momentum, hitting the wall. The cracks widened further, and small pieces of the wall began to peel off. Breaking through seemed just a step away. 8th wave. This was the limit Li Chen could raise with her own strength. Inside the true cavity, almost all spiritual power was gathered into this shocking giant wave. The tidal wave, formed from spiritual power, reached tens of meters high, like a giant pillar holding the sky, crashing with unstoppable force toward the cavity sky wall. Boom! The entire true aperture was shaking violently. The cracks on the sky vault wall had spread like a spider's web, with large chunks of debris peeling off the surface, revealing the dimly glowing barrier underneath. But it still hadn't broken through. The layer of the sky vault wall at the core position remained as solid as a rock. The 8 waves had completely destroyed its outer layer, but the innermost barrier still firmly blocked the exit of the true aperture. The sky vault wall, which had condensed from 99 zhang of true aperture, was indeed far more solid than imagined. What others could break through with 3 or 5 waves, she needed 8 waves, and still, she was just a step away from the last line. Li Qianling's spiritual power had already been exhausted by the 8 waves, and the spiritual energy surging inside her began to thin out. To raise another wave of the same scale, she could no longer do it alone. Without Lin Chen, Li Qianling would have to keep accumulating, waiting for a more powerful build-up next time. But Li Qianling was never alone. It was actually normal for her to not break the sky vault wall on her own. It would be odd if she had. When she broke through to the aperture opening realm before, if it wasn't for Lin Chen's help, she would have only opened a true aperture of about 70 zhang, and under such waves, it would have been shattered long ago. Lin Chen had expanded her true aperture to 99 zhang, so it was perfectly normal that Li Qianling couldn't break through it on her own. Lin Chen, help me. Don't worry. Lin Chen's consciousness showed no hesitation. At this moment, his power poured out like a surging dark river, merging with the returning spiritual energy waves in Li Qianling's true aperture. Lin Chen's power and Li Qianling's spiritual energy intertwined and merged at the bottom of the true aperture, with 2 completely different yet perfectly compatible forces clashing together, creating a resonance. Inside the true aperture, the 2 forces transformed into a giant black and gold dragon, coiling and gathering strength. Lin Chen and Li Qianling's wills merged completely at this moment. Together, now. The 2 voices echoed in the sea of consciousness at the same time. The 9th wave, rise. It was an ultimate tidal wave that surpassed the combined power of the first 8 waves. The black and gold spiritual energy giant wave surged from the true aperture, its momentum so vast, its power so terrifying, as if it were going to tear apart the entire 99 zhang true aperture. Break! The giant wave surged into the sky, heading straight for the last indestructible core barrier of the sky vault wall. Boom! A deafening explosion shook Li Qianling's soul from within her body. The last layer of the sky vault wall barrier shattered under the full force of the 9th wave. Countless fragments flew and scattered within the true aperture, then were swallowed and dissolved by the surging spiritual energy waves. The sky vault wall completely collapsed, and an opening leading to the external meridian was suddenly revealed at the top of the true aperture. Step 3, the tide reached peak. The moment the sky vault wall broke, spiritual energy surged out from the opening like a flood finding its outlet. The vast spiritual energy tide flowed into Li Qianling's meridians. The force surged violently, refining every meridian in her body, from her limbs to her bones, with an unstoppable momentum. Her meridians trembled violently under the spiritual energies refining, expanding, being honed, and becoming more durable and wide. This was the cultivation of the tide realm. Through spiritual energy forming tides, constantly refining all the meridians of the body, every 10% of meridian refinement would improve 1 level of cultivation. As for how the meridians should be refined, it completely depended on the cultivator's personal choice. In this realm, meridians refined by the tides can be divided into 5 levels. These are the mortal meridian, tough meridian, flowing meridian, spiritual meridian, and the strongest, the Tao meridian. Chapter 131, Refining Meridians. Most people only refine the tough meridian, and that's the limit. Beyond that, either their spiritual energy is not strong enough, or unable to continue refining. Second, it wastes too much time. Under the same spiritual power strength, refining the whole body's meridians to Tong my level takes many times longer than refining them to Run my level. Of course, some people choose to focus on refining the meridians of one area according to the martial art they practice. For example, the Zhou family's broken star finger can focus on refining the hand meridians to a higher level. If they truly reach Lingmai, its power will increase greatly. Of course, this method has drawbacks. If one accidentally refines a meridian too strongly, to not affect the body's overall balance, other meridians can differ at most by one level. That is to say, if one meridian reaches Lingmai, the whole body must reach Tongmai. The consideration must be decided by the martial artists themselves. One wrong step could mean 10 or even dozens of years without breaking through to Kaitian realm. But even now, Li Qianling's breakthrough is still not complete, only the final step remains. However, this step is very simple. She only needs to successfully refine any one meridian in her body, there are no other requirements. The period just after breaking through Chaotian Wall is generally when martial artists most easily refine their meridians. Li Qianling naturally would not miss this opportunity. Moreover, Lin Chen's breakthrough of the 4th stage symbiote seems to have some feedback not yet fully used for her. But which meridian should she refine first in her whole body? In Daxia Kingdom, most martial artists tend to refine meridians related to the martial art they practiced the first time. Li Qianling thought of Broken Starfinger, a martial art she liked very much. She immediately focused her gaze on the meridians of her hands used to perform Broken Starfinger. The core power of Broken Starfinger lies in the explosive strength of the fingertips. The fingertips' explosive strength depends on the speed and carrying capacity of spiritual power circulating in the hand meridians. If the key hand meridians can be refined to a high enough level, the power of Broken Starfinger will leap qualitatively. Li Qianling guided the tidal surge of spiritual power from her true aperture, concentrating it into the main meridian of her right index finger. However, the moment the spiritual power surged in, Li Qianling's brow furrowed sharply. Difficult. Too difficult. Her physical body had already been repeatedly refined by the symbiote's power since Lin Chen first parasitized her. This means her meridian walls are several times thicker and tougher than those of martial artists at the same level. For ordinary martial artists at the 9th level of Kaixiao, the meridian walls are like thin paper, the spiritual power tide washes over easily, polishing and refining them to Renmai or even Tongmai levels. But Li Qianling's meridian walls were already as tough as refined steel. To refine them further would consume several times or even more than 10 times the spiritual power of normal people. It is like an ordinary piece of iron can be shaped by any blacksmith. But a piece of 100 refined steel, to refine further, would consume astronomical fire and effort. The spiritual power tide surged into the main meridian of her index finger like a flood washing steel walls. After the first wave of refining, only a very faint luster appeared on the meridian wall. Not even reaching Fanmai. Li Qianling did not stop, continuing to guide the spiritual power to wash and refine. Second wave, third wave, fourth wave. The spiritual power was like tireless waves, hitting that extraordinarily tough meridian again and again. Each wash made the luster on the meridian wall deeper, and its inner wall smoother and rounder. After some time, the main meridian Li Qianling used for Broken Starfinger. Finally, she had reached the resilience channel. At this moment, a layer of soft and flexible glow appeared on the inner wall of Li Qianling's index finger's main meridian, which was the sign of reaching the resilience channel standard. If it were an ordinary martial artist, reaching this stage would have made them content, and they would begin preparing to refine the next meridian. But Li Qianling showed no sign of stopping at all. She continued to channel her spiritual power, increasing the intensity of the spiritual force washing through her meridian. Channeling. The faint glow on the meridian wall became clearer and more transparent, and the flow of spiritual energy within it sped up noticeably. At this level, the loss of spiritual power within the meridian had decreased to an extremely low level. When performing the star break finger technique, the efficiency of spiritual power transmission from the true aperture to the fingertip would increase significantly compared to before. For most martial artists, reaching the channeling stage is about as far as they go because refining further from channeling to spiritual meridian requires a geometric increase in spiritual energy. In the case of most people in the Great Xia Kingdom, the spiritual energy required to go from channeling to the spiritual meridian is about 5 times the energy consumed from resilience to channeling. As for the transition from the spiritual meridian to the Tao meridian, Li Qianling did not have any information about that for now. Li Qianling still did not stop. She gritted her teeth and continuously manipulated the spiritual power within her true aperture, creating tides that wildly washed and refined the main meridian in her index finger. Above channeling lies the spiritual meridian. The gap between these two is like a vast chasm. Ordinary martial artists, to refine a meridian from channeling to the spiritual meridian, would consume spiritual power almost 3 times the total consumption required to go from mortal meridian to channeling. Li Qianling's meridian wall was far more resilient than that of ordinary people, which caused this number to increase several times more. The spiritual power surged like a stream washing against a giant rock, every tiny bit of refinement seeming so insignificant. But it was with that almost obsessive tenacity that Li Qianling, bit by bit, polished the glow on the meridian wall until it became purer and purer. No one knew how much time had passed. Finally, a pure, shining spiritual light bloomed on the inner wall of the index finger's main meridian. The spiritual light was soft and reserved but contained an unsettling sharpness that made one's heart race.
The spiritual meridian was formed.
Li Chen gasped for air, her sweat already soaking through her clothes. Refining just one meridian, the main meridian of the index finger, to the level of the spiritual meridian had nearly exhausted most of her spiritual power reserves. At this point, reason told her she should stop.
The spiritual meridian was already powerful enough.
Among martial artists in the entire Tide realm, those who could refine a meridian to the spiritual meridian level were already extremely rare.
Moreover, she had only just broken through.
But Li Qianling's gaze remained on that meridian, and after a moment of silence, she did not stop. Above the spiritual meridian lies the Tao meridian. The Tao meridian, that was the peak of meridian refinement. It is said that in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there are only a handful of martial artists who can refine even one meridian to the Tao meridian level. In other words, almost no one would recklessly refine their meridians to the Tao meridian level, because it meant the entire body would become a spiritual meridian. This is something that, just hearing it, would send chills down the spine of countless martial artists. For them, this was no different than being stuck in the Tide realm for life, with no way to progress.
Chapter 132, Half-Step Tao Meridian, Time for a Big Meal.
Putting that aside, the gap between the spiritual meridian and the Tao meridian was an almost insurmountable gulf. Refining from the spiritual meridian to the Tao meridian would require at least 10 times the amount of spiritual power that it took to refine from the mortal meridian to the spiritual meridian.
10 times. What does this mean?
This means that even a genius martial artist with a true aperture of 60 or 70 zhang, when just breaking through to the Tide realm, would probably not have enough spiritual power reserves to refine even half a meridian from the spiritual meridian to the Tao meridian.
Li Qianling's true aperture was 99 zhang.
The total amount of spiritual power contained within a 99 zhang true aperture. Her energy was already several times greater than that of an ordinary person. Even though most of it had been consumed, the remaining spiritual energy was still a considerable amount, especially with Lin Chen's progress boosting it. Li Qianling closed her eyes and quickly calculated in her mind.
Would the remaining spiritual energy be enough?
Then Li Qianling realized that even with the massive foundation of the 99 zhang true aperture, after going through the 9-level obstruction and a significant amount of prior refining, the remaining spiritual energy might be barely enough to complete the transition from spiritual meridian to Tao meridian. Any rational martial artist would choose to stop here. Even if the goal was to reach the Tao meridian, they would first stabilize their realm, accumulate spiritual energy, and try to refine all their meridians into spiritual meridians before attempting to reach the Tao meridian.
But Li Qianling was not just anyone. She thought of Lu Yonghui.
She thought of the figure that burned everything in front of her, bravely sacrificing itself. She thought of the spirit-devouring beast king. She thought of the helpless despair when she was parasitized. She thought of how, until now, she had not been able to truly help Lin Chen. She wasn't strong enough, far from it. Lin Chen, Li Qianling whispered in her sea of consciousness.
I want to break through to the Tao meridian.
Lin Chen paused for a moment, then he did not dissuade her nor hesitate, only saying one word.
Break through. He knew Li Qianling's character.
Once she made up her mind, there was always a reason behind it. And what he needed to do was not question, but support.
I'll assist you in stabilizing your meridians, you go ahead and do it.
After breaking through to the Tao meridian, I need all my meridians to be spiritual meridians to break through to the open heaven realm.
Lin Chen laughed loudly when he heard this. All your meridians as spiritual meridians? How can that be?
My host, Lin Chen, must have all Tao meridians.
Qianling, don't worry. If it's not enough, I'll take you to the ancient heavenly forest to stay for a few years.
Even if I have to use shared talents to pile them up, I'll make sure you're there.
That won't do, you still need to devour and advance yourself. You see, you're at it again. I've said it already, we are one. The stronger you are, the stronger I become. Your advancement can also benefit me.
Li Qianling felt a surge of emotion in her heart.
All Tao meridians, how could he say that? How many resources would that take? How many people in the entire Daxia kingdom could achieve all Tao meridians?
Those resources could probably build a small military regiment. Her goal was simply to have all her meridians as spiritual meridians. The next moment, she mobilized all the remaining spiritual energy in her true aperture without reservation. The spiritual energy surged once again into the main index finger meridian, which had already reached the spiritual meridian level. However, this time, the resistance from the meridian wall was like a copper wall and an iron bastion. The meridian wall at the spiritual meridian level had reached a terrifyingly resilient level. The tide of spiritual energy hit it like a gentle breeze, hardly causing any ripples on the pure spiritual light on the surface.
Li Qianling clenched her teeth. She increased the output of spiritual energy.
The tide of energy became more intense, like 1,000 troops charging. The spiritual energy surged and roared in that slender meridian. Under this violent assault, the meridian wall finally began to show tiny changes. The spiritual light on the surface of the spiritual meridian began to be polished, gradually becoming purer, under the continuous assault of spiritual energy. But the speed was maddeningly slow. Meanwhile, the consumption of spiritual energy was so rapid it was terrifying. The spiritual energy reserve in the true aperture was decreasing at an alarming rate. From 70% to 50% to 30%. The changes on the meridian wall, however, were still almost imperceptible. Not enough. Li Qianling whispered in her heart. The spiritual energy dropped to 20%. Finally, the spiritual light on the meridian wall began to show signs of qualitative change. In the pure spiritual light, a faint and mysterious pattern appeared, almost like a shadow in the water. Faint, almost invisible. But when Li Qianling saw this trace, her heart trembled, and she was overjoyed. This was the embryo of a Tao meridian. But it was still a long way from being fully formed. Finally, the spiritual power tide completely dissipated, and the 99 Yang true aperture was empty. Li Qianling's face was pale, her body trembling slightly, lips pressed into a pale line. As expected, it still couldn't form. She felt a little disappointed, not expecting the Tao meridian to be so hard to form. After all, her physical body was too strong. In this state, it could at most be considered a half-step Tao meridian. With such a terrifying spiritual tide, plus Lin Chen's feedback, if it were an ordinary martial artist, not just one, even 10% of their meridians could be refined into Tao meridians. Lin Chen's voice came. Too bad I can't help you. I don't have spiritual power. But it looks like your index finger has already transformed. Why not try using the broken star finger? Li Qianling slightly nodded, swallowed a pill to restore spiritual power, then took several deep breaths and began slightly activating broken star finger. When the spiritual power flowed through the main meridian of her index finger, which was already close to Tao meridian level, Li Qianling's pupils slightly contracted. Sure enough, it was not comparable to before. The conduction speed of the spiritual power was much, much faster. When the spiritual power moved to the fingertip section of the meridian, there was almost no delay or loss. Li Qianling's right index finger lightly flicked, a ray of light, almost invisible to the naked eye, shot out from her fingertip, silently piercing the air, leaving a 3-inch deep round hole in the distant wall. The edge of the hole was smooth like a mirror, without any cracks or crumbling. This was the effect that could only be achieved after the broken star finger's power was highly condensed. If this strike hit a beast or martial artist, unprepared, it would surely pierce a bloody hole. This result delighted Li Qianling. Even though this meridian section hadn't reached Tao meridian level, the power of broken star finger far exceeded before. Even more fortunately, during the process, Li Qianling suddenly had a new insight into broken star finger. The feeling was subtle, like a thin fog suddenly dispersing, making what was once blurry become extremely clear. The way to gather finger power, the points of explosion, even the tiny adjustment the instant spiritual power condensed at the fingertip, all details became clear at that moment. After a brief thought, Li Qianling elevated broken star finger to its completion stage. Such an understanding of broken star finger was something very few in the Zhou family could reach. Lin Chen, my martial comprehension talent is really high. This 4th grade martial art, I have actually reached completion. Li Qianling said, full of excitement like a little girl. Lin Chen felt this change in her consciousness and chuckled. Yes, Qianling, you are the best. Then his attention turned to another matter. Qianling, I feel, outside there is a huge spiritual power fluctuation. I sense voices of people saying there's a beast tide? Yes, in Tiangu ancient forest, for some reason, suddenly erupted the most terrifying beast tide in more than 20 years. Hearing Li Qianling's confirmation, Lin Chen licked his lips and smiled. Li Qianling also showed a faint smile, a smile carrying a tacit understanding only they two shared. Lin Chen, your luck is really good. You just advanced successfully and can feast now. 6 updates today. Not for anything else, no gifts, just not wanting to be stuck on this breakthrough scene and make everyone wait another day. Actually, rapid updates are really useless, but in the background, some people sent support for love. Li Qianling slowly walked out of the room. It was wartime, and everyone at the headquarters was busy with the battle at the front. The communications officers, their eyes red, were hunched over their terminals, the strategists were arguing fiercely over the tactical map, and the logistics personnel were jogging down the hallway, pushing carts filled with supplies. No one noticed the pale-faced, graceful young girl quietly walking out of the break room. She walked alone, leaving the range of the command center, heading towards a secluded, deserted corner. It was an abandoned warehouse area on the outskirts of the headquarters, overgrown with weeds, and the lights had long since been broken. Lin Chen said. Qianling, this is the place. I've sensed it, there's no one around. Li Qianling murmured in response, her eyes slightly closing. In the next moment, she let go of all control over her body, and Lin Chen smoothly took control of Li Qianling's body. The transfer of control over the body was completed in an instant. The change began with her eyes. Li Qianling's clear, calm eyes underwent a sudden transformation. The cold, yet slightly gentle gaze that once belonged to the young girl disappeared. In its place were eyes filled with cynicism, reckless arrogance, and a chilling aura. Those were Lin Chen's eyes. Unlike Li Qianling, who kept her sharpness under control, Lin Chen was the opposite. His presence itself was aggressive, filled with an audacity that feared nothing. This drastic change in temperament caused the same beautiful face to instantly radiate a completely different kind of allure. Next, the ring on Li Qianling's finger began to melt, and black fluid slowly began to wriggle, spreading from her fingertips to her wrist, climbing up her forearm. The pitch-black liquid flowed and spread across Li Qianling's fair skin. It spread up her arm, covering her delicate shoulders, flowing over her full chest, and wrapping around her impossibly soft waist. It continued downward, inch by inch, swallowing Li Qianling's long, beautiful legs. Finally, the black fluid reached her feet, completely enveloping her dainty little feet. Lin Chen first stretched his body, then looked down, admiring Li Qianling's delicate form once again. What came into view was still that breathtakingly graceful body. The long swan neck led down to the collarbone, perfectly outlined by the tight combat suit. Further down was the curve of her chest, still clearly visible through the tight outfit, with exaggerated curves that trembled slightly with every movement, giving a subtle sense of sway. Her waist, impossibly slim, seemed like one hand could easily grip it, yet it flared out into a fuller curve at her hips. Her long legs were straight and strong like spears, carrying both the beauty of a young girl and the power of a warrior. Lin Chen instinctively lifted a leg, feeling a stronger feedback of power than before. He couldn't help but praise inwardly, this perfect figure never gets old to look at. If I could view it from a third-person perspective, it would be even more perfect. Sensing that Lin Chen was admiring her body again, Li Qianling's mind wavered slightly. Don't look anymore, Lin Chen. Let's go quickly. Lin Chen chuckled. Whoa, the tidal realm really is different. He felt the power of Li Qianling's body after her breakthrough and realized he could unleash even more terrifying strength. But one thing made him a little annoyed. He tried to activate Li Qianling's talent skill, Leap. This skill had always made Lin Chen envious. Flexibility had always been his weak point. Unfortunately, there was no response. Lin Chen still couldn't access the skills of this world at will, he could only rely on his own body and talent. Damn! I can't use this leap. Li Qianling chuckled softly in her consciousness, her voice carrying a hint of mischievous delight. It doesn't matter. When you need to use it, just tell me. I'll take over in an instant, perform the action, and then swap the body back to you. Lin Chen froze for a moment, then grinned. Makes sense. Lin Chen slowly stretched out his hand and took out a black robe from his storage ring. The black robe fluttered slightly in the wind, giving off a cold, sharp sensation. Lin Chen's movements were slow as he unfolded the black robe, the black fabric drawing an elegant arc in midair. Then, with a flick of his hands, he threw the black robe behind him, letting it naturally drape over the lithe body wrapped in black fluid, blending seamlessly with the tight black fluid suit underneath. Then, he took out a mask. The mask was simple and eerie in shape, with two hollow eye holes, completely crimson, with a painting of a smile that seemed neither truly a smile nor a frown, exuding an indescribable and uncanny sense of evil. Lin Chen slowly raised the mask, staring at his own face for a moment. The beautiful eyes belonging to Li Qianling, through the hollow eye holes in the mask, met the darkness on the other side. Then, the mask slowly descended, perfectly covering the beautiful face. Black fluid seeped from the edges of the mask, tightly connecting it to the face. Black robe, red-faced figure. Venom, back online. Lin Chen slowly clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled under the mask. Let's go! In the next moment, the black figure shot out like lightning, rushing toward the beast tide. The battle on the front lines had entered a white-hot stage. No, to describe it as white-hot would be an understatement. An hour ago, when the last spirit crystal was inserted into the energy chamber of the spirit cannon, everyone knew the role of technological weapons had come to an end. From that moment on, the battle between the beasts and humans shed all the trappings of modern civilization, returning to its most primal and bloodiest form. A bloody battle, a life and death struggle. Using flesh and blood to resist sharp claws, using steel knives to chop through beast fangs. In front of Camp 9, within a 100-mile radius, everywhere was filled with figures fighting fiercely. A young soldier thrust a military long knife into the belly of an iron-bristle wild boar, its boiling blood spraying across his face. Before he could pull out the knife, another crackling wind wolf pounced from the side, biting into his shoulder. He screamed in agony, using his left hand to desperately choke the wolf's throat, while his right hand desperately twisted the knife's hilt trying to pull it out. But the wolf's fangs were too deep, the sound of his shoulder blade being crushed clearly echoed in his ears.
Just as he was about to be dragged down, an old soldier behind him shot through the wolf's skull with a gun. Blood and brain matter erupted, splashing both men. "Kid, don't freeze up. Switch the knife to your left hand," the old soldier shouted hoarsely. But before his words could finish, 3 exotic beasts pounced from different directions. Seeing this, the old soldier roared, instantly unleashing all his cultivation, blocking 2 of the beasts with each hand, but the third one he had no strength to stop, charging straight into the young soldier's chest. Bang! The sound of breaking ribs was loud and clear. The young soldier was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily into the corpse of an exotic beast, blood pouring out of his mouth in large bursts. His eyes were wide open, still tightly gripping the now dull-edged military long knife. He never stood up again. Chapter 130, The Savage Ancient Bull Python, Lu Yuan arrives in person. Not even 3 steps away from him, the headless body of another soldier remained frozen in a posture as if he were still swinging his sword, the severed neck cleanly cut as if sliced. It was struck by the sharp, blade-like stinger of a 4th-grade fragmented rock scorpion. Blood sprayed from the severed neck, drawing a shocking arc through the air. Further ahead, a 5-man squad was cornered by a 4th-grade iron spine bear in a collapsed ruin wall. The iron spine bear's paw slammed into the wall, reducing it to powder, and in the flying debris, 1 soldier was crushed straight into the ground. The remaining 4 screamed as they rushed forward, their long swords, battle axes, and spears striking the iron spine bear, but only shallow white marks were left on its thick fur. The iron spine bear roared in fury, swinging a paw and sending 2 soldiers flying at once, already dead before they hit the air. The other 2, prepared for death, watched as a white flash passed overhead, and a spiritual energy beam pierced directly through the giant head of the 4th-grade iron spine bear. Boom! Its body slowly fell, and the 2 soldiers, spared by fate, exchanged a glance, grabbed their weapons, and turned to face the nearby 3rd-grade mutated beasts. Sadness, on this battlefield, seemed to have become a luxury. Corpses lay scattered across the land. The earth was already soaked in dark red blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burning flesh, mingling with the smell of dirt and gunpowder, forming a suffocating odor unique to the battlefield. Everywhere, there were corpses of mutated beasts, broken weapons, shattered armor, deformed military canteens trampled underfoot, blood-stained military caps, scattered amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Some bodies were no longer distinguishable between human and beast, blood and flesh tangled together, forming dark red, twisted shapes. This is the battlefield. There is no grandeur or heroism as described in poems, only endless carnage, pain, and death. And this kind of war, since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty, has almost never stopped, whether large or small. Jiangyan City is just a small city within the Great Xia dynasty. Zhao Tianhu stood atop the command tower, watching everything unfold below. His fists were clenched tightly, his face filled with sorrow. He had seen war before. He had been stationed in the blockade zone for more than 15 years, experiencing countless battles, big and small. But he had never seen such a brutal scene. Every soldier's death tugged at his heart, like a knife cutting through him. These were the best men of the Great Xia. He wanted so badly to rush into the battlefield and massacre everyone, but he knew he couldn't go down yet. Because behind that blood-soaked battlefield, there were 9 heavy and oppressive auras, like 9 invisible mountains standing heavily on the ground. Those were the 9 beast kings. They quietly perched in their positions, like 9 ancient statues. The one at the very front was a giant lizard covered in bronze-colored scales, called the earth-rending Shin lizard. Its body length exceeded 20 meters, its limbs as thick as 4 stone pillars, each scale giving off a cold, metallic shine. It was crouched on a hill flattened by artillery fire, its vertical pupils cold and cruelly looking down on the battle below, like a lofty judge. To its right stood a giant wolf engulfed in dark red flames, called the sky-burning flame wolf. It was more than 10 times the size of an ordinary wolf, and the flames covering its body were not from spiritual arts but naturally emanated from within it. Where it stood, the ground beneath its feet had been scorched to black, constantly emitting green smoke. To the left was a giant bear, its body pitch black and as massive as a small mountain. Named Devouring Bone Dark Bear. Its eyes are a strange pale white, like 2 ghostly flames. At this moment, it is squatting still, but the deathly aura around it has already withered all plants within 100 meters. The other 6 beast kings are spread out in different directions, each emitting a terrifying pressure of peak 5th rank power. They do not move, they are waiting. Waiting for the lower rank beasts to drain humans of strength and will. Waiting for the human defenses to show the final cracks. Waiting for their king to appear. Then, they will personally enter, delivering the fatal blow. Zhao Tianhu and the other 8 camp leaders are also staring at these 9 figures, and they do not act either. This is a silent understanding between high-rank combatants of both sides. Once this understanding is broken, the intensity of the war will instantly rise to an uncontrollable level. At that time, even if they win, humans will suffer heavy casualties, and the fall of any Tiangang realm warrior would be an unbearable loss for Jiangyan City's military. So both sides are enduring.
At this moment, from the direction of the Tiangu ancient forest, the ground suddenly shook violently. Moo! A cow's roar tore through the sky. The sound was ancient and vast, as if it came from the primeval ages. Where the sound wave passed, the clouds in the sky were torn open, creating a huge rift. The ground stones jumped violently from the roar, even the fighting beasts could not help but crawl low, trembling. Everyone lifted their heads. At the edge behind the beast tide, a huge and despairing figure slowly appeared in view. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly. When the figure fully emerged, showing itself to all, it seemed the sound of the entire battlefield disappeared for a moment. The sense of oppression was something many had never felt in their life. It was a 50-meter-tall giant. Its head was like a giant ox, with two curved horns like two sky-holding blades, covered with layers of dark golden patterns, radiating ancient and mysterious light. Its body was like a long, powerful python, covered with giant dark iron scales, each scale as big as a small house. 6th rank Beast Emperor, Ancient Ox Python. This beast is the king of this part of the Tiangu ancient forest near Jiangyan City's lockdown area. It rules all the beasts in this small part of the forest. The moment it appeared, the 9 5th-rank beast kings, previously still like statues, almost simultaneously prostrated to the ground, making deep submissive sounds. Humans, hearing this sound and seeing this figure, immediately paled. Countless soldiers fighting instinctively stopped their actions, their hands holding weapons shaking uncontrollably. Some legs went weak, only willpower keeping them from collapsing. The pressure of a 6th-rank beast emperor for ordinary soldiers was like the sky falling. A faint panic began to spread among the human lines. But the next moment, a voice came from the rear of the human formation. The voice was not loud, almost calm. Yet it pierced through the howls, screams, and clashes, clear in every ear. Ancient Ox Python, you finally dare to show yourself. Chapter 131, The Cause of the Beast Tide, Not Yielding an Inch. He wore a crisp military uniform, standing at the very front of the front line, unknown when he arrived. No guards, no followers, just him, standing straight there. His face was calm like water, but in those deep eyes, the uncontainable, overwhelming intent to kill surged like a raging tide. The moment he appeared, all the high-ranking warriors of humanity's side were filled with excitement in their gazes. The despair that had been spreading instantly vanished the moment he arrived. The commander had come to the front line. That meant the war had not yet been lost. The massive head of the ancient bull snake slowly lowered, its abyss-like vertical pupils staring at the tiny, ant-like Lu Yuan, but there was no contempt in its gaze. Because it sensed that the aura radiating from this human was on par with its own level. Two terrifying auras of the 6th tier collided in the void, and under the clash of invisible pressure, the air between them was compressed, hissing with a sharp sound. Lu Yuan spoke softly, "Withdraw the troops." The ancient bull snake also let out a roar towards the sky, and all the beasts retreated from the central battlefield. The war temporarily paused. In the next moment, two figures simultaneously soared into the sky. Lu Yuan's figure was like a sharp golden streak of light, shooting straight into the sky. The enormous body of the ancient bull snake followed suit, its thick tail, large enough to block the sky, sweeping through the air and creating a hurricane-like shockwave. Everyone watching this scene felt their hearts sway. Walking through the air was an ability possessed only by those in the 6th-tier golden body realm. 6th-tier warriors were few even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, and within the city of Jiangyan, there were only 3 known on the surface. Lu Yuan and the ancient bull snake reached a height above where the crowd could no longer see them. With great effort, Lu Yuan suppressed his killing intent and spoke. "Why did you initiate the beast tide to attack the blockade? You should know this will only result in mutual destruction. If you suffer heavy losses, won't your territory be invaded by the neighboring beast king? Or do you have that much confidence that you can capture our Jiangyan city's blockade zone?" Lu Yuan's voice was cold as iron. The ancient bull snake let out a deep laugh, its voice echoing through the sky like rolling thunder. "Ha ha ha, mutual destruction? Lu Yuan, you're mistaken. This beast tide was caused by you humans yourselves. I was merely adding fuel to the fire." "Nonsense. This is utter rubbish." Lu Yuan scolded angrily, his brows sharply raised, a powerful rage swirling in his voice. How could anyone from the human race actively trigger a beast tide? "Heh. The human heart is hard to predict, isn't it?" A trace of mockery flashed in the vertical pupils of the ancient bull snake. "Do you see this?" With a flick of its tail, a broken fragment of a formation covered in dark red blood floated before Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan slowly reached out and caught the fragment. The moment his gaze fell upon it, he felt as though his heart had stopped beating for a moment. The formation patterns on it were unmistakably human-made. Not a beast's totem, not a natural spiritual formation from the forest. It was a genuine, systematic formation pattern that only humans could craft. And on that broken formation, there were still traces of 2 extremely pungent auras. One was the fluctuation of blood spirit crystals.
The other was the scent of a large amount of beast blood. The combination of these two things meant something that Lu Yuan understood better than anyone.
Someone had used blood spirit crystals and beast essence blood as mediums to set up a lure formation, artificially triggering the beast's violent instincts.
There were truly people who actively triggered the beast tide.
Lu Yuan fell silent. His fingers tightened around the formation fragment, and although his expression remained unreadable, something was changing dramatically in his eyes. It was an extreme killing intent. A killing intent that surged from deep within his bones, one so powerful it could burn the heavens and the earth. He thought of the soldiers on the front line, bleeding and sacrificing, and of those who had been devoured by the beast tide. A young student, helpless and powerless, thought of those wandering cultivators in the great ancient forest of the Great Xia Kingdom, who fought for the path of martial arts.
All of this was actually man-made.
Someone, along with their kind, opened Pandora's box for some unspeakable purpose, leading hundreds of thousands of strange beasts toward the human homeland.
Those who died, those young faces, those soldiers who would never return home.
A surge of suppressed rage rose in Lu Yuan's chest, almost forcing a mouthful of blood from his mouth.
Who exactly is it?
He almost ground his teeth to pieces. But his expression never changed. As a commander, he could not show any flaw in front of the enemy.
Lu Yuan took a few deep breaths, suppressing the killing intent in his heart.
The two sides began negotiations.
The barbaric ancient bull python's demands were simple and domineering, just one. Shrink the blocked area by half.
Its massive vertical pupil looked down at Lu Yuan, its voice deep and unquestionable. Your warriors have killed too many strange beasts in the blocked area over the years.
Those wandering cultivators, those testing students, those so-called trials. Do you know how many strange beasts die at your hands every year? They are all my people.
The barbaric ancient bull python spoke slowly, with a tone of suppressed anger.
I think, maybe the blocked area is too large, which has made you all gradually feel too secure. Lu Yuan frowned upon hearing this, but did not respond immediately. Shrink the blocked area by half? What does that mean? The blocked area is the buffer zone between Jiangyan City and the Great Ancient Forest.
Shrinking it by half means pushing the activity range of the strange beasts to just over 500 kilometers away from the core area of Jiangyan City. If such a beast tide happens again, Jiangyan City will face direct impact, and the buffer zone will be greatly reduced.
The lives of millions of ordinary citizens will be directly threatened. Impossible. Lu Yuan said, each word deliberate. Oh? Then, 40%? Not an inch of land will I give. 30%. This is my bottom line. I said, not an inch.
The barbaric ancient bull python's golden vertical pupil slightly cooled.
Lu Yuan, think carefully.
Your troops are already stretched thin, the spiritual crystal reserves are exhausted, even LV Yanghui has died, killed by your own hands.
What confidence do you have to bargain with me?
When LV Yanghui's name was mentioned, the corner of Lu Yuan's eye twitched sharply, but now was not the time to think about that. But his voice remained as steady as ever.
My confidence lies in the 30,000 soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom behind me. The soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom will never allow the citizens behind them to be threatened.
Even if the garrison is left with only one person, I will not give an inch of land in the blocked area.
If you have the ability, step over my corpse. Chapter 132, A Fierce Tiger in the Heart, Gently Smelling the Roses.
The barbaric ancient bull python looked at Lu Yuan, its huge vertical pupils narrowing, a trace of murderous intent appeared as it slowly shook its massive head.
Ridiculous and stubborn humans. Lu Yuan coldly spoke, no more words are needed. His gaze was sharp like a knife. If you want to fight, then fight. After saying these words, Lu Yuan turned and flew toward the human formation.
His back was resolute yet filled with sorrow.
Lu Yuan moved like lightning, returning to his formation.
The moment he landed, the heads of the 9 main camps hurriedly stepped forward to inquire about the situation.
Could the beast tide be repelled?
Lu Yuan calmly said, the barbaric ancient bull python said that if the blocked area is reduced by 30%, the beast tide will recede. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Tianhu, the most hot-tempered among them, exploded.
What the hell is this nonsense? This blocked area is already the territory of Jiangyan City, why should we give anything to these beasts?
Other camp leaders were also extremely firm, not giving up an inch of land.
The Great Xia Kingdom was able to stand strong because it all relied on sheer courage.
If we truly can't hold, no one can blame us, but giving up land without a fight will make people mock us forever. Lu Yuan ordered an immediate rest, then returned to the camp tent to report the battlefield situation to his superiors.
The order from above was very simple, not an inch of land shall be given.
Just after Lu Yuan finished reporting, a rough voice came from behind him.
Boss Lu.
Zhao Tianhu walked in with a smile, his gaze scanning behind Lu Yuan, then stopping. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes.
Where's old Lu?
Zhao Tianhu asked, his voice carrying an involuntary tension.
Hasn't he always been by your side? At a time like this, why hasn't that quiet fellow reached the front line yet? Lu Yuan's body paused for a moment. Just for a moment.
A very brief pause. Then he turned to Zhao Tianhu and said calmly.
Old Lu is on another mission, he can't leave for now, don't worry.
Lu Yuan's pause was extremely short, almost anyone would miss it.
But Zhao Tianhu noticed.
He looked rough and bold, like a reckless bull that only charges forward. But in some matters, especially those concerning loved ones, his mind was terrifyingly delicate. A fierce tiger in heart, smelling the roses carefully. This phrase fit Zhao Tianhu perfectly.
Zhao Tianhu didn't speak. He just stared at Lu Yuan's face, motionless for a few seconds.
Then he reached out with both large hands and grabbed Lu Yuan's shoulders, looking at him very seriously.
Boss Lu.
Zhao Tianhu's voice suddenly became very low, low enough for only the two of them to hear. He deliberately contained his spirit power, isolating their conversation within a tiny space.
Look me in the eyes and speak.
Lu Yuan had no choice, slowly raising his head to meet Zhao Tianhu's gaze.
Their eyes met.
Lu Yuan tried hard to hide it, but the more he tried, the more his eyes darted. Zhao Tianhu saw something in Lu Yuan's eyes he had never seen before.
It was guilt. Deep, almost painful guilt.
Zhao Tianhu's pupils suddenly widened. His hand slowly slid off Lu Yuan's shoulders.
Old Lu is gone?
His voice was very soft, almost afraid to break something fragile.
Lu Yuan didn't answer.
But his silence was the cruelest answer. Zhao Tianhu felt as if something struck him, taking a step back. His lips moved but no sound came out.
Another step back. Old Lu gone?
Zhao Tianhu asked shakily, is it because of that black-robed demon cultivator? Lu Yuan knew he couldn't hide the truth from this brother of over 10 years, so he silently nodded. The last flicker of hope vanished from Zhao Tianhu's eyes, and his body fell as if into an icy pit. Lu Yuan's nod struck him in the heart, sending a sharp pain that twisted inside. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. His eyes widened, almost popping from their sockets.
The surrounding sounds vanished, the battlefield chaos disappeared, the beast's roars disappeared.
In his world, only Lu Yuan's nod remained. His voice began to tremble.
Ha ha ha, ha ha ha.
Zhao Tianhu suddenly laughed. A laugh Lu Yuan had never heard from him before. He laughed, and his eyes grew red.
Old Lu gone?
Zhao Tianhu suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Lu Yuan's collar. His strength exploded violently, the peak of the Tiangang realm.
Lu Yuan's collar was pulled out of shape. A red mark was strangled onto the skin of his neck.
But Lu Yuan did not resist, nor did he break free. He just stood there, letting Zhao Tianhu grab his collar, eyes lowered.
Lu Yuan. He is your deputy.
He is a Grand Tiangang at 9 levels, who can kill him?
Who dares to kill him? And you tell me, he's gone?
Behind that black-robed demon cultivator, is there a hidden beast emperor? Zhao Tianhu's voice was already hoarse, but he locked his spiritual power in the tiny space between them, not letting a single sound escape.
Because he knew.
The war was raging, the soldiers' hearts could not be disturbed. Even if at this moment he hated to roar at the entire sky and earth, hated to beat the person in front of him until he couldn't take care of himself, he could not let a bit of sound reach the soldiers' ears. Lu Yuan did not speak, he just quietly endured Zhao Tianhu's gaze that almost tore his soul apart.
Zhao Tianhu's chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by heavy panting.
You are a great big brother, ha! Zhao Tianhu's voice suddenly became very low, so low that only he and Lu Yuan could hear.
Within that low tone was something more heartbreaking than a roar. A mission and old Lu died.
Lu Yuan, the matter of the soul-devouring beast emperor, I don't believe you noticed no signs at all.
That black-robed demon cultivator. I can't see it, but with your skill, how could you not know who he is?
Lu Yuan remained silent.
He could not refute. Because Zhao Tianhu was speaking the truth.
At that time, he had indeed noticed the hidden plot behind Suyu, so when sending Lu Yanghui, he also sent number 7 along. In his judgment, a 9-level Tiangang plus a 7-level Tiangang number 7, even against a 5th-stage peak beast, should be completely safe. But he never imagined that the soul-devouring beast had secretly advanced to a beast emperor. This was truly beyond his expectation. From 5th stage to 6th stage, from beast king to beast emperor. This was not an increase in quantity, but a leap in quality. He miscalculated, he knew Suyu was abnormal. But he did not intervene, he wanted to use Suyu and Li Chen to fish out the hidden big fish. He originally thought at most it would be a peak beast king, with Lu Yanghui's strength, plus number 7, they could kill it. But the one caught was a beast emperor. Zhao Tianhu was right, Lu Yanghui's death, he had a great responsibility for it.
Old Zhao. Lu Yuan's voice was a bit rough. It's all my fault. He did not argue, did not shift blame, only said one sentence. After the beast tied, the two of us will talk again.
Zhao Tianhu stared at him for a long time.
So long that Lu Yuan thought he would strike. But Zhao Tianhu did not move. He spoke, voice very calm. Much calmer than before's roar and questioning.
But it was this calm that made Lu Yuan's heart feel gripped by an invisible hand.
Back then in the ambush at Daluo Gorge, do you remember? Lu Yuan's pupils slightly contracted.
That was one of the most dangerous missions in their three-person career.
I was ambushed, my right leg crushed by that fourth-stage iron spine flood python.
It was old Lu who carried me, ran more than 300 kilometers.
300 kilometers, Lu Yuan.
He was almost empty of spiritual power, yet never stopped a single step. Near the military zone, when he met the reinforcements, he collapsed completely, unconscious. Of course, you know this, you held off the iron spine flood python from behind at that time.
But there are some things you probably do not know.
In the winter 6 years ago, the month you were not in camp, the 9th camp suffered a small-scale beast attack.
Not large in scale. Old Lu and I handled it. Zhao Tianhu paused for a moment.
That time, I was bitten by a 5th-rank iron-spine rock-splitting lizard and my left ribs were shattered. Its poisonous fangs went straight into my lung, and I vomited blood and fainted on the spot. After old Lu killed that beast, he carried me to the camp's medical room. As Zhao Tianhu spoke, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The army doctor said my lungs were poisoned too deeply.
I needed an extremely precious 5th-grade antidote pill to survive. But where in our camp could we get such a thing? Old Lu didn't hesitate and wanted to contact the army for medicine, but there wasn't enough time. Do you know what he did?
Lu Yuan slightly lifted his head. Zhao Tianhu's voice became extremely hoarse, as if something was stuck in his throat. He gave me a 5th-grade life-storing pill he had saved for 3 years.
Lu Yuan's body trembled slightly. 5th-grade life-storing pill.
The value of that thing, for a Tiangang realm warrior, was almost equal to the chance of a breakthrough. That pill was something he had exchanged with 7 years of military achievements.
He gave it to Zhao Tianhu.
Although the pill wasn't exactly right, its grade was high enough to barely keep me alive until the army's antidote arrived.
Zhao Tianhu closed his eyes.
Afterward, I asked him, that pill was for your breakthrough.
Giving it to me, what about you? Guess what he said?
His voice was completely hoarse. He said, old Zhao, don't think too much. With my talent, whether I have that pill or not, I still can't break through. Zhao Tianhu's voice shattered completely at that moment.
He was lying to me. Do I not understand the chance needed to break from the 9th level of Tiangang realm to Golden Body realm? That life-storing pill could have increased his chance by at least 30%. He gave up 30% of his chance for me. I never told anyone about this, and he didn't let me.
He said he was afraid you would be uneasy if you knew his whole life. He always thought of others, never once of himself. Zhao Tianhu suddenly opened his eyes, 2 streams of scorching tears silently rolling down the eyes of this iron-boned man. But he gritted his teeth tightly, refusing to make a sound of crying.
No one around noticed the abnormality.
Zhao Tianhu's spiritual shield completely blocked all of this. After hearing this, Lu Yuan felt as if all his strength had been drained. His lips moved slightly, but he couldn't say a word.
He didn't know about this.
Lu Yanghui had never mentioned a single word to him. 15 years, how many more things like this had this quiet, diligent man kept hidden? How many times had he silently sacrificed for those around him, never uttering a single complaint?
Lu Yuan slightly lowered his head. On his usually firm and cold face, almost cruel, appeared a deep crack.
Not a crack of expression, but a crack of heart.
Old Zhao. Lu Yuan choked.
When Zhao Tianhu spoke again, his voice had returned to calm.
Lu Yuan. I can accept old Lu's death. Dying honorably on the battlefield.
That is the destiny of a soldier, I accept it.
But not like this.
His voice began to grow cold. Not dying like this because of your temporary mistake, dying so inexplicably, dying so unjustly.
He didn't even leave a whole body, not a single bone. How am I supposed to explain this to his family? The last few words of Zhao Tianhu were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Lu Yuan's eyes also turned red.
Old Zhao.
Don't call me old Zhao.
Zhao Tianhu interrupted him, staring straight into Lu Yuan's eyes, speaking word by word.
Lu Yuan, I will never forgive you in this life.
Lu Yuan's body shook slightly. It felt as if something had violently stabbed his heart. But he said nothing, because he had nothing to say. Zhao Tianhu slowly raised his right hand, 5 fingers pressed together, and along the edge of his palm gathered a thin as cicada wing spiritual blade light. Then he reached out and grabbed the military coat on his body. That coat had followed him for a long time. Every time he and Lu Yuan and LV Yanghui drank until midnight, Lu Yuan would silently cover this coat over him.
Chie. A crisp tearing sound. A corner of the military coat slowly floated down to the ground, silently covering this piece of land. After doing all this, Zhao Tianhu did not look at Lu Yuan again, turned around, and walked out. Lu Yuan still stood there quietly, the thick sadness slowly buried in the bottom of his eyes, and his gaze had already returned to normal. In the current situation, these personal emotions, he could control them. He had no qualification to collapse at this time. Sadness, let it wait until after the battle. The strange beasts rested for 10 minutes, then reorganized their formation, and rushed roaring toward the front line of the 9th Battalion. Zhao Tianhu had long been waiting impatiently at the very front. Without Lu Yuan's order, he did not dare to violate military command and attack on his own. Lu Yuan saw the movement on the opposite side, calmly began to make detailed deployment of the defending troops, and then a slaughter, once again unfolded. At the moment Zhao Tianhu received the attack order, his eyes instantly turned blood red, and the aura of his whole body surged like a volcano erupting. The peak Tiangang realm spiritual power poured out without reservation, forming a circle of visible golden vortex around him. He suddenly leaped. The ground under his feet directly exploded into a huge pit. His figure rose into the air, like an angry meteor, directly killing toward the battlefield. Chapter 134 Peak Battle. His heart hurt too much. That kind of pain was not only anger, and not only sadness. He knew, no one would ever again silently carry you to bed when you were drunk. No one would ever again, when you were injured, carry you and run wildly 300 miles. No one would ever again take the pills exchanged with 7 years of military merit, only just to keep you alive. This person, he once existed, but now just like this, he is gone. Not even ashes left, not even a goodbye had time to be said. At the thought of LV Yang Hui's death, Zhao Tianhu almost went mad. He had to rely on killing, to barely maintain his sanity. Only that kind of feeling when fists smashed onto strange beasts, feeling bones and flesh shatter, could let him temporarily pull himself out from that heart-tearing pain. Zhao Tianhu alone, charged fiercely toward the area in the battlefield where strange beasts were most densely packed. A pair of tiger fists had already gathered power, golden spiritual power wrapped around the surface of his fists like flames. Driven by extreme anger and grief, the power on those fists was even 3 parts stronger than usual. He crashed down into the group of strange beasts. Bang! The first punch fell, 3 third-rank split wind wolves were directly shaken into blood mist by the fist wind. Bang! The second punch swept across, 7 third-rank iron spine bears had their chests punched through into transparent holes, their huge bodies crashed to the ground. The strange beasts below only felt a mountain-like heavy pressure and burning heat coming from the front. When they raised their heads, they only saw a figure burning with golden light all over his body, like a Shura rushing out from hell, killing intent reaching the sky. All of you die for me. Zhao Tianhu roared in anger, both fists blasted out, golden fist force like 2 torrents, directly bombarding dozens of strange beasts in front into death. Blood and broken flesh formed a circle of blood-colored rain curtain around him. However, just when his third punch was about to fall. Boom! An extremely thick giant arm, covered with bronze-colored scales, forcefully caught his fist from the side. Fist and palm collided, producing a dull sound like a giant bell being struck. A terrifying shockwave burst out from the center of the two, blasting in all directions, dust flying everywhere. Zhao Tianhu's body was shaken backward several steps, each step leaving a deep furrow in the ground. He lifted his head. A huge bronze-colored lizard blocked his path. It was the leader of the 9 Peak Beast Kings, the earth-rending mystic lizard. A 5th-level Peak Beast King. Its strength was not below Zhao Tianhu's. The earth-rending mystic lizard's cold vertical pupils stared at Zhao Tianhu, its eyes glimmering with intelligence not inferior to humans. It slowly withdrew its forearm that had blocked the punch, the bronze scales clearly dented by Zhao Tianhu's blow. The earth-rending mystic lizard let out a deep roar, as if declaring war on Zhao Tianhu. Zhao Tianhu's eyes were blood-red, a ferocious smile twisting his lips. Good. I will use you to bury old Lu's spirit. Zhao Tianhu roared, his spiritual power surging to its peak. He held back no longer, his tiger fists turned into golden tiger shadows, crashing toward the earth-rending mystic lizard with earth-shaking momentum. The earth-rending mystic lizard also let out a deafening roar. Its massive body sprang up, its limbs like 4 sky-piercing pillars, carrying the full force of a 5th-level peak, colliding head-on with Zhao Tianhu. Boom! The ground at the collision center collapsed, a massive pit dozens of meters wide suddenly forming. Zhao Tianhu punched again and again, each strike fueled by grief for Lu Yanghui's death, anger at the injustice of fate, and self-blame for his helplessness. Golden fist auras struck the lizard's scales, sparking and cracking with every blow. The earth-rending mystic lizard was completely enraged. Its tail whipped like a steel whip, carrying terrifying force. Zhao Tianhu blocked with both hands, taking the tail strike, flying hundreds of meters back, blood spraying from his mouth. But he stabilized himself midair, wiped the blood from his mouth, and launched back with full force. Lu Yanghui. Today I will use this beast's life to bury you.
man and beast clashed wildly at the center of the battlefield. Every collision kicked up dust storms and ripples of spiritual power, forcing lower-level beasts and human soldiers hundreds of meters away to flee, afraid of the terrifying waves. At the same time Zhao Tianhu raged, the leaders of the other 8 camps also moved. The 8th camp leader, Qian Yuanzhou, a tall, thin, stern-faced spear warrior. His spiritual weapon was a 5th-grade long spear fallen star, silver-white, etched with star patterns. He leaped, the spear's light cutting through the sky like a silver meteor, aiming at the blazing skyflame wolf on the eastern high ground. The blazing skyflame wolf let out an earth-shaking howl, its dark red flames suddenly surging tenfold. It opened its blood-red mouth, a thick pillar of fire shooting toward Qian Yuanzhou's face. Qian Yuanzhou spun the spear, star patterns glowing, forming a silver spiritual shield in front of him. The fire pillar struck the shield, heat searing through, making his expression change. "Break!" Qian Yuanzhou shouted, thrusting the spear forward. The silver spear light pierced the fire like a steel needle, stabbing the flame wolf's throat. The flame wolf dodged, the spear grazing its neck, blood ignited with flames. It swung a paw violently, fiery wind mixed with flame forcing Qian Yuanzhou back dozens of steps. The 5th camp leader, Sun Taizhu, a broad-shouldered man with twin hammers, faced the bone-eating nether bear. The bone-chilling, pale eyes of the bone-biting dark bear emitted a strange, deathly light. It opened its mouth and exhaled, a swirl of pitch-black death energy gathering into a black beam of light, charging towards Sun Taizhu. Sun Taizhu crossed his 2 hammers over his chest, channeling all his spiritual energy into them. Mountain-quelling hammer technique, Mount Tai Press. Both giant hammers slammed down at the same time, creating a massive golden hammer shadow in the air. The hammer shadow collided head-on with the black beam of light, causing a terrifying shockwave to erupt. The earth cracked into spiderweb-like fractures under the crushing force of the 2 powers. Sun Taizhu felt his arms go numb from the death energy shock, his tiger mouth splitting open, blood dripping from the hammer handle, showing that he was clearly struggling, but he gritted his teeth and didn't retreat a single step. The other 6 camp leaders also found their own opponents. The leader of the 7th camp, Zhao Wenyuan, faced off against a thunder abyss flood dragon, its entire body covered in purple lightning. Each attack from the flood dragon was accompanied by a sky full of purple lightning arcs. Zhao Wenyuan held a shield-shaped spiritual weapon, enduring the thunderstrikes, step by step closing in on the body of the dragon. The leader of the 3rd camp, Han Bingying, the only woman among the 9 leaders, had her silver hair flying in the wind. She faced off against an extreme ice frost tiger, its body entirely covered in hard ice. Their battle was silent yet deadly, each clash leaving traces of frost and sword energy intertwined in the air. The leader of the 2nd camp, Zhou Baichuan, the leader of the 4th camp, Ma Cheng'en, the leader of the 6th camp, Li Zhang, and the deputy commander of the 1st camp, standing in for the injured commander, all paired off in pairs, facing the remaining 4 beast kings. For a moment, 9 peak-level battles erupted simultaneously in the sky above the battlefield. The clash of spiritual energy continued to rumble across the battlefield. Various colored spiritual light beams intertwined and burst forth in the sky above, turning the sky above the sealed zone into a dazzling, eerie canvas. And above all of this, in a higher, more distant place, beyond the clouds, Lu Yuan reigned in all his sorrow. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze crossing over the bloody mountain of corpses below, over the 9 ongoing peak-level battles, and directly locking onto the massive body of the savage ancient bull python, which was as huge as a mountain. The savage ancient bull python was also looking at him. Their gazes met in mid-air. In that instant, within a radius of several dozen miles, all sounds vanished. An oppressive force, beyond description, exploded between them. This was not the fluctuation of spiritual energy, but a collision between 2 6th-tier life forms. Lu Yuan walked through the air, his aura rising in an instant to a level that made even the heavens and earth tremble. He slowly brought his hands together, and his deep voice, like the ancient bell's toll, echoed between heaven and earth. Golden Body Dharma. Manifest. As soon as the words fell, a rift suddenly tore open in the void behind Lu Yuan. A golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, piercing the heavens. Within the golden light, a massive golden Dharma body, large enough to block out the sun, slowly began to take form. The Dharma body stood 100 feet tall, made entirely of pure golden spiritual light, its face identical to Lu Yuan's, yet carrying an aura of awe-inspiring authority that looked down upon all living things. Every inch of the golden Dharma body's skin was covered in intricate golden patterns, as if containing the profound truths of the world. This was the hallmark of a 6th-tier golden body realm martial artist, the Golden Body Dharma. The moment the Dharma body was formed, the spiritual energy of the entire surrounding area gathered wildly towards Lu Yuan. The clouds were torn apart, the winds howled, and the earth trembled uncontrollably. The opposing 6th-tier beast king roared in anger, and from its 50-meter-high massive body, pitch-black spiritual energy poured out like a tidal wave, standing in stark opposition to Lu Yuan's golden Dharma body. The 2 terrifying 6th-tier auras collided in mid-air. Someone in the battlefield below raised their head.
What they saw was a huge golden image of a deity clashing violently with a massive beast that covered the sky and blocked the sun between the clouds. Each clash sent golden and black lights exploding across the sky, like two stars colliding. Shockwaves poured down layer by layer from the high sky, causing the ground to crack and churn. It was a blinding brilliance that even mortals looked up at, a roar in their ears that left only a buzzing sound. The golden image of the deity swung its fist, and the heavens shattered. The beast emperor struck in anger, and the earth collapsed. The two figures appeared and disappeared above the clouds. Wherever they passed, the winds and clouds changed color, and thunder rumbled. Occasionally, a golden fist light would tear through the sea of clouds and fall, creating a giant pit hundreds of meters wide on the earth. Occasionally, a pitch-black devouring beam would sweep across, turning everything within 1,000 meters into dust. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. Lin Chen rushed across the barren land towards the front lines in the form of Venom, his black robe flapping in the wind, with shattered stones flying everywhere underfoot. However, on this road leading to the battlefield, he saw some figures he didn't expect. Small groups of martial artists gathered from all directions, running toward the same destination. Their cultivation levels varied. Some were just at the peak of the chi opening realm, while others had barely stepped into the tide realm. Their clothing was also different. Some wore rough cloth robes, some wore half-worn leather armor, and there were even a few old martial artists whose temples had turned gray. But they were all running in the same direction, toward the beast tide. Qianling, what's going on with these people? Lin Chen asked in his mind, his tone tinged with confusion. I'm not sure either. Li Qianling's voice also carried confusion. Logically speaking, when the beast tide erupts, ordinary martial artists should run in the opposite direction. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, then accelerated to catch up with a middle-aged martial artist ahead who was panting heavily. The man was carrying a long knife that glinted coldly on his back. His cultivation seemed to be at the 8th or 9th level of the chi opening realm, and after running for a long time, he looked as if his steps were unsteady. Lin Chen approached from the side. The middle-aged martial artist caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and saw a strange figure in black robes and a red mask silently appear beside him, instantly startled and stumbling, nearly falling to the ground. Damn, the man shouted, instinctively reaching for the long knife on his back. What do you want? Lin Chen slowed down, raised his hands to show no hostility, and his voice came from under the mask, sounding casual. Don't worry, I don't eat people. I just want to ask you something. The middle-aged martial artist warily looked at him for a few moments. Seeing that this black-robed man, though eerie in appearance, didn't seem to harbor ill intent, he reluctantly lowered his hand. You can ask. The beast tied up ahead is about to overturn the entire blockade area, and you people aren't retreating, but rushing forward. Are you tired of living? The middle-aged martial artist froze for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. Tired of living? Not quite. Brother, you're probably not from around here, are you? Sort of. Then you might not understand, the middle-aged martial artist said while running, panting heavily. Most of us are scattered cultivators from around Jiang'an City, and some are from the Martial Artists Association. This morning, we received news that a massive beast tide erupted in the blockade area, and the military is on full alert. He paused for a moment, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The Martial Artists Association issued a summons right away, calling on all martial artists with combat ability to come to assist. We came. Lin Chen tilted his head slightly. A summons? Is it mandatory? No, the middle-aged martial artist shook his head. It's purely voluntary. The association said that those who come will earn military points based on their achievements in battle, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources. So, you're here for military merit? The middle-aged warrior seemed to have been poked at something when he heard this, falling silent for several seconds. Then he smiled, but the smile was somewhat forced and complicated. If I said I'm not here for military merit, that would be lying to you and to myself. His voice lowered a bit. I have an elderly mother and a 7-year-old daughter. You know how it is with wandering cultivators, no background, no resources, a lifetime of cultivation, and it's still just this. Military merit can be exchanged for spirit crystals, and spirit crystals can be saved for my daughter's future cultivation. At least it gives her a better starting point. He patted the long sword on his back. But if you ask me if it's only for military merit. He looked ahead, where the horizon had already turned dark red from fire and smoke, faintly hearing distant beast roars and the sounds of battle. My home is in the Qingstone district, east of Jiang'an City. It's 170 kilometers from the blockade zone. If the soldiers on the front can't hold, and the beast tide breaks through the defense line, guess where those beasts will go? He didn't wait for Lin Chen to respond, continuing on his own. My daughter is only 7 this year. She hasn't even reached the blood chi realm. She won't be able to run away. At this point, the middle-aged warrior's voice trembled slightly, but he quickly suppressed it, straightening his back and quickening his pace. So, whether it's military merit or protecting my home, these two things have never been contradictory. He turned to look at Lin Chen, grinning and revealing a set of slightly crooked teeth. But then again, if it weren't for military merit, I wouldn't have come. Probably, it's for the military merit.
Lin Chen looked at the back of the middle-aged warrior. His back wasn't broad, and was even slightly hunched.
His cultivation level wasn't high. On this battlefield, he probably couldn't even handle a tier 3 beast on his own. The long sword on his back clearly wasn't a spiritual weapon and might even get its edge rolled after a few strikes.
But he was still running forward, towards that hellish battlefield, one step at a time.
Lin Chen suddenly felt his throat tighten. "Brother!" he called out to the man. The middle-aged warrior turned around.
"Make sure you come back alive," Lin Chen's voice came out from under his mask, sounding somewhat awkward but solemn. "Your daughter is waiting for you."
The middle-aged warrior was taken aback for a moment, then he nodded heavily. "I hope your words come true." The two figures parted at a crossroads.
The middle-aged warrior ran towards the eastern front, quickly disappearing into the smoke and dust. Lin Chen continued to rush forward. Along the way, more and more figures sped past him. There were wandering cultivators alone, mercenary teams in pairs, and even a few young faces that looked like they were barely in their 20s, still fresh as if they had just graduated from a martial academy. They all had the same destination: the front lines of the battlefield. Li Qianling had been silent in the depths of her consciousness for a long time before she finally spoke softly.
"Lin Chen, do you think if there were no military merit rewards, would these people really not come?" Lin Chen didn't answer immediately. He thought for a moment, recalling something distant.
Memories from his past life. Those figures in green military uniforms, always appearing in the most dangerous places during floods, after earthquakes, and every time a disaster struck. They would also say that this was a mission, this was their job, and it was the duty of a soldier.
But some things don't need to be said out loud, you can just see them.
At this moment, two worlds seemed to overlap in Lin Chen's mind, and he saw some of the same things.
"Qianling."
Lin Chen's voice became very soft.
Military merit can always be earned.
In times of peace, you go to the blockade zone to hunt low-tier beasts, take a few bounty missions, and steadily accumulate.
You can still gather it all. But the beast tide is different. The beast tide kills people. It kills a lot of people.
A wandering cultivator in the Qi realm charging into a battlefield of this scale might not even have a 30% chance of survival. If it really is just for military glory, there's no need to risk one's life at a time like this. He paused for a moment. He said it was for military glory because he felt, words like defending the country are too heavy coming from a small, wandering cultivator like him.
He can't carry that weight. But his legs are moving forward. His knife is on his back.
His girl is waiting for him 170 kilometers away.
That is enough. Li Qianling was silent.
After a long time, she spoke, her voice carrying a softness Lin Chen rarely heard from her. "My childhood experiences always made me feel that this world is cruel, that great families eat people and leave no bones, that the strong see the weak like ants. But that person just now, and Chief LV Yanhui, made me feel this world might not be so bad after all."
Lin Chen smiled.
"Every world is the same, Qianling.
There are very bad people, and there are very good people. The bad speak loudly, the good are silent.
But they are always there, like." He did not continue. "Like in the past life, during that invasion, those ragged, starving ordinary people.
They cannot carry grand narratives, nor speak shocking heroic words.
They only do what they think should be done, within their own abilities.
Then, they either return alive, or do not return."
Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions.
"Let's go,"
he said quietly. "There's still a battle ahead." Pushing off with his feet, the black figure shot forward like lightning, racing at full speed toward the front battlefield.
Front battlefield.
Long before Lin Chen arrived, a deafening roar from above the clouds had already ripped through his eardrums.
Boom!
The whole sky seemed torn open by an invisible giant hand. Golden and black light collided violently in the high sky, the shockwaves cascading downward layer by layer, compressing the air above the battlefield into a visible white ring. This was a 6th-tier battle. Lu Yuan's golden body manifestation clashed with the ancient bull python above the clouds, each punch and strike like two stars colliding. Golden fist lights occasionally tore through the clouds and fell, leaving hundreds of meters-wide craters on the ground. When the bull python's tail swept across, the air itself burned, leaving a scorching trail miles long. Lin Chen looked up sharply while running. In that instant, he saw the giant golden manifestation, hundreds of feet tall, flickering through gaps in the clouds. A punch smashed down, the massive body of the bull python was blown sideways hundreds of meters, black scales shattering in fragments. But then, the python opened its huge mouth, a condensed black devouring pillar surged from its throat, striking the golden manifestation's chest directly. A huge dent appeared instantly on the chest, golden light flickering violently, almost collapsing. In the next moment, the manifestation pressed palms together, and the chest's dent repaired itself at a visible speed in the golden light. The two golden giant palms suddenly split, transforming into two golden torrents, flanking the bull python's head from both sides. Rumble. Another earth-shattering roar. Shockwaves poured down from the high sky, cracking and churning the ground. Sixth tier Lin Chen clicked his tongue, eyes complex, truly powerful. The gap between us and them is even bigger than I imagined. Li Qianling's voice also carried some gravity. Take it slow. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, looking at the battlefield ahead again. One day, we will catch up. Front battlefield. When the figure of Dui appeared at the battlefield's edge, what greeted him was a scene far more brutal than he had imagined. The great earth was soaked by fresh blood and turned into a dark brown color. Everywhere were corpses of humans and beasts tangled together. Some already had their faces completely ruined, unable to tell whose blood, whose flesh. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood, a burnt stench, and the smell of soil, three kinds of smells mixed together, forming a kind of smell that belonged only to the battlefield. And within this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, the fighting was still continuing. Countless human shadows and beast shadows tangled together, blade light, claw shadows, the glow of spiritual power and the roars of strange beasts intertwined into a chaotic and cruel symphony. Lin Chen's appearance immediately drew the attention of many people around. Black robe, red face, his whole body giving off a kind of strange aura that could not be clearly explained. No matter from which angle, this did not look like a good person. What kind of person is that? A military martial artist who was catching his breath during a gap in fighting looked at Lin Chen with vigilance. Don't know, looking at that outfit, could it be a demon cultivator? The person beside him tightened his grip on the battle blade in his hand. Don't scare yourself, would a demon cultivator come to help you resist the beast tide? Chapter 137 The figure of the black robe and red face. Among the people who had heard the name Venom in the depths of the Tiangu Great Forest before, most had already died in the mouths of beasts in the previous chaotic battle. The few survivors were now also scattered by the beast tide to unknown places. So when this name appeared again on the battlefield, almost no one recognized him. Lin Chen also could not be bothered to care about those vigilant gazes. His attention was all focused on the battlefield. More precisely, focused on those strange beasts. A third-tier iron-maned rhinoceros covered entirely in gray-white armor was chasing and killing two soldiers who had already exhausted their strength. Its single horn was covered with blood, and as its four hooves flew, the ground was slightly trembling. The two soldiers could no longer run. One person's left arm hung weakly at his side, the bone obviously already broken. The other person's abdomen had been torn open with a long cut, blood flowing down along his legs, dragging out a long red trail on the ground. The iron-maned rhinoceros became faster and faster, its horn aimed at the back of the person running behind. Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind rang out. A black figure rushed in at extreme speed, then raised his right hand, and fiercely punched onto the hardest head of this third-tier iron-maned rhinoceros. Boom! Lin Chen as a symbiotic body originally walked the path of extreme physical strength. In front of a fourth-tier symbiotic body, a third-tier strange beast had no possibility of resistance. With one punch from Lin Chen, that third-tier iron-maned rhinoceros had its head directly caved in with a large hole, brain matter, and blood flying everywhere on the spot, staining a piece of land around. Then, its body fell heavily. After twitching a few times, it completely had no more movement. Thank you, the soldier with the broken arm wanted to thank. But that black figure had already disappeared. Lin Chen did not stop, his gaze had already locked onto the next target. On the battlefield, corpses, whether of strange beasts or humans, piled up like mountains. But Lin Chen only touched the corpses of strange beasts, unless extremely vicious evil people. Lin Chen would not do that. This was the bottom line he set for himself. Qianling, did you see it? Lin Chen said in his consciousness while rushing fast, his voice carrying a kind of excitement that could not be suppressed. See what? The corpses of strange beasts on this entire battlefield. Third tier, fourth tier, everywhere. This is simply buffet. Li Qianling finished the sentence for him, her tone also carrying excitement. Hey, how did you know what I was going to say? How could I not know what you want to say? Even the worms in your stomach don't understand you as much as I do. He. Lin Chen laughed twice. Time to eat, time to eat. He rushed straight toward the very center of the battlefield. There was the area where the fighting was the most intense, and also the place where corpses were piled up the most densely. Corpses of beasts and warriors of all ranks piled on top of each other, looking just like a small mountain. That was Lin Chen's most natural cover. In such chaos, who would notice a beast corpse mysteriously shriveled up? Along the way, Lin Chen's display of combat power made everyone who saw him stare in astonishment. The strength of a fourth-rank symbiote, with its incredibly tough body, plus the talent for devouring and sensing, even among fourth-rank beasts, was already extremely powerful. A third-rank peak riftstorm wolf lunged from the side. Lin Chen didn't even look back. A tentacle shot out from his back, piercing its throat precisely. Two third-rank crimson flame jackals tried to attack from left and right. Lin Chen spread his arms, two tentacles like long spears thrust out, pinning them to the ground. In the middle, he encountered an early 4th-rank shattered rock scorpion. It was a giant scorpion over 5 meters long, its whole body covered with dark gray armor as hard as iron, the venomous stinger on its tail glowing faint purple.
Its giant claws could easily crush a 3-meter-thick rock into pieces.
The shattered rock scorpion discovered Lin Chen, immediately letting out a sharp hiss, swinging its claws to clamp him. Lin Chen dodged sideways, avoiding the giant claws that could crush a tree, then punched the scorpion's armor.
Bang!
A spider-web-like crack appeared on the armor, but it did not break.
The defense of this beast was indeed impressive. The scorpion's venomous tail struck like lightning, forcing Lin Chen to retreat. He didn't linger in battle.
Now was not the time to fight these creatures. Qianling, floating light shadow step.
Control of the body switched in an instant.
The moment Li Qianling took over, her feet stepped in a delicate pattern, her figure turning into a shadow, floating like light on water, instantly increasing the distance from the shattered rock scorpion. The scorpion chased a few steps, but saw the prey disappear into the chaotic battlefield, angrily turning in another direction.
Control returned to Lin Chen.
No mood to mess with this thing, Lin Chen muttered. I need to hurry to the central area, the resources there are richest. But along the way, although Lin Chen rushed, whenever he passed humans in life or death situations, he would lend help. A young soldier was pinned to the ground by a 3rd-rank gale pigeon hawk, its sharp claws piercing his shoulder, blood gushing out. The soldier's screams tore the heart. He desperately tried to stab the hawk's belly with a serrated short knife, but the feathered armor was too thick. As Lin Chen passed, his figure flashed, and the hawk's head separated from its body. The headless hawk fell on the soldier. The soldier, stunned, pushed the body away, looking up to see only a black figure disappearing. Thank you, the soldier shouted with all his strength.
No response.
3 wandering cultivators were attacked by 5 3rd-rank iron spinehounds, backed against a ruined wall for their last defense. One had a thigh bitten through, blood staining half his pants, the other 2 were covered in wounds. Lin Chen passed, casually swinging a long blade, and 3 iron spinehounds' heads exploded at the same time. The remaining 2, terrified by the sudden change, turned to flee, but Lin Chen's fist pierced them from behind. The 3 wandering cultivators gaped, watching all of this happen in just 2 seconds.
Who are you?" one shouted. Lin Chen didn't look back, waved his hand, and disappeared into the dust.
A mercenary squad captain was pinned under a 3rd-rank peak iron armored war turtle, the weight of the shell almost crushing his chest, content is blocked. His teammates desperately attacked the turtle shell, but that layer of armor was as hard as a city wall, leaving no cracks at all. As Lin Chen passed by, a tentacle stealthily emerged from the ground, piercing through the gap in the iron turtle's shell, stirring inside. The turtle's limbs suddenly stiffened, and then it crashed heavily to one side.
Chapter 138, Devour. Surprised Li Qianling.
The bearded, burly man crawled out from under the turtle shell, gasping heavily. He looked up and saw the strange figure of the man in the black robe.
"Thank you for saving my life." But the black figure had already walked far away.
Lin Chen didn't care, but his actions had indeed saved many people. Many of the martial artists on the battlefield remembered the strange figure in the black robe with a red mask. He appeared without a trace, struck with shocking speed, and every time he appeared, he eliminated the deadliest threat at the most crucial moment, only to vanish like a gust of wind.
No one knew who he was.
But more and more people remembered that figure. The man in the black robe with the red mask. Lin Chen finally reached the core area of the battlefield. The level of combat here was clearly much higher. On the outskirts, you could still see 2nd and 3rd tier martial artists and beasts tangled in battle, but in this area, nearly all the fighters were at least at the 4th tier sky opening realm or higher. 3rd tier martial artists and beasts couldn't even get close to this circle. Occasionally, some who didn't know better would charge in, and often they would be shattered by the aftershocks with just one glance.
The collision of spiritual power exploded into shockwaves in the air, one after another.
Spiritual lights of all colors intertwined, like a bizarre fireworks display. Just as Lin Chen charged into the area, he saw a scene that made his heart tighten. A martial artist dressed in standard military spiritual armor was struggling in a fierce battle with a mid-stage 4th tier red-maned fire ape. The fire ape was completely red, its body engulfed in flames. Every punch it threw carried a scorching wave of heat. Its power was incredibly terrifying, and every punch that landed on the ground created a deep crater. The military martial artist's spiritual armor was already shattered in most places, exposing the burnt flesh beneath. His breath was extremely chaotic, and his spiritual power had clearly been nearly exhausted. But he was still fighting. A spiritual sword was held in front of him, the light on the blade flickering, almost about to go out. The red-maned fire ape roared, raising both fists high, surrounded by flames hot enough to melt steel, and slammed down toward his head. The martial artist's pupils suddenly constricted. He knew he couldn't block it. He slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, the image of his wife's smile and his daughter waiting for him by the window flashed before him. "I'm sorry, Dad can't come back." However, the burning pain and death he expected did not come. Boom! A dull collision sound exploded above his head, and he opened his eyes wide. A black-robed figure with a red mask had somehow appeared between him and the fire ape. That person's hands had physically blocked the fire ape's punch, which was powerful enough to shatter mountains. At the moment the tentacle collided with the ape's fist, the shockwave sent spiderweb-like cracks radiating across the ground. Lin Chen's arms trembled slightly, but he stabilized himself. Then, he suddenly exerted force, and the tentacle snapped straight like a spring, forcefully bouncing the fire ape's fists back. The fire ape staggered and retreated several steps. It glared at the black figure in front of it with its red eyes, letting out a low growl full of threat. "Are you all right?" Lin Chen turned his head, and the hollow eye sockets of his mask looked at the military martial artist behind him. The military martial artist was stunned for several seconds before coming to his senses. You saved me?" No kidding, Lin Chen rolled his eyes, though it couldn't be seen through the mask. "What, you thought I came over here to shake your hand?" The corners of the military martial artist's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Thank you for saving my life." He forced himself to stand straight, wanting to clasp his fists and salute. Lin Chen waved his hand. All right, go rest at the back quickly. If you keep fighting like this, you'll just be a delivery." No, the martial artist gritted his teeth. "All the brothers here are fighting desperately, how can I?" "Do you think your brothers can win if you die?" Lin Chen interrupted him. "Being alive is useful. Your cultivation is not low, rest and you can fight again. Go." The military martial artist was silent for a moment, then finally looked at Lin Chen deeply. "May I ask what is the name of my benefactor?" "Venom." Venom, the martial artist engraved the name firmly into his mind. After speaking, he dragged his injured body and retreated to the back. Lin Chen turned around, facing the red-maned flame ape. The flame ape had recovered from the earlier shock, its whole body blazing even more fiercely. It glared at Lin Chen, pounding its chest with both fists, making a dull boom 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 sound, like war drums. "Come on." Lin Chen clenched his fists, and the battle began. From the outside, the fight looked extremely fierce, evenly matched. Lin Chen and the red-maned flame ape exchanged blows, with the aftershocks of spiritual power spreading around with every strike. Every fiery punch from the ape carried scorching waves of heat, yet Lin Chen did not retreat at all, relying on his strong body to launch occasional sharp counterattacks. But in reality, Lin Chen used less than 50% of his strength. Because most of his attention was focused on another matter. While battling the ape, dozens of hair-thin tendrils silently extended from his feet, spreading across the ground like tree roots. These tendrils crept into the surrounding piles of exotic beast corpses. Then, the devouring began. Flesh, essence, spiritual power, all valuable energy was greedily absorbed by these tendrils, then fed back into Lin Chen's body. On the chaotic battlefield, who would notice the corpses below reacting strangely? "It begins," Lin Chen whispered in his mind. Li Qianling could clearly feel waves of surging energy converging through those tendrils. But what surprised her was that Lin Chen did not use this energy to enhance himself. After briefly staying in Lin Chen's body, the energy, through shared talent, slowly flowed into Li Qianling's meridians like a warm river. Li Qianling's eyes suddenly widened. "Lin Chen! What are you doing? Guess. You gave all the energy to me? You don't improve yourself?" "I told you," Lin Chen's voice carried a tone of reason, as he exchanged fists with the ape in front while casually saying. "I promise to shape all your meridians into Dao veins. This once-in-a-lifetime chance, if missed, where else will you find so much raw material? But it's too unfair." Li Qianling's voice was urgent. "If you absorbed this energy yourself, how much would your strength increase? Even with the loss from shared talent, only a tenth reaches me. You're wasting it. Whether it's wasted or not isn't for you to decide." Lin Chen punched the ape in the chest, forcing it back several steps, while continuing. "When I evolved and slept for so long, who shared all their cultivated spiritual energy with me?" Li Qianling was silent. "Do you think she cared about whether it was worth it? That's different. My spiritual power is too insignificant." "It's the same, at least the intention is the same." Lin Chen's voice grew serious, abandoning his usual playful tone. "Qianling, my battle strength is enough for now, but you're different. Your tide realm just broke through, your foundation is not solid yet." Although the index finger's meridian was close to the Dao meridian, it had not fully formed yet. "If we miss this chance, and it delays your breakthrough into the open sky realm, that would truly be a loss. I'm fine, I have plenty of time to slowly accumulate later." He paused, his voice lowering. "Also, last time when I was in slumber, you only had the enlightenment stage cultivation. If you were stronger, you wouldn't have been so passive. If you're stronger now, I'll feel more at ease." These words were said lightly, almost casually, as if spoken without much thought. But when Li Qianling heard this, her nose suddenly tingled with a sense of bitterness. She didn't speak anymore because she knew, no matter what she said, it wouldn't change this guy's decision. He was the kind of person who joked around, always teasing her about having a big chest, a nice butt, and smooth skin, but the scale in his heart was clearer than anyone else's. Warm and powerful energy continuously poured into Li Qianling's meridians. The main meridian in her index finger, which had already approached the Dao meridian level and showed the early forms of Dao patterns from previous refinement, was now undergoing a fundamental transformation under the continuous flow of energy. The Dao patterns on the meridian walls grew clearer and deeper. The sensation of transformation felt like a cocoon turning into a butterfly, with every fiber and thread being reborn. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Chen and the red-maned fiery ape continued. He intentionally controlled the pace of the battle, not letting himself win too quickly, nor letting himself fall into danger. Each time the tentacle devoured a patch of corpses, Lin Chen would subtly change his fighting position, luring the fiery ape to another densely packed area of corpses, then continue devouring. This feint and flank tactic, in the chaos of the battlefield, no one could detect. The fiery ape only felt that this black-robed person's steps were erratic. During the fight, it lost track of where he went, and by the time it caught up, the opponent was already waiting for it somewhere else. It became more and more furious, its punches growing heavier, the flames burning fiercer. But each time it thought it was about to land a hit, the black figure would always dodge at the last moment. Ah, so close, so close. Lin Chen chuckled under his mask, come on, buddy, try a bit harder. The fiery ape, of course, couldn't understand human speech, but it seemed to sense the mockery in the tone, becoming even more enraged. At that moment, a silver spear light shot from the side. A military warrior, wearing broken spiritual armor and holding a long spear, seized the moment when the fiery ape was distracted and launched a surprise attack from the flank. The spear light struck precisely into a gap in the fiery ape's left rib armor, the spear tip sinking 3 inches deep. Ah! The fiery ape let out a shrill scream, its body suddenly twisting as it slapped at the attacker. The warrior immediately pulled back his spear, but the fiery ape was faster, slapping his shoulder and sending him flying over 10 meters. Brother, are you all right? The warrior tumbled a few times before standing up and shouted towards Lin Chen. I see you've been fighting this beast for so long and haven't been able to take it down, let me help you. Lin Chen's lips twitched under the mask. Help! I really don't need it. He had finally gotten the fiery ape's rhythm just right, and then this person suddenly rushed up and stabbed it with a spear, causing the fiery ape to feel pain, and the whole battle rhythm got thrown off. What's worse, after being angered, the fiery ape's fighting power increased to a whole new level. No, brother, I can handle it. Since you've got some free hands, go help someone else. Lin Chen hurriedly shouted. Don't be polite. The warrior, clearly a warm-hearted person, waved his spear and charged forward again. Together, we can definitely take it down. After that, I'll go help others. No, I really don't. Here it comes. Attack! The warrior thrust his spear, and the spear light cut through the air. The fiery ape roared. The left hand blocked the gun's aura, and the right fist struck towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen had no choice but to cooperate with the warrior and attack together. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, with a gun and a fist, worked in perfect coordination, quickly forcing the burning ape to retreat step by step. But this also meant Lin Chen couldn't continue controlling the pace and leisurely devour the surrounding corpses. Under the combined attack of the two, the burning ape gradually weakened, eventually collapsing to the ground after a penetrating stab from the warrior and a heavy punch from Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood beside the burning ape's corpse, watching this beast that had provided perfect cover for him die just like that, and a strange sense of regret emerged in his heart. Old beast. Lin Chen silently sighed in his heart, you could have lived a little longer. We had gotten in sync, and now you're gone? Li Qianling chuckled in his consciousness, you got attached to a beast? Yeah, it was such a good beast. It couldn't break my defense and only knew how to chase me around. The enthusiastic warrior put away his gun and stood with a broad smile on his face. Well done. Brother, you're pretty strong. He walked up and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen, wearing a red mask, turned around and nodded slightly. The enthusiastic warrior seemed to notice that Lin Chen wasn't very pleased and immediately thought something else, mumbling, could it be that he's unhappy because I stole his military merit? Ahem. Anyway, it was a pleasant collaboration. Pleasant collaboration. Lin Chen said expressionlessly. After casually waving his hand at the warrior, Lin Chen turned and left, beginning to search for his next long-term cooperative beast opponent. Lin Chen. Li Qianling's voice suddenly carried an uncontrollable excitement. What's wrong? My index finger's Dao vein, it's complete. Lin Chen's spirit shook. He sent his perception into Li Qianling's meridian system, clearly sensing the qualitative change in the main meridian of her index finger. Dao patterns. Clear, complete, and smooth Dao patterns covered the inner walls of the entire meridian. The existence of Dao patterns had caused the spiritual energy transmission efficiency of this meridian to reach an astonishing level.
Dao vein. A true Dao vein. Li Qianling's cultivation aura also changed at that moment, smoothly stepping into the first stage of the Tide Realm from the initial stage.
And the existence of that Dao vein had given her star finger far greater killing power than others of the same level.
Not bad, not bad.
Lin Chen sincerely praised, Qianling, with this finger of yours, I bet there aren't many who can take it head-on in the same rank.
Li Qianling's voice was full of joy, but then it turned into a hint of worry. But you gave all your energy to me for this, what about you? Stop talking nonsense, it's not over yet.
Lin Chen interrupted her, his tone light and cheerful.
What's one finger?
I told you, I'll create Dao veins for your whole body.
Now's a good chance, let's continue. Chapter 140, the blood chi pouring into the ground, the determined Li Qianling.
He had already found his next target, a mid-stage 4th rank cold spirit armored turtle. This type of beast moves slowly but has extremely strong defenses, making it perfect for training and stalling for time. The battle began once more. Lin Chen circled around the cold spirit armored turtle while continuing to extend his tendrils into the surrounding pile of corpses, greedily devouring all the energy that could be converted.
But while devouring, Lin Chen also noticed some issues. He frowned and muttered. Why does it feel like the energy in these beast corpses is a bit lacking?
Li Qianling froze for a moment upon hearing this.
What? Suddenly, the figure of the soul-devouring beast king appeared in her mind. Could it be the soul-devouring beast king? Lin Chen shook his head slightly. Probably not.
These beasts have lost more blood, but their spiritual energy doesn't seem to have decreased much. As he spoke, a faint sense of unease arose in Lin Chen's heart, and he immediately spread out his perception talent. Perception seeped into the ground beneath his feet like invisible threads, spreading out in all directions. In the next moment, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly shrank.
He sensed it.
Beneath the chaotic piles of beast corpses, deep in the soil soaked with blood, there were strands of extremely fine but pure vital energy, seemingly pulled by something, moving silently along invisible veins, converging deep underground. Those threads of energy were extremely faint, so faint that without Lin Chen's 4th-tier symbiotic perception talent, it would have been impossible to detect. It seemed that in every corpse, only the most original trace of energy could be absorbed. They were like hidden currents under a flood, silently drawing something from each corpse, from every pool of blood, then seeping little by little through the cracks in the earth toward an unknown abyss. This was not natural infiltration. This was purposeful, organized, and continuous extraction. A chill shot up Lin Chen's spine. This beast tide had been strange from the very beginning. First, a sudden outbreak of the beast tide for unknown reasons, even though Jiangyan City's quarantine zone had not seen a proper beast tide in over 20 years. Then, the soul-eating beast emperor suddenly appeared inside the quarantine zone, and now an unknown force was secretly absorbing the vital energy on the battlefield. It was as if an invisible line connected all of these things. Every person on the battlefield, whether bloodied soldiers or ferocious beasts, seemed to be nothing more than pieces on a chessboard. They fought desperately, spilling blood, while the place where that blood and energy ultimately flowed was where the real player was. This thought made Lin Chen shiver. Qianling, Lin Chen lowered his inner voice, his tone extremely grave. There's a problem underground. Something is absorbing the battlefield's vital energy, and the scale is not small. Should we notify the military? Li Qianling hesitated almost not at all.
No. Her answer was decisive. It doesn't matter if others believe it or not. Just explaining why you could detect such a deeply hidden anomaly will be enough to focus everyone's attention on us.
Li Qianling's voice was calm and resolute, without the slightest wavering.
They will investigate, interrogate, and test. If another person far stronger than number 7 comes and conducts a deep probe, do you think you could once again escape by luck like last time?
Lin Chen chuckled. Li Qianling's answer was exactly what he had thought. He could casually save a warrior in mortal danger, but he could not increase his own exposure just to help others.
Lin Chen. Li Qianling's voice sounded again, lighter than before but even firmer. Your safety is the only thing I will never gamble with.
There was no room for negotiation in that statement. Unlike weighing gains and losses against any enemy, when it came to Lin Chen's life or death, Li Qianling never hesitated even a little. Even if the sky fell, she would think of Lin Chen first, then everything else. Lin Chen was silent for a moment. His gaze passed through the holes in his mask, sweeping across the battlefield ahead, soaked in blood and smoke. In the distance, a young soldier gritted his teeth, stabbing his long blade into a beast's belly, his face covered in blood, yet he did not retreat an inch. Further away, several scattered fighters leaned against ruins, using already dulled weapons to resist the charge of the beasts with all their strength.
Each of these people was risking their life to hold the line. Lin Chen knew it, and Li Qianling knew it too.
It was precisely because of respect that there was struggle, but also precisely because of his presence, Li Qianling had to place caution first.
Is there a way to have it both ways? Without exposing even a trace of myself, and still managing to get that deadly message from underground into the military's hands, so they at least have some warning?
Lin Chen transmitted this thought to Li Chanling, and as they fought and devoured on the battlefield, they rapidly discussed it in the depths of their consciousness.
After a moment, a plan took shape.
It wasn't particularly brilliant, even a bit rough. Whether it would work or not, it would all depend on fate. Lin Chen, seizing a moment of evasion, quickly used his tentacles under the cover of his black robe, turning the previously drafted intelligence into ink and stamping it onto a thin piece of paper. He then rolled it up and stuffed it into a small bottle he had retrieved from his storage ring. The bottle was small, dull gray, and would have gone unnoticed on the chaotic battlefield. Without a hint of movement, he wedged the bottle between his fingers, and as he crossed paths with a third-tier mutant beast, he relaxed his fingers just slightly. The bottle silently fell between broken stones and blood-soaked mud, lying there quietly, blending seamlessly with the scattered broken water bottles and severed knife handles, without drawing attention. Having completed this, Lin Chen immediately created some distance, turning to kill in another direction, as if he had never stopped there at all. But his sensory ability remained like an invisible thread, pulling at the little bottle. The battlefield was full of chaos, with people stumbling all around. Someone ran past the bottle, the splashing mud almost burying it. Someone, chased by a mutant beast, blindly stepped near the bottle without even looking at it. Lin Chen waited patiently in the shadows. Finally, a young soldier, wearing the standard armor of the 9th Battalion, stumbled and ran toward the bottle. Lin Chen's tentacles silently extended from beneath his feet, piercing the soil and burrowing underground, precisely hooking the soldier's ankle. Ah! The soldier staggered and fell to the ground. He cursed and got up, but his fingers brushed against something cold and hard. It was the bottle. The soldier paused for a moment. A bottle? Without thinking, he picked it up and looked at it. The bottle had no markings, but through the semi-transparent walls, he could faintly see a piece of paper rolled inside. He glanced around. The battlefield was full of fighting, and no one noticed him. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he removed the cork and pulled out the piece of paper. The handwriting on the paper was messy but clear. A few short lines, each word like a nail, driving deep into his eyes. The soldier's face instantly changed color. Chapter 141, the information on the paper, it's my turn. His hand, gripping the paper, trembled slightly. His lips moved, and a flicker of hesitation and fear flashed in his eyes. If he reported this, what if it was a lie? What if his superior scolded him for spreading alarm? But what if it was true? He crouched on the ground, struggling for several seconds, then gritted his teeth, stuffed the paper back into the bottle, hid it in his chest, and immediately turned to run toward the rear. Lin Chen, hidden in the shadows, sensed this moment, a slight smile playing beneath his mask. He then withdrew his perception, seamlessly blending back into the chaos of the battlefield. The rest of the matter was no longer in his control. The soldier, out of breath, rushed back to the camp's rear, immediately finding his direct superior, a sergeant. "Sir! I found something. It says..." Before the soldier could finish, the sergeant slapped him on the back of the head. "Found what? Are you messing around touching things on the battlefield? What if it's a mutant beast's poison sac? Where's your brain?" No, sir, look, it's a piece of paper. It says underground there is. What's there? Go on, go. Stop causing trouble. I need to get back to the front lines." The sergeant waved him away impatiently. He had been injured at the front and was now back to recover, trying to make the most of his time to heal. He chewed on the dry food and muttered a few curses indistinctly. The young soldier, sprayed with dust and dirt, put down the bottle and silently retreated to the side. The sergeant continued munching on the dry food, but as he chewed, he suddenly felt a bit of a choke as he swallowed. He stopped chewing, squinted his eyes, and began to think carefully. The news had already passed through his hands. Whether it was true or not, if something went wrong and someone investigated later, he couldn't shake off the accusation of knowing and not reporting it. In the military, withholding information during wartime could land you in a military court. The sergeant's dry food suddenly didn't taste as good, and he abruptly stood up, snatched the bottle from the soldier's hand, unfolded the paper inside, and his face changed drastically in an instant. This was huge news. Luckily he checked it. If something went wrong, it would be a big problem. Without another word, he fumbled for the communicator at his waist, quickly typed out the message, and sent it to Zhao Tianhu's communication channel. However, at this moment, Zhao Tianhu was too busy to care about the faint vibration from his communicator. On the opposite side, the earth-splitting Xian lizard was the strongest among the 9 peak beast kings of the enemy, and no matter how Zhao Tianhu attacked, the result was always average. Both sides' defenses were too terrifying, and neither had suffered a fatal injury yet. His fists, wrapped in golden spiritual energy, hammered again and again on the Xian lizard's bronze-colored scales, each blow carrying excruciating pain. It wasn't the pain of his fists, it was the pain from deep in his chest, the hole that was ripped open inside. Lu Yanghui's face haunted him, the face that was always silent, never speaking much. Zhao Tianhu's eyes were bloodshot, but his fists grew even fiercer. The communicator at his waist vibrated again, emitting a faint buzzing sound. But the sound was drowned out by the crashes of fists shattering scales, drowned out by Zhao Tianhu's thunderous roars, drowned out by the screams of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood.
No one heard it.
Lin Chen believed he had done his part.
After multiple attempts, leaving too many traces was inevitable.
As long as he investigated the list of people around him whenever he discovered any information and compared them, he was very likely to be suspected. Endless energy was transmitted into Li Qianling's body through the shared talent.
His index finger, middle finger, ring finger, little finger.
Every meridian in his right hand was refined into spiritual meridians, one after another, under the impact of this energy. Then it was the meridian network in the palm of his right hand. Next was his right wrist. His right forearm, his right upper arm. Until all the meridians in his entire right arm were completely refined into spiritual meridians. After countless evenly matched battles and devouring countless corpses in various areas, Lin Chen finally completed this step. But at that moment, his brows suddenly furrowed. A strange sensation came from within his body. It felt like a person who had eaten too much and was trying to shove another bite of food into their mouth, the intense rejection feeling from their stomach. When his tendrils touched the next alien beast's corpse, the devouring speed suddenly slowed down. It wasn't that he wanted to slow down, his body was resisting.
What's going on?
Lin Chen was stunned. He tried to increase the devouring force, but the rough and rejecting sensation grew stronger. It was like some invisible switch was triggered, and his devouring talent suddenly entered an overloaded state.
Damn it! Lin Chen swore in his heart, my devouring talent actually has a limit? This doesn't make sense.
A calm voice echoed in his sea of consciousness, it was the system's voice. Yes, host. According to system detection, the total amount of energy you've devoured in the past 3 hours. It's already more than the entire energy reserve of a first-stage beast emperor.
With your current capacity as a mid-level 4th-stage symbiote, this is already the maximum limit of a single devouring.
Continuing to force it will cause chaos in your internal energy cycle, and in serious cases, could trigger self-digestion reactions. It is advised that the host stops devouring and takes a proper rest. Estimated recovery time, 12 to 24 hours. After that, the devouring talent can be resumed.
Lin Chen remained silent for a few seconds. So, I still have a cooldown. The system didn't respond.
It was only responsible for notifications, not for making sarcastic comments. Lin Chen sighed helplessly and withdrew all the tendrils from the ground. He silently calculated in his mind. The total energy of a first-stage beast emperor, after being converted by the shared talent, loses up to 90% of its power. Which means, the energy that eventually reaches Li Qianling's body is probably only equivalent to the total energy of a 5th-stage beast king. And even such a massive amount of energy is barely enough to refine the meridian of one arm. This meridian truly isn't something a human can cultivate. Lin Chen bitterly laughed in his mind. The energy of a beast emperor, reduced by 90%, can only refine one arm.
There are so many meridians all over the body. If all of them were to be refined into Dao meridians, how many beast emperors would I need to devour?
This cost-benefit ratio is absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly, he felt a bit lucky about encountering this beast wave today.
Otherwise, where would I find so many exotic beast corpses to devour? But now, I've already reached the limit for the time being. Qianling. Lin Chen spoke.
My devouring talent has reached its limit. I can't absorb any more in the short term.
How about, we retreat for now?
The thing underground, we don't know when it might erupt.
What if? After a moment of silence, Li Qianling's voice rang out.
With a tone that Lin Chen rarely heard from her, it was eager to try.
Retreat?
Li Qianling let out a soft laugh. The laugh was clear like silver bells, yet carried a sharp, undeniable edge.
Lin Chen, you rest. As for the next, leave it to me.
Entering still at the 5th dawn.
Please, dear readers, support me. Chapter 134, Lin Chen. Can you transform?
Ha! Lin Chen, since I started cultivating, I've personally killed no more than 10 exotic beasts with my own hands. Every time, it's you charging ahead while I just watch from behind. Her voice slowly grew more determined. Today, I want to kill to my heart's content. I also want to seriously train my combat skills and martial arts.
You can't always fight for me, can you?
Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, then he grinned and said cheerfully.
Alright, Qianling, you've got guts.
The control of the body transferred in an instant. Lin Chen retreated into the depths of his consciousness, and Li Qianling's soul regained control of the body. The change began with her aura. The boldness, wildness, and aggressive sharpness that belonged to Lin Chen instantly receded. In its place was a cold, frosty, and sharp, like a knife, killing presence. Li Qianling felt the power within her body. Compared to before, it was completely different. Every meridian in her right arm had been refined into a Tao meridian, and the spiritual energy flowing within it almost suffered no loss or delay, like a torrent flowing through a smooth, mirror-like pipe. The feeling of power surging made her unconsciously clench her right fist. Tidal Realm, 2nd level. She silently felt her cultivation, the corner of her mouth curving up slightly. After the Tao meridian refinement of her arm, her cultivation had jumped from the 1st level of Tidal Realm to the 2nd level. And this 2nd level was far beyond the ordinary. The existence of the Tao meridian made the power her right arm exerted far exceed what should be expected at this stage. Lin Chen took the body to the edge of the battlefield, where level 3 exotic beasts were mostly found, with an occasional level 4 early stage beast appearing. For Li Qianling, now. Just right. Her eyes swept across the chaotic battlefield, quickly locking on the first target. It was a 3rd-rank early-stage black iron pangolin. Its whole body was covered with dark gray iron scales, curled up like an indestructible iron ball. Among 3rd-rank beasts, it was famous for its defense. Ordinary 3rd-rank warriors could not break its scales unless they had powerful spiritual weapons. Li Qianling raised her right fist. Spiritual power surged down along her meridian like lightning. No delay, no loss. Pure, condensed, violent power gathered on her fist into a layer of visible light. Then, she punched out. Bang! The black iron pangolin, famous for defense, didn't even have time to curl into a ball. The moment Li Qianling's fist hit its head, the supposedly indestructible scales shattered like paper. No, not just shattered. They exploded. The pangolin's entire head turned into a cloud of blood under the force, its huge body thrown 10 meters by the punch wind, crashing heavily onto the ground, sending dirt flying. Scale fragments scattered like a dark gray storm. Li Qianling slowly retracted her fist. Her right fist was stained with beast blood, steaming faintly. She looked down at her fist, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise and disbelief. One punch and it was over. A 3rd-rank beast, famous for defense, was blown apart by one punch. Not bad, Qianling. Lin Chen's voice came from deep in her mind, carrying a bit of satisfaction and pride. Finally, you have some self-protection. If I sleep again in the future, I can rest easier. Li Qianling's eyebrows shot up. Get out, she teased in her heart, her voice strong and firm. You are not allowed to sleep again. Last time you slept, I guarded you alone for so long, almost couldn't hold on. If you dare do it again, I will pull you out of the ring and hit you. You want to hit me? I think you forgot the fear of the tentacle monster. Lin Chen snorted lightly. I don't care, I don't care. Dead Lin Chen, no more advancing without certainty, I'm serious. Last time I should have stopped you, it was too risky. Li Qianling's words were very firm, but if listened closely, a hint of coquettishness could be heard. Lin Chen, hearing her, spoke seriously. Qianling, I shouldn't sleep in the short term. I've figured it out, I'm now mid-stage symbiotic, only when I advance to late stage will I meet a big threshold. What do you mean? Li Qianling's anger eased a bit. It means Lin Chen organized his words, my evolution path can be roughly divided into 3 big stages. Early stages rank 1 to 3, mid-stages 4 to 6, late stages 7 and above. Within each big stage, improvement is like small realm accumulation, no need to sleep to evolve. As long as there is enough energy, and treasures like mutation source crystals that activate gene factors, I can naturally improve. But crossing from one big stage to the next is major evolution. Then there is a threshold, may need sleep. Like before, from rank 3 to 4. So Li Qianling's voice held a bit of hope. So from rank 4 to 6, I won't sleep. Only when crossing 6 to 7 might there be the next threshold. Really? Really? Great. Li Qianling's voice overflowed with unhidden joy. That joy was not because Lin Chen wouldn't weaken, but because she wouldn't be alone anymore. No longer alone in the dark cave. Alone, guarding a cold ring, she did not know when the person inside would wake up. No longer did she silently watch the ring every night, receiving no response. But suddenly, Li Qianling seemed to think of something. Then, Li Qianling hesitated for a moment, finally asking, her voice carrying a careful curiosity and a strong expectation. Lin Chen, if you evolve to the 7th rank, can you take a form? When she asked this question, she did not know why her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Even though she was on the battlefield, she could not help but imagine a scene. This was a scene she had dreamed of once while Lin Chen was asleep. The evening glow fell on a winding stone path, with cherry trees in full bloom on both sides, pale pink petals lifted by the evening wind, drifting down like fine snow, covering the whole path, layer upon layer, like a soft velvet carpet. A young boy walked beside her, sunlight outlining the clean contour of his side profile. His fingers were long and warm, interlocking with hers. The wind blew, a few petals fell on his shoulders and hair. He did not brush them off, just turned to look at her and smiled. At the end of the stone path was an old cherry tree, its crown like clouds, casting a gentle shadow. Petals swirled and danced around them, as if the whole world was wrapped in a silent rain of flowers. He stopped, turned, gently pulled her into his arms, her face resting on his chest, the steady and strong heartbeat near her ear, petals covering their shoulders. Chapter 135 Lin Chen's Guidance. Terrifying speed of progress. But soon, this scene was shattered by the roar of beasts nearby. Lin Chen heard Li Qianling's words and was silent for a moment. Take a form. He repeated the word, his tone becoming serious. I don't know either. The evolution rules of symbiotes are different from the beasts of this world. I'm not sure what will happen at higher ranks. Maybe I can take a form, maybe not. He paused, then returned to a light tone. But speaking of that, even if I can't take a form, isn't it already pretty good? Living inside your body, free food and shelter, and seeing your almost perfect body every day, what a good life. Shut up. Li Qianling's ears instantly turned red. We're fighting. Be serious. Besides, isn't it better to see from the third perspective? Lin Chen thought for a moment, and it was true. The first time he saw Li Qianling in that alley, she was messy, but he had indeed been amazed. All right, serious. Lin Chen answered cheekily, then straightened his tone. Qianling, since you want to practice, I'll guide you. Starting with basics, the punch you just threw had enough power, but the angle was wrong. Look, the pendulum scales are arranged from head to tail. If you strike along the scale direction, some power is lost. But if you strike against the direction... Okay, I got it. Li Qianling interrupted him, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. She had already spotted her second target. A mid-third rank flame horn lizard. About 3 meters long, covered with dark red scales, a pair of short curved horns on its head radiating heat. It was chasing a wounded soldier, its sharp claws leaving deep scratches in the mud. Li Qianling's figure flashed, and the shadow light step instantly took her to the side of the horned lizard. The lizard sensed danger, suddenly turned, and opened its mouth to spray a stream of hot fire. Li Qianling moved left, the fire brushing the edge of her black robe, raising a wave of scorching air. Then her right index finger flicked slightly. Star Shatter Finger, Great Achievement Realm, combined with the Tao Meridian's blessing, became the Star Shatter Finger. A silver streak of light, almost invisible to the naked eye, shot out from her fingertip, silently piercing the horned lizard's skull. The streak entered through the left eye and exited from the back of the right side of the head. The exit wound was smooth as a mirror, without a single fragment of splinter. The horned lizard's body stiffened for a moment, then collapsed like a wall falling with a thunderous crash. From the moment Li Qianling struck to the lizard's death, less than a second passed. The soldier who was fleeing turned his head and saw the beast chasing him lying on the ground, face full of disbelief. Who did this? He saw the black-robed, red-faced figure in the distance, opened his mouth, but the person had already turned to move toward the next target. Good. Lin Chen clapped in his mind and cheered. I have to say, you used Star Shatter Finger perfectly. The angle, the force, the concentration of spiritual power, all were spot on. The Great Achievement Realm skill was fully unleashed. If I remember correctly, you have only had this martial art for less than a month, right? Qianling, you are truly a martial genius. Li Qianling felt a joy in her heart upon hearing this. It's okay, just a so-so. Praised you a little, and you already feel proud? Although I don't practice martial arts. Lin Chen's tone shifted. The reason you could kill with one finger is purely because this move is strong. From a combat experience perspective, you are still not at your best. Your timing could be a moment earlier. Just when the horned lizard turned, there was a tiny gap in its neck. If you had struck then, even if your power halved, the streak could still pierce the jugular directly, and the death would be cleaner. Also, your footwork is fast, but when dodging the fire stream, your body balance was off. If the fire had been wider, or a second beast attacked from another direction, you would not have had time to adjust. Li Qianling listened carefully, memorizing each piece of advice deeply. Okay, I'll try again. She charged back into the battlefield. This time, she no longer used the one-hit kill style. She deliberately slowed her pace, exchanging enough rounds with each beast, trying to use every martial skill she had learned in real combat. The light-footed steps, changes of direction, sudden stops, accelerations. Different angles, distances, and uses of spiritual power with Star Shatter Finger. Even the mountain-splitting palms, chops, strikes, pushes, and presses. Under Li Qianling's practice, the mountain-splitting palm, a first-class martial art, had completely surpassed the creator's expectations. He could not have imagined that someone at the Tide Realm would still study his first-class martial art. But Li Qianling had no choice, she still had too few martial arts, mostly the Zhou family's arts. On such a chaotic battlefield, using them like this was fine, spiritual power fluctuations and beast roars could cover most movements, and few would pay attention. But inside Jiang'an City, it would be different. As she practiced, the mountain-splitting palm naturally evolved. Lin Chen kept guiding her from the side. Move your feet faster, yes, just like that. Do you see it? That red armored war beast compound eye has a blind spot, approach from 30 degrees behind on the right. Yes. That angle. Don't aim star shatter finger at the head every time. Living beasts instinctively protect their heads, strike the abdomen, strike the leg joints, weaken their mobility first, then find a chance for a deadly strike. Don't waste spiritual power. Your star shatter finger through one meridian is indeed powerful, but it consumes a lot. For early third stage beasts, 3/10 of your power is enough, don't use full power every time. Almost there, from now on, fully fuse your martial arts into every single move. Try to avoid revealing the true form of martial arts. Li Qianling quietly listened to Lin Chen's guidance, continuously growing. Sometimes, words alone are not enough. At crucial moments, Lin Chen would briefly take over the body, demonstrating an evasive move, an attack angle, or the exact point for an explosive burst of power. Then he would return control of the body to Li Qianling, allowing her to feel it, repeat it, and form muscle memory. This teaching method might be the most efficient in the world. Because the teacher and the student share the same body. Every movement of the teacher can be felt by the student from the inside, the way the muscles engage, the path of spiritual energy, the subtle shifts in the center of gravity, all of it is experienced in the most real and intuitive first-person perspective. Li Qianling, who was already extraordinarily gifted, had an incredibly high martial arts comprehension. Coupled with the experience of witnessing countless battles of Lin Chen, her progress was astonishingly fast. From initially being a bit awkward, to later becoming more fluid, more composed. Her moves became increasingly decisive and accurate. Each dodge was perfectly timed, and each strike hit its target precisely. Even a level 3 early-stage beast was no longer a match for her. The level 3 mid-stage one started becoming easy to deal with. A frost giant wolf, bloodied and at its peak in the 3rd stage, appeared in Li Qianling's sight. Her eyes flashed with a hint of excitement, and then she charged straight at it. Then, using the fleeting shadow step to seize the most extreme angle, the shattered starfinger targeted the beast's weak points, incapacitating its legs in one strike, followed by the cracked mountain palm shattering its skull. She swiftly and cleanly took down a peak level 3 frost giant wolf. Lin Chen, witnessing this, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Although this is an injured level 3 peak beast, it's not something a second-tier tidal wave can handle, and you killed it in an instant. Incredible, Qianling. Your growth speed has truly exceeded all my expectations. If your spiritual root is fine, even without me, you would be an absolute genius. Li Qianling stood beside the giant wolf's corpse, taking a few light breaths. Her black robe was splattered with the beast's blood, but the beauty of her eyes beneath the mask became even brighter. It was the excitement and satisfaction from the battle. For the first time, she felt what it was like to survive on the battlefield through her own strength. Not relying on Lin Chen's protection, nor on the symbiotic body's power. It was her own cultivation, her own martial arts, her own judgment. Of course, Lin Chen's guidance was invaluable. But it was she who threw those punches, used those skills, and made life or death decisions. With Master Lin's personal guidance, how can this progress be considered anything? Li Qianling smiled faintly, her voice carrying a hint of confidence. Then she looked toward the increasingly chaotic area on the battlefield, where a level 4 beast was howling at the sky. A flash of sharpness flickered in her eyes. Bring it on! Deep beneath the locked-off area, a gigantic and ancient formation was emitting a dim red glow. 5 figures sat cross-legged at the 5 nodes of the formation. They wore matching black robes, their faces hidden in the shadow of their hoods, with only the occasional flash of light in their eyes revealing their heightened state of excitement. At the center of the formation, a fist-sized blood-red crystal hovered. The surface of the crystal was not smooth, with fine cracks covering it, resembling an egg about to hatch. Beneath the translucent blood-red surface, something seemed to be slowly wriggling. The wriggling rhythm was slow, but each movement carried a primal and powerful life force. It was as if a heart that had slept for 10,000 years was gradually beginning to beat. This was the sacred relic they spoke of. Under the pull of the formation, endless streams of blood-colored energy converged from all directions. Those streams were extremely thin and faint, like invisible threads, seeping down from cracks in the ground, finally merging into slender blood-colored streams that slowly flowed into the crystal floating at the center. With every stream of blood energy entering, the movement inside the crystal grew stronger by a degree, and the cracks on its surface deepened by an inch. As time passed, the aura of the sacred relic strengthened little by little, but the formation acted like a tight cage, sealing this aura deep underground with not a hint escaping. The one in charge was named Pang Yangyun, and he slightly opened his eyes. They were eyes so deep they were almost like black holes, with a faint blood-colored light swirling in the pupils. But at this moment, his brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Something is wrong." The other four lifted their heads at the same time. "What is it, boss?" A slightly thin man in a black robe sitting in the east asked. His name was Huang Yuanlong. Pang Yang Yun's gaze fell on the blood-colored energy seeping from above, and he said slowly, "Don't you feel it? The later streams of original blood energy are slightly weaker than before. Judging from the battlefield situation, casualties should only grow, but the original blood energy should be stronger." Huang Yuanlong closed his eyes to sense it for a moment, then said, "It is indeed slightly weaker, but the difference is very small. Perhaps some areas on the battlefield were cleared, bodies removed, or the density of beasts in some places decreased. It doesn't matter, the small fluctuation does not affect the overall situation." A soft-voiced, well-built black-robed man sitting in the south spoke, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. "I must say, the Sea family's move this time was truly impressive. It's like they overachieved their mission. They used blood spirit crystals and beast essence blood to set up a lure formation, slaughtered younglings in the territory of 5th-rank beast kings, and somehow forced a 6th-rank beast emperor out to trigger a beast tide. I never imagined that such a small family from Jiang'an City could have such courage and methods." Another person nodded in agreement. "Schwer is right, how many people and beasts died in this beast tide? Without it, for the sacred relic to awaken in a short time would have been a fool's dream." Hearing both praise the Sea family, Huang Yuanlong sneered. "The Sea family? Just a useful pawn. What do they know? A bunch of ants, they haven't even seen the true form of the sacred relic. Even so, credit is credit." Xiao Shuer spoke in a calm voice. "The elders above have already been discussing whether to formally accept the Sea family into the organization. After all, a place that can pull off such deeds right under the military's eyes does have some use." "Accept them?" Huang Yuanlong snorted disdainfully. "A small family from Jiang'an City, they don't have that qualification yet. Enough, stop arguing." Pang Yangyun's voice was not loud, but instantly silenced all debate. His gaze fixed on the blood-red crystal at the center, the blood light in his pupils growing stronger. "The sacred relic is about to fully awaken." His voice trembled slightly, not with fear, but with an extreme, suppressed fanaticism and expectation. At these words, the other four fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on the blood-red crystal floating in the center of the formation. The movement inside the crystal grew more violent. The heartbeat-like rhythm accelerated, and the cracks on the crystal's surface rapidly expanded, spreading outward like a spiderweb in all directions. The bloody light seeped through the cracks, dyeing the entire underground space in an eerie crimson. When the last trace of original vital blood surged from above into the crystal, everything seemed to freeze at that moment. Then, crack! An extremely faint sound, yet in the silent underground space it was clear beyond measure. It was the sound of the crystal shattering. The first crack opened from the top, followed immediately by the second, the third, then, countless cracks exploded in an instant. The blood-red crystal walls peeled off layer by layer like an eggshell, fragments drifting slowly in midair. Each fragment emitted a faint blood-colored glow, like amber soaked in blood for 1,000 years. As it shattered, a vast, suffocating aura gushed out from within. The aura was dense like substance, carrying a life rhythm ancient beyond belief. It was not evil, nor righteous, it was simply primitive. Primitive like the first drop of blood when heaven and earth first opened, like the thread of chaotic life before all things were born. It was a massive blood-colored substance about the size of a baby's fist. It had no fixed shape, wriggling slowly in midair like living liquid. Its surface shone with a warm luster, each wriggle forming delicate and complex patterns on its surface. Those patterns were natural, like ancient characters, flashing and disappearing in the light. The formation trembled violently under the impact of this aura, its lines flickering, the entire array swaying as if a candle in wind and rain. But the 5 people did not notice at all. Their eyes were locked tightly on the blood-colored mass, each pair glowing with an almost intoxicated look. That expression was not greed, not desire, but a reverence and worship from the depths of the soul. Like pilgrims finally witnessing a miracle with their own eyes. Pang Yangyun slowly stood up. His breathing became rapid and heavy, his chest heaving violently. Step by step, he walked toward the blood-colored mass floating in midair, each step carrying a sense of solemn ritual. When he got close, he slowly stretched out both hands. The blood-colored mass seemed to sense something, drifting into his palms like a tired bird returning home. The moment it landed in his hands, the leader's entire body trembled slightly. The temperature in his palms was neither hot nor cold, but the vast power within was like an ocean, deep enough to make one shiver. He did not hesitate, opened his mouth, and swallowed it whole. Chapter 137 Beheading Action, Target Lu Yuan. The blood-colored mass slid down his throat into his abdomen. Immediately, he took out a small jade bottle from his bosom, the bottle completely black, sealed with a special technique, vaguely holding an extremely concentrated energy. The moment he pulled the stopper, a thick spiritual energy gushed out, almost solidifying. Pang Yang raised his head and drank all the contents of the bottle in one gulp. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The leader's whole body began to glow with a faint blood-colored light. The light was weak at first, but as the blood-colored mass and the bottle's contents merged within him, the glow surged at a frenzied speed. A dull rumbling came from his body, like distant thunder rolling. It was the sound of meridians expanding, spiritual power surging, barriers of realm breaking layer by layer. 5th level Tiangang Realm, early stage. Tiangang Realm, mid stage. Tiangang Realm, peak stage. With each breakthrough, the aura he emitted grew far stronger. The surrounding air twisted under the pressure of the ever-rising aura, fragments of stone on the ground were shaken to fly in all directions. A formless barrier suddenly appeared before him. It was the chasm between the 5th and 6th levels, the gap between the Heaven Gang realm and the Golden Body realm, a divide that countless powerful warriors had failed to cross in their entire lives. But under the propulsion of two forces, the chasm shattered like a thin layer of ice. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from within his body. The blood-red glow reached its peak in that moment, illuminating the entire underground space as if it were daylight. Behind Pang Yang, the void slightly twisted, and a blurry figure of a Dharma manifestation appeared faintly. Dharma body. When the last trace of fluctuation subsided, Pang Yang slowly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was already completely different from before, deep like an abyss, sharp like a knife, carrying a lofty and indifferent gaze that looked down upon the heavens and the earth. He slowly extended his hands, looking around, feeling the surging power within his body. At the same time, the other four were also taking action. Within the formation, the aura that had leaked out when the sacred object awakened was still lingering. Though it was just the tiny fragments of the main energy, to them, it was like heavenly nectar. Each of the four took out a pitch-black jade bottle, identical to the one the leader held, removed the stopper, and swallowed the contents. Guided by the sacred object's leaking aura and using the bottle's contents as a medium, the four's cultivation began to rapidly increase. In the end, 4 thick auras erupted almost simultaneously. Heaven Gang Realm, 9th layer. In the underground space, 5 terrifying auras intertwined, creating a suffocating field of power. The four felt the new, overwhelming power within them, as if it were almost beyond belief. Huang Yuanlong clenched his fist, feeling the power between his fingers that could tear the void apart, his voice slightly trembling. We succeeded. We really succeeded. Xiao Shuer also took a deep breath, her eyes filled with fervor. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the thick rock layers, sensing the battlefield above. High up in the distant sky, 2 6th-level auras were clashing violently. One was golden, vast like the sun, that was Lu Yuan's golden body dharma. The other was pitch black, deep like an abyss, that was the Beast King's power of the barbaric bull python. Although the two auras were still powerful, compared to the start of the battle, they had already weakened considerably. A flash of brilliance appeared in Pang Yangyun's eyes. At this moment, he was hidden in the dark, while his opponent was in the light. It was a perfect opportunity. 2 wounded tigers were laid out before him, he just needed to choose which one to strike. Striking at Lu Yuan would yield significant benefits. Killing a 6th-level guardian of the Daxia Kingdom would cause the defense line of Jiang'an City to collapse completely. Taking advantage of this, the organization's strategic deployment in Jiang'an City would receive a massive boost. If he struck at the barbaric bull python, killing a 6th-level Beast King would yield resources that were even harder to estimate. The Beast King's corpse itself was an invaluable treasure, not to mention the other things it might contain, and furthermore, the value of a Beast King to them far exceeded that of other warriors. Both options were incredibly tempting, causing Pang Yangyun to hesitate for a moment. But after a moment, Pang Yangyun's gaze became sharp and decisive. Target. Lu Yuan. His voice was cold as iron, without any emotion. After the thunderous strike, do not linger. You 4, each of you will take action against a peak Beast King, strive to take the corpses of 4 peak 5th-level Beast Kings. Whether you succeed or not, retreat immediately according to the original route, without any errors. Understood, the 4 responded in unison. The leader slowly raised his right hand. The pitch-black spiritual power mixed with the blood-colored energy left by the holy artifact began to gather in his palm. A terrifying aura capable of destroying the world gradually spread out. High above, Lu Yuan's golden body divine form no longer shone with the previous brilliance. Large dull areas appeared on the 100-meter-tall golden giant, the golden light flickering like a lamp about to run out of oil. Cracks had already formed on the left arm of the divine form, golden fragments falling like snow. Lu Yuan himself was in an even worse state. His military uniform had been torn to pieces, revealing the skin burned by spiritual power beneath, a few strands of dark red blood seeping from his mouth and nose, dripping from his chin in midair. But his gaze remained sharp as a knife, staring fixedly at the equally battered Man Gunyo Mang across from him. The Man Gunyo Mang was also in a bad condition. On its dozens of meters-long massive body, dozens of broken scale marks were visible, black blood flowing from the wounds, forming streaks of black rain in the high air. One of its horns had broken off, white smoke rising from the broken end. Judging by appearance alone, it was impossible to see who had the advantage. After a moment of standoff in the sky, the Man Gunyo Mang's eyes slightly retreated, ceasing its attack and slowly descending to the ground. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, and ultimately did not move forward to continue the attack. It was not that he dared not; if it were only the two of them, he would have fought to the death. But this was a war, and he had to consider possible unexpected changes ahead. Those others had not yet shown signs, and he could not risk it all. Lu Yuan's golden body divine form slowly dissipated during the descent, turning into countless golden light points that merged back into his body. When he landed, his whole body wobbled but quickly steadied. The earth under his feet cracked from the impact, raising a cloud of dust. The massive body of the Man Gunyo Mang also slowly descended to the back of the beast faction, the ground violently shaking as it landed. The strongest fighters on both sides temporarily withdrew from the battle. But the slaughter on the battlefield did not stop. Chapter 138 Alert. On Zhao Tianhu's side, the battle had reached its most intense stage. His fight with the earth-rending mystic lizard had lasted a long time, the strength of this 5th-rank peak beast king far exceeding his expectations. Zhao Tianhu's hands were already full of wounds. The tiger mouth of his left hand had split, blood dripping between his fingers. The finger bones in his right fist had tiny cracks from repeated head-on clashes, each clench accompanied by piercing pain. But there was not a trace of retreat in his eyes. In those crimson eyes burned something hotter than fire, hotter than magma. It was the obsession for avenging a close friend. "Come, let's end this. Die for me." Zhao Tianhu roared, his spiritual power pouring out without reservation at that moment. He swung both fists, two golden fist auras like roaring tigers, carrying a world-destroying force, striking the head of the earth-rending mystic lizard. Boom! The mystic lizard's head jerked back violently, spitting a large amount of dark green blood. Its supposedly indestructible bronze scales finally shattered widely under Zhao Tianhu's blow. But immediately, the mystic lizard counterattacked. Its serpent tail lashed like a steel whip. Zhao Tianhu had no time to dodge, crossing his arms to block in front of his chest. Bang! A dull crack of bones came from his arms, both arms cracked under the blow, half his body numb from the strike. But Zhao Tianhu gritted his teeth and did not take a single step back. He faced the enemy head-on for dozens of moves. Finally, in a brief gap of the earth-splitting Xian lizard's attack, Zhao Tianhu's right fist struck out again. This time, he aimed at the already shattered scales on the neck of the earth-splitting Xian lizard, and the golden fist force pierced through the broken scales, directly smashing into the creature's body. Ah! The earth-splitting Xian lizard let out an ear-piercing, agonizing scream, its massive body suddenly spasming, and for the first time, fear appeared in its cold vertical eyes. Then, its giant body slowly collapsed to the ground. The loud crash of its fall caused a brief tremor across the battlefield. Many of the fighters, instinctively, looked over, and when they saw the massive corpse of the earth-splitting Xian lizard, the human side erupted in a thunderous cheer. The peak tier level 5 beast king had been killed. Zhao Tianhu stood next to the earth-splitting Xian lizard's body, and after storing it in his spatial storage, he began to breathe heavily. His entire body was almost completely broken. Both arms fractured, his tiger's mouth torn open, 3 ribs broken, and more than a dozen large and small wounds covered his body. Blood soaked his military uniform, pooling into a small dark red puddle at his feet. But his spine remained straight. Old Lu. Zhao Tianhu mumbled, a tired yet relieved smile tugging at his lips. I didn't let you down, did I? He closed his eyes, taking a few moments to catch his breath. At that moment, something came to his mind, and he reached for the communicator at his waist. During the battle, he had no time to check any messages, but now that the enemy was defeated, he finally had a brief moment of respite. There was a message on the communicator. It was from one of his sergeants, containing only a few short sentences. Report, sir. I found a bottle on the battlefield, inside which was a note. The note says, there is an anomaly in the underground life force, recommend the military investigate. I didn't dare hide this, and thus report it. Zhao Tianhu's brows furrowed sharply. Underground? Abnormal life force beasts? If he had received this message under normal circumstances, he would have likely dismissed it as a prank. An anonymous note in a bottle with no clear source, it seemed completely unreliable. But Zhao Tianhu thought of something else. This beast tide itself was filled with too many strange things. First, the soul-devouring Beast King appeared in the blockade zone, and Lu Yanghui died because of it. Then the unprecedentedly massive beast tide exploded after over 20 years of peace. It all seemed too coincidental. If it was all part of a plan.
Then, there must be something hidden underground, using the massive deaths caused by this beast tide to profit. Isn't this the logical next step? At this thought, a cold chill shot up Zhao Tianhu's spine. His mind raced, quickly connecting all the dots. If there really were people underground, then right now, our side is in the open, while theirs is hidden. It's the perfect moment for a strike. If they were to strike, who would their target be? Zhao Tianhu suddenly lifted his head, his gaze cutting through the chaotic battlefield, looking toward the direction where Lu Yuan had fallen. At this moment, Lu Yuan had just fallen from the sky. His golden body had dissipated, his aura was disordered, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He was in the weakest state after a battle. If the people underground chose to act now, their target would definitely be Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was the protector of the entire Jiang'an city, the military's highest fighting power, the backbone of everyone. As long as he fell, everything here would collapse. And now, across the entire battlefield, Zhao Tianhu was the only one with this warning. Because that piece of information had only reached him, no one else, not even Lu Yuan. No one knew about this news. Zhao Tianhu's pupils suddenly contracted. He did not hesitate for a moment, turned around, and shot toward Lu Yuan's direction. The pain in his hands, the broken ribs, and the dwindling spiritual power, all of it was thrown behind his mind the moment he made the decision. He only had one thought. He must reach Lu Yuan's side and tell him this news, so he could prepare himself. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, Li Chenling was engaged in a fierce battle with a 4th-tier early-stage green-winged blade eagle. The speed of this 4th-tier beast was extremely fast, its wings like sharp blades, every pass leaving visible cutting marks in the air. Its strength far surpassed the 3rd-tier beasts. The difference of a big realm was like a bottomless chasm, forcing Li Chenling, in the 2nd stage of the Tide realm, to defend herself. But it was exactly this immense pressure that caused her combat experience to accumulate at a rapid pace. Her footwork became increasingly agile, and her judgment more precise. Every time the green-winged blade eagle dove, she could find that tiny gap at the last moment, dodging by shifting her body. Occasionally seizing the opportunity, a star-shattering finger shot out, and the finger's light left a deep wound at the eagle's wing base. Though it could not injure it fundamentally, each clash brought her a deeper understanding of the combat style of 4th-tier beasts. Xianling, your evasion rhythm is getting better, Lin Chen said in his mind, his voice carrying a trace of satisfaction. But watch out for its 3rd dive. This type of eagle beast has a habitual leftward drift. You can. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a tremendous blood-red aura erupted violently from the depths of the earth. Chapter 139, Assassination. The aura came without warning, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. A blood-red energy wave surged from the earth's depths, piercing through tens of meters of rock and soil, exploding on the surface into a visible blood-red shockwave. The earth trembled violently under the impact of this power, countless cracks spreading like a spider web beneath their feet. Everyone felt it. The soldiers in battle stopped their actions, weapons hanging in midair, and the beasts that were hunting froze in place, emitting low growls from their instinctive fear. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence in that instant. Lin Chen's heart suddenly tightened. He immediately used his perception ability to catch the nature of the aura. It was blood-red energy, mixed with almost tangible murderous intent. The presence underground was about to make its move. And its target was definitely not simple. Lin Chen hesitated not for a second. He instantly took over Li Chenling's body, exerting strength in his legs, and his form shot out like a bolt of black lightning, rushing toward the edge of the battlefield without looking back. The green-winged blade eagle was startled by the sudden change, hesitated for a moment, and did not pursue. Lin Chen? What's happening? Li Chenling cried out in her mind. The thing beneath the earth has exploded. Lin Chen's voice was urgent and tense, his speed already at its maximum. The dark currents I sensed earlier, absorbing blood and qi, their source has moved. The strength of that aura, at least 6th tier. Xianling, we must get away. This is a level we can't participate in right now. Li Chenling did not argue, she knew that in front of a 6th tier powerhouse, they could not even protect themselves. Lin Chen ran with all his might toward the relatively safer edge. Li Chenling nervously watched the changes on the battlefield. Lin Chen. Do you think the thing below is human or a beast? Lin Chen was silent for a moment. I don't know. His voice was light, I hope it's a beast. If it's a beast, then it's a natural disaster. Though terrifying, at least the target is clear. The enemy of all. But if it's the human race? Then it means that this beast tide was carefully designed from the very beginning as a chess game by certain people. Those dead soldiers, those scattered cultivators who bled to death, those young students devoured by the beast tide, all of them are pawns sacrificed on the chessboard. And the person below is the one who controls the pieces.
Once such an event happens, it will have repercussions throughout Jiang'an City, and even the entire Great Xia Kingdom.
No matter what.
Lin Chen murmured, his voice heavy with a suppressed weight. I hope the military can hold on.
On the battlefield.
When that blood-colored aura erupted from the ground, everyone was stunned. The warriors who were fighting looked around in confusion, not knowing what had happened, while the strange beasts were also thrown into disarray. Some low-ranking beasts, terrified by that aura, turned and fled, while others crouched on the ground, trembling in fear.
Chaos spread across the entire battlefield.
But one person was not stunned.
Zhao Tianhu.
The moment that blood-colored aura surged out of the ground, Zhao Tianhu was rushing full speed toward Lu Yuan. He felt the terror of that aura and the sharp killing intent contained within it. And the target of that killing intent, his gaze suddenly turned towards Lu Yuan. At that moment, Lu Yuan was standing on the edge of the front line, having just fallen from the sky. His golden body avatar had completely dissipated, his aura was disordered, and the blood on his nose and mouth had not been wiped clean. Right now, he was in his weakest state. Zhao Tianhu's mind had no other thoughts. He had to reach Lu Yuan's side.
Underground. When Pang Yangyun sensed the aura fluctuation of Lu Yuan landing, a slow smile appeared at the corner of his mouth under the shadow of his black robe. Now is the time.
In his right palm, a powerful force fluctuated, that was 6th-tier spiritual power. He suddenly raised his right palm and violently thrust it upward, smashing through the rock layer above.
Break! A jet-black beam of light appeared. The dozens of meters thick rock layer was easily pierced by this beam, as if it were tofu.
Soil, rubble, rock layers, all obstacles turned to dust in an instant. A jet-black beam, mixed with strong blood chi, erupted from deep within the earth, shooting straight into the sky. The diameter of the beam was over 1 meter wide, pitch black like ink, but its edges swirled with strange blood-red patterns. When it pierced the surface, the land within 100 meters collapsed into a massive crater, and rubble and dirt splashed in all directions like a torrential rain. The beam's target was precise, heading straight towards the direction where Lu Yuan stood.
Lu Yuan sensed the danger the moment the beam burst from the earth.
But although his reaction was extremely fast, his body could not keep up with his mind. After the golden body avatar dissipated, his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. The prolonged, peak battle with the Mango Bull Python had nearly drained all his trump cards. What's worse, that beam contained a strange locking force. The moment the beam appeared, an invisible binding force firmly locked onto Lu Yuan's body, and he felt as if an invisible giant hand had tightly grabbed him. The flow of his spiritual power became extraordinarily difficult in the face of this force.
6th-tier power.
Lu Yuan's heart sank, his pupils suddenly contracting. There was no doubt, this was an attack at the level of the golden body realm. And judging from its power, even at his peak, if he were hit by this attack unprepared, he would definitely suffer serious injuries. And in his current state it was likely a life-threatening situation. In a very short time, Lu Yuan did everything he could to respond. He gathered all the remaining spiritual energy in his body and formed a golden spiritual shield in front of him, while also activating the power of his golden body avatar on his right arm, creating a layer of golden armor that covered his chest.
Several spirit weapons were activated, surrounding Lu Yuan, guarding him.
But he knew that these defenses were no match against that column of light. The pitch-black column of light was already within reach. Its destructive aura hit him like a wave, the heat searing his skin, and the blood-colored energy corroding his spiritual shield. The golden shield wall began to crack under the impact of the light column, with fine cracks spreading rapidly like a spiderweb.
1 second.
Perhaps less than a second, and the shield wall would shatter completely, the light column crashing directly into his chest. But at that very moment, a figure shot from the side. The speed was extreme, so fast that everyone present only saw a blurry afterimage.
Zhao Tianhu.
He had arrived. He was the only one in the entire place who had prepared mentally. From the moment that intelligence appeared before him, he had already been running towards Lu Yuan. When the light column erupted from the ground, while everyone else was still stunned, Zhao Tianhu had already covered more than a dozen breaths of distance.
But that was not enough. Lu Yuan was positioned at the very front of the front line, still several kilometers away.
At normal speed, he would definitely not make it in time. Moreover, even if he did, facing the terrifying light column, he would be powerless.
So Zhao Tianhu made a decision.
LV Yanghui had once taught him a secret technique that would burn everything in his body into a single flame.
Using this technique would undoubtedly result in death.
But from the moment Zhao Tianhu made his decision to the moment he acted, there was no hesitation. Not a single extra thought passed through his mind. His speed instantly reached an unimaginable level. His already wounded body shone with its final brilliance under the flames, golden spiritual energy gushing from every pore, enveloping him in a dazzling golden light. In that instant, his speed broke the sound barrier. The air behind him was torn apart with a sharp explosive sound.
Then, he arrived in front of Lu Yuan, just before the pitch-black light column hit Lu Yuan. At that moment, Zhao Tianhu's figure was like a golden shield, forcefully inserting itself between Lu Yuan and the pitch-black light column. In that instant, Lu Yuan, who had been extremely tense, widened his eyes. Time seemed to slow down at that very moment. He saw Zhao Tianhu's back, that broad, solid back. That back was covered with scars, the military uniform torn to shreds, and blood had soaked through the fabric. But those shoulders were spread wide, as if they wanted to block the entire world behind him. Old Zhao! Lu Yuan roared with all his might. But it was already too late. The pitch-black light column crashed into Zhao Tianhu's body with a thunderous sound. At that moment, Zhao Tianhu's golden spiritual energy shield shattered as easily as paper. Golden fragments scattered in the pitch-black light column, like the last fading starlight in the dark night. The power of the light column was too terrifying. Sixth stage golden body realm, plus long preparation time, had already exceeded Zhao Tianhu's limits. Zhao Tianhu's body was like a small boat in the light column, his skin burning, his bones cracking, his meridians collapsing inch by inch. But he did not retreat. Even as his body collapsed, even as the pain surpassed what any human could bear, his feet remained firmly planted on the ground. Not a single step back. Because behind him was his big brother. The pitch-black light column completely submerged Zhao Tianhu's figure, and his back became blurry within that destructive energy, like a drop of ink dissolving into endless darkness. Just as his figure was about to be completely devoured, the final moment was near. 2 words, softly spoken from that pitch-black darkness. Big brother. Those 2 words carried no hatred, no unwillingness. Only a calmness so tender it broke the heart. Like a little brother saying goodnight, like a warrior saying farewell. His body vanished within the black pillar of light. This time, not even a piece of uniform remained, completely gone into the world. After piercing Zhao Tianhu's body, the power of the light pillar greatly weakened. But the remaining dark energy still carried a force not to be underestimated, smashing against Lu Yuan's golden spiritual shield wall. The shield wall shattered, the golden armor broke, his spiritual weapon was blasted away, and the residual force hit Lu Yuan's chest, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. But he survived, without suffering severe injuries. Lu Yuan was pushed back several steps, crashing heavily onto the ground. Yet almost at the same moment he landed, he rose, eyes fixed on the space where the pillar of light had dissipated. There was nothing left. No corpse, no debris, no fragments. Zhao Tianhu's body was completely annihilated under a 6th rank attack, leaving not a trace behind. As if he had never existed. Lu Yuan froze there. He remembered a few hours ago, on the same battlefield, Zhao Tianhu grabbing his collar, eyes red, saying to him, "Lu Yuan, I will never forgive you in this life. From now on, we are no longer brothers." He remembered the story Zhao Tianhu told, about LV Yanghui giving him the essence accumulation pill saved from 7 years of military achievements. He remembered the moment Zhao Tianhu cut ties with him. He remembered even older things. The 3 brothers, sharing life and death for over 10 years, fighting side by side for over 10 years. Now, in a single day, 2 were gone. One died under the soul-eating beast emperor, the other died before his eyes, using his body to block that fatal blow. Suddenly, Lu Yuan recalled a joke LV Yanghui had said before, "If we lose you, who will protect our commander from the blade?" It had come true. LV Yanghui left, Zhao Tianhu blocked for him. Zhao Tianhu left, who would block for him now? No one, never again. Lu Yuan suddenly felt an urge to kneel. This 6th-rank golden body supreme warrior, the iron-blooded commander defending a region of the Daxia kingdom, at this moment, was like an ordinary man who had lost everything. His lips trembled. His hands trembled. His entire body trembled. But his eyes were firm, not letting out a cry, for the army's morale must not falter, Lu Yuan must not collapse. He gave himself 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, he sealed all his sorrow deep in his heart for the time being. In those eyes, all sadness was replaced by something even more terrifying. Killing intent, a fury capable of burning the sky and boiling the seas. On a distant highland, Lin Chen and Li Chenling witnessed everything. The moment Zhao Tianhu blocked in front of Lu Yuan, Li Chenling's breath froze for an instant. Lin Chen, Chief Zhao and Chief LV. I know. Lin Chen's voice was soft, carrying an indescribable weight. The peace and safety of the Daxia kingdom exists because too many people like them bear the burdens. On the battlefield after the light pillar dissipated, the turmoil was not over. At the very moment Zhao Tianhu sacrificed himself, 4 black figures shot out like ghosts from the cracks in the ground. Their speed was so fast that most people present only saw 4 after images. The 4 split up, each precisely locking onto a 5th-rank peak beast king. The power of the 9th-level Heavenly Gang cultivators erupted under the surprise attack, while those beast kings were still trapped in the confusion brought by the underground aura. Completely unprepared. The first shadow passed by the burning skyflame wolf's side, and a single strike pierced through its heart. The intense flames extinguished in an instant, and the massive body of the burning skyflame wolf fell with a crash.
The second shadow, like an invisible blade, cut into the bone-biting hellbear's neck from behind. A single strike severed its spine, and the eerie pale light in its eyes slowly dimmed. The third and fourth shadows were just as swift, each killing one of the other two peak fifth-order beast kings. The corpses of the four beast kings were swiftly stored in the storage magic artifacts of the four individuals as they fell to the ground. Then, without a glance back, the four of them sped off toward the edge of the blockade zone. Not even a few breaths passed. Clean and efficient, all in one go. This scene fell into Lu Yuan's eyes, and the killing intent in his pupils deepened.
He noticed some subtle details, and these details formed a vague outline in his mind. That organization that had been lurking in the dark for countless years in the Great Xia Kingdom, coiled like a venomous snake in the shadows. So it was them. Lu Yuan glanced at the mango bull python across from him, then issued his command. All camp leaders, listen up. Lu Yuan's voice, filled with murderous intent, thundered through the battlefield like a strike of heavenly lightning. Pursue with all your strength. Do not let a single one escape. Avenging all the soldiers who sacrificed their lives. The rest, return to Camp 9 and prepare to defend. His figure shot out, transforming into a golden streak of light, heading directly towards the direction the black-clad figures fled. Chapter 141, A Brief Alliance. The camp leaders still capable of fighting all moved at once. Meanwhile, on the other side, the mango bull python's golden vertical pupils also caught sight of the four black shadows that had just killed the beast kings. At the same time, it seemed to have realized their identity. Its reaction was even more intense than Lu Yuan's. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the bull python's massive mouth. The anger and killing intent in that sound made all the beasts within tens of miles kneel on the ground. Those were its subjects. The peak fifth-order beast kings had been its subordinates in this region. And now, four of them had been slaughtered in the chaos, and their corpses taken? This was an unbearable humiliation. The beast kings could die, but their corpses had to be reclaimed. The corpses of these four beast kings were enough to help it break through a small realm. The mango bull python's massive body suddenly leaped up, its thick and towering snake body cutting through the air, leaving a terrifying arc as it shot toward the four black shadows, bringing with it the fury of destruction. All the surviving fifth-order beast kings, upon hearing the bull python's roar, abandoned the fight with the humans and followed the bull python in pursuit. The lower-level beasts also stopped their attacks under the influence of the roar, stumbling backward for 100 miles, waiting for their king's return. In an instant, the previously intense battlefield grew eerily quiet. On the high ground, Lin Chen watched as the two forces, one human and one beast, simultaneously pursued in the northeastern direction. He narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems, what's laid out below is human. He murmured softly. Li Qianling coldly said, they are worse than beasts. Even among the beasts, once they awaken their intelligence, they would never harm their own kind. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, then sighed. To think that one day, humans and beasts would briefly ally, both pursuing those black-clad figures, truly a spectacle of the world. This means those people belong neither to the human side nor the beast side. Li Qianling analyzed in her mind, her voice calm. They are a third party, using the war between the two sides to achieve their own goal. Lin Chen nodded. Qianling, did you notice? The breath of the person attacking from underground was unlike anything from either side on the battlefield before. Mixed within that breath was human spiritual energy and the bloodlust of a beast. Lin Chen's perception talent gave him an extremely fine ability to sense energy. Apart from him, only Lu Yuan on the entire battlefield had the same ability to perceive. Are you saying, human and beast? Li Qianling said uncertainly. Pretty much. That feeling is very subtle, not something that normal cultivation methods could achieve. Those people are walking a completely different path from regular martial artists. Lin Chen paused, then continued, also, I always feel like, with both sides fighting so fiercely, suddenly chasing after the person in black, it's just a little unreasonable. Li Qianling listened to Lin Chen's words, thought for a moment, and then said. In a single day, Commander Lu lost 2 of his brothers. It's possible he might make an impulsive decision. If something happened to you, I would not rest until I settle it. But that beast. I always feel it has other intentions. Li Qianling shook her head and continued. No matter what they plan, this matter doesn't concern us. Don't get involved. Of course. Lin Chen agreed, we can just watch the show here. But. His gaze fell on the scattered bodies across the battlefield, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly under the mask. After this big show is over, both sides will likely enter a recovery period. By then, the beast corpses left on the battlefield, heh. Li Qianling was puzzled, your devouring talent has already reached its limit, hasn't it? Just a few hours of rest, and I'll be good as new.
After that, I'll devour again and refine the path veins in your other hand.
Li Qianling laughed. You, always thinking about eating, aren't you afraid of exposing yourself?
Eating is the primary source of productivity.
During the pursuit,
Lu Yuan, with the commanders still capable of fighting, chased out of the heart of the blockade area, heading towards the outer edge. The black-robed leader, who had just advanced to the 6th rank, was strong, but the power of the holy artifact had not fully fused. Plus, the previous attack, which he had unleashed with all his strength, had consumed a lot. His combat strength now was not at its peak. But his speed of escape was still extremely fast, and his direction was clear, clearly having planned his retreat route in advance.
Although Lu Yuan was severely injured, he seemed almost mad, relentlessly pursuing the scent.
The Mangun Yo Mang flanked from another direction. Its enormous body, though not as agile as a human form, radiated the oppressive aura of a beast king. It was like an invisible net that made the 4 black-robed figures, all at the 9th level of the Tiangang realm, feel as though there were thorns in their backs as they fled, unable to reach their maximum speed. Thus, during the pursuit, a peculiar scene appeared. One was the highest military leader of the Jiangnan City blockade zone, the other was the king of the Tiangu Great Forest, adjacent to the blockade zone. The two of them were actually one behind the other, without fighting.
Chasing, the voice of the Mangun Yo Mang came through spiritual transmission and entered Lu Yuan's ear. Lu Yuan, do you know his background? Lu Yuan coldly replied, if I knew, would I let such a thing happen?
The Mangun Yo Mang's voice was unexpectedly calm.
But they are human, and I, a beast.
Survival of the fittest, competition is the law of nature.
Yet your human race always claims to be united.
After the Evil Moon incident, the Great Xia Kingdom was able to successfully establish the country because of this spirit. Now, such a situation has appeared.
To drive out external enemies, one must first stabilize internal affairs.
If you shrink the blockade area, I can agree to give you time.
What do you think?
Its voice was extremely tempting. Lu Yuan remained silent for a moment, not immediately making a decision. After this battle, both of us have suffered heavy losses, the Mangun Yo Mang continued, its voice carrying a sense of fatigue. And if it turns into a fight to the death, it will only be a mutual destruction.
Lu Yuan did not speak. His losses were even greater than the Mangu bull python knew. LV Yanghui was dead, Zhao Tianhu was dead. 2 heavenly gang-level experts, all perished in a single day. Spiritual crystal reserves were emptied, and the army suffered heavy casualties. These losses could not be made up in the short term.
Most importantly, in terms of combat strength, he really could not deal with the other side. Although he was a genius of Jiangnan City, after all, he had only broken through the Golden Body realm for a few years, and the Dharma Body Gold stage had not even completed the first step of refinement. But the other side had already been a 6th stage Beast Emperor decades ago.
After thinking for a moment, Lu Yuan spoke, his voice cold and hard as iron.
I said, not an inch will be given in the blockade zone, this stance will never change.
Chapter 142. A familiar corpse. The Mango bull python's vertical pupils narrowed slightly, sizing up Lu Yuan. The fight just now, although it seemed like it had the upper hand, it knew in its heart that Lu Yuan had held back during the battle, because he also had to pay attention to the battlefield below. If Lu Yuan went all out, who would win was still uncertain. Moreover, the foundation of the Great Xia Kingdom was not something a small Jiangnan City garrison could represent.
If it really broke through the blockade zone, provoking the Great Xia Kingdom to send 6th stage experts from other cities for support, it might not get a good outcome. The area can remain unchanged. Finally, the Mangu bull python stated the new condition.
Lu Yuan glanced sideways slightly. But, the Mango bull python's voice became heavy and serious. Within 5 years, you must limit the number of warriors entering the Tiangu Great Forest. Those scattered cultivators, those mercenaries, the number allowed to enter each year must not exceed 30% of the current number.
Within 5 years, no 6th stage warriors may enter the Tiangu Great Forest area.
After 5 years, everything returns to normal, then you and I will fight again.
Lu Yuan remained silent. 5 years. This time point was delicate. For the Mango bull python, it needed time to recover from the losses of this beast tide, replenish the dead beast kings, and rebuild its power map. For Lu Yuan, 5 years was also the time he needed to rebuild his army and supplement high-level combat power. The blockade zone area remains unchanged, this was the bottom line, it was held. Limiting the number of warriors would indeed affect the cultivation and resource acquisition of Jiangnan City's warriors, but compared with reducing territory, this cost was acceptable. At least, compared to the losses that might be suffered by continuing the fight, this was already the best result. But, the thing that made Lu Yuan hesitate most was that newly advanced soul-eating beast emperor. LV Yanghui had died by its hand. If 5 years later it consolidated its beast emperor realm, and came with the current guy to invade, what would he do then? While pursuing, Lu Yuan thought for a moment, and finally could only let out a long sigh. There was no choice, the Great Xia Kingdom was already troubled both inside and out, conflicts between countries, border beasts, and the most terrifying endless sea, now seemed to have new movements. The power of the whole country, more than half, was tied up in the endless sea. Other places generals could not get much support from the state. In this special period, every general could only have merit but avoid fault. Now the entire Great Xia Kingdom's attitude toward land beasts was to avoid them if possible. Especially in Jiangnan City, where traces of that organization had appeared, surely the whole city would soon be in chaos. If he did not agree to the other side's terms, that would really be. Forget it. After this matter ends, report it to the state, see if there is any way to deal with this soul-eating beast emperor. Sigh. Old Zhao have fallen. They were the most promising 5th stage warriors in Jiangnan City to achieve the Golden Body realm. If even one of them were alive, his pressure would have been much, much lighter. Within 5 years, beasts may not actively attack human settlements or military facilities inside the blockade zone. Lu Yuan added his own condition. The ancient wild ox python pondered for a moment. Okay, but once we leave the camp, life and death don't matter. The two figures reached an agreement while chasing. Then, they sped up, continuing to pursue the 5 men in black. The core area of the war finally became quiet, humans and beasts alike resting and recovering. No one cheered for victory, because there was no victory. Looking around, the land was soaked in blood, turning into a shocking dark brown, bodies piled in chaos, human and beast mixed, impossible to tell apart. The air was thick with the smell of blood, each breath feeling like swallowing death itself. Sadness? This word seemed to have vanished from the battlefield. Too many had died. So many that sadness became a luxury. The living had no strength to cry, no extra emotion to feel. Their eyes only held two things: exhaustion and hatred. The surviving wandering cultivators and the martial association warriors leaned against each other in the camp, covered in blood, unable to tell if it was theirs or others. Many rested with closed eyes. One person looked down at the military merit token in his hand, the numbers flickering in the dim light. These merits were enough to buy 2 years of cultivation resources for the little girl. Thinking this, he forced a curve on his lips, let out a long breath, then closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, falling into a deep sleep. Lin Chen did not appear in the view of others. He found a ruined corner not far from the central battlefield, half hidden behind a collapsed stone wall, quietly waiting for the devouring power in his body to cool down and recover. The surroundings were very quiet, only occasional wind sounds in the distance, Lin Chen's gaze unconsciously sweeping the ground around. Everywhere were corpses. Today, Lin Chen had seen too many of these scenes. He thought he had become numb. But as his gaze casually passed over a corpse's face, his movements suddenly froze. It was the face of a middle-aged man. Ordinary face, even a bit old, high cheekbones, rough skin, a layer of dark stubble on the chin. Lips slightly open, as if saying something, or taking the last breath. Lin Chen recognized him. It was the middle-aged wandering cultivator who had run beside him on the way to the battlefield a few hours ago. The man carrying a long sword not made of spirit weapon, cultivation only at the 8th or 9th level of opening, said he had a 7-year-old daughter at home. He had died here. Lin Chen's gaze slowly moved down, seeing the wounds on him. A huge tearing wound across the chest, from left shoulder to right abdomen, flesh turned out, ribs broken, organs faintly visible, clearly the mark of a beast's sharp claw. But he should not have died instantly. From the large area of congealed blood around the wound, he struggled for a long time after receiving this fatal injury. Lin Chen's gaze shifted to his hands. The hands tightly clasped over the chest, fingers interlocked. Even though death had taken all his strength, the hands still did not release. But his arms had been crushed into a blur of flesh and blood, bones broken, muscles rotten, yet the hands remained tightly held together. As if guarding something. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then extended a tentacle, gently reaching toward the now stiff hands. The tip of the tentacle carefully slipped between the interlocked fingers, slowly prying the stiff fingers apart. The moment the palms opened, something slipped from his hand. It was a photo. A very small portrait photo, corners wrinkled and curled from sweat and blood. The picture on the photo was still clear and distinguishable. It was a little girl. She looked about 6 or 7 years old, with 2 crooked pigtails, wearing a slightly faded floral dress. She stood in front of a wooden door, smiling at the camera with her eyes curving into 2 crescent moons, revealing a gap where a tooth was missing. Her smile was bright like a small piece of sunlight, shining, warm, and completely unreserved. On the wooden door behind her, there was a crooked crayon drawing stuck. In the drawing, there were 2 figures, one big and one small. The bigger one had a long knife drawn on his back, while the smaller one raised both hands, as if cheering. Above the 2 figures, 4 words were written in childish handwriting. "Daddy is the best." Lin Chen remembered the last words he had said to him, "Come back alive. That little girl is still waiting for you." He didn't speak, his throat felt like it was blocked by something, and Li Chanling also didn't say anything. Both of them fell into silence. Finally, Lin Chen gently wiped away the bloodstains on the photo, carefully folded it, and put it into his pocket. No matter what, this photo could not be left here. It couldn't be buried by the soil, trampled by beasts, or eroded by the wind and rain, disappearing in this forgotten battlefield. This was something a father had protected with his life until the very last moment. It deserved to be preserved properly. Li Chenling sighed deeply, her voice filled with a sense of sorrow. The pillar of a family, just like that, is gone. Her voice was soft, as if she were afraid of disturbing something. That little girl, probably still waiting on the windowsill at home, waiting for her father to come back. Lin Chen didn't respond. He slowly stood up and gazed into the distance. As far as his eyes could see, there were bodies everywhere, densely packed, piled up layer by layer, stretching all the way to the horizon. Behind every corpse, there was a family, there were people waiting for them to come back. This era, although one could cultivate, could ride the clouds, split mountains and rocks, and overturn seas. But honestly, it was brutal, far more brutal than the world he had come from. Lin Chen pushed those surging emotions deep down, sitting back into the corner of the ruins. He was waiting for his devouring talent to recover. After more than 4 hours, the feeling of overload in his body finally faded. The devouring talent was restored. Lin Chen's spirit lifted, and he immediately extended his tentacles, diving into the surrounding pile of alien beast corpses, beginning the process of devouring and transformation again. Energy began to flow again through the shared talent, constantly feeding into Li Chenling's body, and the tempering of the meridians in her left hand officially began. At this moment, in the southeastern direction of the battlefield at the center of the blockade zone, in a desert. There were no corpses, no fighting, everything was incredibly quiet. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. Beneath the sand, dozens of figures emerged like venomous snakes that had been lying in wait for a long time. Fine sand slid off their shoulders and hair, revealing cold, hard faces. These people had originally come from the sea area, intending to enter the ancient forest of Tiangu to hunt for resources. But the noise from the blockade zone was too intense. Even hundreds of miles away, the aftermath of a battle between 6th-level powerhouses could be clearly felt. The energy collision capable of tearing the sky apart made it hard not to notice. So they stopped, hiding beneath the sand, silently watching this grand spectacle. The peak duel between Lu Yuan and the wild bull python, the heroic scene of Zhao Tianhu blocking with his body and dying, the sudden attack and escape of the underground man in black robes, and finally the sound of Lu Yuan and the wild bull python chasing away. They saw everything with their own eyes. The leader was a burly middle-aged man, his eyes slightly squinted, his lips pressed tightly together in a thin line. Obviously, some fierce weighing was taking place. The crowd behind could no longer restrain themselves. Boss, a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. A burly man with a face full of flesh lowered his voice, full of greed and excitement. The 6th rank of the Dasha kingdom has left, and most of the 5th rank have chased out too. What's left are all half-dead scattered soldiers. Those strange beasts have retreated too. The entire battlefield is like it has no defense. The corpses of those dead strange beasts, and the spiritual weapons, storage artifacts, spirit crystals on the Dasha kingdom warriors, just picking them up is enough to feed us for 3 years. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years chance for our country. And the Dasha kingdom is now troubled by the endless sea, they have no energy to deal with other matters. Another tall, thin man came closer, his eyes shining. And I just saw several 5th-rank Beast King corpses lying on the battlefield, no one collected them. 5th-rank Beast Kings, boss. Those are priceless. But some people looked hesitant. An older man frowned, his voice steady. Don't be impulsive, the Dasha kingdom has lasted 100 years on this land, their foundation is not something you can imagine. What if they still have a backup? What if there are hidden scouts, formations, or secret killing moves we don't know? Rushing out recklessly, if we are caught, even escaping will be impossible for our small group. The burly man snorted with disdain. Afraid of nothing. If they had a backup, why didn't that black-robed man use it when he ambushed from underground? Watching their own people get blown to pieces and did nothing, is that a backup? Exactly. That leader named Zhao is dead. If there was a backup, would a 5th-rank warrior have to die blocking a 6th rank? The two sides argued, their voices growing louder. The leader remained silent, and after a moment, he made up his mind. All units, listen. Everyone instantly became quiet and looked at him. Rush in, fight chaos, do not linger in battle, do not go deep, only plunder. After 10 minutes, whatever is in your hands, immediately withdraw, and gather in the Tiangu forest. His voice was not loud, but left no room for doubt. Listen carefully, 10 minutes. Not a second more. Whoever is greedy and can't move, I will not turn back to save him. The crowd roared in agreement, their eyes full of flames of greed. The next moment, dozens of figures rose at the same time, running at full speed toward the battlefield. A moment later, the silent battlefield once again rippled. The arrival of the black-clothed people was like a sharp knife piercing into the garrison army. Kill. The leader shouted violently. Dozens of black-clothed warriors pounced like hungry wolves on a flock of sheep, spreading in all directions, killing whoever they saw, taking whatever they killed for. They did not pick targets, whether the opponent was unconscious wounded soldiers or recovering warriors, whether the army regulars or scattered reinforcements. As long as they were alive, they were all killed. After killing, the first thing they did was check the storage artifacts, spiritual weapons, and spirit crystals on the opponent, stuffing them into their own storage bags, then pouncing on the next target. A perfect robber face, not even bothering to maintain the slightest decency. And the power they displayed was even more shocking. Among these dozens, the lowest cultivation was 4th rank Kaitian realm, including some late 4th rank experts. And the leader's aura was even more terrifying, Tiangang realm, 8 layers. With Lu Yuan and most leaders having pursued and left, this power was extremely frightening. Within the 9th camp, chaos erupted immediately. Chapter 142, Chenling, I will act. Screams, roars, and the roaring of spiritual power rose one after another. Many soldiers, still unconscious, had their throats cut by a single knife, without even a chance to open their eyes to see the killer. Blood once again soaked the land that had just calmed. Those who had barely survived the beast tide. Those who had fought with all their strength to hold the line, those still dreaming of going home, died silently under the blades of the black-clothed men. The leader of the 9th camp, Zhao Tianhu, had already fallen in battle, while the other leaders chased the black-robed men with the remaining Tiangang-level warriors. The highest combat strength left in the camp was 2nd camp leader Zhou Baichuan. Zhou Baichuan was a peak 5th rank warrior, but at this moment, his condition was at its worst. In the previous battle with a 5th rank beast king, a large chunk of flesh on his left shoulder had been torn away by claws, leaving white bone exposed. The kneecap of his right leg was cracked, each step sending stabbing pain through him, and his internal spiritual power was almost gone, less than 20% of his peak. He should have been lying in the tent receiving treatment. But when the first scream of the black-clothed men storming the camp rang out, Zhou Baichuan rolled off the stretcher, sent an urgent military report to Lu Yuan at top speed, grabbed the 5th rank spiritual weapon warblade next to him, and staggered out. No hesitation, no weighing of options, not even a second of thought. He was a soldier, this was his camp, and those being slaughtered were his soldiers. The moment Zhou Baichuan rushed out of the tent, he collided head-on with the black-clothed leader, an 8th layer Tiangang warrior. The other party was slightly surprised to see a peak 5th rank warrior charging out, but a quick glance revealed Zhou Baichuan's true state. His aura was weak, his steps unsteady, and blood oozed from the wound on his left shoulder, a seriously injured man who could collapse at any moment. A cold smile curled at the corner of the black-clothed leader's mouth. A peak 5th rank? In this state, could he stop me? Then a greedy light appeared in his eyes. A peak 5th rank warrior, his spiritual weapon, resources, all must be very rich. Killing him would make this trip worthwhile. Moreover, there were so many spiritual weapons in the 9th camp. If he could bring some back, it would be a huge gain. With extreme greed, the black-clothed man engaged Zhou Baichuan. Zhou Baichuan roared, swinging his warblade in a sharp arc, but the force was clearly insufficient, deflected heavily by the opponent's palm. Then a heavy fist struck at Zhou Baichuan's chest, forcing him to block with his arms, taking the blow head-on. The tremendous force still pushed him back more than 10 steps, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, the black-clothed man was overjoyed and charged again without hesitation. Zhou Baichuan gritted his teeth, stabilized, summoned his spiritual power, and raised his blade to charge once more. He knew he could not win, but he had to hold this man, so that fewer soldiers would die. By the time the leaders returned, these men would all be dead. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each strike was easily blocked, and every clash worsened his injuries. But Zhou Baichuan's gaze never wavered. In his bloodshot eyes burned the final stubbornness of a soldier. Meanwhile, other military warriors above 4th rank in the camp joined the fight. Those of 3rd rank and below had no chance to fight back, only able to flee. Several 5th rank early to mid warriors from the garrison dragged their broken bodies out, and 4th rank officers, ignoring their unhealed injuries, stepped forward to meet the enemy. The battlefield rang again with the sound of metal clashing. But this time, the soldiers of the Great Xia were clearly at a complete disadvantage. The enemy rested while ready, fully powerful, while their own forces were mostly injured and drained of spiritual power. Every second someone falls, every second a life disappears. Hiding behind a distant wall, silently devouring energy, Lin Chen took all of this in. The moment the men in black appeared, Lin Chen began devouring energy to boost his combat power, and now his energy reserve had reached 37%. Seeing the scene in the 9th camp, his fists unconsciously clenched, and in his mind, 2 voices clashed fiercely. One voice said, "Do not be impulsive. If you expose your power now, it means more attention, more checks, more danger. You are a symbiote. Once discovered, you could very likely be identified as a strange type of beast." The other voice said, "Strike." He thought of those scattered cultivators who rushed to support from all directions, those ordinary fighters with low cultivation, simple equipment, not even strong enough to defeat a 3rd rank beast. They came, they fought, they died.
And now, a group of looters, stepping on their corpses, seized their relics, slaughtered their comrades.
Something inside Lin Chen's chest was burning. It was not anger, or rather, not only anger, memories from his previous life surged again. He remembered the faces in black and white photos from textbooks, remembered the countless names on monuments, remembered ordinary people who built the Great Wall with flesh and blood in the darkest times.
They were like this too.
No earth-shattering heroic words, no world-saving ultimate skills, they just did what they thought they should, within the limits of their own strength.
Two worlds, but the same kind of people.
Lin Chen closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, both clashing voices had disappeared. In their place was an unprecedented clarity and determination.
Qianling.
His voice was calm.
I will strike.
In the depths of consciousness, Li Qianling was silent for a moment. In that moment of silence, she thought a lot. She remembered her experiences from childhood to now. The bullying by the strong, the despair when her spiritual root was destroyed, the fear when being hunted, most of what this world gave her was coldness and cruelty. But she also remembered what she had seen that day. The middle-aged cultivator rushing to the battlefield with a long blade on his back, the ordinary soldiers who did not retreat before the beast tide, Lu Yonghui burning himself in his last moment, Zhao Tianhu standing in front of Lu Yuan. And now, Zhou Baichuan, covered in blood but still holding his blade without retreating. They made her feel that although the world is cruel, there are things worth protecting.
Go! Li Qianling's voice was light, yet extremely firm. Be careful.
Lin Chen grinned. The aura of a fourth-rank symbiote poured out of his body, the black robe flapped violently in the air, and the eyes under the red mask burned with a cold and fierce light. Lin Chen suddenly pushed with his legs, launching himself violently from the high ground, heading straight toward the 9th camp. Lin Chen's target was extremely clear, the 8th-level black-clad cultivator in Tiangang realm who was fighting Zhou Baichuan.
Catch the king first.
But to Lin Chen's surprise, he saw Zhou Wu's figure. This elder of the Zhou family, with peak Kaitian realm strength, still played a crucial role in this battle without peak power. Zhou Baichuan was almost unable to hold on now. His battle blade was covered in his own blood, and the spiritual light on the blade had completely dimmed. His injuries had completely worsened, and his spiritual power was being consumed frantically.
Chapter 143, I will hold the front. Situation worsens. But he was still fighting.
The black-clothed leader struck another palm, Zhou Baichuan raised his blade to block, but the power difference was too great. The battle blade slipped from his hand, and his whole body was slammed backward, crashing heavily onto a pile of corpses. The black-clothed leader walked forward slowly, licking his lips and said, "Go on your way." He raised his right palm, gathering spiritual power, ready to deliver the final strike. Zhou Baichuan lay on the heap of corpses, his chest heaving violently, blood and foam flowing from his mouth and nose, his vision already blurring, yet he still tried to lift his body. Boom! Just as the black-clothed leader's palm power was about to strike, a figure fell from the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust that blocked the sun. The black-clothed leader's pupils suddenly contracted, instinctively stepping back 3 paces. The dust cleared. A figure in a black robe with a red mask stood there. His stance was casual, even lazy, hands hanging at his sides, the hem of the black robe fluttering gently in the aftershock. But this seemingly casual figure brought the black-clothed leader an incredibly strong sense of oppression. That oppression did not come from cultivation, but from aura. It was an unmasked, naked war intent. Zhou Baichuan struggled to lift his head from the corpses and saw the black figure standing in front of him. Black robe, red mask, radiating an indescribable, eerie aura. He did not recognize this person. But at this moment, that not particularly broad back, in Zhou Baichuan's eyes, was like a mountain. You. Zhou Baichuan's throat was full of blood, his voice hoarse and almost inaudible. Who are you? Lin Chen did not turn his head.
Venom.
Zhou Baichuan was stunned for a moment, then sensed the aura fluctuations on Lin Chen, his face changing drastically. 4th stage. This person was only 4th stage in cultivation. And the black-clothed leader opposite him was Tiangang realm, 8th level, late 5th stage. A gap of 1 major realm, at this level, was almost an insurmountable chasm. Go! Zhou Baichuan shouted hoarsely, using his last ounce of strength, you are no match for him. He is 5th stage. You, a 4th stage, charging up is just suicide. Lin Chen still did not turn his head. He simply said calmly. No nonsense. I will hold the front, you on the flank recover and harass. His words were extremely calm, this calm made Zhou Baichuan swallow the warning from his mouth. He was a battle-hardened veteran, and from the young man's tone, he sensed something. It was not the fearlessness of the ignorant, nor the arrogance of the proud, it was absolute trust in his own power. Zhou Baichuan was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. He picked up his battle blade from the ground, steadied himself, and silently moved to the flank. The black-clothed leader regained his senses, looking at the suddenly appearing black-robed man, frowning slightly. 4th stage?
A fourth-stage martial artist actually dared to charge up and challenge him? Looking for death. The black-clothed leader snorted coldly, gathering spiritual power again in his right palm, slamming it toward Lin Chen. Wind Thunder Palm. A full-force fifth-stage mid-level palm, spiritual power shaped like wind and thunder, carrying overwhelming momentum, smashed toward Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen did not dodge, he raised his right fist. No outward spiritual power, no flashy move, just the most basic punch. But the moment the punch hit, the air compressed into a visible white circle. Remember, Lin Chen did not cultivate martial arts, only his body, fourth-stage symbiotic body, comparable to fifth stage. Bang! Fist and palm collided, shockwaves exploding between them, the ground beneath sank into a shallow pit several meters wide, stones and dirt flying like heavy rain. The black-clothed leader's pupils suddenly widened, a sharp pain in his palm. How is this possible? The black-clothed leader shouted, face full of disbelief. His palm power did not even knock the other away. The opponent is nothing more than a fourth-rank fighter. That fist was like a mountain made of iron, catching his full-strength mid-fifth rank strike, and it looked barely hurt. No, not just caught it. During the clash, he could clearly feel a strange force rushing into his body. Where that force reached, it even made his spiritual power vanish. What is this bizarre thing? The black-clothed leader's face grew serious, and he unconsciously stepped back 2 paces. But actually, Lin Chen was not feeling well either. The gap in realms was not so easily covered. Just receiving a single palm strike had drained 1% of his energy reserves. At this rate, even though he could absorb some energy from the other's body each time, he couldn't last many moves before he would be unable to defend. He had to think of a way. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his fist, moved his wrist, the corner of his mouth under the mask lifting slightly, softly saying, "Is that all?" These 2 words floated lightly, but to the black-clothed leader's ears, they were like a sharp slap. His face instantly darkened, and a trace of extreme killing intent flashed in his eyes. A mere fourth-rank fighter, and yet speaks so arrogantly. Good. What an arrogant boy. The black-clothed leader no longer tested, both palms out, spiritual power fully open, launching a continuous assault on Lin Chen. Palm winds howled, spiritual power surged, stirring the surrounding air into a chaotic vortex. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and met it head-on. He relied purely on force against force, flesh against spiritual power. 1 punch met 1 palm, 1 elbow blocked 1 knee. Each collision exploded a shockwave between them, each clash added more cracks to the ground beneath. Lin Chen's physical strength displayed itself vividly in this moment. The black-clothed leader's palm power struck him, producing a dull echo, but seemingly caused no harm at all. And Lin Chen's punches, each thrown, carried heart-stopping power, pure flesh strength, raw and brutal, without reason. The black-clothed leader grew more alarmed with each strike. He realized that although he held absolute advantage in cultivation, in close combat, he could not gain an inch of benefit. The opponent's body was almost against nature, hardness, toughness, and recovery far beyond normal. Even more unsettling, the opponent's combat experience was extremely rich. Every offense and defense switch was perfect, every angle precisely calculated, though only 4th rank, the effect was like a battle-hardened 5th-rank veteran. And while the black-clothed leader was tightly bound by Lin Chen, Zhou Baichuan on the flank moved a little. He seized the moment the black-clothed leader exposed a flaw under Lin Chen's pressure, swinging a blade at the back waist. The black-clothed leader twisted his body, barely dodging Zhou Baichuan's sharp blade. The edge brushed past his waist, slicing the black robe, but causing no injury. A severely injured body, overestimating oneself. Killing intent surged in the black-clothed leader's eyes, his body twisted, a palm striking toward Zhou Baichuan's face. In his view, this already heavily wounded 5th-rank peak fighter was like meat on a chopping board. First deal with this nuisance, then handle the strange black-robed man. However, before his palm landed, a black shadow like a ghost closed in. Lin Chen struck the outer side of his elbow with a punch, forcibly diverting the trajectory of that palm by 3 inches. The palm wind whistled past Zhou Baichuan's ear, the gust blowing his hair wildly. Furious, the black-clothed leader turned and launched 3 consecutive palms. Lin Chen did not retreat but advanced. He slammed open the first strike with his shoulder, blocked the second with his elbow, and the third strike landed on his chest, knocking him back a half step. But his heels were firmly embedded in the dirt, not giving an inch. 3 strikes. 5 strikes. 8 strikes. 10 strikes. The 2 of them clashed furiously within a small space, the dull thuds of fists and palms hitting each other like the rhythmic sound of battle drums, one after another, shaking the surrounding gravel to jump on the ground. But Lin Chen knew he was reaching his limit. If there was no breakthrough soon, he would have no choice but to retreat. No matter how much he sympathized with these soldiers, Lin Chen could never do what they did, putting his own life on the line. Chapter 144, Seamless Switch, Death of the Black Robe Leader. The energy reserves in his body were like the sand in an hourglass, visibly running out at an accelerating speed. With every strike, every punch, his reserves were being constantly drained.
A battle between the 4th and 5th stages, even if the physical body was strong, this kind of hard collision battle was not a long-term solution. His energy reserves were now less than 5%. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Another clash. Lin Chen used the momentum to retreat, reaching the side of Zhou Baichuan. His lips moved slightly, though no one could hear what he said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Baichuan's eyes first froze, then he slightly nodded, gripping his war blade tightly, the remaining spiritual power slowly gathering on the blade's edge. Lin Chen turned his head to look at the black-robed man across from him and suddenly took a step back. This step back was abrupt, completely different from his previous unyielding stance. The black-robed leader froze for a moment, then vigilantly stared at him, not daring to pursue recklessly. Because Lin Chen's momentum had changed. The change was subtle, yet extremely obvious, like a sharp sword being sheathed suddenly, but everyone knew that the next time it was drawn, it would be a devastating strike. Lin Chen slowly raised his right fist, and at the same time, his voice slowly sounded. To force me to use this move. You can die with no regrets. Upon hearing this, the black-robed leader's pupils suddenly contracted. What did this mean? This mere 4th stage martial artist actually had a trump card? But soon, he reacted. He was a celestial warrior. How could he, with his full power, be defeated by a 4th stage martial artist? Want to end it with one strike? That's exactly what he wanted. Good, let's do this. The black-robed leader made his decision. He no longer waited. His palms came together, and spiritual power poured out of his body. A dark golden palm print formed between his palms, filled with intricate patterns, exuding a chilling destructive aura. A 5th-tier martial technique, the Great Thunder Palm. This was his trump card. All his power as a celestial warrior was poured into this move. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The black-robed leader roared, and his palms thrust forward violently. The dark golden palm print shot out, carrying a terrifying power that seemed to tear the very air apart, heading straight for Lin Chen. At the same time, Zhou Baichuan also moved. He walked from the side to the front, gathering his remaining spiritual power into his war blade. A sharp blade light sliced through the air, slashing fiercely at the black-robed leader's waist. It was a perfect coordinated attack, but the black-robed leader was not afraid at all. He sensed the intensity of their final move and knew they couldn't withstand his strike. The 3 attacks were about to collide in an instant. The distance between the dark golden palm print and Lin Chen's fist was rapidly shrinking. Even those in the surrounding chaos couldn't help but focus their attention on this battlefield. This strike would determine the fate of the entire blockade zone's army. Once the strongest fighter, Zhou Baichuan, was dead, at least for a short time, the blockade zone would completely become the black-robed people's playground, at their mercy. Then they would have to wait for the leaders to return, but the leaders had gone after the chase. Who knows when he will return? Just before the dark golden palm imprint was about to collide with Lin Chen's fist, Lin Chen's gaze changed. That change was incredibly subtle, yet it was earth-shattering. It was as if a different soul had taken over the same body. The originally flamboyant and unrestrained sharpness vanished in an instant, replaced by eyes as cold as frost, sharp as knives, filled with extreme killing intent. Li Qianling. The transfer of control over the body was completed in a split second, with no hesitation or delay, like the perfect meshing of 2 gears. As their cultivation continued to rise, their coordination became more and more seamless. And at the very moment Li Qianling took control of the body, her will had already locked onto the target, and without hesitation, she activated her innate spiritual skill. Leap. At the moment her innate skill was activated, her figure disappeared from her original spot. No afterimage, no air fluctuation, no warning. It was as if space itself had folded and moved her from one point directly to another. 10 meters, exactly 10 meters. The figure in a black robe with a red face instantly appeared right behind the black-clad leader. And in the next moment, the familiar flamboyant and unrestrained gaze reappeared, bringing with it a violent punch, crashing towards the black-clad leader's head. The black-clad leader was terrified, his back's hair standing on end at that instant. But he was, after all, a powerful expert at the 8th level of the Heavenly Gang realm, and even in this life-and-death moment, his body reacted before his mind could catch up. He suddenly twisted his waist, sending all his remaining spiritual energy surging towards his back, and he lunged forward while simultaneously slamming his palms backward, trying to create distance before Lin Chen's punch landed. However, just as he was about to turn, Zhou Baichuan's blade light suddenly grew intensely hot. Zhou Baichuan. A moment ago, the Venom had whispered in his ear, "Hold him off for me, just 1 second." Zhou Baichuan trusted the Venom without a moment's hesitation. Though his body was already on the brink of collapse, he still overdrawn all his potential, pouring every last bit of spiritual energy into this blade, not seeking to kill, but just to buy 1 second of time. The blade light struck the black-clad leader's shoulder, sinking in an inch, but could not go any deeper. The black-clad leader, enraged, slammed his palm hard into Zhou Baichuan's chest.
The force of the elbow was so great that Zhou Baichuan heard several dull cracking sounds in his chest, his ribs breaking. Normally, Zhou Baichuan's body would have been blasted away, but this time, he stubbornly withstood the blow, the long blade slipping from his hand, and he tightly embraced the black-clad leader's body. The sudden change threw off the black-clad leader's plan to block Lin Chen, and he could only rapidly strike two palms in quick succession, barely sending Zhou Baichuan flying. Zhou Baichuan coughed up blood, but a faint smile still appeared at the corner of his mouth, his eyes shifting to Lin Chen, who stood behind the black-clad leader. "I did it, now, it's up to you." That momentary delay was enough. The black-clad leader lost the best opportunity to turn and counterattack. In a panic, he forced a secret technique, summoning a spiritual energy shield behind him. The shield gleamed with a dark golden light, and though it was hastily formed, it was still a product of the full power of an 8th-level Heavenly Gang realm expert, solid and concentrated. At the moment Lin Chen's fist hit the shield, sensing the force transmitted through it, the black-clad leader's heart eased slightly. Fortunately, based on this strength, it should hold. Even if it breaks my shield, it will only cause me a little injury. But the next moment, his face changed drastically. Because in his perception, the spiritual energy shield was thinning at an incredible speed. It wasn't shattered. It wasn't shattered, but melting away. His protective shield, formed from spiritual energy, was rapidly being eaten away by something. A flash of insight struck the leader in Black's mind, and he finally understood. From the first encounter, every time their fists and palms collided, there was always a strange sense of unease. After every impact, the inexplicable reduction of spiritual energy felt eerie, and now it all made sense. It was devouring. That was the power of devouring. This realization made his pupils contract to pinpricks, and for the first time, true fear gripped his heart. He desperately poured more spiritual energy into his shield, trying to maintain this final defense, but under the effect of Lin Chen's devouring power, the shield still collapsed at an irreversible speed. In half a breath, the shield completely disappeared. "No!" The leader in black let out a hysterical scream. But Lin Chen remained unmoved, his fist, carrying the full power of the 4th-tier symbiote, struck heavily at the back of the leader's head. Bang! Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, red and white mixed together. The sound of the skull shattering was dull, like a ripe watermelon being crushed with a punch. The leader's body fell forward, his legs still in a running posture, but there were no signs of life left. The headless torso slid forward for a few more steps due to inertia before finally crashing into the mud, splattering a small patch of bloody mud. Lin Chen didn't hesitate. Several tentacles silently drilled from his feet into the soil, extending underground to the area beneath the leader's body, beginning to devour the remaining life force and spiritual energy. Chapter 145, The Death of Zhou Baichuan, The Crisis Averted. After finishing this, he turned his head and looked at Zhou Baichuan, who was not far away. Zhou Baichuan lay in a pool of blood, his chest rising and falling violently. Each breath was accompanied by a gurgling sound, and blood was constantly spilling from his mouth. Zhou Baichuan's face was as white as a ghost, his lips purple, his entire body like an oil lamp about to burn out. But his eyes were still bright, filled with a gleam of joy. It seemed like Zhou Baichuan sensed Lin Chen's gaze. He struggled to turn his head, pulling the corner of his mouth, unsure whether he wanted to smile or say something, but in the end, he only coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Chen walked over and squatted beside him. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he found he didn't know what to say. Say, "You'll be fine?" That would be a lie. Zhou Baichuan's internal organs had been shattered by the leader in black strikes, his meridian severed, and his life force was draining away at an irreversible speed. There was no saving him. He was already heavily wounded and didn't even have the strength to follow Lu Yuan in pursuit. After battling with the leader in black, he had long since run out of energy. In the end, to delay for just one more second, he had even withstood 3 consecutive strikes from that person, and it was these 3 strikes that completely sealed his fate. It seemed that Zhou Baichuan saw through Lin Chen's silence. Instead, he spoke first, his voice very faint, like it was drifting from far away, intermittent, barely audible. A squad leader was nearby, and he motioned with his eyes for him to come over. "Help me send the order to the wounded in each camp to gather towards the 9th camp, warriors below tier 3. Don't leave the camp, just guard a few important passages." He spoke while coughing violently. With each cough, more blood spilled from his mouth, but his speed of speech never stopped. "The supplies and spirit crystals are in the 3rd warehouse behind the main tent. The password is 47,298. That's for wartime reserves, only the commander has the authority to use it. The situation is critical, I've decided, take everything and distribute it." The soldier beside him had tears in his eyes. He kneeled beside Zhou Baichuan, his hands trembling as he tried to press on his chest wound, but his hand reached halfway before pulling back. Because he didn't know where to press. Content is blocked. Everywhere there were wounds. Zhou Baichuan continued with the deployment, his voice not loud, but every word was clear.
How to retract the defense line, how to move the injured, which positions needed extra vigilance. He spoke quickly, but with clarity, and not a single word was wasted. After finishing his orders, Zhou Baichuan paused for a moment, his breath growing shallower. After saying all this, Zhou Baichuan stopped, panting several times. His gaze shifted back to Lin Chen.
Venom, he called out Lin Chen's alias, a hint of a smile in his voice. I don't know who you are, but in today's battle, old Zhou, owe you. It's just a pity, this favor, I may never be able to repay.
Lin Chen wanted to say that he owed him nothing, but the words were swallowed back. After I die, Zhou Baichuan's voice grew fainter, please pass on a message to Commander Liu.
Okay, go ahead. Just tell him.
His mouth slowly curled into a faint smile, a very subtle but genuine one. Tell him that the thing I regret least in this life is following him. After he finished saying this, his eyes remained open, staring at the dim sky above him, the smile still hanging on his lips.
Then, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, bit by bit. Silence. There wasn't a single sound. Unlike Zhao Tianhu's heroism, or Liu Yanghui's explosive valor.
He simply passed away quietly, like a lamp that had run out of oil. The flame flickered, and then it went out. The officers nearby stood frozen for a long time before they finally reacted. A young officer suddenly knelt beside Zhou Baichuan, reached out to check for his breath, his fingers lingered under his nose for a long time, then his whole body started shaking.
Commander!
The voice trembled with sobs. Soon, more and more soldiers noticed the scene. Especially the people from the second camp, who recognized their camp leader. One by one their eyes reddened. Some knelt on one knee, some lowered their heads, others stood with their mouths open, silently shedding tears.
They didn't sob loudly because they were soldiers, and soldiers don't cry. But tears, they don't follow orders.
Some silently removed their helmets.
Some slowly knelt on one knee. Some just stood there, heads lowered, letting the tears fall on their blood-stained boots.
Lin Chen and Li Chanling both watched the scene, their hearts heavy with discomfort. He knelt beside Zhou Baichuan, gently closing his eyes with his hand, then stood up. In his pocket, the photo of the little girl was pressed against his chest, and he could feel the thin paper through his clothes, cold to the touch but heavy with weight. Lin Chen, you've done well, Li Chanling's voice rang softly in his mind, gentle and soothing, carrying comfort. She could feel the shift in Lin Chen's emotions. Don't blame yourself, this battle, it wasn't one you could change alone.
Lin Chen didn't answer, but he knew Li Chanling was right. He couldn't save everyone, not even the one right in front of him.
But he came, and he did everything he could.
That was enough. Zhou Baichuan himself probably thought the same way.
The crowd of black-clad men erupted into chaos. Their leader was dead, the headless corpse lying in full view, blood still gushing from the severed neck, a sight that was truly horrifying. In that moment, all the greed in the hearts of the black-clad men disappeared, replaced by fear. They started to flee, taking the resources they had previously plundered, running desperately towards the direction of the great forest of Tiangu. Seeing these fleeing men, a cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He suddenly stood up, turning to face the remaining soldiers. Most of them were badly wounded, but as Lin Chen's gaze swept over them, each one of them stood up straight.
Everyone who can still move.
Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Charge with me, block them. Blood debts must be paid with blood.
No one hesitated, they all surged forward.
They may not catch up, they may not win. But they were not afraid. Lin Chen didn't wait for them, the tentacles beneath the ground had already absorbed the energy of the black-clad leader. It wasn't much, but enough to replenish some of his energy reserves. His figure flashed, turning into a shadow, swooping past the soldiers chasing after them, and directly pounced on the few black-clad people fleeing at the front. When those few saw the figure in black robe and red face appear, despair and fear showed in their eyes. They had seen this person smash their leader's skull with a single punch. After a chaotic battle, a large number of black-clad people were killed on the spot, only a dozen or so lucky ones escaped, and a few black-clad people were captured alive by Lin Chen. Lin Chen threw them onto the empty ground of the 9th camp, and the soldiers who caught up surrounded them, showing extremely resentful expressions. Some wanted to step forward and finish them off, but were ultimately restrained by military discipline. Alive captives were more useful than dead ones. The battle was finally over, and the people of the 9th camp looked at this black-robed, red-faced figure with complex expressions. There was awe, curiosity, gratitude, and deep confusion.
Who was this person? Where did he come from?
With a 4th-stage body directly confronting a 5th-stage powerhouse, such strength would turn heads in the entire Jiang'an city, but why had no one ever heard of the name Venom before?
And why did he always refuse to remove that red mask?
Lin Chen did not give them the opportunity to ask questions. He briefly gave instructions for the aftermath of the battlefield, confirmed that the wounded had been properly treated, then turned and left. No farewell, no looking back. Just like when he arrived, quiet and sudden. He returned to the central battlefield, among the scattered corpses, found a hidden corner, and continued sending his tentacles into the ground, silently devouring the bodies of the surrounding strange beasts, sharing the energy continuously with Li channeling, refining the meridians of her left hand. Today's fourth update, please urge updates, leave reviews, and send free gifts. Chapter 146, The Commander, is inside. On the other side of the blockade area, both the sky and the earth trembled. 3 figures were entangled and fighting in the sky. Lu Yuan's golden body dharma was dim, with only the last thin layer of golden light left, like a candle about to extinguish. The barbaric ancient bull python's tail was broken in half, and the black blood from the broken end scattered in the wind, forming a black mist. And Pang Yangyun's condition was also grim. His newly broken through 6th stage cultivation had not yet stabilized, and the fusion of the holy artifact's power and his own spiritual power was far from complete. Adding to that the previous attack that drained all his strength, his breath was now in chaos to the point of nearly being uncontrollable. The 3 wounded beasts were crazily tearing at each other within a small space, and each collision made the surrounding world change color. The battlefield below was just as brutal. 3 black-clad warriors of the 9th layer of the Tian Gang realm fought against many of the peak 5th stage beings. One of the black-clad warriors had already fallen in a pool of blood, unable to rise again. Lu Yuan and the others had chased for so long, and finally caught up. But once they caught up, they discovered that the enemy had already set up traps along the way, with arranged formations, preset traps, and even pre-stored spiritual energy supplies. These black-robed people had planned their retreat route with meticulous detail, far exceeding anyone's imagination. At first, Lu Yuan and the others had indeed suffered a hidden loss, but with the town defense forces and strange beasts, they had the advantage in numbers. Together, the 4 black-clad Tian Gang warriors gradually faltered, and the tide of battle began to shift, with one even dying. In the high sky, Pang Yangyun's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. His hand reached into his chest, where something had been resting, pressed against his heart. It was his final trump card, originally meant to solidify his 6th stage cultivation and completely refine the power of the sacred object. Using it meant that his 6th stage realm would not be truly stable for a long period of time. But if he didn't use it, he might not be able to escape today. Pang Yangyun's fingers touched the surface of the object, and his fingertips trembled slightly. At that moment, Lu Yuan's figure suddenly stiffened. The freeze was subtle, lasting only the time it takes to blink, but in a clash between 2 6th stage experts, a single breath could mean life or death. Pang Yangyun did not let the opportunity slip by. A pitch-black fist, carrying blood-red energy, slammed brutally into Lu Yuan's golden body dharma's chest. The golden light shattered, and Lu Yuan grunted, his body being knocked back several dozen feet as a large mouthful of blood spilled from his mouth. He had just received a military report from Zhou Baichuan, just a few lines of words that made his mind lose focus. The 9th camp was attacked, a large number of soldiers were killed or wounded, I am severely injured, and I don't know how long I can hold on. In that instant, Lu Yuan made a decision. Retreat. The word came out of his mouth, filled with immense unwillingness and hatred, his gaze fixed on Pang Yangyun as if he wanted to carve that face into his bones. The barbaric ancient bull python roared angrily at the sound. Are you crazy? The Beast King's spiritual transmission was filled with disbelief. We are so close. Do you not know what they have in their hands? Lu Yuan did not look at it. The camp is in trouble, my people are dying. His voice was hoarse, every word like it was squeezed out from between his teeth, I must go back. For a bunch of weaklings? The vertical pupils of the barbaric ancient bull python were filled with incomprehensible anger. You're letting this great opportunity slip by, just to save a bunch of ants? Lu Yuan pressed his hand to his chest, blood seeping from his fingers, dripping from his hand and falling into the void. He said only one sentence. My people of the great Xia kingdom are more important than anything. After saying that, he hesitated no more, golden afterimages enveloped his figure, turning into a streak of light, flying toward the 9th camp without looking back. The remaining camp commanders also followed, rushing toward the camp in haste. The barbaric ancient bull python watched his departing figure, a complex light flashing in its vertical pupils, filled with anger, confusion, and some unspeakable emotions. It was unwilling. Its massive snake body once again coiled up and continued to fight with Pang Yangyun for several more moves. But its injuries were too severe, although the bleeding from its severed tail had stopped, the damage to its meridians inside continued to worsen. Without Lu Yuan's restraint, after a few moves, a streak of pitch-black spiritual power broke through its defense and tore open a new wound on its abdomen. The barbaric ancient bull python let out a long cry of both sorrow and anger, the sound echoing through the night sky for a long time. In the end, it retreated. Pang Yangyun looked at the 2 retreating figures, slowly pulling his hand out of his chest, the object not used, and the spot where it had been pressed still holding the warmth of his fingers. He let out a long breath, his shoulders sinking slightly, a look of relief and lucky escape appearing on his face. Who exactly? Pang Yangyun muttered softly, his brows furrowed. He looked toward the direction of the 9th camp. Lu Yuan's retreat had come too suddenly.
If it wasn't for someone creating a disturbance over there, forcing Lu Yuan to be distracted, who knows what would have happened in this battle? Could it be someone from the organization? That shouldn't be the case. The organization had already paid a huge price to send the 5 of them into this tightly monitored blockade zone. They shouldn't have the resources to arrange an extraction. Then who could it be? He couldn't figure it out. But now was not the time to dwell on this matter. Pang Yangyun pressed down the doubts in his heart and looked at the 3 men in black remaining beside him. They were all injured too. Huang Yuanlong's left arm hung by his side, the elbow twisted into an unnatural angle. Xiao Shuer's veil was torn, revealing a face pale as paper, blood still at the corner of her mouth. Another companion was worse, clutching his abdomen, dark red blood seeping continuously between his fingers. Find a hidden place to rest as a group. Pang Yangyun's voice regained calm. Half a day later, follow the original plan, go to the prearranged location, meet the C family. The 4 figures disappeared from the spot. Lu Yuan ran back with all his strength, wounds tearing with violent movement, blood blown away by the wind, trailing a faint red streak in the night sky. The wound on his chest was very serious. Pang Yangyun's last punch had hit the weakest spot of the golden body form, the residual force piercing the form's defense and entering his meridians. His internal spiritual power now moved with extreme difficulty. But he could not care about that now, he only wanted to be faster. Faster. When the outline of the 9th camp finally appeared in his sight, Lu Yuan's heart sank. Even from a distance, he could see thick smoke and fire above that area. The torn tents lay crooked on the ground, defenses ripped open with huge gaps, and the ground was covered in dark red marks. He landed, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he stepped on something soft. Looking down, it was a broken military flag, soaked in blood, its original color unrecognizable. Lu Yuan bent and picked up the flag, folded it neatly, and placed it on a clean stone beside him. Then he raised his head and walked toward the center of the camp. Along the way, soldiers saw him, first stunned, then quickly stood at attention and saluted. Commander! The commander is back! Lu Yuan did not stop, his eyes searching through the crowd for something. Zhou Baichuan? His voice suddenly rose, trembling in a way even he did not notice. Where is he? Tell him to come out to see me. The surrounding voices fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads. A young deputy officer stepped forward, his eyes red, lips slightly trembling. He pointed to a nearby intact tent, the flap tightly closed, 2 silent guards standing outside. Commander is inside. Chapter 147 Dust Settles, Tasting Sorrow. Lu Yuan's steps paused for a moment. In that moment, he seemed to understand something, but he still did not want to believe it. He took step after step toward the tent, each heavier than the last. The tent flap was lifted. Inside, it was very quiet, dim light illuminating a simple marching bed, a person lying on it, covered with a layer of white cloth. The white cloth was spread neatly, covering the entire body, only showing the outline, quiet, chest no longer rising, never to rise again. Lu Yuan stood in front of the bed, looking for a long time. Then he reached out, slowly lifting a corner of the white cloth. Zhou Baichuan's face appeared in the light. His face had no color left, but looked very calm, a faint curve still at the corner of his mouth. That expression was not peace after struggle, but like someone who understood something before dying, then closed his eyes at ease. Lu Yuan's hand stayed at the edge of the cloth for a long time. In just one day, Lu Yanghui was gone. Zhao Tianhu was gone. Now, Zhou Baichuan was gone too. 2 brothers in life and death, none were kept. Even the general who followed him for years, he could not see the last moment. Lu Yuan gently covered the white cloth back to its place. The finger paused on Zhou Baichuan's forehead, where it had already grown cold. He collected his emotions and turned, walking out of the camp. Outside, a few soldiers were talking quietly. Seeing Lu Yuan come out, they immediately fell silent. Commander. An old soldier stepped forward, lowering his voice to report. Before Commander Zhou sacrificed himself, a person named Venom helped. He wore a black robe with a red face, his true identity was unclear, and his cultivation was only at the 4th stage, but he teamed up with Commander Zhou to kill the opposing leader at the 8th level of the 5th stage. Lu Yuan's brow twitched slightly. Where is he? He left. After killing the enemies and calming everyone down, he just left. He didn't say where he was going, and didn't leave anything behind. Lu Yuan fell silent, not asking further questions. He returned to the main camp and began dealing with the mountain of tasks. Casualty reports, inventory checks, redeploying defenses, repairing positions. And the agreement with the Mang Ancient Bull Python, which limited the number and cultivation level of martial artists entering the Tiangu Great Forest, also needed to be issued as a formal order soon. One by one, he handled them clearly, his tone calm, his thoughts meticulous, as if nothing had happened. The adjutants and staff were busy by his side, no one dared to speak a word. After finishing the last task, Lu Yuan waved his hand. Everyone, out. The group filed out, and the tent flap fell, isolating all external noise. The camp was left with only him. Finally, it became quiet, thoroughly quiet. No war drums, no roars, no crashes from the collision of spiritual energy, no echoes from the beast's howls. The beast tide had retreated, the black-robed men had been repelled, the pursuit had ended, and this day-long battle had finally come to an end. Once the quiet settled, those things that had been buried deep within his heart began to rise slowly. Like the remains left on the beach after the tide recedes, there was no place left to hide. Lu Yuan sat in the corner of the tent, his back against a support pillar, looking up at the rough canvas at the top of the tent. Old Zhao, Old Lu, and Baichuan. He silently repeated these three names in his mind. With each name, his chest felt as though it had been carved by a dull knife, slowly painful, but reaching all the way to the bones, to the marrow. Before Zhao Tianhu died, he had called him Big Brother. Those two words now pierced his heart like a glowing red iron needle, digging deeper with each heartbeat. A few hours ago, Zhao Tianhu had grabbed his collar, eyes red, saying he would never forgive him for life. But in the end, Zhao Tianhu still stood in front of him, willing to sacrifice his own life without hesitation. It wasn't forgiveness, it was that he had never truly hated him. Yes, they, as soldiers, had long been prepared for sacrifice, whether it was their own or their comrades'. Ah! Lu Yuan's throat let out a low groan, as though something had finally shattered. Tears unconsciously flowed down. There was no wailing, no crying, just tears, dripping silently from the corners of his battle-worn eyes, flowing along the lines of his brows and eyes, falling onto his knees, creating small dark dots. He gritted his teeth, trying not to make a sound. But sobs still leaked out from his tightly clenched teeth, one after another. The more he tried to suppress them, the more they couldn't be contained, until they turned into low, intermittent sobs. The soldiers guarding outside the tent heard the sound as well. They said nothing, did nothing, only stood in place, silently lowering their heads and quietly wiping their eyes. Further away, in other parts of the camp, people gradually heard something. Perhaps it was the sound carried by the wind, or maybe their own sorrow had finally found an outlet. An old soldier, who had been tending to a wound, put down the bandages in his hand. Lowering his head. A female officer, who was counting supplies, covered her mouth, and her shoulders trembled silently. A wandering cultivator, who was leaning against the wall and lost in thought, suddenly remembered something. He took out a token from his pocket, held it in his palm, and closed his eyes. The entire ninth camp, the whole blockade area, finally broke free from the numbness that had just been felt. Sadness is something that has no right to appear during battle. Only after everything ends, when the survivors can finally take a breath, does it slowly come to their door. Then, you will realize that many people are no longer around. The people who fought with you for the water bottle yesterday, the ones who joked with you this morning, the ones who patted your shoulder an hour ago and told you to be careful. They are all gone. The entire ninth camp, the whole blockade area, on this weary night, is finally allowed to taste the bitterness of sadness. They did not cry because they couldn't, but because they didn't dare to cry. The enemy was still there, the beast tide had not retreated, and there were people behind them that they needed to protect. They had no right to fall, nor to mourn. Now it was allowed. So the tears that had been tightly pressed deep within their hearts flowed silently and endlessly on this ravaged land. Chapter 148, Meeting with Lu Yuan. Lin Chen reached the limit of his devouring once again. This time, the harvest was substantial. A large amount of beast remains allowed Lin Chen to devour to his heart's content. The energy from these remains was continuously sent into Li Qianling's body through the shared talent, causing waves of intense cleansing to surge through the meridians of her left hand. The refining process of the Dao meridians in her left hand was much faster than her right. After all, with the experience from the first time, both Li Qianling's control over spiritual power and Lin Chen's mastery over the rhythm of energy output had become far more skilled. At the moment when the last trace of energy surged in, the four meridians from the left index finger to the pinky simultaneously glowed with a faint golden Dao pattern light. The left hand's Dao meridian was complete. At the same time, a warm airflow surged from deep within the true cavity, spreading along the meridians, causing every inch of skin on her body to tingle with a fine, numbing sensation. Triple tide. And only a thin sheet of paper separated her from the fourth tide. Lin Chen's own energy reserves remained at 20%, not much, but enough for the current situation. The reason he shared such a large amount of energy with Li Qianling, even when his own energy was insufficient, was because he knew deep down that such an opportunity, with so many high-level beast corpses scattered around, was rare and couldn't be missed. If they missed this, who knows how much time it would take to gather the energy needed to refine the Dao Meridian in the future. And the Dao Meridian is the foundation for breaking through to the heavenly opening realm in the future. Without a solid foundation, everything is in vain. He needed Li Qianling to become stronger, only then would their cooperation be even more invincible. Lin Chen stood up from the pile of devoured beast remains, stretched his stiff shoulders and neck, then headed in the direction of the ninth camp. What are you going to do? Li Qianling asked in her mind. Lin Chen smiled slightly, Having helped the military so much, I can't do it for free, can I? I need to ask for some rewards. Aren't you afraid of exposing yourself? Li Qianling's voice carried some concern. I've already made a move, what else is there to be afraid of? Lin Chen's voice was casual, besides. I trust Lu Yuan. Li Qianling fell silent for a moment.
From childhood to now, she had experienced too much betrayal and indifference. Trust was the most luxurious thing for her. Her instinct was to say be careful, but when the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back. Although she didn't trust others, she trusted Lin Chen without reservation. Whatever Lin Chen wanted to do, she never stopped him. Let's go. This time, we must get some good resources. Hearing this, Lin Chen. He laughed. Of course, my contribution is also very great. The night was deep. On the outer defense line of the 9th camp, several soldiers on duty were forcing themselves to stay alert. A figure in a black robe with a red face slowly walked from the direction of the ruins, not deliberately hiding, each step clearly audible in the silent night. Who goes there? Stop. The sentinel who spotted him first instinctively raised his psychic gun, but froze when he saw the visitor's outline. Black robe, red mask. Is it Venom? The sentinel's voice involuntarily rose a few tones, full of uncontrollable excitement. The soldiers nearby saw it too, their reactions even stronger than the sentinel's. An old soldier leaning on sandbags with closed eyes suddenly opened them and, following the gaze of the others, jumped up. It's really him. It's Venom. Venom is here. The voices spread quickly from the outer line to the camp interior like they had grown wings. One after another, the name fell like a stone into dead water, creating ripples everywhere. When Lin Chen entered the camp, the soldiers on both sides automatically made a path for him. No one stopped him. Some nodded at him, some wanted to speak but didn't know what to say, some just watched quietly, their eyes carrying something very complex, gratitude and respect. A young soldier with his right arm wrapped in bandages squeezed through from the side, opened his mouth, and finally only said 2 words, "Thank you." Lin Chen tilted his head slightly to look at him, did not stop, only gently nodded. Deep in the consciousness, Li Qianling felt the kindness in the gazes around her, a feeling she never had before, hard to describe, but warm. I didn't expect that one day we would be seen as heroes too, she whispered in her mind. Under the mask, Lin Chen's lips curved slightly. Yes, I never expected that I would have today. The main camp tent's curtain was lifted from inside, and Lu Yuan came out. The highest military commander of Jiang'an City looked more haggard than a few hours ago. He changed into a clean military uniform, but his face was pale, and between his brows was a layer of unshakable fatigue. Yet, his back was still straight, his steps steady, especially his eyes, still firm. As if nothing in the world could truly crush him. Lin Chen silently stopped at the tent, several steps apart, facing each other. Lu Yuan looked at Venom, grateful, but also wondered what this mysterious black-robed red-faced person was doing coming in the middle of the night. It couldn't be just to receive a personal thanks, could it? Lin Chen could see gratitude and recognition in Lu Yuan's eyes, but also a trace of caution, maybe because of his outfit, maybe because of his arrival. Lu Yuan spoke first. Venom. His voice was a little hoarse, but calm, with proper sincerity. Thank you for your action. I, Lu Yuan, will remember this favor. In the future, whatever you ask, as long as it does not go against my conscience, I will never refuse. After speaking, he slightly bowed, neither too much nor too little, just right. This was not a 6th-level warrior thanking a 4th level, but a soldier solemnly thanking a comrade on the battlefield. Lin Chen cupped his fist, equally calm and unassuming. Chief Lu, it was nothing. Lu Yuan measured him with a glance, turned, lifted the curtain, and stepped aside to let him in. Come in, standing outside to talk is not proper. Lin Chen did not hesitate, lifted his foot, and entered. Inside, the tent was simple, a campaign desk piled with various battle reports and documents. In the corner, there were a few bloodstained spiritual weapons, seemingly recovered from the battlefield, with a pot of tea that had already gone cold on the table, and 2 rough ceramic cups turned upside down beside it. Lu Yuan walked up to the table, flipped one of the cups over, poured some cold tea from the pot into it, and pushed it in front of Lin Chen. The tea is cold, please make do with it. No need, Commander. Lin Chen stood across the table, slowly sitting down without picking up the cup. Lu Yuan glanced at him but didn't insist, pouring himself a cup, taking a sip, and clearing his throat. Then he raised his head, looking directly into Lin Chen's eyes behind the mask, getting straight to the point. Let's start with the first thing. Who are you? Why are you dressed like this? Lin Chen was not surprised by this question, and his answer was just as direct. Commander, I can't say. You just need to know that I mean no harm. Lu Yuan's brow twitched slightly, but he didn't ask further. In his position, he had seen too many people with secrets. Anyone who could face an 8-fold heavenly general with the strength of a 4th-tier body would be abnormal if they had no secrets.
Alright, I won't ask about your background. Lu Yuan put the cup down, his tone becoming a little more formal, but since you've come to me, you must have your own purpose. Commander Lu is a straightforward person.
Lin Chen nodded slightly and then said, I have some confusion, and I hope you can help me clear it up.
Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue.
Those 5 people who came out of the ground, Lin Chen's voice became serious, do you know where they came from?
Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. He didn't respond immediately but instead asked, why do you want to know? Because something's off with them.
Lin Chen said bluntly, I have a little skill.
I'm quite sensitive to energy.
The one who attacked from the ground, his energy is not pure human spiritual power.
Lu Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. You noticed it too?
Yes. Lin Chen nodded, human spiritual power mixed with the blood energy of alien beasts, 2 completely different types of power merged into one body.
This kind of thing isn't something normal cultivation can achieve. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment.
The only sound in the tent was the faint humming of the spirit stone lamp. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice deep and serious.
You're right. They're not normal martial artists.
He raised his head to look at Lin Chen, seemingly weighing how much to say. After a moment, he made his decision. They are part of an organization, called the Ghost Hounds.
Ghost Hounds?
In the intelligence system of the Great Xia Kingdom, there's a code name, Ghost Hounds. Lu Yuan's tone remained steady, but each word carried a heavy weight, it's an organization hidden in the dark. How long it's been around, how large it is, no one can give a precise answer.
Even the higher-ups only know fragmented information. Ghost Hounds. Lin Chen repeated the name, mulling over it, what do they want? And that power mixed with human spiritual energy and alien beast blood, what's going on there?
They forcefully integrate the essence of alien beasts into their bodies, aiming for faster and higher cultivation. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised.
This kind of operation? Lu Yuan continued, this is their method of seeking power.
Through some special means, they forcibly implant the essence blood of alien beasts into themselves to gain power that surpasses normal cultivation speed.
What's the price? This method must come at a huge cost, right? The failure rate is extremely high.
Lu Yuan's voice grew colder. According to known information, out of 10 people who try this method, no more than 2 survive. The rest either die on the spot or turn into grotesque creatures, neither human nor beast.
But some have succeeded. Lin Chen said.
Yes. The 5 who came out of the ground today are proof of that. Lu Yuan's fist slowly clenched under the table. Especially the leader, he broke through from level 5 to level 6 golden body in an extremely short time. Such a speed of breakthrough is impossible through normal cultivation.
Lin Chen replied.
So they have outside help. The blood-colored energy I sense does not seem like pure beast origin, it looks more like some kind of catalyst. Lu Yuan looked at Lin Chen, and his eyes held more appreciation and recognition. This Venom's perception and judgment far exceeded his expectations.
You are right.
According to the intelligence we have, the Guhe Chang organization possesses something they call a sacred artifact. We do not fully understand its exact form or nature yet, but one thing is certain, it can greatly increase the success rate of fusing beast origins.
But the activation of the sacred artifact requires conditions, right?
Lin Chen's voice grew cold. Lu Yuan's voice also became icy, a large amount of original qi and blood, living or dead, the more the better, the higher the quality the better.
The two looked at each other for a moment. Li Qianling's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind, filled with disbelief. Lin Chen, the chief means could it be that this beast tide is man-made? Lin Chen's mind slowly responded, it should be like that.
It seems that in this world, some people are far more insane than we imagine. So this beast tide, Lin Chen slowly said,
is their masterpiece. Lu Yuan's teeth nearly gritted as he spoke.
When humans and beasts fight together, a huge amount of original qi and blood spills over this land. They set up formations underground to absorb all this qi and blood, using it to activate that sacred artifact. Our soldiers, and those beasts, in their eyes, are nothing but fertilizer. The air inside the camp seemed to freeze. Lin Chen recalled the people and events he had encountered. These deaths were not natural disasters, they were man-made tragedies.
A large-scale massacre meticulously planned by someone.
Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, and continued asking.
What about triggering the beast tide?
Although the Guechan people are strong, to trigger a level 6 beast emperor to start a beast tide, they could not do it on their own, right? Besides, they must set up formations. How could they have extra energy to handle the beast tide? Lu Yuan heard this, sighed deeply, and said with extreme resentment.
There is a traitor among humans.
The formation that triggers the blood spirit crystal was made by humans. As for the appearance of the ancient bull python, it was just taking advantage of the situation. This beast had been eyeing Jiang'an City's blockade zone, and someone triggered the beast tide, so it simply used the plan to its advantage. A traitor? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He remembered previously eavesdropping on the Xi family, hearing them say important matters should not be delayed, but he did not know what the important matter was. Could this be it? Lin Chen hesitated, but Li Qianling reacted even faster than him. Lin Chen, the Xi family. They said they entered the ancient sky forest with their own purpose, and no trace of the Xi family was found during the entire beast tide. They must be extremely suspicious. Hearing Li Qianling, Lin Chen hesitated but still spoke. Chief Lu, I will say one thing. You can just take it as reference. Lu Yuan looked at him, puzzled, and asked, do you know who it is? Not sure. Lin Chen paused, but based on some clues I personally got, I suspect it might be related to the Xi family. When that name came up, Lu Yuan's expression clearly changed. But it was not shock, rather an almost instinctive resistance. Xi family. Lu Yuan slowly repeated the words, frowning. After a long silence, he spoke carefully. Although I do not know where your suspicion comes from, Venom, I must tell you the truth. The Xi family is the first family in Jiang'an City. At the beginning of the founding of the country, the ancestors of the Xi family fought in all directions and made great military achievements. For 100 years, the Xi family's military contributions in Jiang'an City have been widely acknowledged. He looked at Lin Chen, his voice steady but firm. With just some of your clues, pointing to a family that has made significant contributions to the Daxia kingdom, the weight of this accusation is too heavy. Lin Chen did not rebut. He could tell that Lu Yuan was not helping the Xi family get off the hook, but as a guardian, he could not make a judgment about a 100-year-old noble family based solely on the one-sided guesswork of an anonymous person. This was determined by his position, and it was his duty. I said, it's just for reference, Lin Chen shrugged, not getting caught up in this issue, whether you believe it or not is up to you. But I suggest you keep an eye out, some things, you won't know until you look into them, and once you do, you'll be shocked. Lu Yuan did not respond, but Lin Chen noticed that his fingertips unconsciously tapped twice on the table. This subtle action indicated that he had remembered. The topic was temporarily set aside. Lin Chen asked another question, what about the group of black-clad people who rushed into the camp and took advantage of the chaos? Where did they come from? Upon mentioning this, Lu Yuan's expression grew even darker. They are from another country, called the Wakyuni. His voice was full of suppressed anger. They infiltrated from the southeast, from the Endless Sea. We had intelligence showing that recently, unidentified martial artists had been infiltrating the Daxia kingdom in small groups, but we had not yet caught solid evidence. I didn't expect them to be so bold, daring to raid the military camp amidst the chaos. Once the pressure from the Endless Sea on our side is reduced, they will surely pay the price. Raiding during a fire doesn't require courage, just greed, and a few captives. We should try to extract as much information from them as possible, Lin Chen said coldly. Lu Yuan nodded lightly, his gaze dark. The few captives, I will personally interrogate. Don't worry, they won't miss a word. The conversation about intelligence matters had basically concluded. After a brief silence, Lin Chen suddenly reached into his chest and carefully took out something, placing it on the table. It was a photo. The edges were slightly curled, and there were dried dark red stains on it, but the image remained clear. A 6 or 7-year-old little girl, with 2 crooked pigtails, wearing a faded flower-patterned dress, smiled at the camera, revealing a gap where she had lost a front tooth. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the photo, his brow furrowing slightly. Who is this child? I don't know her name. Lin Chen's voice was even softer than before. Her father was a wandering cultivator, about the 8th or 9th level of the open Qi realm, carrying a long knife that wasn't a spiritual weapon. When he came to offer support, he said a few words to me, mentioning that he had a 7-year-old daughter. He died. This photo was the thing he clutched in his hand until the last moment. Lin Chen pushed the photo toward Lu Yuan. I'd like to ask you for a favor, help me find out what happened to this child. Lu Yuan stared at the innocent smile on the photo for a few moments, then reached out and took the photo. He did not say any words of sentiment, only turned his head and called out to someone outside the tent. Liu, the advisor. A young officer lifted the curtain and stepped in, standing at attention to salute. Lu Yuan handed over the photo. Take this. Immediately cross-check it through the military's household registration system. This child is about 6 or 7 years old. Her father was a wandering cultivator who participated in today's Beast Tide defense battle and has been killed. Report her whereabouts to me as soon as possible. Yes. Advisor Liu took the photo and quickly left. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Chen. The two of them briefly locked eyes in the dim light. Lu Yuan just slightly nodded. Some things do not need to be spoken. Lin Chen suddenly relaxed in his seat, leaning back against the chair, hands clasped behind his head, his tone suddenly shifting to a light, easy manner. All right, Chief Lu, we have finished talking about business.
Now it's time to talk about what I care about most.
Seeing this, Lu Yuan gave a faint smile in his heart. He already knew this person did not come here for nothing.
Speak, what do you want? Lin Chen raised one finger, waving it slightly.
First, I want martial arts, grade not lower than 5. Take me to your military's martial arts storage, let me freely choose one.
Lu Yuan nodded expressionlessly. This request was within his expectations.
A grade 5 martial art was valuable, but with today's merit, it could be given. Then Lin Chen raised a second finger.
Second, I want a peak level 5 mutation source crystal. Lu Yuan's brow instantly knitted.
Or something else of the same type and level works too, as long as it can activate genes and catalyze bloodline evolution.
I believe your military must have reserves.
As soon as he said this, the atmosphere inside the camp subtly changed. Lu Yuan stared at Lin Chen's mask for several seconds, his gaze sharp and appraising.
You really dare to ask?
His voice was neither cold nor warm.
Do you know how rare a mutation source crystal is?
The entire Jiangyan City garrison's stockpiles, combined, are only. He paused, seeming to feel that giving exact numbers to an unknown person was not appropriate, so he changed his words.
In short, very few.
Each one has a clear strategic purpose. Not anyone who achieves merit can take it freely, let alone a peak level 5 mutation source crystal.
I can give you 2 martial arts.
Lu Yuan held up 2 fingers, his tone showing some concession. Grade 5, you may choose 2, as a reward from the military for your help today. But peak level 5 mutation source crystals, as strategic materials, I cannot agree to. Before Lin Chen could respond, a voice suddenly exploded in his consciousness.
No! It was Li Qianling.
Her voice was urgent and firm, her emotion so strong that even Lin Chen was startled. Lin Chen, listen to me. Martial arts can be ignored, you don't need to, but the mutation source crystal must be obtained.
Calm down. I am calm.
Li Qianling quickly said in his consciousness. Think for yourself, your 4th stage evolution is not fully complete, the next evolution will need even more energy. The mutation source crystal is currently the only thing that can surely help you complete evolution.
The clues from the Dark Moon organization are not found yet.
Who knows how long it will take? Now the military has one ready, and you happen to have done a meritorious deed. Miss this chance, and the next time is uncertain. Lin Chen was silent for a moment. He had to admit, what Li Qianling said made sense, the importance of the mutation source crystal was obvious. After all, it concerned his evolution, and also the life and death of both of them.
Do you speak? Or shall I? Lin Chen asked in his consciousness. I will.
Li Qianling said without hesitation, you speak too casually with people, joking when you should be serious.
Negotiations like this need me to handle.
Lin Chen smiled, all right, it's yours. The transfer of control happened silently. The aura of the black-robed, red-faced person sitting opposite Lu Yuan subtly changed in an instant. His posture became sharp, his back straightened a little, hands came down from behind his head, fingers interlaced on the table.
Lu Yuan's brow twitched slightly, sensing the person opposite had changed in aura almost immediately. Chief Lu.
I understand the military's difficulty, and I know the rarity of the mutation source crystal. But precisely because I know, I am even more certain how important this thing is to me.
Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, not responding, waiting for her to continue.
Commander Lu, I'm not here to take advantage of the military.
Li Qianling's speech was not fast, but clear and well organized.
You already know what happened at the 9th camp today. The warrior from the Japanese kingdom, the leader of the Eightfold Celestial Realm, was killed by me and Commander Zhou working together, and the main effort was mine.
The subsequent pursuit and capture were also led and completed by me.
You should recognize these achievements.
I acknowledge it, Lu Yuan replied directly with a nod. All right then.
Li Qianling immediately continued, achievements are one thing, rewards are another. I can distinguish them clearly.
But I want to talk about something else.
Her voice slightly darkened. Commander Lu, after this battle, you know better than I do how much high-end combat power was lost at the Jiangyan City garrison.
Commander LV Yanhui, Commander Zhao Tianhu, Commander Zhou Baichuan, 3 peak 5th grade strong warriors, all fell in one day.
Many of the camp commanders were also injured, and they won't recover their peak strength for a short time.
In this situation, what do you think the garrison needs?
Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. We need more high-end combat power, Li Qianling looked at him, saying each word slowly. And I am on the path of becoming stronger. The mutated source crystal is not just a luxury for me, it directly relates to the height I can reach. Right now, if you lock it in the warehouse, it's just a rock, but if you give it to me, it can become a force that blocks in front of you and your people at a critical moment. I can promise, if needed in the future, I can act once. After these words, the tent was silent for a while. Lu Yuan's fingers slowly tapped the table, once, twice, 3 times, as he weighed his options.
Li Qianling saw his hesitation and added the final card. I won't take it for free, her voice was steady. I can pay with military merit points. No matter what price you set, as long as it's within a reasonable range, I'll exchange it with military merit. And I promise, when needed in Jiang'an City, within my abilities, I won't stand idly by. Lu Yuan's fingers stopped. He raised his head and looked deeply at the man in front of him, the black-robed, red-faced person. To be honest, he was struggling inside. The peak 5th grade mutated source crystal was indeed scarce, the entire garrison stock was extremely low, and it was hard to explain taking it out for someone of unknown identity, both publicly and privately. But looking at it from another angle. If it weren't for the Venom's intervention today, Zhou Baichuan would have died, and more soldiers would have died. When Lu Yuan and most of the camp commanders had already pursued and left, this person with a 4th grade body held off a 5th grade strong warrior and managed to hold on until the battle turned around. Moreover, LV Yanghui is gone, Zhao Tianhu is gone, Zhou Baichuan is gone. The high-end combat power in Jiang'an City is already stretched thin. If there could be one more person like this. Lu Yuan exhaled a long breath, clearly having made his decision. Come with me. He stood up, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and pain. The two of them crossed most of the camp and arrived at a heavily guarded area. The entrance to the underground warehouse had 3 spirit power locks and 2 layers of identity verification formations. After Lu Yuan unlocked them one by one, he led Li Qianling downstairs. The warehouse was not large, but every item inside was of considerable value. Spirit weapons, spirit crystals, rare herbs, and high-level martial arts books were all stored in transparent spirit containers, each emitting their own glow. Li Qianling's gaze swept over, finally locking onto a separate area in the corner. There were only 3 small spirit sealed boxes, and Li Qianling walked in front of the sealed boxes, staring at the contents inside. 3 pieces of peak 5th grade mutated source crystals, varying in size, and also differing in quality. The largest one was about the size of a thumb. The entire object glowed with a faint blue light, its surface flowing with faint, almost invisible patterns. In the center, there was a piece about the size of a fingernail, with a slightly darker color. The smallest one was only as big as a grain of rice, but its luster was the purest. I want that one. Li Qianling pointed to the smallest one. Lu Yuan was slightly surprised. You don't want the biggest one? The biggest one actually has the most ordinary quality, with many impurities, and its utilization rate won't exceed 60%. Li Qianling said calmly, although the smallest one is small, its purity is extremely high, and its conversion rate can reach more than 90%. This was what Lin Chen had told him before. Lin Chen had once been lucky and obtained a mutated source crystal from a beast king, which was larger than these, but its conversion rate was very low, only around 20%. This was also the reason why Lin Chen's advancement wasn't complete. Lu Yuan looked at her deeply. This person's understanding of mutated source crystals was much deeper than he had expected. All right. Lu Yuan personally took down the sealed box and handed it to Li Qianling. This is one of the last 3 in the military's reserves, originally reserved for next year's genius training plan. I'm taking it out for you now, and if anyone asks about it, I'll bear the responsibility myself. His gaze pierced through the mask, looking directly into Li Qianling's eyes. So, don't make me regret it. Don't worry, you won't regret it. Once something happens in the quarantine zone, I'll be there. The moment the sealed box was in her hands, Li Qianling felt Lin Chen's almost uncontrollable excitement deep in her consciousness. Got it. A peak level 5 mutated source crystal. Lin Chen whispered excitedly in her mind, Qianling, you're amazing. A master negotiator. I was even thinking of settling for those few slightly worse ones. Of course, I'm not just a pretty face. Li Qianling's lips curled slightly, the smile so small that it couldn't be seen under her mask. In addition to the mutated source crystal, Li Qianling also chose a level 5 martial skill. After picking for a while, Li Qianling decided to continue her study of body techniques. Her innate spiritual ability was related to body techniques, which had helped her in many critical moments. Moreover, such innate spiritual abilities often meant a higher aptitude in that particular field. Most importantly, agility had always been Lin Chen's weakness, so she needed to make up for it. So, Li Qianling chose a body technique called shadow escape, which, when used, allowed her to blend into shadows for a short period of time, greatly increasing her movement speed. At the same time, after using shadow escape, the damage of the next attack would be greatly increased. If this martial skill was perfected, it could boost the damage by 50%. Lu Yuan watched as this martial skill was taken, and his expression showed more visible discomfort. But he said nothing, only silently calculating in his mind, then deciding to stop calculating, as it only made him feel worse. The two of them returned to the surface. The night at the camp was heavy, and from afar, low groans could be heard. They were the wounded being treated. Lu Yuan had already gathered information on the little girl and had informed Lin Chen, who had kept it.
By the way, Commander Lu, Li Qianling stopped before leaving. There's something that Commander Zhou asked me to tell you before he left.
Lu Yuan's figure stiffened slightly. What is it? Li Qianling's voice was calm.
He said that the one thing he never regretted in his life was following you. After saying this, she didn't wait for Lu Yuan's reaction, turning and walking away quickly. Behind her, Lu Yuan stood still, the night wind tugging at his clothes, and he stood motionless for a long, long time.
Chapter 152, The Vanishing Li Qianling, the end of the combat assessment.
After leaving the camp, control returned to Lin Chen's hands. He took Li Qianling back to the abandoned corner where they had hidden earlier and found a quiet place to sit down. The sealed box was carefully kept close to him. This martial arts book was also properly stored. Practicing low-grade martial arts requires absolute silence and no interruptions, let alone the 5th-grade martial arts.
Li Qianling still doesn't have this condition. Lin Chen, what should we do next? Li Qianling asked.
Lin Chen thought for a moment. I heard the announcement about the practical assessment when I was at the camp.
Because of the beast wave interruption, the higher-ups decided to determine the final rankings based on the current points. Points aren't a problem,
Li Qianling said in her mind. With Lin Chen's help, she had hunted a large number of alien beasts during this time, and her points had accumulated to an extraordinarily high number.
The problem isn't how many points you have.
Lin Chen pointed out the key. The problem is, how will you explain the source of these points?
Li Qianling fell silent. Lin Chen continued to analyze. You participated in the practical assessment under the name of Li Qianling. During the assessment, the changes in points were all recorded by the military's monitoring system. The difference between your previous points and your current points is too big. If the rapid increase in points in between isn't explained clearly, people will definitely start asking questions. What's even more troublesome is that you can't have any connection to Venom. Once someone suspects that Li Qianling is Venom, all the trouble will come rushing in. So, a reasonable explanation is needed, one that can show your points came from legitimate sources without raising any suspicion. The two fell into deep thought. This was indeed a big problem.
Li Qianling's gaze wandered, and in the corner of her eye, she saw soldiers cleaning up the battlefield.
Suddenly, Li Qianling's eyes lit up. Lin Chen, I've thought of something.
At the plaza of the main guardhouse, a large number of students participating in the assessment gathered here. When the news of the retreat of the beast wave came, the entire plaza first fell into a moment of dead silence, then erupted into deafening cheers.
We won.
This practical assessment had been too brutal. The data compiled from the various camps was shocking, with the death rate of the students participating in the assessment nearing 50%.
When this number was read out, the remaining joy in the plaza instantly froze. 50%. This was a blow so painful that it could not be put into words for the entire Jiang'an city. Fortunately, the true top geniuses who fell were still a minority. Most of the seed players, who had been highly expected by major families and schools, survived either due to their own strength or the protection of their family's guardians. But it was only a majority. After the beast wave ended, the discussions in the plaza gradually grew louder. The topics were no different from two things: the final points ranking and who could get into the martial arts university, and what was the cutoff score for the top universities. For these young people, who had just walked out of the gates of death, the results of the assessment were still the most important matter. After all, they fought desperately in the blockade zone for so long, wasn't it all for this moment? Amid the noisy discussions, a petite girl hurriedly weaved through the crowd. Lan Xiaoxing stood on tiptoe, stretching her neck, her eyes constantly searching through the dense heads, trying to find a familiar figure. But she searched for a long time and still couldn't find it. Lan Xiaoxing's heart sank little by little. Since the beast wave broke out, she had not seen Li Qianling's figure. After parting ways at the 9th camp, Li Qianling had said she was going to track down the black-robed demon cultivator's clues. Then the beast tide arrived, and all the students were urgently evacuated to the headquarters. She was swept back by the crowd and had no time to find Li Qianling. She asked around, and someone said they had seen Li Qianling being taken back by number 7, but where was she? No one knew. Lan Xiaoxing bit her lip, feeling extremely uneasy. In her heart, Li Qianling had helped her so much, not only healing her injuries but also specially catching a third-tier beast to give her enough points to enter a key university. This kindness meant the world to Lan Xiaoxing. Not far away, the president of Suzhong Academy, Zhang Tiankai, was also anxiously pacing. He stood in the Suzhong Academy area, surrounded by a few teachers and assistants, but his attention was entirely elsewhere. His gaze kept scanning the crowd, his old eyes full of worry. His two top talents from Suzhong, Li Qianling and Chen Yuan, had not shown up. Clearly, earlier reports said Li Qianling was rescued by number 7, so where was she? How could a living person just disappear? Where could she have gone? Could it be that Li Qianling secretly went to the beast-tide front lines? The thought of this possibility made Zhang Tiankai panic. What kind of place was the front line? Li Chenling had just reached the 9th level of enlightenment. Could she survive there?
And then there was Chen Yuan. Since the day the assessments began, the team captain, whom he had high hopes for, had seemed to vanish into thin air.
No news, no movement. Where had he gone?
A heavy weight seemed to press on Zhang Tiankai's heart, growing heavier and heavier. Just as the crowd was growing impatient, the sound of solemn footsteps came from the north side of the square. Dozens of military soldiers marched in, clearing an open space in the center of the square. Then, a middle-aged man in gray military uniform with a determined face strode onto the temporary stage.
Li Changfeng, the overall commander of the Jiang'an City Practical Assessment, a heaven-ranked 8th-level expert.
His appearance quickly silenced the entire square, and thousands of eyes were fixed on the stage. The air was filled with an intense sense of anticipation. Li Changfeng scanned the crowd below, cleared his throat, and his voice, amplified by spiritual energy, spread across the entire square. Fellow exam participants, due to the sudden beast tide, the practical assessment has been forced to halt. After discussions with higher authorities, it has been decided that this year's practical assessment will end here, and the current points will be used as the final score.
He paused before continuing.
Due to the beast tide's impact, the points leaderboard system at the camp has been damaged and data can no longer be directly retrieved. Therefore, I now ask each of you to hand in your score tokens, which will be collected and ranked by the military. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound echoed through the square. The participants began taking out their score tokens from their pockets or storage bags, lining up to hand them over. Every token that was scanned caused the number on it to briefly appear in the air, sparking discussions among the crowd, some in awe, some in regret. The elders from the major families had also arrived. The Xi family, the Zhou family, the Su family, the Yang family, as well as the Four Seas Merchant Guild and other powerful forces were also present. Powerful figures from each family stood in pairs or groups around the square, scanning the crowd for their own descendants. Their expressions varied. Some were smiling, clearly confident in their descendants' performance, while others had dark faces, as if plotting something. In the core battlefield of the 9th camp, a large number of soldiers appeared. Their main tasks here were two: one was to collect usable materials from the beasts, and the other was to assess the battlefield filled with corpses. Are there any survivors, those warriors who were knocked out but haven't woken up yet? This situation is quite common in wars against the strange beasts, because most of the beasts have no intelligence, only instinct, and they don't usually finish off the wounded. A young soldier held a life sign detector in his hand, walking boredly among the piles of corpses. To be honest, he was not very lucky. He had scanned for more than half an hour, and the device was completely quiet. He was almost losing hope. Suddenly, the device in his hand shook violently. His heart jumped. There was someone alive. The soldier quickly crouched down, moving aside several strange beast corpses following the direction the device pointed, searching with his eyes through the chaos. The next moment, his eyes narrowed as he looked to the side. Between a pile of broken stones and scorched earth, half hidden, was a woman's figure, her long black hair scattered on the ground, her face and body covered in blood and dust, extremely miserable. But even in this pitiful state, her excessively delicate face could not be hidden, nor could the figure that made it impossible to look away. A slender waist, full curves, even wrapped under dirty clothes, outlined a suffocating shape. Her long legs were straight and elegant, casually curled to the side, the proportions just too perfect. Although the person before him was stunningly beautiful, the young soldier had no extra thoughts in his mind, quickly moving forward to check her breath. She was still alive, though the breath was as weak as a thread. Here. Someone alive. Come help. He waved to his companions. A few soldiers ran over, one female soldier half kneeling, carefully lifting the woman, then taking a pill from her pocket and gently putting it into her mouth. After a moment, the woman's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, her gaze scattered and dazed, carrying the shock of surviving a disaster. Where is this? Am I dead? Her voice was soft and weak, making the soldiers feel a pang of emotion. No. You're alive. The female soldier holding Li Chenling waved her hand, her tone extremely excited. What's your name? Which battalion are you from? The woman seemed to think for a moment, then her pale lips opened, murmuring. My name is Li Chenling. I am a student participating in a live combat test. What? You're a student. Didn't the commander order all students to go to the blockade headquarters? Why did you? I wanted to do my part. Li Chenling was very weak, just saying 2 sentences made her pant heavily. The people around her did not ask more. She was sent, along with other survivors on the battlefield, to the 9th camp. Come to think of it, there were quite a few people who had been unconscious on the battlefield. When fighting broke out, everything was chaotic. Who had time to care whether the ones lying on the ground were dead or alive? Martial artists' vitality is much stronger than normal people. Even without food or water for 3 days and nights, they can survive. Many people were just knocked out by a claw from the strange beasts and had held on until now to slowly wake up.
So no one at all thought Li Qianling's appearance was unusual. Deep in his consciousness, Lin Chen could not help giving Li Qianling a thumbs up. Well done, Qianling. You actually thought of this trick? Lie in the corpse pile, smear blood on your face, wake up as a hero who escaped death on the battlefield. Not only does it perfectly explain why you were not at the blockade headquarters, it also explains why your points skyrocketed. You are now someone who fought on the front line against the beast tide, shed blood for the country, and got injured for Jiangyan City. Who would dare look down on you in the future? Brilliant, really brilliant. How did I not notice this before? Qianling, you're so smart.
Li Qianling heard Lin Chen's lavish praise, her mouth curled up slightly, feeling delighted inside, but she pretended not to care, snorting arrogantly.
Of course, don't even look at who thought of the idea, relying on you? Probably still stupidly not knowing what to do now. Lin Chen felt unhappy hearing that. Who said that? I also thought of a way, okay? Then what is your way? This. The female soldier took Li Qianling back to the tent, then continued returning to the battlefield to search for other survivors.
Inside a huge tent, the wounded carried from the battlefield were gradually settled, and Li Qianling cleaned the blood and dust off her body in a corner, changing into a clean plain white dress, simple and modest. At this moment, she had just come out of the bathroom, her body cleaned, but her face was a little flushed. Mainly because it was in the military camp, Li Qianling couldn't let Lin Chen come out, so she had to bring him in together. So, for a better viewing experience, Lin Chen restrained his main body, hiding inside the ring the whole time, watching closely from a third-person view, occasionally clicking his tongue in praise. Li Qianling heard Lin Chen's voice, felt his hot gaze, a shiver ran through her body, naturally coming out with a red face. The tent was very large, with many other wounded, but at this moment, most people's eyes, without agreement, fell on Li Qianling, staring straight ahead. Beautiful, truly too beautiful. Regardless of men or women, since ancient times, everyone has a love for beauty. In the eyes of others. Li Qianling's wet black hair fell like a waterfall, straight and smooth behind her, the tips reaching her slender waist. A few strands of damp hair stuck to her snow-white collarbone, making the skin look like soft jade, glistening. The neckline of the white dress opened slightly, showing a long graceful neck and delicate clear collarbone. Below were full curves outlined by the fabric, a slender waist held by a hand, a full chest, curves almost unreal. She now sat on the edge of the bed, her long straight legs naturally crossed, the hem of the white dress just covering her knees, showing a bit of calf, smooth and balanced lines, very good proportions. Especially on a pair of delicate small jade feet, the sole showed a faint pink color, perfect arches, extremely fair, crystal clear, with faint rising moisture, even more tempting. The blood on her face, once cleaned, made her beauty even more stunning. This face was extremely delicate, skin fair and smooth, eyes clear and deep, eye corners slightly up, without any flirtation, instead giving a cold distance from others. Red lips slightly pressed, expression indifferent, giving off a cool and detached aura, which raised Li Qianling's charm to another level. Several passing wanderers glanced accidentally, their eyes couldn't move away, until pulled by companions, their throats unconsciously moving. Li Qianling now sat on a bed waiting to record information. An officer held a register, recording survivors' information one by one. When it was Li Qianling's turn, she truthfully reported her identity as a Suzhong trainee. The officer, named Wu Tian, paused with the pen in hand after hearing Li Qianling's answer, looked up at her, frowning slightly. Trainee? Weren't trainees all evacuated before the beast tide? How are you still on the battlefield? Chapter 154 Chen Yuan? Strange tacit understanding. Li Qianling remained calm, blinking her big eyes, her tone sincere and firm. I secretly ran here from the headquarters in the blockade zone myself. As a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, when the nation is in danger, I can't just care about myself, right? Although my cultivation isn't high, only at the tidal realm, I still want to do my part. After speaking, she coughed heavily twice, looking like she was seriously injured but still concerned for her country. Wu Tian looked her up and down, and the doubt in his eyes gradually turned into admiration, nodding heavily. Not bad, not bad, a candidate reaching the tidal realm is an absolute genius, and with a heart for the country and people, you are the future hope of our Great Xia Kingdom. I really wish there were more children like you in our country. Li Qianling said shyly. Sir, you flatter me. Qianling still has a long way to go. I will work harder in the future, and strive to become someone like you, sir. Lin Chen almost laughed out loud in his mind. Qianling, how can you say that with no blush or racing heart? Li Qianling thought about kicking him in her mind. Shut up. At that moment, a soldier nearby who was flipping through a communicator suddenly shouted. No, the headquarters of the lockdown area seems to already be counting the points rankings. They say the final results will be announced soon. If we don't go now, it might be too late. Li Qianling froze, a trace of urgency flashing in her eyes, but she was still playing the role of seriously injured. She couldn't just spring up and run, that would be too fake. Just as she was worrying, the officer who had registered earlier said without a word, shoving the registration book into a comrade's arms.
We can't let such ambitious people miss the real combat assessment. Here, you register for me, I will immediately send this candidate over. Li Qianling felt a secret relief in her heart upon hearing this. This officer is really thoughtful. Then Wu Tian reached to support Li Qianling's arm, she barely moved aside, stood up from the bedside herself, staggered 2 steps to cooperate, and slowly walked toward the camp gate. Wu Tian followed Li Qianling to a military jeep, just settling her in and ready to start the engine. The curtain of another nearby tent was suddenly lifted with a rustle, and someone came out. That person was tall, his clothes seemed freshly changed, his steps staggered, looking seriously injured, but his eyes were astonishingly sharp. Li Qianling's pupils suddenly shrank. Chen Yuan?
Chen Yuan also saw Li Qianling in the car, his steps clearly paused, a flash of surprise also on his face.
Why are you here? The two spoke almost at the same time. The air was silent for a moment. Li Qianling spoke first, I stayed to fight the beast tide. Chen Yuan nodded, coincidentally, me too.
I was knocked out by a strange beast, just now discovered and rescued by soldiers.
Me too.
Li Qianling narrowed her eyes, scanning Chen Yuan up and down, her gaze suddenly changing slightly.
Wait, your cultivation title realm 4th level? Chen Yuan was also looking her over, raising his brows. You're not bad either, if I'm not wrong, title realm 3rd level? Weren't you just in the opening realm before?
The two looked at each other, the meaning in their eyes very complicated. In a moment, they completed a silent exchange with their eyes.
Chen Yuan, you also talk nonsense like me, right? Li Qianling, but let's not expose each other. Chen Yuan, okay. Li Qianling, no problem. Then both turned their gaze away, each looking in different directions.
Lin Chen, in his mind, had naturally seen through Chen Yuan long ago.
This guy, same trick as me. Pretending to be unconscious in a pile of corpses and picked up, right? Saying knocked out and just woke up, what a lie.
I used perception talent to check, this guy is very healthy, no sign of being unconscious for more than a day, all fake.
This Chen Yuan is not easy, we still need to keep an eye on him, don't know if he's friend or foe, hope not foe.
Li Qianling thought seriously in her mind.
Chen Yuan didn't say a word.
He got on the vehicle and sat next to Li Qianling.
Wu Tian started the engine, and the off-road vehicle roared as it drove out of the camp.
On the road, this enthusiastic military officer couldn't sit still and turned his head to ask curiously. By the way, since you two participated in the battle against the beast tide, how many points did you get this time? Li Qianling glanced down at her points token, and the number on it was a bit glaring. She quickly flipped the token over and smiled, not much, just killed a few small alien beasts, mixed in a bit of change. Chen Yuan, sitting next to her, slightly curled the corner of his mouth and shook his head as well. I'm about the same, nothing worth mentioning. Wu Tian glanced at one and then the other, always feeling that the tone of their words was a bit off, but couldn't tell what was strange. He could only scratch his head and press the gas pedal.
The off-road vehicle, leaving a trail of dust, sped toward the blockade zone headquarters.
The collection of tokens was quickly completed under the military's efficient operation. Li Changfeng, holding a recently compiled list, stood once again on the high platform.
One last confirmation, his gaze swept across the crowd below. Is there anyone who hasn't submitted their points token?
The square was quiet for a few seconds, and no one answered.
Good, Li Changfeng nodded slightly and unfolded the list in his hand. Now, I will announce the final points ranking for this combat assessment, the top 10. As for the specific university scorelines, we still need to wait for orders from above, so everyone please wait a bit more, it will be out today. His voice was steady and powerful, each word clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. 10th place, Chongping Martial Arts School, Zhao Minghui, 7,321 points. A strong young man clenched his fist suddenly, his eyes a little red. He was still wrapped in bandages, and his left arm was hung in front of his chest, clearly injured quite badly. When this name was called, the other examinees around looked at him with no jealousy, only respect. Because everyone knew that before the beast tide broke out, this name couldn't even make it into the top 30, and his points skyrocketed because he went to the front line. That's right, although the military had forced all students to be sent to the blockade zone headquarters, some exam participants secretly went to the front lines, just like Lin Chen and Li Qianling. These exam participants, on one hand, wanted to gain more points, and on the other hand, they were all passionate young men, carrying the ambition to protect their country. Zhao Minghui from Chongping Martial Arts School was one such person. 9th place, Young Family, Young Hongyun, 7,473 points. A sparse round of applause erupted in the area where Yang Hongyun was located. Yang Hongyun's face was cold, but his eyes showed a shadowy expression. Clearly, he wasn't too satisfied with this ranking. Beside him, the elder from the Yang family, Yang Wenhao, had a blank expression, but there was a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. Originally, their plan was to directly rush to the top spot with the 20,000 bounty points, but the military had uncovered the scheme, revoked all the points, leaving only the points they had earned from hunting alien beasts, barely squeezing into 9th. But in fact, without the beast tide, the Yang family would have at least made it into the top 3. It was precisely because of the beast tide that they didn't dare to continue hunting alien beasts, and the time for the actual combat assessment was greatly shortened. Damn, that beast tide. Yang Hongyun hummed lightly, but at least he made it into the top 10, so it wasn't too bad. He comforted himself in his heart. 8th place, Zhangcheng Martial Academy, Lin Wanqing, 8,107 points. Another dark horse, this name was also obscure before the beast tide, but now, relying on the battles at the front line, she entered the top 10. Someone nearby whispered, these dark horses all went to the front line. Points fought for with life. 7th place, Zhou family, Zhou Ziyue, points 8,234. From the Zhou family area came a burst of low cheering. Zhou Ziyue herself had no expression, she stood behind Zhou Wu, her gaze lowered, as if thinking about other things. 6th place, Su family, Su Qiming, points 8,801. The people of the Su family nodded slightly. This result was average, but considering Su Qiming almost lost his life in the blockade zone, being able to live and get this rank was already not easy. During the days when Lin Chen was sleeping, Su Qiming waited for the elders of the Su family. During that time, for the sake of rushing ranking, he was crazy beyond measure. 5th place, Skydong Group, Fang Ziqian, points 9,412. 4th place. Li Chongfeng's voice continued to sound, reading from 4th place to 2nd place. 2nd place, Martial Artist Association, Xin Yujing, points 12,745. All the people of the Martial Artist Association showed joy on their faces. This result was even better than they expected. This Xin Yujing also followed the large troops, fighting and killing on the front line. Then, Li Chongfeng's voice paused slightly. This short pause made the atmosphere of the entire square instantly tighten to the extreme. Everyone knew, the next name was the 1st place. And looking at it, this name seemed to have no suspense. It must be that heaven's proud daughter of the number 1 family of Jiang'an City. 1st place. Li Chongfeng's voice echoed above the square. C family, C Yunyao, points 28,643. As soon as this number came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. 28,643 points. A full 16,000 points higher than 2nd place. This was no longer leading, this was crushing, a gap like crushing. The area where the C family was located burst into warm applause and cheers. Si Yunyao stood among the crowd, the corner of her mouth curved into a faint smile, noble and cold, as if this result was natural and justified. Behind her, several elders of the C family had no movement, even their eyes were calm, as if this matter was not worth mentioning. And in the area of Suzhong Academy, Zhang Tiansai's face had already turned gray to the extreme. From 10th place to 1st place, he did not hear a single familiar name. No Li Qianling, no Chen Yuan, the two he was most proud of, all absent. Zhang Tiansai's lips pressed into a pale line, his hands trembling slightly inside his sleeves. He felt his chest a little heavy. Every time he heard a name not belonging to Suzhong, the heaviness increased a bit more. Beside him, the principal of Longjiang High School, Qian Hongda, turned slightly, with a concerned expression on his face, but the faint curve at the corner of his mouth looked like a smile no matter how you saw it. Principal Jiang, don't get too angry. Qian Hongda patted Zhang Tiansai's shoulder, his tone full of sympathy. Young people, lack of experience is normal. This assessment was indeed too dangerous. Although that child Chen Yuan has outstanding talent, after all he is young, if he can come back alive it is already good. As for ranking, there is still a chance next year. Every word seemed like comfort, every word stabbed into Zhang Tiansai's heart. Zhang Tiankai glanced at Qian Hongda, did not speak. He knew, the smiling tiger wished for him to make a fool of himself in public. This kind of kicking when down consolation was more painful than direct mockery. His heart was extremely painful. Suzhong Academy was not top tier in the academy ranking of Jiang'an City. Finally 2 monster-level geniuses like Chen Yuan and Li Qianling appeared. He almost placed all his hopes on the two. Now, everything fell empty. On the high platform, Li Chongfeng finished reading the list and was about to speak to announce the final result. Congratulations to the above. He only said 3 words. Officer Li. Wait. A voice suddenly roared from afar, cutting through all the noise in the square, like a sharp sword slicing through the heavy air. Everyone turned their heads at once. On the east side of the square, a military jeep was speeding towards them from the distance, its wheels crushing the gravel road, kicking up a cloud of dust. The vehicle was moving so fast that it reached the edge of the square almost before anyone could react. The door of the jeep slammed open. A middle-aged officer was the first to jump out of the vehicle. His uniform was covered in dirt, his face tired but his eyes sharp. Immediately after him, 2 people got out of the jeep. The first one to step down was a woman. Li Qianling. Lang Xiaoxing was the first to recognize her. Qianling. Lang Xiaoxing's voice cracked, and he pushed through the crowd, rushing towards her, grabbing her arm. Where have you been? I've searched everywhere for you and couldn't find you, don't you know? I thought something had happened to you. Li Chenling gently patted Lung Xiaoxing's hand, smiling lightly as she said, "It's fine, I'm still alive."
The second person to step off the jeep caused another stir. He was a tall young man, with a cold face and a calm demeanor.
Chen Yuan. A collective gasp echoed across the east side of the square.
Jiang Tiansai's body shook violently, and he jumped up from his chair, his eyes instantly burning with fiery light.
Li Qianling. Chen Yuan.
His voice was nearly a shout, the breath that had been stuck in his throat for hours finally released at this moment. Next to him, Chen Hongda, who had been pretending to show concern, froze for a moment as a smile disappeared from his face. Wu Tian took 2 steps at a time and ran up to the high platform, handing 2 score tokens to Officer Li Changfeng with both hands.
Officer Li.
These 2 examiners are students from Suzhong College. During the Beast Tide, they went to the core battlefield to fight. They were injured and fell unconscious on the battlefield, only to be found and rescued by the search and rescue team. Due to the long journey, they couldn't arrive on time, but here are the score tokens, please take a look, sir. Li Changfeng froze for a moment, then took the 2 tokens and placed them on the spirit power reader.
The data from the first token appeared in the air.
Li Changfeng's expression stiffened.
He rubbed his eyes, looked again, his gaze filled with shock. Chen Yuan, 43,217 points. This score was almost 15,000 points higher than Si Yunyao's.
The entire square fell into a deathly silence at that moment, everyone thinking they were seeing things.
What? This, so many points? Is this going to break the record for the practical exam? How is that possible? How many alien beasts did he kill to get such terrifying data? No wonder it's Chen Yuan.
I've heard he's the most talented person from Suzhong in recent years, truly extraordinary.
Voices of surprise and shock continued to rise from the crowd below.
Li Changfeng quickly took Li Qianling's token in his hand and placed it on the spirit power reader.
Li Qianling's data appeared in the air. Li Qianling, 98,761 points.
The moment the crowd saw this score, they were stunned.
For a moment, no one could make a sound. After a brief silence, the shouts grew louder and louder. 98,000? How is this possible? How many alien beasts did she hunt alone?
The alien beasts on the front lines aren't just ordinary ones, many are 4th or even 5th tier. The scoring coefficients are completely different.
Could she have just gotten lucky and found some leftovers? No wonder. No wonder. Killing a 4th tier alien beast on the front lines is equivalent to killing 100 2nd tier ones on the outer perimeter.
But she's only at the tidal realm.
How did she survive on the front lines? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe such a high score was achieved by her alone. There must be someone secretly helping her. Jiang Tiansai's 2 legs suddenly became a bit weak.
He held onto the back of the chair beside him, his chest rising and falling violently.
Not sadness, but excitement. It was the wild joy released after being suppressed for more than 10 hours.
His 2 strongest geniuses from Suzhong not only came back, but directly flipped the entire table. Li Qianling directly surpassed Si Yunyao by more than 3 times.
This is simply a miracle.
Chen Hongda beside him had a face that became extremely colorful, that fake kind smile could no longer stay, the corners of his mouth twitched twice, and in the end he only squeezed out an expression uglier than crying. Zhang Tiankai glanced at him, said nothing, but the pride in that look was ready to burst out. On the high platform, Li Changfeng quickly came back to his senses and immediately spoke. According to the newly submitted points data, the top 10 rankings need to be adjusted, the first place will be adjusted to.
Wait a moment.
A cold voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Li Changfeng's words.
Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. Si Yunyao.
She walked out from the crowd. A white dress, spotless, forming a sharp contrast with most of the exam participants who were in a sorry state. Her face was dignified and beautiful, but in those phoenix eyes there was now a thin layer of frost.
Officer Li.
Her voice was not loud, but enough for everyone around to hear clearly.
Rules are rules.
Just now you already confirmed 3 times whether there were any unsubmitted tokens, no one in the whole field answered, and you also officially announced the rankings. Her gaze coldly swept over Li Qianling. Now the rankings have already been fully announced, and then submitting tokens again asking for recalculation, this does not fit the rules.
Late submission, the results should be invalid.
As soon as these words came out, the whole field became quiet again. Many people looked at each other, they felt that what Si Yunyao said seemed to make some sense, but in their hearts they still felt something was not right. Before Li Changfeng could respond, Li Qianling had already walked out from beside Lung Xiaoxing. Her steps were not fast, but every step landed steadily on the ground. She walked to the front of the high platform, only about 10 steps away from Si Yunyao, and then stopped. The eyes of the 2 met in the air. Both women had top-level beauty and top-level figures, yet they were completely different in style. Li Qianling's long black hair spread like ink, her face pale and coldly beautiful. Between her brows and eyes there was a natural cold distance that kept people away, her gaze clear like a winter night cold pool, without anger yet carrying power. Her whole body gave off an untouchable aura like ice and snow, as if nothing in the world was worth her extra glance. Si Yunyao was another kind of extreme. Her face was dignified and graceful, between her brows there was a natural nobility and pride, every move and gesture carried the elegant manner carefully shaped by a great family. Her eyes slightly raised, her gaze carried a cold indifference that looked down on all living beings, like a peony raised in the clouds, high above, overlooking the masses. The contrast was so sharp it hurt the eyes. But if judging only by beauty, Li Qianling should still be a bit better. Si Yunyao. Li Qianling's voice was cold, every word as clear as if carved by a knife. You say I submitted late, and my result is invalid? She slightly turned her head, the corner of her mouth lifting into a curve. Then I want to ask you, why were we late? She raised her hand, pointed toward the direction of the beast-tide front line, and said coldly, because we were on the front line. When these 3 words were spoken, the air in the square became heavy. When the beast-tide came, I did not hide behind the camp waiting for others to protect me. I rushed up and fought those alien beasts face to face. I was smashed into the ground by a 4th-rank alien beast and fainted on the battlefield. When I woke up, the battle had already ended. I was dug out by the rescue team from under a pile of corpses. You say I'm overdue? Li Qianling's voice suddenly rose an octave, full of coldness. I bled, I was injured, and almost lost my life on the front lines. And now you're telling me that because I was unconscious for a few hours due to my injuries, my results are nullified? What about those who died on the front lines? Does their sacrifice count for nothing? The last sentence was like a heavy hammer, striking deep into everyone's hearts. The atmosphere in the square changed subtly in an instant. Those who had been to the front lines changed their expressions first. The respect and envy in their eyes when they looked at Si Yunyao had now turned into a vague sense of dissatisfaction and anger. Even those who had not been to the front lines, after hearing Li Qianling's words, fell silent. Indeed, others risked their lives on the front lines to kill enemies, only to have their results invalidated because they were late due to injuries? What kind of reasoning is that? Si Yunyao's face froze slightly for a moment. She knew that Li Qianling's words had struck the most vulnerable chord in everyone's heart. Right after this brutal beast tide had ended, any attempt to deny the contribution of the soldiers on the front lines would be condemned by all. That's not what I meant. Si Yunyao's voice was still cold, but her tone was no longer as firm as before. I'm just saying, the rules are like this. How can we ignore the rules? Rules are dead, but people are alive. Li Qianling took a step forward, her gaze sharp as a knife. Si Yunyao, where were you during the beast tide? Did you go to the front lines? How many beasts did you kill? Chapter 157, Confrontation. Si Yunyao's lips tightened slightly without responding. This silence itself was the loudest response. The murmurs around them grew louder, and many people's gazes shifted back and forth between Si Yunyao's clean and neat white clothes and Li Qianling's battered body. The meaning in those gazes needed no words to express. Si Yunyao felt those gazes. Her fingers clenched slightly in her sleeves. Although her face remained calm, there was a shadow forming deep in her eyes. She knew that if this argument continued, she would only become more passive. Just as she was about to step back, a deep, powerful voice came from behind the crowd. Well said, you talk about rules and whatnot, but let me ask a more practical question. The crowd automatically made way. A middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe stepped out slowly. His features were stern, with a short beard under his jaw, and his brow carried the aura of someone who had long been in power, exuding authority and dominance. But at this moment, his right arm was bandaged, and there was a scab wound on his forehead. He looked like someone who had just come from a fierce battle. The head of the Si family, Si Qinghe. His appearance caused a sudden shift in the atmosphere of the scene. Li Qianling's pupils contracted slightly, and Lin Chen's mind tensed immediately. Si Qinghe actually came? What was he here for? When did he arrive? Li Chanfeng was momentarily stunned upon seeing Si Qinghe. He was the head of the top family in Jiang'an City, a powerhouse in the Tiangang realm. Was he actually here in person? Si Qinghe walked to the front of the platform and stopped, his gaze first lingering on Li Qianling for a moment before turning to everyone present. He deliberately showed his injured right arm, his voice booming. Everyone, I am no talent, but this time, I also went to the front lines during the beast tide. He pointed to the wound on his forehead and the hanging arm, his tone carrying a hint of self-mockery. Although I wasn't of much use, at least I shed a few drops of blood. Upon hearing this, many people around them showed admiration. The head of the first family of Jiang'an City personally went into battle. This sense of responsibility was truly worthy of respect. It was known that most of the prominent families didn't even send a single soldier. For example, the Yang family had not sent anyone since the beast tide erupted. The first one to flee from the front lines, only to appear again after the beast tide had ended. Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly deep in his consciousness. Indeed, he had not seen Si Qinghe at the front, but as he had analyzed earlier, the core battlefield spanned tens of miles, and with tens of thousands of soldiers on both sides fighting together, it was perfectly normal for one's vision to be limited. However, he still felt that Si Qinghe's actions were not without ulterior motives. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The Si family, able to cultivate someone like Si Yunyao, a selfish, envious successor, would they really care about the great Xia kingdom? As expected, Si Qinghe changed his tone. However, his voice lowered, and he looked sharply at Li Qianling. It is precisely because I went to the front lines, and because I know how brutal it was, that I understand even more. This Li Qianling's score is abnormal, even extremely abnormal. This sentence was like a dagger, accurately stabbing into the most vulnerable point. The discussions in the plaza erupted instantly. Right, what the head of the Si family says makes sense. How could a student in the Tide realm have a score of over 90,000 on such a high-level battlefield? How is that possible? It's indeed a bit exaggerated. Could someone else have helped her? If that's true, then needing someone else's help on the battlefield would mean she's holding everyone back, wouldn't it? The discussion surged one after another, flooding into Li Qianling's mind. Lin Chen angrily said, "This old bastard. Damn him. The entire Si family, there's hardly anyone good in it. Qianling, what do you plan to do?" Li Qianling's voice was as cold as ice. "Lin Chen, today is the day I avenge the loss of my spiritual roots." Lin Chen froze slightly after hearing the killing intent in Li Qianling's words. Revenge? What are you going to do? Si Qinghe narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This was exactly the effect he had been hoping for. He continued speaking, loudly addressing everyone in the plaza. "While I was fighting bloodily at the front, I didn't give a single point to my own child." His voice grew righteous. The war was urgent, who had the spare energy to care about these things? But if I personally helped Yunyao get points, with my strength, how could her score be only a mere 28,000? He looked at Li Qianling, his gaze aggressive. "So, I would like to ask this student, how exactly did you get your more than 90,000 points? You, a Tide Realm warrior, how did you manage to achieve this on a battlefield overrun with 4th and 5th tier beasts? Did someone help you? Are you interfering with others' fight against the beast tide?" This line of questioning seemed flawless at first glance. For a moment, many who had originally sympathized with Li Qianling began to hesitate. Yes, a Tide Realm warrior on the front lines was basically cannon fodder. Surviving was already a miracle, let alone having over 90,000 points? It didn't make sense no matter how you looked at it. Li Qianling's expression darkened. Lin Chen whispered in his mind, "Don't rush, we've prepared our response." But before Li Qianling could speak, someone else stepped forward. What the head of the Si family said is right. A middle-aged man in a dark robe stood out from the crowd. He was Zhao Minghui's grandfather, the 10th-ranked Zhao family elder, Zhao Denian. Our school's Minghui earned his points on the front lines with his life, fair and square. Now, suddenly, two people appear with higher scores than anyone else. If there's no foul play, who would believe it? Another voice quickly followed. Yang Wenhao, the elder of the Yang family, who stood beside the 9th-ranked Yang Hongyun, stepped forward, smiling hypocritically. "Yes, Li Qianling, our Yang Hongyun's reward points were revoked, and we didn't say a word, because it was indeed controversial, and rules are rules. But now these two people have points that are equally controversial. Why can't we treat them the same way?" His words sounded righteous. But Lin Chen could hear the selfishness in it. Yang Hongyun was currently ranked 9th, and if Li Qianling and Chen Yuan's scores were accepted, the whole ranking would have to be reshuffled, and those at the back would inevitably be pushed down. Although Yang Hongyun was still in the top 10, his face was already lost. The one who had almost sneaked to first place by cheating for rewards was now shrunken in 9th place, which was humiliating enough. He was eager to find an excuse to kick out these two latecomers who spoiled his plans. As for the other noble families, normally they had tangled interests with countless threads, and now seeing the head of the Si family personally intervene, they all stepped up to echo and express support. For a time, opposing voices arose repeatedly, almost forming a one-sided situation. Chapter 158, One Strike Decides. Points valid. However, some people stood on the other side. "I believe Li Qianling's points are fine." A clear voice came from the right. It was Elder Su Zhengyang of the Su family, uncle of Su Qiming. His tone was calm, but his stance was clear. During the beast tide, the core battlefield was filled with strange beasts of unprecedented ranks. Calculated by the density and rank factor of the frontline beasts, a warrior active on the battlefield for more than 10 hours accumulating tens of thousands of points is not impossible. Moreover, Li Qianling's strength had already shown during the assessment. Striking third-ranked beasts at 9th Enlightenment was easy. Now reaching Tide 3rd, if luck was good, hunting heavily wounded 4th-ranked beasts on the front line was not impossible. Zhou Wu of the Zhou family also spoke in a deep voice. I, Joe, am not talented, but I also went to the front line. In the chaos, anything could happen. Injured fourth-rank beasts were everywhere.
A tide-level warrior taking advantage to finish them and accumulate points is reasonable.
As for questioning why Li Chen survived the battlefield, that is nonsense.
Know that the battlefield has outer and inner areas. Many enlightenment-level warriors survived, so why couldn't Li Chen return alive?
A representative of the Four Seas Trade Association also stood, speaking little but clearly supporting Li Chen. But Li Chen knew clearly that these people were likely just trying to trip the Xi family, since some time ago, the Xi family had killed their people. For a time, the two sides were sharply opposed, neither convincing the other. At that moment, the middle-aged officer who had brought Li Chen could no longer restrain himself. He strode to the front of the high platform, anger in his voice.
Everyone. My name is Wu Tian, captain of the 9th Camp Rescue Team.
He pointed to Li Chen and Chen Yuan. These two children, I personally dug them out from under piles of corpses on the front line. When brought back, they were barely alive, even dazed in mind, and only recovered a bit after rest. Their points were all earned by themselves. The point tokens do not lie. They are students who could have safely stayed in the rear until the assessment ended. But the beast tide came, and they chose to rush forward. They bled for the Great Xia, were injured, almost lost their lives on the front line. His voice suddenly rose, almost shouting.
Now, just because they arrived an hour late, you want their blood to be wasted? You want to void their results?
If today you dare chill their hearts, tomorrow when the beast tide comes again, who will still rush forward? These words fell like a hammer, silencing everyone present. Those who were previously hesitant changed their expressions at Wu Tian's words, many lowered their heads, some looked ashamed. Xi Qinghe's eyes twitched slightly, he felt the tide was turning. On the high platform, fine dense sweat had already seeped out on Li Changfeng's forehead. He had always been hesitant and indecisive. Lu Yuan had said this about him many times, but every time he met this kind of dilemma, he always did not know how to handle it. He always felt that no matter how he did it was wrong, and would offend another group of people. Especially when both sides had reason and evidence, this kind of situation made him extremely painful.
Everyone be quiet. Like this. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. This matter has large dispute, I cannot make this decision. Suspend the ranking announcement, wait for me to ask the chief and then make the final decision.
After speaking, he turned around and walked into the rear tent, using the communicator to contact Lu Yuan.
Inside the camp tent.
The communicator buzzed once, and Lu Yuan's voice came from the other side. Li Changfeng carefully and thoroughly retold the whole sequence of events once, and at the end asked cautiously, Chief, you see this matter? The communicator was silent for a moment. Then Lu Yuan's voice sounded, without any emotion, but every word was like iron cast, unshakable.
Count.
Chief, but that Li Chen obtained more than 90,000 points, according to common sense, it is indeed somewhat hard to convince people.
Also count. What are more than 90,000 points?
A group of trash. If you have no ability yourself, then don't say others can't.
Look more for reasons on yourselves.
Li Changfeng was stunned for a moment. Chief, but the Xi family side.
I said count, then it counts.
Lu Yuan's voice suddenly became a few points colder and harder. Li Changfeng, I ask you, how many people died in this beast tide? Li Changfeng's lips moved, but he did not say anything. 7,642 soldiers died in battle, among them including 5 Tiangang realm generals.
33 Kaitian realm generals.
Lu Yuan's voice pressed over from the communicator, carrying a kind of heaviness. Besides this, there are more than 2,000 loose cultivators and martial association members who forever stayed on that battlefield. For what did these people die? It was to protect the people behind them. Now there are 2 students, they originally could hide in the rear, they originally could safely wait for others to go die, but they did not. They rushed to the front line, they shed blood, they almost died.
And then you tell me, because they were injured and unconscious, and handed in the token 1 hour late, so their results are not counted? How do you let those who died on the front line think? How do you let those who will go to the front line in the future think? Li Changfeng heard Lu Yuan scolding, cold sweat was already flowing down his back. Li Changfeng, you are the chief person in charge of the assessment, even this kind of matter you need to ask me, what responsibility are you taking? Lu Yuan's voice sank down.
Remember, rules are established for fairness, not used to punish the brave. Whoever dares to use rules to block the path of those who shed blood for the country, that is going against me, Lu Yuan. Go tell them, this decision is made by me, whoever has objection, let him come find me, I am waiting any time. Humph. On the other side of the communicator, Lu Yuan's voice stopped abruptly. Li Changfeng's hand holding the communicator trembled slightly, being scolded by Lu Yuan once, now his whole person was a bit dazed. Li Changfeng took a deep breath, straightened his clothes and hat, and turned to walk out of the rear tent. But his steps were much steadier than when he went in. On the square, all people's eyes gathered on him. Xiqing's eyes slightly narrowed. Yang Wenhao waited for the result with no expression. Li Qianling stood in place, face calm. Li Changfeng walked onto the high platform, looked around the whole field, and spoke. According to the chief's instruction. His voice was not loud, but under the support of spiritual power it clearly entered every person's ears. Li Qianling, Chen Yuan, the points of the two people are valid, included in the final ranking. On the square, a burst of buzzing sounds suddenly exploded. At the same time, Chief Lu's original words, Li Changfeng looked toward Xiqing's direction. His voice carried a few more points of confidence. Rules are made for fairness, not to punish the brave. Anyone has objections, go find him, he is waiting. Today's fourth update, just finished the small climax. Asking for a wave of free gifts, moi. Chapter 159, Si Yunyao, another sparring? When the last three words fell, the square went completely silent. Go find Lu Yuan? What a joke. The 6th level Golden Body Guardian is one of the most honorable people in the whole Jiang'an city. Ordinary people can't just meet him whenever they want. Moreover, this guardian just fought a fierce battle against the Beast Emperor in front of tens of thousands, just lost his 2 life or death brothers, and was in a state of ready to explode fury. Who would go? Who dares to go? Xiqing's expression flickered, deep in his eyes a trace of anger and fear flashed, but finally turned into a barely audible cold snort. He did not speak again. Yang Wenhao's face instantly turned iron blue. Li Qianling and Chen Yuan's points were officially counted. The two had absurdly high points, directly landing in the top 2, pushing all the following ranks down. Yang Hongyun, who was already on the edge, was directly pushed out of the top 10. The proud Yang family, not in the top 10, this was a shocking humiliation, something that had never happened. Yang Wenhao's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Li Qianling, and Yang Hongyun did the same, but in his gaze, besides unwillingness, there was also a hint of lust. With the Yang family's background, Yang Hongyun was not short of women, but someone as stunning as Li Qianling, he had never had. Elder. That Li Qianling. Yang Hongyun whispered. There is plenty of time, let's go. Yang Wenhao turned his face darkly and left without a word. Yang Hongyun followed closely. Li Changfeng reopened the list on the high stage, his voice steady and powerful. After recalculation, the final rankings of Jiang'an City's practical combat assessment are as follows. First place, Sulin Middle School, Li Qianling, 98,761 points. Breaking the record since the practical combat assessment began, ranked first in history. The whole crowd was stunned. Second place, Sulin Middle School, Chen Yuan, 43,217 points. Ranked third in the history of the practical combat assessment. Sulin again. Zhang Tiansai's mouth could not close from smiling, feeling he had never felt so proud in his life. He couldn't help but glance at Qian Hongda's position. Unexpectedly, Qian Hongda was no longer in his original position. He had quietly moved to the back of the crowd, his back slightly hunched. Third place, Si family, Si Yunyao, 28,643 points. From first down to third. Si Yunyao's face remained calm, but the killing intent in her eyes was almost tangible. This useless girl, I clearly already ruined her spiritual route, why can she still rise? Impossible. There must be someone helping Li Qianling behind her, she is not just a simple orphan. Li Qianling. Don't be proud, if I can ruin you once, I can do it a second time. The following ranks were pushed down by 2 positions. When reaching the original 9th place, that name was no longer Yang Hongyun. Yang Hongyun, out. Yang Wenhao, leaving the scene, was as black-faced as could be, but he didn't say a word. Because he knew, in front of Lu Yuan's iron order, any opposition was useless. After the list was read, the whole square's atmosphere completely changed. Everyone's eyes on Li Qianling were no longer sympathy or doubt, but a mix of shock, awe, and admiration. 98,761 points. This number would be remembered by all martial arts students in Jiang'an City for a very long time, maybe 10 years, maybe 20, even longer. And Li Qianling just quietly stood there. Her eyes coldly looked at the distant scenery, her face as calm as a deep pool of water. But at this moment, her heart was somewhat blooming with joy, because she heard Lin Chen's words. He Qianling, congratulations, you are amazing, from now on, no one dares to look down on you. Li Qianling felt a little embarrassed, this tone that coaxed children, she really didn't know how Lin Chen could say it, clearly all these points were earned by Lin Chen himself. Lin Chen, stop praising me, it's all because of you that I have today, the points are all from your kills, I should be the one thanking you. Lin Chen laughed cheerfully and said, no, when I was unconscious, the 20,000 points from that black-robed demon cultivator were all taken by you yourself. Even if I hadn't woken up, your points could probably reach first place. Ah, I said you are the best, no objections. And the most beautiful. Best body. And the widest legs, the longest, the most raised but, the biggest chest. Stop. Li Qianling felt her heart bloom with joy from Lin Chen's praise, feeling a warm flow moving through her heart, tingling and prickly. Hee, but the things you said later, I accept them without any guilt. Lang Xiaoxing also sincerely felt happy for Li Qianling. Li Qianling reached out and habitually patted her head. Xiaoxing, thank you for caring about me. Jiang Tiankai also quickly walked over, looking at Li Qianling, opening his mouth again and again, finally saying, good child, good child. But Chen Yuan on the side, hands in his pockets, a faint smile on his lips, looking at Jiang Tiankai, said, Principal, with a new love you forget the old? Who really is your first beloved disciple? Jiang Tiankai heard this and laughed heartily. You are right, Chen Yuan, you are also great, third in history, you are the pride of Suzhong. Chen Yuan's mouth slightly lifted, also must thank the principal for 3 years of care and help. After speaking, his gaze briefly met Li Qianling's, both slightly nodded, then each looked away. Deep in his mind, Lin Chen let out a light breath. Alright, the practical assessment should be coming to an end, next, it's time to get the rewards, he said softly. Li Qianling heard this, her eyes suddenly flashed with a cold murderous intent. No, it's not over yet. Li Qianling raised her head, slightly smiling at Si Yunyao. That smile was faint like the last snow melting on an early spring branch, light, calm, yet carried a chill that made the spine shiver. Si Yunyao. Her voice was not loud, but in the noisy crowd, it was clear like a silver needle falling on a jade plate. Didn't the head of the Si family say that my points surely weren't earned by myself? She tilted her head slightly, her gaze calm on Si Yunyao's face. Last time in the friendly match, the sparring was not satisfying. How about, you and I spar again? This way, I believe the head of the Si family will know how I got these points. Do you dare? Chapter 160 Dao Mark? Dao Vane. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole scene was first silent, then instantly exploded. Is she crazy? 3 levels of Tide Challenge 6? And still challenging the first genius of Jiangyan City, the Si family? 3 small realm differences. Isn't this suicide? Li Qianling must be pushed to the limit, risking her life to gamble? I don't think so. Li Qianling could get such high points, she must have her own skills, probably not much weaker than Si Yunyao. Even with skill, can she ignore the huge background of the Si family? The first noble family of Jiangyan City, not just words. The discussions rose and fell, some felt Li Qianling still had a chance. But most looked at Li Qianling like she was a madwoman. In their understanding, the gap between each level of the Tide realm was an impassable chasm. 3 layers against 6 layers, that is not a challenge, that is suicide. A cold light flashed in Si Yunyao's eyes. She did not hesitate. Proud as she was, never having lost at the same level, she would never refuse any challenge from someone at the same level, much less someone 3 layers below her. Fine. One word, crisp and clear, without dragging. Si Yunyao turned and walked toward the arena, her steps like flowing water, the hem of her dress fluttering and bringing a faint breeze. Her hand rested on the hilt of her sword at her waist, her long fingers fitting perfectly with the hilt, as if the sword were a part of her body. Since you want to die, why shouldn't I help? But this time, I want to see if you still have the same luck as before. Li Qianling ignored Si Yunyao's words and also took a step forward. She walked slowly, each step steady and firm. That steadiness was not deliberate, but a rhythm naturally formed after countless encounters with life and death. Like a cat walking on a knife's edge, seeming lazy, yet her whole body in perfect readiness. Lin Chen quietly observed in his mind, he could feel Li Qianling's heartbeat, as calm as a windless lake. This girl, when the whole arena thought she was crazy, her heartbeat never once sped up. Li Qianling, do you need me to act secretly? Li Qianling slowly shook her head and said softly, Lin Chen, with so many people watching, if you control my body to act, there is a risk of exposure. Just cheer for me. But? Lin Chen hesitated, her cultivation is growing very fast, in just over half a month, she advanced 5 minor layers, it could be tricky, what if? Li Qianling smiled lightly in her heart, Lin Chen, this is what worry does, you forget, I am a 3-layer Dao Mastery, I don't believe Si Yunyao can be Dao Mastery? Before, when you crossed a major realm, facing a Tiangan-level warrior, you never showed fear, why worry with me? This. I know in my heart, and, isn't worrying about you normal? Alright, don't worry. Also, when the sealed zone matter ends, returning to Jiangyan City, you must control your moves, I have to face alone. Lin Chen understood Li Qianling's concern. The identity of Venom had now officially caught the military's high-level attention, they would surely investigate him. Including his fighting style and all aspects. So in Jiangyan City, even in the Daxia country, if he showed any trace, the military would notice, increasing the risk of exposure. Li Qianling would ultimately face future matters herself, Lin Chen could not act unless necessary. Qianling. Take her down. Got it. The two walked onto the arena. Li Chanfeng announced the rules on the side, stopping at points, no casualties allowed. These were 2 great talents, if one fell, it would be hard to explain to the chief, he would watch carefully to prevent accidents.
The arena was a stone platform reinforced temporarily with spiritual energy, 30 zhang across, edges carved with simple protective array patterns. They stood facing each other, 15 zhang apart. The wind blew, stirring the sword tassel at Si Yunyao's waist, and also the stray hair at Li Qianling's temples. Both were extremely beautiful women. Si Yunyao's beauty was proud, beneath the charm, and arrogance looking down on others. Li Qianling's beauty was cool and restrained. Between her brows and eyes was a resilience formed after suffering, not flashy, not sharp, yet with a power that held the gaze. Like a flower blooming on a cliff, the harsher the environment, the more breathtaking its bloom. Below the arena, countless eyes were fixed tightly on the stage. Li Changfeng did not stop it. He knew clearly in his heart that in this situation, Li Qianling needed a chance to prove herself, and he also believed that since Lu Yuan had said the opponent's points could be counted, then she should match that level of strength. Begin. Li Changfeng said in a deep voice. The moment his words fell, Si Yunyao moved. Her movement was as fast as lightning. The sound of the long sword at her waist being drawn was extremely light as the sound of silk being lifted by the wind, but following this sound came a sword light that took one's breath away. The sword light covered the sky, like a pouring river of stars. Spiritual power condensed on the sword into a visible sword brilliance, the edges sharp enough to cut through the air itself. A 6th level tide sword, and Si Yunyao used only 50% of her power. In her view, against a 3rd level tide opponent, 50% of her strength was enough. Too much power would waste her own cultivation and lose the dignity of being the eldest daughter of the Si family. This sword alone was enough to show the difference. Below the arena, countless people could not help but inhale sharply. Such strong sword energy. Is this the Si family's heirloom autumn water sword technique? Truly a peak 5th rank martial art. With this sword, not just 3rd level tides, even 4th or 5th level would be split in two. Yet Li Qianling's reaction shocked everyone. She neither dodged nor stepped back, she just raised her right hand. Her movement was slow, fingertips forward, palm slightly inward, fingers naturally spread, the whole action flowing like clouds in water, without haste or tension, graceful as a lady brushing willows by the lakeside. But the instant that hand reached her chest, a terrifying force poured out from her palm. Spiritual power surged through her arm's meridians, transforming instantly as it flowed along the paths. Ordinary spiritual power, under the support of the path markings, was compressed, tempered, and sublimated, finally bursting from her palm as a semi-transparent light shield. The light shield looked thin, but its surface flowed with faint golden path markings, the unique sign of the path veins. As the shield appeared, all the strong spectators immediately stood up. Path markings? Path veins? Chapter 161, Clash. Wu Tian was extremely shocked. He never expected that a student he had saved on the battlefield could temper her meridians to the level of path veins in the tide realm. Li Changfeng was equally shocked, and so were the people from the great families. But at this moment, in their eyes, besides shock and disbelief, there was schadenfreude. Sigh, such a child of heaven, yet she thoughtlessly tempered a path vein, truly sad and lamentable. With their insight, they naturally knew that Li Qianling had only tempered a small part of her path veins. And once a path vein appears, to maintain balance in the whole body, when breaking into the Kai Tian realm, one must temper the entire body's spiritual veins. Moreover, because the gap between spiritual veins and path veins is so great, the success rate of breaking into the Kai Tian realm would be far lower than other warriors. And to temper the entire body into path veins would consume resources so terrifying, it was like a tale from the Arabian Nights. At least in the whole of Jiang'an city, no warrior had yet appeared with full-body path veins. So in the eyes of these strong people, Li Qianling's path was basically blocked. Even though the power of path veins could let her dominate the same level in the tide realm, once time passed and other geniuses broke into the Kai Tian realm, Li Qianling would still struggle in the tide realm. She will regret her decision now. Bang! The sword light and palm force collided in midair. The shockwave exploded from the point of collision, and the spiritual array on the ring flickered in response to the intense vibrations, creating a series of brief flashes of light and darkness. Even the audience in the front row felt a bit fearful just watching this collision. At the center of the collision, the silver sword light stopped advancing, and cracks began to spread from the center toward all directions, snapping loudly, and then, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, it shattered with a loud bang. The shattered sword light turned into countless silver points of light, scattering like a sudden meteor shower, beautiful yet almost unreal. But after this meteor shower, the palm force still advanced, piercing through the remnants of the shattered sword light, carrying a powerful force. It pressed directly toward Si Yunao. Si Yunao's pupils suddenly contracted at this moment. All her casualness vanished in an instant. It was only the 3rd level of the tide realm, yet the power of this palm was so terrifying. That pure, extremely compressed spiritual energy, she rarely felt it even from the elders of her family. The sword was too late to swing for the second time. Si Yunao reacted swiftly. She didn't try to meet it with her sword, but instantly retracted the sword, made a hand seal with her left hand, and pushed her right palm outward.
This was the instinctive response that Si Yunao had honed through countless family drills and real combat. When the offensive method was suppressed, she switched to defense immediately, rather than panicking. A palm print of condensed spiritual power shot out from her hand, directly colliding with the remaining force of the palm. Boom! This collision was even more intense than the first one, and Si Yunao's figure was pushed back by a huge force, sliding backward, leaving 2 shallow friction marks on the stone platform. She slid back 10 steps before barely steadying her figure. Below the stage, there was an eerie silence. Everyone was frozen in place. Some had their mouths open, some stared wide-eyed, and some didn't even notice that the teacup in their hands had tilted, spilling tea all over their hands. The scene was so overwhelming, it shattered all previous understanding. A third-level Tide realm, facing a palm strike that shattered an attack from the 6th-level Tide realm, and even pushed the person back 10 steps? This wasn't a crushing defeat within the same rank, this was a crushing defeat across ranks. And the opponent was Si Yunao. How could this be possible? Zhang Tiankai couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from rising. He wanted to maintain composure, but he simply couldn't hold back. This was his student from Suzhou. Lan Xiaoxing covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open, nearly shouting out loud from excitement. Chen Yuan also looked at the battle on the stage, his gaze heavy, not knowing what he was thinking. Si Qing's smile, however, froze on his face, unable to understand why his daughter was pushed back. She should have won with overwhelming force. On the stage, Si Yunao lowered her head and glanced at her hands, they were still slightly numb. The power in the opponent's palm was not only massive, but more importantly, it had quality. The texture of the spiritual energy was like the difference between steel and iron, every thread of spiritual power was refined to the utmost purity. Dao meridians. Si Yunao almost instantly made a judgment. The opponent's meridians had already been refined to the level of Dao meridians. How did she do that? Even for her, she had only refined part of her meridians to the level of spiritual meridians, most of her meridians were still only ordinary channels. This realization made her expression become serious. Dao meridians meant that the purity and explosive power of spiritual energy far exceeded others of the same rank, which explained why someone at the 3rd level could achieve the effect of a 6th level. But after the seriousness, a fire was ignited in Si Yunao's eyes. Her pride would never allow her to fall behind in front of someone 3 levels lower than herself. Si Yunao drew her sword again. This time, she didn't swing it carelessly. Her stance adjusted slightly, her left foot stepping forward half a step, her center of gravity lowered, the tip of the sword slightly dropped, pointing diagonally downward. This was the core starting posture of the autumn water sword art, called moon reflection. This starting move meant that she was serious now. Whoosh! The spiritual energy on the sword suddenly gathered, no longer the broad and sweeping motion from before, but instead, it condensed into a thin, bright line. Si Yunao stepped forward, her figure like an egret skimming across the surface of water, agile and ethereal, light as a feather. The sword tip, carrying the thread-like beam of light, aimed straight at Li Qianling's throat. This strike was fast, precise, and fierce. Though the force wasn't as exaggerated as her previous strike, its precision and piercing power had elevated to an entirely new level. This was Si Yunao's true strength, the killing move honed through countless battles. Li Qianling's body had already begun to move before the sword tip reached her. Her movements were equally light, with small, calculated steps, but each step was perfectly timed. Her upper body slightly rotated, letting the sword tip skim past her right shoulder, barely an inch away, the wind from the blade cutting a fine line through the fabric of her shoulder's clothing. It was dangerously close, but her expression remained unchanged. In that same instant when the sword tip passed, Li Qianling's right hand flipped, her fingers curled slightly, pointing toward Si Yunao's sword-wielding wrist. She wasn't attacking the person, but the weakest point between the sword and the person, the wrist. This was an extremely clever choice. If this hit, Si Yunao would either be forced to switch hands or drop her sword. Either result would greatly reduce her combat effectiveness. Si Yunao noticed Li Qianling's intent almost at the same time Li Qianling made her move. What a vicious look. Si Yunao reacted just as swiftly. Her wrist flipped, the sword hilt rotating half a turn in her palm, turning the sword from a thrust to a horizontal sweep, forcing Li Qianling to retract her attack. Li Qianling decisively withdrew her fingers, leaning back to dodge the sweeping sword edge. Her hair was lifted by the sword wind, drawing a graceful arc in the air. Her waist bent at an almost impossible angle, the space between her back and the sword edge less than 3 inches, but her feet remained firmly planted on the ground, without moving an inch. In some sense, this move was harder than dodging. Dodging could use displacement to create distance, but leaning back while staying in place meant she had made an exact judgment of the sword's trajectory. Si Yunao saw this scene and was slightly startled. Her horizontal sweep was not a random swing, both the angle and force were calculated, meant to force the opponent to either block or retreat. Either way, it would create an opening for her to strike. But the opponent chose the most dangerous and energy-efficient counter, and precisely controlled the distance to a safe zone.
This control over distance couldn't be achieved just by talent, it was something sharpened through countless life-or-death battles. The opponent's combat experience was incredibly rich. This realization made Si Yunyao's expression even more serious. As she leaned back, Li Qianling's left hand had already extended from her waist, the force of the shattered star finger gathering at the tip of her index finger, transforming into a tiny, ghostly blue light, shooting straight for Si Yunyao's right rib. The timing of this finger strike was incredibly cunning. It appeared right as Si Yunyao completed her horizontal sweep, when her old force had dissipated and her new strength hadn't yet built up. This gap lasted less than half a breath, but Li Qianling had seized it perfectly. Ding! Si Yunyao's sword hilt stood up at the last moment, using the guard to block the fingertip force. Shattered star finger force exploded on the gauntlet, scattering fragments of energy like fireworks, reflecting tiny blue lights under the lamp. It was beautiful, very beautiful, but a clear dent appeared on the gauntlet. Si Yunyao's heart sank for a moment. The opponent's attack power was far stronger than she had imagined, and the timing and angles of each strike were terrifyingly precise. Every attack seemed meticulously calculated, wasting no strength and leaving no flaw unchecked. This was nothing like the combat skill of someone with only triple chi and blood cultivation just over half a month ago. What had she gone through in this time? Cultivation can surge in a short time, but combat awareness and experience can only be built with time and blood. Si Yunyao took a deep breath, and her sword momentum suddenly changed. Second move of Autumn Water Sword Technique, Shattered Moon. Her body spun, her figure like a white lotus blooming violently in the wind, sword light spreading with the rotation, forming dozens of crisscrossing arcs, trapping Li Qianling in a dense, impenetrable sword net. Each sword light had a different angle, each a different speed, some fast as lightning, some slow as flowing water, alternating in speed, real and fake mixed. This was a very exquisite move from the Si family's direct sword technique, using 10 real swords mixed with 5 fake swords, making it hard for the opponent to know which sword hid the true killing move. Even a martial artist of 9 tides might not easily deal with this move. The crowd under the arena felt dizzy with the sight. Silver sword lights wove an extremely complex pattern in the air, like a flower made of blades, blooming in the center of the arena, beautiful to the extreme, dangerous to the extreme. Facing this dense sword net, Li Qianling's expression did not change. Such flashy things were useless against Lin Chen's perception talent, every sword trajectory clear in her mind. Li Qianling did not retreat, she chose to advance, straight into the center of the sword net, toward where Si Yunyao stood. At the same time, she unleashed the floating light shadow step with full force. Combined with her perception talent and her own combat experience, Li Qianling's movements were calm, effortless. Every step had a different direction, no pattern to follow, left and right, forward and back, yet every step landed exactly in the gaps between sword lights. From the outside, she moved through the sword lights like a butterfly dancing in a storm, each raindrop passing by, but none landing on her. Silver sword lights passed through her clothes, cutting the fabric that fluttered in the air like scattered petals. But her skin had not a single scratch. Occasionally, when there was no way to avoid, Li Qianling struck accurately, using the power of her hands to block the sword light. Lin Chen watched clearly in the depths of his consciousness. Real swords were heavy, fake swords light and floating. The tip trembled differently, the sound in the air was different. Li Qianling had distinguished real and fake by the third sword light. All her dodges afterward targeted real swords, ignoring fake swords completely. This ability to instantly analyze attack patterns in real combat made even Lin Chen silently admire. But Lin Chen also noticed another thing. She was controlling her output. With the spiritual power quality of Li Qianling's dual-hand Dao-Pulse, plus the fourfold all-attribute boost he left her, if she went all out, she could crush Si Yunyao within 10 moves. But she did not do so. Qianling, what are you doing? Why not go all out? Isn't it better to settle this quickly? Lin Chen asked in the depths of his mind. Li Qianling's answer was only 4 words, with a cold murderous intent in her voice. I'm not here to defeat her, I want to ruin her. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, then quickly realized. She wasn't holding back, she was waiting for the right opportunity. If she had gone all out from the beginning, it would have inevitably drawn the attention of the head of the Si family, making revenge impossible. She was waiting for a chance to heavily injure Si Yunyao in front of everyone, with a legitimate reason. Li Qianling passed through the last layer of the sword net. She appeared less than 5 feet in front of Si Yunyao, close enough to see her own reflection in the other's pupils. The two of them locked eyes at this distance for less than half a breath. Then, they struck at the same time. Si Yunyao's sword tip turned into a cold flash, stabbing at Li Qianling's heart. This stab gathered all the flashy sword moves, leaving only the purest strike, pouring all her 6 levels of cultivation into the 3-inch range of the sword tip. Li Qianling's right hand met the cold flash, and the fractured star finger exploded with power. Her 2 fingers joined together and clamped the sword body. Ding! Her fingertips collided with the sword, releasing a burst of spiritual energy that spread out in waves. The sword tip struggled forward between her fingers, but its speed was forcibly suppressed, turning from thunderous force into a slow grind, inch by inch, pushing forward. Si Yunyao suddenly exerted more force, causing the sword to tremble and spiritual energy to surge. Li Qianling's 2 fingers were slightly pushed back, but she firmly gripped the sword body, her meridian spiritual energy continuously flowing, forming a visible golden shield around her fingertips, clashing with the sword's cold flash. The two were locked in a deadlock. So close that neither could overcome the other. From the outside, 2 figures were pressed extremely close on the arena's center, one pushing the sword forward, the other blocking it. The collision of spiritual energy created a vortex between them, and broken energy sparks flew out from the vortex, lighting up their faces in a flickering pattern. 2 incredibly beautiful faces faced each other in the shifting light and shadows, time passing second by second in this standoff. The battle grew more intense. Si Yunyao withdrew her sword and changed her tactics, launching 7 consecutive strikes, each at a different angle and speed, from overhead cuts to sweeping strikes, from direct stabs to slashing angles. Li Qianling responded to each one. Her right hand sometimes transformed her fingers into a palm, using palm strength to deflect the sword's direction, and sometimes turned her palm into a fist, using her fist's power to shake the sword's spiritual energy off. Her left hand always kept the fractured star finger ready. During each break in defending Si Yunyao's attack, she would flick her fingers to strike 1 or 2 precise points. These finger strikes flickered between them, seemingly fleeting, but each one contained extremely condensed spiritual energy. Si Yunyao was extremely frustrated by these small but precise finger strikes. Each point of the finger strike landed at the most difficult spot for her to defend, under her armpit, behind her knee, the outside of her elbow joint, and her ankle. These weren't fatal spots, but once hit, they would affect her spiritual energy flow and bodily coordination. Her opponent wasn't fighting her directly, but was breaking her down. Bit by bit, dismantling her rhythm, wearing down her patience, and squeezing her space for movement. This combat style was extremely seasoned, not at all like something an 18-year-old girl should be capable of. Damn! Si Yunyao cursed inwardly, her brow slightly furrowed. She had to admit, in terms of battle experience, she was no match for the woman in front of her. Though she had grown up in the most rigorous training system of the Si family, sparring countless times with clan experts, those were ultimately drills, protected sparring sessions. But the person in front of her was radiating a different aura. It is an instinct tempered out of storms of blood and rain. The two fought entangled for dozens of moves. Between the flipping shadows, silver sword light and golden Dao pattern spiritual power collided in the air, scattered, and turned into a sky full of shining brilliance. The crowd below the stage had already been stunned. They originally thought it would be a one-sided crushing, but did not expect it to turn into a peak duel of equal strength. No, it was not equal strength. Those with some eyesight had already seen it. Although Li Qianling's cultivation was 3 levels lower, she faintly held a kind of control on the field. Every move she made had a clear purpose, every retreat was a conscious lure. She was leading Si Yunyao by the nose. But as the battle went into the later stage, the consumption of both sides became extremely huge. Although Li Qianling's spiritual power quality was higher, the Dao veins needed even more spiritual power support. Even with the support of the 99 Jiang true aperture, it was still not enough. Continuous high-intensity output made her spiritual power reserve drop rapidly, and the golden light on the Dao veins visibly dimmed. Si Yunyao was also in a bad state. She was worn down by Li Qianling's precise attacks and lost too much spiritual power, and being forced to frequently change moves to respond made her consumption far beyond expectation. Both of their breathing became heavy, clothes messy, hair scattered, but neither stepped back even half a step. As they fought, both sides were almost injured at the same time. Li Qianling's left arm was cut open by a strand of sword energy, blood slid down her arm and dripped onto the arena. Si Yunyao's right shoulder was struck by a shattering star finger force. That faint blue light exploded on her shoulder. Although most of the power was blocked by spiritual protection, the impact still numbed her sword-holding hand for a moment. The distance between the two once again stretched to 10 jiang. The air on the arena seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, because they felt the aura from the two people on the stage had changed. They had a feeling the next move would be the last move. Si Yunyao's eyes became colder than ever before. She held the long sword upright in front of her, both hands gripping the handle, the tip pointing to the sky. The remaining spiritual power in her body surged crazily into the sword, dyeing the whole long sword into a crystal clear ice blue color. The spiritual power on the sword body was so dense it reached the extreme, even beginning to condense into tiny ice crystals in the air, like an abnormal frost snow silently falling on the summer arena. This was the third move of the Autumn Water Sword Art, and also the strongest move she could display. The complete Autumn Water Sword Art should have 7 moves. At the same time, under the cover of the sword light, Si Yunyao's left hand secretly formed a seal inside her sleeve. Innate spiritual skill, suppression. Once used, it would become a ranged skill that had a powerful suppressing effect on spiritual power. If the cultivation was lower than hers, it would receive 50% suppression for 10 seconds. If the cultivation was higher than his, it would receive 30% suppression for 3 seconds. In real combat, these few seconds were already enough to decide many things. She hid the innate spiritual skill inside the sword move, waiting for the moment when the final strike fell, to launch it at the same time. 2 layers of attack stacked together, even a warrior of tied 9 layers might not retreat unhurt. This was her killing move. Obviously, she wanted to kill Li Qianling on the arena. As for the rules, Li Changfeng said, blades and swords have no eyes, who can guarantee to stop at the point? Li Qianling looked at Si Yunyao opposite her, the corner of her mouth slightly curved. The previous equal fight had already taken effect, so this final strike would shake heaven and earth. She raised both hands. Her right index finger slightly bent, shattering star finger force gathered at the fingertip, the light more blazing than any time before. Within the faint blue glow faintly appeared golden Dao patterns. The 5 fingers of the left hand spread wide, and within the palm, spiritual power spun and compressed, forming a high-speed rotating vortex of energy. 2 moves combined into one. The star-shattering finger acts as the spear, and the palm power serves as the shield. Lin Chen focused all his attention deep within his mind, observing the battle with full concentration, prepared to take control of his body at any moment, even if it meant revealing himself. He would never let her come to harm. At worst, he would leave Dixia, where the sky is wide, and there would still be a place for him and Li Qianling to belong. Kill! Si Yunyao shouted sharply, taking a step forward. With that step, the entire arena trembled. The long sword slashed down, the ice blue sword light resembling a waterfall, with an extreme coldness capable of freezing everything, crashing down fiercely. At the same moment the sword light descended, her left hand's seal was quietly activated. The innate spiritual technique spread silently, an invisible force of suppression emanating from her body, extending outward in all directions. This suppression, when applied to spiritual power, would affect everyone within the range. On Li Qianling, it was a 50% spiritual power suppression. This was a double kill move. On the surface, it was a killing strike, but secretly, it was a spiritual power suppression. Under the suppression of the spiritual power, even if the opponent's Dao veins were strong, they would have no chance of surviving the strike. But Li Qianling did not retreat. Instead, she advanced, instantly activating the passive boost granted to her by Lin Chen's parasitic bond. 4 times full attribute boost. Boom! Li Qianling even felt a rumbling within her body, forcefully cancelling out the suppression power coming from Si Yunyao. Li Qianling's figure suddenly accelerated just before the ice blue sword light arrived, her left palm positioned in front of her, meeting the devastating sword light head-on. Boom! The collision of spiritual power exploded with the most intense shockwave of the entire battle. Li Qianling's palm shattered Si Yunyao's sword light, sending her spitting blood. Si Yunyao's eyes were filled with disbelief. A huge shockwave radiated from her long sword, striking her like a lightning bolt, causing her to rapidly retreat, trying to distance herself from Li Qianling. But would Li Qianling let go of such a perfect opportunity? Hadn't she been hiding all this time for this moment? Li Qianling's right hand sent the star-shattering finger power pouring out. No extra movements, no flashy techniques, just the simplest move, aiming directly at Si Yunyao's abdomen. Si Yunyao's eyes widened, trying to dodge, but her entire body's spiritual power was in disarray, and she could barely control her movements. All she could do was watch as Li Qianling's finger slowly pointed at her. An inexplicable fear arose in her mind. No, no, no. If this finger hits, doesn't that mean? Her eyes were filled with terror and unwillingness. She could clearly feel Li Qianling's finger closing in on her abdomen, the power of the star-shattering finger gathering at the tip, carrying a destructive aura as if to crush everything. Her abdomen, that's where her spiritual root lies. The crowd below the stage gasped in unison. She's going to cripple Si Yunyao's Dantian. Crazy. She's gone mad. Under the arena, Si Qinghe's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. He saw the killing intent in Li Qianling's eyes, cold to the extreme, a long-planned killing intent. In her clear and piercing eyes, there was no hesitation, as if she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. No! Si Qinghe let out a low roar, slamming his palm against the arena's protective shield. The shield set up by Li Changfeng instantly shattered into countless shards of spiritual light, scattering in all directions. In the instant the shield broke, Si Qinghe had already made his judgment. It was too late to stop it. Li Qianling's fingertip was less than 3 inches from Si Yunyao's abdomen. At the speed she was moving now, any attempt to intervene was too slow. There is only one choice. Attack the enemy, the one who must be saved. Si Qinghe's body shot out violently, transforming into a shadow as he leapt onto the stage. His right palm was filled with the full power of a celestial realm warrior, carrying a gust of wind powerful enough to crush a sky-opening realm warrior into mush, and slammed toward Li Qianling's back. This slap seemed casual, but in reality, it was a full-force strike. A celestial realm powerhouse attacking a girl at the 3rd level of the Tide Realm, and not holding back in the slightest. Si Qinghe. Are you insane? Li Changfeng's roar exploded almost simultaneously with the shattering of the shield. His figure shot up from the high platform, rushing toward the ring, but his speed was slightly slower than Si Qinghe's. That slight delay made the difference between life and death. Wu Tian also moved.
This middle-aged officer didn't have time to think about status, family power, or noble lineage. All he knew was that the girl, who had been pulled out of a pile of corpses, was facing a life-and-death crisis. He sprinted, his feet shattering the stone slabs beneath him, his entire body like an arrow shot toward the ring. But they were all too far away. The audience below the stage exploded in a frenzy. Si Chengha actually made a move? Is this bullying the weak? A celestial realm against the Tide realm? Oh my god, that's a gap of 2 great realms. This is outright murder. What kind of decorum is this? Someone stop him. Hurry, stop him. Lin Xiaoxing's face turned pale instantly, her hands tightly covering her mouth, tears streaming down her eyes. Jiang Tianxi's pupils dilated, his heart feeling as though it was crushed by an invisible hand. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. His cultivation seemed utterly insignificant in their eyes. Chen Yuan, who had his hands in his pockets, suddenly pulled them out, leaning forward slightly, his eyes flashing with sharp light. It was as if time stretched at that moment. Everyone saw that scene. The wind from Si Chengha's palm had already torn through the air behind Li Qianling. The terrifying pressure came crashing down like a mountain. Before the palm even landed, the stone slabs on the stage had already cracked, with debris flying. Li Qianling naturally felt it. Every hair on her back screamed in warning, every instinct in her body urging her to dodge, to evade, to run. In fact, if she just turned to the side, she could easily avoid the deadly blow. But her fingertips were less than an inch away from Si Yunyao's lower abdomen. Less than an inch. Li Qianling's gaze became unbelievably calm at that moment. Then, a touch of frantic madness appeared. It was a kind of madness that completely threw life and death out of her mind, almost a crazed frenzy. Deep in her pupils, Si Yunyao's face, twisted with fear, was reflected. It was this face that, in the previous alliance match, had without any reason crippled her spiritual roots. If it hadn't been for Lin Chen, Li Qianling should have already died in that alley on the rainy night. This grudge, it could not be forgiven. This time, even if she couldn't kill that bitch, she would definitely collect some interest from her. As for the palm behind her, with Lin Chen here, she wasn't too worried. Lin Chen! Li Qianling called out to him in her heart. Leave it to me. Having been with Li Qianling for so long, how could Lin Chen not know her nature? This time, Li Qianling would never let this opportunity slip by. So, the moment Si Chengha shattered the shield, Lin Chen had already reacted. His true form rapidly spread out from within Li Qianling's ring, under her white dress, pressing against her skin, silently and swiftly covering her entire back. The black, ink-like symbiotic organism spread across her back, from her spine to her shoulders, from her waist to her neck. All of this happened beneath her clothes. No one else could see a thing. At the same moment, Li Qianling's right index finger had sharply pressed into Si Yunyao's lower abdomen, hitting the exact spot of her spiritual root. The shattered star energy immediately erupted wildly, surging into Si Yunyao's spiritual root. Ah! Si Yunyao's body suddenly froze, her mouth wide open as a sharp, blood-curdling scream escaped, her eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe it. Why had her suppression talent failed against the opponent, and why could the opponent still explode with such terrifying combat power at the final moment? She couldn't believe it. Clearly her father had already struck her back with a palm, yet she disregarded her life, insisting on attacking and killing her. Si Yunyao's eyes bulged, her pupils rapidly dilating, the most excruciating pain she had ever felt in her life coursing through her body. It was the pain of her spiritual root being pierced and shattered by the shattered star energy, the pain of her meridians breaking apart, the weakening sensation as her spiritual energy drained from her body like a receding tide. She lowered her head, disbelieving as she looked at the finger that Li Qianling had pressed against her abdomen, the arrogance, indifference, and disdain in her eyes shattered into dust, leaving only pure fear. You dare. Li Qianling's face was right before hers, and on that stunningly beautiful face, there was no anger, no delight, only a coldness that made Si Yunyao's very soul tremble. When you crippled my spiritual root, Li Qianling's voice was soft, so soft that only the two of them could hear. Did you ever think that this day would come? Si Yunyao wanted to say something, but the next moment, she couldn't withstand the immense pain and fell unconscious in mid-air. Li Qianling looked coldly at the unconscious Si Yunyao, her gaze unflinching, without any sense of joy from exacting revenge, only an intense, unyielding killing intent. Li Qianling! A furious roar came from behind. It was Si Chengha. Li Qianling paid no attention to it, quickly pulling her hand back and preparing to strike once again, her finger aimed directly at Si Yunyao's forehead. She didn't care about the attack from behind, because behind her stood Lin Chen, the one person in the world she trusted the most. But in the end, she was a moment too slow. Before her second finger could land on Si Yunyao's forehead, she felt an incredibly terrifying shockwave coming from behind her. Bang! Si Chengha's palm struck heavily against Li Qianling's back. Chapter 165, The Hypocrite. The force of that palm was so great that the center of the arena collapsed, cracks spreading out from beneath Li Qianling's feet like spider webs, and the entire stone platform was violently shaking. Li Qianling's body was forcefully sent flying forward, tumbling through the air several times before landing in a disheveled heap, blood spurting from her mouth and staining her pure white dress. But she didn't fall. The symbiotic organism covering her back from Lin Chen absorbed most of the impact of that palm. The hardness of the symbiotic organism at the fourth stage reached its peak at this moment, like armor, absorbing the vast majority of the full-strength blow from the heavenly gang realm. Only less than 1/10 of the force passed through to Li Qianling. Even so, the remaining force still shook Li Qianling's internal organs violently, throwing her off the platform. But she remained standing, lifting her head and coldly staring at the enraged Si Chenghe. The entire arena fell silent. Li Changfeng finally landed on the arena, his feet kicking up shards of stone. His face was ashen, his gaze piercing Si Chenghe like a tangible weapon. He was furious. The main issue was Si Chenghe, the head of the Si family, had behaved in such an unscrupulous manner, attacking during a sparring match, using his strength to bully the weak. If someone had died, how would he explain it to the higher-ups? Moreover, this was a practical combat assessment since the establishment of the assessment system. The highest scoring genius. During the sparring, if someone's life is in danger, it's understandable to protect your own daughter, but how could one do such a shameless thing? Wu Tian followed closely and stepped onto the stage, rushing immediately to Li Qianling's side, reaching out to support her shoulder. "Are you all right?" Wu Tian's voice was filled with concern. In his eyes, one was from a prestigious family, never appearing on the front lines of battle, and the other was an ordinary but talented student who, when the country was in peril, was willing to be at the forefront, even risking her life. As a soldier, it was clear which side he should stand on. Li Qianling's lips were still bleeding continuously, her face was so pale it almost seemed transparent, but she slowly withdrew her right hand, turned her head, and showed Wu Tian a weak smile. "I'm fine." Her voice was faint. "I almost didn't make it." Seeing this, Wu Tian's eyes immediately turned red, filled with anger. Lang Xiaoxing rushed over, anxiously grabbing Li Qianling's hand. "Qianling. Qianling. Are you okay? Please be alright." Zhang Tiankai and Shen Yuan also came over, their eyes filled with rage. Wu Tian saw this and knew these were Li Qianling's close friends. He immediately took out a pill and gave it to Li Qianling, then asked Lang Xiaoxing to watch over her for a moment. This matter had escalated. He needed to report it to his superior. At this moment, the crowd below the stage was in complete uproar. Si Chenghe. He really made a move. A Tian Gang realm expert striking a child at the third level of the title realm? Beast. Absolute beast. Isn't this the head of Jiang'an City's #1 family? Bullying the weak, can't he lose gracefully? Li Qianling was just rescued from the front lines. She was just pulled out from a pile of corpses. Now she's about to be struck by an old man at the Tian Gang realm? What the heck? Li Qianling didn't die. She didn't die? She, a third-level title realm, actually withstood a blow from a Tian Gang realm? Unbelievable. Si Yunyao. What happened to her? She seems to have passed out? Was the finger just now aimed at her spiritual root? Could it be that? Li Qianling is so ruthless, willing to take a full hit from a Tian Gang realm warrior just to severely injure Si Yunyao. What kind of deep hatred do they have between them? At this moment, Si Chenghe's face was extremely ugly. Clearly, he had not expected the situation to turn into what it had become. From his perspective, when he struck, Li Qianling would definitely dodge. Who would risk their life just to severely hurt someone else? Besides, a mere third-level title realm, what could she possibly use to withstand my blow? But what he didn't know was that Li Qianling was that kind of lunatic. She was determined to severely injure Si Yunyao. Of course, the most crushing part for him was Si Yunyao's unconscious state. She was his daughter, his pride, the future leader of the Si family. Now, she had lost so terribly in a sparring match, he couldn't accept it. He stared intensely at the girl lying in Lang Xiaoxing's arms, her lips stained with blood, her face as white as death. But Li Qianling, in Lang Xiaoxing's arms, simply looked back at him, her clear, beautiful eyes devoid of fear or panic, only an indifference that was chilling to the bone. After a brief stare, Li Qianling's lips suddenly curled up into a shallow smile. If not for the current atmosphere, it would have been extremely beautiful. Li Changfeng had already rushed to Si Chenghe's side, throwing a powerful punch. Li Changfeng was a level 8 Tian Gang realm expert, his cultivation level much higher than Si Chenghe's. Faced with his punch, Si Chenghe could only brace himself, not even having the chance to check on his beloved daughter's situation. Bang! The clash of fists and palms sent a gust of wind sweeping across the entire stage. Li Changfeng, though indecisive by nature, was the overall leader of the practical assessment. To have such an incident happen right under his nose was like a slap to his face. Si Chenghe. What do you think you're doing? Li Changfeng's anger nearly exploded through his teeth. This is the assessment arena. You, a fifth-tier powerhouse, are attacking a student in front of everyone.
Do you still care about the reputation of the C family? All eyes turned to Si Chenghe. In those gazes, there was shock, anger, disdain, and even mocking laughter. Si Chenghe's right hand froze in midair.
His face, under the scrutiny of everyone's gaze, turned grim, but he quickly restored a gentle expression. He slowly retracted his hand, pressed his palms together, and slightly bowed towards Li Qianling, his posture deeply sincere.
Qianling, my young friend, it's my fault.
His voice was steady and warm, carrying just the right amount of self-blame. Seeing my daughter injured, I became anxious and lost control, using too much force. He turned to face the crowd, his tone even more earnest. As everyone here knows, I, Si, was also on the front lines today. Even while killing the alien beasts, my injuries have yet to fully heal. He slightly lifted his garment, revealing a large, unhealed scar on his chest, strikingly visible.
With a restless mind and unhealed wounds, my control over my spiritual energy was off.
This was not intentional. He bowed again to Li Qianling, his words flawless, his posture humble.
If someone didn't know the full story, they might really think he was a father deeply concerned for his daughter.
Li Changfeng was left speechless by this, his face turning ashen.
He wanted to lash out but couldn't find the right opening.
After all, the other party's attitude was sincere, and he had apologized in front of everyone. If Li Changfeng continued to pursue it, he would only seem petty. The crowd below began to murmur. Some bought his story, others did not, but none dared to speak out.
After all, it was the C family.
After all, he was a fifth-tier Tian Gang realm powerhouse. Only Zhou Wu from the Zhou family seemed unafraid of the C family's power. He sneered and said, "Now you're being so fake.
You didn't hold back when you attacked before. The only reason Li Qianling is still alive is because of her own abilities.
If it were anyone else, they would have died on the spot.
And this act?
You're just trying to save face for the C family.
Let me tell you, this debt, my Zhou family won't take it."
Li Qianling heard Zhou Wu's voice and couldn't help but feel confused.
What's going on? Why is the Zhou family defending me like this? Did Zhou Ziyuai talk about me? No, that can't be.
If she had any change in behavior, I would have felt it instantly.
Lin Chen, what do you think it is? No response from within. Li Qianling's heart tightened, and she called out again, "Lin Chen? Lin Chen? What's wrong? Don't scare me. Lin Chen."
After some time trying, Li Qianling realized that Lin Chen seemed to have passed out. Once she understood this, she no longer had any other thoughts.
"Little Xing, take me back to the tent. Now."
Cold little Xing was stunned for a moment, then nodded, helping Li Qianling up and walking towards her tent. After facing off with Si Chenghe, Wu Tian and Li Changfeng could only let the matter go. After all, the other side had indeed contributed in fighting alien beasts, and they couldn't go too far. After all, Li Qianling was still alive. Si Chenghe saw the two retreating and hurriedly took Si Yunyao back to his own tent. Inside the Si family's tent, Si Chenghe looked down at his daughter, gazing at her unconscious form, his heart in agony. His lips trembled violently.
"Yunyao. Yunyao."
Si Chenghe's hands trembled as he checked Si Yunyao's meridians, and the next moment, his face turned even grimmer than death. Her spiritual root was severely injured.
If this can't be treated,
her path of martial arts was basically over. Si Chenghe's eyes turned blood red at this moment. It was a kind of devouring light. The anger in his mind was about to completely swallow his reason.
"Li Qianling,
if I do not kill you, I, Si Chenghe, swear I will not be human."
At the same time, inside Li Qianling's tent, the curtains hung low, blocking the outside noise and chaos.
Lang Xiaoxing had already been urged to leave by her. "Xiaoxing, you go out first, I want to be alone for a while." Lang Xiaoxing looked at Li Qianling's pale face, her lips moved slightly, and finally she nodded, turned, and lifted the curtain to leave. The moment the curtain fell, all the composure and calmness on Li Qianling's face shattered instantly. Her hands began to tremble. The trembling was not from pain, but from fear, a kind of fear she had never experienced, 1,000 times more terrifying than facing death.
She could not feel Lin Chen.
The presence that had always been inside her, the one that had never left since their first meeting in the alley, was now quiet like a dead pool.
No response, no fluctuation, nothing at all.
Back when Lin Chen was asleep, at least she could feel his presence. Li Qianling suddenly opened her storage bag, frantically searching, clutching the spirit crystals in her hands one by one. She madly activated her spiritual power, absorbing all the energy from the crystals, then without hesitation, used the sharing talent to pour all her spiritual power toward the direction of Lin Chen. The sound of crystals breaking rang repeatedly inside the tent. But in that silence, still no response. Li Qianling's eyes finally turned red, her lips were bitten pale, a thin line of blood crawled down the corner of her mouth, but she was completely unaware.
"Lin Chen."
Her voice was very soft, full of endless worry.
Lin Chen, answer me. No response.
Her nose began to sting, the moisture in her eyes could no longer be controlled, large tears rolled down her pale cheeks, dripping onto the white dress stained red with blood. Li Qianling rarely cried. From the long dark nights in the orphanage, she had learned not to cry. Facing the disgusting gaze of the director, she did not cry. Wandering alone on the streets of a strange city, she did not cry. Days of being excluded by classmates and slandered, she did not cry. When her spiritual root was destroyed by Si Yunyao and her whole world collapsed, she still did not cry. She thought she would never shed tears again in her life. But now, tears were like a flood breaking the dam, unstoppable.
Lin Chen, you must not be hurt.
Her voice began to tremble, the almost obsessive calm completely collapsed at this moment. She was no longer the genius girl cold as ice on the arena, she was just a girl afraid of losing the most important person.
It's all my fault, all my fault.
Tears blurred her vision, she lowered her head, tightly hugging herself, her nails digging deep into the skin of her arms. As if only a bit of pain could make her confirm she was still awake, not trapped in some terrible nightmare. I should not have been so impulsive, I should not have destroyed her spiritual root without care, it is my fault for harming you, it is my fault for making you block Xiqing his full poem.
Li Qianling could not understand.
Clearly, before in the sealed zone, Lin Chen could face a top A-tier Tiangang realm expert head-on without losing, so why today, facing just one poem from Xiqing, did he fall?
She did not know the answer.
She only knew that if something happened to Lin Chen, she would never forgive herself in this life.
Lin Chen, please come back. Her voice already had a sob. A heartbreaking, stifled sob. Li Qianling's shoulders shook violently, tears falling in strings from her jaw. I won't take revenge for anything anymore. I don't want anything. I only want you back.
Her voice grew smaller, as long as you're still here, as long as you're still here, it's enough. Tears soaked her clothes, mixing with the bloodstains on her dress, impossible to tell red from clear.
Time passed second by second.
The tent was so quiet, only Li Qianling's suppressed sobs and the sound of shattered spirit crystals could be heard. She didn't know how many spirit crystals she had broken, nor how many tears she had shed, she just kept pouring all her energy into Lin Chen, as if giving endlessly would surely wake him. Just when Li Qianling was about to lose all hope, a voice appeared. It was very soft, very faint, like the rustle of the last leaf falling from a branch in late autumn.
Qianling. Li Qianling's body froze sharply. Lin Chen?
Her voice rose sharply, full of disbelief and wild joy, but also fear, afraid it was just a hallucination from her grief.
Lin Chen? Is it you? You woke up? Woke up. Lin Chen's voice was extremely weak.
So good, so good. Li Qianling covered her mouth, but her tears poured even more violently. She wanted to say so many things, to ask why he had disappeared suddenly, to ask if he was seriously hurt, to apologize, to say she would never do that again. But thousands of words stuck in her throat, turning only into choking sobs. After a long while, Li Qianling barely calmed her breathing, wiped her tear-streaked face with her sleeve, her voice hoarse and urgent.
You okay? Is your injury serious? Why are you so weak? Before, you could fight against the Tiangang realm eightfold, right? Why did a single poem from Xiqing just? Qianling. Lin Chen interrupted her, his voice weak but calm, do you remember how we met? Li Qianling was stunned, not understanding why he brought this up now. Of course I remember, in that alley. Right, in that alley.
Lin Chen said softly, what was I like at that time? Li Qianling was silent for a moment, her mind showing that rainy night, a mass of black fluid, without shape, so faint it seemed it could vanish in the wind and rain at any moment.
You were very weak. Yes.
Lin Chen's voice sounded slowly.
I am a symbiotic body, Qianling. Without the host's body, I am only a weak fluid.
Before, I could resist the Tiangang realm because I controlled your body, using your flesh and blood.
He paused, then continued. But just now, I couldn't control your body.
I used my own form to resist that poem, my pure form, without a host as a carrier, couldn't show my full strength.
Li Qianling's pupils shrank sharply. She finally understood.
Lin Chen had unfolded his true body under her clothes to protect her back, using his original symbiotic form to take the full strike of a Tiangang realm warrior. Without the host's body supporting him, without merging with her, he just used his weakest form to block. Just like that alley, that fluid that could die at any moment. Tears welled up in Li Qianling's eyes again.
I'm sorry, Lin Chen, it's me. I didn't think about this.
Her voice trembled violently, her hands gripping the corners of her clothes so tightly her knuckles turned white.
I only thought about destroying Si Yunyao's spiritual root. I only thought about revenge. I never thought you would get hurt. I was too selfish. Qianling.
Lin Chen's voice suddenly became serious, a seriousness completely different from his usual playful smirk.
heavy as the sound of a ringing bell.
What I'm about to say, you need to listen carefully. Li Qianling froze for a moment, instinctively straightening her posture.
Actually, I was never unconscious.
The air in the tent seemed to freeze for a moment.
What?
Li Qianling thought she must have misheard.
I wasn't unconscious.
Lin Chen repeated, his voice calm and firm. From the moment you kicked out Ling Xiaoxing, to when you shattered the spirit crystal, to when you cried, to when you said you wouldn't seek revenge.
I was actually awake the whole time. I heard every word. You.
Li Qianling's mind exploded in that instant. A complex mix of shame, grievance, and confusion surged up like a tidal wave, overwhelming her. She had cried so uncontrollably, said those things, I just want you back, I won't seek revenge anymore, and he heard all of it?
He had been pretending all along? Lin Chen.
Li Qianling's voice suddenly rose, a mix of anger and embarrassment, her ears burning red.
If you were awake, why didn't you say anything? Do you know how scared I was? You made me cry on purpose, didn't you? Did you just want to see me cry? I didn't do it on purpose.
Lin Chen's tone was unexpectedly calm, so calm that when Li Qianling's anger met this calmness, it inexplicably faded away by half.
Then why didn't you respond to me? After a moment of silence. Because I wanted you to remember this feeling.
Li Qianling opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but was blocked by Lin Chen's next words. Qianling, what you did in the ring just now, I don't approve of. There was no anger, no reproach in this statement, but because of its calmness, it carried more weight than any scolding.
Li Qianling's body stiffened slightly, and she lowered her head.
I know that Si Yunyao destroyed your spiritual root, I know you hate her, and I understand you. That grudge, it should be avenged, I've never said it shouldn't. Lin Chen's voice fell one word at a time, like someone gently tapping a hammer on her heart.
But, Qianling, when Si Qinghe's palm strike fell, you could have dodged, right? Li Qianling remained silent. You chose not to dodge.
You'd rather take a strike from Tiangang realm than to spare Si Yunyao's spiritual root.
Still silent. What were you betting on? Betting that I could block it? Lin Chen's voice softened, soft to the point that it made one's heart ache. What if I couldn't block it? Or do you have so much confidence in me that you thought I could block it?
This question was like a bucket of ice water, poured from head to toe. Li Qianling's lips moved, but her throat felt blocked by something, and she couldn't make a sound.
If I had been in worse condition today, if Si Qinghe had been a bit stronger, if it had been Li Changfeng making the strike, would you still choose the same way?
Lin Chen's voice was filled with a solemn pain. Then you would have died, Qianling, just like that, died in front of thousands of people, died on a sparring platform, died from an attack you could have dodged.
Is it worth it, just to destroy Si Yunyao's spiritual root? What kind of person is she, such a vile woman, and she deserves for you to pay such a price?
Every word Lin Chen spoke was like a fine needle, precisely piercing the most vulnerable part of Li Qianling's heart. She finally spoke in a hoarse voice, so small it sounded like a mosquito, full of guilt.
I only thought it was the best opportunity. If I missed this time, there will be another time.
Lin Chen interrupted her, there are a million ways to take revenge, a million chances, but you only have one life. His tone suddenly softened, like the melting spring water. Qianling, I'm not afraid to take the blow for you, and I don't regret blocking it for you today, but I'm afraid, with your stubborn character.
I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to hold back. Promise me, you won't do this again.
No matter how great the grudge, how precious the treasure, or how rare the chance, you cannot gamble with your life.
Understand?
The tent was quiet for a very long, long time.
So long that even the insects outside could be heard clearly. Okay.
Li Qianling softly replied with one word, her voice slightly rough. She wiped the remaining tears at the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand, took a deep breath, and slowly suppressed the surging emotions in her chest.
I promise you. I won't do it anymore. From now on, whatever decision I make, I will communicate with you first.
The words were soft, but extremely certain.
Lin Chen knew, with Li Qianling's temperament, whatever she promised, she would do. Qianling, that's my good girl. Chapter 168 Lin Chen, can you watch the stars with me?
Lin Chen's tone instantly changed from heavy to playful and cheeky.
You, just now you lectured me so seriously, and now you've changed your face? Li Qianling was both angry and laughing. Lin Chen, can you be serious sometimes? What I just did was for your own good, okay? I even forced myself to do it.
Li Qianling burst out laughing, her smile shining with tears. She wiped her nose tip and regained a bit of seriousness in her voice.
Lin Chen, how are you really now? Tell me honestly.
Anyway, my energy reserves are completely zero, Lin Chen answered truthfully. But my condition itself is still okay, much better than when we first met in the alley.
Back then, I was really about to die.
Now, just weak, very weak,
My whole body feels uncomfortable in this weakness. Zeroed. Li Qianling's heart tightened again. Are you in danger now?
Not really, just need to replenish energy. Otherwise, in this state, forget stopping a Tian Gang realm, even a Kai Tian realm warrior could smash me with one punch.
Li Qianling's eyes suddenly lit up. Core battlefield.
The beast tide just ended, there should still be lots of beast corpses left uncleaned.
We can devour them again. Yes, I was thinking the same. But we must hurry.
Tomorrow the military will start large-scale cleaning.
Tonight is the last chance. Then let's go now.
Li Qianling tried to stand up, but the movement pulled her back wound, and she groaned softly, her face turning even paler.
Can you first take a healing pill to recover? After being hit by a Tian Gang realm palm, can't you be less lively? It's fine, I won't die.
Why is your sickness contagious?
Who said not to gamble with life? This is not the same. How is it not the same? Both are not treating your life seriously.
Fine, I'll take the pill, I will, stop nagging.
Li Qianling muttered as she dug out a healing pill from her bag and swallowed it.
She sat cross-legged for a cup of tea's time, letting her energy recover a little, and then carefully stood up, lifting the curtain to peek out.
Night had deepened. Except for patrolling guards, most people in the camp were already asleep. Li Qianling used the cover of night and flashed silently out of the camp. Deep into the night, Li Qianling finally reached the core battlefield.
Li Qianling searched for a long time.
Most areas' beast corpses had been cleared by the rescue and cleanup teams. Only in some remote corners and complex ruins were corpses left behind.
Over there, 30 zhang to the left front, there should still be a pile. Even in a weak state, Lin Chen's perception was still sharp, precisely guiding the direction. Li Qianling followed his guidance and indeed found a pile of messy beast remains under a collapsed tall building, probably stacked there by the military during the day.
There were all kinds, including 3rd and 4th tier ones, scattered haphazardly in a pile.
This should be it, probably the last batch, Lin Chen sighed. Tomorrow, once the military clears this area, there won't be such a good opportunity.
Then let's hurry up.
In an instant, Lin Chen took control of Li Qianling's body.
The process of devouring was long and quiet. Several hours passed.
The energy from the beast remains had almost all been consumed, and Lin Chen's devouring ability was nearly at its limit.
How is it? Li Qianling asked. Energy reserves have been restored to 23%. Lin Chen's voice was much more energetic than before.
But the injuries inside still need some time to recover.
Only 23%.
Li Qianling frowned slightly.
Is that enough? It's enough for now. I won't die.
Just need to recover slowly. After saying this, Lin Chen used part of the energy he had devoured and shared it back with Li Qianling through his sharing ability. The moment the energy flowed into her body, her true veins surged with spiritual power, and a new tide of energy washed through her meridians.
Wait. Lin Chen, what is this? Don't resist. Let it run naturally.
The spiritual energy surged inside her for several breaths, and then a faint buzzing sound came from within Li Qianling's body.
Li Qianling's eyes brightened slightly.
The tide reached the 4th level.
You gave me energy again. Li Qianling's tone was a bit complicated. You only recovered 23%, and yet you gave it to me.
Stop being so dramatic, it's just a little bit more, just break through already. Once we get back to Jiang'an City, there won't be such a good chance.
I'm not being dramatic.
You're just stubborn.
You're the one being stubborn.
The two of them bickered for a few moments, and then Li Qianling stood up, dusting off the dirt from her skirt. She looked up, suddenly drawn to the scene in the sky. After the beast wave, the blockade zone no longer had the brightly lit camp lights. The dark clouds of the night dispersed, and the entire sky became a piece of dark blue satin, clear of any impurities, studded with countless tiny diamonds. The Milky Way stretched across the horizon, a vast light band cutting across the sky from east to west. Countless stars flickered between them, some so bright they seemed ready to fall from the sky, while others were so faint that only by focusing could one catch a glimpse of their weak glow. The air on the battlefield still carried the scent of blood and gunpowder, and the land beneath their feet was scarred, yet the starry sky above was so beautiful it seemed unreal. It was as if all the killing and strife were insignificant before the vastness of this starry river. Such beautiful starlight. The words escaped Li Qianling's mouth softly, not meant for anyone in particular but simply an involuntary exclamation, as the beauty hit some soft corner in her heart.
After a moment of silence. Lin Chen. Can you stay and watch the stars with me? Lin Chen's consciousness was filled with a trace of confusion. Haven't I always been with you?
Li Qianling shook her head, her voice so soft it seemed as if she feared disturbing the starlight.
It's not like that.
She lowered her head, her gaze falling on her own empty hand. I want to watch the stars with your true self.
When she said this, Li Qianling's face flushed slightly, but luckily, the night was deep and no one could see it. Lin Chen fell silent. The silence lasted for several breaths, long enough that Li Qianling thought he was unwilling. Just as she was about to change the subject, a very faint laugh came from the sea of her consciousness. All right. In the ruins of the blockade zone, there was a half-collapsed high building. Most of the building had been destroyed in the beast wave, leaving only a section of stairs and half a wall standing in the northeast corner. Climbing up the remaining stairs, one could reach a protruding platform. The platform was littered with rubble and broken steel bars, but the view was excellent, allowing for an unobstructed view of the entire sky. A slender figure, wrapped in black clothing, appeared at the top of the tall building. It was Li Qianling. She stood at the edge of the platform, the night wind blowing her scattered long hair, her black robe rustling in the wind. Then, that layer of black, like a tide, slowly retreated from her body. Starting from the collar, the pitch-black symbiotic organism gradually peeled away from her skin from top to bottom. It flowed down her neck, passed over her shoulders, crossed her waist, and under the reflection of the moonlight and starlight, it finally gathered at her feet. It had no shape, no outline, just like it had been in that rainy alley before. Li Qianling bent down, carefully cradling the fluid, gently as if holding a flower that could shatter at any moment. Her palm was very warm. Lin Chen moved slightly in her palm, seemingly very comfortable. Li Qianling leaned against the half-standing wall and slowly sat down. She curled her legs up, her knees against her chest, and cradled Lin Chen, carefully placing him in her embrace. Then, she tilted her head back. The sky was filled with stars, spilling down like someone had tipped over an entire box of broken silver on the deep blue canvas, and the Milky Way flowed overhead, vast enough to make one feel as small as dust. So beautiful. Li Qianling murmured, her voice filled with a childlike purity of awe. Lin Chen did not speak, only quietly stayed in the warmth of her palm. The wind was light, it did not scatter the starlight, nor did it disturb the moment of calm between the two. Lin Chen. Let me tell you about my childhood. Li Qianling's voice became soft and gentle, like the ripples caused by the night wind brushing over the water's surface. Her gaze was fixed on the starry sky, but it seemed to fall on an even more distant place. Do you want to hear it? Of course. Li Qianling smiled, her face gentle under the starlight. I can't clearly remember how old I was when I entered the orphanage. I should have been very young. The orphanage was in a very remote place, surrounded by farmland, and in the summer, it was full of the sound of frogs. There were many children in the orphanage, but I wasn't very sociable. I don't know why, but since I was little, I didn't like to laugh. Other children would cry and make noise, but I wouldn't. The other kids thought I was strange, so they didn't want to play with me. At night, other children would miss their parents and hide under the blankets, crying secretly. I didn't like to cry. I would stare at the ceiling, counting how many cracks there were. I would fall asleep while counting. She paused here and looked down at Lin Chen in her palm, the corners of her lips curling slightly. Do you think I'm strange? Not strange. Lin Chen's voice came gently from her palm, just a little heartbroken. Li Qianling's gaze trembled slightly, then quickly moved away, returning to the starry sky above. Life in the orphanage was always very calm, and I became more and more reclusive. No one in the whole orphanage was willing to communicate with me. When I was 12, I started to develop. My height grew a lot, and my figure was much better than others of my age, much better. Lin Chen chuckled softly, I can tell, you really have strength. Li Qianling blushed at Lin Chen's words, pausing slightly. And because of this, the director began to look at me strangely. That kind of gaze was filled with possessiveness and lust. When she said this, Lin Chen's body tensed slightly in her palm. But after I realized that something was wrong, I decided that I had to leave. Li Qianling's lips curled into a slight smile, a trace of coldness and youthful determination in the curve. So one day, when the orphanage organized a spring outing, everyone went out, and I pretended to have a stomachache and stayed behind. And then? Then I set that bastard's office on fire. Lin Chen froze for a moment, awesome. I also stole all the valuable things in his office. Li Qianling added, her tone carrying a hint of pride, 2 gold necklaces, a jade bracelet, and a stack of cash. Impressive. Lin Chen said sincerely, only 12 and already this fierce. Of course. Li Qianling snorted, dare to mess with me, they have to suffer a bit. Both of them laughed, the laughter spreading in the night wind, warming the air above this ruin a little. After laughing, Li Qianling's voice gradually lowered. After escaping the orphanage, I was alone. I wandered for a long time. I can't even remember exactly how long. Sometimes I slept on park benches, sometimes in abandoned houses for a night. Winter was the hardest, cold everywhere, so I slept by heating pipes in underground tunnels. To hide my beauty, I wore tattered clothes every day, my hair a mess, and people around would look at me with disgust.
Later, I moved to Jiang'an City, decided to settle here, used the stolen jewelry to get some money, found 2 people to pretend to be my parents, and bribed the school staff to get admission papers. She raised a hand and gently tapped Lin Chen's body with her index finger, like teasing a little animal.
Guess how much those 2 people charged me to pretend to be my parents? How much? 3,000 yuan. Li Qianling smiled. They thought it was a good deal. I thought it was worth it too. After going to school, it wasn't peaceful either. She continued, her voice getting softer. I look, too eye-catching. Most girls in class didn't like me, thinking I was seducing their boyfriends. Actually, I didn't seduce anyone. I didn't even bother remembering their names. But it didn't matter, they didn't need facts, just a reason. Then rumors started. Saying I was with some boy in school, saying I seduced someone, spreading with every detail. Lin Chen snorted coldly, they were just jealous of you. Once, my desk was stuffed with torn notes. I even pieced them together one by one. All insults, some very dirty. I read them, then threw them in the trash. You weren't angry? Lin Chen asked. Honestly, no. What's the use of being angry? I was alone, no parents, no background, no money, even tuition earned by myself. Argue with them? Fight them? I couldn't beat so many, didn't have energy to bother, I just wanted to train hard, become a powerful martial artist, and change my fate. She exhaled deeply, the breath forming a white mist in the night, rising slowly and vanishing under the starlight. So I endured, from middle school to high school. Sometimes late at night, alone in my rental, eating cold buns, I felt life had no meaning. But the next morning, brushing teeth, washing face, looking in the mirror, seeing my face, my body, I felt, such a pretty face, such a great body, it would be a shame to die. This made Lin Chen laugh again. Qianling, didn't expect you had such a shameless side? Don't laugh. I'm serious. Li Qianling glared at the little thing in her palm, poked it hard, this strength, just holding on, kept me alive till now. Alright, you're right. Lin Chen immediately obeyed, a beauty like you, not dying is correct. Humph. Li Qianling lifted her head again, starlight falling in her eyes, turning into 2 clusters of fine silver flames. Later I met Si Yunyao. In the friendship match, she had no reason, and she just destroyed my spiritual root. When this sentence was said, Li Qianling's voice finally trembled a little. That day was the darkest day of my life, I was like a drowning person, losing the last lifeline. No one knew about this. When the spiritual root affinity test showed only 17 points, everyone said I was finished, said I could never achieve anything in martial arts in this life. The teachers looked at me differently, with sympathy, with pity, but more with indifference. A useless person without a spiritual root, no one would waste time paying attention. Do you know how desperate I was then? So desperate that I didn't even know how I survived. She lowered her head, gently stroking Lin Chen's body in her palm. A few days later, it was drizzling, I was being chased, and I ran into an alley. Her voice suddenly became extremely gentle, gentle as if recalling the most precious thing in her life. Then I met you. Li Qianling's voice slightly trembled. You changed my whole life. The night wind brushed her hair ends, a few strands of black hair floated across her cheek, covering half her face. But from the side that was visible, you could see her eyelashes trembling lightly, something shiny spinning in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. Before I met you, I thought this life was over. Living alone, dying alone, silently, like a speck of dust. But you appeared. You gave me strength, gave me hope, gave me a chance to stand again, you avenged me, took the blade from me, endured so much that should have been faced by me. Do you know, Lin Chen? At this moment, Li Qianling's voice was unbearably gentle. Sometimes I think, if that night I had not walked into that alley, if I ran another direction, if we had not met each other. What are you thinking? Lin Chen's voice suddenly became gentle too. We met. There are no so many ifs. Li Qianling softly hummed, gently stroking the dark fluid in her palm with her right hand. That's why. I am so afraid of losing you. Just now, when you did not respond, I was really so scared, scarier than facing the Beast Emperor, scarier than facing Siching his palm. Even scarier than death. I will not disappear, Qianling. His voice came from her palm, each word clear, as long as you exist, I exist. This simple sentence surpassed all love words in the world. Li Qianling's nose suddenly felt sour. She quickly raised her head, blinked, forcing the rising wetness back. Starlight shone on her slightly red nose tip, on her slightly trembling eyelashes, on her lips pressed tightly to hold back tears. After a long while, she slowly said. Lin Chen. Have you ever been in love before? Actually no, I was busy working to earn money, no time for love. Oh, so you are not very handsome, really handsome people would not be single? There was a hint of smile in Li Qianling's tone. Come on, then you are so good looking, have you ever been in love?
No, but to be honest, when I first arrived in the high school class, among 25 boys, 23 confessed to me in different ways.
Showing off. But also proves, good looks and love are not necessarily connected, right?
Li Qianling did not continue this topic, after a while suddenly said.
Actually, this is quite good. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. What is quite good? Nothing.
They were silent for a while, only the night wind passing through the ruins making a low moaning sound in their ears.
Lin Chen, you also tell me about your past. Me, my life is much more boring than yours, nothing worth telling.
No, I want to hear it. I don't mind boring, just tell me.
Really, it's not interesting. I beg you. Alright, then I will tell you.
Lin Chen began to tell the story of his past life, about Grandpa Wang's rattan chair and radio, about Grandma Zhang's braised pork rice and tomato egg noodles, about that red scarf, about that yellowed lampshade in the rented room. Lin Chen was a serious orphan who, after reaching a certain age, left the orphanage and worked to earn his own money. Though his voice was weak, when he spoke of these memories, it carried a warm softness.
Li Qianling listened, and her lips unconsciously lifted into a smile. Grandpa Wang sounds really nice. Yes, a very good old man.
One winter, my window was leaking, he found a big cotton curtain, trembling, climbed to the 3rd floor and nailed it up for me. That year he was over 70.
And Grandma Zhang? Grandma Zhang was also good. Just loved to nag.
Every time she brought me food, she scolded me, saying young people can't just eat instant noodles and buns. She didn't know I actually had no money.
She knew.
Li Qianling said softly, she just was too shy to say it directly. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment.
Maybe. Do you miss them? Sometimes, maybe. Lin Chen said, but I don't want to go back. Why? If I went back, what would you do? In this world, who else would treat you as well as I do?
After the sentence fell, a long silence came over the ruins. The wind blew through broken walls with low moaning, like a song of mourning off key.
Li Qianling was silent for a while. No one. Then how will you thank me? Step on you a couple times? I won't wear shoes, okay?
Li Qianling, you're impossible. After a small episode, the two started talking again. This time the atmosphere was much livelier. From childhood to adolescence, from orphanage to rented room, from fried rice to cold buns, from Grandpa Wang's peaking opera to the nights Li Qianling counted ceiling cracks alone until she fell asleep.
Sometimes humming softly, sometimes laughing loudly.
Some stories were bitter when told, but when heard by another person, that bitterness became easier to swallow. Li Qianling raised her head, looking at the starry sky, murmuring.
Lin Chen, this should be the meaning of salvation. Chapter 171, the scoreline is announced.
And so, they talked until the sky grew bright. On the eastern horizon, the first light was a very faint milky white, a thin line dividing the heavy night and distant earth. Then the faint light slowly expanded, the milky white gradually tinged with a soft orange. The brightest stars first disappeared into the lightning sky, like lamps blown out by the wind. The Milky Way grew faint, the vast band of light across the sky slowly retreated under the morning glow, like a giant dragon sinking into the clouds. Li Qianling leaned against the half wall, her head slightly tilted, eyelashes already closed without knowing when. Her breathing became long and steady, her face soft and peaceful in the dawnlight, a faint smile still on her lips. The black fluid in her palm did not move, quietly curled in her warm hand. Two lonely souls, before the first ray of morning, slowly sank into a sleep without nightmares.
In dreams, maybe they also had each other's company.
Morning light passed through the clouds onto Li Qianling's face. She squinted slightly, consciousness slowly rising from that wonderful dream. The palm was empty. She subconsciously clenched her hand, then remembered, Lin Chen had already merged back into her body before dawn. That warm presence was quietly curled up in some corner of her body, as if it hadn't fully woken up. Li Qianling sat up, rubbed her slightly sore eyes, and reached for the phone placed beside her. The screen was filled with more than a dozen unread messages. Most of them were from Leng Xiaoxing, sent continuously from last night until this morning, 7 or 8 messages in total.
Qianling, are you okay? Why aren't you in the tent? I went to see you, lifted the curtain, and you weren't there. I was so scared. Where did you go? Are you healed? Do you want me to ask Instructor Wu Tian for some medicine?
Qianling, reply to me quickly. The last one was sent at dawn, only a small, wronged-looking emoji. Li Qianling's lips unconsciously curved upward. Leng Xiaoxing's concern for her was truly sincere. There were also messages from Principal Jiang Tiankai, short in words but clearly showing care, saying if she needed anything, just speak up, the school was her support.
Chen Yuan's message had only one sentence, how is your injury?
Instructor Wu Tian's message was the most formal, informing her that the admission scores and related arrangements would be announced today, reminding her to rest, and saying to come to him anytime if she needed anything. He had returned to the army to handle his own matters. Li Qianling replied to each message one by one, her words calm and relaxed, showing no trace of last night's breakdown.
They all care about you.
Lin Chen's voice came from deep within her consciousness, with a laziness as if sleep hadn't fully left.
Li Chenling replied softly. Awake? Otherwise, is a ghost talking to you?
Li Chenling rolled her eyes and quietly returned to her own tent. She first tidied her dress, changing the white dress soaked with blood from last night, replacing it with a plain light black long dress. The light black long dress fit her body perfectly, outlining her slim waist and curves vividly. The plain dark fabric formed a strong visual contrast with her snow-white skin, like a cold moon lily quietly blooming in the night. Her long hair fell casually over her fragrant shoulders, her face under the morning light showing an ethereal freshness. But the chill in her brows and eyes was like unfading frost, carrying a cold that pushed people away. Extreme cold and pure clarity intertwined, and the faint redness at the corners of her eyes from last night's long talk added a shocking, broken beauty. Hee, I didn't notice, Qianling, you look so elegant in black. Come out, if you stay longer, Long Xiaoxing might rush in. Li Qianling lifted the curtain and stepped out of the tent. The air outside was crisp and clean, carrying the unique chill of morning. Many people were moving around the camp, gathering in small groups, whispering to each other. As expected, Long Xiaoxing saw her from afar and rushed over like a cannonball.
Qianling. Are you okay? Where did you go last night? I went to see you at midnight and you weren't there. Do you know how worried I was?
Long Xiaoxing's words came in a flurry, her big eyes wide and slightly red at the rims. Li Qianling was grabbed by the arm, almost losing her balance. I'm fine, I went out to clear my mind last night, blew some wind, and came back. Long Xiaoxing looked her over from head to toe, only relaxing after confirming she seemed okay, but then her brows furrowed again.
You still dare to say you're fine? What about Xichang and that palm strike, you call that fine? Do you know yesterday when you were thrown, I almost thought you were dead. My legs are so weak. You're not dead, are you? Li Qianling casually replied. If you died, I wouldn't pay you back. Alright, Li Qianling smiled, patting Long Xiaoxing's hand, it's really fine, I'm much tougher than you think. Long Xiaoxing wanted to say something more, but seeing the calm expression on Li Qianling's face, she swallowed the words back, only huffing as if to express her dissatisfaction. By the way, Li Qianling changed the subject, isn't the admission score being announced today? As soon as this was said, Long Xiaoxing's expression immediately changed, from worry to an uncontrollable excitement. Qianling. You don't know yet, right? The scoreline has already been released. Oh? Because of the beast wave this time, many of the candidates from different camps suffered heavy casualties, and the overall scores dropped significantly. So this year's admission scoreline is 20% lower than previous years. Long Xiaoxing's cheeks were slightly flushed, her voice trembling. I was admitted to Tianwu University. Tianwu University, one of the top martial arts universities in the Great Xia, generally only admits a few dozen students from Jiang'an City every year. Really? A sincere smile appeared in Li Qianling's eyes. That's great. Yes. Long Xiaoxing nodded heavily, her eyes reddening again. If it weren't for your help, I could never have earned so many points. Qianling, thank you. What are you saying? Those points are yours, you got the final blow yourself. But if it wasn't for you... Alright, no more dramatics. Li Qianling reached out and flicked her forehead. Make sure to cherish this opportunity. When you go to Tianwu University, don't embarrass me. Long Xiaoxing covered her forehead, laughing through her tears, nodding fiercely. Don't worry. Once I get to the university, I'll train hard. Chapter 172, Wind Boots, Lu Yuan steps in. Lin Chen secretly sighed deep in his consciousness. This girl really has a good relationship with you. Li Qianling didn't respond, but the smile at the corner of her mouth deepened a bit. With the release of the scoreline, the atmosphere in the camp became complex. Some cheered, some were downcast, some groups celebrated, while others quietly packed their bags to leave. For most people, this practical assessment was finally over. But for the top 10 ranked in points, there was still one last honor awaiting them, the spiritual energy pool baptism. Li Qianling and Lin Chen had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and it was finally about to arrive. Everyone finally began to disperse slowly, with joy for some and sorrow for others. Li Qianling stood outside the tent, watching groups of students leave the camp, her peripheral vision catching a few unfriendly glares. The Yang family. Yang Hongyun didn't show up, but a few elders and family members of the Yang family cast resentful looks at Li Qianling as they passed by. Their eyes were full of hatred from being slapped in front of everyone, and their unwillingness to accept her points far exceeding Yang Hongyun's. TSK, still holding a grudge. Lin Chen's voice lazily rang out. They got exposed for cheating with fake demonic cultivation to earn points, and still have the nerve to glare at you? Their skin is really thick. Li Qianling didn't care about those glares, not even bothering to look at them. Such aristocratic families, no matter what contributions they made in the past, they are no longer fit to exist now. I don't understand why the country doesn't take action against them. Lin Chen, hearing Li Qianling's words, lightly said, "Qianling, wanting to take action against these people is not that easy. Many aristocratic families work together, scheming and colluding. Without sufficient evidence, how can you just act? If things really escalate, and they bring up their achievements, what can you do?" Li Qianling fell silent. As for the people from the Xi family, it seemed they were all inside the camp. No one came out, no one knew what happened, but everyone understood that this time, Xi Yunyao must have been badly hurt. It seemed even the spirit energy pool no longer mattered. "She ran quite fast," Lin Chen commented. "Her spiritual root was destroyed, and she still has the face to stay here?" Li Qianling's tone was calm, but a cold light flashed deep in her eyes. The destruction of the spiritual root was just a small gain, nothing more than interest. She had not forgotten that her second finger had not yet touched Xi Yunyao's forehead. "What are you thinking?" Lin Chen keenly noticed the change in her mood. "Nothing," Li Qianling reined in the cold in her eyes and returned to her usual calmness. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a figure walked out from the crowd, with steady steps and remarkable presence. Zhou Wu. This elder protector of the Zhou family came before Li Qianling, slightly bowing his fists, his expression warm, his words polite. "Little friendly, yesterday's battle was truly admirable. I deeply respect your bravery on the front lines." Li Qianling looked at him and returned the salute. "Elder Zhou, you are too polite." Zhou Wu smiled, his gaze partly probing but mostly sincere. "May I have your contact? If needed in the future, the Zhou family will help with all our strength." "The Zhou family is too nice to you," Lin Chen murmured in his mind. Could it be Zhou Ziyue told them something? Impossible, I would sense any change in the poison seed inside her. "Not Zhou Ziyue," Li Qianling quickly replied in her mind. "Most likely they want to win me over. I now hold the highest score in history, and I am a Dao Vein achiever. Zhou family may not want to miss the chance to connect. Or maybe they need me to act? Makes sense, they probably see value in you." "Value in me?" "No, they see my potential." Despite her inner muttering, Li Qianling boldly gave her phone number. After some events, her view of the Zhou family had slowly improved. Moreover, Zhou Ziyue was still under her control. The Zhou family could be a good place for Li Qianling. Zhou Wu wrote it down, exchanged a few more polite words, and then bowed and left. As he turned to leave, Zhou Ziyue approached. The Zhou family young lady looked much better than a few days ago, clearly recovered from her previous injuries. She stood beside Li Qianling and glanced at her. "Li Qianling, how are your injuries?" "I won't die." "If that palm strike hit someone else, they would be dead," Zhou Ziyue said through gritted teeth. "You really are brave." "I have always been brave." The two stood together, eyes on the dispersing crowd, tacitly avoiding mention of their deeper relationship. "When will you go to the spirit energy pool?" Zhou Ziyue asked. "I'll go after exchanging the reward at the military side." "Perfect, I need to exchange mine too." "Then let's go." They walked side by side toward the military temporary supply station. Lin Chen, in the depths of consciousness, watched Zhou Ziyue's back and said softly, "This Zhou Ziyue changes fast. She knows her life is in others' hands and can still stay calm. What else can she do? By the way, the Zhou family sword technique interests me." The supply station was on the east side of the camp. Several military clerks were organizing piles of documents on the desks. Seeing Li Qianling and Zhou Ziyue enter, the officer in charge of registration looked up respectfully. The bounty reward was generous. Besides 20,000 points, there was a scroll of 4th grade martial art and a 4th rank spirit weapon, with type optional. Li Qianling's choice was clear. "I want a speed type spirit weapon." "Speed type?" The registering officer flipped through the roster at hand. There are currently 3 4th rank speed type spirit weapons in stock: Gale Boots, Shadow Chase Ring, and Thunderstep Chain. Gale Boots give the largest bonus but require spirit energy to maintain. Shadow Chase Ring is a passive boost but smaller. Thunderstep Chain. Gale Boots. Li Qianling made her choice before he finished speaking. Lin Chen nodded in her consciousness. "Not bad, not bad. You already have 99 zhang of true acumen. Spirit energy consumption is high, so this is the least of your concerns. Your biggest advantage now is your body technique. With the Flash Step Shadow technique and Shadow Escape, plus a pair of Gale Boots, even someone at the Heaven Opening realm won't easily catch you." Zhou Ziyue chose a 4th rank martial art, a defensive palm technique. They each signed to confirm and stored their items in the storage bag. Just as they were about to leave the supply station, a voice came from behind. "Li Qianling." The voice was not loud, but deep and resonant, like metal striking metal, every word carrying an undeniable authority and weight. Li Qianling froze in her steps. Her heart jolted sharply. This voice, she knew too well.
Above the core battlefield of the lockdown zone, this voice had once rebuked the Beast Emperor in a divine form, had issued countless military orders before 10,000 troops, and after Zhao Tianhu's sacrifice had restrained grief to redeploy defenses. One night later, she had even negotiated with him while disguised as Venom.
The Golden Body Realm garrison commander, Lu Yuan. But she could not show that she recognized him. In front of Lu Yuan, she was only Li Qianling, a student from Suzhong Martial Arts High School, not Venom. Li Qianling turned around, her face showing just enough confusion. She looked at the officer beside her, organizing files, and lowered her voice to ask, "This person is?"
Chapter 173 Military Recruitment. The officer looked up, his gaze mixed with tension and respect, and replied quietly, It is the garrison commander, sir."
Garrison commander?
Li Qianling feigned a look of being flattered. "Good acting," Lin Chen commented in her consciousness.
"Here's a little gold statuette for you." "Shut up." Lu Yuan entered the supply station.
Today he was not wearing his signature golden-trimmed mystical armor, but a deep gray casual robe. Yet the aura of calm authority he radiated was not diminished at all. His face was firm and angular, with streaks of gray at the temples, marks left by years of battle and labor. His gaze settled on Li Qianling, deep and assessing.
"You all may leave."
Lu Yuan raised his hand toward the civilian staff in the supply station.
The officers dared not ask more, quickly stood and saluted, filing out. Zhou Ziyue, intimidated by the presence, glanced at Li Qianling and quietly followed out of the tent. The curtain fell.
Only 2 people remained in the supply station. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on Li Qianling for a moment, then he slightly nodded and walked straight to a chair behind the desk, sitting down with a casual yet natural posture that carried the ease of someone in command.
"Sit."
Li Qianling obeyed, sitting across, back straight, hands resting naturally on her knees, expression respectful with a hint of caution.
"Don't be nervous," Lu Yuan's voice softened a little.
"I won't do anything to a child who just escaped the front line." "You flatter me, sir," Li Qianling lowered her gaze and said. "I just didn't expect the garrison commander would personally. You know Lu Yanghui, right?" Lu Yuan didn't beat around the bush, mentioning the name directly. Li Qianling's expression shifted slightly. Lu Yanghui, the military expert who had burned his cultivation to self-destruct to cover her in Number 7's evacuation in the lockdown zone. "I know him," Li Qianling's voice darkened.
"Senior Lu saved my life." "Not just saved you." Lu Yuan's eyes deepened. "He specifically mentioned you in the final battle report."
"They said you are exceptionally gifted, your battle awareness far beyond your peers, especially you possess a gifted spirit skill."
Li Qianling's eyelashes trembled slightly. "Report 7 also told me about your performance on the battlefield." Lu Yuan continued, his tone calm but unavoidable. "That spirit skill you displayed against the black-robed demon cultivator, can you show it to me directly?"
"I can help you assess the exact level of your talent. Spirit skills have levels too, the highest is SSS, the lowest is F, but even the lowest is beyond reach for most warriors."
"This is not good."
Lin Chen tensed deep in his mind. If he forces you to leap on the spot, the space fluctuations can't hide from him.
Li Qianling's mind raced swiftly, but her face remained calm.
She stayed silent for 2 breaths, then lifted her head, her gaze calm as she met Lu Yuan's eyes.
"Sir, forgive my rudeness."
Her voice was neither humble nor proud.
"Spirit skill is my most important trump card now.
Before I have enough self-protection ability, I do not wish to reveal it to anyone."
She paused, adding, "including you, sir."
Her words were direct, even a little offensive, but her tone and expression were perfect, not arrogance, but a natural instinct of someone who has faced life and death protecting her strongest card.
Lu Yuan's eyebrows lifted slightly. "This girl, she is brave," he thought quietly.
But he did not force her. As a veteran who had fought for half his life, he knew exactly what a trump card meant. In this survival of the fittest world, a genius with no background keeping her trump card tightly hidden was not a flaw, but showed her alertness and clarity beyond her peers.
"Very well." Lu Yuan nodded lightly, not pressing the issue. "But I didn't call you here just for this matter."
He leaned forward slightly, his gaze more serious.
"Li Qianling, have you ever considered staying in the army to develop?"
The moment this sentence came out, Lin Chen exploded in his mind.
"Here it comes." "I knew it. I guessed he wants to recruit you." "I guessed it too." "I'm telling you, do not agree."
"Army rules are strict, everywhere is monitored, even going out must be reported. My presence in you will be exposed sooner or later. Imagine being watched all the time, it's terrifying just to think about."
Don't worry, Lin Chen, I understand."
Lu Yuan of course could not hear Lin Chen's rambling, he saw Li Qianling's thoughtful expression and assumed she was seriously considering, so he pressed on. "With your talent and strength, if you stay in the military system, resources will naturally favor you. I can personally arrange the best mentors, the most abundant training materials, and the most suitable missions for you. He raised one finger. First, the military's high-level martial arts library is open to you. Choose any below level 4 freely, one per year. Level 5 requires military merit to exchange, but the threshold can be specially lowered for you. The second finger raised. Second, spirit crystals and elixirs are supplied monthly, standards far above those of regular genius camp trainees, at least 10 times what you can get now. The third finger. Third, real combat experience opportunities. The sealed zones are not the only battlefield. The borders of Dasha have wider lands and more dangerous opponents. True strength is forged in blood and fire. He stopped and stared at Li Chenling intently. These conditions are enough to show the military's sincerity. Any child of a noble family would agree without hesitation. Li Chenling acted perfectly, showing a touched expression, lips slightly parted, as if moved by the conditions, but her brow held a trace of hesitation and inner conflict. In truth, she knew very clearly in her heart. The conditions are really good. Lin Chen muttered in his mind. But the moment you join the army, it's like I've locked myself in a cage, and those military experts deal with you every day, if one day they discover a symbiote parasiting on you. He didn't finish, but both of them understood the rest without words. The world had zero tolerance for parasitic strange beasts. And she could not prove that Lin Chen wasn't a strange beast either. Sir, Li Chenling spoke carefully and politely, I appreciate your kindness, and these conditions do make my heart flutter. But? Lu Yuan asked. But I am still young and wish to first systematically study at the martial arts university. Li Chenling lowered her head slightly, speaking sincerely. My frontline experiences made me realize my foundation has many shortcomings. If I recklessly enter the military system, I fear I would disappoint you. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, staring at Li Chenling seriously for a few moments. Chapter 174, Training Partner at the Golden Body Realm. Li Chenling's words were flawless, showing respect while leaving room to maneuver. Who was Lu Yuan? A veteran of decades of battles, having judged countless people, he could sense the subtle refusal hidden in her words. He hadn't expected her to refuse him, especially after offering such generous conditions. By logic, she had no reason to say no. A glimmer of understanding passed through his eyes, but he did not get angry. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuan suddenly said, What you care about is the meridians, right? Li Chenling was stunned. The Dao Meridian. Lu Yuan looked directly into her eyes. You have refined a Dao Meridian, but it is limited to your hands. The rest of your body's meridians have not yet begun refinement. His gaze was piercing and clear. You understand well, if you cannot unify all your body's meridians to the same level, the difficulty of breaking through to the sky-opening realm in the future will multiply. The Dao Meridian standard is so high that with your current resources, it is almost impossible to achieve. Li Chenling's pupils shrank slightly. She hadn't expected Lu Yuan to point this out directly. I can help you. Lu Yuan's voice was steady and confident. If you are willing to stay, I will use my personal connections and resources to help you refine the remaining meridians. I cannot promise all will reach Dao Meridian, but at least I can raise your entire body to the spiritual meridian level, preparing you for the future. The weight of his words was as heavy as Mount Tai. Refining all the body's spiritual meridians required astronomical resources. Even a top family in Jiang'an City could not provide this. And Lu Yuan offering to refine them was more than giving resources. He was a top golden body realm master, personally guiding the process, a rare chance for Li Chenling. Damn. Lin Chen froze in his mind, this guy is really spending big. Refining all spiritual meridians? How many spirit crystals and treasures would that burn? He really wants to keep you. Li Chenling's heart did tremble slightly. But it was only a slight tremble. Sir? You don't need to answer immediately. Lu Yuan raised his hand to stop her. I know you have concerns. Young people don't like being bound, I understand. He said this, stood up, walked a couple of steps with his hands behind his back, and his tone became reflective. Actually, I am not the only one who has faith in you. Lu Yanghui, at the last moment, also believed in you strongly. Lu Yuan's voice lowered, and the tent fell silent for a moment. Li Chenling lowered her head and was silent for a while. Lu Yanghui. The man who burned everything to cover her retreat in front of the 6th-tier spirit-devouring beast emperor. She hadn't even had the chance to thank him. I will remember Senior Lu's life-saving kindness. Li Chenling's voice was slightly hoarse, but, for now, I still want to focus on my studies. She lifted her head, her eyes clear and determined. But sir, if in the future you are willing to give me this chance, I will seriously consider it. Lu Yuan looked into her eyes, silent for a long moment. Then he smiled. The smile was small, just the corners of his mouth moving slightly, but on this usually stern face, it was an extremely rare expression. All right, since you are so determined, I won't force you. This is a military enrollment token. Before you enroll, if you change your mind, you can go to any military institution, show this token, and someone will find you immediately. All the conditions I previously set will still count.
Li Qianling heard this and sincerely thanked Lu Yuan.
But, if you really don't plan to stay, I have to do something, so that guy Lu Yanghui won't complain in the future that I didn't take care of the younger generation he cared about. Lu Yuan's tone suddenly changed, becoming like an elder speaking to a junior.
Come, hit me. What? Li Qianling thought she had heard wrong. I said, hit me. Lu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, standing straight like a pine tree.
Use all your moves, let me see your fighting style. Even if you don't stay in the army, I at least have to give you some guidance, otherwise I would feel bad. Lin Chen said excitedly, wow Qianling, this is a personal training from a golden body expert, this chance is once in 1,000 years, we must seize it. Although Lin Chen was strong, on one hand he only had combat experience, and on the other hand, he could not absorb spiritual energy, so his understanding of this world's cultivation system was almost zero.
So no matter what, Lu Yuan's guidance was far more important than Lin Chen's. Li Qianling's eyes also instantly lit up.
She did not waste time on courtesy. She immediately stood, sliding her right foot back half a step, body slightly lowered, entering a combat stance. Sir, I have offended you. The next moment, Li Qianling moved. She did not probe or hold back, immediately pushing her shadow step to the extreme. Her body moved like a ghost in the cramped tent, every step at the strangest angle, fast enough that the tent's tables and chairs shook from the wind.
The fragmented star finger shot first.
A faint blue light gathered at her fingertip, with golden vein patterns unique to the Tao, stabbing at Lu Yuan's right side at a very tricky angle.
Lu Yuan did not move a bit.
He did not even lift his hand, only slightly tilted his body, and the finger brushed past his clothing, half an inch away, just missing.
Good speed, angle is tricky. Lu Yuan commented calmly.
But when you struck, your shoulder leaned forward unnecessarily, exposing the attack direction.
Li Qianling's eyes flashed.
She changed her right hand from finger to palm, striking with mountain split palm, while her left hand's fragmented star finger attacked simultaneously from another direction, one hand attacking, one hand defending. Lu Yuan raised his right hand.
Just one hand.
He casually pushed his palm forward, a thick spiritual force like a mountain pressing down.
Li Qianling's twin attacks hit this invisible wall, the fragmented star finger and mountain split palm exploding into countless light particles.
She was pushed back 5 steps, her feet leaving shallow marks on the ground. It was not an attack, just a pure release of force, vast and overwhelming like an ocean overturning. But Li Qianling clearly felt that the spiritual force he used was not even 1/10 of hers. Her expression turned extremely solemn, the slight pleasure from her current achievement instantly vanished. 1/10 of the force could directly repel her attack. This was like a harsh slap to Li Qianling's self-esteem.
Golden Body Realm.
Lin Chen gasped in his mind, indeed, it is unfathomable.
Chapter 175, The Momentum. Great Zhou Tian. Li Qianling did not retreat but advanced.
The moment she stabilized her stance, she activated the floating light and flickering shadow step again, her figure transforming into multiple afterimages in the tent, attacking from several angles simultaneously.
Star Shatter Finger, Mountain Split Palm, and even elbow strikes and knee slams, every attack technique she knew poured out without hesitation.
By the end, Li Qianling even unleashed the fourfold attribute boost brought by Lin Chen's symbiosis. But she did not use her own innate spiritual skills. However, aside from her innate spiritual skills, all of her martial arts techniques and combat qualities were fully displayed in this sparring session.
Lu Yuan was increasingly shocked as the fight went on.
He only used his right hand to respond, with his left hand always behind his back, but as time passed, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, not due to pressure, but because of shock. It was only after Li Qianling's fourfold attribute burst that Lu Yuan realized that this girl had never fought with her full strength when she faced off against Si Yunyao. She had simply wanted to catch her off guard and cripple her. Now, this was her true combat level. Not to mention anything else, Lu Yuan felt that within the tidal realm, Li Qianling was practically invincible. Only those true geniuses could suppress her slightly. If she were to raise her cultivation to the 9th level of the tidal realm, she would truly be invincible among those of the same rank.
Thinking of this, Lu Yuan felt a slight regret.
Such an extraordinary genius, yet she had no intention of joining the military, what a shame. He wondered how she would complete the remaining meridian tempering, whether it was due to a lack of resources.
Enough.
After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yuan finally spoke and called for a stop.
Li Qianling withdrew and stood still.
Her breath was slightly rapid, a thin layer of sweat beading on her forehead, but her eyes were as bright as stars. That was satisfying, Lin Chen sighed in his mind. Lu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze carefully assessing Li Qianling for a moment before slowly speaking.
Not bad, very good. Li Qianling, you are the strongest tidal realm fourfold cultivator I have ever seen. Your body technique is excellent, the precision and explosive power of your star shatter finger far exceed others of the same rank, and the rhythm of your fist and palm combination has almost no flaws. Your battle awareness is even more mature than that of an 18-year-old student. But there are still a few problems. As soon as Li Chen heard this, she immediately sat up straight. This meant he was about to give her some guidance. To be guided by a golden body realm expert was invaluable. Your techniques are already delicate enough, but you are missing something. Lu Yuan's voice grew deeper. That something is momentum. Momentum? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. Every move you make seeks precision and efficiency, and that's fine, but overly intricate fighting techniques have a fatal flaw: they are predictable. He paced a few steps and continued. When real experts clash, after reaching a certain level, it's no longer about whose techniques are more exquisite, but about whose momentum is stronger. Momentum is the aura you radiate during battle, the rhythm and pressure you create. It is the sum of all your techniques, cultivation, and will, yet it transcends all of these things. Let me give you an example. Lu Yuan raised his hand, palm facing upwards, and condensed spiritual power in his palm. The spiritual energy didn't transform into any technique, but Li Chen felt a pressure coming from the very depths of her soul. It wasn't a form of coercion, but something even more mysterious, as if standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing you wouldn't fall, yet your body instinctively wants to retreat. This is momentum. Lu Yuan withdrew his spiritual power. It doesn't rely on any technique, but it can make each of your moves feel heavier. Throw the same punch with and without momentum, and the difference is like an adult fighting with or without a weapon. Your previous way of fighting was more like a craftsman with very high skill, every strike was exact and without error, but what you need to become is a commander, someone who stands in the center of the battlefield, and only by your own existence can affect the direction of the battle. Li Chen listened and became lost in it. She realized that what Lu Yuan said was completely different from what Lin Chen usually taught her. What Lin Chen was good at was microcontrol in real battle, how to find flaws, how to calculate the best answer for attack and defense, how to make the most correct choice in the smallest distance. These things made her almost invincible among people of the same level. But what Lu Yuan talked about, this force, was something of a higher level. It was a realm that needed to jump out of the moves themselves to understand. I have learned. Li Chen said sincerely. I don't really understand. Lin Chen muttered in his mind, what this guy says is too mysterious. What force or no force, isn't it just showing dominance outside? I can do that too. If I see something that annoys me, I just punch over and beat him. What you do is called acting like a hooligan, not showing dominance outside. I protest. Protest invalid. You are no match for someone else guarding envoy. When Lin Chen heard this, he coldly snorted, alright Li Chen, you got a new love and forgot the old love, right? From now on I won't guide you anymore. Lu. Lu Yuan stayed silent for a moment, then continued to say. There is another thing, I think it is necessary to tell you. You should already know that people who achieve Dao Veins have much more difficulty than normal people when breaking through the open heaven realm. But what you may not know is that the tidal realm actually has a hidden threshold. Li Chen eyes tightened a bit. A real genius in the tidal realm not only pursues the accumulation of spiritual power and the breakthrough of small realms, more importantly, it is the unity of all the meridians in the whole body. Lu Yuan raised one finger. Your two hands are Dao Veins, but your two legs, your torso, and the meridians of your head are not even. This is like a carriage, two wheels are made of gold, but the other wheels are wood. The faster it runs, the easier it falls apart. He looked into Li Chen eyes, his tone heavy. The most ideal state is to refine all the meridians in the whole body to the same level. In this way, the running of your spiritual power can form a complete loop. We call it the Great Circulation. Once the Great Circulation is formed, all the spiritual power in your body will no longer work separately, but like one big river, head and tail connected, endless and without stop. In battle, you can use all the spiritual power in your body at the same time. The explosive power will rise to a level that is hard to imagine. Whole body Dao Veins, Li Chen softly repeated once. Suddenly she frowned and said, then why in the current main training process, they encourage some cultivators to focus on refining their main used meridians? Haha, isn't this simple? Most people are mediocre, they simply cannot reach that step of the Great Circulation. Li Chen suddenly understood, so people like Si Yunyao, she knows about this thing? Lu Yuan nodded. Big families have long inheritance, naturally they know, but they will not spread it outside. In cultivation, the disadvantage of having no background is here, so that you can reach this step as a lone cultivator is extremely rare. Back to the main point, for you, the Great Circulation means whole body Dao Veins, because you have already walked the path of Dao Veins, it is impossible to go back to spirit veins, either whole body Dao Veins, or you can only move forward with difficulty in the imbalance of meridians. Chapter 176 Radiant Sun and Dark Moon Organization. Another change happens. This information was extremely precious for Li Chen. Great Circulation, Meridian Unity, these concepts she had never heard before. Whether in the teaching materials of Suzhong Martial High School or in the knowledge that Lin Chen had, none of them involved this level. Thank you, sir, for guidance. Li Chenling stood up, gave a deep bow, her posture extremely sincere. This bow came from her heart. No need to thank me, thank LV Yanghui. Lu Yuan said, taking out an inconspicuous cloth pouch from his chest and placing it on the table, pushing it toward her. This is part of old Lu's belongings. He told me before he passed away that it was meant for you. But because those items are too valuable, giving them to you might make you a target. So, I took it upon myself to exchange them all for spirit crystals, which should be enough to support your further cultivation of another pulse. He paused for a moment. Here's also a jade pendant he wore for years. It's strong enough to withstand a full strike from a 5th-tier expert. I'm giving that to you as well. Li Chenling took the cloth pouch and her fingers tightened slightly. The pouch wasn't heavy, but in her hands, it carried a weight that felt almost oppressive. The tent fell silent for a moment. There's one last thing. Lu Yuan broke the silence, and his tone suddenly became more formal. Lu Yanghui recommended you to me before he passed. He wanted you to join an organization. Li Qianling looked up. What organization? To be precise, it's a special intelligence and action agency directly under the Great Xia military. Lu Yuan's gaze grew deeper. It's divided into 2 systems, one in the open, called the Yao Ri organization, and one in the shadows, called the Inu organization. Number 7 is a member of the Yao Ri organization. Number 7. Li Chenling furrowed her brows slightly and then put on a thoughtful expression. Is it the senior who saved me in the blockade area before? Yes. What are the benefits of joining this organization? Straight to the point, I like that. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Here are the benefits. First, all military merit points can be exchanged with a 10% discount. Second, you will have more opportunities to earn military merit points, like special commission tasks that pay much more than ordinary ones. Third, and most importantly, access to channels for rare spirit weapons and treasures above the 5th tier. Lu Yuan's voice lowered. On the market, anything above the 5th tier, whether it's a spirit weapon, elixir, or rare heaven and earth materials, becomes exponentially harder to acquire. Many things, even aristocratic families don't have channels for, let alone a talented loose cultivator like you with no family background. If you want to get resources above the 5th tier, the military is a great way to go. Things above the 5th tier. Lin Chen's spirit lifted within her consciousness. This is indeed attractive, and could I exchange for a 6th tier mutation source crystal? The military surely has these. Li Qianling quickly calculated in her mind, feeling that it was a pretty good deal. What restrictions are there after joining, she asked. Members of the open system have their identities public. They mainly handle tasks that can be displayed openly, such as eliminating rogue beasts, investigating suspicious events, collecting evidence of family crimes, and so on. The restrictions are relatively few. You're not required to stay with the military, nor is your personal activity interfered with, but once you accept a task, you must complete it within the given time. Otherwise, your deposit will be deducted. What about the shadow side? The restrictions on the shadow side are much more stringent. Identities are completely confidential, and tasks are more dangerous and classified. However, the corresponding rewards and privileges are also higher. Li Qianling turned to ask Lin Chen in her mind, what do you think? Yao Ri organization. Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all. The restrictions on the shadow side are too many, and the tasks are unpredictable. If we ever get a mission deep behind enemy lines, with our identities, we wouldn't survive a background check. The open system is good, it has more freedom, and we can get resources. As for the tasks, we can just pick a few and do them. I think the same. Li Qianling turned back to Lu Yuan and said, Sir, I'm willing to join the Yao Ri organization. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, seemingly not surprised by this choice. Your codename for the Yao Ri organization will be assigned to you later. The details in your first mission will be sent through a dedicated communication channel. He took out a small metal badge from his waist and handed it over. It had an abstract sun-shaped pattern engraved on it. This is the token of the Yao Ri organization and also the dedicated communicator. Li Qianling reached out and took the badge, the metal feeling cold and solid. She put the badge into her storage pouch, and was about to speak to thank when suddenly hurried footsteps came from outside the tent. Report! The tent flap was yanked open, and a military messenger, dusty all over, almost tumbled inside, his face pale, forehead drenched in cold sweat. He rushed straight to Lu Yuan, ignoring any courtesy, and whispered 2 urgent sentences into Lu Yuan's ear. Li Qianling didn't hear what he said. But she clearly saw Lu Yuan's expression. That face, usually calm like a still lake, changed violently in an instant. Like a bottomless ancient pond suddenly hit by a huge stone, waves rose, surging violently, filled with raging anger. What? Lu Yuan's voice suddenly rose, full of fury. The aura of a golden body realm expert burst uncontrollably at that moment, shaking tables and chairs in the tent. Several documents were swept into the air by the force. The messenger's face turned even paler under the pressure, his legs trembling slightly, yet he forced himself to stay in place. Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly sharpened into two ice-cold rays. He glanced at Li Chanling. That glance no longer held the earlier gentleness or composure, only a deadly seriousness to the extreme. "You go back first." He left these 3 words. Then his whole body became a shadow, disappearing from Li Chanling's sight before even moving the tent flap. Only the golden body aura lingered in the tent, not fading for a long time. The tent fell silent. The messenger also ran out, his footsteps fading gradually outside. Li Chanling stood in place, stunned for a moment. "Lin Chen, did you feel it?" "I felt it." Lin Chen's voice became unusually serious. "News that can make a golden body guardian lose composure like this cannot be a small matter. Maybe, Jiangyan City is about to face great change." Li Chanling looked down at the metal badge in her hand, still slightly cold, and slowly put it away. She walked out of the tent, the sunlight outside making her squint slightly. The atmosphere in the camp seemed no different from before, a few people chatting, tidying, saying goodbye. No one noticed what had happened in the supply station moments ago. But Li Chanling knew something had changed, a storm was brewing. She lifted her head, looked at the horizon. The sky was clear, endless blue, yet she always felt at the edge of that blue, a hidden dark cloud slowly gathering. Chapter 177, Actions of Si Qinghe. Ghost appears. Inside the Si family's tent, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Si Yunyao lay quietly on the bed, colorless, breathing weakly. Her spiritual root was forcibly destroyed by Li Chanling, and after a series of treatments, she was now completely in a coma, and even if she woke, she was destined to be unable to cultivate. Beside her bed, Si Qinghe, head of the Si family, stood with hands behind his back. His face, usually stern, was now very dark, the low pressure around him letting no breeze enter the tent. He stared hard at his daughter's pale cheek, in his deep pupils flashed a terrifying, devouring ferocity. At this moment, Si Qinghe frantically searched his mind for any way to restore her spiritual root, any precious material, even a tiny hope. He would never give up. A destroyed spiritual root is a very terrifying blow, but in this world, some methods still exist to heal it. Yet clearly, the Si family's status and wealth were not enough to obtain such means. What to do? Si Qinghe paced back and forth inside the tent. Suddenly, a sharp cruelty flashed in his eyes, as if he had made an extremely insane decision. Si Qinghe suddenly turned around and strode out of the tent. He avoided the military patrol's sight and headed straight toward a very hidden abandoned mine at the edge of the blockade zone. As a top expert in the Tiangang realm, who had made significant contributions in the battle against the Beast Tide, his movements within the blockade zone were relatively free, so no one noticed him. Deep inside the mine, he found Si Long, Si Hu, and 2 other absolute confidants of the Si family, waiting on duty. Seeing their family head personally arrive, the 4 immediately knelt respectfully on one knee and saluted together. "Greetings, family head." Si Long was the first to stand, stepped forward, and lowered his voice to report. "Family head, the cover task you assigned earlier has been fully handled. All traces have been cleaned, the military absolutely cannot find us." Si Qinghe smiled, listening to Si Long's report while nodding with satisfaction, even reaching out to pat Si Long's shoulder, praising gently. "Well done, you are all the pillars of the Si family. After this storm passes, when we return to Jiangyan City, I will open the family treasury and give you pills to break your limits, raising your cultivation to the next level." Hearing the generous promise, joy instantly exploded in the eyes of Si Long, Si Hu, and the others. Si Qinghe beckoned, signaling the other 2 to come closer. "Come, all of you, I need to rearrange the evacuation route." "Oh? Leaving so soon?" Si Long asked with a smile as he walked. The 4 happily gathered around Si Qinghe, ears perked to listen to the family head's instructions. However, in the next moment as they approached, Si Qinghe's gentle smile suddenly froze, replaced by endless cold and killing intent. His right hand, containing the terrifying power of the Tiangang realm, suddenly rose and without warning, struck out with a palm. The violent spiritual force hit like a landslide and tsunami, engulfing the 4. The 2 weaker Si family members didn't even scream before their heart meridians were shattered, dying instantly. Si Long and Si Hu, though strong in cultivation, were also hit by the sudden deadly strike, blood spraying wildly, their chests deeply caved in, crashing into the rock wall like broken kites, gravely injured and near death. Si Long's bloodshot eyes widened, blood mixed with broken organs spilling from his mouth. He stared at Si Qinghe, disbelief and confusion all over his face. "Family head W.I." Si Qinghe looked down at them from above, his gaze without any mercy, only extreme cold. "Sorry, I had no choice. Your deaths will bring greater value to the Si family." Hearing this, Si Long and Si Hu finally understood. The fury and despair of betrayal instantly overwhelmed them. They let out a terrible roar, their remaining spiritual power violently reversing,
attempting to self-destruct and take Si Chengha with them. Humph. Naive. Si Chengha snorted coldly, pressing his hand into the void. An invincible pressure instantly descended, forcibly cutting off their runaway spiritual power. Then with a push of his palm, he completely erased their last life. Looking at the 4 bodies on the ground, Si Chengha expressionlessly waved his sleeve, erasing all battle traces and spiritual fluctuations around them. Then, he personally cut off the heads of the 4 loyal subordinates, wrapped them carefully in black cloth, placed them in his storage ring, and then turned to head toward the tent. After leaving the mine, Si Chengha and Yi Zhang smashed the entire mine, completely hiding this place. After returning to the camp, Si Chengha walked straight into a tent, and set up a silent formation. Only after confirming that no sound could leak out did he speak to the people inside with a serious expression.
Pang Yangyun, come out. I have something to discuss with you.
In the shadow of the tent, the air rippled slightly, and then a familiar figure slowly stepped out. It was clearly Si Long, the one Si Chengha had just killed. Pang Yangyun, a 6th-level golden body expert of the Guisheng organization, had used a strange secret method to openly transform into the appearance of a member of the Si family, hiding right under the eyes of the town's commander, Lu Yuan. Pang Yangyun slowly opened his eyes, looked at the surrounding formation, and stopped hiding as a Si family elder. His face was calm like still water, his voice hoarse as he asked, "What is it?" Si Chengha took a deep breath, his voice low but filled with unwavering determination. "Pang Yangyun, I no longer want any of the resources or rewards you promised before. I only want one thing, a sacred relic." Upon hearing this, Pang Yangyun's previously calm face instantly changed, a sharp chill flashing in his eyes. "Si Chengha, your appetite is too large. The rewards for your Si family will naturally be given after we safely withdraw. As for the sacred relic, it is the organization's core secret. You will never get it." Si Chengha sneered and threw the black cloth bundle in his hand directly at Pang Yangyun's feet. The bundle opened, revealing the heads of Si Long, Si Hu, and 2 others, dead with unclosed eyes.
"This is my sincerity."
Si Chengha pointed to the heads on the ground, his voice icy. "Besides me, only these 4 knew your movements.
Now they are dead. As long as I keep my mouth shut, you are completely safe here. This should be enough to prove my sincerity, right?"
As he spoke, Si Chengha suddenly stomped his foot, a dark force surging out, grinding the 4 heads into fine ash, completely destroying the bodies. Pang Yangyun watched this, eyes narrowing slightly, but still coldly spat 2 words, "Impossible."
Si Chengha's face darkened completely.
He gritted his teeth and shouted in a low roar.
"Pang Yangyun, don't push me. My daughter Yun Yao's spiritual roots are now destroyed, severely injured.
Only the massive vitality contained in the sacred relic can help rebuild her foundation and restore her injuries. The Si family secretly did so much to cooperate with your plan to trigger the beast tide, even risking the fate of the entire Si family. Now my daughter's cultivation path is blocked. If you refuse even this request, don't blame me for turning merciless."
Chapter 178, Entering the Spiritual Energy Pool.
He stepped forward, staring into Pang Yangyun's eyes, his voice filled with mad threat.
"If I rush out now and report to Lu Yuan that you are hiding in the Si family's tent, guess what will happen?"
Hearing this, Pang Yangyun showed no fear at all, instead letting out a chilling cold laugh.
"Go ahead, say it now."
"If Lu Yuan finds out that it was your Si family secretly working with our Guisheng organization, using formations to trigger this beast tide that killed countless people, I don't believe your Si family can avoid total extermination, the death of 9 clans." These words were like a sharp knife, hitting Si Chengha's soft spot precisely. His face instantly turned ugly, veins bulging on his forehead, chest heaving violently, but he could not say a word. What he feared most was the destruction of his family. But in fact, before deciding to do this, he had already expected this outcome.
Si Chengha said it only to strengthen his negotiating position. The tent fell into a deathly silence.
Only the heavy breathing of the 2 people clashing could be heard.
Si Cheng and his eyes were bloodshot.
After a moment of hesitation, he said fiercely, "Pang Yangyun, I'm telling you, my daughter is my bottom line.
If anything happens to her, then
I can't guarantee I won't do something chaotic."
Pang Yangyun stared tightly into Si Cheng's eyes, seeing the madness swirling within them.
After a long time, Pang Yangyun seemed to feel that pushing Si Cheng too hard wasn't a good idea. After all, they still needed the protection of the Si family to safely escape. With that thought, his tone softened slightly, and he spoke. "The holy item is extremely precious, and it can't be given away for free. However, if you can help me with another matter, I might consider giving you the essence of the holy item." "Speak." Si Cheng seemed to grasp a lifeline and immediately pressed for details. Pang Yangyun lowered his voice and began to explain a highly insidious and dangerous plan. Si Cheng listened, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter, his face shifting with uncertainty, clearly torn by an inner struggle. But when he thought of his daughter, lying in bed like a useless person, Si Cheng finally gritted his teeth and, his eyes bloodshot, he growled low. "Fine.
I agree. The deal was struck, and Si Cheng got the essence of the holy item sealed inside a specially made jade box from Pang Yangyun. Then, the Si family quickly packed their things, carrying the heavily wounded Si Yunyao, and set off towards the military security checkpoint, preparing to leave this place of danger. On the other side, Li Qianling received the official notice from the military that she could go to the spiritual energy pool for the baptism. Originally, the top 10 on the leaderboard were all eligible, but because Si Yunyao was absent due to her injuries, only 9 people gathered in the square in the end. A few military off-road vehicles sped towards the direction of the spiritual energy pool with these 9 talented individuals. Li Qianling sat alone in the back row of the vehicle, her long, straight jade legs casually crossed. One hand rested on the window sill, while the other lay on her knee. She sat there quietly, gazing out at the scenery. The ruined landscape outside the car window flew past, and Li Qianling looked calmly out the window, not sure what she was thinking. Lin Chen, what do you think this place looked like before it was invaded by the beasts? Lin Chen chuckled and said, I imagine it must have been quite prosperous. Soon, the convoy reached its destination. The spiritual energy pool was located at the bottom of a very hidden cliff, surrounded not only by heavy troops but also layered defense formations. Military experts personally guarded it, making it nearly impregnable. Even if the ancient bull python itself came, it would be hard to break through in a short amount of time. The one responsible for overseeing this baptism was the head of the combat assessment, Li Changfeng. He stood on a giant rock at the bottom of the cliff, looking at the 9 students in front of him with a satisfied expression. These were the elites of Jiangyan City, and in the future, at least a few of them would reach the Tiangang realm. Dear students, the spiritual energy pool is a liquid essence formed by the gathering of the world's spiritual energy. It has immense benefits for refining meridians and improving cultivation. But remember, do not be greedy or overreach by diving too deep. The deeper you go, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, but the water pressure and spiritual energy turbulence will become more terrifying. Know your limits, and do not damage your foundation. The baptism will last a full day, and how much you absorb will depend entirely on your own abilities. Yes. The group responded in unison, their eyes filled with eager anticipation and impatience. With a command from Li Changfeng, the 9 of them rushed toward the spiritual energy pool, which was emitting a dense white mist. Soon, the other 7 had jumped into the spiritual energy pool, and only Chen Yuan and Li Qianling remained on the shore. Chen Yuan glanced at Li Qianling. He flashed a handsome and sunny smile. You try to stay closer to the northern side. I'm worried that my movements will be too noisy and disturb your absorption. Li Qianling accepted Chen Yuan's kindness and felt curious about what kind of methods this principal Su had. Could they really be stronger than Lin Chen's devouring power? Okay, then remember to stay at the southernmost side, I won't be at peace over here either. Chen Yuan was a bit surprised upon hearing this. Alright, let's see whose methods are more superior. Li Qianling walked over to the northern side of the spiritual pool, where no one else was present. She casually unbuttoned her dark gray long dress, taking it off and neatly folding it to place on the shore. At this moment, Li Qianling was wearing nothing but an extremely thin pure white undergarment and a pair of fitted shorts. The white fabric clung to her flawless, snow-white skin, almost invisible in the misty fog of the spiritual pool, breathtakingly beautiful. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her figure graceful and elegant, drawing a white arc in the air before making a splash as she dove into the energy pool, creating ripples in the water. After entering the water, Li Qianling slowly surfaced, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. The pool water instantly soaked through her pure white undergarment, and the once light fabric became almost translucent, clinging tightly to her full breasts and slender waist, subtly revealing the tender, alluring white skin beneath. The spiritual energy mist on the water surface swirled around, highlighting her collarbones and long, swan-like neck, making her look like an immortal descending from the heavens. A few crystal-clear droplets of water slid down from the ends of her hair, tracing along her fair cheeks and sliding down until they disappeared into the deep, tempting cleavage below. This scene was incredibly seductive. However, the spiritual pool was spacious enough, and with the heavy mist on the water's surface, they could only vaguely make out blurred figures, so no one could clearly see her current position, which could easily cause chaos in the world. Li Qianling looked around and noticed that after entering the water, the children of the aristocratic families had all summoned various spirit-gathering jade and other auxiliary treasures bestowed by their elders to resist the water pressure and accelerate absorption. Some of these noble family members already disliked Li Qianling. Seeing her quietly soaking in the water without moving, they couldn't help but mock her softly. Oh? How is it that our top scorer in the practical assessment doesn't even have a spirit-gathering treasure? Yeah, exactly. This is the first place? Doesn't she look like a poor, destitute thing? These people were subtly mocking her, a lone cultivator without a background, not even possessing a decent auxiliary treasure. Li Qianling heard them but felt no disturbance in her heart. She only thought it was a bit ridiculous. Was this the difference that background made? However, just then, Lin Chen's voice echoed in her mind, accompanied by a few light laughs. Ha ha. These idiots still have the nerve to say such things? A bunch of scrap metal thinking they're treasures. My devouring talent is 100, even 1,000 times better than their broken toys, isn't it?
Li Qianling hummed lightly in her heart and was about to start circulating her technique to absorb spiritual power. Since Lin Chen, as a symbiotic entity, only cultivated his physical body, he couldn't directly absorb the world's spiritual energy. Normally, when devouring alien beasts, he would consume their energy, blood, and so on. So, here, he couldn't control Li Qianling's body, but could use his devouring talent to gather spiritual energy around her, assisting Li Qianling in her cultivation and refining. However, once they entered this comfortable, energy-filled water domain and saw Li Qianling in such a pleasing form, Lin Chen seemed to become a little restless.
Ha! Lin Chen's somewhat mischievous laugh echoed. Li Qianling suddenly felt that.
A slippery and warm sensation ran up the inner side of her thigh. Lin Chen's real body turned into slender black fluid, slithering up her long, smooth jade leg in the water, sometimes gently rubbing against the hollow of her leg, sometimes brushing across her lower abdomen.
The strange sensation of being touched by something underwater made Li Qianling's delicate body tremble, as though shocked by electricity.
Her cheeks instantly flushed a captivating shade of crimson, and even her long, graceful neck turned pink. She bit her lower lip and suddenly squeezed her straight legs together underwater, trying to stop Lin Chen from causing trouble.
Lin Chen! You, don't move around!
Li Qianling scolded angrily in her mind, her heart rate uncontrollably speeding up. Hee, this water feels so good, I'm just stretching my muscles, Lin Chen said, not slowing down, but instead circling around her waist, traveling from her small back up to her neck.
The tingling sensation almost made Li Qianling collapse in the water, as if struck by electricity. Lin Chen's hidden and ambiguous actions underwater made Li Qianling's whole body feel hot.
If it weren't for the mist around them, her flushed face and seductive appearance would surely have been noticed.
Lin Chen! If you keep doing this, I'm really going to get mad.
Li Qianling put her hands on her hips, her eyes filled with a trace of anger, scolding him in her mind.
Boo, this hands-on hips pose is nice, you look even more fierce now. You!
Li Qianling had no way of dealing with this guy. Ever since the first time they met, he had always been this lecherous, and it hadn't changed.
But then again, if he weren't lecherous, they probably wouldn't have come this far. Lin Chen! I'm going to cultivate now, don't mess with my Dao heart. Cough cough. I'm helping you cultivate.
Lin Chen teased for a moment more, then finally stopped when he saw Li Qianling's face turning even redder. Li Qianling said with a delicate voice, stop messing around, hurry up and absorb the spiritual energy, or those people will steal it all. Lin Chen smiled, alright, with my perception talent, I can see that they've all gone underwater. The deeper we go, the denser the spiritual energy becomes, and the effects are better. That guy named Chen Yuan has already started absorbing spiritual energy. I must say, his speed is really fast, and everyone around him is being disturbed by it. Without hesitation, Li Qianling took a deep breath, her graceful body suddenly twisting in the water, resembling a pure white mermaid, diving deeper into the spiritual energy pool. With Lin Chen's perception talent, the deepest person sinking was probably Chen Yuan, around 70 meters deep, while others were around 50 meters. Qianling, go for it, push to 100 meters. As the depth of the descent continued to increase, Li Qianling clearly felt the water pressure around her multiplying at a terrifying rate. It wasn't just physical water pressure, it was mixed with violent spiritual pressure, as if countless mountains were pressing in from all directions, trying to crush her body. 50 meters, 60 meters. When she reached a depth of 60 meters, Li Qianling felt her breathing become difficult, her bones creaking under the immense pressure. Her internal spiritual energy had been activated to the extreme, and the Dao veins she had refined in her hands began to shine with brilliant golden light, firmly resisting the surrounding pressure, protecting her heart and pulse. Not enough. A trace of determination flashed in Li Qianling's eyes. She gritted her teeth and exploded Lin Chen's fourfold full attribute boost inside her body. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from within her, forcibly creating a space in the terrifying water pressure, and with great resistance, she continued to sink. 70 meters. 80 meters until she reached the extreme depth of 100 meters, she finally stopped. At this moment, Li Qianling's face was pale beyond measure, and a trace of fresh blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. The surrounding pressure was just too great. At this depth, the spiritual energy in the pool had become so thick it was almost solidifying into crystal. But correspondingly, the pressure here was despairingly immense. Even Lin Chen's perception talent, which could normally cover 500 meters, was heavily suppressed, barely able to sense 50 meters around him. Here, let's begin. Lin Chen shouted in his mind with a deep voice. Li Qianling immediately floated cross-legged in the water, and with Lin Chen's full assistance, completely opened her meridians, beginning to suck in the dense, unmelting spiritual energy around her like a great whale gulping water. A massive amount of spiritual energy rushed violently into Li Qianling's body, scouring her meridians and bringing tearing pain. The blood at the corners of Li Chanling's mouth increased, quickly spreading in the water, yet her eyes were resolute, gritting her teeth as she continuously refined the spiritual energy into her body. As her absorption speed grew faster, around her, a gigantic vortex of spiritual energy slowly formed. This vortex churned relentlessly in the deep water, growing in size, until the terrifying pulling force directly reached the surface. At this moment, the other 8 young heirs practicing tens of meters above were all startled awake by this disturbance. They suddenly opened their eyes and were horrified to find the once stable spiritual energy around them being uncontrollably sucked toward the pool bottom by a powerful force.
What's happening? What's going on at the bottom of the pool?
Chen Yuan was also in the nearby water, 2 rays of astonishment shooting from his eyes. Though fog and water pressure blocked his view, he couldn't see who caused such a huge disturbance, but instinctively, he guessed it was very likely Li Chanling. To protect his cultivation results, Chen Yuan immediately formed hand seals and cast a profound secret technique, forcibly stabilizing the spiritual energy within 30 meters around his body, preventing it from being drawn into the vortex. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng, responsible for guarding on the shore, stared at the enormous vortex on the water's surface, expanding and nearly overturning the entire spiritual pool, completely stunned.
Is this a ghost? Could it be that the formation at the bottom of the pool has a problem?